My family was utterly astonished. My close friend and I embarked on a mountain climbing adventure and, in a twist of fate, plummeted off a cliff into a primordial forest. When we encountered a tiger, a colossal snake came to our rescue, and to my surprise, I befriended it. Upon reaching a cave, the snake astonishingly transformed into a handsome figure adorned with a chiseled eight-pack. My friend mistook him for a snake spirit, leading to a series of amusing misunderstandings, and we even contemplated seeking salt afterward. I must tell you, I have never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle in my life. A snake, measuring over 10 meters and thicker than my waist, appeared before me and, with a flourish, morphed into a striking gentleman, clad only in a strip of animal hide around his waist. Who can comprehend this? I asked. I was utterly dumbfounded, my mind racing with the thoughts. A snake spirit? No, rather a snake essence. This tale begins with my friend, Yu Sheng, and me scaling the mountain. We were having a delightful time until, in an unfortunate twist, she slipped and we both plummeted down the sheer cliff like two candied hawthorns. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an ancient forest. The trees towered as if they were poised to pierce the heavens, resembling a scene from Avatar. Fortunately, my friend Yu Sheng was beside me, albeit unconscious with a gash on her forehead. As I was frantically trying to revive her, a thunderous roar echoed through the woods and a massive white tiger, larger than an SUV, charged towards us. Its gaping maw, dripping with saliva, clearly intended to make us its afternoon snack. I was paralyzed with fear, thinking my end had come. But guess what happened next? At that critical moment, an even more outrageous giant snake erupted from the foliage. Over 10 meters long, it swiftly seized the tiger by the neck, coiled around it, and with a swift snap, the tiger was rendered lifeless. My mind was in a state of chaos as I thought. Having escaped from the tiger's jaws, had I now stumbled into the snake's lair? The enormous serpent slithered closer to me, and the weight of its presence was palpable. Yet, sensing no malice from it, I inexplicably decided to emulate something from a television drama. I pricked my finger and extended it, saying, "Great snake, shall we be friends? Can you lead us to safety?" To my astonishment, it actually flicked its tongue and licked my hand. The sensation was indescribable. Then it bowed its head, indicating for me to climb aboard. It coiled its tail around my unconscious friend, and I found myself perched atop its head. What a view, akin to a VIP observation deck. We sped through the forest while my poor friend was jostled behind, likely alternating between consciousness and dizziness. Before long, we arrived at a cave, where the earlier scene unfolded. The snake transformed into the handsome figure. It was then that I snapped back to reality, rushing to tend to my friend. The handsome figurino, the snake brother, dragged the tiger's carcass to the river to dispose of it. Upon his return, he handed me a large piece of still bleeding raw meat, saying, "Eat." As I gazed at the dripping flesh, my stomach churned violently. Yet, my traitorous belly grumbled louder than thunder. A truly mortifying moment who among my family can understand. I hastily exclaimed, "Brother, could we possibly have something cooked?" I instructed him to search for dry twigs while I attempted to kindle a fire by friction. Alas, my hands nearly turned raw, yet not a single spark was produced. Unable to bear the sight, the serpent brother seized the task from me. I guided him in a method, and lo and behold, his dexterity was akin to that of a machine, igniting the flames in an instant. Once I had roasted the meat, I handed him a skewer. He took a bite, and his eyes sparkled with delight. In mere moments, he devoured the entire skewer and gazed at me with the longing of an unsated husky. Ultimately, we polished off an entire tiger, though it was predominantly he who indulged. The following morning, the serpent brother was nowhere to be found, but a pile of red berries lay nearby, the flavor surprisingly delightful. My dear friend, Yu Sheng, awoke and immediately burst into tears in my embrace. I recounted the harrowing adventure of the previous day, akin to a Hollywood blockbuster. Upon hearing my tale, her complexion drained of color, and she grasped my hand, urging me to flee while exclaiming, "A serpent demon, run!" I found myself both amused and exasperated as I attempted to assure her that the serpent posed no threat. Yet she maintained a look of disbelief, as if she suspected I had fallen under a spell. To soothe her, I proposed we explore the vicinity in search of something vegetarian. To our astonishment, we stumbled upon sweet potato vines. We toiled away, and to our amazement, unearthed a gigantic sweet potato, thicker than my thigh. Truly, the bounty of this Orcish realm knows no bounds, flourishing without restraint. After washing it, I took a bite, and my goodness, it was sweeter than honey. As we were engrossed in our excavation, the serpent brother, oh yes, he was named Lin, suddenly appeared. It turned out he had returned to the cave, worried by our absence. My friend Yu Sheng, upon seeing a muscular man clad only in animal hide descend from above, seemed utterly flabbergasted, her senses and worldview momentarily shaken. I quickly reassured her, "Fear not. This is the very serpent from yesterday." However, my friend, who harbors an intense fear of snakes, unleashed a torrent of accusations at Lin Yi, branding him a serpent demon. Lin Yi, displeased by her words, transformed back into his true form, hoisting me upon his head and lifting my friend high with the tip of his tail. As she dangled in the air, she screamed in protest, "Put me down. I have a fear of heights. You serpent demon." I nearly burst into laughter atop the serpent's head. These two were truly destined adversaries. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yi blocked the entrance, effectively barring my friend from entry, operating under the principle of "you insult me, so I shall not allow you in." Outside, my friend was in a state of distress, tears streaming down her face. I had no choice but to act as a mediator, and after much coaxing, as night fell, Lin Yi finally allowed the nearly slumbering Yu Sheng to enter. I promptly stuffed a roasted sweet potato into her mouth. She consumed it, still fuming, before drifting off to sleep. Then Lin Yi enlightened me about this land, known as the Orc Continent, where harming females would incur the wrath of the beast god. Goodness, I had truly traversed to another world. I informed him that sweet potatoes could be stored for long periods, causing his eyes to gleam with interest, likely contemplating preparations for the winter. In my heart, I calculated that this could be a long-term source of sustenance. I immediately proposed a deal to him. "Great serpent, I shall teach you how to craft traps, making our future hunts far more effortless. In return, you could spare some time to assist us in harvesting sweet potatoes. What do you say?" I mused to myself that with just the two of us and our slight physiques, it would take an eternity to excavate that field of sweet potatoes. Upon hearing the term trap, Lin Yi's face was adorned with a plethora of questions. After my explanation, stating that all one needed to do was dig a pit for the prey to inadvertently fall into, he readily agreed, likely eager to spend more time in my company, chuckling to myself. The following day, I led him into the woods for practical application. I instructed him, "Here, dig a sizable pit." To my astonishment, without hesitation, his hands transformed into sharp claws. I was momentarily bewildered, pondering, aren't snakes supposed to lack claws? Had the book deceived me? His claws were, I must say, far more efficient than any excavator. In mere moments, he had excavated a pit 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep, while Yuxing and I, camouflaging the traps nearby, toiled like dogs. Once all the traps were meticulously set, we hurried to the sweet potato haven we had discovered yesterday. Upon arrival, I pointed, "Behold, these are the sweet potato vines, treasures lie buried beneath." To my surprise, Lin Yi swiftly clawed at the ground, uprooting an entire cluster of sweet potatoes in one go. The efficiency was such that Yuxing and I could scarcely keep up, hurriedly gathering vines on site and hastily weaving several baskets to contain our bounty. Afterward, I took care to bury the vines again, leaving Lin Yi with a look of confusion. I explained to him the concept of sustainable development, hoping he would understand. By burying them now, we could reap another harvest come autumn next year. Though he still bore an expression of bewilderment towards humanity's peculiarities, upon hearing that there would be more next year, his eyes sparkled, and without further ado, he whisked us back to the cave. Once he had settled us in, Lin Yi darted off to hunt, muttering that I was too slender and needed to gain some weight. I could only sigh. Very well. As soon as he left, Yuxing, famished, insisted that we roast sweet potatoes. Fortunately, there were still embers in the cave. We stirred them, reigniting the fire, and buried half a sweet potato within. Before long, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, and we shared it equally. However, after just a couple of bites, my dear friend began to lament, "Ah, aside from sweetness, there's nothing else. The same goes for roasted meat. It tastes solely of meat. Who among my family understands?" She voiced my innermost thoughts. Life without salt is utterly unbearable. As I pondered where to find a salt mine, Lin Yi returned abruptly, his tail coiling around a large haul of game, which he tossed onto the ground with such flair that his tail nearly soared skyward. Transforming back into his human form, he approached me, his face brimming with the expectation of praise. What could I do but engage in mutual flattery? "Wow, great serpent, you are incredible. That trap was extraordinarily effective." Instantly, he beamed with delight, his smile reminiscent of a pure-hearted puppy in my eyes, though to Yuxing, it likely resembled a scene from a horror film. Just as I was feeling awkward, Lin Yi's expression shifted to concern. He lamented that such a substantial catch would spoil if left for too long. "Opportunity has arisen. I hastily inquired of him, "Oh, great serpent, do you happen to know where one might find stones that are both bitter and salty?" He appeared utterly perplexed. I then rephrased my question, gesturing emphatically with my hands. "What about an enormous expanse of water?" At this, comprehension dawned upon him, and he nodded vigorously, indicating that there lies a particularly vast river not far from the cave. Upon hearing this, hope surged within me. I urged him to lead me there post-haste, but first, we needed to attend to our catch, for the scent of blood could easily attract other predators. Thus, we proceeded to the riverbank to process our quarry. I must tell you, his proficiency in handling the prey was nothing short of remarkable, disemboweling and skinning with seamless efficiency. I too was swift with my knife, for I had previously enjoyed watching survival shows in the wild. However, as he observed my adeptness, his imagination seemed to conjure up a myriad of tragic dramas, and he gazed at me with a look of pity, as if I had endured great hardships in the past. I found this amusing after all. I am cherished in modern times, a pampered darling in my mother's embrace. The only hardship I face is the emotional manipulation from my boss. After we had processed our catch, on our way back, I casually dug up a few wild ginger roots by the riverbank. The essence of Letizi has been transformed. Upon returning to the cave, I found Yuxing sprawled in an undignified manner, as she invariably succumbs to slumber at dusk. Unwavering as if struck by thunder, I roused her from her dreams and subsequently placed a new order with Linya: procure a large, flat stone slab. In a flash, he vanished and returned carrying a meticulously polished stone slab, its edges smooth and pristine. I set it directly over the fire, sliced a piece of fatty meat to render fat, and then cut some wild ginger I had just unearthed into slices to marinate the meat, eradicating any unpleasant odor. As soon as I placed it on the heated stone, a sizzling sound erupted. The aroma immediately ensnared the souls of the three of us. I first fed a slice to Linya, whose eyes widened in astonishment, while Yuxing nearly drooled, and the three of us gathered around the stone slab, utterly engrossed in our meal. The following morning, the autumn breeze carried a slight chill. I wrapped my dress tighter around me, suddenly realizing with dismay that I was still clad in summer attire. As I lamented, Linya caught sight of me and, alarmed, thought I had fallen ill, insisting on taking me to consult a shaman. I quickly interrupted his incantations. No, I'm perfectly fine. I simply desire a wooden tub." He was unfamiliar with the concept of a wooden tub, so I sketched a diagram in the dirt, carefully illustrating the handles. To my surprise, he immediately comprehended, and off he dashed, soon returning with a perfectly crafted, solid wooden tub, its edges polished to a sheen, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. After breakfast, we set off towards the seaside. Yet again, the usual antics unfolded. Yuxing was swept up by her exuberance, while Linya, feigning ignorance, sped ahead. I must say, Linya was undoubtedly intentional in his actions, likely praying for another orc to whisk away my chatty companion. After gliding for over an hour, we were greeted by the vast, unending ocean. Yuxing dashed towards the beach, while Linya remained cautious, expressing concern over the tranquility of the area, deeming it unsafe, and urged us to quickly gather water and depart. We filled the wooden tub to the brim with seawater, and Linya, still preoccupied with Yuxing, swiftly whisked her away amidst her protests, and we hastily retreated. Upon returning to the cave, Linya could no longer contain his curiosity. "Jejia, what do you intend to do with the seawater?" Yuxing, beside him, added a teasing note. "Humph, you don't understand my motives, do you?" The two began to bicker like schoolchildren. I intervened, decisively stating, "This could be used to produce salt, and with salt, meat can be preserved for years." Linya's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard an incredible tale, repeatedly confirming, "Really? For years?" After I assured him, he was beside himself with excitement and immediately inquired about the next steps. I placed another order: "Help me create a stone pot." Off he went again, returning with a magnificent stone pot, neither too thick nor too thin, polished to perfection. The next steps involved kindling a fire, pouring in water, and bring it to a boil. I instructed Linya to tend to the fire while he, still uneasy about the surroundings, ventured out to reinforce his scent around the cave before returning to the traps. As the sun began to set, the seawater in the pot finally evaporated, leaving behind a glistening layer of salt on the pot's walls. At last, we had salt. Yuxing was nearly in tears from joy, having endured bland meals for days. Just as we were scraping the salt, she suddenly became melancholic, grasping my hand and pleading, "Jejia, once we find our way back, can we leave? This place is too terrifying." I fell silent, unsure if we could ever return, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the nearby woods. It sounded as if something heavy had fallen. We both jumped in fright. Yushin clutched me tightly, unwilling to venture forth, but I reasoned that with Lenya absent, we needed to ascertain the source of the danger. Steeling ourselves, we held hands and cautiously made our way towards the sound. Upon reaching the riverbank, illuminated by the moonlight, we were met with a shocking sight. A man, covered in blood, lay before us. Yushin gasped, whispering, "Judgia, is that a person?" The man appeared to be around 6 feet tall and severely injured. We were unable to move him. Just then, Lenya rushed back, undoubtedly drawn by the scent of blood. Upon seeing that I was unharmed, he visibly relaxed. I pointed to the injured man, asking, "Dashasha, can you help us bring him back to the cave?" Without hesitation, he hoisted the man onto his shoulder, as if carrying a mere chick, and effortlessly transported him back. Upon our return to the cave, I intended to tend to the man's wounds, but Lenya abruptly stopped me, nodding towards Yushin. "Judgia, don't touch him. Let her take care of it." His possessiveness was palpable. Yushin retorted, "If I'm doing it, I'm doing it. But you better fetch me some water." Just as a quarrel was about to erupt, I quickly grasped Lenya's finger, and he immediately calmed down, obediently fetching a bucket of water. Once Yushin had cleaned the man's wounds, she requested Lenya to move him to her fur bed, but he feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear. Desperate, Yushin played her trump card. "If you help me move him, I promise I won't scold you ever again." Remarkably, as soon as her words left her lips, he darted forward, effortlessly placing the man on the bed. Lenya, with a triumphant grin, reminded her, "You said it. No takebacks." The next morning, Lenya clanged about outside, rousing us from our slumber. Yushin, rubbing her eyes, initially intended to scold him. But upon realizing it was Lenya and recalling her vow from the previous day, she stifled her words, her expression a sight to behold. Lenya attempted to seize the opportunity to prepare breakfast, showcasing his culinary skills, but I intervened. I instructed him, "Enough. Hurry to check the traps and bring back more meat. We need to cure it for the winter." Upon hearing that we were preparing for winter, he perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he queried, "Judgia, what else do you need? Just say the word, and I shall fetch it all." I nearly burst into laughter at his enthusiasm. All right, I know, you're the best. I need a large wooden tub, as many as possible, and more seawater too. Oh, and if you encounter sweet potatoes or any edible plants while hunting, bring them back for me. I'll be your walking botanical encyclopedia." Lenya nodded earnestly, then vanished in a flash, moving with the speed of instant teleportation. He was genuinely treating my provisions as a top priority, fearing that if he hibernated, I might starve. Just as I was feeding breakfast to my friend Yushin, she hurried off to tend to the handsome stranger we had rescued. To facilitate their water-fetching efforts, I had Lenya craft 2 small wooden tubs. You won't believe what happened next. While I was busy preparing lunch, I turned around and saw my friend, utterly captivated, gazing at the unconscious handsome man on the bed. Her eyes were glazed over, and she appeared utterly infatuated, as if surrounded by pink bubbles. Does anyone understand what I mean? I quickly realized that she had undoubtedly fallen for him. I initially contemplated playing matchmaker, but then decided against it, thinking it best to let things unfold naturally. After all, a forced fruit is never sweet. However, I couldn't let her starve while she daydreamed. I hastily handed her some roasted sweet potatoes and skewers of meat. Ashung, fill your belly first. Even daydreamers need strength. She accepted the food, still hesitant to eat. I insisted, "What are we to each other? Hurry and eat. Afterward, we still need to cure the meat." Before long, Lenya returned, carrying a bounty of processed beast meat, which he laid out on clean leaves, preparing to leave again. I quickly stopped him. Hey, eat something before you work." As I handed him a skewer of roasted meat, I could almost feel his heart melting. It raced as if he had a tiny motor inside. He boasted about 5 skewers of grilled meat in one breath before running off contentedly. On my end, I took a dagger and began slicing the meat into strips, 3 fingers wide and arm length, then arranged them with ginger slices to eliminate the fishy smell. After finishing his meal, Yushin came over to lend a hand. By noon, the Shishi returned, this time carrying 7 or 8 brand new wooden barrels, placing them before me. I was astounded. In just one morning, he had handcrafted so many barrels. What astonishing efficiency. I immediately praised him. "Shishi, you are amazing." Upon hearing my compliment, his tail nearly shot up to the heavens. I quickly assigned him another task. "Could you fetch some seawater? We are running low on salt for curing the meat." He replied with a sound of affirmation and dashed off with the barrels, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. At that moment, the handsome man on the bed, Bai Di awoke. Upon opening his eyes and catching the scent of a snake Beastman in the cave, he instantly became alert. The next second, he detected the scents of Yu Sheng and me, and his tension escalated. Surely, he was thinking, what is going on? Is this snake Beastman engaging in forced affection? Has he captured 2 young females? He sprang from the bed, only to see Yu Sheng and me busy by the fire. He must have been taken aback, for he noticed that the wounds from the bear's attack on him had healed completely without a scar. Yu Sheng, with her keen eyes, caught sight of him standing and hurriedly set down her task to assist him. You're awake? Your injuries have healed. Why not rest a little longer? Bai Di gazed at the lively little female before him, finding her somewhat endearing, and his heart skipped a beat as he declared, I am fine. Beastmen are strong. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng took the initiative, examining him critically and murmuring, indeed, quite strong. After a moment, she realized and quickly led him to sit by the fire. Bai Di was intensely curious about the fire, almost pressing his eyes against it. Yu Sheng, ever the sociable one, asked directly, I am Yu Sheng. What is your name? Bai Di. Upon hearing his name, I thought, Bai Di? That name carries weight. As I noticed the immediate chemistry between them, I hastily became the atmosphere destroyer, carrying a large plate of food over and deliberately handing it to Yu Sheng. Come, don't just chat. You must be famished after waking up. Let him taste my culinary skills. I had no intention of vying for his attention. This opportunity was meant for my dear friend. Yu Sheng was delighted and quickly offered the grilled meat to Bai Di. You must try it. Jijia's grilled meat is incredibly delicious. Bai Di took a bite, and his eyes lit up. He had likely never tasted cooked food in his life, let alone something so fragrant. As he gazed at the flickering flames, his curiosity surged, and he reached out to touch them. I reacted swiftly, grabbing a nearby stick and tapping his hand. Don't touch. It will burn, I shouted, startled by the tap. His hand tingled, but his curiosity only intensified as he weakly inquired, What is this? Just as I was about to enlighten him on the great invention of fire, the Shishi's voice echoed from the entrance. Jejia, I'm back. Well, the main character had returned. I quickly shot Yu Sheng a glance. A Sheng? You talk to him. Let them develop their bond. Yu Sheng accepted her task with joy, enthusiastically explaining the knowledge of fire to Bai Di, who listened attentively, likely finding this little female quite charming. I went to meet the Shishi, who was carrying 2 large barrels of seawater, which seemed incredibly heavy. I initially considered helping but thought better of it, realizing my small limbs were no match for the task. He must have chuckled at my little gesture. After he poured the seawater into the stone pot, I handed him a skewer of grilled meat. You've worked hard. Enjoy. He devoured it in a flash, as if inhaling a storm. I feigned annoyance. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Upon noticing my mock anger, he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Jejia. I was wrong. I want to do it again. His demeanor was akin to a chick pecking at grains. Just as he settled beside me, Bai Di became agitated, eyeing him suspiciously as if guarding against a thief. The Shishi, puzzled, asked, Why are you looking at me like that? You're a snake Beastman? Bai Di inquired coldly. So what? I want to eat you. The Shishi replied, bewildered. However, Bai Di's next statement killed the conversation. But you would consume females. The moment those words left his mouth, both Yu Sheng and I were taken aback. I thought, would he eat me? He certainly doesn't seem like it. Yu Sheng likely pondered. I told you snakes eat people. The Shishi exploded in indignation. When have I ever eaten a female? Don't speak carelessly. He was utterly aggrieved, claiming that in the center of this barren plain, aside from the 2 of us, he hadn't seen a single female. Bai Di, however, insisted. Our tribal elders say a savage snake Beastman dwells in the center of the barren plain, committing all manner of atrocities, capturing females as mates, and devouring them if they refuse. What a dramatic turn of events. The Shishi was so enraged he seemed ready to unleash his inner cosmos, while Bai Di was equally defiant, leading to an imminent clash. Stop, I shouted, and they finally ceased their hostilities. Realizing this was untenable, I devised a plan. You both need to go out. Together, find some sweet potatoes. You must return before sunset. Yu Sheng quickly encouraged Bai Di, asserting that a stroll would be beneficial for their health. Thus, these bitter rivals were unceremoniously sent out by us. Yu Sheng seemed concerned they might engage in a fight outside. I reassured her, don't worry. They want to know each other without a fight. I could tell that after just one night, her heart was already tethered to Bai Di. As the sun approached the horizon, the 2 returned with 2 large baskets full of sweet potatoes. Upon seeing them, I noticed they bore bruises, evidence of a solid fight. However, It appeared their relationship had softened. Bai Di's punch had landed squarely onto Shi's apple cheek, and I couldn't help but chuckle. The Shi, already feeling wronged, grew even more so upon hearing my laughter. Jia, what are you laughing at? Nothing. You must have misheard. I stifled my laughter and quickly pulled him over. Come here. Let me apply some medicine for you. As I applied the ointment, I mused, ah, such a handsome face, marred by bruises, making him look like an injured puppy, quite endearing. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, I gently kissed his bruised spot. Just that one kiss left Shi utterly stunned, his face flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. Goodness, is the Shi pure-hearted? Yusheng observed our little exchange with keen eyes. Emboldened, she tiptoed and swiftly kissed Bai Di on the cheek as well. Bai Di was left speechless. In an instant, the cave was imbued with the unmistakable scent of romance. I quickly cleared my throat, breaking the awkward yet sweet atmosphere. During dinner, Yusheng inquired how Bai Di had fainted by the riverbank. He explained that their hunting party had encountered a black bear beast, resulting in significant casualties, and he was separated from a group. Upon hearing this, Yusheng's empathetic heart surged, and she promptly decided, Bai Di, where is your tribe located? Can you take me to see it tomorrow? I was taken aback. Is Sheng planning to meet the parents? The Shi must have been overjoyed. This chatty little female is finally leaving, allowing for some one-on-one time. Yusheng even warned Shi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I will return. The next morning, I arose early to prepare provisions for her. Grilled meat, grilled sweet potatoes, all packed into a full basket. I felt as if I were sending my daughter off on a long journey, repeating my reminders ad nauseum. Soon, Bai Di transformed into a colossal white tiger, whisking Yusheng away into the forest. I stood in place, watching them vanish into the distance, feeling a void in my heart. I couldn't restrain a single tear that fell to the ground, and you won't believe it. Upon hitting the earth, a vibrant little flower blossomed instantly. I was utterly bewildered. It felt as if I were witnessing a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. Were my tears akin to sunbeams? Just then, the Shi returned from a hunt and was struck by the scene before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. He approached me, enveloping me from behind in a comforting embrace, reassuringly saying, Jia, do not worry, Bai Di will protect her. As I turned around, I inadvertently bumped into his solid chest with a resounding thud. It felt as unyielding as stone. Rubbing my head, I noticed his flustered apologies. Observing his endearing, puppy-like expression, I felt a playful urge to tease him. So, I boldly turned around, seated myself on his lap, and inquired to Shi, how old are you? Just turned 20. He replied. I calculated in my mind, wow, he is 2 years older than I. However, when he mentioned just becoming an adult, did that imply that one only becomes an adult at 20? Did that mean I was still a minor at 18? As I pondered this, he countered my thoughts with a question. As soon as I mentioned my age, I regretted it. Oh no, I had truly become a juvenile female. Sure enough, the very next moment, he tightened his embrace, fervently declaring, Jia, I will protect you well. His tone made it seem as if I were a rare and endangered creature in need of safeguarding. My heart warmed at his words, yet I sensed something was amiss. I cupped his face and planted a kiss on his lips, solemnly declaring, to Shi, I am of age. In our culture, 18 signifies adulthood. He gazed at me, still skeptical. Are you truly an adult? Indeed. I nodded emphatically. Then, I shall protect you too. With that, he squeezed me even tighter, nearly rendering me breathless. I hastily patted him, and only then did he release me, looking as though he were a child caught in wrongdoing. His demeanor was both amusing and infuriating, prompting me to lean in and plant another kiss on his lips. This kiss ignited a fervent flame. One arm encircled my waist while the other cradled the back of my head, deepening the kiss tentatively. I must tell you, that sensation was indescribable. We kissed until the world faded away, and I soon found myself gasping for air, collapsing onto the bee skin bed, falling into slumber. Yet at the crucial moment, he hit the brakes. He still believed I had not matured. Who understands the plight of pure love warriors? He did nothing further, merely wrapped me snugly in the bee skin and drifted off to sleep beside me. Meanwhile, my friend Yusheng was not faring so well. Upon arriving at Bai Di's tribe, she immediately encountered a rival, a female named Hong Xia, whose fiery gaze seemed ready to ignite. That night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, awakening Bai Di in the process. Seeing her distress, Bai Di urged her to refrain from wandering. In response, Yusheng said nothing, merely gazing at him with tear-filled eyes as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. That wordless weeping struck at Baidi's most tender heartstrings. In that moment, he could no longer contain himself. All rationality and restraint vanished. He leaned down, kissing the corner of her eye, catching the tear with his lips, struggling to maintain composure. He hoarsely uttered, "I shall take you to see the great shaman." Yu Sheng responded with a soft and Baidi promptly wrapped her in bee skin like a spring roll, leaving only her head exposed, and dashed out of the cave with remarkable speed. Thankfully, his father was the tribe leader, and their dwelling was close to the great shaman, merely 2 caves apart. His speed would have impressed even Bolt. Without knocking, he barreled into the great shaman's cave, shouting, "Great shaman, wake up! Your house is about to collapse." The elderly man, deep in slumber, nearly met his end from the abrupt awakening. With a furrowed brow, he sat up, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, Baidi? It's the middle of the night. Let an old man sleep." Baidi paid no heed to his reprimands, urgently placing Yu Sheng on the bee-skin bed. "Great shaman, you must take a look. My Yu Sheng seems to be in dire straits." With that, he dashed outside, gathering a pile of firewood, igniting it with a flourish beside the bed. This startled the great shaman, who stammered, pointing at the fire, "Divine fire. By the Baozid, divine fire. What is that?" However, consumed by urgency, he had no time to ponder. He pressed, "Oh, my great shaman, please examine her. The fire can wait." The great shaman then focused, moving closer to examine Yu Sheng in the firelight. "Well, this little female is indeed striking. Though her pained expression is quite pronounced, yet she remains silent, enduring it all." The great shaman couldn't help but admire her resilience. Observing the great shaman's grave demeanor, Baidi's heart raced with anxiety. I thought to myself, Xiao Yujia had implored him repeatedly to take good care of her, and now she was in such a state. He must feel tremendous guilt. But guess what happened next? After scrutinizing for a while, the great shaman shrugged and told Baidi, "Brother, I have never seen this before. I cannot heal her. She will wait for death. Farewell." At this, Baidi felt as if the sky had fallen. Could it be? "Great divine beast, are you toying with me? After all my efforts, you wish to bring about a tragic end?" Upon seeing Baidi's despondent expression, the great shaman felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he had watched Baidi grow up. He fished out a packet of herbal powder from nearby, mixed it with water, and handed it over, saying, "I cannot cure her, but this will alleviate her pain. Let her drink it." Upon hearing it could ease her suffering, Baidi immediately revived, carefully lifting Yu Sheng to feed her. The great shaman then began to interrogate. Where did this little female come from? And what of this divine fire? Baidi recounted everything in detail, explaining that he had found her in the Wu Huang Plains and that the fire had been taught to him by another female named Xiao Yujia. I tell you, upon hearing this, the great shaman was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if the legendary tales were indeed true. After consuming the medicine, Yu Sheng finally succumbed to sleep by dawn. Without a second thought, Baidi rewrapped her and carried her back to his cave. Meanwhile, when Xiao Yujia awoke, Lin Yu was already roasting meat, the savory aroma wafting through the air, enticing her senses. After a quick wash, she sat down to accept the skewer of meat Lin Yi offered, which he had thoughtfully cut into small, bite-sized pieces. His intentions were clear. He hoped to fatten her up to ensure a strong brood of offspring, but Xiao Yujia remained blissfully unaware, focused solely on her meal. After finishing the meat, she roasted a sweet potato and then began to gaze into the distance, lost in thought. She considered the harsh realities of this place, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Although the females were protected, they still needed to be wary of the banished beastmen, especially the snake beastmen, who, upon being born with the ability to transform, were often cast out by their parents to fend for themselves, a truly hellish beginning. Looking around at the mountain of sweet potatoes in the cave, she felt overwhelmed. If left too long, they would spoil and take up valuable space. She suddenly spoke. "Could you help me find some bamboo?" Linny appeared puzzled. "What is bamboo?" Xiao Yujia had to gesture and explain. "The kind that grows in sections, straight with slender, elongated leaves." Lin Yi's mind raced, and he quickly understood. "Oh, yeah, go, Rig. Wait here. I will go get it." With that, he dashed away like a gust of wind. Xiao Yujia, feeling helpless, decided to wash the sweet potatoes by the river first. While she was washing, a large snow-white rabbit suddenly appeared, almost half her height. She couldn't help but drool at the sight. You see, Xiao Yujia had always loved eating rabbit, and now, seeing such a plump one, Her eyes sparkled with greed. She absolutely could not let it escape. Quietly, she pulled a whip from her bag, thinking a single strike would suffice. She had learned a few tricks from her mother as a child, and although she had not pursued it further, the basics remained. However, when she struck, the rabbit merely turned and hissed, unperturbed. Undeterred, she swung the whip again, inadvertently provoking the rabbit's nest. The enormous rabbit lunged at her. Oh dear! Xiao Yujia turned and fled, her heart racing as she exclaimed, "This rabbit is extraordinarily resilient." Just at that critical moment, Lin Yi returned. He spotted his little female being chased around by a rabbit from afar, and his heart sank with urgency. Jia! He hurled the bamboo he was carrying aside and swiftly flicked his serpentine tail, sending the imposing rabbit flying with a resounding thud, instantly meeting its demise. Such formidable combat prowess was truly astonishing, dear family. Lin Yi transformed into human form and rushed over, his face etched with concern. Jia, are you all right? Xiao Yujia shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at the rabbit's carcass. Mifine. Quickly, help me bring this big fellow inside. Lin Yi, observing her gluttonous demeanor, felt both amused and pained, obediently dragging the rabbit away for processing. Upon returning to the cave, Xiao Yujia stoked the fire, then cleaned the large stone slab she had prepared earlier, placing it over the flames. She retrieved her dagger and sliced the cleaned sweet potatoes into thin pieces, intending to make roasted sweet potato chips. Without sunlight to dry them, this was her only option. When Lin Yi returned after dealing with the rabbit, he found Xiao Yujia skillfully flipping the sweet potato slices with 2 sticks on the stone slab. "Are you making jerky out of the rabbit too?" he inquired, approaching her. "No, I'm not." Xiao Yujia replied without looking up. "I'm eating this now. It's been ages since I had rabbit." Lin Yi nodded and began assisting her in roasting the rabbit meat, pondering why Jia referred to the long-eared creature as a rabbit. After much contemplation, he rationalized, "Oh, she must have called it that in her former tribe." "The Shishi, could you please help me make a wooden bucket with a lid?" Xiao Yujia asked while sketching a design in the dirt. "All right, wait for me." Lin Yi handed her a skewer of roasted rabbit meat, then hurriedly dashed off again. Meanwhile, Bai Di had received permission from his father, the clan leader Shi Qiu, to forego hunting today to accompany Yusheng. As the sun began to set, Bai Di recalled Xiao Yujia's instructions and hurried to wake Yusheng. "Yusheng, wake up. I'll take you home." Yusheng groggily opened her eyes as Bai Di gently wiped her face with a damp hide, then lifted her up and headed outside. Just as they reached the entrance of the tribe, they encountered his father returning from the hunt. Shi Qiu noticed Bai Di carrying a small female and inquired, "Bai Di, where are you going?" "Father, I'm taking Yusheng back. Her friend should have a way to save her." Hearing this, Shi Qiu grew anxious. Having consulted the shaman with no remedy, and promptly nodded in approval, urging him not to return hastily, emphasizing the importance of caring for his beloved female. Back at Xiao Yujia's side, Lin Yi soon returned, dragging a wooden bucket behind him. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yujia fell silent in astonishment. "My heavens! That bucket is nearly as tall as I am, over 1 meter in diameter, and crafted with such exquisite precision. Wow!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "The Shishi, you are simply amazing." Lin Yi blushed at the compliment, feeling a swell of pride. Xiao Yujia, eyeing the bucket that could hold 3 of her, initially intended to use it for sweet potato chips, but now felt it too extravagant for that purpose. As she was lost in thought, Lin Yi waved his hand in front of her. She quickly refocused, pulling him back to help with the sweet potato chips. The two were engrossed in their roasting, creating a delightful atmosphere in the cave. On the other hand, Bai Di was not having such an easy time. As he carried Yusheng partway, her stomach suddenly seized with excruciating pain. She broke into a sweat, droplets trickling down her face onto Bai Di. Alarmed, he tightly coiled his tail around her waist and sprinted toward their meeting point with all his might, his only thought being that Xiao Yujia must have a solution. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi had just finished roasting a basket of sweet potato chips. She picked one up, and with a satisfying crunch, its flavor burst forth, causing her eyes to squint with delight. Lin Yi, curious, tasted one as well and found intriguing. Looking at Xiao Yujia, he blurted out, "Jia, I'm so glad to have met you." Seizing the moment while she was momentarily dazed, he quickly pressed a kiss to her forehead. Xiao Yujia was utterly taken aback. Lin Yi, emboldened by the sweet encounter, attempted to pull her into his embrace, only to be met with a sharp slap as Xiao Yujia rejected him without hesitation. Lin Yi instantly wore a look of wounded innocence, akin to a chastised puppy. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression shifted and he became alert. "Jia, I sensed the scent of a Husho tribe Beastman. Xiao Yujia felt a rush of anxiety, but moments later, Lin Yi relaxed. It's all right. Your friend has returned. Friend? A Sheng. Xiao Yujia glanced into the distance, and indeed saw a white figure approaching rapidly. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. Bai Di was moving too quickly, exuding an air of urgency. Upon landing, he set Yu Sheng down and transformed into human form, shouting at Xiao Yujia, Jia, please save a Sheng. Upon seeing Yu Sheng's pained expression, Xiao Yujia remained exceptionally calm as she directed. Bai Di, go make me a bucket that can hold a Sheng, and bring it back cleaned. The Shi, fetch a bucket of water with that large wooden bucket. Be swift. At her command, both men dashed off. Xiao Yujia assisted Yu Sheng into the cave, where she laid her down on the bed. Then, she placed a stone pot over the fire, ready to pour in the water once Lin Yi returned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Di returned, breathless, carrying a new wooden bucket. Just as the water boiled, Xiao Yujia instructed him to pour it into the bucket. In his haste, Bai Di lifted the scorching stone pot with his bare hands and poured it in, causing Xiao Yujia's heart to race. She tested the water temperature and found it just right. Then, before the two men, she swiftly removed Yu Sheng's clothing, leaving her in a shift, and supported her to the bucket's edge. Bai Di, help me place her inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Di scooped Yu Sheng up and gently set her into the warm water. Xiao Yujia then handed Yu Sheng a small bucket, smiling as she said, here, let out. Yu Sheng looked at the bucket, her heart crumbling, but overwhelmed, she accepted it and, with a sob, burst into tears. The sound of her weeping stunned both Lin Yi and Bai Di. What truly astonished them was what followed. As Yu Sheng's tears streamed down her cheeks, they crystallized into translucent white pearls, plopping into the bucket with a series of clear sounds. Bai Di stood in shock, tears turning into pearls. ISNT, that a skill exclusive to the Haiyu Jiren tribe? Moreover, only Beastmen can do this. It's impossible for a female. Who exactly was a Sheng? Yet he quickly pushed those thoughts aside, resolving that no matter who she was his partner. Xiao Yujia observed his determined gaze, satisfied, and turned to prepare dinner. However, none of them were aware that at this very moment, beyond the woods outside the Hushao tribe, over 50 robed beastmen lay in wait. As the moon rose high, they launched their assault. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the tribe. The slumbering clan leader Shichiyo was jolted awake, hastily calming his partner before rushing out of the cave. Before he reached the square, he witnessed his people fleeing in terror. When he arrived, the sight before him threatened to shatter his heart. Warriors of the tribe lay slain in pools of blood, some even cannibalized. The females were crying out in desperation and fighting back. Roaring with rage, Shichiyo transformed into a massive tiger and charged into the fray, effortlessly toppling an enemy with a swipe of his paw. His arrival instantly lifted the tribe's spirits, igniting a fierce counterattack among the warriors. Yet, none anticipated that another group of rogue beastmen would stealthily navigate through the chaos, making their way toward the cave where the females and younglings were hiding. Inside the cave, an eerie silence enveloped them. At this critical juncture, a female named Hong Xia suddenly screamed, "Ah, you bumped into me." She forcefully shoved a frail female aside, then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her, hurling insults in a fit of rage. Those around them dared not express their anger, forced to watch helplessly. The frail female merely curled her body, silently shedding tears as she endured the blows and curses directed at her. Hong Xia, however, seemed to grow increasingly fervent in her assault, showing no signs of ceasing. All her fears regarding the chaos outside were vented upon this pitiable female. As the slaps intensified, Fuxian could no longer bear to watch. "I must tell you," she dashed forward in a single stride and shouted, "Hong Xia, have you lost your mind? Stop it. You've drawn blood from Hanyu." With that, she yanked the unfortunate Hanyu behind her. "What do you think happened next?" Rather than heed her words, Hong Xia defiantly retorted, "She is nothing but a wretched female. So what if I strike her?" Fuxian was left speechless in her indignation, bluntly stating, "She is your own sister, born of the same mother." Who could comprehend the dynamics of family? Despite already having two partners, Hong Xia incessantly pursued the son of the clan leader, and with such behavior, she aspired to become the future clan matriarch. Even more absurdly, she treated her half-sister as a servant, a rarity so peculiar that no other in the tribe could compare. Hong Xia sneered, "Sister? She has no right. She was born to serve me. It is only just that I discipline my own slave." I was taken aback by such a statement from a self-proclaimed paragon of entitlement. Fuxiang was rendered speechless from the sheer audacity. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the cave, followed by two resounding bangs. A boisterous voice broke through, "Huh? So you're hiding here?" Fuxiang and Hongxia ceased their bickering, both peering outside in terror. Standing at the cave entrance was a row of burly, unfamiliar beastmen, the leader bearing a menacing scar across his face. A shriek from Hongxia ignited a wave of panic. The group of rogue beastmen surveyed the cave like they were at a market, commenting, "There may be fewer females, but they all look quite appealing." Another urged, "Hubba, stop wasting time. Capture them quickly. The chief is waiting." Realizing they were there to capture, the cave erupted into chaos. The females, desperate to flee, yet finding no escape, huddled in corners, trembling uncontrollably. Fuxiang clutched the recently battered and now dazed Hongyu, her heart aching for her. Hubba could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Seize them." He then grabbed the shrieking Hongxia, lifting her effortlessly. Oh, how swiftly karma arrived. Moments ago, she had been strutting with bravado, yet now she screamed louder than anyone. The remaining rogue beastmen swarmed in, each capturing two, dragging them out like chicks. Hubba, holding onto Hongxia, inspected her, likely considering her an attractive offering for their mysterious chief. However, just as he was about to utter the words regarding the chief, a dramatic turn unfolded. Hubba's grip on Hongxia suddenly slackened, as if his strength had vanished. He looked ahead to see an elderly woman in a beast skin cloak, the tribe's great shaman, fixedly staring at him. Seizing the opportunity, Hongxia kicked Hubba away and scrambled behind the great shaman, all remnants of her earlier arrogance evaporating in fear. Hubba, now immobilized, shouted to his companion, "Baofeng, help me." Baofeng shook his head gravely. "There's nothing I can do. That is the tribe's great shaman, capable of harnessing the power of the beast god. You are under her control." Furious, Hubba howled at the sky. Yet, the great shaman, being elderly, found her strength waning quickly. As Hubba felt the restraints loosen, his courage surged, and he transformed his hands into claws, aiming to strike the great shaman and Hongxia. Just as he was about to grasp them, a white figure darted in like lightning. With a resounding crash, the clan leader, Shiqiu, arrived. With a single swipe of his paw, he sent Hubba's claws flying. In his beast form, the force propelled Hubba out of the cave entirely. I must tell you, Shiqiu was akin to a war god descending from the heavens. He had already dispatched the external minions and, upon hearing the female screams, rushed inside. Fearing for his wife's safety, Hubba rolled on the ground outside, coughing up blood, feeling as though his very insides were shattered. Observing the unfavorable situation, Baofeng swiftly lifted Hubba and, now in beast form, carried him away, shouting, "Let us go. We must report to the chief." The remaining rogue beastmen, seeing their leader fleeing, scattered like birds. Shiqiu led the warriors in clearing the aftermath and hurried to support the nearly fainting great shaman, exclaiming, "Great shaman, are you all right?" She shook her head, indicating mere exhaustion. Shiqiu finally sighed in relief, helping her to a resting place. Then he began searching the area for others. Upon spotting Fuxiang comforting the others, his anxious heart settled. While the tribe was in disarray, on the other side, can you believe it? In a place called Wuhuang Pingyuan, Bai Di was tending to the now sleeping Yu Sheng, blissfully unaware of the theft of his home. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia was grinning from ear to ear at a bucket full of pearls, contemplating how to make Yuyin cream. She even complained that Yu Sheng's habit of crying pearls was rather tiresome, akin to a monthly affliction. That evening, the serpent beast man named Lin Yi called out to Xiao Yujia, urging her to sleep as she stared dreamily at the pearls. Finally, she returned to reality, carefully placing the precious pearls away, and succumbed to slumber after a long day. Returning to the two fleeing rogue beastmen, Hubba and Baofeng, they dashed deep into the forest until they stopped beneath a grand tree. Baofeng set Hubba down and knelt before the tree, trembling as he reported, "Chief, our entire army has been annihilated." As soon as he finished speaking, a man clad in dark green finery and wearing a silver mask emerged from behind a tree. His fox-like eyes were as sharp as ice, causing Baofeng to hold his breath. "What did you say?" The voice was chillingly cold. Baofeng repeated himself in fear. Yet, the masked man did not rage. Instead, he said quietly, "I shall grant you one more chance. Take 50 men and retrieve the females from that tribe." With that, he vanished. Baofeng then noticed a small porcelain bottle on the ground, quickly picking it up to administer its contents to Hubba. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, Fuxiang gazed at the injured Shiqiu with deep concern. The tribe suffered heavy losses, with half of their 100 warriors perished, leaving only a mere dozen tribespeople. A thought suddenly struck Fuxiang, and she said to Shiqiu, perhaps we should seek Baidi's offspring. She felt that Baidi was the tribe's last hope, and that little female by his side seemed extraordinary. Shiqiu hesitated, fearing trouble for Baidi and his kin. Just then, the great shaman approached with a solemn expression, stating, "Clan leader, we must go. That little female may be connected to the legend." Mention of a legend ignited a spark in Shiqiu's eyes. He decisively proclaimed, "Yes. Let us find Baidi's offspring. Everyone rest for the night. We shall depart at dawn for Wuhuang Pingyuan." Upon this announcement, some voiced their objections, claiming that place was forbidden, inhabited by serpent beastmen, and too perilous. Yet the majority chose to believe in their leader, as Baidi had returned alive from there. If a mere female could survive, it couldn't be that terrifying. Early the next morning, Shiqiu set forth with the willing tribespeople, those reluctant to leave, fearing the rogue beastmen might return at any moment, eventually followed the main group. Just as they departed, Hubba and Baofeng returned with 50 individuals, only to find the tribe deserted. Baofeng caught a scent and declared, "Over here, follow me." Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia and her companions were blissfully enjoying their time. Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi ventured into the bamboo grove to forage for bamboo shoots, seeking a change of flavor, while Baidi and Yusheng frolicked by the seaside. Qiao Yujia, wielding a small dagger, was enthusiastically digging, while Lin Yi watched beside her, a look of concern on his face, pondering whether this delicacy could truly be delectable. He mused about the hardships Qiao Yujia had endured in the past. Observing his expression, Qiao Yujia transformed into her internet persona and educated him. "This is bamboo shoot. It's absolutely delicious. If there's any left, we can pickle it for winter." Upon hearing that there would be food during winter, Lin Ye's eyes widened with excitement. And without further ado, he joined the bamboo shoot foraging brigade. The four had just finished a lunch of roasted sweet potatoes and jerky when Lin Ye's demeanor abruptly shifted. He pulled Qiao Yujia into his embrace, eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. There's an unfamiliar orc scent. It carries a scent of blood and the stench of wandering orcs. Baidi also caught the scent, but recognized a familiar aroma, exclaiming, "Don't worry, it's our tribe's kin." Yet, he soon found himself perplexed. Why would the tribe be here, and why did they carry the scent of blood? Before he could ponder further, Lin Yi interjected, "And there are wandering orcs pursuing them." At this revelation, Baidi lost his composure, instantly transforming into his beast form and charging forward. Lin Yi, concerned, secured their belongings and pursued after Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. Things escalated quickly. Hubba and Bao Feng finally caught up with the Huxiao tribe's group. Hubba shouted, "They are over there." When the Huxiao tribe members turned, they were dismayed to see the same troublesome adversaries once more. After fleeing for what felt like an eternity, they were still pursued, leaving them wondering if they could survive this ordeal. "Take 10 individuals and escort our kin to safety. I will hold them off." Though Xing wished to stay and fight alongside him, Shiqiu firmly declared, "The safety of our kin is paramount." Left with no choice, Xing tearfully led their kin into the Wuhuang plain. As they entered, they encountered Baidi rushing towards them. Xing fell to his knees, panicked and nearly in tears. "Baidi, please save the clan leader." Upon hearing that his father was in danger, Baidi was filled with urgency. He instructed Xing to take care of their kin before turning back to confront the threat. Just as he departed, Qiao Yujia and her companion arrived. The young orcs from the Huxiao tribe, upon seeing the two luminous females, were captivated. However, Lin Yi shot them a cold glare, and they quickly fell silent. Ignoring the onlookers, Qiao Yujia sensed Yusheng's fear and urged Lin Yi, "Go assist Baidi. I will be fine." Lin Yi nodded and hurried off. Qiao Yujia then turned to face the distressed members of her tribe. After a brief exchange with the tribe's shaman, she led them to seek refuge in a cave. Meanwhile, with the formidable presence of Baidi and Lin Yi on the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The wandering orcs found themselves overwhelmed and cried out for mercy. Seeing the battle turning against them, Hubba, in a fit of rage, activated his berserk mode, his body swelling in size, and with a single swipe, he sent Shiqiu flying. Baidi, his eyes filled with fury, rushed to catch his father. Lin Yi, recognizing the precarious situation, understood that they could not linger and quickly coordinated with Baidi to retreat with the remaining warriors. The frenzied Hubba, ecstatic with his newfound power, charged after them. Baofeng, concerned for Hubba's well-being, hurriedly followed. Just as they reached the forest's edge, Bao Feng abruptly halted and blocked Hu Ba's path. Hu Ba, stop. We cannot proceed any further. That area is forbidden. Enraged and blinded by fury, Hu Ba roared back. Get out of the way. The forbidden ground is meant for the tribe's orcs. It has nothing to do with us wandering orcs. In a shocking turn of events, a resounding bang echoed as Hu Ba was forcefully repelled back, landing disoriented on the ground. The scene was so surreal. It felt as though he had been ejected from a chat group. In the cave where Xiao Yujia and her friends had taken refuge, tranquility reigned. After everyone settled in, Xiao Yujia produced sweet potatoes, igniting a fire to roast them. The members of the Hushao tribe, unfamiliar with such delicacies, devoured them with wide-eyed amazement, exclaiming how delicious they were, utterly captivated by this heavenly treat. I pondered whether this was merely roasted sweet potato and questioned the extent of their enthusiasm. However, their naive reactions were quite amusing. Yet, in this harmonious atmosphere, a troublemaker named Xiao Gu stealthily approached Yu Sheng, taking advantage of the distraction. His expression was so greasy, it could be used for frying. He seized Yu Sheng's hand, declaring, "Little female, you are truly beautiful." I was taken aback. Such antiquated methods of flirtation were hardly appealing. Yu Sheng's face turned pale as she struggled, calling out for Xiao Yujia to rescue her. She had sensed something was amiss with this man. His gaze was not one of admiration, but of predation, as if he intended to devour her whole. Upon hearing her plea, Xiao Yujia sprang into action, brandishing a long whip that seemingly appeared from thin air. With a swift flick of her wrist, she struck Xiao Gu's unruly hand with a sharp crack. He winced in pain, releasing Yu Sheng, who scrambled to hide behind Xiao Yujia. I stood in astonishment, marveling at my best friend's surprising combat prowess. However, astonishingly, Xiao Gu was undeterred. Instead, he looked at his injured hand with heightened excitement, as if fueled by adrenaline, and approached Xiao Yujia, muttering about how impressive she was. I was incredulous. Was this a manifestation of a masochistic tendency? Without hesitation, Xiao Yujia retaliated, whacking him squarely in the chest, leaving a crimson mark. Yet, the man seemed unfazed and transformed into a towering white tiger, raising his paw to strike. My heart raced. Just then, Xiao Yujia executed a graceful backflip, her movements reminiscent of a martial arts film, and with a swift crack of her whip, she struck the tiger's paw with precision. What followed was a dazzling display of skill. The massive tiger lunged again and again, but Xiao Yujia evaded each attack with finesse, countering with stinging blows from her whip. The once majestic white tiger was reduced to a bloodied red, its body marked by her strikes. The onlookers from the Hu Shao tribe were left in stunned silence, jaws dropped, none daring to intervene. Oh, how I marveled at my best friend, a hidden talent revealed, and I couldn't help but think that this friendship might be developing some cracks. Yu Sheng stood beside me, equally stunned and feeling betrayed, as if she had misjudged Xiao Yujia completely. Just then, Lin Yi and Bai Di returned, carrying the injured back to the cave. Upon entering, Lin Yi witnessed Xiao Yujia's fierce battle against the white tiger and could not suppress his smile. Pride evident on his face, silently affirming, "She is indeed the woman I admire." As Xiao Yujia caught sight of Lin Yi and the others returning, perhaps relief washed over her, and she abruptly lost her energy, collapsing from midair. The white tiger still attempted to play the hero, but just as it approached, a massive serpent's tail struck it away forcefully. In the next moment, Xiao Yujia found herself safely cradled in Lin Yi's strong arms. Exhausted, she murmured, "I'm so tired," before drifting into a deep slumber. Lin Yi's heart ached for her as he carried her back to the cave, covering her with animal hides, and casting a fierce glare at the now-standing Xiao Gu, his eyes icy enough to freeze time. Meanwhile, the shaman of the Hu Shao tribe surveyed their injured kin, shaking her head in despair. The meager herbs she possessed could only tend to surface wounds, while the deep gashes required far more than she could provide. She was preparing to crush the herbs to apply to the wounds when Yu Sheng, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened. The great shaman exclaimed that such actions were unacceptable, prompting Aishing to rush forward to intervene. However, another troublemaker emerged, a woman named Hongxia, who appeared to be an admirer of the White Emperor. She forcefully shoved Aishing aside, her voice shrill as she shouted, "What do you, an outsider, understand? Do not cause chaos here." Aishing stumbled and fell to the ground, scraping her wrist in the process. Just then, the White Emperor returned and witnessed the scene, his eyes reddening with concern as he hurried to help Aishing up, his heart aching for her. Hongxia, standing nearby, turned green with fury. Aishing, however, chose not to engage with her provocation. She requested the White Emperor to fetch a bucket of water to clean her wrist. And after applying some scar ointment given to her by Jiajia, the wound began to fade almost immediately. The great shaman, captivated, inquired about this miraculous remedy. Aishing kindly instructed them on the proper method for treating wounds. First clean the area with a damp, clean hide, then apply the medicine. The great shaman listened intently, his gratitude flowing as if he had discovered a new world. With this newfound knowledge, the Hushao tribe settled down completely, deciding to dig a new cave instead of returning to their previous location. In the evening, Jiajia finally awoke. Upon hearing Aishing say that the tribe leader of Hushao was gravely ill, she wasted no time in rushing to save him. Upon arrival, she immediately removed the herbs the great shaman had applied and, to the astonishment of all present, began to stitch the wound using needle and thread. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The great shaman stood by, his jaw agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. After Jiajia completed the stitching and applied the medicine, her actions were so fluid and professional, it was as though she had just emerged from an operating room. All right, the rest is up to them. They may develop a fever tonight. If that happens, just call for me, Jiajia instructed. The great shaman nearly knelt in gratitude, repeatedly thanking her. That night, Jiajia began to cook, and the aroma was simply divine. She rendered pork fat, producing golden, crispy cracklings. Aisheng, drawn by the enticing smell, hurried over. Jiajia instructed her to share some with the tribe's little ones. Aisheng held out a bowl, offering the first piece to the White Emperor, who devoured it with gleaming eyes, likely savoring such earthly delights for the first time. Hongxia, watching the pair from a distance, glared at them with venomous eyes. After satisfying their hunger, Aisheng grew drowsy, leaning against the White Emperor, dozing off like a chick pecking at rice. The White Emperor finished her uneaten food and gently carried her to the riverbank, where he tenderly wiped her face and rinsed her mouth with a damp hide. His every action filled with warmth and care. He then carried the sleeping Aishing back to their cave. The next morning, a new drama unfolded. Hongxia seized the opportunity to grab Aishing's wrist, threatening her fiercely, "You shameless female. Stay away from the White Emperor, or I will kill you." Aishing winced as Hongxia's grip tightened. The commotion drew Jiajia out of the cave, where she witnessed Hongxia crying and falsely accusing Aishing of assault. Jiajia approached without hesitation and delivered a sharp slap across Hongxia's face. "You invited Aishing to gather, did you not?" Jiajia stated, expressionless, as she raised Aishing's bruised wrist. "Then what is this?" Hongxia, clutching her face, was about to throw a tantrum. "You dare hit me. Do you know who I?" Before she could finish, Jiajia responded with another resounding slap. The first slap had been somewhat awkward. This one was perfectly symmetrical and far more satisfying. "No need to thank me," she remarked, taking Aishing by the hand and walking away, with the White Emperor and Lin Yi immediately following. Lin Yi gently rubbed Jiajia's hand, asking if it hurt. The members of the Hushao tribe looked at Hongxia with bemusement as she let out a shriek of frustration, stomping her feet in place. Eventually, the great shaman intervened, instructing everyone to return to their tasks and ignore her. The females all rushed to their cave, eager to assist. They worked enthusiastically, marinating meat and preparing pickled bamboo shoots. Fully engrossed, as if Hongxia were merely air. Only her two companions attempted to console her, but she ignored them, storming back to her cave in anger. After a while, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she sneaked away. As for what mischief Hongxia was up to, we shall leave that aside for now, for it surely cannot lead to anything good. Meanwhile, Jiajia and the others finished marinating the meat and did not remain idle. Lin Yi took a group to the seaside, hauling several large buckets of seawater back. It turned out that the tribe's salt supply was running low. Lin Yi learned from Jiajia that salt was essential not only for preserving food, but also for maintaining energy. Without it, one would feel lethargic. This was unacceptable. His little female must remain healthy. Once all the meat was marinated, Jiajia surveyed the abundantly filled cave, finally feeling a sense of security. Noticing that it was now noon, she called everyone together, suggesting they enjoy a lunch of stir-fried dishes and stone-grilled meat. At that moment, a young female named Hanyu appeared bewildered and asked Jiajia, "Didn't Tiwi eat this morning? Why do we need to eat again at noon?" Oh, how my heart ached upon hearing those words. Jiajia, too, was taken aback, but then gently explained, whether orc or female, we must have 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Only when we are well fed can we have the strength to carry on. Upon hearing this, Hongyu's face paled. She quickly responded, But our tribe has always only eaten 2 meals a day. Winter is approaching. We must conserve food. She recounted how, during winter, the orcs would give all the food to the females and young. Yet every year, some would still starve to death or freeze. This history shocked me. This young girl, Hanyu, was the younger sister of the troublesome Hongxia, who had bullied her and stolen her food since childhood. Her survival was nothing short of a miracle. Thus, when Jiajia reprimanded Hongxia today, it must have felt immensely satisfying for her. Jiajia felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing Hongyu's story. She grasped Hongyu's hand and said, "Remember, food is not something to be hoarded. It is what we strive to reclaim. There is an abundance of delicious food on this continent. Do not worry." I must say, Jiajia's words were not just empty promises. She had a plan in mind, envisioning a miraculous city of abundance, drawing from the culinary heritage of 5,000 years of Huaxia civilization, an endeavor she could achieve in no time at all. As soon as she spoke, the surrounding females fell silent, as if suddenly struck by a revelation. The tribe matriarch, Fu Xiang, and the great shaman, who had been eavesdropping at the cave entrance, exchanged astonished glances, both in awe of this young female's advanced thinking. The great shaman felt a surge of joy. She had thought that Yu Sheng was remarkable, but now she had encountered someone even more extraordinary. Alas, it seemed that Jiajia was resolutely committed to that snake-like orc. Fu Xiang pondered where these two remarkable young females had come from, as they were clearly exceptional. The great shaman, however, shook her head, sensing a strange familiarity between Jiajia and Yu Sheng and two figures from her distant memories, though she could not quite recall who they were. Returning to the cave, the stone-grilled meat was sizzling and oozing with juices. The aroma was irresistible, causing a group of females to drool uncontrollably, especially when Jiajia sprinkled that pristine white powder. The fragrance intensified dramatically. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain themselves, and the sound of slurping echoed loudly, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds throughout the cave. Jiajia, observing their eagerness, chuckled and suggested, "Why not let you all try a piece?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a swarm of females lunged forward, their grimy claws reaching for the scorching stone. They snatched up the meat slices, heedless of the heat, shoving them into their mouths. At that moment, it felt as though they were not feasting on grilled meat, but rather indulging in a buffet of pathogenic bacteria. Jiajia and Yu Sheng were taken aback and hurriedly intervened. Jiajia produced 2 small bamboo sticks, demonstrated how to elegantly pick up a piece of meat and place it in her mouth, then handed the other pair to Hanyu, saying, "Would you like to try this?" Hanyu, bewildered, held the 2 sticks and asked Jiajia, "What are these?" "They're called chopsticks," Jiajia patiently explained. "Use them to eat cooked food. They won't burn your hands and can help prevent illness." Illness? The females were even more confused. Can you get sick from eating? Upon observing the eager and bewildered expressions of her peers, Xiao Yujia recognized that it was time for a hygiene lesson. She pointed to their grimy nails and remarked, "Consider this. We venture outdoors daily. Our hands are laden with dirt, and countless invisible pests are nestled beneath our nails. If we were to consume food directly with our hands, we would inadvertently ingest these creatures, allowing them to establish themselves within our body's breed, and ultimately host a grand family reunion within us. Over time, how can one avoid illness?" A collective gasp of horror echoed throughout the gathering. As the gravity of her words settled in, the impact of her enlightening discourse was remarkable. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, clumsily attempting to learn the art of eating. Some quickly mastered the technique, while others resorted to using chopsticks like forks, skewering meat, and sending it directly to their mouths. Regardless of their methods, no one dared to use their hands any longer. Delicious, exquisite, the stone-grilled meat captivated the appetites of all present. With cheek stuffed, Hanyu inquired Jiajia, "What was that white powder you sprinkled earlier?" "Oh, you mean this?" Xiao Yujia opened a bamboo jar. "This is salt, derived from seawater. Consuming it daily revitalizes our bodies, preventing fatigue." Upon hearing this, the females immediately recognized its importance, for nobody wished to fall ill. Outside, the great shaman's expression sharpened, as this matter pertained to the survival of the entire tribe. As they spoke, Lin Yi and the others returned, carrying seawater. Xiao Yujia promptly instructed them to set up a large stone pot to begin boiling salt. Once satisfied that everything was in order, she slipped into the cave to check on the chief, Shi Qiu. "Great shaman, how is he faring?" The great shaman shook her head, indicating all was well. Upon crouching down for a closer look, Xiao Yujia was astonished to see that the ghastly wound on his abdomen had nearly healed overnight. Such remarkable recuperative power would leave even Wolverine in awe. She produced a jar of scar cream for the great shaman, advising her to apply it daily to ensure no scars would remain. The great shaman hesitated, deeming it too precious. Xiao Yujia waved her hand dismissively, assuring her that there was plenty more where that came from, before returning to oversee the salt preparation. As dusk approached, Hong Xia sauntered back, accompanied by her two male companions. Their expressions were as grave as those who had just witnessed the national football team's dismal performance in 2025. It was evident that Hong Xia had once again stirred up trouble outside, leaving her companions in a moral quandary about whether to report her misdeeds. That evening, thanks to Xiao Yujia's hygiene indoctrination, all the females remarkably washed themselves thoroughly by the riverside before retiring for the night. Only Hong Xia, the little troublemaker, tossed and turned restlessly, evidently concocting some scheme. In the dead of night, as the moon cast an ominous glow and the wind whispered through the trees, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the cave, evading all guards and making a beeline for Xiao Yujia. Crouching beside her, he gazed at her familiar face, feeling an odd sense of recognition. Just as he reached out to confirm his suspicions, a hidden aura unexpectedly escaped him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi sprang awake, seizing the intruder's hand with lightning speed and dragging him out of the cave without a sound, prioritizing the protection of his wife and the peace of the community. The following morning, it was the enticing aroma of grilled meat that roused Xiao Yujia from her slumber. Drowsily, she approached the fire pit, where she spotted Lin Ye's tall silhouette busy at work. She crouched behind him, resembling a small kitten, her eyes fixated on the delectable meat. Lin Yi turned to see her and affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "Awake? Go freshen up. The grilled meat awaits." Mua, Xiao Yujia nodded, lifting her face to plant a loud kiss on his cheek before scampering away. Lin Yi touched the spot where she had kissed him, grinning from ear to ear, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, his thoughts quickly returned to the assailant from the previous night. That individual bore no trace of beastkin, yet possessed an extraordinary power that had nearly bested him. Just as Yusheng returned from washing up, she caught sight of Lin Ye's soft smile and felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, akin to a subway commuter witnessing a strange sight. She mused, "This snake man smile is downright unsettling. He must be scheming something devious. I must find an opportunity to warn Jiajia. She must not fall for his charms." Unbeknownst to Xiao Yujia, her friend's overactive imagination was at play. She accepted the grilled meat Lin Yi offered and took a bite, her eyes lighting up. "Delicious. Your culinary skills are impressive, big snake." At this simple compliment, Lin Ye's heart raced, as if it might burst. However, at that moment, Xiao Yujia suddenly noticed a scar on his arm. She immediately set down the meat and grasped his hand, exclaiming, "What happened to this injury?" Lin Yi averted his gaze, sheepishly responding, "I accidentally scraped it on a branch." His shifty eyes betrayed his insincerity, reminiscent of certain overly hyped celebrities. Xiao Yujia, adept at reading minds, saw through his facade, but replied, "Oh, do be more careful next time." Internally, she scolded the big snake 100 times for attempting to deceive her, believing her to be naive. Just as she prepared to interrogate him further, Hanyu called out from outside, "Jiajia, can we go foraging today?" Xiao Yujia had no choice but to agree, stuffing a tube of ointment into Lin Ye's hand before casting him a warning look that promised future discussions, and then she led Hong Yu and the others outside. After they departed, Lin Yi hurriedly took his companions to inspect the traps in the forest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia guided the females to the small valley where they had previously discovered sweet potatoes. Upon spotting the red-fruited trees, the females scampered up like monkeys to pluck the fruits. Xiao Yujia, however, made her way directly to the area where sweet potatoes grew, intending to harvest some for seeds. Not seeing her, Hong Yu searched around until she finally discovered her crouched down, digging in the ground. "Jiajia, what are you doing?" Xiao Yujia looked up with a smile. "This is something you all tasted yesterday." As Hong Yu gazed at the lush green leaves, she pondered for a moment before realizing upon seeing the purple-red tubers in Xiao Yujia's basket. "This is sweet potato?" "Indeed, the leaves are also edible," Xiao Yujia added. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu immediately plucked a leaf and popped it in her mouth, only to spit it out in a flurry, her face contorted in disgust. "Bitter. Not tasty." Xiao Yujia chuckled at her reaction, quickly offering her some water. "Eating it raw won't taste good. If you want to try it, Collect some, and I'll cook it for you. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly gathered a large handful. Xiao Yujia continued to venture deeper into the valley, hoping to uncover more treasures. To her delight, her luck struck again as she stumbled upon a familiar plant by the pond. The long leaves unmistakably belonged to radishes. The leaves were even taller than her legs, prompting her to wonder if the soil here was enriched with extraordinary nutrients. She took out her dagger and dug around for a while before rising to grasp the radish leaves, pulling with all her might. Despite her efforts, the radish remained stubbornly rooted, as if it had been welded to the earth. Just as she was on the verge of giving up, Hong Yu rushed over, exclaiming, "Jia, let me help you." Overjoyed, Xiao Yujia beckoned her, "Quickly, I have discovered a new food source." Upon hearing the promise of new food, Hong Yu dashed over, followed closely by the other females. Xiao Yujia pointed at the large leaves, announcing, "This is called radish. It is edible and can be dried for winter storage." The mention of winter storage sent the females into a frenzy. Even Fu Xiang, the chief's mother, excitedly approached to inquire if it was true. Xiao Yujia meticulously explained how to dry radishes, and then enlisted the strong Hong Yu to assist with the pulling. Sure enough, with Hong Yu's help, they soon unearthed a radish as thick as Xiao Yujia's thighs and nearly as long as her arms. Wow, what a massive radish! Xiao Yujia's mind raced with culinary possibilities. Radish and pork soup, spicy dried radish, and sour radish duck soup. She was nearly salivating. The group eagerly joined forces, pulling up a bounty of plump, white radishes. Yet a dilemma arose. The bamboo basket was far too small to contain them all. Xiao Yujia's mind sparked with inspiration, and she hurriedly gathered a bundle of vines, deftly weaving a vast net in mere moments. She instructed everyone to place the radishes within, then called upon the orc warriors responsible for security, urging them to transform back into their beastly forms and carry the bountiful net of radishes back to camp. As they returned laden with their harvest, Lin Ye's hunting party coincidentally arrived as well. In front of the cave, Yu Sheng was busily cooking, filling the air with the enticing aromas of dried meat and bamboo shoots. When the two groups met, the joy of a fruitful harvest enveloped the entire tribe. Upon spotting Xiao Yujia, Yu Sheng abandoned her task and rushed over to envelop her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Jia, have you found something delicious?" Xiao Yujia excitedly gestured. "Let me tell you, I discovered a field of radishes. They are this big, so thick." Yu Sheng's eyes sparkled with wonder, and as she glanced at the plump white radishes nestled within the vine net, she couldn't help but drool, noticing that Lin Yi and the others had returned. Xiao Yujia decisively declared, "Perfect. Let's add a dish today, radish and pork rib soup." The thought of them discarding the bones yesterday filled her with regret. "Yay!" Yu Sheng exclaimed joyfully at the mention of pork rib soup, leaping in delight. Xiao Yujia chuckled and urged her to begin frying bamboo shoots with meat while she turned to Hong Yu, saying, "Hong Yu, come on. Let us wash a few large radishes to prepare a delicious meal for you all." In the cave, Hong Xiao observed the cheerful banter between Hong Yu and Xiao Yujia, her anger boiling as she silently plotted to have the shaman dissolve their sisterly bond after winter, turning Hong Yu into a slave to curb her audacity. By the riverbank, as Xiao Yujia led the others in washing radishes, she unexpectedly collided face-to-face with Lin Yi, who was approaching to divide the game. Both blushed instantly. Watching them meticulously scrape the meat off the bones, ready to discard them, Xiao Yujia felt a pang of distress. She rushed over lamenting, "Oh no, you've cleaned all the meat off these bones." Lin Yi, catching the glimmer of longing in her eyes, understood immediately. "Jia, do you want these?" Nodding vigorously, Xiao Yujia expressed her desire. The orcs, bemused, questioned, "Jia, bones aren't edible. What do you want them for?" With a confident lift of her chin, Xiao Yujia proclaimed, "Today, you shall witness whether or not these bones can be consumed." With that, she drew a dagger and attempted to cut through a wild boar, extracting a few meaty ribs. However, her small knife proved inadequate against the bone, and as frustration mounted, she turned to Lin Yi with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling with cunning. "Dear Lin Yi," she sweetly cooed, "could you help me chop these bones into sizable chunks?" Lin Yi, captivated by her gaze, felt a surge of heat within him and forced himself to suppress it. Nodding, he swiftly sliced through the tough ribs as if they were mere tofu, creating evenly cut pieces of meat. Xiao Yujia rewarded him with a radiant smile before joyfully carrying a basket of ribs to wash by the river with Hong Yu and the others. "I must tell you, I was just pulled from the fire, and my head is still buzzing. The feeling was surreal, had it not been for a mere second. My friend Yu Sheng and I would have transformed into two charred little females. Who understands this, right? Before we could catch our breath, we were whisked away to the shaman's cave. I must tell you, the way the shaman looked at us was as if she could see through us, making us tremble in fear. When she spoke, it nearly sent me away. She asked, "Didn't you go to meet the beast god? Why are you awake again?" What the heck? Meet the beast god? Does that not imply death? I was left utterly bewildered. Yu Sheng and I exchanged glances, realizing we had essentially died once already. Our expressions became sharp as we directed accusatory glares at Lin Yi and Bai Di, synchronously demanding, "Tell us, have we died once?" Those typically arrogant orcs deflated like punctured balloons, nodding sheepishly. Well, that confirmed it. Our breath escaped us, nearly collapsing in disbelief. This method of dying was quite abstract. We were fit enough to climb mountains and battle tigers. How could we have perished? After much stammering, they finally managed to utter a few words. "You died from coughing up blood." I was utterly flabbergasted. Coughing up blood? What nonsense! We hadn't contracted any terminal illness, nor had we sustained internal injuries. How could we simply perish for no reason? This script was absurd. Seeing our skepticism, the two hurriedly swore by the honor of the beast god. Fine, if they swore, we had no choice but to believe them. This situation was too peculiar. But there was no point in pondering it further. We set it aside for now. As our emotions settled, the shaman cleared her throat and began to recount ancient tales. She spoke of a time when the land of the orcs was an arid wasteland beyond salvage. Then, one day, with a resounding duong, a magnificent golden dragon descended from the heavens, showering blessings upon the earth and reviving all living things. It even bestowed the ability to transform upon certain beasts, marking the inception of the orc race. Then came the most outrageous part. The shaman revealed that before the dragon, the beast god, vanished. It foretold a prophecy stating that 100 years later, two divine maidens named Jejia and Sheng would descend, capable of transformation, one governing the land and the other the ocean. Upon concluding her tale, the shaman cryptically added, "From a moment this prophecy emerged until now." Exactly 100 years have passed. Wait a minute. Was she directly referring to us by name? Yu Sheng and I were left stunned. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, nearly burning out my brain. Noticing our bewilderment, the shaman sighed and gestured for assistance, leaving us in a whirlwind of confusion. Let it be, let it be. If it's beyond comprehension, we'll leave it for the future. We exchanged glances, understanding that we had work to do. First, we must help the tribe survive the winter. The following day, the hunting team set out early, and Yu Sheng and I took the females to that small valley to gather resources. However, the troublemaker Hong Xia trailed behind us, like an unwelcome shadow, believing herself to be a secret agent. Her attempts at stealth were laughably clumsy, and I pretended not to notice, curious about her ulterior motives. I diverged from the main group, making my way deeper into the valley. As I walked, I suddenly spotted several barren mountains in the distance, stark and devoid of life. As if shaved clean, my obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. I had to investigate. At that moment, I felt like the luckiest person alive. At the foot of those barren mountains, I discovered glimmering white granules. My heart raced. Could it be what I hoped? I hurried over, tasting a pinch. It was salty. Salt. A whole 5 mountains of salt mines. This was a monumental discovery, enough to sustain the entire tribe for generations. I needed to rush back and share the news. This was incredible. I turned and sprinted back, leaving Hong Xia far behind. I reached the gathering point breathless, where the females had finished collecting and were preparing to wrap up. Aunt Fu, noticing my flushed face, quickly handed me water. I gulped down several mouthfuls, regained my composure, and with a mysterious smile, announced, "Let us head back. I have monumental news to share." Upon returning to the tribe, I shared the matter with the Grand Shaman, and everyone was left astounded. Salt. This substance is more precious than gold. With salt, large quantities of meat can be preserved, ensuring survival through the winter. However, a dilemma arises. The salt mine is located in 5 mountains, and transporting it by hand would take an eternity. Simply having resources is insufficient. We also require productive tools. I immediately addressed the Grand Shaman. I need to create something called a cart. Who in the tribe possesses the finest craftsmanship? Can it be done? The Grand Shaman smacked her thigh. Shiyu, that lad crafts the sharpest bone knives. He will surely manage. Ani Fuxiang was more direct, seizing my arm. Come, I shall take you to find him. He is likely tinkering away, in some corner. We searched the clearing and soon discovered an orc quietly polishing a bone knife in a secluded spot. He had an endearing demeanor, with silver-gray hair and gentle almond eyes. Upon Ani Fushian's call, he looked up at us, his ears turning crimson. I quickly took out a twig and sketched a design for a cart on the ground, adding railings on 3 sides to prevent items from falling out. The simplicity of modern technology astonished the primitive orc. As soon as Shiyu beheld my drawing, he transformed from an introverted individual to an enthusiastic one, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he eagerly inquired about its purpose. I explained how the cart would facilitate the transport of game and new food, significantly alleviating the burden of labor. To my amusement, this seemingly gentle orc flexed his muscular arms, exclaiming, "But orcs possess great strength." I couldn't help but chuckle at the incongruity of his delicate features juxtaposed with his powerful physique. I launched into my presentation mode, emphasizing that even great strength cannot negate the exhaustion of making countless trips. I urged him to consider the benefits during migration with this cart. How much more could be transported? How much less suffering would the females and young endure? Shiyu fell silent, his mind clearly racing as he contemplated the implications. The realization struck him like lightning. Orc warriors, after exhausting hunts, could only bring back a couple of prey, unlike the abundance of meat we now enjoy daily. If the cart could indeed carry more, it would signify a revolution in productivity. He slapped his thigh and declared, "I understand. When do you need it? I shall create it." Xiao Yuzha waved her hand, signaling for patience and suggesting a slower pace. I suspected she had intended to venture to the salt mines the following day, but this new plan would necessitate a delay. Thus, the decision was made. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, and Lin Yi and his companions returned. The scene was electrifying as the orc guards, spotting their shadows, shouted with exuberance, "The chief has returned. They are back." This call resonated like a battle cry, prompting a throng of villagers to rush forth to welcome them. Among the crowd was Hongxia, and upon seeing her expression, I sensed something amiss. She was poised like a sprinter awaiting the starting gun, her gaze fixed on Baidi. Before long, a group of large white tigers dashed toward us like bolts of white lightning, their speed indicating a longing for home. Lin Yi led the charge, honing in on Xiao Yuzha from afar, accelerating his pace until he transformed into his human form, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Jejia, I have returned. Welcome home." The atmosphere was sweetly intoxicating. Shortly after, Baidi arrived, just a few steps away from Yuxing, shifting into his human form and extending his arms in anticipation of a loving embrace. However, I was taken aback by what transpired next. Hongxia, seizing the moment, sidestepped Yuxing and launched herself into Baidi's arms like a cannonball. "Baidi, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you." Her display of emotion was fervent, clinging to him without a hint of hesitation. Baidi, momentarily stunned, sensed the discord in the air. His hand, which had been poised to embrace Yuxing, froze midair, creating an awkward spectacle. To make matters worse, Hongxia's 2 partners watched in dismay as their beloved rushed to embrace another man, their hearts shattering like fragile glass. They must have thought, "We acknowledge Baidi's prowess, but does everyone in the tribe not know he does not favor you? Can we not possess a modicum of self-awareness?" Seeing Yuxing stumble, Xiao Yuzha quickly extricated herself from Lin Ye's embrace to his sister. Yuxing dusted herself off and attempted to move forward, but Xiao Yuzha halted her, insisting, "Wait, trust Baidi. He will handle this." Indeed, Baidi regained his composure and decisively pushed Hongxia away, executing the action with remarkable clarity. As she was cast aside, Hongxia gazed resentfully at Baidi's retreating form as he approached Yuxing, her eyes gleaming with venom. Her partner, Li, rushed to support her, and while she expressed gratitude, she began to weave grand promises. "This winter, I will bear you a child." I stood nearby, shaking my head in disbelief, while her friend Chio exploded in indignation, exclaiming, "You're still thinking of Baidi? Have you no shame?" Hongxia, struck by the truth of his words, grew furious. No food for you today." Chio, equally stubborn, retorted, "If I don't eat, I won't eat. As if you decide in this tribe." With that, he turned away, his demeanor radiating the sentiment that his greatest mistake in life was choosing her as a partner. As the drama unfolded, the others began unloading their haul. Xiao Yuzha, along with several females, sorted through wild vegetables. I approached to inspect the bounty and was astonished to find not only vegetables, but also strawberries, raspberries, and pears. Even more remarkable, nestled in a bamboo basket, was a fluffy, snow-white cotton ball. Upon discovering it, Xiao Yujia's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this cotton? Comment assure you? The cotton was larger than her head. The ecological environment of the Orc continent is truly remarkable. She excitedly displayed the cotton to Yushin, and both were nearly beside themselves with joy. The females gathered around, chattering inquisitively about its uses. Xiao Yujia began to educate them. This is a valuable resource. We can fill animal skins to make warm clothing and even create scarves and gloves. Winter won't be a concern. Upon hearing this, Ani Fuxiang's eyes sparkled, recognizing its significance for the tribe's survival in winter, and she hurriedly inquired about the production process. Xiao Yujia advised against haste, asserting they first needed materials. She then turned to Lin Yi. Dashi, where did you find this cotton? Is it far? Lin Yi replied, in a valley, about half a day's journey. The entire valley is filled with it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia's mind began to race with ideas, and she made a decisive proclamation. Lin Yi, take me tomorrow. I must see it. No, it's too dangerous. Lin Yi immediately rejected the notion without hesitation. Trust me, I can protect myself. With her persuasive words, Lin Ye's resolve crumbled, for he was particularly susceptible to her charm. The following morning, after breakfast, they set out. Baidi stayed behind to watch over Yushin, preventing her from causing any further trouble. What should have been a half-day journey turned into an extended trek as Xiao Yujia, resembling a walking plant scanner, was captivated by every herb and edible fruit she encountered, stuffing her backpack full. Finally, at noon, they reached the valley. Lin Yi gestured below. Jejia, it is right there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia dashed forward, screeching to a halt at the valley's entrance. Lin Yi assumed she was frightened, but upon closer inspection, he saw her eyes shining with excitement. Dashi, hurry. We must harvest the cotton. This way, you won't have to sleep so long in winter. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's heart melted, and without a second thought, he scooped her up and descended into the valley. The scene was breathtaking. Below lay an expanse of snowy white cotton, each cotton tree towering above Xiao Yujia, with cotton blooms larger than her head bursting forth. She reached out, yet could not grasp them. Her little arms stretched high, but to no avail. Lin Yi burst into laughter beside her. What are you laughing at? She demanded, indignant. Nothing. Lin Yi suppressed a chuckle, pondering when this little cub would grow taller. While they were exchanging playful banter, the other beastmen had already collected half a basket of fruits. Xiao Yujia hastily urged Lin Yi to get to work. Unable to reach the higher branches herself, she wandered around and, lo and behold, stumbled upon a patch of blueberries. What incredible luck! She filled her basket to the brim and even caught a few wild chickens to prepare for a feast. Without hesitation, she drew her dagger, aimed, and threw it with precision, resulting in 2 satisfying clucks as the chickens fell. When Lin Yi heard the commotion, he feared something had gone awry and rushed over, only to find that she had already begun to clean the catch by the riverbank. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What to do with a future partner who might starve at any moment? He could only ask everyone to take a break, tend to their prey, and have a bite to eat before heading back. However, Xiao Yujia encountered another obstacle. While trying to start a fire by friction, her hands nearly rubbed raw, yet no spark was to be seen. Lin Yi, noticing her reddened hands from a distance, rushed over and snatched the stick from her grasp. Let me do it. You just wait to eat. As they were grilling the meat, the aroma wafted through the air. Meanwhile, atop the beast god mountain, a massive white lion sat before a dragon statue with wings. A voice resonated within its mind. The 2 goddesses have arrived. The red-clad goddess is nearby in the valley. Ling Yin, go forth. She can assist you in awakening your intelligence. No sooner had the voice faded than a white jade flute appeared beneath the statue. The white lion, Ling Yin, seized the flute and transformed into a white shadow, dashing toward the valley. At this moment, Xiao Yujia and the others had just finished their meal, securing baskets of cotton onto a cart hastily assembled by Shi Yi. It must be said that Shi Yi's craftsmanship was truly impressive, yielding commendable quality. With everything prepared, the beastmen transformed into their beast forms. At Xiao Yujia's command, they set off. A thunderous roar erupted, silencing all beasts in the vicinity. Lin Yi instantly shifted into battle mode, positioning himself protectively around Xiao Yujia. What's wrong? Big Snake? Xiao Yujia's voice trembled. There's a ferocious beast. Fear not, I will protect you, Lin Yi declared with utmost conviction. Yet he could not foresee that shortly he would be unable to unleash even a single skill. As the words left his mouth, a white lion emerged from the forest. Towering at 3 meters high and 4 meters long, its snow-white fur resembling a small mountain. Even AI could not depict such an absurd scene. Ling Yin surveyed the area and locked its gaze directly onto Xiao Yujia on the cart. It must have been pondering. Is this the goddess the beast god spoke of? How small? Surely just a cub? What if she dies before growing up? Without further ado, it charged toward her with the flute in its mouth. The Beastman could not allow it to approach and rushed to intercept. However, Ling Yin had no intention of entangling with them. Its target was clear: Xiao Yujia. Lin Yi transformed fully into his beast form, attempting to ensnare it with his tail. But the lion deftly evaded him. As Lin Yi lunged forward with his massive head, Ling Yin merely cast a dismissive glance, its expression one of contempt, and with a swift paw, sent Lin Yi crashing into a tree. Seeing the young clan leader dispatched with a single blow, the other beastmen remained undeterred, charging forward one after another, only to meet the same fate, akin to bowling pins being struck down. Now, it fell to Xiao Yujia alone. As the white lion advanced step by step, she stealthily retrieved a long whip from the basket. With a flick of her wrist, the whip cut through the air, striking Ling Yin. Ling Yin dodged the first strike, but Xiao Yujia leapt from the cart, executing a reverse strike with the whip. This time it landed. With a roar, Ling Yin shivered in pain. Having ruled over Beast God Mountain, it had never endured such indignity. The strike left a gash, and in that moment of confusion, Xiao Yujia unleashed the whip again, ensnaring its forepaw, and with all her strength, hurled it away. With a thud, Ling Yin crashed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Yi regained consciousness, witnessing the fallen white lion and Xiao Yujia wielding the whip. His beastly pride was utterly shattered. How could an underage female protect him? He let out a furious roar and charged at the white lion, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Wait! Xiao Yujia suddenly called out. Lin Yi transformed back into human form, seething with anger. Jia, it harmed you. No. Xiao Yujia shook her head. It did not intend to harm me. It seems to merely wish to spar. Spow. Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. Such terminology was beyond his comprehension. Xiao Yujia had to explain, and though Lin Yi grasped the concept, he remained puzzled. But you just injured it. That was an accident. It cannot speak. How was I to know its intentions? Xiao Yujia felt somewhat embarrassed. She produced some medicinal powder from her bag and knelt to tend to the white lion's wound, which began to heal at an astonishing rate. Ling Yin felt the pain subsiding but remained weak, struggling to raise its head and presenting the white jade flute to Xiao Yujia. She accepted the flute, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. Ling Yin roared as if urging her on. What are you saying, white lion? I cannot understand. Xiao Yujia replied, exasperated. You won't believe what happens next. Without hesitation, Xiao Yujia drew her dagger and made a small cut on her middle finger. Lin Yi gasped in concern, and the surrounding beastmen were stunned. This little female is truly fierce, even willing to harm herself. Xiao Yujia extended her bleeding finger toward the white lion, gently saying, I am injured, please help me. Though Ling Yin did not comprehend, it leaned in and began to lick her blood. The moment it finished, it felt an overwhelming pressure from its bloodline. Just as it mentally roared, I, the White Lion King, will never submit. It heard Xiao Yujia say, You have quite the spirit. Well done. You can understand me. Ling Yin was astonished. Yes. Xiao Yujia nodded. What is your name? Ling Yin. What did you wish to say earlier? To sound the flute. Very well, sound it. Xiao Yujia brought the flute to her lips, and a melodious tune resonated instantly. A wondrous transformation occurred. Ling Yin's body rapidly shrank, becoming a small, fluffy cub. However, at the same time, various wild beasts in the forest stirred restlessly. Xiao Yujia's mind raced. Oh no, this is the beast tamer flute. She swiftly scooped up the transformed Ling Yin, leaped on the cart, and shouted, Hurry, back to safety. The group sprinted back, reaching the cave just as the sun began to set. As Xiao Yujia disembarked, Yusheng rushed over, only to freeze in astonishment at the small fluff ball in her arms. What is this? Xiao Yujia, with a mischievous glint in her eye, teased her, emphasizing, I gave birth to it. Its name is Ling Yin. Ling Yin, nestled in her arms, grumbled in discontent. What about my parents? Yusheng's mind nearly short-circuited, her worldview shaken. A human and a snake gave birth to a lion. Seeing her bewildered expression, Xiao Yujia could not help but laugh, quickly clarifying that it was a jest before finding an excuse to return to the cave to tend to Ling Yan's wounds. Back in the cave, Xiao Yujia bandaged the little fluff ball and placed it on a fur bed, covering it with a blanket. Rest well, I shall lend a hand. A small, plaintive voice responded, indicating I can take care of myself. That sound was simply heart-melting. Only Lin Yi, watching the little fluff ball occupy his space, felt his jaw twitch, his gaze seething with cold fury, wishing he could pierce Ling Yin with a glare. Yet the cub paid him no mind, tilting its head and falling asleep. I tell you, witnessing Lin Ye's dark expression was akin to seeing a pot bottom. His eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to threaten the little lion's very existence. Yet I was unfazed as a mother. My heart had already been completely captured by the little fluff ball. I couldn't resist giving Ling Yan's for a gentle ruffle, delighting in the softness. Then I turned and exited the cave, casually snatching 2 exceptionally soft white furs from Lin Yi along the way. As soon as I emerged, I spotted Yusheng and her companions diligently removing seeds from cotton, much like one would crack sunflower seeds. I refrained from joining them, for a surge of inspiration flooded my mind. Unstoppable, I dashed over to the elderly orc nearby, seized one of their freshly woven bamboo mats, and gathered several large handfuls of cotton. My dear friends, I was determined to craft a VIP custom luxury soft bed for my little white lion, Ling Yin. Without hesitation, I tore the cotton apart, fluffing it to perfection, and then retrieved needle and thread to sew 2 animal skins together, leaving a small opening. The animal skins were so pristine that I hesitated to cut them, ultimately opting for an oval shape. Next came the critical step, stuffing the fluffy cotton into the opening and sealing it shut. Voila! A top-tier luxurious pet nest was born, just as I reveled in my accomplishment. Hong Yu and her friends approached, their eyes widening at the sight of my creation. Jia, what is this? A bed for my little cub, I replied casually, offering it for them to touch. I must say, as they felt the soft and warm nest, their mouths gaped open in awe. The matriarch of the tribe, Aunt Fu Xiang, was also present, and upon touching it, her expression shifted entirely. She envisioned not merely a nest, but an entire sanctuary for the tribe's young. Recognizing her expression, I instantly understood. Aunt Fu Xiang, would you like to learn? I can teach you. She was so excited that her words tumbled out in a rush, nodding fervently and thanking me before dashing off to gather all the mothers in the tribe. Meanwhile, I proudly carried my masterpiece back to the cave. Upon entering, I found the little fur ball, Ling Yin, pretending to sleep, its eyelids fluttering adorably, melting my heart. I gently lifted it and placed the newly crafted nest on the bamboo mat, patting it lightly. Come, little one, try a new bed. Ling Yin cautiously tested it with its paw, seemingly satisfied, before promptly sinking into the cozy nest, emitting soft, contented sounds, and fell asleep within a minute. Success! I exited the cave, brimming with satisfaction as I embarked on my first workshop for the tribe's mothers. Remarkably, these females possessed exceptional skills, with just a hint from me. They grasped the technique effortlessly. It was akin to making a pillowcase, sewing 3 sides of animal skins together, stuffing them with cotton, and sealing the last side. One by one, the little orc cubs were tucked into their new nests, their eyes squinting in bliss, refusing to emerge. At this moment, the grand shaman was stirred, wobbling over with his staff, seizing my hand in excitement, insisting on expressing his gratitude. I brushed it off, stating it was merely a small effort. Yet the shaman, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, asked, Yujia cub, since the cubs can have warm nests, what about us adults? Is there a way for us to comfortably endure the winter? I thought to myself, of course there is. You asked the right person. I immediately began listing options. Cotton garments, cotton blankets. Those are basic essentials. We could also stockpile wood for heating. On a more advanced note, we could even convert it into charcoal, which is smokeless and long-lasting. I rattled off every conceivable winter solution I could think of. To my astonishment, all present, including the shaman, stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, only able to utter expressions of wonder. In that moment, I felt like a beacon of civilization, my technological prowess far surpassing theirs. However, as night fell, I waved my hand, urging them to calm down. Let us eat first. Tomorrow we shall commence. Oh, how busy I was. During dinner, the little fur ball, Ling Yan, awakened at the scent of food, scampering onto my lap and demanding attention. I had no choice but to prepare a large bowl of roasted meat just for it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi cast a look filled with grievance, envy, and longing, akin to a jealous concubine, glaring at Ling Yan. The next morning, I set out with a group to mine salt. After extracting the ore and loading it onto the newly crafted cart, I returned to prepare for the sewing class for cotton garments and blankets. Upon my return, Hong Yu charged at me like a cannonball, exclaiming, Jia, teach us. Seeing her determination, I agreed. Let us get to work. We began with the simpler cotton blankets, which were essentially larger versions of the pet nest, joining several large animal skins to create a spacious pocket, stuffing it with cotton, and sealing it shut. The cotton garments were a bit more complicated, as they required tailoring. I opted for simplicity, teaching them to create the most basic dresses complete with hoods and large cloaks paired with knee-high boots. The orcs had it easier, long-sleeved shirts and trousers. Just then, the hunting team returned, a perfect opportunity for strong labor. I enlisted Lin Yi and Bai Di as tailors, instructing them to assist in cutting the animal skins with bone knives. As I was sketching patterns on the skins with charcoal for Hong Yu, guess who appeared yet again? That little troublemaker, Hong Xia, jumped out, pointing at us and shouting, "How can you waste animal skins like this?" I truly felt like rolling my eyes at her. Aunt Fu Xiang approached, advising me to ignore her, and I carried on with my work. Seeing no one pay her any heed, Hong Xia grew furious, stamping her feet in frustration. We worked tirelessly throughout the day, transforming the cave into a bustling clothing factory. By evening, the cave had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lin Yi and Bai Di had even excavated 2 separate small compartments in the rock wall. Lin Yi had even crafted a smaller room for Ling Yan, whisking the little fur ball away from my side. After a long day, just as I was about to lie down, Lin Yi floated over like a ghost, leaning close to my ear, his voice low and teasing. "Jia Jia, it's been a while since we shared a kiss, my dear friends. Who understands this feeling?" I gulped audibly, my heart racing. The contrast between his daytime aloofness and nighttime affection was simply irresistible. I gasped in surprise, and my best friend, Yu Sheng, hearing me from the adjacent compartment, assumed I was being bullied. She burst out with a knife, ready to defend me. However, Bai Di quickly restrained her, swearing that in their territory, any male who dared to lay a finger on a female would be expelled from the tribe. Relieved, Yu Sheng relaxed, only to fall asleep, standing up the next moment. Bai Di, with an exasperated expression, carried her back. As for me, though Lin Yi was quite flirtatious, he maintained a respectful distance, understanding that I was still underage, so he only indulged in light kisses and embraces. The next day, the tribe held an important meeting. The chieftain, Shi Qiu, announced solemnly that in 10 days, the annual tribal trade fair would take place. I was taken aback. I had assumed such gatherings were remnants of a prehistoric age, yet they had developed a marketplace. Bai Di's eyes lit up, clearly eager to take Yu Sheng to witness the world. The chieftain generously permitted Yu Sheng and me to attend, asking Bai Di to lead 10 warriors along. Then, with a hint of shyness, the chieftain turned to me, inquiring if we could bring some of the jerky and cotton garments to trade for goods at the fair. Upon hearing this, I readily agreed. After all, we could all profit together. However, my mind suddenly cleared, and I promptly educated him. "Chieftain, while the jerky and cotton garments can be traded, the refined salt absolutely cannot. Even if we were to trade, it must be in minimal quantities, akin to trading luxury goods. This is a strategic resource, a hard currency. Do you understand? If word spreads that your tribe possesses a salt mine, it won't be a trade. It will be an outright raid." Upon realizing this, the chieftain turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, nodding vigorously, praising my foresight. Indeed, the chieftain expressed boundless gratitude, declaring me the tribe's treasure. I shrugged, remarking that it was only natural. After all, since my arrival, their survival skills had advanced tremendously. I must say, I was quite unaccustomed to being treated as a treasure. In my school days, I was an eccentric loner, largely ignored by everyone except my childhood friend Yu Sheng. Now, however, I find myself in a different world, suddenly a sought-after individual. Lin Yi, who is nearby, smiles at me, and I think, well, having company isn't so bad after all. The clan leader decisively announced that in 10 days, Bai Di would lead an expedition to the trade fair. He specifically told me that starting tomorrow, I would have my work cut out. I thought to myself, what is so arduous about it? It's merely a matter of some infrastructure and transporting goods, something I excel at. As soon as the clan leader departed, I sought out the master craftsman, Shi. Upon my arrival, he instantly detected my presence, much like a dog catching a scent, and joyfully called out, "Little female, I've completed the filter you requested." Just as I was about to express my gratitude, I froze in my tracks. This was no mere filter. It was a colossal wooden barrel capable of holding 2 of me. Who among my family understands the implications of this size? How am I supposed to move it? Shi, noticing my awkward expression, promptly offered, "Allow me to assist you in transporting it." Naturally, I bowed in thanks and directed him to carry this behemoth to the designated area for salt production. Once we huffed and puffed our way to the spot, Lin Yi arrived, observing me tinkering with the enormous barrel, his face reflecting utter bewilderment. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Instead, I retrieved a cherished piece of cloth and wrapped it around the spout at the bottom of the barrel. Layer by layer, I filled it with stones, river sand, and charcoal. Remarkably, he displayed exceptional craftsmanship, even installing 3 internal partitions, truly professional. After completing the setup, I waved to a few elderly men nearby, instructing them to pour the murky water containing dissolved salt into the barrel. One elder muttered while pouring, "Yujia, can this large barrel really filter out the impurities?" Frankly, I had no idea. This was merely a simplified version. The outcome was in the hands of fate. Lin Yi, sensing my uncertainty, came over to pat my shoulder and offered encouragement. Just as everyone anticipated a disaster, a miracle occurred. Clear water began to flow from the spout. I quickly dipped my finger to taste it, and to my astonishment, it lacked any bitterness, purely salty. Success. An elder beside me, witnessing this, followed suit and tasted it, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Hey, it's truly not bitter." Suddenly, all the elders lined up to taste, their joy reminiscent of children discovering something new. With that matter resolved, I entrusted the salt extraction task entirely to the elders, who were thrilled, claiming they had never felt so valued in their lives. Fine, as long as they were happy. I just hoped they wouldn't overexert themselves. In the following days, I must say, it was bustling with activity. The entire tribe operated like a well-oiled machine, fervently preparing for the trade fair. By day, the men ventured out to hunt and stockpile hides, while the women remained home, making jerky, crafting quilts, and sewing clothes. I also taught them how to spin cotton, utilizing the large wooden needles he made for me to knit scarves. To my surprise, I had underestimated the industriousness of my sisters. When I instructed them in scarf knitting, they each produced over 50 within no time. Looking down at the 2 I had managed to create, I felt like an advertisement for electronic pickled vegetables. Their speed was astonishing. During this time, the bothersome Hong Xia attempted to stir up trouble again, but I was too engrossed in my work to pay her any mind, treating her as though she were merely air. Lin Yi, noticing I was so busy I forgot to eat, went out of his way to roast meat and bring me bamboo shoot soup, prompting other males to imitate him, creating a warm scene of generosity in the open space. After 9 days of such busyness, the night before our departure finally arrived. Following dinner, everyone retreated to their caves early. I lay there, listening to the indescribable sounds emanating from the neighboring cave, feeling utterly exasperated. The soundproofing of these caves was atrocious. I resolved that once winter passed, I must construct proper housing. This was simply unbearable. While I was lamenting, Lin Yi's hands became restless, wandering over me. He leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "Jia Jia, shall we bond as mates upon our return from the trade fair?" His teasing sent shivers down my spine, and I playfully swatted him away. "Stop it. We have a journey ahead tomorrow." Yet, this cheeky fellow, unabashed, pointed to a large pile of hides he had gathered for me, saying, "Considering I prepared so many hides for you, what do you say?" Goodness, he has learned to tempt me with material rewards? I firmly rejected him. Not a chance. However, seeing his pitiful expression softened my heart, so I leaned in and pecked him on the lips, saying, "Get some rest." True to form, after receiving a small reward, he settled down and fell into a deep sleep, holding me close. At daybreak, the entire tribe arose to bid us farewell. Yusheng served me a bowl of sweet potato soup, which I found surprisingly delicious. I praised her profusely. She had previously been quite inept in the kitchen. Just before departure, I remembered the cotton cloak I had woven for her during my spare moments and quickly handed it to her. Seeing her delight brought me joy as well. With all preparations complete, Bai Di issued the command, and our grand procession set forth. Most of the Beastmen transformed into their animal forms for the journey, while Yusheng and I, along with a few other females, rode on a large cart. Turning around, I spotted Hong Xia perched on her mate's back, her gaze filled with malice as if she intended to devour me. To my dismay, she had somehow tagged along, reportedly trading her father's merits for a spot with the clan leader. A chill ran down my spine. I sensed this journey would not be tranquil. After a day of travel, we settled down for the night in the remnants of the old tribe's cave, which felt akin to a hell on earth, littered with corpses and a stifling atmosphere. Bai Di instructed everyone to gather the remains of our kin and dig a large pit for burial. That night, none of us rested soundly. The following day, we continued our journey. Oddly, Hong Xia maintained an unusual silence. But I was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Sure enough, when we reached the heart of the forest, Bai Di suddenly halted the procession, lowering his voice to announce, "A group of beastmen is approaching from ahead, and there are many of them, including females." At this revelation, tension surged through the crowd. Our band of single beastmen brightened at the mention of females, but the next moment, we saw a disheveled group rushing toward us, pursued by a horde of menacing rogue beastmen. The leading female cradled a young one in her arms, and upon spotting us, she cried out desperately, "Save my young one." Without hesitation, she placed the child on the ground and turned to confront their pursuers, risking her life to buy time for her offspring. Bai Di immediately shouted for help and led the warriors into action. Yet, it was too late. The mother was swiftly overwhelmed. The two groups clashed violently. Watching the lone young one on the ground, I steeled myself and commanded my little spear companion, "Ling Yin, go! Bring that young one over here." With a howl, a white flash zipped past, and Ling Yin returned, triumphantly carrying a snow-white, long-eared creature in its mouth, landing deftly on my lap. I quickly scooped it up for inspection. Thankfully, it was unharmed but terribly thin. "Oh, what an adorable little rabbit." Yusheng squealed with delight. "Jia Jia, it's so cute. Shall we keep it?" I nodded, finding the little creature quite endearing. However, as I examined it closely, something felt amiss. Furrowing my brows, I flipped the rabbit over for a better look. Goodness, my CPU nearly fried. This little white rabbit was actually a female. The moment I spoke those words, both Yusheng and Hong Yu were utterly stunned. In this world, female offspring were born in human form, while only males assumed beast forms. This completely shattered our understanding. Hong Yu chimed in, stating she had never witnessed such a phenomenon in her life. Just as I was about to wait for Bai Di and the others to return to inquire further, an urgent roar from Bai Di echoed from a distance. "Run." We abruptly raised our heads, only to see Bai Di and several others, battered and bruised, returning in disarray, pursued by over 20 feral beastmen. It was over. They simply could not withstand the onslaught. The beastmen, pulling the cart, upon hearing the command, wasted no time and bolted with us in tow. I tell you, witnessing Bai Di and his companions on the brink of being overwhelmed by that horde of feral beastmen left me in a state of panic. The cart continued to surge forward, and it felt like we were casting them into the jaws of death. My dear friend Yusheng and Hong Yu urged me to sit down, warning of the danger, but I thought to myself, what danger could possibly matter at such a time? Only the one named Hong Xia seemed almost eager, her eyes sparkling as if ready to pop champagne, wishing I would tumble off the cart and meet my demise. Who understands, dear family, the feeling of having a teammate who wishes for your downfall right before your eyes? I couldn't be bothered to engage with her any further. I thrust the little white rabbit I held into Yusheng's hands, instructing her to take care of it. Then, with a push from my toes against the edge of the cart, I soared into the air. Just like in a martial arts film, I steadied myself, suspended gracefully in midair. The beastmen pulling the cart, witnessing my daring maneuver, quickly halted in shock. I unsheathed my treasured whip from my waist, and, with a swift motion, sent it flying towards Bai Di and the others. They likely thought I intended to strike them all, but with a flick of my wrist, the whip seemed to possess a mind of its own, curling around the group of gentlemen and yanking them out of the encirclement with incredible force. I tell you, the expressions on their faces were priceless. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. They must have been wondering where this little lady derived such strength. Do not inquire, for it is merely the art of finesse. After safely depositing them before the cart, without a moment's hesitation, I turned and charged towards the feral beastmen. The two leading the pack, one named Huba and the other Baofeng, halted at the sight of me blocking their path. Huba's gaze was so oily it could be cooked in a pan, leering at me as he lewdly remarked, "Little female, have you come to your senses and wish to return with us?" I spat in disgust. My temper flared, my eyes reddening. Had it not been for Bai Di's firm grip, I might have already torn that greasy man apart. I looked at Huba below, and even a glance at him felt like an ill omen. I had no desire for idle chatter. I raised my whip and struck towards his face. A cry akin to a pig's squeal erupted. The whip landed, leaving a deep and long crimson mark on his arm, a sight that was painful to behold. Baofeng jumped back in alarm, rushing to check on Huba. Huba exploded in fury, transforming into a golden-haired giant tiger, larger than Bai Di, ready to pounce on me. Just then, a voice rang out from the sky. "Stop." I looked up, and, to my astonishment, there was a man hovering not far away, clad in a flowing dark green robe, mirroring my own stance against the wind. Yu Sheng and I exchanged a glance, my heart racing. Could he be a fellow townsman? The man wore an expression of calm indifference and greeted me. Nice to meet you. He mouthed the last two words without sound, yet I, being a lip-reading expert, immediately recognized him as Tung Shua. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the group of feral beastmen to retreat. Once they had distanced themselves, I gracefully descended from the sky, only to find myself caught in a sturdy embrace before my feet even touched the ground. I looked up to see Lin Yi. I smiled at him slyly, and his worries vanished instantly as he swept me off my feet and returned to the cart in a few swift strides. Once seated, I clutched the little white rabbit and began my inquiry. Lin Yi, have you ever seen a female cub born in beast form? Lin Yi looked bewildered, replying he had not. I then turned to Bai Di. Bai Di, being well informed, nodded and said, I have seen it. That is a reversion to ancestral bloodlines. He proceeded to deliver a 5-minute lecture on biological concepts. In essence, it involved genetic mutations and bloodline awakenings. Such females were inherently formidable, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with males, classified as SSR-level entities. I understood then that the little white rabbit in my arms was a hidden powerhouse. We continued our journey for a full 3 days, nearly falling apart from the strain. At night, we sought refuge in a cave, where Lin Yi carried me down from the cart, and Bai Di did the same for Yu Sheng. The atmosphere was sweet enough to be overwhelming. Even Hong Yu had a young man named Xing Ke fawning over her, assisting her down as well. Only Hong Xia, ever envious, glared at everyone around her, her face turning green with jealousy. She had her eyes set on Bai Di and now found Xing Ke appealing too. Why should they favor Hong Yu? In a fit of rage, she charged over, shoved Hong Yu to the ground, and shouted, You are nothing but the slave my mother bore for me. How dare you? I was furious. What a venomous line worthy of a typical antagonist. Hong Yu's elbow scraped against the ground, drawing blood, and Xing Ke hurried to help her up. Comforting her, ignore her. The shamaness said she just needs a good lesson. During dinner, I noticed the wound on Hong Yu's arm, and then cast a glance at Hong Xia's venomous face, making a mental note of her behavior. After another day of travel, we finally arrived at the territory of the Bai Shi tribe. It was vast and endless expanse of grassland. The trading fair was set up in an open area outside the tribe, where many tribes had already begun pitching tents. Upon seeing their animal skin tents, I thought they resembled flimsy paper structures, likely to collapse with the slightest gust of wind. I called out to halt their progress. Wait, this one tea do? Lin Yi, ever attentive, promptly asked, Jia, how should we do it? I seized the opportunity for a hands-on lesson. Go, chop down some trees of this thickness. I gestured. Before long, Lin Yi and Bai Di returned with several sturdy logs. I directed them to sharpen one end of the logs and drive them into the ground, securing them with a mortise and tenon structure, then binding the animal skins over the top. This operation, I tell you, was a technical revelation, providing these primitive people with a taste of modern ingenuity. Just as we finished setting up the camp, the men ventured out to hunt. I was idly passing the time when suddenly a man appeared before me. He was handsome, adorned with an array of colorful feathers, resembling a peacock in full display. He approached and said, Little female, you are truly beautiful. May I be your mate? I rolled my eyes and replied, No, I have a partner. To my astonishment, he responded, No worries. If I cannot be your mate, I can still be your suitor. I was taken aback. Such a proposition was unheard of. Hong Yu quickly informed me that in this world, females could not refuse others from becoming their suitors. It was the custom. I thought, what a tyrannical clause. Just as we were at an impasse, Lin Yi and the others returned from their hunt. Upon seeing me standing beside a flamboyantly dressed man, his face darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Jia, who is he? I replied, I don't know. The peacock man, undeterred, smiled at Lin Yi and said, I voluntarily wish to be this young female's suitor. I just wanted to inform you. Lin Ye's face turned green with anger, yet the rules were the rules, and he could not say much. Observing the situation, I decided I was no naive damsel. I had Lin Yi bring me a bowl of water, took out my dagger, and lightly sliced my fingertip, letting a few drops of blood fall into the bowl, then offered it to the peacock man. Drink this. Want to be my suitor? Fine. First sign a contract of servitude. The peacock man's name was Jiarun, and he was a straightforward fellow. Without hesitation, he drank it all. As soon as he finished, he felt the weight of the bloodline suppression, and his gaze towards me shifted. Once he departed, Lin Yi hurried to grasp my hand, concern etched on his face, and began to tend to my wound. In the afternoon, the few of us females set out to explore, only to encounter an unexpected twist. A female adorned with feathers obstructed our path, pointing an accusatory finger at me and exclaiming, "Is it you? You have stolen the soul of Run AG." Goodness. Yet another instance of Jaloin's unfortunate romantic entanglements. I scrutinized her from head to toe. Her appearance was passable, yet her haughty demeanor was utterly irksome. I inquired if Han Yu and Yuxing recognized her, but both shook their heads in response. I addressed the woman directly. "Do you see? We do not know you. Kindly step aside. You are blocking our way." Enraged, she stomped her feet and, taking advantage of our momentary distraction, she shoved me forcefully. I managed to maintain my balance, but I could not tolerate such insolence. Was she not merely seeking trouble? At that moment, Lin Yi returned from hunting and, witnessing the scene, rushed over to shield me. His gaze as frigid as ice. And guess what? Upon seeing Lin Yi, the woman named you became utterly transfixed, disregarding me entirely as she began to flirt with him. "I am you, the most beautiful female of the K tribe. What is your name? Handsome?" I was infuriated, incredulous at her blatant disregard for my presence. Lin Yi did not even cast her a glance, simply pushing her aside and coldly retorting, "Beautiful? Where? I'm sorry, I do not see it." Such words were cutting. The woman let out a shriek, and before she could finish speaking, I snapped my whip sharply against the ground before her feet. Startled, she pointed at me, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me?" I waved the whip casually and replied, "Did I strike you? You bear no injuries." She was left speechless, her fury rising, when suddenly a familiar voice called from behind, What are you doing?" Upon seeing her ally, the green tea girl immediately transformed into a dramatic figure. Weeping uncontrollably and pointing at me to complain, "Run AG. Look at her. She is bullying me. She even hit me with a strange object." Goodness. Her ability to change her demeanor was astonishing. She would surely excel in acting. The handsome Jaloin gazed intently at my friend Jia, their eyes clashing in an unspoken exchange, leaving the atmosphere so tense that I scarcely dared to breathe. Jaloin was well aware that if he uttered a single word in defense of the green tea girl, his prospects with Jia would be irrevocably ruined. Moreover, he was no fool. His pledge to pursue Jia meant that should she unilaterally terminate their agreement, he would become her lifelong servant. Those who understand can see this was no mere courtship. It was akin to a fatal pursuit. Thus, Jaloin, with remarkable quickness, bowed deeply, his attitude one of utmost sincerity. "My dear female, I sincerely apologize. She is new to our tribe and has yet to learn proper conduct. Please, show her some mercy." Jia, ever perceptive, recognized the gravity of the situation, waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of grandeur. "Very well. I shall let this matter pass for your sake. Now, please take her away. I find her presence tiresome." Jaloin, as if granted a pardon, immediately summoned his companions to escort the green tea girl away. She continued to scream, "Run AG, how can you treat me this way?" Her voice, I surmised, could be heard throughout the entire trading event. And now everyone knew that the K tribe had produced a melodramatic oddity. Once the peacocks were dispatched, we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. My dear friend Yuxing approached and asked, "Jia, are we truly letting her go? Isn't that too lenient?" Jia shook her head, her gaze piercingly clear. "A mere clown is not worth my time. The real threat lies with that silent Hongxia." Upon hearing this, I concurred. It was not worth our while to engage with such minor characters. As dusk approached and our stomachs began to rumble, we hurried back to prepare dinner. The efficiency of the Beastman in the tribe was truly remarkable. The game had been cleaned and neatly cut into large chunks. We females busied ourselves, some preparing soup while others skewered meat. Except for the esteemed Miss Hongxia, who reclined lazily to the side, resembling a supervisor, doing nothing. Then came the highlight of the evening. As we placed the meat over the fire, the sizzling sound and tantalizing aroma erupted, intoxicating us with the scent of charred meat. The fragrant mixture wafted on the breeze, drawing the attention of several beastmen from neighboring tribes, who began to gossip like hungry hounds. "What is that delightful smell? It seems to be wafting from the direction of the Hu Shao tribe." The next morning, we awoke to find a veritable sea of beastmen outside our tent. A veritable mountain of heads peering eagerly into our camp. I was still bewildered when Lin Yi, the handsome serpent, approached with water in hand, offering me a soft beast hide to wipe my face, a gesture of great thoughtfulness. As I rinsed my mouth, I asked him, "Lin Yi, what is happening? Is there a fan meeting at the entrance?" Linyi explained that the crowd had been drawn by the aroma of our roasted meat from the previous night, and they were surrounding Bai Di, inquiring about the divine delicacies we had prepared. I was astounded, a thought surfacing in my mind. Could these primitive beings not even wield fire? To my surprise, it was indeed true. Bai Di was currently explaining to a beastman named Xiao. Why would I deceive you? It is merely ordinary beast meat. Xiao, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "How did you prepare it? Please teach us." The aroma had kept me awake all night. Bai Di hesitated, for this was Jiajia's secret recipe. Just then, my friend Jiajia strolled in, having finished breakfast, and casually remarked, "It's fine, Bai Di, share it with them." Xiao's eyes widened upon seeing Jiajia, his gaze nearly pleading. The intensity of his look seemed to scream devotion. However, Linyi swiftly caught this expression and shot a chilling glare in his direction. The poor fellow was left bewildered, glancing around, unsure why he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Bai Di, having received permission, announced that each tribe could send one beastman to learn how to start a fire by friction. This declaration ignited a frenzy, transforming our camp into a chaotic cooking class, filled with smoke and noise. Unable to bear it any longer, we quickly slipped away, intending to explore the trading event once more. Just as we departed, Hongxia trailed behind us, and Lin Yi, sensing trouble, stealthily followed. As we wandered, an uproar caught our attention ahead. Approaching, we observed several muscular men surrounding a stall from a herbivorous tribe, accusing a beastman of selling poisonous tubers that had incapacitated their kin, demanding compensation in beast hides. The vendor, a young man from the Lu tribe, was nearly in tears, desperately explaining, "That's impossible. We eat those tubers ourselves. They are definitely not poisonous." Yuxing and I squeezed in for a better look, and to my astonishment, those were not tubers at all. They were potatoes, a staple food. Yuxing's eyes sparkled, and she frantically gestured to me, "Jiajia, potatoes. Let us trade." Of course, I was eager to trade. These could be preserved for the winter, a true treasure. I immediately approached the young man named Lufeng, asking, "Hello, how can we trade for these?" Lufeng looked up, saw Jiajia, and his face turned beet red, stammering, "Oh, one small beast hide for 30. I couldn't help but chuckle as Jiajia, channeling her inner tycoon, declared, "I will give you 2 large beast hides for all of these." Lufeng was dumbfounded, happiness overwhelming him, stuttering, "Why, yes. I will pack them for you right away." Lin Yi emerged from seemingly nowhere, handing over 2 large beast hides and a gigantic bamboo basket. As I crouched down to fill the basket with potatoes, a sarcastic voice rang out behind me. "Xiao Yuja, what are you scheming? Did you not hear that these things are poisonous? Are you trying to harm our entire tribe so your mate can become a chieftain?" It was Hongxia once again. Allow me to share my thoughts. This woman is truly an insufferable nuisance. Before I could utter a word, Yusheng erupted first, charging forward. "What utter nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for Jiajia, you lot would still be living like savages. Not only do you feast without labor, but you also dare to slander us? Do you really think we are easy prey?" Hongxia attempted to defend herself, claiming, "I am thinking of a tribe." However, before she could finish, Yusheng swiftly slapped her across the face, the sound echoing sharply. At that moment, Jiajia had just finished preparing the potatoes. She pulled out a small pill from her pocket and shoved it into the mouth of the poisoned orc before fixing her cold gaze on Hongxia. Instead of stirring trouble here, why not attend to something of actual importance? Hongxia, clutching her face, was both furious and flustered, threatening, "Just you wait. I will inform the White Emperor and have you expelled from the tribe." As she turned to leave, Jiajia seized her wrist and twisted it forcefully, causing Hongxia's face to contort in pain. Jiajia's voice was as sharp as ice. "Expel whom? Have we joined your tribe? Are we considered part of your clan? You trespass on my territory, and I teach you survival skills. It is a miracle we haven't driven you out, and yet you wish to turn the tables?" This statement left Hongxia momentarily stunned. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed quite logical. Unwilling to concede, she retorted defiantly, "If we hadn't come, you drifter orcs would have no meat to eat." As soon as she spoke, the surrounding orcs began to murmur, their gazes towards us shifting. Jiajia, however, merely laughed, her smile dripping with mockery. "What a joke. Even without your presence, our meat would still be plentiful." With that, she swung Hongxia aside, causing her to stumble. Then, taking our leave, we walked away without a backward glance, leaving Hongxia alone, the object of everyone's scorn. After we departed, Jia Run emerged from a distance, observing Jiajia's retreating figure with determination in his eyes. His brother Jia Luo inquired, The trading event is about to conclude. Are you truly committed? Jia Run nodded resolutely. Brother, I am certain. Even if I cannot become her partner, I wish to follow her. Upon returning to the camp, the White Emperor had already learned of Hong Xia's incident and repeatedly apologized to Jia, assuring her he would impose punishment upon her. Jia dismissed it entirely. Individuals like her would ultimately meet their own demise. Her thoughts were solely focused on the freshly acquired potatoes. The White Emperor, curious about the new item, asked what it was, and Jia explained. This is called a potato. Like sweet potatoes, it can serve as a staple food, can be cultivated, and is exceptionally easy to store. Upon hearing about its long shelf life, the White Emperor's eyes sparkled as he repeatedly confirmed. Really? More genuine than pearls? Jia assured him. Indeed, more genuine than pearls. To allow everyone a taste of this delicacy, we prepared stir-fried potato strips for lunch and a potato stew for dinner. My goodness, the aroma was heavenly. Everyone ate until their bellies were round, and Hong Yu, stroking her stomach, exclaimed, Jia, this potato is absolutely delicious. Tension surged through the crowd. I barely had any meat, and I'm already full. Meanwhile, in a corner, Hong Xia observed us indulging, a peculiar smile creeping upon her lips as she plotted who knows what. The trading event swiftly drew to a close, and we packed our belongings for the journey home. Due to the excessive load, Lin Yi transformed partially into his beast form, cradling Jia in his arms as he hurried along, exuding an abundance of boyfriend energy. Along the way, he proposed, Jia, shall we become partners once we return? Without a moment's hesitation, Jia replied, certainly. In the skies above, Jia Run, overhearing this, remained unperturbed, his mind racing with schemes. As we continued our journey, we finally arrived at the familiar expanse of the Wu Huang Plain on the 5th day. Upon sighting the well-known terrain, Yu Sheng erupted into cheers. However, Hong Xia's expression was as dark as a soot-stained pot. Nearing the cave, Jia instructed the White Emperor and the others to transport the goods back first while we took our time walking. The female members of the gathering team spotted them from afar. The entire tribe buzzed with excitement, and the chieftain, Shiqiu, personally came out to greet us. By the time we ambled over, the goods had already been moved. Chieftain Shiqiu grasped Jia's hand, pointing at the heap of corn and potatoes we had traded for, inquiring with genuine curiosity, Jia, what are these? How do we store them? Jia patiently explained each item. Just as she was speaking, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the plain, shaking the ground beneath us. My heart raced. What on earth was that? Could it be a colossal beast preparing to besiege us? The entire tribe instantly entered a state of high alert. All the orcs bared their claws, while the females screamed, fleeing into the cave. Yet Hong Xia merely poked her head out of the cave entrance, oblivious to the commotion. The roars grew closer, echoing in succession, suggesting not one or two, but an entire horde of beasts approaching. I tightly clutched the small ball of fluff, Ling Yan, in my arms, only to find that the little creature was not afraid at all. On the contrary, it grew increasingly excited, wriggling in my embrace. As I pondered this, I caught sight of the horizon, where billowing dust clouds heralded the arrival of 11 majestic white lions, charging towards us. The leading lion was particularly enormous, resembling a small mountain. My goodness, what was happening? Had Ling Yan's kin come to visit? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hong Xia's lips curled into that peculiar smile once more, likely concocting some ludicrous narrative about how Jia had summoned the beast to endanger the entire tribe. As the orcs of the Hu Shao tribe prepared to fight valiantly, Ling Yan suddenly leaped from my arms. In an astonishing display, it grew into a towering 3-meter-tall white lion, surpassing the approaching lions in size. It roared at the pack, seemingly communicating with them. Lin Yi and the White Emperor stood in stunned silence, yet remained vigilant. Moments later, Ling Yin reverted to its small, fluffy form, bounding back into Jia's embrace. Chirping in a tiny voice, "Awu, Awu, divine maiden, they are my kin, here to assist us." Jia was momentarily taken aback. Kin? Can they also transform into humans? She leaned closer to Lin Yi, whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing her, Lin Yi visibly relaxed and approached the White Emperor to explain the situation. Let me tell you, Lin Yi's succinct explanation turned the atmosphere around 180 degrees. The White Emperor waved his hand, and his muscular subordinates withdrew in unison, immediately clearing a VIP area for us and the magnificent white lions. This left Hong Xia utterly bewildered. She muttered to herself, "What is going on? Why has the fighting ceased?" The absurdity of her thought process was remarkable. witnessing our reconciliation with the lions. She absurdly believed that they were summoned by me to incite internal conflict and seize power. I truly appreciate her vivid imagination. Perhaps she should consider writing novels. What was the reality? Lin Yi and I approached the leading white lion, named Ling Yin, and engaged in conversation for quite some time. To my surprise, they were neither wild beasts nor orcs, but spirit beasts, residing 100 kilometers away in a place called Shoshin Mountain. They were the last creation of the beast god, tasked with guiding individuals like us who traverse worlds. How delightful. It turns out we are VIP clients. Furthermore, Ling Yin is the most formidable warrior of their White Lion clan, sent to us because the beast god did not anticipate the arrival of two divine maidens, namely myself and Yu Sheng, a buy one get one free situation. Ling Yin even hinted that another spirit tribe from across the sea was soon to arrive, likely within a few days. Upon hearing sea, my DNA stirred, and two words instantly sprang to mind. Jiaorun. Who among you understands? This blind box experience in another world is simply exhilarating. Now that the alarm had been lifted, I hurriedly instructed the White Emperor to call everyone back, urging them to resume their tasks and continue organizing the supplies we had brought back from the trading event. Na Lingyan, with remarkable enthusiasm, let out a joyful howl, accompanied by his band of lion brethren, as they ventured into the forest for a hunt. Just before they departed, he approached me with an expression brimming with anticipation, inquiring whether I could assist them in roasting the meat upon their return. What could I say? I had to acquiesce, witnessing his elation. His tail nearly wagging in a propeller-like fashion, he dashed off with his comrades. As the commotion subsided, Yu Sheng hurried over, her face etched with concern as she scrutinized me. Jia, are you all right? She asked. I shook my head in affirmation. Curiosity piqued, she queried. Are they wild beasts? You seem to be having quite the lively conversation. I couldn't help but chuckle at her question and recounted Ling Yan's earlier tale about the spirit beasts and their VIP clientele. Yu Sheng's reaction was one of utter astonishment, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Spirit beasts? Aren't they from mythological tales? This world is truly fantastical. I gently tapped her forehead, urging her to regain her senses. Sister, remember where we are? This is not Earth. We have beastmen here. The presence of spirit beasts is quite normal. If you don't refresh your memory soon, I fear you might genuinely start believing you belong here. She stuck out her tongue, chuckling. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. The collective effort of our group soon bore fruit. Potatoes were stored in the cellar. Corn was husked and hung to dry, and beast pelts were entrusted to Fu Xiangyi and her companions for winter clothing. By the time we finished our tasks, the sky was ablaze with the hues of sunset. Coincidentally, Ling Yan and his companions returned from their hunt. I must tell you, the sight was unforgettable. The clearing was piled high with a veritable mountain of various game. My lips curled into a wry smile as I pondered whether they had completed the entire forest KPI, intending for me to roast it all single-handedly. Just then, I heard a tiny, adorable howl. Turning around, I was taken aback. Ling Yan, who moments ago had towered at 3 meters, had transformed into a diminutive cub no taller than my calf after being cleaned and dried. He trotted over with his little legs and nestled into my embrace, seeking affection. Who could resist such a charming contrast? Thus, I cradled the fluffy bundle in one arm while taking charge of the preparations. We promptly began marinating a portion of the game, roasting a small selection whole, and cutting the remainder into chunks or slices, with some destined for soup. The once quiet clearing transformed into a vibrant outdoor barbecue festival, bustling with energy. I coordinated with the females to swiftly process the ingredients, while the beastmen skewered the meat on stones, sizzling and dripping with juices. I had also directed the boiling of 3 large pots of radish and pork rib soup. Once the soup was simmering, I rushed to prepare the whole beast for roasting, slathering them with a secret sauce and instructing the beastmen to set them over the fire, rotating them to ensure even cooking. Ling Yan's followers, the Huajia, observed in astonishment, exchanging glances as if to say, is this truly our formidable chief? Has he forsaken his pride as the strongest warrior to become a cub seeking affection from a female? Despite their verbal disdain, their bodies betrayed them. Noticing the lively atmosphere of our tribe, they too shrank in size, though not as dramatically as Ling Yan, achieving a stature akin to lions on earth, gracefully mingling with the crowd. As I was scoring the roasting beast, I couldn't help but think how delightful it must be to possess the ability to effortlessly change size. I promptly instructed Shiyu to craft 10 oversized wooden bowls for the larger cats to enjoy their soup. As night fell, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the camp. The radish and pork rib soup was ready, and I ensured each of the 10 large white lions received a generous bowl to satiate their appetites. The moment they caught a whiff of the delectable scent, their mouths watered in anticipation. When the bowls filled with large chunks of tender rib were placed before them, their eyes sparkled with excitement. One lion named Lei, while savoring the soup, inquired of Hua, "Is this the bowl spoken of by the beast god?" Hua pondered momentarily. "Indeed, this is it, although it appears to be wooden." Lei could hardly contain himself, taking a hearty bite of the rib and expressing his delight with contented purrs. The other lions quickly followed suit, sounds of satisfaction echoing around us. Just as they finished the appetizing soup, their hunger intensified. At that moment, 2 whole beasts, golden and glistening, were brought forth and set before them on bamboo mats. The aroma was divine. A throng of large cats surrounded the roasted meat, indulging in a feast of unparalleled delight. Suddenly, Hong Xiao appeared, her ire palpable as she approached, pointing at Hua and his companions with indignation. "Aren't they merely a bunch of wild beasts? Why do they deserve such abundant food?" I must say, Hua and his companions paid her no heed, likely thinking, "What an unsightly female making a fuss, especially when she doesn't even hold a candle to our chief." Seeing that no one acknowledged her, Hong Xiao raised her voice even higher, drawing the attention of the Grand Shaman. Fu Xiang, supporting the Grand Shaman, approached, and the disdain in the Grand Shaman's gaze towards Hong Xia was unmistakable. With a firm rap of her staff on the ground, she admonished, "Hong Xia, you are most disrespectful. These are the esteemed spirit beasts from Beast God Mountain." "What spirit beasts?" "Just a bunch of wild animals. They are the ones Jiao Yujia summoned to attack us." Hong Xia continued her tirade, her voice loud enough for even me, who was being pampered by Lin Yi, to hear. As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, with everyone staring at her in disbelief, even the youngest cubs bearing expressions of incredulity. Upon realizing that no one supported her, Hong Xia scanned the crowd, her demeanor crumbling as she absorbed the condescending gazes of the tribespeople. She understood she had been utterly isolated, all due to Mai and Yu Sheng's presence. With a firm knock of the Grand Shaman's staff, she declared, "Hong Xia has shown disrespect to the spirit beasts. Chief, it is your decision to make." With that, the responsibility was passed to Shi Qiu, the implication clear. She could no longer remain. I must say, Hong Xia had long been a source of disdain among the tribe. Leveraging her parents' minor accomplishments, she had made life difficult for others, having stolen 2 mates without bearing a single cub, an outright parasite of the tribe. This time, Chief Shi Qiu finally took a stand, issuing a decree. Hong Xia has disrespected the spirit beasts. She is to be confined in a small cave without food. No sooner had he spoken than her 2 companions, Li and Xiu, dashed forward like sprinters, each seizing an arm and dragging her towards the cave. Their movements were swift and decisive, as if they had awaited this moment for far too long. Hong Xia erupted in a fit of rage, wailing, "Let go of me, Li! Xiu, let me go. If you don't expect me to bear your cubs." Likely immune to her threats, the 2 paid her no mind, tossing her into a small cave designated for punishment. Out of a semblance of compassion, they left her a bit of food before sealing the entrance with a large stone, leaving only a ventilation hole, and departed without a backward glance. Once this farce concluded, the atmosphere returned to joviality, with everyone resuming their meals and drinks. After dining, Hua and his companions were comfortably accommodated in a spacious cave lined with thick hay and animal skins for a restful night. The following morning, as I rose and donned my garments, I was greeted once more by Ling Yan, that adorable little fluff ball, bounding into my cave. He clutched 4 animal pelts larger than himself, leaping onto my lap and emitting soft, pleading sounds. His expressive little eyes were enough to melt my heart. Inquiring about his intentions, I soon realized he desired a grand cotton nest made from the 4 pelts. Curiosity piqued, I asked, "Don't you already have a cozy nook? Why do you need one so large?" To which he replied, "My mate is about to give birth and will be bringing the little cubs soon. I want to ensure they have a warm winter here." What a truly exceptional partner. Upon hearing this, I knew I had to accommodate his request without hesitation. I held the animal hide and sought out Shi to discuss the idea of constructing a heated platform. Although I lacked expertise, I sketched a rough blueprint for him. Upon hearing that it would provide warmth for everyone during the winter, Shi wasted no time in delving into the project. I then approached the female members of the tribe's sewing team. Once they learned that it was for the offspring of the spirit beast lord, they became even more enthusiastic than I, promptly setting aside their current tasks to prioritize the creation of this cradle. 7 days later, Ling Yan's partner, Su, arrived with a bamboo basket containing 4 tiny cubs. Ling Yan, upon seeing his wife, was overwhelmed with excitement, instantly transforming from a small lion cub back into a towering beast. Leaping towards her, the 2 great lions affectionately rubbed their cheeks together in a display of sweetness. Ling Yan introduced his wife and children to me, and I quickly invited them into a nearby cave prepared specifically for them. Inside, thick animal hides adorned the ground, and at the center lay the enormous cotton nest crafted by my sisters and me, making the cave warm and inviting. There was ample space for their family of 4, along with 2 adults. Just days after Sue and the cubs arrived, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and at last, the first snow of the season fell. Fortunately, Xi's remarkable talent had led to the invention of the heated platform, and every household in the tribe had one, clad in thick animal hide garments. The villagers felt no chill. As I stepped out of the cave, Linya approached me with a bowl of hot soup, urging me to drink it to warm myself. After taking a sip, warmth enveloped me from within. I had anticipated a pleasantly serene winter, but the following day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the tribe's outskirts. Jia, there's someone who has fainted, Yushin called out. We rushed over to find a man with blue hair, strikingly androgynous in appearance, who had succumbed to the cold. I checked his pulse and determined he was merely frozen, with no serious issues. I instructed Linya to assist him to the fire for warmth. The man introduced himself as Ling, awakening after a bowl of hot soup, regaining his strength. When Yuxing inquired about his identity and origin, he replied, "My name is Ling, and I hail from the Beast God Mountain Sea region. I have come to find the goddess Shang. Do you know where she is?" Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, then pointed to herself with an innocent expression, saying, "Hello, my name is Yuxing. I might be the Shang you seek." Upon hearing this, Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scrutinized Yuxing, immediately believing her. "Goddess, at last, I have found you. The Beast God has sent me to assist you in creating a glorious future for the Beastman continent." This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? A Shang? Then Jia must also be one. They murmured in disbelief. Of course, the 2 of them have taught us so much and even brought the divine fire. Hongxia has been causing them trouble daily. Now we have quite the spectacle. The tribe members chattered excitedly, their conversations drifting to Hongxia, who was still shivering in her cave. And poor Hongxia was indeed in dire straits. With the first snowfall, she had no fire and had developed frostbite, her skin red, swollen, and itchy. As she scratched, she continued to curse me and Yuxing. To make matters worse, her partners, Li and Xiao, had sought the Grand Shaman to dissolve their bond on the very day she was imprisoned, returning to singlehood to pursue their own happiness. While Hongxia cursed us from her cave, Yuxing and I busied ourselves with our own bonding ceremony. Linya and Baidi aimed to complete the ceremony before the university closed the mountain. Time was of the essence, so we hurried to the Grand Shaman, refreshing ourselves on the ancient Huaxia wedding customs. While the intricate 3 letters and 6 etiquettes were deemed too complex to execute in full, the spectacle of a 10-mile bridal procession was a must. We dispatched Hongyu and her companions to gather red flowers, then barred Linya and Baidi from entering the cave, threatening to cancel the ceremony if they dared to approach. The 2 sturdy men stood outside, looking forlorn. As for Hongyu and her group, on their way to collect flowers, they passed by Hongxia's cave. Having suffered greatly at Hongxia's hands in the past, Hongyu seized the opportunity to toss a piece of stinky meat, which had been left out for over 10 days, through a tiny opening after roasting it. Hongxia, famished, snatched it up and devoured it ravenously, while Hongyu and her friends burst into laughter at the sight. Hearing their laughter, Hongxia peeked out and, upon seeing them, erupted in a fit of rage. Hongyu, with a mocking tone, replied, "Of course, we came to bring you food. Today, the goddess Jia and the goddess Yuxing are to bond, and as your sister, I naturally hope you receive the goddess's blessing as well." Upon hearing about our bonding, Hongxia's eyes widened with jealousy. Hongyu and her friends paid her no mind, laughing as they left her shivering in anger. Meanwhile, our preparations were bustling. Fuxiang and her team had prepared an extravagant feast for the entire tribe. Inside the cave, I retrieved 4 exquisite wedding garments from my magical bag, leaving Yuxing in awe as she marveled at my seemingly bottomless bag. I confess that I did not know how it worked. My mother had made it. We took Linya and Baidi to the hot springs on the back mountain. scrubbing them thoroughly until their skin was nearly red. Afterward, we dragged them back to the cave, swiftly removing their animal hide, clothing, and dressing them in the red wedding garments we had prepared, styling their hair before ushering them outside. Lenya and Baidi exchanged bewildered glances at the flurry of activity, but their hearts swelled with delight at their matching attire. As night fell, the clearing was illuminated as brightly as day by the bonfire. The petals collected by Hongyu and her companions were strewn from our cave entrance to the makeshift altar, creating a real-life 10-mile bridal procession. The Grand Shaman proclaimed, "We invite the 2 pairs of newlyweds." Yuxing and I, each holding Lenya and Baidi's hands, walked slowly towards the altar, stepping upon a carpet of flowers. In that moment, everyone was captivated by our attire, the young female's eyes filled with envy. The Grand Shaman recited ancient hymns at the altar, bestowing blessings upon us. As the song concluded, vibrant rays of color emanated from the altar, descending upon the foreheads of the 4 of us. With the bonding ceremony complete, the next phase was the bonfire festival's blessings. The Grand Shaman had previously conspired with us. This year's blessing ceremony would be conducted by Yuxing and me. We ushered Lenya and Baidi off the stage, preparing to deliver a small yet impactful surprise for our Beastman family. We selected a previously choreographed divine dance, increasing the difficulty by incorporating singing and dancing simultaneously. If someone were to be at the mountain's edge, adorned in fine garments, I would be captivated by your beauty. I assure you. Yuxing and I sang the melody and performed the dance with such grace that it felt as if deities had descended upon us. The Beastmen watched, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Though they could not comprehend the lyrics, the atmosphere was electrifying. Once the dance concluded, the altar radiated with vibrant hues, showering all present with a cascade of colors. In celebration, we indulged in hearty portions of meat and drink. The young ones were left with greasy mouths, rolling about in joy, turning the entire tribe into a festive gathering. As for me, Lenya swept me off into a princess carried back to the cave, his eagerness palpable. That night, the sounds of new members joining the tribe echoed throughout, and by morning, I awoke feeling as though a freight train had run over me, my body sore and aching. As I opened my eyes, I shot a venomous glare at Lenya, reminding him we had agreed on a more gentle approach. Yet, in his enthusiasm, he had disregarded my plea entirely. Fueled by irritation, I exerted a forceful push, sending him tumbling off the bed. Lenya, still groggy, landed with a bewildered expression, akin to a 300-pound dog. Meanwhile, I could only imagine that Baidi and Yuxing were experiencing a similar scenario next door. Regardless, the 2 of us now have no desire to even glance at them, hastily sending them off. Go prepare breakfast as an apology. Those 2, however, scampered away, their faces beaming with delight, unable to conceal their joy. They busied themselves with boiling sweet potatoes and fetching water, even bringing in towels to wash our faces and tidy our hair. Let me tell you, their servitude was meticulous, marked by a profound humility. Once they had ensured our comfort, they finally dared to venture out to hunt, claiming they needed to stock up on meat before winter fully set in. However, while we enjoyed our tranquil days, trouble emerged elsewhere. That effeminate, handsome lad named Teng Shuo had found his way to our territory. Instead of heading to our tribal square, he followed his nose to the small dark room where Hong Xia was confined. Upon seeing someone outside, Hong Xia immediately began to scream for help, calling out, "Big brother! Oh great Beastman, please save me. I will do anything you ask." Teng Shuo approached the small opening and observed her disheveled state. Yet, he was no saint and merely inquired, "What can you do for me?" Hong Xia, with a glint of cunning in her eye, quickly began to negotiate her value. "I can help you acquire the 2 divine maidens from our tribe. They are breathtakingly beautiful, more radiant than any female on the entire Beastman continent." The mention of divine maidens piqued Teng Shuo's interest. Noticing her resemblance to Lin Yi, Hong Xia's infatuation grew, prompting her to insist, "I am not lying. Truly, they could prepare all sorts of delicious dishes." As she spoke, her excitement grew, yet the hatred in her eyes seemed sharp enough to pierce through me and Yusheng. Teng Shuo, perceptive as he was, saw through her intentions. He pondered whether the divine maidens she spoke of could be the very ones he desired. Feigning contemplation, he finally said, "I can release you." Hong Xia, overwhelmed with excitement, prostrated herself in gratitude. Teng Shuo averted his gaze in disdain, finding her face covered in dirt. He coldly added a condition, "But you must bring those 2 divine maidens here." With a wave of his hand, the large stone blocking the entrance vanished. Hong Xia stood there in shock, repeatedly bowing in thanks, but when she looked up again, he had disappeared. This girl was clearly deluded, convinced she had been chosen by the beast god. She believed Ting Shuo was the incarnation of the beast god and thought she would soon be granted divine powers, leading her to the pinnacle of her life. Clutching the communication jade flute left by Ting Shuo, she found a hiding spot, preparing to make a grand scheme. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware of these events. Having just completed my bond yesterday, I felt restless today, with the weather growing colder. I decided it was essential to prepare a hearty meal. Thus, I contemplated gathering some ingredients with the young ladies of the tribe to host a hot pot feast. As I stepped outside, I encountered Hongyo, her face radiating joy, clearly having received a beast skin from her beloved and successfully found love. She curiously asked, Jia, how come you still have the energy to go out today? I smiled mysteriously at her. I'm off to find something that will warm you all up this winter. Instantly, their curiosity was piqued. I set off with Hongyo and several recently matured female companions in tow. Today, the security detail comprised Shinka and that vexing Yaogu who had previously harassed me. I noticed Shinka stealing glances at Hongyo, his cheeks flushed, indicating something had transpired between them last night. We boarded a cart and soon arrived at a small valley. Due to the cold, the landscape was blanketed in white, with green leaves a rare sight. Just as we prepared to enter, a piercing scream shattered the silence. I rushed over to find Hongyo, her face flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her lips swollen like sausages. A nearby young female pointed to a thicket, stuttering, divine maiden, she ate that red fruit and turned into this. Following her gaze, I immediately recognized the culprit. This was my essential ingredient for happiness, chili peppers. A whole patch of them. Just as I reached for them, Shinka intercepted me, exclaiming, Divine maiden, that is too dangerous. Seeing his concern for Hongyo was almost unbearable, I quickly reassured him. It's all right, just drink plenty of water, it's a good thing. I sent Shinka to care for little Hongyo while I eagerly began a harvest. Once Hongyo recovered, she asked nervously what I was picking. I smiled and replied, these are chili peppers, one of the spices I mentioned that will warm your body. Upon hearing this, all the young females' eyes lit up, and without hesitation, they eagerly stripped the patch bare. Just as we finished, Yusheng rushed over, excitedly shouting, Jia, look what I found. I leaned in closer to see, wow, Sichuan peppercorns, cumin, white sesame seeds, even a fruit that revealed flour when opened. I was astonished. The bounty of the Beastman continent was simply unbelievable, akin to unboxing a surprise. Yusheng explained that these treasures were found across the river, densely clustered together. Without delay, I waved my hand, and we all charged over for a thorough gathering, returning to the tribe laden with our spoils. I immediately began preparing the ingredients for the evening's hot pot feast. Lin Yi, noticing my return, tried to approach me with a pitiful expression, but I ignored him. I directed everyone to start the fire and set up the pot, slicing various beast meats into thin pieces and washing the wild vegetables. Considering it was everyone's first experience, I specially prepared 2 large stone pots, one spicy and one clear broth. As the pork fat melted, I added the chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, unleashing a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Then, I poured in water and ginger slices, covering the pot and waiting for it to boil. Soon, hundreds of tribe members gathered around, washing hands and preparing bowls, their eyes wide with anticipation. When the water finally boiled, I lifted the lid, and the spicy fragrance wafted out, causing many to sneeze. I first ladled a large bowl of meat for the spirit beasts, then waved my hand to signal, dig in. What scene it was! Everyone eagerly used their chopsticks to dip the meat slices into the pot. Within seconds, they were ready to eat, and they could hardly contain their excitement. The clearing erupted with sounds of delight as they were overwhelmed by the spiciness, yet utterly unable to stop, exclaiming, so delicious, absolutely divine. Hongyo, in particular, commandeered the spicy pot, her lips turning a rosy hue as she mumbled, Jia, what is this flavor? Seeing her adorable expression, I chuckled and replied, that's called spiciness, akin to the taste of fire. She nodded, her mouth full of meat, I get it, but this flavor is so good. So good I can't stop. This meal concluded splendidly amidst the chorus of joy. Unbeknownst to us, in the distant shadows, Hong Xiao's venomous gaze was already locked onto me. The following morning, the gathering team set off, as usual. However, just outside the tribe, we passed by the small cave where Hong Xia was confined. A sharp-eyed female suddenly exclaimed, Divine maiden, Hong Xia is missing. My heart sank as I hurried over to check. And indeed, the large stone blocking the entrance was gone, Ling Yan approached to sniff the air, his expression darkening. Divine Maiden, there's the scent of unfamiliar beastmen here. Unfamiliar beastmen. I immediately lost my temper. Wasn't this place supposed to be off limits? How could outsiders have entered? I ordered Shinka to rush back to the tribe to report, urging the chieftain to heighten security. I knew well that someone like Hong Xia was a ticking time bomb. We had to find her quickly. The rest of us continued toward the new gathering site. Now, with a heightened sense of vigilance, we soon arrived at a flat land behind the tribe, where we spotted a multitude of trees laden with red fruits from a distance. As I approached, my heart leapt with joy. Was that not the winter jujube? It was impressively large, nearly the size of half my palm. I plucked one, and with a crisp bite, it released a burst of sweetness. Hanyu also took a taste, her eyes sparkling. It's absolutely delicious. So sweet, with a single command. All the females scattered joyfully, picking and munching, overwhelmed with delight. However, at that moment, a small pebble struck the ground beside my foot. My heart tightened. Who was there? Who was observing me from the shadows? I scanned my surroundings cautiously, but saw nothing, just as I thought it might be a small animal playing tricks. Another pebble flew toward me. It was Hongxia. That mischievous female had yet to join us. I could not fathom what herb she had used, but my instincts whispered that something lay ahead. I exchanged a brief greeting with Hanyu, stating my intention to explore for new fruits, and proceeded in the direction from which the stones had come. Unfortunately, this led me into a trap. As the sun dipped below the horizon, my absence caused alarm among Hanyu and the others, prompting them to send Xiaogu in search of me. However, Xiaogu hesitated due to previous events. Ultimately, Ling Yan stepped forward, suggesting I lead the females back to the tribe while he followed my scent to find me. Upon returning to the tribe, Hanyu and the others informed Linya and the chieftain of my disappearance. I must tell you, my dear friend Yuxing was utterly stunned, while Linya's face darkened ominously. The high shaman grew anxious, insisting the chieftain must mobilize the entire tribe to locate me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chieftain Shichio gathered Linya and several of the mightiest warriors and rushed out. Meanwhile, following my scent, Ling Yan finally discovered me by a small river. Yet, he dared not act hastily, for beside me stood the androgynous beauty Tengxua, along with the unconscious Hongxia. Ling Yan watched helplessly as Tengxua seemed to have done something to me. My body weakened, and I collapsed into his arms. This was a dire situation. In an instant, Ling Yan dashed from the bushes, striking Hongxia with a powerful blow that sent her flying, causing her to spit blood and faint. Immediately, he unleashed a breath of icy air at Tengxua, attempting to freeze him in place. However, Tengxua effortlessly evaded, causing the icy breath to dissipate. With a gentle laugh, Tengxua regarded Ling Yan, his expression dismissive, as if he held no regard for a spirit beast. A spirit beast? How amusing. You dare. Release the goddess. Ling Yan roared in fury. Tengxua, unfazed, began to spout nonsense. I fell in love with the goddess at first sight and wished to invite her to my residence. What is your intention? I tell you, this statement only served to infuriate Ling Yan further. Is this how one invites someone over? Do you take me for a fool? With that, a gigantic ice sphere was hurled toward Tengxua with immense force. Tengxua, however, could not be bothered to dodge. He simply raised his hand, summoning a bolt of purple lightning. Ling Yan was taken aback. Lightning? Wasn't he that a power reserved for the beasts of the divine? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed the purple lightning shatter his ice sphere into countless fragments with a crack. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided thrashing. For an entire hour, Ling Yan relentlessly unleashed ice spheres that Tengxua dismantled with ease, turning them into mere fireworks, scattering shards everywhere. Exhausted, Ling Yan felt as though he had just completed a marathon, his tongue nearly lolling out. In stark contrast, Tengxua remained calm and collected. He didn't even break a sweat or disturb his hairstyle. Observing Ling Yan's fatigue, he appeared bored, yawning and declaring, "Little one, it's too late. I shan't continue this game with you. Farewell." With a wave of his hand, a thick fog enveloped the area, as if a humidifier had been set to maximum. By the time the mist cleared, he had vanished with Jiajia. Ling Yan, left bewildered, spun around in circles, utterly lost, having completely lost the scent. With no alternative, he returned to the tribe, head hung low. Upon reaching the entrance, Yuxing rushed out, embracing Ling Yan's large head in a frenzy, demanding, "Where is Jiajia? Did you find her?" I must tell you, this sister of mine, typically so lethargic at night, was wide awake, her eyes alert with concern. Ling Yan's massive head drooped in silence, unable to respond. Family members understood. In that moment, Yushin grasped the gravity of the situation. Her fierce and occasionally cunning best friend was truly missing. Shocked, she muttered, "It's impossible. She is so capable, how could she?" Tears soon streamed down her face as she pleaded with Ling Yan. "You are Jiajia's guardian beast. Please go find her. She's my dearest friend." Her cries were heart-wrenching. The tribe members, initially preparing for sleep, were startled by her sobs. Upon learning of the abduction of a goddess by a stranger, panic ensued. The Wuhuang Plains, a haven for our Huishao tribe, was considered a safe zone. How could an outsider infiltrate and abduct our goddess? This was a slap in the face to us all. Everyone was in disarray. No matter how powerful Jiajia was, she was still a female, and the consequences of falling into the hands of a stranger were too dire to contemplate. At that moment, an orc named Ling could no longer stand idly by. He assisted the nearly fainting Yushin, entrusting her to her newly partnered companion, Baidi. He then turned to Ling Yan, stating, "The goddess is in your care. I will accompany Ling in the search." With that, Ling Yan hastily devoured the leftover dinner provided by the tribe, and the two transformed into shadows, racing toward the edge of the plains. Meanwhile, I found myself taken to a cursed place known as the Wushan Forest. This land was akin to a lawless territory on the Orc continent, teeming with outcast orcs from various tribes, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. The ruler here was none other than Tengsha. Arriving 5 years prior, he had, through his peculiar yet formidable abilities, been elevated by these outcasts to a status even more revered than that of the beast god. He was particularly twisted, compelling his subordinates to capture beautiful females, imprisoning them in a foreboding cave. The grim reality was that those females rarely emerged alive, with one or another perishing every few days, their demise often horrific, as if their essence had been drained. This was nothing short of a concentration camp for the outcast orc females. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a lavish pavilion deep within this forest. My head throbbed painfully, and as I opened my eyes, I was greeted by Tang Shu's alluring yet sinister face. In that moment, I recalled everything. It was this man in collusion with the traitor Hongxia, who had rendered me unconscious. Tang Shua feigned kindness, presenting a plate of peach blossom pastries, asking gently, "My dear, are you hungry? Do try my homemade delicacies." I scoffed inwardly, as if I would trust you. Who knew what he had concealed within those pastries? When I remained unmoving, Tang Shua took a piece himself, demonstrating its safety. Yet, the more he attempted to coax me, the louder my internal alarms rang. Seeing I would not eat, he did not press further and exited the room. As soon as the door closed, Hongxia leaned in, addressing him as Lord Beast God. Tang Shua's eyes lit up at this title. He immediately resolved to exploit this foolish girl. With a wave of his hand, Hongxia's tattered garments transformed into a splendid red gown, revitalizing her appearance, and he bestowed upon her the ability to wield fire. "From this day forth, you shall be the goddess. Tomorrow I shall send you back to the Wuhuang Plains, and you know what to do." Hongxia, brimming with excitement, nearly bowed to him, fully convinced that Tang Shua was indeed the beast god. Her gaze turned to my room, filled with resentment and malice. "Just wait, you wretched girl. When I return, you shall be my first target." The next day, I awoke in a daze, my mind consumed with thoughts of my beloved serpent. At that moment, Tang Shua returned, carrying a bowl of porridge, asking as he entered, "May I come in, my dear?" I retorted coldly, "You've already stepped inside. What is the point of asking?" Tang Shua remained unperturbed, smiling as he attempted to feed her porridge. However, when he glanced down, he noticed the mark of a small white snake on Jiajia's collarbone, causing his brow to furrow in discontent, finding it particularly unsightly. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Observing that Jiajia was ignoring him, he abruptly set down the bowl and pounced on her like a ravenous wolf. He muttered something about how Tang Shua was smitten with the young lady and how she should accept him, uttering such lewd words. Jiajia was instantly incensed. She had thought him to be a charming gentleman, only to discover he was a rogue who resorted to physical confrontation. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicked Tang Shua to the foot of the bed, flipped off the bed, and unsheathed a long whip from her waist, taking a defensive stance. Tang Shua, seemingly unfazed, walked toward her with a smile. "Young lady, my name is Tang Shua. We are acquainted now, are we not?" He attempted to caress Jiajia's face like a predator toying with its prey. However, with a sharp crack, Jiajia's whip struck his hand with the precision of lightning. Tung Shuo winced in pain, his expression one of exquisite agony. Yet, in that fleeting moment, something within him seemed to ignite. Countless memories flooded back to him. He suddenly remembered everything. This woman before him. She was the one who evoked both love and fear within him. What a revelation. She was an old acquaintance. Observing that Jia appeared to have lost her memory, a wicked thought surged forth. If he could keep her captive by his side, she would revert to the version of herself that belonged solely to him. The room descended into chaos, punctuated by Tung Shuo's sinister yet elated laughter. Just as the two were embroiled in their fierce struggle, Hong Xia had returned to the tribe. Clad in a makeshift goddess outfit, she approached the entrance of the tribe, reveling in the despondency within. With a flick of her wrist, a fireball struck the guarding orc. The beast ignited immediately, and the flames were peculiarly stubborn, resistant to any attempts to extinguish them with water. This fire was remarkably potent, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary water. With her hands on her hips and a face full of bravado, Hong Xia proclaimed herself the true goddess, denouncing Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng as frauds. Although the tribespeople were skeptical, they were rendered helpless in the face of their burning companion screams. At that moment, Yu Sheng arrived, with an impassive expression. She approached the flaming orc, pouring a drop of ice-blue liquid from small vial. Instantly, the raging divine fire was extinguished. Hong Xia was left dumbfounded. Furious as she shouted, "How dare you extinguish the divine fire bestowed upon me by the beast god?" Yu Sheng coldly replied, "Was it you who lost Jia?" Hong Xia, in a fit of defiance, retorted, "So what? That wretched female may already be dead." These words ignited Yu Sheng's fury. "You shall pay for her life." Without hesitation, Yu Sheng charged forward. Startled, Hong Xia hurled fireballs, but Yu Sheng moved with the grace of a dancer, agile and light, evading every attack. The spectators marveled at this legendary display of skill. While Hong Xia unleashed a barrage of fire, Yu Sheng executed a refined counterattack. Ice-blue light coalesced around her, forming a 1-meter-long ice sword. Gripping the hilt with an elegance akin to a painting, each step exuded a lethal aura. Hong Xia, momentarily flustered, found herself wounded by a sudden cut on her shoulder, eliciting a scream as she transformed into a streak of red light and fled. Yu Sheng intended to pursue, but was halted by Di's embrace, succumbing to tears in his arms. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, just as the skirmish concluded, our heroine's rescue finally arrived. Qiao Yujia was preparing to confront Tung Shuo when she suddenly heard a familiar low growl. "Goddess!" Ling Yin burst through the wall, hurling a fireball directly at Tung Shuo's face. He seized Jia by the nape of her neck, tossing her onto his back, and unleashed another fireball before taking flight. Tung Shuo, covered in soot from the fireballs, struggled to extinguish the flames, only to find the room in ruins and Jia long gone. Ling Yin flew with Jia to the base of cliff, where they encountered long, unleashing torrents of water. He commanded the surging waves to crash into the caves where the females were imprisoned, liberating them all. Ling Yin and Long united, leading a throng of rescued females away without a backward glance. Tung Shuo roared in anger from behind, "Capture them!" A horde of frantic orcs pursued wildly. As they neared capture, Jia cried out in desperation, "Long, use a water wall to block them." Annoyed by the cacophony, Long promptly erected several 5-meter-high water walls, successfully obstructing their pursuers. The group finally escaped the godless forest safely. Exhausted, Qiao Yujia heard Ling Yin announce, "We are approaching the boundary of the Wuhuang Plains." She looked up to see the familiar light barrier ahead, revitalizing her spirit. At last, they were returning home. However, just as she called out, she noticed a figure anxiously pacing before the light barrier, its familiar serpentine tail unmistakably belonging to her beloved Da Shi. In that moment, she felt a surge of affection. Without hesitation, she leapt from Ling Yan's back, calling out, "Da Shi." The two behind her gasped, exclaiming, "Goddess! Goddess!" Fearing she might fall. Jokingly, she thought, "Of course, someone is there to catch me." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yi looked up, his eyes instantly alight. He spread his arms wide, resembling a large pet awaiting a treat. She landed gracefully in his embrace, ceremoniously declaring, "I'm back." He held her tightly, his voice trembling. "Welcome home." The surrounding orcs erupted in joyous celebration upon her return, their exuberant shouts resembling a concert. Just as they reveled, Ling Yin, the atmosphere's spoiler, interjected, stating that the barrier at the boundary needed to be reinforced with her blood. Henceforth, Only with her consent could others enter or exit the Wuhuang Plains. Upon hearing this, she thought, how trivial, just a drop of blood from my fingertip, no big deal. She attempted to extricate herself from Lin Ye's grasp, but he transformed into a human-shaped pendant, refusing to let go. After struggling in vain, she surrendered and commanded, "All right, brave warrior, take me to the light barrier." Thus, Lin Yi carried her, dragging his large tail as they made their way. She promptly pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the light barrier. The blood was drawn in instantaneously, causing the barrier to glow brighter, its defensive power seemingly skyrocketing. Once finished, she placed her wind-chapped finger in her mouth to soothe it. Upon looking up, she caught Lin Ye's eager gaze, almost inscribing his desire to drink on his face. She chose to ignore him. After all, unlike Ling Yan, his self-control was severely lacking. Any contact with her blood could lead to madness. At this critical juncture, it was imperative to strictly regulate his intake of her blood products. With all matters settled, the group marched toward the tribe. As dusk approached, they finally arrived. The tribe's people at the entrance, upon seeing them, erupted in cheers. The goddess has returned. The commotion startled everyone preparing for dinner. Yu Sheng, particularly dramatic, leaped into her arms, weeping uncontrollably, immune to any attempts at consolation. Once settled, the ensuing days could be summarized in 2 words: hibernation. Outside, snow fell in flurries, bitterly cold, prompting Bai Di to open several caves. All of them crowded into a newly excavated, spacious cave for meals and daily life. The rescued females were well cared for, their gazes towards her filled with admiration. For the next 2 months, their existence revolved around eating and sleeping, having even cleared a path to the storage for convenience. Aside from restroom breaks, they rarely ventured outside, embracing a lifestyle of utter idleness. On the other side, the vagrant Beastman leader named Tang Shuo was incensed by our rescue of captives. In his wrath, he mercilessly stripped the pelts from his unfortunate subordinates and forced them to stand in the snow, exposed to the biting wind, an egregious act of workplace bullying. He even attempted to breach our protective barrier, which, of course, proved futile, as our defenses were formidable. As for the one who set fire to us, Hong Xia, she brought her demise upon herself. Wounded and unable to heal, she was ultimately discovered by members of our tribe in a cave, appearing as feeble as a fledgling chick, and was swiftly bound and brought back. When spring arrived and the earth warmed, our first order of business was to publicly try Hong Xia. Chief Shi Qiu pushed the kneeling figure of Hong Xia before me, stating, "Goddess, it is your prerogative to decide her fate." I could discern the slightest hint of pity in Shi Qiu's demeanor, but I harbored none. This woman had repeatedly conspired against both me and Yu Sheng, proving herself to be far from a simple-minded damsel. Before I could utter a word, Yu Sheng, beside me, gritted his teeth and declared, "Jia Jia. We cannot allow her to escape. She is a menace." The surrounding tribespeople quickly joined in, their voices rising in a cacophony of accusations, their animosity palpable. Then, can you guess what Hong Xia said? She laughed, a laugh so morbid it sent chills down my spine. "You cannot treat me this way. Do not forget who my mother is." At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Each individual wore a complex expression of regret and fury. I was intrigued. Who was her mother? Sister Fu Xiang, unable to contain her disdain, retorted, "Hong Xia, you have no right to invoke her name." Hong Xia's laughter grew even more maniacal, her voice sending shivers through me. "No matter what you say, I am my mother's flesh and blood. Ha ha, my demise is fortuitous, as I shall join her, while you, Hong Yu, will be left to languish in solitude for eternity." Upon hearing this, I realized she had completely lost her mind, dismissing any further discourse. I turned to Ling Yan and said, "She is beyond reason. Ling Yan, burn her." Without hesitation, Ling Yan conjured a fireball and hurled it at her. In an instant, she was engulfed in flames, her screams echoing throughout the tribe. Despite her agony, she fixed her gaze on Hong Yu, her tone both tender and venomous. "Hong Yu, I am about to join my mother, while you shall endure a lifetime of loneliness." Hong Yu trembled in fear. Xing Ku swiftly approached, grasping her hand, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I will always be by your side." When Hong Xia saw this, her eyes turned red with fury, redirecting her wrath towards us. "Qiao Yu Jia, Yu Sheng, I curse you both to be forever separated, never to meet again." Before her ominous words could fully escape her lips, I raised my hand, and a dagger flew forth, striking her neck with precise accuracy, plunging the world into silence. The members of the Hu Shao tribe stood in stunned disbelief, gasping at the swiftness of my action. A week later, as the warmth of spring settled in, I found myself contemplating the construction of a dwelling while observing the budding branches outside the cave. Lost in thought, Lin Yi approached, carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup. As I took a sip and looked up, I caught him staring intently at my abdomen, his expression akin to that of a lottery player awaiting results. Perplexed, I asked, "Why are you staring at my belly?" He earnestly responded, "Jia Jia, it has been an entire winter, yet your belly shows no signs of movement." I burst into laughter, realizing he had been pondering this matter. I explained, "It does not happen so quickly. It depends on fate. If our child is destined to be, they will come." Upon hearing this, he enlightened. "Ah, so that is how it is." Clenching his fists, he appeared resolute, as if preparing to face an ultimate adversary, declaring his determination to grow stronger so that our child would recognize his prowess and thus come to me. His comical demeanor filled me with both amusement and exasperation. At that moment, I sensed the presence of someone breaching the barrier of the Wuhuang Plains. Not detecting any malice, I permitted their entry. I instructed Chief Shi Qiu to welcome them while I set off with others to gather winter dates. Upon our return, laden with baskets of dates, I found that Shi Qiu had already ushered the newcomers back. To my astonishment, a large contingent arrived. Once I washed my hands and approached, I overheard an elder priest inquiring if he could meet the goddess. As I wiped my hands and approached, I responded, "I am Shi. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing?" The priest's eyes widened upon seeing me. Beside him stood a young man whose presence was striking, gazing at me with an expression of infatuation. Family, what do I behold? A living beast-eared youth. His white, fluffy ears twitched adorably. At that moment, my jealous partner swiftly entered a state of heightened vigilance, discreetly taking my hand and retreating behind me, looking as pitiful as a cat robbed of its fish treat. I quickly grasped his hand, struggling to contain my laughter. Once everyone was seated, I learned they hailed from a tribe to the south known as the Mai tribe, who had fled due to attacks by vagrant beastmen. Observing the five-colored radiance in our domain during winter, they sought refuge here. Chief Shi Qiu informed me that the Mai tribe was unique. Their beast forms were small and adept at stealth, with some individuals being born as half-beastmen. The males exhibited weaker combat abilities but excelled in reconnaissance, while the females possessed greater strength than ordinary females. How intriguing indeed. The priest expressed their willingness to do anything for us, pleading for sanctuary. Yusheng discreetly pulled at my sleeve, indicating our food supplies were limited. I patted her hand reassuringly and addressed the group. "I am willing to shelter you, but I have one condition." They immediately tensed. I enunciated each word clearly. "I require your unwavering loyalty." After which, I clapped my hands, and a dozen females brought forth bowls of clear water and wooden cups. I unsheathed a dagger, undeterred, and pricked my finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into each bowl. Lin Yi, witnessing this, contorted his face in concern. I regarded them coldly. "Drink this water, and you shall be bound by a pact. Should you betray us, the consequences will be excruciating. Nevertheless, it will also enhance your physical constitution. Consider your choice wisely." As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Yi and another beastman named Jia Run seized my hands, licking my wound with such swiftness that I was taken aback. I glanced at Lin Yi's satisfied expression and felt a wave of frustration. He would surely be incapacitated again soon. The leader of the Mai tribe, named Yu, displayed remarkable courage, being the first to raise his cup and drink deeply. Yet, as he set the bowl down, he suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground in convulsions of pain. His tribespeople gasped in terror, retreating several paces in unison. Jiarun, kneeling behind me, had intended to mock their cowardice, but before he could finish his taunt, he too collapsed behind me, rendered motionless. In that suffocating silence, a cat-eared youth stepped forward. He was the one with a countenance more enchanting than that of a maiden. He approached the table, seized a bowl, and gulped it down, exclaiming, "I drink. I shall never betray the goddess." Upon finishing, his reaction was minimal. His complexion visibly bloomed, and he appeared to grow sturdier. This served as a catalyst, prompting the others to follow suit, emboldened by their leader's apparent well-being. Yet, amid this harmonious atmosphere, there was always one who stirred the pot. A woman suddenly emerged, pointing accusingly at me, cursing that I had no right to make them drink my blood, as if I intended to bring about their demise. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Yi, the one infatuated with the cat-eared lad. It seemed she had become consumed by jealousy because the charming young man had taken a sip of my water and gazed at me intently. Amused, I responded, "Sister, I did not engage in coercive transactions. If you choose not to drink, I shall prepare provisions for you to leave this desolate expanse by dawn." I paused for effect and added, "Ah, and I do not harbor idlers or ungrateful wretches." My words resonated throughout the tribe, silencing any dissent. How dare they expect to receive without offering respect? With that, I disregarded her further and returned to the cave, hauling my 2 burdens along. I instructed Aunt Fu Xiang to prepare ample food for when they awoke. The next morning, I was infuriated to find these 2 rascals still restless in their sleep, constantly rubbing against my face. I began to suspect they viewed me as some form of catnip. The more I pondered, the angrier I became, sensing an inexplicable fatigue enveloping me, rendering me akin to a zombie. Stepping outside, burdened with frustration, I fortuitously encountered Yusheng, who, noticing my distracted demeanor, inquired about my troubles. I hastily concocted an excuse, claiming that spring was fleeting and we needed to hasten the construction of bamboo houses. This was no mere fabrication. The cave was damp and dark, lacking the comforts of a proper dwelling. Without delay, I led a group to harvest bamboo. Not far into our endeavor, I encountered the cat-eared lad again, who presented me with a basket of apples. I learned his name was May. My goodness, after just one night, he appeared transformed from a frail youth to a striking and robust figure. His delicate face and fluffy ears melted my heart, compelling me to reach out and gently ruffle his ears. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, his ears almost bleeding from embarrassment. I quickly withdrew my hand, advising him to join the hunting team to stretch his limbs. At that moment, Lin Yi emerged from his slumber, passing by May and wrinkling his brow as he sniffed him, his expression akin to that of someone who had caught me in an indiscretion. Meanwhile, Yi attempted to curry favor with May again, only to be ignored as he walked away, leaving her seething with envy. I, on the other hand, was fervently cutting bamboo with my companions. Lin Yi, in his usual obliviousness, questioned the need for so much bamboo, prompting me to educate him about hygiene and moisture prevention. Upon hearing this, his enthusiasm surged, and he began chopping with fervor, transporting bundles back with great zeal. Yusheng, upon witnessing the mountain of bamboo at the tribe's entrance, was nearly speechless. I paid her no mind, instead sketching out a plot outside the tribe to teach the orcs how to dig foundations and erect frameworks. Remarkably, this group of orcs possessed incredible stamina. With merely a few verbal instructions, they executed my plans flawlessly. Within just 2 days, under my astute guidance, a 2-story bamboo house with a balcony and courtyard had sprung up from the earth. I urged Lin Yi to quickly move our belongings inside. Garen scampered over, inquiring where he would reside, and upon my indication of the first floor, he beamed with delight. It seemed that companionship was the name of the game. Consequently, every member of the tribe turned green with envy and flocked to learn how to construct such marvels. In less than a week, the entire tribe transitioned from the primitive cave-dwelling era to the bamboo housing era, with everyone proclaiming that these structures were 100 times more comfortable than the caves. Of course, some remained discontent. Yi stood at her bamboo house's entrance, glaring daggers at me, her resentment palpable enough to generate electricity. She must have been seething, especially with May approaching to offer me his attentions. Then came the unexpected climax. The cat-eared lad, May, knelt before me with a bouquet of flowers, professing his desire to be my partner. At that moment, I felt the weight of 2 icy glares upon my back. Lin Yi and Garen's expressions could have frozen him solid, his ears drooping in fright. I accepted the flowers and cautioned him, "My handsome friend, you must ponder this decision carefully. Grant me 3 days to ascertain whether your feelings are genuine or merely a fleeting infatuation. I have no desire for ephemeral romances." Garen, feigning sympathy, approached May, offering words of comfort while his eyes brimmed with warnings. Was this palace of mine already embroiled in rivalry before it had even begun? After dismissing them, I immediately gathered my team to cultivate the land. The potatoes and sweet potatoes stored from winter had begun to sprout, necessitating their immediate planting. However, Lin Yi and Garen, eager to impress me, turned the endeavor into a competitive excavation contest, nearly obliterating the entire plot of land in their frenzy. The other orcs looked on in astonishment. I disregarded their antics, directing the females to slice the potatoes and sweet potatoes for planting. With so many hands at work, we completed the task before sunset. When the 2 returned, they each bore a bounty of prey, one with a nest of rabbits and the other dragging a large tiger, standing before me, as if seeking praise. Garen, ever resourceful, shared half of the tiger meat with the tribe, suggesting I take a break and enjoy a communal feast. Very well, a lively gathering would be pleasant. However, after dinner, Lin Yi unexpectedly lifted me and dashed upstairs, proclaiming his intentions to create new life. My dear friends, I had yet to process this turn of events. The next morning, I promptly kicked him out of bed in glorious fashion. Garen, having listened to the commotion from downstairs, must have been on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. As I cast him aside, he knelt in a state of feigned contrition, his face undeniably charming. I set him to prepare breakfast, but after I finished eating, I barely touched my pillow before succumbing to slumber once more, drifting off in an instant. Unbelievable! Lin Yi, bowl in hand, turned to find me asleep. And as he leaned closer, he appeared to discover something extraordinary on my face. To his astonishment, he noticed faint, luminous white scales emerging beneath my eyes and at the center of my forehead, resembling a radiant ruby. Lin Yi was left bewildered. He had always believed I was not an orc, as I possessed no trace of orcish scent, yet here were scales. Did the sudden appearance of orc traits on Xiao Yujia's face imply that she was indeed one of them? As Lin Yi pondered, he leaned in closer to sniff. No, the purity of her fragrance remained unchanged despite the scales. Not an orc, but how could orcish traits manifest on her? Was she unwell? Perhaps it was best to summon the shaman for an examination. What if she truly was ill? To Lin Yi, Xiao Yujia was not an orc, yet the emergence of orcish characteristics led him to believe she was ailing. He hurriedly slipped out of the room, neglecting even the bowl left on the table. The shaman, Wu Bai, resided not far from Xiao Yujia's bamboo house, merely a meter or two apart. The vital members of the tribe congregated centrally, with the remaining members' bamboo homes radiating outward from their core. The fence that once encircled the cave now extended from there, branching out alongside the rows of bamboo houses, with a grand entrance facing the sea. However, the wooden barriers, while arranged, were ultimately flimsy. Should an attack occur, they would crumble to dust in an instant. Thus, the quest to locate clay suitable for brickmaking became a considerable source of concern for Xiao Yujia. Shaman, Lin Yi called out, rushing forth. Even before his arrival, Wu Bai had heard his voice from afar. As she glanced outside while preparing herbal powders for Xiao Yujia, she spotted Lin Yi's hurried figure. Upon entering the shaman's courtyard, Lin Yi exclaimed, Jia is ill. What? Yujia is unwell? Quickly, take me to her. Wu Bai was taken aback by this news. The thought of Xiao Yujia, the precious one, being sick was indeed alarming. As he spoke, he hastily urged Lin Yi to take him along. Lin Yi, without hesitation, scooped up at a Wu and dashed towards home. To she, what's wrong? Why the sudden rush? Upon reaching the doorstep, Yu Shang coincidentally arrived and noticed Lin Yi's flustered demeanor, prompting her to inquire. However, she received no response, which left her feeling quite awkward. Yet, seeing his urgency sparked a troubling thought. Was it because Jia was in trouble? After all, only something concerning Jia could incite such frantic behavior in this giant serpent. Jia is in trouble. With this thought, Yu Sheng hastened to follow Lin Yi into the room, disregarding whether he acknowledged her presence. Just as they entered, someone stealthily trailed behind them. Thanks to their ability to remain unnoticed amidst the crowd, Lin Yi remained oblivious. Two pairs of eyes were fixated on the bed where Xiao Yujia lay. Da Wu, what is happening? Is Jia unwell? Lin Yi, observing the Da Wu's expressionless demeanor and uncertainty, could not help but inquire. At that moment, Yu Sheng stepped into Xiao Yujia's room and saw her quietly lying on the bed, appearing serene as if nothing serious was amiss. However, as she approached, she discerned the faint scales on her face and the glimmer of a ruby at her brow, leaving Yu Sheng perplexed. Other clan members might not be aware, but she knew well that both she and Xiao Yujia were purely human. Thus, when a Baidi approached them, they would only detect a clean, fragrant scent, devoid of any other odor. But what had happened to Xiao Yujia? The skin beneath her eyes had inexplicably developed evenly sized scales. This type of scale was all too familiar to Yu Sheng. Wasn't he this serpent scale? Yet, how could it appear on Xiao Yujia? This baffled Yu Sheng, who could not fathom the situation, so she decided to wait and see what the Dawu would say. Yujia's health is excellent. She is not ill. The Dawu had examined Xiao Yujia thoroughly and found nothing wrong. Aside from the faint scales on her face, all was well. But what about the scales on her face? Knowing that Xiao Yujia was not sick, Lin Yi and Yu Sheng felt a weight lift from their hearts. However, Lin Yi did not relax entirely, as the matter of the scales remained unresolved. I am merely a Dawu. My knowledge is limited to herbal remedies. As for the sudden appearance of scales on Yu Jia's face, I am powerless. You may wish to summon the priest from the Mei Mao tribe for assistance. The Dou Wu Bai spoke truthfully. They were responsible for treating clan members and knew little about such unusual matters. Regarding the scales on Xiao Yu Jia's face, the Dou Wu could only suggest that Lin Yi seek the priest. I will return shortly. Upon hearing the Dou Wu's words, Lin Yi hurried out of the room to see if she was at his bamboo house. The hidden observer, upon hearing that Lin Yi was going to find the priest, quickly followed him out the door. All of this went unnoticed by those inside the room. Outside, the clan members watched Lin Yi's frantic comings and goings, their hearts hanging in suspense. After all, it was evident that something had happened to the goddess. However, some members speculated that perhaps the goddess merely wished to play with Lin Yi, to exhaust his energy so he wouldn't be preoccupied with thoughts of procreation all day long. Before long, Lin Yi returned from Xie's abode, leading the priest back with him. Oh dear, my old bones are nearly shattered from your haste. Upon landing on the ground, she felt as though he had been revived, and could not help but scold Lin Yi. I apologize, priest Xi. It was not my intention. I was simply too worried about Jia. Please, take a look at her. Hearing Xi's reprimand, Lin Yi could only repeatedly apologize, as all he wished for at that moment was to be by her side. He had expected it to be merely a matter requiring prayers, but upon seeing Xiao Yujia quietly resting on the bed, surrounded by a soft glow, he was taken aback. The faint scales beneath her eyes and the ruby on her brow were striking. This Xi's voice trembled, while Lin Yi, Yu Sheng, and the Dou looked on, anxious. Priest, please tell us, what has happened to Jia? She had appeared quite pleased earlier, leaving them wondering about Xiao Yujia's condition. Lord Lin Yi, the goddess is fine. She is merely experiencing a regression. She had discerned that Xiao Yujia was in good health, and the scales beneath her eyes were merely a result of this regression. Regression? The gathered individuals blinked in unison, as the term was somewhat unfamiliar to them. Regression is a phenomenon that can transform a female back into her beast form, manifesting solely in females, and may occur at various times, or not at all throughout one's life. Noticing their lack of understanding regarding regression, she provided a brief explanation. So that is how it is. Priest, is there anything we need to do during this regression? Upon hearing that it was merely regression and that Xiao Yujia's body was unharmed, Lin Yi genuinely felt relieved and inquired about any precautions to take during this period. Nothing particularly concerning, except that her appetite will significantly increase. Be sure to have ample food prepared. Understood. Thank you, Priest Xi. As it was merely a matter of ensuring sufficient food, Lin Yi felt truly at ease, realizing that with a bit of effort, he could ensure Jia was well fed during her regression. Since Jia is fine, I shall take my leave and not disturb her rest. Yu Sheng, having learned that Xiao Yujia was in good health, felt reassured. Since Xiao Yujia could not accompany Hong Yu and the others for gathering that day, Yu Sheng would take them herself. Just as she was about to step outside, the Dou called out to her, Sheng Zai, wait a moment. Let us return together. All right, I will assist you. Yu Sheng nodded, stepping forward to support the Dou as they exited the room together. Subsequently, she declined Lin Yi's offer to escort him back, opting to stroll leisurely on his own. The previously tense atmosphere in the room suddenly returned to tranquility. Lin Yi glanced at Xiao Yujia, who lay peacefully asleep, smiled, and finally carried the wooden bowl he had forgotten to take earlier. Exiting the room and gently closing the bamboo door. Stepping outside, Lin Yi did not pause, but joined the hunting team as they set off into the forest in search of prey. Since the Mei Mao tribe's arrival, Bai Di had led his tribe's warriors to set numerous traps in all 4 directions of the forest. Although the early spring did not see many wild beasts, it was not devoid of them entirely. With traps buried in every direction, the quantity of game captured should exceed that of previous hunts. Chapter 47. The 3-day pact. It has been 2 days since scales appeared on Xiao Yujia's face. During this time, she had remained in a deep slumber, and the scales on her face had gradually begun to solidify. Not only that, but even white scales had started to emerge on her legs. Lin Yi and Jiarun had been diligently working to stockpile sufficient food for her, ensuring she would not awaken hungry. Yu Sheng also visited daily, either to check in or to sit and chat with the sleeping girl for a while. The weather today is exceptionally radiant, with a gentle breeze caressing the cheeks, contrasting starkly with the bustling heat outside. In the courtyard of Xiao Yujia, tranquility reigned supreme. After Lin Yi and Jiarun departed, a shadow stealthily entered Xiao Yujia's room. After confirming that the room was indeed empty, the shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching the peacefully slumbering Xiao Yujia. It is you, this detestable female. If it weren't for you, Mei would not ignore me. Has Mei ever acknowledged you? The mere thought of Mei's cold demeanor towards her over the past few days ignited a ruthless glint in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Yujia. Since you are a goddess, then today, go accompany the beast god. A crimson glimmer flashed in her eyes as an unexpected stone knife appeared in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she aimed a lethal strike at Xiao Yujia's neck. Perhaps it was the instinct of a martial artist to sense danger. For Xiao Yujia suddenly awoke with a start, raising her hand to halt the descending blade. It's you. Sitting up, she tightened her grip on the assailant's wrist. Let go of me. Unable to bear the pain, the assailant relinquished her hold, causing the stone knife to clatter to the ground. Let go. Xiao Yujia furrowed her brow. Do you take me for a fool? If I release you, will you not merely flee outside to hurl venomous words to slander me? Xiao Yujia looked at the woman before her with a sudden surge of disdain. Did she not provoke her? Aside from a brief verbal exchange upon their first meeting, was it not excessive to wish for her demise simply due to that? Regardless, Xiao Yujia would not spare anyone who sought to harm her. It is not a matter of cruelty. Rather, in her experience, some individuals simply do not deserve to exist. She was merely exercising the rights bestowed upon her by her family and her divine status. Release me. Do you know who I am? The words of Xiao Yujia fell on deaf ears as the assailant began to struggle violently. Yet, no matter her efforts, she could not free her hand from Xiao Yujia's grasp. I know your name is Yi, the granddaughter of the priest. Xiao Yujia coldly stated. Indeed, the one who sought to assassinate Xiao Yujia in silence was Yi. Unfortunately for her, Xiao Yujia had caught her red-handed and now held her captive. Since you know, why not let me go? Yi regarded Xiao Yujia with a perplexed expression. If a clansman were aware of her priestly lineage, they would have released her long ago. Yet Xiao Yujia remained unresponsive. My grandfather is a priest capable of communicating with the beast god. As his granddaughter and the next priest, I too can converse with the beast god. You, vile female, shall surely face the beast god's retribution. In her exasperation, Yi spat venomous words at Xiao Yujia, hoping to leverage her connection with the beast god to secure her release, all while exuding an air of arrogance. After speaking, Yi observed Xiao Yujia's frigid gaze and felt an unsettling fear wash over her. Why, after all her declarations, did she not perceive even a hint of fear on Xiao Yujia's face? Vile, allow me to show you what true malevolence is. With that, Xiao Yujia seized Yi and dragged her out of the room, forgetting to put on her shoes. Fortunately, the upper floor posed no dangers, as the ground was carefully polished bamboo planks. Let go of me. Where are you taking me? The cold tone of Xiao Yujia sent shivers down Ye's spine, prompting her to struggle incessantly in an attempt to escape the grasp of Xiao Yujia. Yet all her efforts proved futile. Of course, I will take you to witness what true malice looks like. Since you claim to be malevolent, I shall embody that malice in your eyes. As Xiao Yujia descended the stairs, a multitude of scales appeared beneath her feet, protecting her delicate soles. With each step, a tail covered in white scales could be vaguely seen trailing behind her. Let go of me. I am the granddaughter of a priest. From the moment Xiao Yujia dragged her from the bamboo courtyard, Yi repeated this phrase incessantly. The bustling individuals in the open space turned their attention towards Xiao Yujia and her captive. Is that not Yi, the granddaughter of the priest from the Maimao tribe? Indeed, it appears to be. Is that not Goddess Yujia? I heard she had been in a deep slumber for several days, but it seems she has awakened and is well now. I also heard that the goddess has suddenly exhibited orc-like traits, appearing intermittently clear and then obscured. Several females responsible for weaving cotton had initially noticed Ye's loud cries, but were soon captivated by the awakening of Xiao Yujia, leading to discussions about her recent slumber. Is that the one? The goddess is now radiating brilliance, one young female remarked, noticing the sunlight reflecting off Xiao Yujia. Yes, indeed. I helped deliver something to Goddess Sheng a few days ago, and saw her. How beautiful! As others nodded in agreement, the gathered females collectively turned their gaze towards Xiao Yujia, their eyes following her every movement. In that moment, the luminous Xiao Yujia appeared sacred and inviolable in the eyes of all her kin. Even while dragging Yi, their perception of her remained unchanged. Meanwhile, a clansman from the Maimao tribe witnessed the scene and hurried to the priest. Xiao Yujia dragged Yi onto the altar, slamming her down with a thud that elicited a pained scream. What are you bringing me to the altar for? Yi gazed at Xiao Yujia in terror, her instincts as an orc warning her that Xiao Yujia was a formidable threat. I will now demonstrate to you what true malevolence entails. With that, Xiao Yujia unsheathed a long whip from her waist and cracked it beside Yi, producing a sharp sound. Ah! Yi, seated on the ground, cried out in fear, instinctively shielding her head with her arms. This was no mere miscalculation. As Xiao Yujia raised her hand to deliver a second strike, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Priestess, I beseech you to show mercy. Upon hearing the priestess's plea, Xiao Yujia's whip came to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, the priestess approached the altar, kneeling before Xiao Yujia, her words laced with desperation, imploring the goddess for forgiveness, uncertain of what wrong Yi had committed. She attempted to kill me. This cold statement sent a jolt through the priestess, while the onlookers surrounding the altar erupted in uproar. Many cast malevolent glances towards Yi atop the altar. This Yi is truly despicable. How dare she attempt to slay the goddess? Indeed, when the Mei Mao tribe arrived a few days ago, she should have been expelled. The goddess has shown them kindness, yet she seeks to harm her. The beast god shall not spare her. Listening to the uproar from the Tiger Roar tribe below, the priestess's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that her granddaughter, Yi, would harbor such intentions against the goddess. The expressions of the Mei Mao tribe members were equally grim. The goddess had taken them in, and the clansmen should have felt gratitude. Instead, Yi had dared to contemplate the assassination of the goddess and even begun to act on it. Observing Yi trembling in fear atop the altar, the members of the Mei Mao tribe unanimously resolved to distance themselves from her in the future, lest they fall victim to this malicious female's wrath. Shi Jai, forgive the one who sought to take my life. I am not a fool. For your sake, I may spare her life, but she must accept my punishment. Whether she survives is in her own hands. Indeed, no one would pardon someone who desires their demise, unless that person is a fool. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Shi Jai collapsed to the ground, silent, perhaps tacitly consenting to the punishment of his granddaughter. Xiao Yujia paid him no heed and walked directly to Yi, raising her whip to commence the punishment. Crack! Crack! The lashes continued until dusk, Ye's anguished cries echoing throughout. When Lin Yi and Jia Run returned, they witnessed the final strike delivered by Xiao Yujia. After the punishment, Xiao Yujia did not linger, but descended from the altar and headed straight to her bamboo dwelling. Seeing her departure, Shi Jai hurried to assist his granddaughter Yi, alongside one of the clan members, bringing her back. Once back in her room, Xiao Yujia hastily consumed her dinner, suddenly reminded of her 3-day pact with Mei. Thus, she donned a cotton-woven cloak and stepped outside. The tranquil night was briefly interrupted by a few birds chirping before they retreated to their nests, while the rustling wind through the trees added a tinge of melancholy to the evening. In the center of the tribe, in a courtyard, Xiao Yujia met Mei as scheduled. Goddess, I have comprehended your words from that day. Mei declared earnestly before Xiao Yujia. Oh, please elaborate. Goddess, my feelings for you may be akin to love at first sight, yet they are genuine. I beseech you to accept me as your partner. Sighing at Mei's sincerity, Xiao Yujia could only shake her head and respond, Thank you for your affection, but I already have a partner. I desire a lifelong bond with one, and I fear I would disappoint your feelings. To be frank, as Xiao Yujia uttered these words, Mei felt a pang of sorrow. She was the first female he had ever been captivated by. He was unsure if other beastmen felt the same instant connection, but he did. He wished to remain by Xiao Yujia's side, even as just a suitor. Gaining confidence, he asserted, Goddess, if I cannot be your partner, then I implore you to allow me to pursue you. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Xiao Yujia nodded in agreement. She harbored no ulterior motives. Having a male who was fond of her could serve her well in this world. It would suffice that she did not exploit the beastmen's hearts like Tang Sha. The next morning, Mei was already waiting at the entrance of Xiao Yujia's courtyard. Upon seeing her emerge, he hurriedly approached, offering her the apples he had gathered early that morning. Goddess, these are for you. Please do try them. Xiao Yujia paused, glancing at the basket in Mei's hands and then at his eager expression. The little fellow was quite diligent. The dew on the apples suggested he had risen before dawn to wash them. Appreciating Mei's thoughtfulness, Xiao Yujia took half of the apples from his basket and gently replied, Thank you for your gift. I do not eat much, so please keep the rest for yourself. Mei beamed with joy as Xiao Yujia accepted his offering. Though by the time he regained his composure, she had already joined the gathering of the female gatherers. Meanwhile, Mei, along with the hunting team, set out to inspect the traps in the surrounding forests. if the traps yielded little. By Dee and Lin, you would take a few newly matured beastmen to hunt for wild game under the pretense of training their skills. Both teams departed simultaneously. This time, Xiao Yujia intended to lead the females toward the southern woods, hoping to discover new food sources or other useful items. The southern woods were somewhat distant from the tribe, necessitating a swift journey. Thus, each beastman carried a female on their back, while the remaining females rode on a cart pulled by the beastmen who hastened to catch up with their companions. Xiao Yujia rode upon Ling Yan's back. Since the females in the tribe had learned what they had been taught, Yusheng also accompanied them today. However, for reasons unknown, as soon as she sat on the cart, she suddenly felt dizzy and had to be carried by Ling to keep pace with the group. Chapter 48. The Extraordinary Fruit. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly, with a gentle breeze and birds singing from the branches. Everything seemed serene and idyllic. Not far away, a large group of travelers, having journeyed through the morning, finally reached the southern woods. As they gazed ahead, they saw mountains surrounding them on three sides, with only a dense forest before them. The sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, dappled upon the ground. As they ventured further, the view opened up, revealing that Xiao Yujia and her companions stood the mouth of a valley. Although encircled by mountains, the clearing was expansive, dotted with numerous berry bushes. Among them, fruit trees thrived abundantly, their vibrant colors intermingling, yet which were edible and which were not remain to be discerned. Wow, goddess, there are so many fruits here. Hong Yu exclaimed joyfully, for the valley was filled with fruit trees, promising fresh sustenance for the tribe. Everyone, be cautious. We have not seen these fruits before and do not know if they are edible. Xiao Yujia observed the colorful fruits around her. Though she felt reassured that this year would not lack in fruit, a flicker of concern remained, as she was unfamiliar with these varieties. Save for the raspberries that grew lower in the valley. Unable to confirm the edibility of the fruits, she urged the females to exercise caution. Moreover, spring was a time of renewal, yet here it resembled autumn with its bountiful harvest. Truly a perplexing phenomenon. What should the goddess do? Gazing at the multitude of fruits, Hong Yu lamented the possibility of them being inedible. If all these fruits were edible, they could be harvested and shared among the tribe, providing plentiful sustenance and daily delights. Just as Xiao Yujia pondered this dilemma, melodious bird song echoed from above. The birds descended upon the fruit trees, sampling a few bites before flying away without hesitation. As if guided by some unseen force, they seemed to signal which fruits were safe to eat before soaring into the distance. Birds? Fui? Xiao Yujia reflected on the departing birds, deep in thought. After a moment, she suddenly recalled something, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "Did you all see which trees the birds perched upon?" "Goddess, we saw," came the chorus of responses from the females behind her. For Xiao Yujia and Yusheng. As humans, the native beastmen possessed far superior eyesight, enabling them to see great distances. The birds that suddenly passed by were noticed by her, and naturally, she saw them pecking at the edible fruits before turning away without a glance. After speaking, the females behind her began to scatter in all directions, each one starting to pick fruits. Xiao Yujia and Yusheng, unable to climb trees, could only gather some berries and raspberries that grew low. In a short while, the bamboo baskets and backpacks brought by the females were filled to the brim with colorful fruits. They lifted them onto the cart, and seeing the abundant harvest, the females beamed with joy. However, from a distance, many fruits still remained unpicked in the trees. Unfortunately, they did not bring enough bamboo baskets and backpacks today, so they had to leave and return tomorrow to continue gathering. Meanwhile, Bai Di and Lin Yi were richly rewarded with their traps. Noticing that the time was still early, they instructed some seasoned hunters to conduct one-on-one training sessions with the newly joined or recently matured beastmen in the hunting team. Although traps were the primary means of hunting in the tribe now, one's own hunting skills should not be neglected. Otherwise, when encountering beastmen from other tribes one day, they would be at a disadvantage. Around the afternoon, as the sun tilted westward, the gathering females and hunting beastmen returned to the tribe together. The tribe's people were delighted to see the 4 carts filled with spoils and fruits. After all, it had not been long since winter had passed, and due to the arrival of the May Mao tribe's members, there was hardly any food left in the storage cellar, sufficient for only 3 or 4 days at most. With these new fruits and game, everyone could finally feast heartily once more. As the hunting team halted, the tribe's people with fewer tasks rushed forward to help unload the game from the carts, carrying them to the riverside for processing and cleaning. After washing the game thoroughly and reserving enough for tonight's meal, The remaining portions were sent to the cave, where the Beastmen in charge of curing and storing food were located. Upon arrival, the Beastmen swiftly began slicing parts of the meat into strips for curing. At this moment, Xiao Yujia approached and noticed that among the game to be cured were some small wild animals like rabbits and wild chickens. Just as the Beastmen were about to start cutting these small creatures into strips, Xiao Yujia suddenly called out to stop them. Wait a moment. What is it, Divine Maiden? The Beastmen looked at Xiao Yujia, curious about her sudden intervention. Did they perhaps make a mistake? Or did she have a new method for preserving meat? Small prey like the Chang'er beast and Gij beast do not need to be cut into strips. Why not try curing them whole? This could also save some space in the cellar. Xiao Yujia expressed her thoughts, noting that although the rabbits and wild chickens on this continent were significantly larger than those in her previous world, they were still insufficient for the hearty appetites of the male beastmen. Curing them whole would not only conserve space, but also provide a convenient snack for them in the future. Of course, one must also prepare adequately for the coming winter by storing enough food. A whole one? Understood. Divine Maiden, we will give it a try. The beastmen present reflected on her suggestion. After all, small creatures like the Gij beast had little meat and were primarily favored by the females. Thus, they nodded in agreement to Xiao Yujia's proposal. Seeing that there was nothing more to attend to here, Xiao Yujia began to walk towards her bamboo house. Jujia, here's some fruits I picked while hunting for you. Give them a try. Divine Maiden, I caught this fish for you. It's very fresh. Would you like to taste it? Jujia, I found this new fruit while hunting, and I've already washed it. You must try it. Xiao Yujia looked at the three individuals surrounding her and felt a slight headache. Nonetheless, the items in their bamboo baskets appeared quite fresh. Linya's basket held freshly washed red apples. May's contained freshly processed grass fish, and Jarwin's held a light yellow fruit that was larger at one end than the other. Xiao Yujia took one fruit from Jarwin's basket and examined it closely, discovering some small brown spots on it. A spark of excitement lit up her face. Isn't this a pear? But how can there be pears so soon after spring begins? Indeed, things on this continent could not be judged by the standards of her previous world. I will take a basket of these two fruits. As for the rest, let them be. Linyi, please prepare the fish for soup. I will eat it when I return tonight. Overjoyed at the sight of pears, Xiao Yujia quickly divided the apples and pears into two portions, taking one for herself while instructing them to put the other in their room. She also reminded Linyi to prepare the grass fish for soup to be ready by the time she returned. After finishing, Xiao Yujia dashed out to find Yusheng. She recalled that Yusheng adored juicy pears, and since pears were also a beneficial natural remedy, she was eager to share. Yusheng, I brought you your favorite pears. Upon reaching the entrance of Yusheng's bamboo house, she called out, Where are the pears? Upon hearing that Xiao Yujia had brought her favorite pears, Yusheng hurriedly ran out of her room. Here, these were discovered by Jiren. I can't eat them all, so I brought some for you. She extended her bamboo basket towards Yusheng. These are indeed pears, but how can there be pears in this season? Though curious about how pears could be available at this time, Yusheng happily accepted the basket from Xiao Yujia. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yujia returned home. Divine Maiden, something's wrong. Hongyue is in trouble. She's with the great shaman. Not long after she left, Xiao Yujia saw a small female running toward her in a panic. Her delicate face filled with distress. What? Hongyue is in trouble? What happened? Let us hurry. Upon hearing that Hongyue was in trouble, Xiao Yujia rushed with the small female to the great shaman's dwelling. The young girl, Hongyue, had become like a little sister to Xiao Yujia, and as an elder sister, it was only natural for her to check on her. Great shaman, it hurts so much. Please help me. As they arrived at the great shaman's treatment room, they heard Hongyue's agonized cries. Upon entering, they found her writhing in pain on the bamboo bed, clearly suffering greatly. Yujia, you're here. Quick, help Hongyue. She has no visible wounds, and I can't do anything. The great shaman looked anxious, as there were no injuries on Hongyue's body, leaving her at a loss for how to help. No wounds? Hearing this, Xiao Yujia meticulously examined Hongyue's body, ensuring she overlooked nothing. Indeed, she found no signs of injury. This is quite strange. If there are no wounds, it must be something she ate. Hongyue, what did you eat earlier? I recently delivered some freshly picked fruits to Dawu. On my way, I tasted a red fruit resembling the divine fire, and by the time I reached Dawu, I was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. Hongyu, suspecting that Xiao Yujia might have some insight into this matter, recounted the entire incident to her. Dawu, are there any more of those fruits? Xiao Yujia, recalling something, promptly inquired of Dawu whether the fruits delivered by Hongyu were still available. The fruits just arrived, It hasn't been long since Hanyu brought them, and I haven't had the chance to taste them yet, Dawu indicated, pointing to a nearby table. The fruits, which Hanyu had just delivered, had not yet been consumed, and upon seeing this, Dawu could only set them down on the table. Xiao Yujia approached the table and examined the fruits, noticing their vibrant colors arranged in a systematic manner. Each fruit possessed a distinct hue: golden, emerald green, pale blue, fiery red, and light brown. The golden fruit bore a resemblance to a crab apple, while the emerald green fruit appeared entwined with vines. The pale blue fruit was reminiscent of droplets, and the fiery red fruit mirrored the shape of flames, akin to a dragon fruit, albeit with a thinner skin, making it ready for consumption. The light brown fruit bore similarities to a pear. Divine Lady, Hanyu has suddenly turned quite dark. At that moment, a small female bystander interjected. Turning to look, Xiao Yujia saw Hanyu lying on the bed, now tranquil, but her previously light, wheat-colored skin had turned black, with only her round, bright eyes remaining visible. Hanyu, how are you feeling now? Despite the apparent tranquility, Xiao Yujia still felt uneasy and asked, Jia, I am fine now. It felt as though my bones were shattered and then reconnected. The pain has subsided. Hanyu appeared to be truly fine, her lively demeanor restored, as if the previous agony had merely been a figment of her imagination. However, the notion that her bones had felt as though they had been broken and then rejoined suggested a profound metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth. If that were the case, the colors of the fruits might correspond to the 5 fundamental elements of nature: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chapter 49. This matter must remain confidential. The more Xiao Yujia contemplated this, the more she found it extraordinary. Although she had considered living a tranquil life away from the world, the conflicts among other tribes on this continent were relatively insignificant. They would not truly annihilate one another. Yet, her situation was different. Hanyu, go home and take a hot bath. Come over to my house afterward. She urged Hanyu to return home. If those fruits were indeed, as Xiao Yujia suspected, they could serve as the ultimate secret weapon. Understood. I will go immediately. Hanyu, unsure of Xiao Yujia's intentions, hastily got out of bed and ran home, trusting that the Divine Lady would not lead her astray. Xian, where else did you send the newly harvested fruits besides the Wu's? Xiao Yujia eagerly inquired of Xian, who stood across from her. Aside from delivering them to the Wu, there was only one basket sent to your home. Divine Lady. Nothing else was sent, Xian explained, sensing the urgency in Xiao Yujia's demeanor. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she promptly relayed the details of where the fruits had been sent. Even though the birds seemed unaffected after consuming them, no one could ascertain the consequences for the Beastman, so they had refrained from distributing them further, sending them only to Dao Wu and Xiao Yujia. Though Yu Sheng was considered a divine lady in their hearts, they dared not deliver anything without her directive. That is fortunate. I am relieved to hear that only 2 households received them. Xiao Yujia sighed. Xin, do not distribute the newly harvested fruits to the tribe just yet. I need to ascertain their effects first. Until she understood the fruit's effects, it was unwise to put her people at risk. Thus, Xiao Yujia instructed Xian to hold off on distributing the fruits, lest they encounter unforeseen consequences. Understood. Xian nodded, recognizing the importance of the situation. Oh, and please send some of the newly harvested fruits to Shiji, specifically the ones entwined with vines. Tell him that consuming them may provide a means to heal his granddaughter. Although he was somewhat despicable, Shiji had but one granddaughter, and it was imperative to preserve her life so that she might care for him in his old age. Divine Lady, why would you wish to save Yi? A loathsome being who wishes to harm you? Xian, as Xiao Yujia's devoted attendant, could not fathom the rationale behind saving someone so wicked. Let her fend for herself. Xian, I understand your thoughts, but Shiji has only this one granddaughter. Let her spend time with him. Yea, this is your opportunity. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so merciful. Now be swift. Understood. With the Divine Lady's command, Xian reluctantly went to deliver the fruits to Shiji, repeatedly reassuring herself that she was not delivering them to Yi, but rather to Shiji. Upon seeing Xian depart, Xiao Yujia advised Wu not to consume any fruits apart from the emerald green and pale blue ones, reserving the others for those in need. Subsequently, she hurried home, anxious about the possibility of the others in her household consuming the fruits without understanding their implications. If those fruits could indeed bestow one of the 5 elemental powers upon the Beastmen, it was crucial to select the power that suited their essence. If the chosen ability did not align with one's genetic makeup, the consequences could be dire. The more she pondered, the more she feared that those in her home might recklessly eat them in her absence. Xiao Yujia hastened her pace. With a resounding crack, she turned to see the cause of the noise. To her astonishment, she had shattered the gate of her courtyard with newfound strength. Jia, you're back. The fish soup is ready. Come and eat. Upon her return, Lin Yi eagerly pulled her over to the fire. As the sun had set and the night air was growing chilly, simultaneously, she placed the freshly prepared fish soup before her. Xiao Yujia accepted the bowl of fish soup from Lin Yi, but did not immediately taste it, instead setting it aside on a nearby table. Jia, what is the matter? Didn't you say you wanted to eat fish soup? Is it not to your liking? Noticing that she had not taken a single bite, Lin Yi felt puzzled. Was it not meant to be enjoyed? Why the sudden reluctance? This thought brought a tinge of sadness to her. No, the fish soup you made is delightful, Xiao Yujia assured her, recalling the earlier events involving the fruits, and thus quickly inquired where Lin Yi had placed the fruits delivered that day. Lin Yi, unaware of Xiao Yujia's intentions, assumed she wanted to eat them and retrieve the fruits sent by the tribe from the room, while also cradling a still sleepy little rabbit. Seeing the family gathered, Xiao Yujia accepted the little rabbit from Lin Yi and distributed the fruits from the basket among them. Lin Yi held the pale blue droplet-shaped fruit. Jiarun held the fiery red fruit, and Mei held the golden fruit. Xiao Yujia retrieved a verdant fruit entwined with vines from the basket. She did not immediately feed it to the little rabbit, but gently instructed the other three, "You should consume the fruits in your hands, regardless of how you feel afterward. Please endure." Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged glances but ultimately consumed their fruits. Only after Lin Yi and the others had eaten did Xiao Yujia offer the fruit to the little rabbit, setting it down on the ground. Before long, Lin Yi and his companions collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. However, they remembered Xiao Yujia's earlier admonition and remained silent, as did the little rabbit. Although Xiao Yujia felt great distress watching them suffer, she understood that the path of the strong is fraught with pain. She had endured similar trials when her mother taught her martial arts. "Jia, I have come. Did you call me for something?" After about an hour, Hong Yu rushed into Xiao Yujia's courtyard. But upon seeing the three in torment alongside the little creature, her voice dwindled. Let's wait a bit longer. They should be nearing the end." With her statement, there was little else for Hong Yu to say but to remain quietly in anticipation. Approximately another hour passed, and the suffering of Lin Yi and his companions finally subsided. This single fruit demanded nearly 2 hours of torment to transform their very beings, a trial not everyone could withstand. The three who stood up, like Hong Yu, were cloaked in a dark substance. These were toxins hidden within their bodies, not mortally harmful, but capable of diminishing certain bodily functions. For instance, the appearance of acne on a girl's face could often be attributed to such toxins. The three of them examined their own forms, then glanced at one another, their already darkened skin now seemingly blacker. "All right, quickly head to the riverbank to wash off. And don't forget to clean the little rabbit as well." Hearing his partner's command, Lin Yi hastily scooped up the little rabbit and dashed out. Jiarun and Mei exchanged a glance before following suit. What has happened? Is that Lin Yi and the others? Why do they suddenly appear so dark? The tribe members, who were leisurely enjoying their evening meal, were intrigued by the sight of Lin Yi and his companions in such a state. In their memories, Lin Yi and the two goddesses were as white as winter snow. Yet now, they seemed to be enveloped in darkness. Sitting by the fire, Shichio's expression soured as he observed the trio and the little creature rushing by. One was the partner of a goddess, two were suitors for the goddess, and one was a rabbit cub adopted by her. How could individuals associated with the goddess appear so careless about their appearance? "Hong Yu, how do you feel physically?" Xiao Yujia inquired, glancing at Hong Yu, whose once light brown skin now glistened pale under the firelight due to the cleansing process. "Jia, I feel splendid. I have an abundance of energy." Hong Yu beamed. Her spirits lifted as she spoke of her newfound vitality. Previously scolded by Hong Xia, she had been frail. However, since following Xiao Yujia, she had been well-fed and clothed, her health improving significantly, yet never had she felt as light as she did now. The thought of possessing some wondrous power filled her with joy. Curious about the unfinished thought from Hong Yu, Xiao Yujia was about to inquire further when Hong Yu directed her palm toward the pile of firewood. In an instant, a red beam shot forth from her hand, igniting the wood into flames. Although aware of the many marvels in this world, witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand was still astonishing. "Jia, we are back." At that moment, Lin Yi and the others returned. Seizing the opportunity with everyone present, Qiao Yujia shared the tale of the newly harvested fruits and Hong Yu's miraculous powers akin to those of the beast god. She encouraged them to sense the power within themselves and demonstrate it. Remarkably, the group's comprehension was swift. They soon learned to control their newfound abilities. Lin Yi conjured a sphere of water, while Jia Run and Hong Yu manifested flames in their hands. Qiao Yujia believed that peacocks and flames complemented each other beautifully, and she hoped that Jia Run could adapt to the wood element over time. She envisioned each tribe member mastering 2 or 3 natural elements, while the evolution of these elements would require time. Mei, being a half-beast, found that despite consuming the fruit, she could not retract her beast ears and tail. However, when she partially transformed, her originally white claws turned golden, resembling a layer of armor, enhancing her combat prowess. Though unable to revert entirely, the fruit allowed Mei to transform completely into her beast form, which was considerably larger than that of an ordinary cat beastman. As for the little rabbit, the fruit caused her to take human form prematurely. A delicate, pale female appeared before everyone, adorned with a small ruby the size of a fingernail on her forehead, her large, sparkling eyes gazing at Qiao Yujia. She blinked a few times before sweetly calling out, "Mother," though her speech was somewhat unclear due to her young age. The endearing term resonated deeply within Qiao Yujia. She hurriedly asked Lin Yi to fetch a small cotton dress she had woven for the rabbit, a pure white gown, and reminded him not to forget the little garments. After dressing the rabbit in the outfit, complete with little pants and socks, she draped a miniature cloak over her, for the night had grown chilly. They then sought out Chief Shiqiu, Aunt Fu Xiang, Bai Di, Yu Sheng, the great shaman, and Shi Ji, departing from the lively clearing to the home of Chief Shiqiu. Under the bright moonlight, with a gentle night breeze rustling the leaves, the group gathered around a fire in the courtyard of Chief Shiqiu's home, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. "Yujia, did you summon us for something important?" Chief Shiqiu inquired, noting the significance of the individuals present, his curiosity piqued by Qiao Yujia's serious demeanor. "Chief, the matter at hand is rather grave, and I ask that you refrain from speaking of what you see." Initially unfazed, the gravity of Qiao Yujia's words shifted the expressions of everyone present, save for Lin Yi and his companions, to one of solemnity. "Yujia, please share whatever it is you have," Aunt Fu Xiang urged, her concern evident. The great shaman and Shi Ji were beginning to piece together the connection to the fruits. Yu Sheng and Bai Di, however, remained perplexed, choosing silence. Qiao Yujia gestured toward her companions. Lin Yi and the others promptly began to demonstrate their newfound powers. Amidst the flames, water spheres, golden claws, and the flowers that suddenly bloomed in the little rabbit's hands, Chief Shiqiu's composure began to waver. "Yujia, what is happening with Lin Yi and the others?" Chief Shiqiu asked, recalling the fruits gathered by their collection team earlier that day. Could it be related to those fruits? Indeed, certain fruits possess the ability to bestow upon us the powers held by the revered beast deity. However, the agony that accompanies such transformation is not something an ordinary person can endure. Subsequently, Qiao Yujia reiterated the colors of these fruits and the powers they imparted. This matter piqued the interest of Chief Shiqiu, who deemed it essential to maintain secrecy. "I hope that the strength derived from these fruits can remain within our clan, avoiding unnecessary publicity. The fruits will be distributed tomorrow, yet each clan member may select only one fruit, and they must be capable of enduring the pain during the transformation." "Understood. I will make arrangements for tomorrow. It is getting late. Yujia, you should return and rest." "Very well." Once the matters were settled, before departing, Qiao Yujia slipped a light blue fruit into Yu Sheng's hand and presented a golden fruit to the White Emperor before taking her leave. Chapter 50. Discovering clay and pottery upon returning home, Yu Sheng and the White Emperor deliberated extensively and decided that the White Emperor would consume the fruit first, allowing him to care for Yu Sheng afterward. If both were to partake in the fruit, neither would be capable of looking after the other. If Yu Sheng consumed the fruit first, the White Emperor would be distressed. After the White Emperor ingested the fruit, it was not long before he began to writhe in agony on the ground, his skin exuding black toxins. After 2 hours, the pain subsided, and the White Emperor rushed outside to cleanse himself in the stream before returning to Yu Sheng's side. Seeing him free of pain, Yu Sheng felt reassured and finished the fruit in her hand. Shortly thereafter, the repetitive process commenced. The White Emperor, while monitoring Yu Sheng's condition, hastily built a fire and boiled water to prepare for her cleansing. At dawn the following day, Chief Shichio summoned all the clan members to the square and called forth Lin Yi and the others who had consumed the fruits the previous night to the altar. What is happening today? Normally, we're only called to the altar for significant events. I wonder what this is about. I do not know. Perhaps the chief has something to announce. Look, Lord Lin Yi and the two divine maidens are also up there. The presence of the two divine maidens indicates that this is indeed important. The clan members below began to speculate whether a significant announcement was forthcoming, as it was unusual for both divine maidens to stand together at the altar. Silence. Chief Shichio's face darkened as he admonished the clamoring crowd, and the noise subsided immediately. I understand that you're all eager to know why you were summoned so early today. Chief Shichio recognized the murmurs among the clan members, as it was typically the time for breakfast before heading out for the hunt. Yes, Chief. Is there something important today? Yes, Chief. Please tell us what it is. Listening to the supportive voices of the clan members, Shichio felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He remained silent, nodding towards Lin Yi and the others. They understood the chief's intention and began to showcase the powers they had acquired. The clan members below watched in awe as Lin Yi and the others manifested flames, water, vines, and golden armor protecting vital areas of their beast forms, igniting a fervor among them. What was happening? What were the chief and the young chief doing? Could this be the power bestowed by the beast deity? Surely it must be. We have received the blessing of the beast deity. Witnessing these miraculous abilities, the tribe believed wholeheartedly that they had been blessed by the beast deity. The blessing of the beast deity? It seems I need not devise numerous excuses. Xiao Yujia observed that the clan members had unwittingly found the justification for her actions, and she decided to play along. May the beast deity of this world not take offense. Seeing the clan members so spirited, Shichio seized the moment to inform them about the fruits they had harvested yesterday. Upon learning that these powers were derived from consuming the fruits, the clan members were astonished. They had never anticipated that a single fruit could endow Beastmen with powers akin to those of the beast deity. These fruits must surely be blessed by the beast deity. This notion took root in the hearts of the Beastmen. However, despite their excitement, the allure of the information Shichio was about to reveal was even more enticing. After conferring with the two divine maidens, I have decided to distribute the fruits blessed by the beast deity among the tribe members, but each person may only consume one. Subsequently, everyone must labor diligently to earn additional fruits. The hunting team and exceptionally skilled beast warriors will also receive fruits blessed by the beast deity as rewards. From this day forward, every cub born in the tribe, regardless of gender, will receive a fruit upon reaching adulthood. However, it is imperative that this remains confidential. Do not speak of it before other tribes. Should your indiscretion bring danger upon the tribe, the divine maidens will communicate with the beast deity to revoke your powers and cast you out of the tribe. As soon as Shichio uttered these words, those clan members who had entertained mischievous thoughts immediately dismissed them. It would be too regrettable to be expelled from the tribe for such a reason. Better to contribute to the tribe's development and receive the fruits blessed by the beast deity as a reward. Although some clan members abandoned this idea, a few still harbored inappropriate thoughts. Upon hearing this news, the Beastmen erupted in excitement once more. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yujia instructed Lin Yi and a few others of high standing to distribute the fruits to prevent any disorder. The fruits would not be distributed haphazardly. The clan members had the freedom to choose their desired powers. Regardless of the elemental abilities selected, Xiao Yujia ensured that they would be clearly arranged, so as not to squander these hard-won powers. Once the distribution was complete, Shichio sent Lin Yi and the White Emperor to check for prey in the traps in the forest, while he led a portion of the beast warriors to care for the clan members who had consumed the fruits. Seeing that everything was in order, Xiao Yujia also set out with the gathering team, their destination still being the southern forest. Jia, look, this soil's color is rather peculiar. Shortly after arriving in the southern forest, the females began to scatter to gather fruits or wild vegetables, primarily in search of the fruit blessed by the beast deity. Before long, Hanyu rushed over to Xiao Yujia, cradling a handful of light gray soil. She was filled with curiosity about this unusual color. After all, since she began to recognize her surroundings, she had only seen red or black soil. This light gray soil was her first encounter. Strange colored soil? Let me see. Upon hearing Hanyu mention the peculiar color of the soil, she quickly took some from Hanyu's hands to examine it closely. Light gray, fine texture, devoid of impurities. This must be pottery clay. This is wonderful. We have finally discovered pottery clay. Now we can finally abandon using wooden bowls for our meals. although those were quite useful and not easily breakable. Items crafted from pottery and porcelain were considered luxuries in ancient Huaxia. Even though thousands of years have passed, nearly every household possesses a few sets, yet the porcelain creations remain treasures worth cherishing. However, here it may merely serve as a tool for sustenance. Despite this, with frequent use, it can also facilitate lucrative trade with larger tribes. Hongyo, where did you discover this peculiar colored soil? Upon finding the clay, Xiao Yujia was undeniably elated and eagerly inquired further from Hongyo. After all, it could advance the civilization of the Beastmen, and she would soon be able to utilize the ceramic kitchenware. Over there, on that hill, the entire mound is comprised of this colored soil. Hongyo pointed to a nearby, small hill. Although she was unaware of Xiao Yujia's intentions for this strange colored soil, the joy on her face suggested it was indeed something valuable. Even if it wasn't delectable, it surely promised enjoyment. Upon receiving the exact location of the clay, Xiao Yujia immediately dashed over. Standing before the small hill, she noted the scarcity of trees, replaced instead by patches of grass. Using the dagger she carried, she dug into a patch of grass, revealing light gray clay beneath. She continued to excavate nearby areas, uncovering more of the pale gray clay, which filled her with delight. She quickly instructed Hongyo to fetch several baskets, laying large leaves at the bottoms. Since she had only come for gathering, she had no digging tools, relying solely on her dagger to collect some clay for the baskets. Observing Xiao Yujia's excavation, Hongyo transformed her claws to assist, watching Hongyo digging fervently. A pang of envy struck Xiao Yujia. If only I too possessed such claws. Although she lamented her lack of such tools as a human, she found solace in her dagger. As the sun began its descent, all the females responsible for gathering convened at the valley's entrance. Noticing everyone had arrived, Xiao Yujia instructed them to place the fruits and wild vegetables they had collected onto the cart, and the group set off in a grand procession toward the tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, Xiao Yujia could hardly contain her enthusiasm as she pulled Yusheng and Hongyo to a less populated area of the square. She also took the opportunity to gather some clay from the riverbank, using stones and clay to construct a smaller kiln. She lit fires both inside and outside to rapidly heat the clay, hastening its solidification. Subsequently, she fetched a bucket of water from the river and gradually mixed it into the clay until it reached a semi-dry consistency, then began teaching the two how to mold it. Indeed, it was time to play with mud. Jia, what purpose does this mud serve? Hongyo inquired, glancing curiously at her now gray hands. Yet, she found it surprisingly enjoyable. Today, I shall teach you to craft clay pots and bowls for holding water and serving food using this gray mud. This mud can also be fashioned into containers for water. Initially, she thought it merely fun, but upon hearing Xiao Yujia's explanation, Hongyo became even more intrigued and urged Xiao Yujia to demonstrate. She first instructed Hongyo to roll the water-mixed clay into strips, then coil them to form the base of a pot, gradually building up the sides while leaving an opening the size of a fist at the top for pouring. Finally, she smoothed the surface with a bit of water to create a simple glaze effect. Once the clay pots were finished, they were set aside to dry, allowing them to produce more during this time. Goddess, what are you all creating? It looks quite appealing. Observing the trio's industriousness, the surrounding tribespeople were drawn in by curiosity regarding their peculiar creations. Yujia, could you enlighten us about these objects? Fuxiang gazed at the unfinished pots, fascinated yet hesitant to touch them, fearing damage. Aunt Fuxiang, this mixture in the basin is clay, a light gray substance that, when combined with an appropriate amount of water and fired, can produce pots for holding water. It can also create cooking pots. While stone pots take a long time to heat, clay pots will allow us to prepare food much more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Fuxiang felt a surge of joy. Aside from occasionally joining the gathering teams, she primarily assisted the older females in preparing food for those working outside. Just as Xiao Yujia stated, stone pots take far too long to heat, often delaying meal preparation. If the clay pots truly cook faster, the tribespeople would soon enjoy warm meals. Then let us on hand. Fuxiang observed the simplicity of Xiao Yujia's methods and was eager to try it herself. Since they wished to learn, Xiao Yujia willingly agreed to teach them, provided they kept it within the tribe until they became stronger. Otherwise, disaster could follow. As more individuals participated, their skills improved rapidly. And soon, all the clay from the 4 baskets had been utilized. They had crafted several small pots and bowls. And Xiao Yujia counted a total of 12 pots and 30 bowls. With the clay exhausted, the kiln was nearly ready for firing. Xiao Yujia placed the completed pots and bowls, now thoroughly dried, into the kiln. Due to their small size, only 4 or 5 could fit at a time. So she decided to fire a few first. Jia, I can use my fire to fire the rest. Noticing the kiln was full, Xiao Yujia ignited the flames and sealed the kiln's opening with clay. Hongyo remembered her bestowed powers and suggested using her elemental fire for the pottery. That works too. I'll help. After contemplating, Xiao Yujia realized it could be beneficial. Elemental fire would likely burn hotter than ordinary flames, increasing the likelihood of success. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Additionally, she wanted to ensure that the pottery they had crafted did not go to waste. She sent Fu Xiang to gather other beastmen and females with fire elemental abilities to assist, hastening the process. Chapter 51. A display suddenly, amidst the fervent pottery firing. A crisp sound shattered the tranquility. Jia, Hongyo began to speak, but was interrupted by another sharp crack. Then came more explosive sounds, one after another. Goddess. I'm sorry, we broke some of the pottery. A small female, clutching fragments of pottery, approached Xiao Yujia, her voice trailing off in a whisper, her expression one of distress. Tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all right. Don't be upset. You simply haven't mastered your new powers yet. Xiao Yujia comforted the young one with a gentle pat on her head, signaling her not to be sorrowful. Indeed, little Lean, there's no need for tears. You're not the only one who has accidentally damaged pottery. Look, as the others, seeing little Lean's sadness, revealed their broken pieces to console her, they collectively empathized. In this land, females were cherished among the beastmen. Upsetting any female was deemed a transgression. However, betrayers of the tribe were exceptions. Regardless of whether one is male or female, any act of betrayal against the tribe will not be tolerated. Everyone, please place the broken pottery here. Do not carry too much psychological burden as you obtain another to try again. Xiao Yujia observed that the number of pottery damaged during firing was not substantial. Thus, she signaled for them to gather the fragments aside, as the clay could still be repurposed. If something is broken, simply grab a new one and continue. The process of firing pottery is not successful on the first attempt, and failures are part of it. There is no need for sorrow. The tribe members responsible for pottery firing, upon hearing the goddess's words, cheerfully went to retrieve another piece. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of psychological burden, it did not deter their enthusiasm for pottery. Jia, pause for a moment and have a bite to eat. Linny approached with a bowl of bone soup and a sweet potato. Upon returning from the hunt, he had not seen Xiao Yujia and assumed she was still absent. However, upon noticing the young females from the gathering team occupied with various tasks, he figured she must have returned. Thus, Linny prepared the evening meal and brought it over. Spotting a corner of the clearing bustling with people, he wondered what they were gathered for. Suspecting Xiao Yujia might be there. Navigating through the crowd, Linny saw her crouched nearby, seemingly roasting peculiar items over a flame. Thank you. Everyone should eat something first before returning to work. We wouldn't want anyone to go hungry, Xiao Yujia said, accepting the bone soup from Linyi. Taking a sip before turning to the pottery makers, advising them to have their evening meal, lest they miss out and end up hungry. Upon hearing her, they suddenly realized and hurriedly placed their completed pottery aside, swiftly departing in fear of missing even the last morsel. The following morning, Xiao Yujia arrived at the clay kiln where the pottery had been fired the previous night. Grasping a wooden mallet, she began striking the sealed kiln entrance. As her force intensified, the clay sealing the entrance cracked and crumbled, sending a wave of heat that made her step back. It was indeed hot. No wonder the ancestors of Huaxia allowed the kiln to cool for a while before retrieving the finished ceramics. Jia, why are you here so early today? Hongyu, freshly washed and savoring skewers of grilled meat, approached with curiosity upon noticing Xiao Yujia already waiting by the kiln. Typically, she only woke up just before heading out to gather, eating her morning meal on the way. I was concerned about the pottery in the kiln, so I came early. To be honest, this was Xiao Yujia's first attempt at firing pottery, and its success remained uncertain. She then glanced at the pottery created by the orcs who could control fire elements last night and noted a high success rate. This might be due to the higher temperature of the fire element flames, which matched the required firing temperature for pottery. It's not hot anymore. Let us quickly take a look, Hongyu exclaimed, sensing the heat from the kiln had diminished, hastily finishing the last bites of her grilled meat. She eagerly reminded Xiao Yujia that they could now retrieve the pottery from the kiln. Xiao Yujia grasped one of the pots with 2 thick pieces of beast skin, swiftly placing it on the ground. Thankfully, the skin was thick enough. Otherwise, her hands would have blistered. Watching Xiao Yujia handle the freshly fired pottery, Han Yu eagerly followed suit, retrieving all the remaining pieces from a kiln. Gazing at the pottery she had crafted with her own hands, Han Yu felt an overwhelming joy. After allowing them to cool, Xiao Yujia picked up one piece and examined it closely. There were cracks, though not severe. It should be usable. However, the others either had a missing section or were half damaged, rendering them largely unusable. If all were fired using the flames of the fire element, would the success rate increase? Han Yu, take this ceramic bowl to the river and see if it leaks when filled with water. Although the pottery had been successfully fired, its usability still required testing. Okay, I'll go right away. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's request to test the new bowl, Han Yu promptly seized one from the ground and dashed to the river, returning with a bowl of water. Jia, it doesn't leak, she exclaimed excitedly, holding the bowl filled with water. Thank goodness it doesn't leak. Xiao Yujia regarded Han Yu, who resembled a child with a newfound toy, finding her adorable. Truthfully, the fact that the pottery fired for the first time did not leak indicated its usability. Han Yu, today you will lead the gathering team to the place where we discovered clay and bring some back. Ah, Jia, are you not going? Han Yu had no objections to Xiao Yujia assigning her the task of leading the team to gather clay, but seemed Jia had no plans to join today. Will we still gather the fruits blessed by the beast god today? The cellar designated for storing those fruits is already full. I want to go today. I'll stay with the Sheng to teach the tribe members about pottery. I believe you can lead the gathering team of females well to find other resources. Taking advantage of the favorable weather, Xiao Yujia intended to assist some tribe members in crafting the large pots needed for cooking, thus reducing their exposure to heat. She needed to expedite the creation of sufficient pots for nearly 500 people's meals. Reflecting on this, she realized there was indeed much to accomplish. I understand. I will strive to find those unfamiliar foods and wild vegetables. Han Yu confidently accepted the task entrusted to her by Xiao Yujia. Before long, the horn signaling the assembly of the gathering and hunting teams sounded. Han Yu ran to catch up with the group. After she departed, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng gathered some tribe members to commence the pottery making. Oh, aren't these our two goddesses? What are you doing playing in the mud? As Xiao Yujia and her companions diligently crafted pottery, a mocking voice suddenly pierced through from behind them, belonging to Yi, which was quite discomforting. Yet, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng paid her no heed, continuing their work. Seeing that Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng ignored her, Yi's anger flared, and she cursed them in her heart. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she raised her hands, summoning a multitude of younger females. Did you see that? This is the power granted to me by the beast god. Her eyes gleamed with pride, embodying a self-centered demeanor. Having obtained new powers, she was determined to bring Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng back to the beast god's side. In that way, Mei would surely return to her, begging her to bear offspring. Lost in her delightful fantasies, Yi remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yujia and her allies had successfully crafted a large pot capable of providing ample food for the entire tribe. Just as they were about to collectively use the flames of the fire element to fire the large pot, something unforeseen occurred. Yu Sheng suddenly fell to the ground. Sheng, are you all right? Initially suspecting that a small stone might have caused Yu Sheng's fall, Xiao Yujia scanned the area, but found no stones. There wasn't even a pebble. What's going on? Now you realize my powers? Hearing Yi's gloating voice, Xiao Yujia turned to see her manipulating vines, wearing an innocent expression as if nothing was amiss. Yet, the tribe members' eyes were sharp. Yi, how dare you control the vines to harm the goddess? One of the clansmen shouted. Which of your eyes saw me harm the divine maiden? At this remark, Yi instantly erupted with fury, pointing at the accuser. She vehemently denied any wrongdoing towards the divine maiden. Do not lie. We all witnessed you manipulating the vines to attack her. Indeed, we saw it. Yes, Yi quickly apologized to the divine maiden. Observing Yi's brazen demeanor, devoid of shame or remorse, the onlookers felt a surge of indignation. How could you lie? It was evident that she had harmed the divine maiden. A simple apology could have settled the matter. So why did she refuse? Apologize? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Moreover, I possess the power bestowed by the beast god. I am recognized as his envoy. After uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. As everyone regarded Yi with incredulous expressions, akin to watching a misguided child in need of guidance. Yi, you are not the envoy. If that were the case, will we not all be envoys? One of the beastmen had barely finished speaking when he gathered his newly acquired power in his palm. Following his lead, the surrounding beastmen and females showcased their own powers to Yi, demonstrating through their actions that the extraordinary abilities granted by the beast god were not exclusive to her. You, how could you possibly possess the powers bestowed by the beast god? Yours must be false. That is the power of demons. I will rid the beast god of these demon slaves. Witnessing the manifestations of power before her, some capable of wielding divine flames, Yi felt a wave of despair. She immediately concluded that these individuals had betrayed the beast god and become slaves to demons. It was her duty to cleanse the demon slaves in service to the beast god. With that, she commanded the vines to swiftly approach everyone. Some younger females, who had only recently learned their powers, found themselves lifted into the air by the vines, eliciting cries of distress. Their sobs were heart-wrenching. Eventually, someone could no longer stand by. A fully grown female took action against Yi, who was bullying the younger ones. She manipulated the earth around Yi, causing the ground to collapse and forming a wall of earth as tall as Yi herself. Then, one of the beastmen ignited red flames around the earthen wall. It's so hot, so hot. If I get out of here, I will make you barbaric beastmen meet the beast god. Ye's piercing screams attracted the attention of the surrounding beastmen and females, who turned to see what was amiss. What is happening? I don't know. Isn't that Yi, the granddaughter of the priestess, trapped in the earth? Did she do something to incur the beast god's wrath? Otherwise, why would there be divine flames outside the earth wall? I think so too. You must have made a mistake. The clansmen in the clearing exchanged murmurs about Yi, who was ensnared by divine flames and an earthen wall. Some speculated that she had erred and faced punishment from the beast god, while others wondered if she had angered the two divine maidens again, thus incurring their wrath. The opinions regarding Ye's predicament were varied and numerous. What was happening? The commotion in the clearing was so loud that it even roused the reclusive great shaman from her bamboo dwelling. Great shaman, Yi harmed the divine maiden, Ah Sheng, and claims to be the envoy of the beast god. Seeing the clansmen wielding the powers granted by the beast god, Yi insists that our powers are obtained through dealings with demons. She even suspended two young females in the air. Upon hearing this, the great shaman was filled with rage. Chapter 52. Pregnant, the sky was clear, and the weather was exceptionally fine. The lush leaves rustled gently in the branches. Everything seemed to exude tranquility. However, in one area of the clearing, two factions faced off in tense confrontation. Yi found herself encircled by walls of earth and roaring flames, with no possible escape. Her brows furrowed in concern. She was now in a dire predicament, as she could only manipulate the plants of nature to her advantage. While the vines could take root in the ground, they were surrounded by an impenetrable barrier. In her understanding, divine flames could obliterate all forest vegetation and even annihilate an entire tribe. If she did not find a way to escape, she might perish in this very spot. Axian, go summon Priestess She. The great shaman, observing Ye's struggle within the flames and earthen walls, instructed Axian to fetch Priestess She, her tone tinged with irritation, though her expression remained composed. Understood. Axian wasted no time in departing to find Priestess She. After all, Ye's actions were indeed reprehensible. How dare she attempt to harm a divine maiden? Did she not learn from her previous lessons? Not long after Axian's departure, Yi, trapped in dual confinement, attempted to command the vines to take root in the earthen wall, hoping to spawn more vines to extinguish the fire. However, as soon as her vines reached out, they were consumed entirely by the flames, leaving not a single leaf behind. Ouch, that hurts. The sensation of the burnt vines transmitted pain to Ye's hands, which now resembled boiled shrimp, red and blistered. In an instant, Yi felt as if she were engulfed in a sea of fire, though she was indeed surrounded by flames. The protection of the vines had provided some relief, yet the recent experience reminded her that if the vines were burned by the divine flames, the pain would be felt by her as well. If she continued carelessly, she might perish not from the fire, but from the agony itself. As the commotion escalated, more clansmen gathered around, including those from the Mai Mao tribe. However, upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, their gazes toward Yi grew increasingly cold. In the past, when Yi was part of the tribe, she had leveraged her status as the granddaughter of priestess She to assist the clansmen with their tasks, only to suddenly turn hostile, assaulting a female in a fit of rage. She acted solely on her whims, leaving those who crossed her with little hope of survival, either tormented or left half dead. The females of the Mai Mao tribe would often distance themselves from her or take alternate routes to avoid this female, who was more fearsome than a demon. Great shaman, Priestess, she has arrived. Before long, Xin returned with Priestess She in tow. Great Shaman, you summon me for something? Priestess She, having been hurried along by Xin, appeared somewhat breathless. Xin had merely informed her that the Great Shaman sought her presence, without elaborating on the events, leaving her curious about the situation. See for yourself. With Priestess She now present, the Great Shaman refrained from further words and instead pointed her staff toward Yi, who was ensnared by the divine flames and heavy earth walls. Ensuring that Priestess She would not shield her granddaughter, she specifically indicated the two young females suspended above by Ye's vines. What is the meaning of this? Priestess She gasped, unable to comprehend the sight before her. Her granddaughter ensnared by walls and flames, while two young females dangled helplessly in the air. Xin explained to Priestess She. The Grand Shaman observed the gaze of the priest She, instantly discerning disbelief. He could not fathom that his own granddaughter would engage in combat with her kin, even resorting to aggression against an underage female. Rather than engage in futile discourse, the Grand Shaman resolved to have Xin recount the events to the priest She. Xin, unwavering, recounted the incident where Yi had commanded the vines to assault Yu Sheng in its entirety. Upon hearing this, the priest She was initially struck with incredulity. How could he possibly harbor intentions to harm the Divine Maiden? Yet, recalling the earlier challenge to the boundaries of one of the Divine Maidens upon her arrival, he wondered if she had not learned from the prior lesson. Anger surged within him. He could hardly believe that Yi had consumed the water tainted with the blood of the Divine Maiden and still dared to resist. Did she not fear being devoured by countless ants? As all present scrutinized Yi with peculiar glances, Xiao Yujia had just tended to Yu Sheng's wounds and took the liberty of crafting some pottery. With her hands now free, she deftly flung a dagger that accurately severed the vines binding the two underage females. The onlookers failed to perceive her swift actions, and the two young females plummeted from the air. A couple of astute beastmen rushed forward to catch them. As Xiao Yujia cut through the vines, Ye's fingers began to bleed profusely, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. She lamented that she had never endured such humiliation. All she had done was use the vines to trip Yu Sheng, that detestable female. Those individuals had dared to burn her and encircle her with earthen walls. Enough. Let her go. I trust she has come to recognize her errors. Witnessing Ye's continued suffering at the hands of the two beastmen, Xiao Yujia commanded them to release her. Though her words were light, they brought an immense relief to the priest Shi, whose heart had been in turmoil. However, the members of the Hu Shao tribe, having spent considerable time with Xiao Yujia, did not believe that the release signified forgiveness. They anticipated further torment awaited Yi. Yet, they deemed her plight a consequence of her own actions and would not plead for her. They did not know her well enough to risk offending the two Divine Maidens. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's directive, the two beastmen, albeit with some reluctance, complied and withdrew the divine flames and earthen walls. With the barriers lifted, Ye's tense demeanor began to ease. The surrounding beastmen and females observed her disheveled state after being ensnared by the divine flames. As the fire receded, the priest Shi hastened to assist Yi, inquiring about her well-being. Seeing the extensive redness on her skin filled him with sorrow, as she was, after all, his own granddaughter. Yet, reflecting on her attempts to harm the Divine Maidens, he felt a surge of anger. I am fine, Yi replied, shaking her head. Ye, do not provoke the Divine Maidens again, or the Beast God will bring down his wrath. The priest Shi, genuinely concerned for Ye's well-being, implored her to recognize her mistakes. Regardless of the circumstances, the Divine Maidens were connected to the Beast God. How could she inflict harm upon them? Intending to counsel Yi earnestly, the priest Shi recognized the fury and hatred reflected in her eyes and realized he might not sway her resolve. Henceforth, he could only confine her within his quarters and hasten to find her a suitable beastman partner, hoping to redirect her affections. It was perplexing that his granddaughter still harbored feelings for Mei, who had no interest in her. The priest Shi was aware of this, but was taken aback by Ye's repeated attempts to bother Mei and her audacious defiance against the two Divine Maidens. Divine Maidens, you did not act with intent. I beseech your forgiveness on her behalf, the priest Shi implored, turning towards Xiao Yujia in hopes that she and Yu Sheng would pardon Yi's actions. Absolutely not. She harmed me. Yu Sheng glared fiercely at Yi, her eyes glimmering with a dangerous intensity. Had Xiao Yujia not been present, Yu Sheng might have treated Yi as she had previously dealt with Hongxia, reducing her to a state of utter helplessness. Noticing the venomous glare from Yu Sheng, Yi retaliated with a fierce look of her own, as if she were ready to devour her. The tension between them was palpable, each unwilling to yield. "Forgive her, if you will," Xiao Yujia interjected. Upon hearing this, Yushang could hardly believe her ears. Had she misheard? In her school days, those who had crossed her path had learned not to provoke her, often left with bruises and battered faces. Now, they were to forgive this wretched woman? "Eat this." Without noticing Yushang's incredulous expression, Xiao Yujia retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bag and tossed it to the priest Shi. He quickly caught the vial, realizing it was a precious item from the divine maiden. If it were to shatter, the blame would fall upon him. Upon opening it, he discovered a small pill within, exuding a potent medicinal aroma. Even someone as unversed in herbal lore as the priest, Shi recognized the rarity of the pill, while the grand shaman, knowledgeable in numerous herbs, could discern its significance. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng recognized the familiar scent as the priest, Shi opened the vial. She glanced at Xiao Yujia and noted a cryptic smile upon her face. This medicinal fragrance was all too familiar to Yu Sheng. It was a concoction crafted by Xiao Yujia based on an ancient text from her household, a remedy she had often employed against those who had bullied her in the past. Once ingested, it would feel as though countless insects were crawling within one's body, and once activated, the sensation would intensify, though it would not be lethal. As the priest, she attempted to persuade Yi to consume the pill. She stubbornly refused to open her mouth. Xiao Yujia, growing anxious, realized that without her compliance, she could not activate the insects. Did Yi truly believe she could provoke both her and Yu Sheng and live freely without consequences? Ultimately, with no other recourse, she picked up a small stone and struck Ye's neck, compelling her to open her mouth. Seizing the moment, the priest Shi placed the pill within. Although he detected some toxic elements within the pill, he proceeded, hoping for Yi's repentance. Little did he know that this action would sow the seeds of resentment in Yi, leading to dire consequences for him later. However, these were matters for another time. Seeing Yi swallow the pill, Xiao Yujia felt a surge of elation. "All right, everyone, return to your tasks. There is nothing more to be concerned about." She swiftly dispersed the crowd, deeming their presence unnecessary. "Jia." Not long after the crowd had thinned, Lin Yi sprinted towards her. "Jia, are you all right?" I heard them say. As he stood beside Xiao Yujia, concern etched across his face, he was cut off by her hand covering his mouth. "I am well, but why have you returned so early today?" She shook her head, observing Lin Ye's anxious demeanor, and instinctively covered his mouth to prevent him from speaking. Today, as fortune was favorable, the traps yielded a considerable bounty, and the cart was brimming with game. "I missed you, so I brought a portion of the group back ahead of schedule." Lin Yi expressed his longing for Xiao Yujia, feeling an unfamiliar yearning for her presence. It was as if he wished to remain by her side at all times. As an extraordinary beastman, he had the ability to transform in size, and the thought of becoming a small creature to cling to his partner was indeed delightful. Just as this notion crossed his mind, he acted upon it that very evening. Observing the peacefully slumbering Xiao Yujia, Lin Yi quietly exited the room, descended the stairs to the yard, transformed into his beast form, and shrank down to a diminutive size. In a swift motion, he darted back into the room, stealthily climbed onto the bed, and nestled himself around Xiao Yujia's neck, where their bond was marked by a beastly imprint. He found immense joy in this, wagging his tail in bliss as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xiao Yujia felt something was amiss. Unaware of Lin Yi, who was coiled around her neck, she was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Why did she feel so queasy today? Could it be something she had eaten? Assuming it was indeed related to her meal, she decided to step outside for some fresh air. However, upon catching sight of the strings of dried fish hanging outside the kitchen, her nausea intensified. Leaning against the wall, she began to retch, though after a while, nothing came up. Lin Yi sensed her distress and attempted to perceive any issues with her health. Upon doing so, he was astonished to discover a radiant orb of white light gathering within her, forming small spheres. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Xiao Yujia was pregnant. Chapter 53. Striving for future life after retching for nearly an hour, Xiao Yujia picked up a small wooden bucket to fetch water and wash herself. "What is this? When did this small white snake appear around my neck?" Just as she was about to wash up, she noticed in the reflection of the water bucket the small white serpent adorning her neck, perplexed about its sudden presence. Lin Yi flicked his tongue playfully, swaying his head adorably. "Is this Lin Yi?" However, it was then that she noticed a diamond-shaped red gem, identical to Lin Ye's beast form, adorning the serpent's forehead. Uncertain, she tentatively called out his name. "Jia, you call my name? How delightful!" Hearing Xiao Yujia utter his name, filled Lin Yi with elation, and he wagged his tail even more joyfully. It was understandable why he was so thrilled. In his memory, since their first encounter, Xiao Yujia had never referred to him by name, always calling him Big Snake. What to do? There was something inexplicably endearing about it. As Xiao Yujia gazed at the swaying Lin Yi around her neck, she felt a surge of affection. Was it due to his pure white color? She gently touched the small serpent's head, trailing her fingers along its back to the 7-inch mark. How smooth! It felt wonderful to the touch. The silky sensation made Xiao Yujia squint her eyes in pleasure. While she was delighted, Lin Yi, on the other hand, was quite flustered. For serpents, the 7-inch mark was a vulnerable and sensitive area, much like the Beastmen with animal ears and tails. At that moment, a flush colored Lin Yi's face, and had he been in human form, it would have resembled a ripe apple. Seeing Lin Yi bury his head beneath his tail, completely concealed, evoked a melodious laugh from Xiao Yujia. Jiajia's voice is so lovely. I wish to hear it more. Enchanted by her laughter, Lin Yi cautiously revealed his head, glanced around, and then retreated again. Time was fleeting, and she decided not to tease him further. After completing her morning routine, she ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With so many people dining in the open area, she preferred the tranquility of solitude. However, since her arrival here, it seemed certain things were subtly shifting. Upon entering the kitchen, Xiao Yujia intended to prepare some meat porridge. But the aroma of the meat triggered another wave of nausea, even more intense than before. This alarmed Lin Yi, who swiftly descended from her neck, reverting to his human form. Jia, are you all right? You rest. I will take care of it. Lin Yi quickly fetched a wooden stool for Xiao Yujia to sit upon, insisting she should not exert herself for breakfast. Previously, it might have been acceptable, but now that she was pregnant, she needed to be well cared for. Yet Lin Yi could not have foreseen that soon he would be met with Xiao Yujia's unexpected resilience. Jia, it's ready. You must try it. Moments latte. Lin Yi approached with a bowl of freshly made meat porridge, offering a spoonful to her lips. Xiao Yujia glanced at it, but did not eat. Soon, the nauseous sensation returned, and she rushed outside the kitchen to retch again, this time producing nothing, leaving her feeling utterly drained. Jia, seeing her in such a state, tugged at Lin Yi's heart, and he hurried to support her as she neared collapse. He had never anticipated that pregnancy would be so arduous for her. In the Beastman continent, no female experienced such distress during pregnancy. They simply continued with their daily lives. Now, witnessing her struggle, Lin Yi felt an immense ache in his heart. Could they do without this child? He did not want Xiao Yujia to suffer like this. Jia, are you okay? Lin Yi observed her as she continued to retch despite having nothing left to expel. His heart felt as though it were being devoured by 1,000 venomous insects. This sensation was truly unbearable. I'm fine. The feeling of nausea is just exhausting. At that moment, she felt her strength waning, her words barely escaping her lips, as though she were on the verge of meeting the beast god. This fragile state of Xiao Yujia only heightened Lin Yi's anxiety. I'm fine, Lin Yi. Please help me roast some sweet potatoes. I may not be able to eat meat for a while. The mere scent of meat, raw or cooked, made her nauseous. And Xiao Yujia suspected she might be pregnant. Every night recently, Lin Yi had been pursuing her for a child, but she had no idea when she had won the prize. All right, Jia, wait here a moment. Lin Yi quickly dashed upstairs to retrieve a lightweight cloak, draping it over her shoulders before turning back to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of cut roasted sweet potatoes. Jia, the sweet potatoes are ready. Please have a bite. He carefully offered her a spoonful, blowing gently to ensure it wasn't too hot. Thank you. Xiao Yujia accepted the spoonful, and the soft texture soothed her, seemingly dispelling the earlier weakness. However, in her current state of weakness, she could only allow Lin Yi to feed her. At that moment, Jia Run returned from breakfast, witnessing the scene in the yard, feeling as though he had plummeted from the heavens. Jia, how can you be so sweet with him? Even as partners, there must be limits. One day, I shall become Jia's second partner. Upon reflection, the previously lingering feelings of jealousy seemed to have been cast aside, as if flung to a distant realm. In that moment, Jiayun felt a surge of joy coursing through her. Lin Yi, it is time for us to depart. Came a succinct reply. The hunting party of beastmen was about to set out, and while Jiayun had come to summon Lin Yi, he offered nothing more than a single word in response. Jia, you should refrain from foraging today and take a proper rest, Lin Yi remarked, glancing at the bowl that held the remnants of the roasted sweet potato. All right, go ahead. I shall stay home and rest. Just kidding. I must strive for a better future. Otherwise, everything is but fleeting clouds. Xiao Yujia firmly believed that her little one was not so fragile. Moreover, her mother was a martial artist, with a physique far superior to that of the average person. Such minor difficulties were insignificant to her. Observing the sincere expression on Xiao Yujia's face, Lin Yi was assured that she would not join the gathering of foragers. And after washing his bowl, he departed the courtyard alongside Jiayan. After a considerable pause, following the hunting party's assembly call, a well-rested Xiao Yujia finally stepped out of the courtyard, basket in hand, to mask any signs of weakness. She had even applied a delicate blush of nude pink to her cheeks. "Goddess, your complexion does not appear well today." Not far from her, she encountered Ling Yan, who still bore the appearance of a youthful cub, accompanied by a gaggle of adorable little ones. "I am fine. You are mistaken," Xiao Yujia retorted, internally critiquing Ling Yan, wondering if he were a parasite residing within her. "I have disguised my condition, yet you can still discern it?" Feeling irked, she retrieved a fiery red fruit from her basket and stuffed it into Ling Yan's mouth, attempting to silence him before turning on her heel and departing. Ling Yan, having swallowed the fruit in mere moments, suddenly sensed something amiss. "Goddess, where did the lingua come from?" Upon tasting it, he realized the familiar flavor. It was indeed lingua. The thought that Xiao Yujia might possess a bounty of these fruits propelled him to pursue her. "What lingua?" Xiao Yujia was bewildered by Ling Yan's fervor. "Goddess, it is the fruit you just fed me," Ling Yan hastily explained, fearing that Xiao Yujia might not understand what lingua was. "Oh, that. We harvested those a few days ago in the southern woods." With Ling Yan's explanation, Xiao Yujia recognized that those fruits were gathered by her and the foraging team in the southern woods. So, these fruits are called lingua. The name alone was soothing, and no wonder consuming them granted one the ability to manipulate nature. Observing Ling Yan's gluttonous expression, she feigned irritation, saying, "Do not covet the lingua stored in the warehouse. Those are rewards for the diligent Beastman. If you wish to eat, you may gather more with your kin in the southern woods. I trust that foraging is not a daunting task for you." "I understand," Ling Yan conceded, his secret thoughts laid bare by Xiao Yujia's words. After all, foraging did not necessitate their direct involvement. Those with elemental abilities could easily manipulate vines to gather the fruits. "Very well, I shall attend to my tasks." With Ling Yan's agreement, Xiao Yujia ceased her words and turned to strive for a better future. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps before Ling Yan halted her again, his young ones playfully blocking her path, believing their father was engaging in a game. "Ling Yan, why do you stop me?" she queried, bewildered by his behavior. "Goddess, you are with child. You should rest. You're not like those here." Ling Yan directly revealed her condition, hoping to prevent her from exerting herself. "What? The goddess is pregnant?" The moment Ling Yan's words escaped him, the nearby tribesfolk turned their gazes toward Xiao Yujia. "Oh no! How can I strive for the future now? Ling Yan is truly a clumsy ally." "What? Jia, you are pregnant?" Yuxing, who had caught wind of the commotion, rushed over, her astonishment adorably evident. While she felt a surge of joy at the news of Xiao Yujia's pregnancy, a tinge of envy crept in. "Why have I not yet conceived? We wed on the same day. Why has my blessing not arrived? Do not be disheartened. All things are governed by fate. When the time is right, it shall come." Xiao Yujia consoled, gently patting Yuxing's shoulder. "Some matters cannot be forced. Fate is indeed precious. What is meant to be will come in due time. That which does not belong to us cannot be demanded." "Yes, I understand. What you say must be true. I will await my little one," Yuxing exclaimed, her smile radiant as she lifted her gaze. Simultaneously, Xiao Yujia noticed the delicate blue scales shimmering beneath the sunlight at the corners of Yuxing's eyes, distinct from her own pure white markings, adorned instead with lustrous pearls. "Goddess, do you feel unwell? Since you are with child, you ought to rest. We shall handle these matters." The gathering females, having detected the scent of new life, urged her to return home and rest, confident in their ability to manage the tribe's affairs. However, to them, Xiao Yujia remained akin to a cub in need of care, her constitution weaker than that of the other females. "She is the hope of us all. We cannot allow any missteps. I am in good health and quite well. If I do not remain active during pregnancy, labor will be far more painful." Faced with their fervent concern, Xiao Yujia felt genuinely touched. Yet while she could still move, she believed that remaining idle would only lead to greater suffering during childbirth. She had no desire to endure unnecessary hardship. Is that truly the case? Fu Xiang approached, intrigued by Xiao Yujia's previous statement. No one understood the agonies of childbirth better than those who had borne several cubs. Each experience was excruciating if the offspring were male. Their births were relatively easier as they emerged in beast form, considerably smaller. However, the birth of a female cub was fraught with pain, and even if they survived, they might not endure the harshness of winter. Thus, in the Beastman continent, females were deemed far more precious than their male counterparts. Indeed, Aunt Fu Xiang, I assure you, Xiao Yujia responded. Now that the query had been posed, she shared her insights regarding pregnancy and its intricacies with Fu Xiang, while the surrounding females listened intently. Many males also gathered to hear Xiao Yujia speak on matters of pregnancy. Chapter 54. Hope for the earthen brick house. Finally, the crowd dispersed, and Xiao Yujia exhaled a sigh of relief. The tribe's enthusiasm had been overwhelming, and after much persuasion, they consented to her request to stroll around the village, albeit not too far. Honestly, during the initial 3 months, while caution is advisable, must it be to such an extent? They actually forbade me from going out. Is it possible that being overly cautious can lead to mishaps? After grappling with her inner thoughts, Xiao Yujia began her journey toward the earthen kiln. To mitigate potential dangers, Ling Yin accompanied her with several little ones, ensuring their safety from any misguided individuals. Just a few steps in her path, the ancient voice of the great shaman echoed from behind. Xiao Yujia was compelled to halt her progress. Great shaman, do you require something? She turned to face the great shaman, forcing a businesslike smile onto her face. Having just dissuaded a group of people, she felt uncertain if she could continue her efforts today. She longed to create a joyful and carefree home for the child growing within her. In recent days, she had not seen the great shaman much. After consuming those spirit fruits, the shaman's previously aged visage had rejuvenated considerably. Would regular consumption restore her to her youthful state? Observing the great shaman before her, the traces on her face clearly indicated that she had once been a beauty in her youth. It is often said that time does not defeat beauty. Yet in the harsh conditions of the Beastman continent, devoid of any skin protection, how long could such beauty endure? Fu Xiang had already informed me that Yujia, you are with child, and those matters should be attended to by the tribespeople. You should rest well. The great shaman expressed great joy upon hearing from Fu Xiang about Xiao Yujia's pregnancy. In the tribe, the news of any female expecting a child brought joy to everyone, often celebrated collectively. Moreover, this was the child of the divine maiden. It appeared that Aunt Fu Xiang had not relayed certain aspects of pregnancy to the great shaman, perhaps fearing I would disregard her advice and venture far from the tribe. Yet, I am not foolish. While being overly cautious may lead to issues, I would not recklessly wander far and inflict suffering upon myself. Great shaman, you need not worry. I am quite well. We are unlike the females of the Beastman continent. Although our constitution may be weaker, we possess our own methods for bearing children, so there is no need for concern. In this statement, Xiao Yujia included Yusheng, reassuring the great shaman of her good health, aside from the occasional morning sickness. Yujia, are you truly all right? Perhaps you should still rest. Despite Xiao Yujia's reassurances, the great shaman remained somewhat uneasy. In the eyes of the shaman and others, Xiao Yujia and Yusheng were akin to young cubs. Although Xiao Yujia insisted that she felt fine compared to the robust females of the Beastman continent, she still appeared frail. For the inhabitants of the Beastman continent, a lack of physical strength rendered one incapable of nurturing strong offspring. Thus, among the Beastmen, those females with robust physiques garnered more affection from the male Beastmen, with beauty being a secondary consideration. If one did not meet the first criterion, no amount of beauty would attract male attention. Of course, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were exceptions, primarily due to their identities as divine maidens and their enchanting natural fragrance, which could sway the affections of male beastmen who have been exposed to the mixed scents of other females for years. However, it also depended on their own strength and ability to capture the hearts of those who had crossed over. Truly, there is no need for rest. I appreciate your concern. Great shaman. After a brief exchange, the great shaman took her leave, acknowledging her age and the unsuitability of remaining outdoors for long, preferring to enjoy the shade and flowers at home, even if the garden was currently devoid of blooms. Following the departure of the great shaman, Xiao Yujia continued toward the earthen kiln. However, she found herself pondering a curious phenomenon. Do all adventurers arriving on the Beastman continent develop peculiar patterns or animal traits as they approach their pregnancy? If so, that seems inconsistent. Aren't humans descended from primates? Why then do both she and Yu Sheng exhibit scales? Could the ancient saying that the descendants of the Huaxia people are, in fact, the offspring of dragons hold any truth? If it were not so, how could they possess scales? Whether these legends bear truth or not. Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's lineage as dragon descendants would soon be revealed. Divine Maiden, why have you come? We can handle this. Please rest well. Axine, one of Xiao Yujia's close attendants, had also learned of her pregnancy. Upon seeing her approach, she hurriedly intercepted her, concerned for the Divine Maiden's well-being in the sweltering heat. Axin focused solely on ensuring Xiao Yujia took a break, neglecting the fact that she had consumed 5 types of natural elemental spirit fruits. As for why Xiao Yujia had only given Yu Sheng a single light blue spirit fruit, it was not due to stinginess, but rather an understanding of Yu Sheng's physical condition. Although Yu Sheng appeared fine and had honed her skills for both offense and defense, certain elements constrained her, akin to being sealed in a cultivation world. Therefore, it was prudent for her to start with 1 fruit to acclimate, and if she could master the 5 natural elements, Xiao Yujia would rejoice on her behalf. I am fine. Today I will teach you how to make some molds for ceramic bricks. Xiao Yujia shook her head, reassured by the concern of her kin. What mattered most to her now was the ceramic brick house she so eagerly envisioned, which would provide warmth during winter. If she could create numerous molds for ceramic bricks, the dream of constructing her brick house would be within reach. The mere thought filled her with excitement. Ceramic bricks? Molds? Were those? Today, Xen, hearing these novel terms from the Divine Maiden, found herself puzzled and unable to comprehend what Xiao Yujia referred to. Ceramic bricks are made from this clay, shaped into blocks of a certain size. Observing Axion's confusion, Xiao Yujia resorted to gestures while explaining the concept of ceramic bricks. I see. However, Divine Maiden, we don't need those molds. After Xiao Yujia's explanation, Xian grasped the notion of ceramic bricks, which in her understanding were simply thick, square blocks. However, regarding the molds for ceramic bricks, Xian and her companions felt they were unnecessary. Why not use molds? Xiao Yujia had suggested making molds to ensure the bricks produced would be more uniform. Yet at this moment, Xian insisted that molds were not required. Divine Maiden, look! Xian exclaimed, as she took a handful of prepared clay, and, within moments, it began to transform into a delicate ceramic bowl, shaped precisely as she envisioned, which she then placed on the ground for the fire element Beastman to begin the firing process. Xiao Yujia marveled at the assembly line-like production of the ceramic bowls and pots, realizing they could forego the kiln altogether. It was truly astonishing, with a nearly perfect success rate and no defects. As Xiao Yujia manipulated the vines to lift the completed ceramic bowl for closer inspection, she noted that it bore no cracks and was remarkably smooth, as if glazed. Suddenly pondering, if one could produce ceramic bricks in such a manner, it would indeed be quite splendid, rapid, with a high yield from the kiln, and uniform in size. This method appears promising, and those ceramic bricks should be crafted accordingly. After observing the perfectly uniform ceramic bowls and jars, Xiao Yujia ultimately resolved to employ this technique for the ceramic bricks as well. But, dear goddess, for what purpose will these ceramic bricks be utilized? This method is swift and does not require much time. Hence, Xian planned to venture out with a few individuals to fire the ceramic bricks. Yet she was perplexed about their intended use. These ceramic bricks are meant for constructing houses and fortifying defensive walls. Indeed, houses. Of course, one cannot overlook the necessity of defensive walls. Although the Wuhuang Plain is safeguarded by a barrier, an additional defensive wall would be beneficial. The Wuhuang Plain cannot remain concealed within the central continent forever. One day, it shall resurface. However, do we not already possess houses? Axin could not comprehend why. Having houses already, there is a need to construct more with ceramic bricks. Axin, the bamboo houses are merely temporary. Those built with ceramic bricks will be far more comfortable, offering warmth in winter. In Xiao Yujia's view, the bamboo structures were only erected to avoid residing in caves. While bamboo houses belong to the culture of one of the ethnic minorities of Huaxia, providing coolness in summer, they become cold during the winter, especially considering the harsh winters of the Beastman continent. She did not wish to perish from the cold here. She aspired to witness the development of this world. Is that true? Then, dear goddess, when shall we commence the construction of these houses made from ceramic bricks? Upon hearing that this could ensure a more comfortable and warmer winter, Xian no longer questioned the necessity of the ceramic bricks. For surviving winter in greater warmth was the utmost advantage. However, let us wait a moment. First, let us produce these ceramic bricks. Patience is a virtue. One cannot merely speak of it today and commence tomorrow. Moreover, given their pace, it will not take long. I understand. I shall ensure everyone can move into the new houses promptly. Although Qiao Yujia suggested waiting, Xian was filled with excitement, akin to being invigorated, eager to see the tribe members relocated to their new homes. Observing Xian's elation, Qiao Yujia refrained from further interruption, for the arrangements had already been made. Unable to indulge in rich foods, she sought something around the tribe to alleviate her morning sickness, for without sustenance, both adults and children would be in peril. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing a large figure accompanied by 5 smaller ones, initially intended to intervene, but ultimately decided against it. After all, she was the goddess, someone they could not provoke, and moreover, the goddess had mentioned that moderate exercise could enhance the health of the offspring within her. As long as it was not too far, a little distraction would suffice. Qiao Yujia walked along the small river that bordered the tribe. Although this was a plain, its resources were particularly abundant, with wild vegetables readily visible even by the riverbank. The wild vegetables had a subtle flavor, and today, she hoped to enjoy a hearty meal. While she desired meat to nourish her child, the mere thought of it made her feel nauseous. It seemed she would have to subsist on wild vegetables for the time being. However, while she was diligently gathering wild vegetables, Yi stealthily approached her from a short distance away. So engrossed was Qiao Yujia that she remained oblivious to her presence. Howl! Howl! Roar! Conversely, Ling Yin and the 4 small fluffballs spotted Yi and continuously barked at her. Ling Yin, what troubles you? Qiao Yujia was perplexed by the commotion. As she turned around and saw Yi, that indomitable creature, her mood soured. This woman was far more formidable than Hong Xia, especially now that she possessed the element of wood, making her even more challenging to confront. Yet, if this person were truly to perish, Qiao Yujia would feel a pang of sorrow, although she could not allow such a malicious individual to exist in her future dynasty. Sparing her life to engage in a slow game of cat and mouse was not without its merits. It's you, what brings you here? What brings me here? Naturally, to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Yi wasted no time, directly manipulating the vines to launch an assault on Qiao Yujia. Ling Yin attempted to shield Qiao Yujia from the oncoming vine attacks, but Yi surprisingly summoned another vine to toss Ling Yin's 4 small offspring aside, leaving the poor fluffballs yelping in pain on the ground. Ling Yin, go tend to your young. I shall not allow her to lay a finger on me. Those 4 fluffy creatures were simply too adorable. Qiao Yujia could not permit Ling Yin to be distracted at such a moment. As he sought to strike her, Qiao Yujia would not allow her to succeed. She drew forth her dagger and severed the advancing vines, inflicting bloody wounds upon Yi's hands in the process. Ignoring the pain in her hand, Yi commanded the vines to attack Qiao Yujia once more. Chapter 55, A Handsome Male. From a main vine sprouted countless slender vines, as he intended to ensnare Qiao Yujia within this vine prison, casting her into a realm of death to fend for herself. Such a beautiful thought, yet the reality was starkly different. Before the multitude of vines could encircle their target, Qiao Yujia gracefully evaded each attacking vine, displaying agility that belied her condition. Her nimble steps and poise resembled that of a dancing sprite among the trees, as she leaped, pointed to the ground, and twirled, all while deftly avoiding the myriad of vines, inching ever closer to Ye's position. How vexing! Did they not say she was with child? How could she still move so swiftly? As he watched Qiao Yujia advance with her dagger, she had no choice but to retreat step by step to preserve her own life. Yet, despite Ye's robust physique, Qiao Yujia soon caught up to her, mockingly grazing her face with the dagger. Feeling a chill, Yi let out a sharp cry, dodging Qiao Yujia's assault while wiping the spot where Qiao Yujia had just grazed her. Discovering no crimson blood flowing forth, she became even more enraged. That despicable female! How dare she toy with me? Qiao Yujia had merely brushed the smooth edge of her dagger lightly against Ye's cheek. Naturally, there would be no bloodshed. However, realizing that Qiao Yujia was mocking her ignited a fierce anger in her eyes. The vine attacks grew increasingly ferocious, one after another, targeting Qiao Yujia's position. Yet, each assault was effortlessly evaded by Qiao Yujia. This is truly amusing. Who would have thought that the females dwelling in the Wuhuang Plain would surpass the Beastmen outside in prowess? Not far away, atop a towering tree, 2 Beastmen observed the clash between Qiao Yujia and Yi, remarking on their superiority over the Beastmen beyond. Qiao Sheng, how does that female conjure so many vines? And what weapon does the one in red wield? How is she so formidable? One male pointed between Ye's vines and Qiao Yujia's dagger, persistently questioning the other. Known as Xiao Sheng. My young lord, must you ask so many questions? Can you not remain silent for a moment? Xiao Sheng gazed at his incessantly inquisitive young lord. Feeling overwhelmed, since they had left the city, he had been in a constant state of inquiry. At this moment, Xiao Sheng truly wished for a female to become the young lord's mate, one who would keep him in line, granting him some peace. Originally, I was sent here to investigate the radiant, multicolored light emanating from the Wuhuang Pingyuan, the central region of the continent, as commanded by the city lord and the priest. If the legends hold true and 2 divine maidens have descended, the city lord and the priest hope to invite them back for the future of Tianyu City. If it is not feasible to bring both, even securing one would be beneficial. Yet, why must the young lord accompany us? Is this not a recipe for chaos? While the young lord is undeniably formidable, such impulsiveness is unwarranted. Xiao Sheng, what are you pondering? Answer my question promptly. The young lord glanced at the dazed Xiao Sheng, feeling a surge of irritation. Having posed numerous inquiries, it is only reasonable to expect at least one response. If none are forthcoming, what use is this guard? Young lord, if you wish to know, why not simply descend and inquire directly? Rather than responding to the young lord, Xiao Sheng suggested he ask the 2 females below. Fool! Direct inquiries would undoubtedly lead the lovely females to view us as imbeciles. The young lord immediately dismissed Xiao Sheng's suggestion, believing that such reckless questioning would surely render them foolish in the eyes of the 2 enchanting females. Young lord, the only imbecile here is you. Kindly do not implicate me. Xiao Sheng felt wronged. He was not the one lacking in intellect, yet he was being unjustly associated with the young lord's folly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia had just ensnared Yi with vines when she sensed a strange presence, prompting her to hurl her dagger. Whoosh! Oh my goodness! I nearly had a heart attack. I did not anticipate this red-clad female to possess such prowess. The young lord and Xiao Sheng, perched on a branch, narrowly evaded the dagger hurled by Xiao Yujia. Otherwise, their fates would have been dire. Even now, their hearts raced as if startled by a frightful specter. Thud! The dodge dagger embedded itself deeply into the trunk of a tree. What manner of weapon is this? How is it so short? After extracting the embedded dagger, the young lord examined it closely, unable to discern whether it was crafted from stone or the hardened bones of beasts. Its material remained a mystery. Let me go. You vile female! Yi, bound by the vines, shouted curses from behind Xiao Yujia, who chose to ignore her and instead turned her attention to the 2 individuals in the tree. To the orc above, might I request the return of your dagger? Xiao Yujia looked up and addressed a silver-haired orc. Young lord, quickly descend and return the weapon to the little female below. Xiao Sheng observed the young lord, who was fascinated by the sharp dagger and seemed on the verge of leaping down impulsively. This was indeed exasperating. So, this weapon is called a dagger. Thud! As the young lord leapt down, the ground resonated with a muffled sound. Little female, I am called Tian Yao. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? As he spoke, Tian Yao reluctantly returned the dagger to Xiao Yujia. He had clearly noted that this dagger was sharper than a beast's claw, yet its composition remained a mystery. Xiao Yujia accepted the dagger from Tian Yao, briefly introduced herself, and proceeded to drag Yi away, seeking Ling Yin and the small furballs. The small furballs had been violently tossed aside by Yi, and although they bore no external injuries, their internal wounds were likely severe, especially since they were but younglings. Divine Maiden, you have returned. Please save my cubs. Upon arriving back at the riverside, Xiao Yujia was met by Ling Yin, who rushed towards her, tears glistening in his eyes, clearly distressed. What troubles you, Ling Yin? Divine Maiden, I beseech you to save my cubs. They are on the verge of collapse. Ling Yin, running with an adorable urgency, only heightened Xiao Yujia's concern upon seeing the tears in his eyes, signaling that the small furballs might not endure much longer. To her astonishment, Ling Yan's words prompted her to quicken her pace. Why is the little female suddenly in such a hurry? Tian Yao called out, Brother Tian Yao, wait for me. Although puzzled by Xiao Yujia's sudden burst of speed, Tian Yao felt compelled to follow. However, after only a few steps, he was met with a voice that filled him with distaste. Following closely behind, Xiao Sheng wished to escape. If he could, he would prefer never to encounter this female who perpetually clung to the young lord. Fei Yu, why have you come here? Tian Yao's displeasure was evident as he confronted Fei Yu, who had approached him. This female constantly attached herself to him, proclaiming herself his mate and even asserting herself as the young lord's wife in the city, impervious to reprimand. Were it not for her mother being the sole priest in the city, he would have distanced himself from her long ago. My mother sent me to assist Brother Tian Yao. In response to Tian Yao's dark expression, Fei Yu feigned innocence, claiming it was her mother's request. Little did she know, she had secretly slipped away from her mother, disguised as someone on an errand to avoid being stopped by the guards at the city gates, and had managed to catch up to Tian Yao and the others. Tian Yao was urging Fei Yu to return quickly, unconcerned for her safety, knowing she could transform into a beast, and thus was not threatened by ordinary wild creatures. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia had successfully treated the 4 small furball's internal injuries, and they were now lively and frolicking about. Well, time is of the essence. Let us return quickly and prepare some bone broth for you all to replenish your strength. The earlier battle with Yi had consumed much time, but fortunately, the basket was filled with wild vegetables and some radishes. Observing the lively little furballs, Xiao Yujia decided they should return to brew bone broth for Ling Yin and the others. Thus, she dragged Yi back to the tribe. Jia, you're back. Did I not instruct you to rest at home? Upon returning to the entrance of the tribe, Lin Yi spotted Xiao Yujia clad in red and felt a surge of anger. They had agreed she would rest at home, yet she had ventured out. If she desired something to eat, he could fetch it. There was no need to go outside. However, seeing that she bore no injuries, he felt a weight lift from his heart. I am fine. There is no need for concern. Even if I am with child, I cannot remain seated all day. Otherwise, it will be painful during labor. It is essential to move about frequently to ease the process. As she observed Lin Ye's worried expression, she felt a pang of sympathy. Having lost her parents at a young age, he likely yearned for their child to be born. Really? Lin Yi regarded Xiao Yujia's statement with skepticism, having never heard such a notion before. Truly, it is more genuine than pearls. Lin Ye's incredulity provoked Xiao Yujia's annoyance, yet she emphatically nodded. Speaking of pearls, it seems there are still some pearls that Shang shed tears over previously, which could be made into several jars of pearl powder. Combined with vividly colored dried flower petals ground into powder, it would create the simplest form of blush. Moreover, it is entirely natural, containing no additives. Then I shall trust you, Jia. However, how shall we deal with this female? Now that Xiao Yujia had spoken, Lin Yi was willing to believe her words. It seems that our esteemed Lin Yi has always adhered to the belief that his wife's words are infallible. As long as he listens, all is well. He may express his opinions, yet whether they are heeded or not rests solely on his wife. What? Upon hearing that Lin Yi intended to deal with her, Yi felt an immediate chill run down her spine. Take her back and play with her slowly. The words of Xiao Yujia only intensified her trepidation. Lin Yi uttered a soft acknowledgement, preparing to carry Xiao Yujia into the tribe. Little female, wait for me. However, before they could walk far, Tian Yao's voice echoed from behind. Do you have something to say? Lin Yi turned, cradling Xiao Yujia, to find Tian Yao panting heavily. Brother Tian Yao, wait for me. Shortly thereafter, Fei Yu followed, but upon catching sight of Lin Yi, she momentarily froze. What handsome male! Fei Yu gazed at Lin Yi, utterly captivated, her focus completely disregarding Xiao Yujia, who was nestled in Lin Ye's arms. Why does this woman keep staring at Lin Yi? Am I invisible? The fiery intensity in Xiao Yujia's eyes as she glared at Fei Yu was dangerously akin to poison. She would not allow her beloved to be tainted by any woman, not even by her own pursuers. Little female, is this your tribe? May we stay here for a few days? Tian Yao, noticing the venomous glare from Xiao Yujia, quickly pulled Fei Yu aside and tossed her to Xiao Sheng. Yes, but you must help with the work. Seeing that Tian Yao did not appear to be lying, Xiao Yujia acquiesced, stipulating that they would assist with labor in exchange for their lodging. After all, free labor should not be passed up. Brother Tian Yao, why must we stay in this dilapidated place? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia demand Tian Yao's assistance in exchange for accommodation, Fei Yu was enraged. She exclaimed that the place was merely a rundown shack. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tian Yao gestured to Xiao Sheng to silence her. My apologies. She did not mean it. We will help with the work during our stay. As Fei Yu's mouth was firmly covered by Xiao Sheng, Tian Yao hastily bowed his head to Xiao Yujia, assuring her that they would contribute during their time in the tribe. Come in. I will arrange for accommodations. It appeared that the woman would not cause any significant trouble for the time being, and Xiao Yujia permitted the 3 of them to enter the tribe. She then called for Xin to lead a few individuals to tidy up the vacated bamboo house. During the construction of the bamboo houses, although they were built according to the tribe's households and individual numbers, many remained unoccupied. It sufficed to prepare one for Tian Yao and his companions. On the night that Tian Yao and the others moved into the bamboo house, Loud crashing sounds echoed from the small courtyard where Fei Yu was staying. The noise suggested the breaking of pottery and ceramic bowls. What a wretched place. It is already this late, and they still haven't sinned over dinner. With nothing left to break around her, Fei Yu angrily flung herself onto the bed, muttering incessantly, still simmering with rage. She could not remain still and kicked the bamboo door of the room with force. With a resounding crash, the poor bamboo door flew a considerable distance. That was close. What a mad female. What is she up to now? Just at that moment, Tian Yao and Xiao Sheng happened to pass by, and the door narrowly missed, striking Xiao Sheng beside Tian Yao, who quickly stepped back just in time. Are you all right? Sensing the powerful gust of wind, Tian Yao halted a step ahead of Xiao Sheng. Turning around, he noticed Xiao Sheng sweating slightly and inquired with concern. What could possibly be wrong? Let us hurry to the clearing. We might miss out on dinner. After regaining his composure, Xiao Sheng responded nonchalantly. Yes, it has been a while since we shared dinner together. Seeing Xiao Sheng's carefree demeanor eased Tian Yao's worries. Although they appeared to be a master and servant, those familiar with the Beastmen knew that their bond was closer than that of blood brothers. Xiao Sheng, 10 years younger than Tian Yao, had grown up together with him, their relationship more intimate than that of actual siblings. Despite his seemingly carefree attitude, he took matters to heart more seriously than anyone else. Brother Tian Yao, were you looking for me? They had hardly taken a few steps when Fei Yu, standing at the door, caught sight of them and rushed over, twisting her alluring figure, her voice dripping with seduction. Fei Yu, believing her charms would surely captivate Tian Yao, anticipated that he would embrace her and whisk her away to his chamber. Instead, Tian Yao did not even glance her way, walking past her without a word. Fei Yu was stunned. She had never expected Tian Yao to completely ignore her and proceed onward. To add insult to injury, Xiao Sheng, that carefree male, had the audacity to chuckle softly at her. This is so delicious. Jia Jia, where did you find this carrot? It is sweeter than any we have encountered. Yu Sheng exclaimed, biting into a freshly washed carrot, the crisp sound echoing as the sweet flavor burst in his mouth. Unlike the faint spiciness of carrots from their world, these had none, leaving only the pure sweetness, unexpectedly delightful. Not far away, just beyond the tribe, a short walk along the riverbank would lead them there. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuda gently answered Yu Sheng's query while taking a hearty bite of the carrot, having spotted Fei Yu, who possessed such an enticing figure. Truthfully, Xiao Yuja had no fondness for that woman whatsoever. She noticed that since the emergence of scales on her body, her night vision had significantly improved. At that moment, she observed Fei Yu drawing attention from numerous male beastmen, each one eager to curry favor as they trailed behind her. Sister, could we have a bowl as well? As Fei Yu seduced the male beastmen, the line for soup had reached Tian Yao and Xiao Sheng. Tian Yao looked at Fu Xiang and sweetly remarked, "Haha, what a sweet mouth you have. Here, have some more." The term sister struck a chord with Fu Xiang, who immediately ladled a large bowl of bone soup for Tian Yao and Xiao Sheng. Thank you, sister. With their bowls brimming with delicious bone soup, Tian Yao and Xiao Sheng joyfully sought a place to sit and savor their meal, having never encountered such fragrant food before. Young lord, let us sit over there. After much effort, Xiao Sheng found a less crowded spot, but the next moment, Tian Yao pulled him in another direction. Little female, I finally found you. May we sit here? Spotting the alluring figure from earlier in a corner of the clearing, he promptly led Xiao Sheng over, politely inquiring if he could occupy the empty spot across from Xiao Yujia. Please, sit. No one is there. Xiao Yujia replied, taking a bite of her carrot. With her permission granted, Tian Yao and Xiao Sheng settled across from her, taking a generous sip of the bone soup, feeling an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over them, having not experienced such a sensation in ages. Moreover, the food was delectable. Brother Tian Yao, I found you here. I was looking for you over there for ages. No sooner had they settled than Fei Yu's enticing voice floated from behind. What do you mean looking for the young lord for a long time? You were clearly over there seducing the male beastmen. As Fei Yu suddenly leaned closer to Tian Yao, Xiao Sheng could not help but cast a sidelong glance at her. What a fickle female. Just moments ago, she was enticing the males, and now she is clinging to Xiaocheng Lord. How shameless. Oh dear. It appears that this male, named Tian Yao, is at odds with the woman beside him. The expressions of the three individuals are fully captured by Xiao Yujia, who sits across from them. Naturally, she also notices how Tian Yao has shifted slightly towards Xiao Sheng due to her proximity. Meanwhile, Fei Yue mistakenly believes that Tian Yao's retreat is due to shyness and inches closer to him. This back and forth prompts Xiao Sheng to take action, moving to the other side of the fire pit to enjoy some peace. Tianyao Gij, please don't move back. The fire is over there. What if you get burned? Fei Yue, feeling displeased with Tianyao's repeated retreats, promptly voices her concern and intends to pull him back. With a resounding slap, Tianyao disdainfully swats away Fei Yue's hand that attempts to grasp his arm and turns to kneel before Xiao Yujia, pleading, "Little female, I adore you. May I be your partner?" "What?" Fei Yue, who is chased after him, glares at Xiao Yujia with fierce eyes, wishing she could eliminate her on the spot. Of course, she's not the only one taken aback. Xiao Sheng, having overheard the declaration, feels a sense of validation regarding his earlier words. Although he is somewhat pleased by the prospect of having a female master to keep the playful Shaoqing Lord in check, he notices the indifferent gaze of the little female opposite him, which suggests her reluctance. On the other hand, Yu Sheng and Bai Di seem unfazed by the situation. Ever since scales appeared on Xiao Yujia, an influx of beastmen have gathered at her doorstep, hoping to become her partners. Yet why does she still have only one partner and two suitors? This is because the males who have confessed their feelings to Xiao Yujia have either been beaten by Lin Yi and Jia Run or have been rejected so heartbreakingly by her that they no longer dare approach. Subsequently, two divine female guard teams were established within the tribe to ensure the safety of Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng at all times. However, Yu Sheng feels quite distressed. Why must those beastmen who were rejected by her best friend form divine guard teams and pull her into their ranks? She despises the idea of being followed by so many people whenever she steps outside or strolls around the tribe. If that is the case, what is the difference from her previous life? A crowd of individuals trailing behind her daily, ostensibly to protect her. But I already have a partner, and in this life, he is the only one for me. Upon hearing Tianyao's request, Xiao Yujia firmly rejects him. To be honest, Tianyao is not unattractive. He possesses a gentler and more charming demeanor than Lin Yi, with delicate eyebrows devoid of the sharp masculinity of sword-like brows, and elongated phoenix eyes filled with a hazy allure. His exquisitely defined thin lips and features, when compared to Jia Ran, evoke a sense of gentle breeze and bright moon. Yet in Xiao Yujia's heart, Lin Yi holds a special significance. Although their appearances are quite similar, Lin Yi is unique. I know, if you refuse, I shall become your suitor, traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, never to betray. I swear this to the beast god. Without granting Xiao Yujia any opportunity to decline, he directly swears before the beast god. As soon as Tianyao finishes his declaration, a dazzling array of colors emanates from the altar in the center, enveloping both Xiao Yujia and Tianyao, as well as Jia Ran and Mei. No, I refuse. Fei Yue, already displeased by Tianyao's earlier words, is even more incensed upon hearing his vow to the beast god, as it solidifies the outcome. Anger clouds her judgment, and with claws materializing, she charges toward Xiao Yujia. However, she is a step too late. A protective mark, distinct from the partner mark, has already appeared on Xiao Yujia's arm, mirroring one on Tianyao's arm. He has followed his heart to defend Xiao Yujia from Fei Yue's attack. Tianyao Gij, I like you too. Why can't you see it? As he intercepts her attack, despair fills Fei Yue's eyes. Why? She too has strong feelings for Tianyao, yet he has never acknowledged her. Today, he seems willing to attack a fellow tribesman for a female he has only met twice. On the side, Xiao Sheng is equally dumbfounded by Tianyao's actions. He cannot believe that the Shaoqing Lord would actually take action against Fei Yue, who he previously deemed unworthy of engaging with. Has that protective mark truly bestowed such power? Sigh. Xiao Yujia gazes at Tianyao, standing before her, letting out a resigned sigh. What more can be said? He has already pledged his loyalty to the most revered deity. Should she not align with her own kind, but instead with outsiders? Step back, I'll handle this. Xiao Yujia advances a step, takes Tianyao's hand, and hands him over to Lin Yi, positioning herself as a shield before them. Jia, you're still pregnant. It's best not to engage. Lin Yi, observing Xiao Yujia's reckless demeanor, finds it difficult to utter his final words. He knows how much she enjoys dealing with those who offend or provoke her, and she rarely stops until they are severely beaten. He is not worried about the female opposite them. He is merely concerned about Jiajia's hands getting hurt. Indeed, that is the case. If Jiajia is in pain, he will feel even more distressed. You shameless little female. You must have seduced Tianyao Gij. Fei Yue accuses Xiao Yujia as she approaches, firmly believing that she is the one who has bewitched Tianyao. As she reaches for Xiao Yujia's cheek, she thinks that if she can mar that face, Then Tian Yao Gage will no longer be enamored with this female. Little female. Tian Yao watches Fei Yue's attack with trepidation and desperately attempts to break free from Lin Ye's grasp to assist. However, Lin Ye tightens his grip with the vines. Don't go over there and complicate matters for Judge Ye. Lin Ye's cold voice ignites Tian Yao's anger. That little female is your partner. Why aren't you helping? Tian Yao finds it perplexing. He can detect Xiao Yujia's scent on Lin Yi, and there is also a faint fragrance reminiscent of her on Lin Yi. This indicates that they share a partner bond. Yet why does Lin Yi appear utterly unconcerned at this moment? His partner is about to be harmed. Jie doesn't need help. Another cold remark. It is precisely because of this that Tian Yao turns to look at Xiao Yujia and Fei Yue. Just as Fei Yue's claws are about to mar Xiao Yujia's cheek, they are abruptly intercepted by a resplendent golden weapon. Indeed, it is the sword that Xiao Yujia conjured from the gold element before Fei Yue's attack arrived, shining brilliantly amidst the darkness and firelight. Tian Yao watches this scene in disbelief. A seemingly fragile and adorable little female is effortlessly blocking Fei Yue's fierce assault, appearing completely unfazed. However, Xiao Yujia feels that utilizing such a beautiful weapon against this woman, who is so adept at seducing men, is somewhat excessive. Therefore, she dismisses the sword, sidesteps, and seizes one of Fei Yue's hands, forcefully throwing her down from behind. Thud! Cough! Cough! The sound of Fei Yue hitting the ground is thunderous, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly weak. May bind her and toss her into the dungeon. With Fei Yue now unconscious, Xiao Yujia loses interest and commands Mei to swiftly take her to the newly excavated dungeon. Subsequently, a delicate tassel clip was produced, swaying before Mei's eyes. This clip, designed simply in the shape of a crescent moon adorned with slender tassel chains, appeared quite charming. It had been crafted by Xiao Yujia during her recent practice of manipulating the metal element, and Mei had long been captivated by it, seizing this opportunity to present it as a reward. Chapter 57. The Feeling of Belonging. Yes, I will go immediately. Upon seeing the crescent moon tassel clip in Xiao Yujia's hand, Mei found himself frozen, his gaze fixed upon it. To be honest, he had no desire to touch the female who had been thrown to the ground. However, the prospect of a reward made it tempting to do so. Furthermore, an item made by a goddess was not something just anyone could possess. What did the goddess call this? It was said that those closest to the water get the moon first. Mei's heart brimmed with delight as he stepped forward to assist Fei Yue, but at that moment, the silent Xiao Sheng suddenly intervened. Wait! The abruptness of Xiao Sheng's interruption left everyone present in a state of shock, as they had assumed he had no objections due to his earlier silence. Is there something you wish to address? Xiao Yujia inquired, observing the youth before her, with his prominent nose, gentle brows akin to Tian Yao's, and delicate features. A handsome lad, or rather, a beautiful beast? What did it matter? In any case, he was undeniably charming. Little female, she is the offspring of the priestess of Tianhu City. Your treatment of her is inappropriate. Perhaps you should leave this matter to us? Xiao Sheng spoke softly, yet with a hint of coldness in his gaze, his tone tentative. Tianhu City? It seemed this land had established cities. Yet, why had the tribal civilizations close to the central continent progressed so slowly? The offspring of the priestess of Tianhu City? Despite suspecting the existence of cities on this continent, Xiao Yujia maintained her guard, aware that she could not let her defenses down. Clearly, they were of considerable significance. Yes. Xiao Sheng nodded vigorously, continuing. Fei Yue is the sole offspring of the priestess of Tianhu City. Though somewhat pampered, she has a good heart, albeit a bit mad. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, for it was indeed true that Fei Yue was quite mad. However, should she discover his thoughts, he would surely face torment. Truly, she was more devilish than a demon. Oh, I see. Xiao Yujia replied, her tone lingering. So, she was not as benevolent as claimed. It appeared that the young beast before her had suffered quite a bit. I can release her, but you must keep a close watch. If she harms me again, it won't merely be a matter of fainting. Upon seeing Xiao Yujia smile, Xiao Sheng felt as if he were enveloped in a bone-chilling frost. Yes, absolutely, he replied, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Mei, return that female to them. Although Mei felt reluctant, he complied with the goddess's wishes. This female was the first to survive in the goddess's presence. Yet, what the future held remained uncertain. As Mei tossed Fei Yue back, Xiao Sheng quickly caught her. While she was indeed detestable, she was the priestess's only offspring, and it was best to leave her fate to the priestess's discretion. After handing Fei Yue over to Xiao Sheng, Mei felt a pang of regret. He greatly desired the goddess's reward, and now it seemed he had lost that chance. Take it. Observing Mei's dejected demeanor, Xiao Yuja felt a twinge of sympathy and handed the crescent moon tassel clip to him. Surely he didn't believe that by not imprisoning Fei Yue, he would forfeit his reward? Goddess. Mei looked at the crescent moon tassel clip in his hand, then back at Xiao Yuja, his heart swelling with a whirlwind of complex emotions. I have known for some time that you long for this, Xiao Yuja whispered softly, noticing his astonishment. But hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Mei blushed, appearing adorably hesitant. Here, take it. Lin Yi doesn't care for such trinkets. If someone appreciates it, I'm more than pleased. Xiao Yuja had previously gifted Lin Yi more exquisite ornaments, but he had discreetly tucked them away, leading her to believe he did not fancy such items. Thus, those gifts were likely discarded. If Lin Yi were aware of Xiao Yujia's thoughts, he would feel quite wronged, for he could not simply throw away gifts from his beloved. Thank you, goddess. Receiving Xiao Yujia's reward filled Mei with uncontainable joy. Jia, I want one too. Jiaran, feeling somewhat slighted as Xiao Yuja had only gifted Mei, hurried over, eager to receive a present for himself. There are none left. Perhaps next time? The clip given to Mei was the last one she had made. The others had already been given to Lin Yi. All right. Jiaran obediently nodded. Expecting him to cause a scene, Xiao Yuja was pleasantly surprised by his compliance. It is getting late. We should return to rest. Tomorrow, do tell me more about Tianhu City. With that, Xiao Yuja led Lin Yi and the others away, while Yu Sheng and Bai Di had finished their meals and entertainment, rising to depart as well. Goddess? Did that feline beastman just address her as little female goddess? Tian Yao pondered as he watched Xiao Yuja's retreating figure, recalling how Mei had referred to her. If he had not misheard, did Mei truly call Xiao Yuja goddess? If so, she was indeed one of the goddesses we seek. And what of the other? Young lord, what shall we do with Fei Yue? As Xiao Yuja and her party had departed, Xiao Sheng quickly inquired about the troublesome female. First, return her to her dwelling, then find a way to notify the priestess. Inform her that Fei Yue has confronted one of the goddesses in the Wuhuang plain. As for what follows, I trust the priestess is not foolish. After relaying his instructions, Tian Yao hurried after Xiao Yuja, leaving Xiao Sheng in a daze. Since the young lord had spoken, what more could he say? He would follow the young lord's guidance. However, the mention of the goddess made him ponder. Late into the quiet night, a flying beastman soared above the Hushao tribe, and after receiving Tian Yao's message from Xiao Sheng, he stealthily returned. The following morning, Xiao Yuja rose as usual, had breakfast, and then ventured to the riverbank in search of wild vegetables. However, she was accompanied by her petite white snake, concerned for her partner. The small rabbit was entrusted to an elder female in the tribe for care, while Jiaran and Mei accompanied the hunting team to check the traps. As Xiao Yuja walked along the riverbank, Lin Yi remained quietly draped around her neck, resembling a delicate accessory. Occasionally, he would extend his tongue to taste her neck, as if to assert his claim, leaving traces of his scent that rendered her neck perpetually ticklish. Tianhu City, located in the southern part of the continent, is a small city with a population exceeding 5,000, nestled against the largest city of the southern continent, Tengyi City. It is one of the smaller cities under Tengyi City's protection, surrounded by formidable city walls, containing rows of stone houses that appear somewhat chaotic, while the bustling streets exude liveliness. The flying beastman, who had received the urgent message the previous night, had flown tirelessly all night to finally arrive at the residence of Priestess Fei Li. What? After conveying Tian Yao's message to the Priestess Fei Li, she felt a surge of irritation. Her own child had inadvertently offended one of the goddesses, which was a grave matter. She hurriedly began to chant prayers, hoping that the beast god would not punish Fei Yu for this incident, wishing instead to take the punishment upon herself. The priestess. The young lord also hoped that you could organize a team of messengers from Tianhu City to head to Wuhuang Plain. Observing the priestess reciting her incantations, the flying beastman who delivered the message also conveyed Tian Yao's requests to Fei Li. Upon understanding the young lord's intentions, she promptly nodded in agreement and assured him that she would arrange for personnel to assist. After delivering the message, the flying beastman departed from Fei Li's residence. Subsequently, Fei Li summoned several reliable newcomers to form a team of messengers from Tianhu City, setting out for Wuhuang Plain early the next morning. Today, the priestess Fei Li had arrived early at the city gate to bid farewell to the messenger team. After her blessings were recited, a dozen individuals, burdened with various packages, exited the city gates. Meanwhile, the Hu tribe remained blissfully unaware that someone had infiltrated their camp the previous night, and the open area was still bustling with activity. On the pottery-making side, uniform bricks had been fired and neatly stacked in layers. Xiao Yujia, observing the neatly piled bricks, deemed it time to excavate the foundation needed for the brick house. She promptly called upon Jia Run and a few strong male beastmen to venture outside the tribe in search of a suitable location. At this point, Lin Yi, apart from hunting every morning, had taken to clinging closely to Xiao Yujia's neck. Sighing, Xiao Yujia spent the entire morning searching without finding a satisfactory spot. Realizing that establishing a city required confirming the locations of both the Lord's Mansion and the Central Goddess Temple, she contemplated, "Goddess, if you wish to construct the Lord's Mansion and the Central Goddess Temple first, I believe I might have a suitable location in mind." Hearing Xiao Yujia's sigh, her spirit companion Ling Yin suddenly proposed an idea. "Where is it? Can you take me there?" Xiao Yujia's interest was piqued at Ling Yan's mention of a suitable place. "Goddess, their current forms are too cumbersome and cannot keep pace with my speed," Ling Yin remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Jia Run and several male beastmen trailing behind in human form. Indeed, for beast warriors, even the vegetarian spirit beasts possessed remarkable speed. Though their beast forms may not keep up, they could still follow closely. All transform into beast forms for the journey. With Xiao Yujia's command, the beastmen behind her promptly shifted into their beast forms and began to follow Ling Yin in a specific direction, the beast warriors accompanying them. Aside from Jia Run and Mei, were all members of the goddess's guard, bound by a protective mark to Xiao Yujia, ensuring their obedience to her commands. Whatever Xiao Yujia decreed would be followed without dissent. "Goddess, this is the place." After nearly 2 hours of travel, Ling Yin led them to a picturesque location. Xiao Yujia patted Ling Yin's back, signaling him to lower her down. Following her command, Ling Yin obediently crouched down, reducing his height as much as possible. She cradled a small white kitten in her arms as she slid down. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the kitten bore a scale-shaped red gem on its forehead, mirroring the appearance of the beast warriors behind them. Unlike the diamond-shaped red gem on Lin Ye's forehead, which symbolized kingship, theirs resembled that of devoted companions. "This place is splendid." Xiao Yujia meticulously examined her surroundings. Before her loomed a towering mountain, its peaks stretching endlessly, exuding a soothing aura that instilled a sense of belonging, the feeling of finding a home. The area beneath the mountain extended into vast plains for hundreds of miles, and a large sea could be seen about 50 kilometers to the left. Waking up to the gentle sea breeze each morning would indeed be a delightful experience. Xiao Yujia envisioned dividing the city into 2 parts, an outer city for shops and residential areas, and an inner city for the Hu tribe and Mei Mao tribe, along with the goddess temple. Outside the city, she planned to allocate areas for cultivation and livestock, having noticed numerous lakes that could serve as water sources for both zones. "Ling Yin, I have outlined the general area, but do you have any thoughts regarding the locations for the 2 goddess temples? As the most crucial structures in the city, Xiao Yujia was hesitant to make unilateral decisions, preferring to seek guidance from Ling Yin, the spirit beast. "Goddess, as you govern all natural forces, I believe your temple could be built atop the mountain, with stairways constructed for access. As for Goddess Yusheng, her domain of the sea makes that location most fitting." After considering Ling Yan's suggestion, Xiao Yujia found it agreeable, though constructing a temple on the sea posed challenges. Chapter 58, City Planning. "Ling Yan, I find your proposal commendable, yet building the goddess temple on the sea seems impractical. Do you have a more viable solution?" While appreciating Ling Yan's idea, Xiao Yujia understood the complexities involved in erecting a temple on the water. In her previous world, various tools and materials would facilitate building structures above water, but this world lacked such resources. Moreover, she was reluctant to harm the pristine nature surrounding her. She could not bear to see it become a second Earth, subject to periodic cleansing every few centuries or millennia. "Goddess, on the Beast God Mountain beside the Beast God statue, there blooms a unique flower. Upon contact with water, it expands tremendously, forming a land-like surface in its center, which could aid the goddess in constructing a temple on the ocean," Ling Yin suggested after pondering. He had a vivid recollection of this flower, its petals resembling the lotus Xiao Yujia had described. Due to its magical properties, Ling Yin often gathered it to present to his partner. The lakes surrounding the tribe were adorned with these flowers, and other female tribe members benefited from this as well. During summer, they relished resting beneath the flowers while the males frolicked in the water. "A flower?" Xiao Yujia expressed skepticism. wondering if such a flower truly possessed such miraculous properties. However, upon reflection, she considered that in this world, transformations between humans and beasts were commonplace. So perhaps nothing was impossible after all. With this thought, she found herself less incredulous. Ling Yan nodded and continued, yes. Because this extraordinary flower grows around the beast god statue. The spirit beast clan refers to it as the oracle flower. The oracle flower? What a splendid name. But what does it look like? Do you have any left? Since this flower possesses such miraculous qualities, one must behold its beauty with their own eyes. According to Ling Yan's depiction, he frequently forges this exquisite bloom. I wonder if he has any remnants left? Goddess, I have none on me. But we are not far from Shoshinshan. I can have my kin deliver some. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Qiao Yujia felt a pang of disappointment. How wonderful it would be to gaze upon such a flower. Fortunately, the proximity to Shoshinshan allows Ling Yan to notify his tribesmen to bring it forth. With the descent of the two goddesses, since Ling Yan arrived beside Qiao Yujia, his partner brought along half of their kin to the Wuhuang Plain, while the other half remains in the tribe. Summoning one or two tribesmen to deliver the flower would pose no issue, especially as the beasts residing upon Shoshinshan are a peace-loving race. Upon hearing Ling Yan's assurance, Qiao Yujia's earlier despondency lifted, a smile blossoming upon her face. If that is the case, they could eventually establish a seaside town, perhaps a maritime market. The mere thought filled her with delight. Now that this matter is resolved, Ling Yan, please inform your tribesmen to bring the Shun Yuhua here, while I commence planning the city with the others. With a method at hand to proceed, they shall divide their efforts. Qiao Yujia directed Ling Yan to notify his remaining kin in the tribe to deliver the Shun Yuhua, while she would lead the beast warriors in excavating the foundation for the houses. With a resounding roar, Ling Yan, upon receiving Qiao Yujia's command, ventured a short distance away, his powerful voice echoing through the woods, startling the birds into flight. Dig down, according to the positions I've sketched, it should be roughly my height. Qiao Yujia selected a spot about 3 meters from the base of the mountain, marking an area of approximately 5,000 square meters, akin to the size of an ancient princely residence in Huaxia. After all, it would serve as the Lord's Manor, a significant edifice in the city, warranting a more expansive area. Besides the central structure for receiving guests, Qiao Yujia meticulously planned the general layout of the Lord's Manor. She then instructed the Beastmen to commence their excavation according to her designated foundation locations, providing a rough estimate for depth. Understood. The Beastmen, upon receiving their orders, dispersed to begin the excavation of the foundation. With such a vast area to cover, the work would occupy the Beastmen for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yujia, accompanied by Lin Yi, made their way to the foot of the mountain. She gently pulled Lin Yi, who hung from her neck, down and said tenderly, "My dear Lin Yi, as a goddess's companion, you must not be idle. Take me to the mountain peak." She then set the now juvenile Lin Yi upon the ground. In a matter of moments, Lin Yi transformed back into his human form, his breathtaking visage making Qiao Yujia wish to keep him hidden from the world. "Jia, what brings you to the mountaintop?" He approached, grasping Qiao Yujia's hand, puzzled by her intentions. "We are going to survey the land to prepare for the construction of our home," Qiao Yujia replied with a smile. Upon hearing the notion of building their shared abode, Lin Yi scooped up Qiao Yujia, his lower half morphing into a serpentine tail as he ascended the mountain. In but a short while, Lin Yi had brought Qiao Yujia to the summit. Upon surveying the surroundings, Qiao Yujia was astounded to discover a vast expanse of flat terrain. Behind her, 2 towering mountains stood sentinel, with waterfalls cascading down either side, forming 2 crystalline rivers in the depressions flanking the flatland. The area was encircled by verdant trees, exuding an air of tranquility. Constructing the goddess hall here might indeed be a splendid choice. "Jia, I adore this place. Shall we build our home here?" Lin Yi, who cherished water, found the lush greenery perfectly suited to the nature of the serpent clan. He promptly made a decision with Qiao Yujia to establish their residence on this site. "Certainly, I am fond of it as well." Qiao Yujia nodded in agreement, appreciating the serenity far removed from the clamor of the city. The goddess hall, a sacred place for the Beastman's faith, would serve as the heart of the city. Qiao Yujia delineated the foundation's layout according to ancient Huaxia architecture. Adjacent to the right front of the goddess hall, she marked a position for a pavilion to provide shade during the summer months. Lin Yi then undertook the laborious task of excavating the foundation depth, taking special care as it was their future dwelling. Once the foundation on the mountaintop was completed, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi descended, during which Xiao Yujia instructed Lin Yi to swiftly carve out steps for ascending and descending the mountain, which could later be paved with stone bricks. Goddess, the Shen Yu Hua has arrived. Would you care to see if it suffices? Upon returning to the mountain's foot, Xiao Yujia noticed Ling Yan approaching with a small beast hide package held in his mouth, presenting it with an air of pride. Thank you, Ling Yan. Xiao Yujia accepted the package with gratitude. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it filled to the brim with Shen Yu Hua. However, the flowers appeared somewhat familiar. As she picked up a bud, she realized it resembled a lotus. But intriguingly, it bore sepals. Could it be a variant? Or perhaps a mutated plant? According to Ling Yan's description, it was an aquatic plant, which explained its diminutive size on land. Xiao Yujia scrutinized the thumb-sized bud, having always believed that everything in this land was grand in scale. To her surprise, there were also diminutive forms. This is sufficient. Thank you. I shall prepare a soup for you. Goddess, I would prefer a different reward instead of soup, Ling Yan replied, his desire for an alternative evident. The prospect of receiving a soup personally prepared by the goddess was indeed tempting. However, Ling Yan longed for something else as a reward, prompting him to shyly inquire. Certainly. What reward would you like? Xiao Yujia readily consented, recognizing the value of what he had brought. Exchanging it for a different reward was a trivial matter. Spirit fruit, Ling Yan exclaimed without hesitation. Ling Yan, I perceive that you do not require spirit fruit for yourself, but rather for the children. Am I correct? Xiao Yujia had inquired about Ling Yan's kin and learned that the spirit beasts were inherently powerful from birth, needing only the blessing of the beast god to awaken their latent abilities upon reaching maturity. The spirit fruit served merely to reinforce their control over their innate powers. With his thoughts laid bare, Ling Yan buried his head beneath his paws, appearing quite forlorn. Yet only he knew what truly occupied his mind. I shall bring it to you. It is getting late, and their foundation is complete. We should return. Xiao Yujia remarked, glancing at the colorful clouds in the sky. Thank you, goddess. Upon hearing that Xiao Yujia would provide him with spirit fruit upon their return, Ling Yan's spirits lifted once more. Not long after, Xiao Yujia and the Beastmen hastily made their way back to the tribe. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an unexpected spectacle. It was she who stole my clothing. You must help me retrieve it. Fei Yu pointed accusingly at Exen, claiming she had pilfered her attire, accompanied by a throng of beastmen from the Hushao tribe who admired her. The last syllable of her plea lingered, imbued with a childlike charm. You're speaking nonsense. When did I ever steal your clothing? Did you see me do it? Xin retorted, indignant, as she pointed an accusatory finger at Fei Yu. She had just been over at the earthen kiln, diligently crafting pottery bricks without venturing anywhere else. So how could she possibly return to steal the clothing of that insufferable female? Indeed, little female, could it be that you are mistaken? Xin is a servant of the goddess. How could she possibly resort to thievery? Observing Fei Yu's petulant demeanor, an orc male nearby remarked. They were all familiar with Xin, the attendant of the esteemed goddess Jia Jia, who had been devotedly earnest in every task since being rescued by the divine. It was simply inconceivable that she would engage in theft. Surely, this little female must have erred in her judgment. It must be a mistake. With the orc male's initial words, the surrounding orcs and females began to speak in Xion's defense. Not far away, Xiao Yujia watched the unfolding scene without intervening. After all, these were her companions, and if they could not manage such a trivial matter, they might as well be reassigned elsewhere. However, she was puzzled as to how Fei Yu, who had been severely injured by her the previous day, had recovered so swiftly. Was it possible that her body could automatically mend its wounds? If it wasn't you who stole it, could it be that another female did? Furthermore, look at what you are wearing. It is evident that you coveted the beauty of my attire and decided to steal it. Fei Yu proclaimed haughtily, firmly believing that Xion had pilfered her garments. Haha. Upon hearing this, Xion smiled. What does it mean that my clothing is beautiful and thus was stolen? That is truly a preposterous notion, due to the gentle spring breeze still carrying a hint of chill. The tribespeople of Hushao and Mei Mao were wrapped in thin animal skin cloaks, while Fei Yu's garments were clearly made of linen suitable for summer wear. Hence, she believed her attire to be the most exquisite in the tribe. What are you laughing at? Fei Yu glared at Xion's smile, feeling somewhat unnerved. Laughing? I'm laughing at you. The words you utter are nothing but a grand joke in this tribe. As for the comfort of your clothing, I cannot say, but it is hardly impressive, and yet you dare to claim it is beautiful. Were it not for the cold weather, we wouldn't even be wearing cloaks outside. As Xion spoke, she removed her cloak, revealing a pure white cotton skirt with Han elements, paired with a high ponytail, exuding an air of vitality. The surrounding females, seeing AXIN's actions, followed suit and shed their cloaks, revealing various styles of Han element skirts among the younger females. The older females wore ankle-length skirts, which, while somewhat cumbersome, were still manageable for daily tasks. This distinction effectively set apart the young from the mature females. In fact, when Xiao Yujia designed these garments, she had intended for the youthful and immature females to don lively and energetic attire, while the older, or those who had born children, would wear more subdued clothing, facilitating differentiation. As for the uniformity of white, it was simply because suitable dyeing materials had yet to be discovered, and the current tribe was not conducive to the establishment of weaving workshops. Chapter 59. The Envoy of Tianhu City. What is this? This is merely a wretchedly poor tribe. How could they possibly possess such exquisite garments? Fei Yu gazed at the females of the Hushao and Mei Mao tribes, each adorned in delicately crafted clothing, momentarily in disbelief. In comparison to Tianhu City, this was but a minuscule tribe. How could they have such finely fashioned attire? It must not be their own handiwork. Surely, they must have exchanged for these in other cities. Yes, that must be it. Fei Yu refused to believe that the beautiful and intricate garments were of their own creation, convinced instead that they had procured them through trade in other cities. With this thought, she felt somewhat reassured. These garments are merely the result of your exchanges with other cities, using your precious animal skins. What is there to be proud of? Fei Yu spoke condescendingly, as if she had seen through AXIN and the others. Did you witness us trading in other cities? If you did not see it, refrain from making baseless claims. These garments were crafted stitch by stitch under the guidance of the goddess. Have you seen clothing of this caliber being made in other cities? Upon hearing Fei Yu's words, Yaxian found herself at a loss for retort. She was truly infuriated. These garments, along with their appealing designs, were indeed crafted under the goddess's tutelage. How dare anyone question that they were merely acquired through trade? Did they need to resort to such measures? The tribe was overflowing with animal skins. Moreover, the skins were better suited for crafting blankets and nests for trading with other tribes, yielding far more than direct exchanges in other cities. Indeed, little female, these garments were fashioned stitch by stitch under the guidance of the goddess. You ought not to speak so foolishly. As AXIN's words echoed, the other females in the vicinity chimed in agreement. You all. Fei Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by their responses, uncertain of how to proceed. What do you mean? You? Do not presume that just because you hail from a certain city, you can act with impunity here. This is the domain of Jia and me. Yu Sheng happened to return with the gathering team and immediately witnessed Fei Yu bullying others. Without hesitation, she approached to confront her. She detested those who, relying on their privileged backgrounds or wealth, oppressed others. Of course, she and Xiao Yujia were exceptions. In her previous weakness, Yu Sheng realized that she needed to be braver in this world. Otherwise, she would only find herself victimized. It is the goddess A Sheng. The goddess A Sheng has returned. Upon seeing Yu Sheng confront Fei Yu with indignation, the tribe's people erupted in joy. Indeed, a fierce female. Unreasonable. Fei Yu glanced at the female whom the others referred to as goddess, only to find her even more beautiful than herself, dressed exquisitely. Yet still insulted Yu Sheng as a barbarian. Am I barbaric? I believe you are the one who is barbaric. Yu Sheng was somewhat incensed by Fei Yu's taunts and raised her hand to slap her, but was suddenly stopped by Xiao Yujia. Do not resort to violence. It would only hurt you. Let her handle matters herself. With a smile, she advised Yu Sheng against striking, deeming it unworthy to inflict pain upon oneself for such a woman. With Xiao Yujia's words, Yu Sheng relented. After all, she was not as strong as Xiao Yujia, let alone the women of this world. It would indeed be unwise to cause herself pain. As if mocking, how could I possibly harm myself? Smack! Before Fei Yu could finish her sentence, her hand struck her own face uncontrollably, the sound quite resounding. This must surely be what it means to be slapped in the face. What is this? Smack! Just as Fei Yu attempted to speak again, another slap landed on her left cheek. Then came several more resounding slaps, and by the time they ceased, her once alluring face had swollen to twice its size. Her appearance bore little resemblance to what it had been before. The orc males present, witnessing the spectacle, promptly fled, leaving no trace behind, including the one who had been enticed by Fei Yu the previous night. Now, apart from Xiao Yujia and her companions, there were no orc males remaining in the vicinity. The females initially intended to flee, But if they were to escape, who would take care of the tasks left behind? Would it be the frightened males who had already run away? Upon returning from the hunting party, Xiao Sheng immediately understood that Fei Yu, the notorious female, had caused yet another ruckus, prompting him to stride forward and pull her away. As she was being dragged away, Fei Yu continued to curse, showing no semblance of the dignified first female of Tian Huchang. Jia Jia, when did you return? I didn't see you on my way here. Also, how did that Fei Yu manage to slap herself? Seeing the dissipating crowd, Yusheng seized the moment to inquire, wishing to avoid future regrets. I returned to the tribe quite some time ago. I merely wanted to see how AXIN would handle the situation. As for Fei Yu slapping herself, it is a result of the puppet strings left to me by my mother. Listening to Yu Sheng's incessant questioning, Xiao Yujia could only respond to each query. Puppet strings? Yu Sheng recognized the concept of puppets, but had never heard of puppet strings before. In ancient times, puppets were controlled through certain techniques, and these puppet strings could manage not only actual puppets, but also living beings. Noticing her bewilderment, Xiao Yujia decided to provide her with a general understanding of their significance. After all, the applications of these puppet strings were manifold. Wow, that's incredible. Why didn't you use them to deal with those classmates who bullied you back in school? Yu Sheng expressed envy for Xiao Yujia's multifaceted and capable mother. However, she found it peculiar that, given such a powerful tool, Xiao Yujia had not employed it against her tormentors. Wouldn't that have served them a fitting lesson? A Sheng, that world is a society governed by law. Using such abilities indiscriminately might attract the attention of certain organizations. And I might not be able to play with you as freely, Xiao Yujia admitted, revealing her own past desires to act similarly. Yet, she had witnessed the consequences of such actions when someone using extraordinary abilities was discovered by a government agency, only to vanish the following day without a trace. Whether they were recruited by that organization or eliminated for refusal remained a mystery. Oh, I see it's getting late. Shall we go for dinner? With this, Yu Sheng understood that although the world was a lawful society, many inexplicable phenomena and characters existed within it. Thus, she comprehended why Xiao Yujia had chosen not to act at that time. I still have matters to discuss with Chief Shichou. You go ahead and eat. All right. With pressing duties, Xiao Yujia informed Yu Sheng to proceed to dinner without her. Since she had obligations, Yu Sheng could only go ahead, just as Bai Di returned. Accompanied by Lin Yi and the others, Xiao Yujia approached Chief Shichou's courtyard, where she shared some plans regarding the city. Chief Shichou nodded in agreement. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Yujia, accompanied by 100 Beastman warriors and 50 members of the Goddess Guard, set forth towards the location from the previous day with great fervor. Meanwhile, the envoys from Tian Huchang, responsible for communicating with the two goddesses, hastened their journey and finally reached the border of the Wuhuang Plain at midday. We have arrived. This must be the place, remarked one female supporting the elderly high priest, referring to the Wuhuang Plain, known as a forbidden land among the Beastmen. Indeed, it is here, my lord Beast God. I have come to see you, the old priest quavered, his voice tinged with the weight of years. She was the only female accompanying the Beast God, among the first batch of Beastmen who had followed him, much like the lords of the four great cities. Having served the Beast God, their lifespans were notably extended compared to ordinary Beastmen. In that case, let us proceed quickly. It is sweltering. Observing a group of individuals lingering at the edge of the Wuhuang Plain without entering, another female could no longer contain herself and urged them to move forward. Ali, you chose to come along. No one compelled you. If you feel unable to proceed, then stay here. The female supporting the old priest was irked by Ali's annoying voice. She was neither a substitute priest nor a priestess apprentice. She had insisted on accompanying them. Now, she was hastily demanding they hurry, simply because of the heat. After such a long journey, it was unreasonable to expect to meet the Beast God without a break. You, Ali, who had been talkative earlier, found herself at a loss for words. Forget it. Achio, my old bones have rested enough. Let us quickly meet the two goddesses. As the two nearly quarreled, the old priest intervened, leading the grand entourage into the Wuhuang Plain. However, when they reached Ali, she found herself excluded. Wait for me. I can't get in. Ali shouted from outside the barrier, watching as the group moved forward without looking back, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. What beast god? I see only a devil. I've never seen one. Who knows if there are any beast gods on the Beastman continent? With a thud, Ali, realizing her petty tantrum failed to draw attention, cursed the beast god and kicked the invisible barrier in front of her. Ouch! That hurts! The barrier remained entirely intact. while Ali's foot swelled painfully. At this moment, Xiao Yujia and the Beastman warriors had already excavated the foundations for all the houses they had planned, leaving only the inner city's wall foundation to be completed. Currently, they were resting in a shaded area, and Xiao Yujia instructed Lin Yi to take them hunting in preparation for a lavish meal to reward their efforts. Given their proximity to the Beast God Mountain, large wild beasts were abundant, yet exceptionally fierce. Fortunately, the warriors from the Hushao tribe and the Mei Mao tribe could manipulate elements for their advantage. Otherwise, capturing a beast would have been truly challenging. Upon witnessing a beast larger than themselves collapse, the group erupted in cheers. This marked their first cooperative hunt, utilizing the power of natural elements. Initially, they had doubted their ability to hunt such a large beast. Yet they managed to do so with remarkable ease. Riding the wave of enthusiasm, Lin Yi led them to hunt another beast. Soon after, they returned triumphantly to their resting place at the mountain's foot. Jia, I'm back. As soon as they reached the cool shade, Lin Yi rushed to Xiao Yujia. Noticing the little white cat in her arms, he felt a twinge of jealousy, wanting to snatch it away, but fearing her ire. You're back. How was the harvest? Upon seeing Lin Yi return, Xiao Yujia quickly sought to divert his attention. Otherwise, her precious little cat might be in jeopardy. Jia, the beasts in this forest are significantly larger than those around the tribe. We hunted 2 large beasts, and they have gone to process them. Hearing Xiao Yujia's inquiry about the hunt, Lin Yi hurriedly compared the sizes of the beasts here to those around the tribe. Larger? Have they somehow become sentient? Upon hearing the words that he was larger than any ordinary beast, Xiao Yujia's mind was instantly flooded with the notion of transformation. Before long, the beastmen had processed the 2 bovine creatures they had hunted that day and brought them forth. Xiao Yujia's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the 2 colossal creatures resembling towering mountains. Good heavens! How could there exist such enormous wild cattle? In plain view of all, the beastmen skillfully cleaved the towering beasts into numerous pieces with their sharp claws, each beastman receiving a substantial chunk of meat, as thick as their own arms. The remaining portions were encircled by 2 beastmen warriors, skilled in manipulating water and wood, who carefully placed the leftovers onto a cart. Since they had come to work, none had brought clay pots, only some seasoning and fine salt. Thus they could only indulge in roasted meat. The beastmen hurriedly gathered dry twigs nearby to ignite a fire for cooking. Before long, the air was permeated with an unusual meaty aroma, far more enticing than that of ordinary beasts. Chapter 60. The Emergence of Bloodlines. Wow. How fragrant. Why does this meat smell so much more delicious than what we usually consume? Indeed, I haven't even added any other seasonings, merely a touch of salt. It is already so aromatic. Absolutely delightful. The beastmen gazed eagerly at the slowly roasting meat, the enticing fragrance intensifying, and could not help but inhale deeply. Jia, it's ready. Lin Yi, enticed by the exceptional aroma, instinctively offered the first piece to Xiao Yujia instead of indulging himself. Thank you. Xiao Yujia replied with a gentle smile as she accepted the roasted meat from Lin Yi's hands. The scent of the meat was distinctly different from what she was accustomed to. It seemed to beckon her taste buds even more fervently. She held the roasted meat without immediately taking a bite, instead savoring the aroma wafting through the air. It was an irresistible allure, stirring her appetite to the core, compelling her to take a bite. The rich, extraordinary flavor exploded in her mouth, the succulent juices rendering it exceptionally tender. Just as she was halfway through, a sudden surge of power within her began to roil. Oomph! Xiao Yujia emitted a soft grunt, her body drenched in perspiration. Jia, what is wrong? Lin Yi, noticing her discomfort, quickly supported her as she seemed on the verge of collapsing, pulling out a cotton towel to wipe the sweat from her brow. As a beastman male, Lin Yi would not typically carry a towel, but this one was gifted by Xiao Yujia and bore her scent, lending him a sense of comfort and leading to the habit of carrying it with him. I'm fine, Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head despite being drenched in sweat. She did not wish to burden him with worry. Compared to her, Lin Yi had always been solitary since childhood, and she felt it would be a sin to add to his concerns. My body, before Xiao Yujia's situation could be resolved. Another beast man by the fire began to experience an unusual sensation within. His internal power surged dramatically, and soon the sky above darkened ominously. What is happening? Is it going to rain? It seemed unlikely as the clouds rolled in without thunder. Before the thought could fully form, he too felt a strange shift within his body. Roar! The beastmen transformed back into their beast forms, their sizes doubling from their usual stature, and the clouds above thickened. What's going on? Could there be something wrong with this meat? But I ate it too. Why am I unaffected? Lin Yi observed the transformed Beastmen, each now towering over their previous forms, perplexed by his own lack of a similar reaction. Suddenly, he too felt an overwhelming force within him, as if it were ready to burst forth. In a matter of moments, Lin Yi transformed into his beast form, the once nearly 12-meter-long serpent, now significantly elongated. Lin Yi. Xiao Yuja gazed at the serpent now nearly 20 meters long, feeling a pang of fear. Yet, despite his transformation, Lin Yi's tail coiled protectively around her. Surrounded by these colossal creatures, she felt a mix of trepidation and realization that she seemed to be the last one to transform. As she watched white scales proliferate on her legs, a slender white serpent tail emerged, measuring around 2 meters, yet her upper body remained humanoid. Xiao Yujia struggled to accept her half-human, half-beast form. She had previously believed that the appearance of scales was temporary, likely to fade in a few days or months. However, it now appeared increasingly unlikely. The other beastmen were equally astonished, save for Lin Yi, who was filled with joy. Is that a serpent tail? How adorable! I never expected Jia could sprout a tail. Lin Yi gazed adoringly at the small, white serpent tail, which seemed to flail playfully. His heart melted at the sight. Even amidst the darkened skies, the scales glimmered brightly, prompting him to lower his massive serpent head and tenderly lick Xiao Yujia's tail, savoring every detail. She could not help but smile at the now even shinier tail. Old priest, there is a tribe ahead. Should we inquire if we can rest there? The envoy from Tianhu City made their way toward a place where smoke billowed into the sky, nearing the vicinity of the Hushao tribe. Supporting the old priest, Achou paused to ask if they should see if the tribe would allow them to rest. Very well, let us proceed, the old priest replied, observing the lively sounds emanating from the tribe, indicating they should continue forward. Halt! For where do you come? As the envoy from Tianhu City reached the entrance of the Hushao tribe, they were halted by the Beastman guards. This esteemed Beastman, we hail from Tianhu City and have traveled a great distance. Could you allow us to enter and rest? Achio, stepping forward to plead with the guards, presented the old priest, hoping to sway their decision. Upon hearing the mention of a priest, the guards exchanged uncertain glances, and one rushed into the tribe, likely to inform someone. Please wait, someone has gone to notify the goddess. Upon hearing this, the envoy from Tianhu City was filled with excitement, for it meant they might behold the legendary goddess. Oh, I still have not transformed back. Xiao Yujia sighed as she looked at her nearly 2-meter-long white serpent tail. The other beastmen, including Lin Yi, had reverted to their human forms, yet she remained in her half-human, half-serpent state. This brought to mind an ancient myth from Guhuaxia, which spoke of a great goddess named Nuwa, who fashioned humanity from clay, revered as the progenitor of mankind. Yet, with the rapid advancement of human civilization, modern-day Huaxia people no longer believed in such mythical tales, since it has been passed down to the present day. It signifies a certain truth, or perhaps the testament of our ancestors. The form of a half-human, half-snake being is not only attributed to Nuwa in legends, but also to her descendants. This thought suddenly sparked a terrifying idea in Xiao Yujia's mind. Could it be that she possesses the bloodline of Nuwa within her? With a determined effort, she attempted to walk like Lin Yi using her serpent tail. But as soon as she stood upright, she stumbled and fell again. Goddess, are you all right? Mei, who was closest to her, rushed over to help her up, her face etched with concern, causing her charming features to scrunch in worry. Xiao Yujia shook her head and said, I'm fine, Mei. Please assist me in walking for a while. I believe I can learn to walk with my serpent tail. All right, Mei replied, seeing the determination in Xiao Yujia's eyes. They began to walk slowly around the vicinity, with Xiao Yujia's tail swaying uncontrollably behind her in graceful arcs. By dusk, all areas of the inner city had been excavated. As time was running short, Lin Yi, in his half-beast form, carried the half-beastified Xiao Yujia, as she could not sit on a cart without damaging its contents. When they returned to the tribe, the sun had already set. Is that the goddess Jia? Upon entering the tribe, the half-beastified Xiao Yujia became the center of attention. Surely after today's events, many male beastmen would gather outside her courtyard. The next morning, Xiao Yujia looked at her tail and realized that after a night, it had not transformed back into human legs. It appeared she would have to adapt to this form for the time being. Jia, are you awake? I have made bone soup for you. Come and taste it. Lin Yi, who entered the room, saw Xiao Yujia attempting to rise and hurried to support her, gently wiping her drowsy face with a damp towel. He then brought a bowl of prepared bone soup to feed her. I can manage myself. Could you assist me outside instead? Xiao Yujia requested. Wanted to go out for a walk to practice using her serpent tail, as she needed continual practice to avoid hindering herself. Goddess, Axian, who had been running over, saw Lin Yi helping Xiao Yujia out. Stunned by the serpent tail trailing behind Xiao Yujia, she momentarily lost her words. Axian, do you need something? Xiao Yujia inquired, puzzled, as she thought Axian should have been busy with pottery. The chief is looking for the goddess. He said the envoy from Tianhu City has arrived. Though surprised by Xiao Yujia's sudden transformation, Axian conveyed the message from Shiqiu, the tribe leader. In her memory, female beastmen did not possess beast forms, but there were exceptions like Fei Yu, who had a bloodline of regression. Tianhu City? I understand, Axian. You may return to your tasks. I will head over now. As she mentioned Tianhu City, the details from the bridge were vague, so she decided to inquire directly with the arriving envoy. Xiao Yujia urged Axian to return to her duties and made her way to the courtyard of Shiqiu. Old priest, you have arrived, let me tell you. As Lin Yi helped Xiao Yujia into Shiqiu's courtyard, they were met with a familiar yet irksome voice. Throughout their journey, Xiao Yujia had become more accustomed to controlling her tail. There is a particularly arrogant female in this tribe. She actually struck me. Look at what she has done to me. Fei Yu stood beside the old priest, weeping profusely while recounting her recent misfortunes. You are lying. It was you who provoked Jia first, and only then did she retaliate. Just as Fei Yu was on the verge of manipulating the old priest's emotions, she was abruptly interrupted by Yu Sheng, who sat in the main seat. I am not lying. That wicked female attacked me. She even took away Tian Yao Gij. Despite Yu Sheng's harsh interruption, Fei Yu remained unperturbed, continuing her weeping lament in front of the old priest. A sudden loud bang echoed as Fei Yu, attempting to embellish her tale, was abruptly struck out of the living room by an unexpected white serpent tail, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. What a pitiful beauty, crying like a flower in the rain. If one were unaware of the truth, they would surely be deceived by your tears. Just as Fei Yu struggled to stand, she heard Xiao Yujia's calm voice. It is you, the malicious female. You must have employed some devilish means to control Tian Yao Gij. Otherwise, he would not disregard me. Upon seeing Xiao Yujia approach, Fei Yu launched a barrage of baseless accusations, weaving a tale so vivid that some apprentice priests were swayed, casting hateful glares at Xiao Yujia. However, she paid no mind to their glares, confidently taking a seat beside Yu Sheng. Why should one fear what they have not done? Old priest, did we not come to meet the two goddesses? Since we have not seen them, we cannot allow someone to bully the first female of Tianhu City. I believe this tribe should be punished. An apprentice priest, swayed by Fei Yu, hurriedly defended her. Seizing the opportunity of their unmet expectations, they sought to incite the old priest to eradicate the Hu Shao tribe. Indeed, old priest, we came to meet the two goddesses, not to hear the first female of Tianhu City being mistreated. Another apprentice priest joined in, and soon many echoed the sentiment, incited by Fei Yu. Silence. As the crowd clamored, Tian Yao entered from outside, promptly silencing the chattering apprentices. Tian Yao Gij, you must help Fei Yu. What she says is true. Seeing Tian Yao enter, Fei Yu rushed to his side, tearfully insisting that her claims were genuine. To her shock, with a swift motion, Tian Yao pushed her hand aside. His action ignited further debate among the apprentices. What is going on? Wasn't the young lord previously attentive to Fei Yu? What has changed? Sure, what are you talking about? I have heard that the young lord does not care for Fei Yu at all. It is she who clings to him persistently. Is that so? I have seen it myself. Persistently cling? This young lord is quite handsome. As Xiao Yujia sat across from the commotion, she scrutinized Tian Yao with an enigmatic gaze. Yes, indeed quite handsome. Meanwhile, Fei Yu, now harboring a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Yujia due to Tian Yao's rejection, glared at her with venomous eyes as if seeking vengeance. With a sudden clash, Xiao Yujia met Fei Yu's gaze, finding it utterly displeasing, and her tail swung again, sending Fei Yu flying out. This time, the gates of the courtyard were thoroughly captured. The divine maiden Tian Yao gazed into Xiao Yujia's icy eyes, feeling a tremor within her heart. Her voice faltered slightly as she spoke. Ahem, Tian Yao, if you are busy, you may step outside for now. Xiao Yujia coughed lightly, hastily adjusting her demeanor. It appeared that Tian Yao had just returned with the hunting team upon hearing that individuals from Tianhu City had arrived, prompting her to rush over. He hesitated, ultimately refraining from articulating his complete thoughts. This must be the elder priestess, correct? Xiao Yujia shifted her gaze to the eldest among the priests. Indeed, she is our elder priestess from Tianhu City. We all refer to her as Yishur. A Qiu, seated beside the elder priestess, responded. Tian Yao observed Xiao Yujia conversing with the elder priestess and felt it inappropriate to interject. Yet, he was reluctant to leave. As a suitor of the divine maiden, he had yet to engage in a proper conversation with her. Could he really depart like this? No, he would not leave. At least not now. With this thought, Tian Yao decided to remain, transforming his form into that of a snow-white nine-tailed fox and leaping onto Xiao Yujia's lap in an instant. Xiao Yujia found this sudden display rather unexpected, yet she could not help but notice the cuteness of the plump fox. Linye, witnessing his partner petting the nine-tailed fox, immediately felt displeased. In defiance, he shifted into his beast form, coiling around Xiao Yujia's neck while hissing in a show of pride towards Tian Yao. The chubby little Tian Yao cast a glare at Lin Yi before settling down in Xiao Yujia's embrace. As the tribal chief, he felt at a loss for words upon observing the two males competing for the divine maiden's attention. Normally, such behavior would be of little concern, but it was rather inappropriate with guests present. The people of Tianhu City were astonished. Was the young city lord now clinging to the divine maiden? Ahem. May I inquire, elder priestess, what brings you here? Noticing the conversation veering off course, Xiao Yujia promptly redirected the topic back to business. We are naturally here to meet the two divine maidens, and have also been entrusted by the city lord of Tianhu City to check on the young city lord. In response to Xiao Yujia's inquiry, the elder priestess replied in her aged voice. On one hand, their group had come to meet Xiao Yujia and Yusheng. On the other, they were indeed here for the young city lord Tian Yao. However, seeing that the young city lord was unharmed, they felt relieved, as it would ease their report to the city lord. Since we have met, how about I and Yusheng invite the elder priestess and the others to stay a few more days? Although Xiao Yujia was eager to discuss matters regarding Tianhu City with the elder priestess, she recognized that they had traveled a long distance and deserved a rest. Thus, she extended their stay for a few more days. During this time, Xiao Yujia took the opportunity to inquire about Tianhu City from the elder priestess and her companions. Tianhu City was merely a settlement of 10,000 beastmen, under the jurisdiction of Tung Yi City. Although this was the case, the two cities coexisted peacefully without any conflict, fostering a friendly relationship. In ancient Huaxia, such harmony was nearly impossible, as each city struggled to protect its territory against emerging powers. The subsequent events were of lesser significance, and Xiao Yujia chose to disregard them. The elder priestess and her entourage spent 7 days within the tribe before departing towards Tianhu City on the 8th day. Upon learning of Fei Yu's situation, the elder priestess decided to bring her along to avoid further disturbances. As for the young city lord Tian Yao's pursuit of the divine maiden, the elder priestess would report the truth to the city lord of Tianhu City, leaving the interpretation of the city lord's intentions to speculation. On the following day after the elder priestess's departure, Xiao Yujia once again led 100 Beastman warriors to assist in constructing the inner city, this time accompanied by Shi Yi, with the hope of completing all the buildings before the onset of late spring. Naturally, on the very night following the elder priestess's departure, Xiao Yujia instructed the beastmen to evenly distribute the meat from the wild animals hunted in the nearby forest among all the tribesmen. There was no complex preparation. A touch of salt and simple roasting sufficed to preserve the meat's original flavor. As a result, that evening, all the beastmen who consumed the wild meat transformed back into their beast forms, unexpectedly growing in size, thus enhancing the tribe's combat prowess. As for the females, they were granted the opportunity to shift into their beast forms, albeit for a brief duration of half a day, which brought them immense joy. Perhaps with regular consumption of the wild meat from that forest, the females could solidify their ability to maintain their beast forms for longer periods. After a morning's journey, upon reaching the destination, Xiao Yujia promptly began directing all the beastmen to construct the city lord's residence. A team was dispatched to the surrounding woods to fell trees for the structural framework of the houses. Xiao Yujia opted for a palace-style architecture reminiscent of ancient Huaxia, simplifying certain elements for ease of remembrance, while ensuring the overall structural integrity remained intact. Although this style of housing was somewhat intricate, it was ultimately grand, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing. Due to the complexity of the design, the central living room of the city lord's residence took nearly 2 weeks to complete. Xiao Yujia was genuinely impressed by the speed of the Beastman, and once it was finished, she inspected it to find it sturdy enough, provided they refrained from running in their beast forms inside. What delighted Xiao Yujia the most was the unexpected result of the Beastmen responsible for firing the ceramic bricks and tiles. They had managed to produce white bricks and black tiles, creating a striking contrast with the white walls and black rooftops that evoked a sense of ancient Huaxiao aesthetics. Conversely, the original colored ceramic bricks were used to pave the foundation and roads. With the initial experience in mind, the Beastmen became increasingly efficient in their construction efforts. Nevertheless, the expansive city lord's residence took nearly a week to complete. The areas designated for decoration and greenery were preserved, and only the installation of the grand entrance remained. For the adhesive used in the walls, a transparent liquid extracted from a special vine was employed. This remarkable liquid resembled glue, but possessed an even stronger adhesive quality, rendering it nearly inseparable once dried. Jia, why not take a break and have something to eat? You have been tirelessly directing us in the construction for many days now. Lin Yi, observing Xiao Yujia's relentless dedication, felt a pang of concern. Although she had taken short breaks, the dark circles under her eyes remained persistent. To ensure the entire inner city was completed by late spring, Xiao Yujia decided to camp here, with daily shipments of fired ceramic bricks and tiles arriving from the tribe. Very well. Xiao Yujia gazed at the nearly finished entrance of the city lord's residence, pausing for a moment as she recognized her own fatigue and acquiesced to Lin Ye's request, allowing herself to rest. After consuming the roasted meat Lin Ye offered, Xiao Yujia promptly fell asleep. Lin Ye tenderly wiped her lips and carried her into the fur tent for rest, while overseeing the completion of the entrance. In the following days, Xiao Yujia would undoubtedly continue to oversee the construction progress day and night. As anticipated, she rose early the next day, quickly performing her skincare routine before enjoying breakfast provided by Lin Yi, and resumed directing the Beastmen in their building efforts. The entire city, apart from the relatively expansive city lord's residence, consists mainly of modest courtyards, with even the two goddess temples merely comprising a courtyard in 3 stories. These 2 temples, one perched atop a mountain and the other by the sea, reflect Xiao Yujia's preference for traditional architecture, thus utilizing the same materials for the temple on a mountain. In contrast, Yusheng's temple by the sea features roofs and eaves adorned with blue tiles crafted by the orcs, evoking a refreshing proximity to the ocean. A month later, the construction of the inner city was nearly complete, and it was now the end of the 3rd month of spring. Xiao Yujia opted not to separate the inner city from the outer commercial streets and residential areas with walls. Instead, she had the orcs dig a narrow river, 1 meter wide and 3 meters high, adjacent to the inner and outer cities, channeling water from the waterfall behind the mountain temple to fill it. A stone bridge was constructed at the midpoint of the river for the clanspeople's passage. Standing on the completed stone bridge, Xiao Yujia gazed at the orderly arrangement of houses, her heart swelling with joy. Although there was still a lack of greenery and flowers, the area already bore the semblance of a Jiangnan melody. Jia, here, have something to eat. Observing that all the houses had been finished, Lin Yi felt a surge of happiness. This meant that his partner would no longer need to supervise tirelessly, and he could rest well. Thank you. Xiao Yujia accepted the ceramic bowl from Lin Yi, which contained clear soup with ribs, likely prepared to accommodate her weary body after days of diligent work without being overly greasy. After taking a sip, she felt the fatigue of the past month dissipate. Jia, now that the houses are completed, you should rest starting tomorrow. Lin Yi, deeply concerned for Xiao Yujia's well-being, was determined to persuade her to take a break. That won't do. Tomorrow I must lead the clan people in packing up and moving over. The next few days will be busy with making and arranging furniture for our home. Xiao Yujia feigned anger at Lin Yi's insistence for her to rest. I'll take care of it. You could just sit and give instructions. Lin Yi quickly replied, emphasizing that Xiao Yujia should relax and merely engage in conversation. If that's the case, then fine. But you must work hard tomorrow. If you don't exert yourself, I will be upset. With Lin Ye's genuine concern, Xiao Yujia acquiesced, albeit with a reminder for him to put in extra effort, lest her displeasure arise. Lin Yi nodded, his face flushed. As the houses had been completed, Xiao Yujia instructed everyone to pack their belongings and return to the tribe, so they could inform the clanspeople to prepare their possessions. Upon returning, Xiao Yujia shared the news of the completed houses with Chief Shiqiu, who promptly summoned all the clanspeople to relay the good news. The announcement brought joy to the tribe, and they promptly packed their belongings, leaving the bamboo beds untouched for the returning orcs to rest. The following morning, The entirety of Hushao tribe and Mei Miao tribe moved all food, animal skins, and fabrics from the cellar and warehouse onto carts, embarking on their journey to the new residence. Jia, what does the new house look like? Yuxing, Sita Dato Baidi, signaled for him to catch up with Xiao Yujia. Her curiosity piqued about the new abode and its architectural style. Once we arrive, you will see Xiao Yujia teased, withholding the details. All right then, since you won't say, I shall await the surprise. Chapter 62. The housing dispute. Since Xiao Yujia had created a suspenseful anticipation, Yu Sheng refrained from further inquiries, finding it more enjoyable to imagine the possibilities rather than having all revealed prematurely. The group marched across the vast plains for much of the morning, having traversed nearly half the distance. Observing the expansive landscape, Yu Sheng inquired, Jia, is that place far? We are almost there, Xiao Yujia replied confidently, guiding everyone in a single direction. The orcs moved swiftly, and logically, they should have arrived by now. Why did the journey feel unusually lengthy today? Previously, they had reached their destination within a morning. Could they have taken a wrong turn? Jia, I feel like your belly has grown a bit more. Just as Xiao Yujia pondered whether they had strayed from their path, Yusheng glanced at her abdomen and remarked, It has seemed so. Instinctively, Xiao Yujia touched her belly, noticing it was indeed larger than a few days prior. How could it have grown so noticeably in such a short span? This realization puzzled her. Typically, pregnancy is a 10-month journey, and while not all pregnancies are full-term, it usually takes around 3 months to show. How had her belly expanded so soon? Is that the place? Xiao Yujia, still contemplating her belly, looked down and failed to notice Lin Yi protectively positioned beside her. Suddenly, Yusheng pointed ahead at the houses faintly appearing in the distance. Ah, yes, that's it. With Yusheng's exclamation, Xiao Yujia snapped back to attention, nodding towards the distant, somewhat elusive structures. Although her voice was soft, everyone behind her caught the excitement in her words, realizing those would be their future homes, which filled them with delight. As they approached their final destination, the curiosity of the clan's people piqued. They were eager to discover the appearance of their new houses. It was not until Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi halted that the clan's people could finally behold the true visage of their new dwellings. White walls, black tiles, and winding paths of terracotta bricks, complemented by a small river flowing in front, its destination unknown. The central stone bridge, constructed wide enough for carts or future horse-drawn vehicles, featured a gentle slope in the middle, with stairs on either side for easy access. We have arrived. Everyone, please enter and look first. Soon, Chief Shiqiu and I will discuss the allocation of houses. After stopping, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi stepped aside to allow the clan's people to enter first and explore before deliberating on the housing distribution with Chief Shiqiu. Upon hearing they could preview the houses, the clan's people joyfully crossed the bridge to explore. As he helped the priestess Xi across, she cast a venomous glare at Xiao Yujia, as if attempting to bore a hole through her with her eyes. That detestable female. One day, I shall reclaim Mei from your side. Ye's thoughts were solely fixated on how to wrest Mei from Xiao Yujia's grasp, unaware that even without Xiao Yujia, Mei would never reciprocate her affections or become her partner. Moreover, Mei was already wholly devoted to Xiao Yujia, unwilling to leave her side. As for Ye's intentions, Xiao Yujia remained oblivious, offering her no acknowledgement. Noticing Xiao Yujia's indifference only fueled Ye's ire, and she silently vowed that one day she would ensure Xiao Yujia met her demise without a trace. The sight of Mei standing obediently behind Xiao Yujia only intensified her frustration. Every time she expressed her desire for Mei to become her partner, he would resolutely refuse. An expression of firm rejection etched upon his face, a memory she could not forget. Yet now, with a rosy hue adorning his cheeks, he appeared in a way she had never witnessed before. She could never have anticipated that one day the orc male she had taken a liking to would be claimed by another female. Xiao Yujia observed that most of her kin had already entered, and she, along with the Shiqiu clan leaderess family, brought up the rear as they ascended the stone bridge. Shiqiu clan leader, allow me to first escort you to your residence alongside Aunt Fuxiang. Oh, by the way, Ah Sheng, your house is on the sea, the one with the blue roof, is it? Instead of leading Lin Yi and the others to tidy up the divine maiden temple atop the mountain, she prioritized taking the Shiqiu clan leader's family to the city lord's manor, while also giving Yusheng directions. I shall go take a look. Upon hearing that Xiao Yujia had built her house on the sea, Yusheng joyously seized by D and dashed towards the direction indicated by Xiao Yujia. Thank you for your assistance, Yujia, the Shiqiu clan leader remarked. It is no trouble. It is merely a matter of convenience. Xiao Yujia replied with a shake of her head. Indeed, it was simply a matter of convenience. Fort Xiao Yujia's divine maiden temple was situated just behind the city Lord's Manor on the mountain peak. As they entered the grand entrance of the city Lord's Manor, the first thing that caught their eye was the reception hall, with walls dividing the courtyard on either side, and a small circular door positioned at the center of each wall. Shicho clan leader, this is the main hall. It is intended for receiving visitors and can also serve as a venue for discussions. Although, presently, we have yet to furnish it with tables and chairs. Xiao Yujia introduced the purpose of the main hall to the clan leader, feeling somewhat apologetic for the lack of furniture, prompting her to bring her kin over. No worries. I think it is quite sufficient as it is. The furnishings can be arranged gradually. There is no rush. I see that your belly has grown considerably, so do take care to rest. Fu Xiang quickly reassured her upon noticing Xiao Yujia's apologetic demeanor. She understood that Xiao Yujia had contributed immensely to the tribe, and the house was already commendable. The tables and chairs could be fashioned in due time without urgency, and she reminded Xiao Yujia to prioritize her rest and avoid overexertion. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Fu Xiang. Let me show you around some more. Xiao Yujia shook her head promptly. In truth, she was not incorrect. Although she felt her belly had expanded, she did not feel particularly fatigued. Very well, since you insist, Fu Xiang conceded, walking through the small door to the left. They entered a garden adorned with a pavilion and stone tables, albeit still somewhat desolate. Proceeding along the garden path, they reached a small courtyard. Shicho clan leader, Aunt Fu Xiang, this will be your sleeping quarters. Xiao Yujia indicated a house ahead. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a spacious interior, with designated areas for beds and dining tables. Subsequently, Xiao Yujia introduced the locations and functions of the kitchen, servant quarters, guest rooms, storage rooms, and latrines to the Shicho clan leader and Aunt Fu Xiang. By the time they exited the city Lord's Manor, the sun was high in the sky. The orc warriors who had gone hunting nearby were returning, processing their catch by the little river, to prevent the new house from becoming infused with the smell of cooking. The orcs had deliberately chosen a spot farther from the riverbank to begin preparing lunch. After a satisfying meal, each clan member felt content, with the little cubs frolicking joyfully alongside Ling Yan's 4 white lion cubs. Once they had rested, Xiao Yujia and the Shicho clan leader began distributing the residences to their kin, ensuring families were placed together. Those with more members were allocated larger courtyards, while smaller families were assigned to slightly smaller ones, though the sizes were not drastically different. As for the single orc males and females, they were assigned to shared accommodations, with 5 or 10 individuals per courtyard. The priests and shamans were initially placed in a large courtyard, with plans to relocate them once the Beast God Temple was completed. The members of the Divine Maiden Guard were in no rush, as a designated courtyard was being constructed for them beneath the Divine Maiden Temple, for they had devoted their lives to the Divine Maiden and would not form partnerships with other females, though they may not have their own offspring to continue their lineage. They held no regrets. The orcs of the Divine Maiden Guard, while content with their choice to follow Xiao Yujia, could not have imagined they would lead such lengthy lives. Of course, all of this was a matter for the future. Divine Maiden, trouble is afoot. Divine Maiden, trouble is afoot. Just as everyone was reveling in the joy of receiving their new homes, a Xin came rushing in, breathless and flushed, standing before Xiao Yujia. Xin, what is the matter? What has occurred? Xiao Yujia inquired, noticing the sweat-drenched Xin, whose face was tinged with panic. Divi Moiden. Yi is arguing with Hong Yu over there. Xin managed to exclaim, pointing in a certain direction. What? Upon hearing that Yi and Hong Yu were quarreling, Xiao Yujia immediately dashed over, with Lin Yi unable to restrain her. When did Jia Jia's speed become so swift? He wondered, perplexed, recalling that she had not been this fast upon their initial meeting. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom it, and could only hasten to catch up with Xiao Yujia to prevent her from colliding with something. You wretched female, move out of here, Yi said, looking calmly at Hong Yu before her. On what grounds? This house was allocated to my partner and me by the Divine Maiden, Hong Yu retorted defiantly. This house was meant for her and Xing Ku, and how dare this insufferable female attempt to usurp it? Because I have taken a liking to this place. You need to vacate immediately. Besides, you haven't even formed a partnership. Ye's words momentarily halted Hong Yu. She was indeed correct. Hong Yu had not yet formed a partnership with Xing Ku, but since their partnership day was not far off, she had requested Xiao Yujia to place Xing Ku and herself in the same small courtyard to foster their relationship. Who would have thought that Yi, this loathsome female, would choose this moment to create trouble. This is my house. You are to leave at once. Soon, Hanyu regained her composure, blocking Yi from entering the courtyard. Get out of my way. This house is mine, Yi exclaimed, shoving Hanyu aside. Caught off guard, Hanyu stumbled to the side. Just as Xiao Yujia arrived with Axine, she witnessed Yi pushing Hanyu. She rushed forward, catching Hanyu before she could fall, and then forcefully swung her tail towards Yi, sending her sprawling. Hanyu, are you alright? Xiao Yujia asked anxiously. Jia, I am fine. Hanyu shook her head, steadying herself on the ground. Jia, are you alright? Is the little one okay? Seeing Xiao Yujia take action, Lin Yi hurried over, lifting her tail's tip and urgently inquiring about her well-being, though his gaze remained fixed on her belly, his hands gently caressing the tip of her tail. Hey, Lin Yi, stop that, it tickles, Xiao Yujia exclaimed, feeling an inexplicable urge to shout internally as Lin Yi stroked the tip of her tail, which had become particularly sensitive since her legs transformed into a serpentine tail. I am fine, Xiao Yujia reassured him, quickly extricating her tail from Lin Yi's grasp. Lin Yi suddenly realized that the glistening snake tail in his hand had vanished. He cast a glance at Xiao Yujia, who held the snake tail, and smiled knowingly. You despicable female, how dare you throw me? At that moment, Yi rose from the ground and shouted at Xiao Yujia. What is wrong with throwing you? Do you have any justification for seizing the house of Hanyu? Besides, as a single female, shouldn't you reside with other single females? What are you doing here? While others may fear her, Xiao Yujia did not, constantly leveraging her identity as the granddaughter of Shi Jishur. When faced with challenges, she was utterly useless except for invoking her lineage. Had it not been for the grace of Shi Jishur, you would have long been dealt with by Xiao Yujia. After all, in a previous world, Xiao Yujia had often engaged in such dealings. Although that world adhered to the rule of law, there were areas beyond the jurisdiction of the police. She would not foolishly confront those who offended her in public. Instead, she would lure them to places where legal constraints did not apply. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Yujia, every time she dealt with someone, her mother would turn a blind eye, allowing her some leeway. After she had taken care of matters without leaving a trace, her mother would still ensure that everything was cleaned up, leaving no evidence behind. How could I, the granddaughter of Shi Jishur, live with those wretched females? Living with them would only taint me with their repulsiveness. Yi was teetering on the edge of self-destruction, but before she could finish her thought, Xiao Yujia struck her with her tail once more. Chapter 63. Tung Shuan Night Raid. Do not speak to me of being the granddaughter of a priestess, child. A mistake is a mistake. After delivering her reprimand, Xiao Yujia made her stance clear. Regardless of one's lineage, be it a priestess' granddaughter or the offspring of a city lord, a mistake warranted consequences. Granting an opportunity to rectify one's error was already a significant mercy. Persisting in wrongdoing could not be excused. Indeed, one cannot nurture a wolf that turns its back on its caretaker. This declaration brought reassurance to the surrounding tribespeople. Standing not far away, the leader of the Shi Qiu tribe had come to witness the unfolding events and found himself schooled by Xiao Yujia. He nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. One should not be excused for mistakes merely based on parentage. A few chances for correction may be granted, but continued transgressions should not be tolerated. May, take Yi to the goddess's temple dungeon for a month. Does Shi Jishur have any objections? Xiao Yujia issued her judgment without further ado, aware that Shi Jishur had arrived and had sought her input. The tribespeople present were instantly hushed. Many of the Beastmen regarded the punishment as just, while some felt it unfortunate. After all, despite her mistakes, she was still a female. Being confined in the dungeon for a month would surely leave her emaciated. Upon receiving the order, May cast a disdainful glance, but could not disregard the goddess's command. So she stepped forward and lifted Yi from the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Shi Jishur observed her granddaughter being taken away by May without uttering a word of protest. Perhaps she realized that Yi had crossed a line. With her own dwelling, why had she chosen to invade the homes of other beastmen? Shi Jishur may never comprehend that Ye's actions stemmed not only from a desire to reclaim May from Xiao Yujia, but also from a deep-seated resentment towards her. Yi felt that, as a female, she should occupy the goddess's esteemed position instead of being despised, despite being the granddaughter of a priestess. This was not how things had always been. The onset of these troubles coincided with her arrival here, all due to that detestable female. As May led Yi past Shi Jishur, upon seeing her grandfather's calm visage, Yi realized that she might not be so easily forgiven by Xiao Yujia this time. Ahem. Xiao Yujia half-clenched her fist and coughed symbolically. All is well now. Everyone should return home and tidy up their dwellings. Watching as Mei dragged Yi away, Xiao Yuja hastily dismissed the surrounding tribespeople, urging them to return to their homes to organize their newly allocated residences. The tribespeople, sensing that the situation had calmed, began to head home, eager to explore their new abodes. Time flew by swiftly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Yuja led the Beastmen in constructing the city walls. The walls commenced from the goddess's temple atop the mountain, encircling the entire Wuhuang plain. Witnessing the towering 5-meter walls rise from the ground brought Xiao Yuja a sense of security. The moment the heavy gates were installed, a weight lifted from her heart. 3 gates were opened in the center of the walls, one grand gate flanked by 2 smaller ones. However, the main gate remained closed most of the time, with only the smaller gates allowing for the tribespeople's daily comings and goings. On the day the gates were completed, a magnificent beast god temple rose in the center of the city. Shi Shi and the great shaman successfully moved in, while a plaza for the priests stood before the temple, featuring a lifelike golden statue of the beast god, crafted by tribesmen skilled in manipulating gold elements. With spirit flame's guidance and modifications, life returned to normal for the tribespeople, each household furnished with exquisite wardrobes, tables, chairs, and wooden beds. Kitchens were equipped with stoves and simple cabinets along with basic kitchenware. Due to the growing population within the tribe, the females responsible for cooking were becoming weary. After discussions with Shi Chio's leader, they unanimously decided that henceforth, each household would cook for themselves, with anyone unsure of their culinary skills encouraged to learn from Anifu Xian. Hunting would still be a collective effort, and the spoils would be divided, with a portion stored in the tribe's warehouse for the orphan beastling cubs and small females, as well as for the priest and the great shaman residing in the beast god temple. This semi-privatized approach garnered unanimous approval from the tribespeople. As for salt and pottery, Xiao Yuja initially considered introducing currency, but decided against it for the time being. Sigh child, mother still has many matters to attend to. Can you stay in a little longer? As the cool winds of late spring brushed against her, Xiao Yuja stood before the goddess's temple atop the mountain, caressing her round belly, which had grown significantly over the past 2 months. She suddenly recalled that a snake's gestation period seemed to last only 2 months. Yet there was still much to accomplish in constructing the city. Though her unborn child might not yet comprehend her words, she attempted to communicate with them, hoping for their understanding. Do you agree, little one? Uncertain if her child had understood, Xiao Yuja felt a gentle movement against her hand, filling her with delight. Jia, what are you talking about? Just then, Lin Yu returned from hunting and overheard Xiao Yuja speaking to herself, curiosity prompting him to inquire. I'm just whispering to our little one. I want to tell you. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, she teased him, choosing not to reveal the earlier conversation, because she knew that Lin Yu must have heard it, as the hearing of the Beastmen is remarkably acute. As long as they are not silent, even the faintest sound can be perceived. Then I shall not inquire further. Today, I have caught your favorite Chang'er show, and I will prepare it for you. Xiao Yuja chose not to speak. What could Lin Yi do? Of course, he would refrain from asking. One must never pry into what one's wife does not wish to reveal. Thus, he swiftly diverted the conversation away from Xiao Yuja. On that night at the end of spring and the beginning of summer, the moon hung high amid sparse stars. The leaves on the branches rustled gently with the breeze, while the clouds, stirred by the wind, drifted slowly, obscuring half of the moon. This night seemed unusually tranquil, with only the wind's whispers breaking the silence. In the shadows where the moonlight did not reach, a figure moved swiftly through the darkness, ultimately halting before a cavern. Tung Shuo glanced at the desolate cave, where traces of her lingering scent remained, yet she was nowhere to be found. Where has she gone? Has she truly left this place? This thought abruptly surfaced in his mind, but as he caught a whiff of the scent carried by the wind, joy surged within him like a child. She has not departed. A sly smile curled at the corners of Tung Shuo's mouth, and he resembled a dark lord of the night, having found his coveted prey. He sped towards the alluring scent in the breeze. Is this a city wall? Jia, do you believe this can deter me? He beheld the towering 5-meter wall ahead, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. He did not consider this wall capable of hindering his advance, although he dismissed the wall as an obstacle. Tung Shuo had no intention of demolishing it. Instead, he leaped over it, continuing his pursuit of the scent carried by the wind. He soared above the rooftops, arriving at the spot where the scent was most potent. Before him stood a palace atop a peak, and he realized with clarity that the one he longed for was inside, somewhere within. Tung Shua slipped past patrolling beastmen, using the cover of night to search for the figure that danced in his mind. There, at last, Tung Shua found Qiao Yujia on the second floor of the goddess hall, nestled in Lin Ye's embrace, soundly asleep, oblivious to any approaching danger. Beside her lay a white meow cat. Jia is actually sleeping with a serpent beastman who is yet to fully evolve into a Tung Shi, and they even have a child together. Tung Shua's ire ignited as he gazed upon this blissful scene, though it was not overt at first. Yet, upon seeing Qiao Yujia's round belly, his anger intensified. Neither he nor Jia had offspring. Yet here, she was with a serpent beastman who had not fully transformed, bearing a child. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of his status permeated the room. Lin Yi and the meow cat, who had been sleeping beside Qiao Yujia, suddenly opened their eyes, glaring fiercely at the unexpected intruder. What is happening? Someone has intruded. Yet the patrolling beastmen outside have not sensed anything. Lin Yi regarded the sudden appearance of Tung Shua with bewilderment. The outer perimeter was guarded by beast warriors. How did this unfamiliar beastman gain entry? No, he bears no beastman scent, but rather an essence akin to Jia and her kin. Lin Yi initially assumed Tung Shua was a foreign beastman, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Tung Shua lacked any beastman scent, instead emanating a pure aura reminiscent of Qiao Yujia and her companions. Given his attire, could he possibly be from the same world as Jia? This thought suddenly emerged in Lin Ye's mind. If that were true, what could this man before him possibly desire? Is he here to take Jia away from him? Uncertain whether Lin Ye's suspicions were accurate, Tung Shua took direct action to seize her. The sound of shattering echoed within the room as the beast warriors responsible for patrolling rushed upstairs to ascertain the commotion's origin. However, before they could reach the doorway, Tung Shua's formidable presence sent them all flying back. What do we do? We cannot get in. One of the beastmen, adorned with feline ears, appeared anxious and frantic, urgently consulting his patrol leader. You must notify the clan leader at once and request assistance. Understood. As the patrol leader, he had never encountered a beastman with such overwhelming power. With no other options, he instructed a Meow Cat clan member to rush to the Lord's residence to inform clan leader Shi Cho, hoping for reinforcements. While the patrol team waited anxiously outside, a fierce battle unfolded in Qiao Yujia's chamber. Mei revealed his claws enveloped in golden elements. Although adept at stealth, his speed ultimately paled in comparison to Tung Shua's. Just as he was about to strike Tung Shua's chest with his claws, Tung Shua swung his dark green dragon tail, sending Mei crashing to the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Lin Yi, engaged in a bloody struggle, paid no heed to the unconscious Mei. It was not that he was cold-hearted. Rather, he understood that the Meow Cat clan was not skilled in combat, and their endurance thus far was commendable. Mei's body contained Qiao Yujia's blood, and his wounds would fully heal by sunrise. This was indeed a blessing for all guardians and suitors. As dawn approached, he wished to avoid wasting time and disturbing the peacefully sleeping Qiao Yujia. With this thought, Lin Yi suddenly unleashed his power, manipulating the vines in his grasp to ensnare Tung Shua in a tightening embrace. Then, he conjured a massive water sphere above Tung Shua's head, intending to suffocate him within it. You, who are not even a Tung Shi, be gone. Yet these trivial tactics did not deceive Tung Shua. He promptly shattered the vines binding him, flames erupting and incinerating the water sphere above. He then flicked Lin Yi aside with his tail. Yeah, I have come to take you home. He approached the bedside, whispering softly next to Qiao Yujia, as the sun began to rise, painting the horizon with light. Qiao Yujia opened her eyes. Upon seeing Tung Shua, she did not panic. Instead, she forcefully swatted away his outstretched hand. I do not know you. Leave quickly before I change my mind. Your ambitions of dominion elsewhere have no bearing on me. I only wish to safeguard this realm. Qiao Yujia gazed at Tung Shua, her voice steady. But was her heart truly aligned with her words? Since arriving in this place, she had felt a wild energy stirring within her, yearning for release. She desired far more than just this small domain. That won't do, Jia. Come back with me. I have come to this world solely to find you, not to conquer it. As he spoke, his genuine sentiment nearly swayed Qiao Yujia. Yet, if she were not aware that this man was the leader of the wandering beastmen of the entire continent, a naive girl might have been lured in by his words. Chapter 64. Is the cub a half-beastman? I do not know you. Hurry and leave, before I have a change of heart. As Tung Shua advanced further, Xiao Yujia felt her anger rise. After striking her partner and suitor, he expected her to grant him an opportunity to remain. Did he wish to wait until she faltered? Or did this beast man possess a penchant for masochism? If you do not come with me today, I shall not depart. Tung Shuo regarded the furious Xiao Yujia. His thoughts consumed by a single notion. Jia Er is indeed Jia Er. Even her anger is captivating. However, he himself also made a resolute statement. Since Xiao Yujia would not leave with him, he too had no intention of departing. When he bid farewell to the wandering beastmen, he had already contemplated his fate, whether it was to be slain by the one he cherished or to spare his own life. As long as he could gaze at her from afar, it would still bring him happiness. However, to remain by her side would be the ultimate bliss. Merely entertaining such thoughts seemed to provide him with immense satisfaction. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Tung Shuo, lost in his beautiful reverie, was abruptly flung against a nearby wall by a gleaming white tail. Fortunately, Xiao Yujia looked at the wall that had borne the brunt of the impact and felt a wave of relief, recalling that during her cultivation in the Shen temple, Ling Yin had presented a pearl radiating white light, claiming it could bestow a protective barrier upon the house to fortify it. She reflected that although this miraculous adhesive was merely a transparent fluid secreted by plants, an extra layer of protection could only be beneficial. Thus, following Ling Yan's suggestion, Xiao Yujia had constructed a basement beneath the Shen temple, placing the pearl on a pedestal at the center of the basement. In the days that followed, it was uncertain whether some force within Xiao Yujia had stirred, but she instinctively opened up a considerable space in the front of the basement, carving out cells of equal size on both sides of the stone walls. Doors forged from condensed gold elements were created, and he found himself imprisoned within one of those cells, while the central area of this dungeon was adorned with various implements of torture. No one would enter without her permission. Cough, cough, you, Xiao Yujia remarked, her keen perception evident. The flung Tung Shuo felt as though he were on the verge of disintegration. However, he was fortunate that despite her semi-beastly transformation, Xiao Yujia's strength was not overwhelming. With some rest, he could recover. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a dire situation, feeling feeble, akin to fish on a chopping board awaiting slaughter. It must be said that the woman before him was undoubtedly a descendant of a great deity. Even in reincarnation, she was beyond the reach of ordinary demon cultivators. It was precisely because of such a woman that Tung Shuo could not forget her. What woman? Xiao Yujia approached, seizing Tung Shuo by the collar, interrogating him. She sensed that his earlier words concealed some secret. Without knowing why, a surge of murderous intent erupted within her, and disregarding Lin Yi and Mei, who lay on the ground, she dragged Tung Shuo out of the room. The sun had already risen, and the blood within Lin Yi and Mei was surging, continuously repairing their injured parts. They would surely awaken shortly. Goddess! Goddess! The beastmen warriors of the guard, upon seeing Xiao Yujia descend from the room, hurriedly surrounded her. They had heard the tremendous noise and commotion from within and were anxious. Yet, no matter how anxious they were, they could not enter. Yujia, are you all right? Upon seeing Xiao Yujia encircled by the beastmen, Chief Shichou did not approach, but instead inquired from a distance with concern. Hearing Chief Shichou's voice, the beastmen automatically parted to create a path. Chief Shichou, I am fine. Thank you for coming to help, Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head in gratitude. It is good that you are well. You are the goddess, and it is our duty to assist you. Should we take this unfamiliar beast man to the dungeon? Chief Shichou, upon hearing Xiao Yujia's thanks, neither accepted nor declined, merely acknowledging her status as the goddess revered by all the clans, thus deeming it appropriate to assist her, especially given her significant contributions to the tribe. Noticing Tung Shuo being dragged behind her, Chief Shichou realized something. He intended to mention this person, but instead referred to him as a beast man. There is no need. Everything here is fine now. Chief Shichou, please return quickly, or the clansmen will worry. Xiao Yujia smiled gently, not wishing to reveal her other side in front of others. She urged Chief Shichou to return promptly, stating that the matter at hand had concluded and the remaining cleanup could be entrusted to the beastmen present. She needed Chief Shichou to go out and reassure the clansmen. You are right, Yujia. I shall go calm the clansmen, so I won't disturb you. Please rest well. Having arrived somewhat late and unable to assist earlier, Chief Shichou naturally agreed without hesitation. In the end, after advising Xiao Yujia to rest, he left with the beastmen who had come to help, while he himself went to soothe the anxious clansmen waiting outside. Go up and tidy up, I'm fine. So there is no need to follow me, Xiao Yujia instructed, then walked out of everyone's sight. The abandoned beastmen exchanged glances, realizing that since the goddess had spoken, they could only proceed to clear the remnants of the battlefield. Once out of sight, Xiao Yujia dragged the unconscious Tang Shuo to a golden statue behind a figure resembling her. This golden statue, crafted by the beastmen controlling the gold element, had a human body and a serpent tail. There was also a statue in Yu Sheng's temple hall, but it had yet to be finalized. Hence, it was merely a statue base for the time being. Xiao Yujia placed a white jade pendant into a recessed slot on the statue's base. Before long, a square passageway opened beneath the statue's base, with stairs extending into the unknown. "Where are you taking me?" Tang Shuo, awakened by the sound, saw only darkness surrounding him, with the sole source of light being the luminous pearl in Xiao Yujia's hand. Dragged down the path, Tang Shuo had no idea where Xiao Yujia was leading him. Yet, the pain from being pulled along kept him acutely aware, and he wished to grasp her hand, hoping not to be separated from her. He had nowhere else to go. Gradually, it felt as though they had reached a terminus, the light growing brighter, yet Xiao Yujia showed no signs of stopping. She walked straight past the palm-sized pearl on the pedestal, opened the dungeon's grand door, and entered. "Damnable female, let me go!" As they passed the cell holding Yi, the sound of curses was deafening. However, Xiao Yujia had no intention of heeding her, continuing on her path until she reached the area filled with torture implements. Without a word, she swiftly chained Tang Shuo to the ground before her with a golden chain, her movements decisive as if this were an everyday occurrence. The chain was long enough to allow Tang Shuo some movement, but only within the confines of the drawn circle. "I know this chain cannot truly restrain you, but do not even think about escaping. If you provoke me again and again, I cannot guarantee your survival," Xiao Yujia warned, patting Tang Shuo's face before departing without lingering. "Yujia, don't go. I want to escape. I promise I want to." Tang Shuo, gazing at Xiao Yujia's retreating figure, silently cried out, not knowing what thoughts flooded his mind. "Yujia, where have you gone? I was worried sick when I couldn't find you." In the hall, upon spotting Xiao Yujia's figure, Lin Yi's previously frantic heart finally found solace. After awakening and not seeing Xiao Yujia, he had nearly been driven to despair, fearing she had been taken away by that unfamiliar person. Little did he know that upon entering the hall, he would see Xiao Yujia walking leisurely, allowing the heavy stone in his heart to lift. "I'm fine. I just came out to clear my mind. I'm sorry for worrying you." Xiao Yujia shook her head, nonchalantly fabricating a lie, convinced that this would not convince Lin Yi. She deliberately pulled him down and bestowed a kiss upon his lips. This kiss utterly disrupted Lin Yi's previously settled heart, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. Just as they were about to move forward, a sudden wave of pain gripped her abdomen, and her body began to weaken, as if all her strength had been abruptly drained. "Jia, what's wrong?" Seeing Xiao Yujia's body gradually succumbing, Lin Yi hastily supported her, his face etched with concern. "I'm fine. Take me back to the room. And have someone summon Priest Shi, the Grand Shaman, and Aunt Fu Xiang. The baby is coming." Xiao Yujia's anxious voice echoed, and upon hearing the words about the baby, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and quickly swept her into his arms, racing towards the room upstairs. Meanwhile, Tang Shuo, confined in the dungeon, sensed a faint breath of new life. "Jar, she has given birth. I'm truly happy for her. Hey, you there, Orc? What is your name? Do you wish to escape from here?" When Xiao Yujia entered, he had already spotted Tang Shuo trailing behind her. Seizing the moment while others were absent, he attempted to engage Tang Shuo in conversation, hoping to persuade him to escape together. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuo shook his head vehemently. He did not wish to leave. If he did, he would be utterly alone in this world. He refused to go. He would not escape. Previously, he had endured unbearable solitude as a consequence of fleeing, a price paid in loneliness for a millennium. "Hurry, prepare warm water." At the same time, Xiao Yujia's room was ablaze with activity. Lying supine on the bed, her serpent tail had now transformed into 2 legs. Aunt Fu Xiang, stationed by the bedside, began instructing the attending females to prepare warm water and urged Lin Yi to prepare food, for Xiao Yujia had not eaten since morning. And how could she possibly have the strength to give birth? The Grand Shaman was gathering necessary hemostatic herbs, while Priest she prayed fervently not far away, imploring the beast god to bless the goddess with a safe delivery. "Yujia, take a deep breath, push." Aunt Fu Xiang guided Xiao Yujia as the visible dilation of her cervix quickened. Outside the divine hall, all the clansfolk of the city were anxiously awaiting the arrival of the newborn. Everyone hoped for a smooth delivery. Yu Sheng had initially intended to witness the event, but suddenly recalled something, instead sending Bai Di to offer prayers for her best friend's child to arrive safely. Downstairs, Jia Run and others observed the constant comings and goings of the females, the sounds of shouting echoing within, causing their hearts to clench with worry. After several hours of effort, finally, at dusk, Xiao Yujia completed her delivery, and the room resounded with the powerful cries of the newborn, leading everyone to believe it would be a strong male cub. Yet, no one anticipated that it would be a female baby. Is this an orc or a female? Aunt Fu Xiang cradled the freshly cleaned cub, scrutinizing it closely, only to discover that the little one was a half-orc. Uncertain whether it was a female cub or an orc cub, Aunt Fu Xiang pondered, for on this continent, orcs distinguish gender by their birth forms, leaving her baffled about this one. Shi, please take a look. Is Yuji's baby a male orc cub or a female cub? Her inability to discern did not preclude others from doing so, and Aunt Fu Xiang hurriedly approached Priest Shi with the cub, hoping he could identify its gender. This is my first encounter with such a situation. I truly do not know. Priest Shi had never seen a half-orc newborn before. While this occurrence was common in the cat demon tribe, it was rare in others, prompting him to shake his head in uncertainty. Aunt Fu Xiang, let me see the baby. Just then, Xiao Yujia's weak voice called from behind. Aunt Fu Xiang quickly brought the cub to the bedside, placing the swaddled infant next to her. How beautiful! At first glance, Xiao Yujia was captivated by her child's rosy cheeks and crimson eyes, clearly inheriting Lin Ye's eye color. Pulling back the swaddling cloth slightly, she beheld a white serpent tail extending half the length of her arm. Human body. Serpent tail. This answer could not be more apparent. A descendant of Nuwa. She had once thought her mother's tales were merely stories, yet here was the truth before her. In that instant, Xiao Yujia exclaimed, Aunt Fu Xiang, Lin Yi, this is a female cub. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's declaration, the room erupted in excitement. The presence of a female prompted some to rush outside to inform the waiting chief, Shiqiu, and others. Upon learning that the goddess had birthed a female cub, the clan's folk rejoiced, especially upon hearing that the goddess's child was extraordinary from the moment of birth. Chapter 65. The Open Iron Mine. Lin Yi, what is the matter? Why are you still awake? Observing Lin Yi lost in thought while cradling the child, Xiao Yujia found it peculiar. It was now nightfall. Aunt Fu Xiang and the other clansfolk had each returned to their homes, while Jia Run and the others had gone to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Xiao Yujia, who had just given birth. Jujia, why is our baby a half-orc? Moreover, aside from the eye color resembling mine, everything else resembles you. Lin Yi gazed at the little glutinous rice ball in his arms, feeling it bore little resemblance to him, save for those clear red eyes. Are you feeling wronged? Seeing Lin Yi's expression of grievance, Xiao Yujia felt a pang of helplessness. Is this something one can control? I heard you mention before that when partners conceive, the offspring, whether male or female, inherit the father's bloodline. If the mother's bloodline is stronger, the child takes after her. Although both Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi possessed serpent tails in their beast forms, it was evident to any discerning eye that Xiao Yujia's bloodline was far more potent. Who would dare feel wronged? Jujia, you are a goddess. Despite Lin Ye's words, he could not shake the feeling of inadequacy. As a male orc, how could his bloodline be weaker than that of female? How could he protect Jujia and the baby? In truth, the baby is not a half-orc. This is merely her beast form. Xiao Yujia regarded Lin Ye's sorrowful expression, unsure if her words would be believed. Jujia, you must be joking. Lin Yi responded, finding it hard to accept that a half-orc could be born in such a manner, and a female at that. I am not deceiving you. Everything I said is true. Xiao Yujia solemnly nodded and leaned closer to Lin Yi, whispering something into his ear. Lin Ye's expression shifted from doubt to seriousness. He immediately placed a finger over Xiao Yujia's lips. Jujia, there are no Nuwa tribes in the Orc continent. We must keep this knowledge to ourselves. Understood, Xiao Yujia nodded. Lin Yi was correct. There were no Nuwa tribes in the Orc continent. And being the descendant of the divine archer Yi, if those with ill intentions learned of this, it could mean danger for both her and the child. Perhaps it was better for the clan's folk to believe that her child was merely a half-orc. This might be safer for her. The moon hid among the branches, as if playing a game of hide and seek with the little creatures of the forest. Damn female, let me out. Yi, still imprisoned in the dungeon, continued to hurl insults at Xiao Yujia, but such tirades only exhausted her, for Xiao Yujia could not hear a word. Tung Shuo remained with his head bowed, lost in his own thoughts. After a day of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed, and with just a modicum of strength, he could shatter the chains that bound him. However, he hesitated to leave, for departing would mean losing his way forever. The following morning, due to the exhaustion of childbirth, Xiao Yujia remained in bed, her body still recovering. After breakfast, she realized that for nearly a month, she would be unable to venture out with the females to forage for new food and wild vegetables. Aunt Fuxiang would stay behind to monitor Xiao Yujia's health and diet. Thus, from this day forth, Yu Sheng and Hong Yu would lead the gathering team of females to forage together. In Tianhu City, the high priestess and her companions returned after a month's absence. At this moment, the city lord, Tian Shao, sat pensively in the main seat of the Lordess Hall. He had not anticipated that his sole offspring would remain in the tribe of the two goddesses and become a suitor of one of them. While this matter might seem trivial, he could not overlook the significance of having only one heir, originally destined to inherit his position as city lord. Sighing, Tian Shao realized he must strive harder with his partner, as he did not wish to offend the goddesses. The future of the entire Beastman continent required their guidance. City Lord, you appear troubled. Perhaps sharing your thoughts would lighten the burden, suggested one of the orcs seated below, noticing Tian Shao's furrowed brow. I am fine. Let us continue discussing the matters at hand, Tian Shao replied, shaking his head, not wishing for the incident involving the goddesses to spread beyond the confines of the hall. He swiftly redirected the discussion back to the previous topics. As for Fei Yu, she was confined to her room by her mother due to her transgressions against the two goddesses, with no one permitted to visit unless ordered. In the Wuhuang Plains, Yu Sheng led the gathering team of females toward the northern mountains. Sheng, this mountain range is barren and devoid of life. Perhaps we should return? Upon reaching the northern mountains, Hong Yu surveyed the undulating terrain, devoid of trees or grass, and felt it futile to search for anything here. Wait a moment, Yu Sheng replied, disembarking from the cart to examine the landscape. Indeed, the mountains lacked vegetation. They were stark and bare. However, the soil exhibited a reddish hue. Approaching, Yu Sheng scooped up a handful of the red earth, noting it was pure aside from tiny fragments of black stones embedded within. After shaking off the red soil, she scrutinized the small black stones, noting their hardness and a hint of red. Could this possibly be iron, or? She pondered. If so, the northern mountains might be an open iron mine. The potential for crafting weapons from such abundant resources would undoubtedly bolster the tribe's strength. Seeing the sudden joy on Yu Sheng's face, Hong Yu inquired, Sheng, what has brought about this happiness? Is there something special about these black stones? Hong Yu, listen closely, Yu Sheng whispered conspiratorially, revealing the significance and utility of the iron ore. What? Hong Yu gasped in astonishment, never having imagined that these seemingly insignificant stones could possess such power. What are we waiting for? We must gather the stones immediately. Understanding her excitement, Yu Sheng urged her to call for help. I'll go right away, Hong Yu exclaimed, vanishing swiftly to rally the others. Soon, the females encouraged their partners to assist in the collection of stones, while those without partners urged other orc warriors to lend a hand. Before long, the mountains echoed with the sound of clanging as each orc, upon hearing the potential of the black stones to forge formidable weapons, eagerly set to work. While the females busily collected smaller pieces of iron ore, ensuring nothing valuable went to waste. By afternoon, the gathering team had filled their carts to the brim and returned. Meanwhile, in the goddess palace, Xiao Yujia had Lin Yi tend to the child in her room, while Jia Run and others were dispatched to the south woods to gather spirit fruits. Although the tribe's storehouse was plentiful with spirit fruits, the reason for sending them to collect more remained a mystery. Nevertheless, they departed without hesitation toward the southern woods. With those close to her occupied, Xiao Yujia entered the kitchen, preparing a bowl of bone soup and some stir-fried dishes, which she placed in an insulated food box before leaving. The sound of her footsteps echoed softly in the empty basement, creating an eerie silence. As she reached the dungeon door, she turned the protruding round stone, and with a faint sound, the door creaked open. Approaching, she could hear Yi's curses growing clearer. Xiao Yujia, you wretched female, you've finally come. Let me out, or else. Before Yi could finish her threat, Xiao Yujia deftly ensnared her with vines, binding her tightly and silencing her with a gag. Quiet, she admonished, not bothering to linger as she moved forward. Jia, you've arrived? Upon sensing her familiar presence, Tung Shua's spirit lifted. However, he now appeared as a captive, resembling a delicate wife in captivity. Eat. If you starve, I want to be responsible for your remains, Xiao Yujia said lightly, placing the food before Tung Shuo. her casual tone igniting a flicker of joy in his expression, believing she had finally remembered him. Even if he were to return to a life of servitude, he would accept it willingly. Thank you. I knew Jia would still care for me. Tung Shua expressed his gratitude, nearly revealing too much. What are these? Though he quickly halted, Xiao Yujia caught snippets of his words, a rush of thoughts flooding her mind. She paused momentarily before regaining her composure, puzzled by the familiar images that had briefly surfaced in her mind. Eat quickly. I need to take the bowl back after, she urged. Noticing Tung Shua's reluctance to begin his meal, her patience wore thin, as she had specifically dismissed others to bring him food, and she needed to clean the bowl afterward. Jia, please don't be upset. I'll eat now. Seeing her frown, Tung Shua picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Despite his advanced state of being, which rendered food unnecessary, he wished to avoid provoking her further. After Tung Shua swiftly finished the food brought by Xiao Yujia, he assisted in tidying up the dishes. Before leaving, Xiao Yujia slipped a nourishing pill into his hand and departed. Watching her silhouette fade into the distance, Tung Shua felt utterly powerless to retain her. Wishing only to return to their former life, he would willingly be her pet, if only they could revert to those days. Jia, where have you gone? The little one is hungry. As Xiao Yujia emerged from the basement, she unexpectedly encountered Linyi, who had come looking for her. Upon seeing her exit with a food container, Linyi immediately deduced what she had been up to. Although a pang of jealousy stirred within him, he refrained from voicing it, fearing that Jia might perceive him as petty. After all, he was merely a suitor, not a partner. It would be unbecoming to be envious over such trivial matters. The little one is hungry? Let me see. Xiao Yujia handed the food container to Lin Yi and took their little glutinous rice dumpling from his hands. Observing the baby's tiny mouth opening and closing, with some transparent liquid trickling down, she recognized that the little one was indeed hungry. She began to nurse the baby on the spot, while Lin Yi understandingly enveloped her in his arms. Jia, the little one still lacks a name. Let us name her, Lin Yi suggested. A name? Xiao Yujia pondered for a moment, then gazed at her little dumpling, whose rosy cheeks were undeniably adorable. How about we name her Lin Ku for her formal name and call her Nwomi Tuan as a nickname? What do you think? Sounds good, Lin Yi replied, having no objections as long as she was happy with it. Nwomi Tuan is hungry, and I am as well. Let's go have dinner. All right, Jia, come quickly and see what I have discovered. Just as Xiao Yujia finished her meal and stepped outside, she collided with Yusheng. Asheng, what have you found that has you in such a fluster? Xiao Yujia steadied the oncoming Yusheng. This girl, despite being married, still exhibits such recklessness. Once steady, Yusheng eagerly revealed a bamboo basket wrapped in animal hide, unveiling iron ore before Xiao Yujia. Iron ore. Recognizing it at once due to her previous crafting of a dagger, Xiao Yujia exclaimed, Where did you find this? Jia, it was discovered in the northern mountains, where the landscape is barren and the ground is strewn with this reddish iron ore. It's practically an open pit mine. Yusheng's excitement was palpable as she spoke. The significance of iron was not lost on her. It could be fashioned into both weapons for defense and many practical tools for everyday life. Asheng, you have truly worked hard. Xiao Yujia smiled gently at her friend. Although it was only the first day, she felt a pang of sympathy for Yusheng. Despite Lin Yi and others assisting in caring for the child, Xiao Yujia felt a lingering unease. She understood that, in this world where strength reigns supreme, her child must be prepared for its harsh realities. Yet she was aware that Lin Yi and the others had nurtured a protective instinct towards girl from a young age. She did not wish for her child to grow up relying solely on allure. They must possess the necessary strength as well. It is not hard. All of this is for our future. Besides, you just gave birth. You need to rest more, Yusheng replied with a smile. For her, Xiao Yujia was not merely a close friend. She was like an older sister. The efforts she made, though small, would bear greater significance in the future. Let me hold on to this scrap iron. I have use for it. Noticing Yusheng's impending fatigue, Xiao Yujia quickly took the bamboo basket containing the iron scraps from her hands. Yusheng nodded in agreement, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Just as she was about to collapse, Bai Di rushed over to support her. Goddess, it is late. I shall take Asheng home now. Please rest early, he said. All right, Xiao Yujia nodded. Bai Di did not linger, swiftly escorting Yusheng back to the goddess palace upon the sea. He was concerned that if he delayed, Yusheng might catch a chill, as he noticed that her body was much more fragile than Xiao Yujia's, despite her own strength. As Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi returned to their room, she did not idle. First, she nursed the child. Then she began to work with the iron scraps that Yu Sheng had brought. Jia, it's quite late. Perhaps you should postpone this until tomorrow, Lin Yi suggested gently. Seeing her busy with the iron scraps, he felt a twinge of concern for her, as she was not just the tribe's goddess, but also his partner. A mere female tasked with the burdens of the entire tribe, and possibly even the whole Orc continent in the future. I'm fine. I'm not tired yet. Xiao Yujia shook her head. She understood Lin Ye's worries about her health after childbirth, but since arriving in this world, she had been under his constant care. She wished to accompany him throughout her brief life and leave behind a cherished memory for him. She aspired to create a carefree paradise for their child during her limited time, ensuring that both he and their child would remember her. Yet, she never contemplated that she might one day be granted a prolonged life. Of course, such thoughts pertain to the future. Since Xiao Yujia had expressed her intentions, Lin Yi felt it unnecessary to press further. He retrieved a neatly folded cotton cloak from the wardrobe and draped it over her, for the night was still quite chilly. Feeling the warmth envelop her, she uttered a soft thank you. Lin Yi acknowledged her with a nod, choosing not to disturb her further, but instead watching quietly. Xiao Yujia selected several larger pieces of iron scrap, manipulating the fire element to melt them in her hands. The iron glowed crimson as it transformed into molten metal. She then skillfully shaped the molten iron into the desired weapon. Before long, a petite dagger appeared in her hands. She commanded small droplets of water to fall upon it, causing the once red dagger to gleam brightly, its sharp blade shimmering with a cold luster. Next, she wielded the metal element to forge a hilt and sheath, enhancing the dagger's delicate appearance, resembling something fit for a young girl. Initially, she intended it for Yu Sheng, but ultimately gifted it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, this is for you, a token from our first meeting. She remembered her mother's teachings that a meaningful gift could symbolize deepening friendship. Yet, she never expected to be married to Lin Yi, with whom she shared little acquaintance, especially considering he was a white serpent. In her previous world, such interspecies love had been attempted, albeit often resulting in failure. The barriers they faced were not merely parental disapproval or societal judgment, but rather the psychological endurance of those involved. If one could withstand such challenges, happiness could be attained, even if unrecognized by the world. But what did that matter? True love could inspire one to forsake the entire world for the sake of another. Xiao Yujia remained indifferent to the opinions of others, caring not a whit. Thank you, Jia. It is quite late. Let's take our rest. Lin Yi received the dagger handed to him by Xiao Yujia with great fondness, wishing to express that it was indeed the finest gift bestowed upon him by the beast god. The following morning, after breakfast, Yu Sheng informed the chief of the Shi Qiu tribe about the discovery of an open iron mine in the northern mountains. Aware of the significance of this news, the chief wasted no time and promptly dispatched 100 orc warriors to accompany Yu Sheng and others to the iron mine. Given the abundance of iron ore, 10 carts were sent to ensure that each warrior would be equipped with either a long sword or a long knife, thereby maximizing their haul of iron ore, which would also facilitate the crafting of farming tools. Since relocating here, the fields cultivated near the original cave had not been neglected. Every day, orcs and females tended to the crops, weeding and watering them diligently. Just after Yu Sheng and her party set off, the hunting team of orcs ventured into the forest to set traps. The forest surrounding the city provided an excellent venue for honing their skills and fostering teamwork. Thus, the hunters frequently engaged in small-scale hunting in this area. As Lin Yi stepped out, Xiao Yujia ensured that the glutinous rice dumpling was well cared for before making her way to the basement. Her sole intention was to deliver food to Tang Shuo, as she felt a yearning for playthings. While others may have been oblivious to the emotions concealed within Xiao Yujia, Tang Shuo was acutely aware of them. Yeah, stay with me for a while, he implored, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation, for he had not felt her warmth in a long time. I have matters to attend to. You should eat. I will come to collect the bowls at noon, she replied, gently declining his request and turning to depart. It was not that she lacked compassion, but rather that their relationship had not yet reached a stage where they could engage in leisurely conversation. Moreover, Tang Shuo's past actions of kidnapping her made forgiveness a daunting task. Emerging from the basement, Xiao Yujia did not pause, but returned to her room to work on designs for weapons and tools. Although everyone had acquired the ability to manipulate natural elements, an additional layer of security was prudent. In the event of capture by an enemy, a small dagger could prove decisive, prompting her to sketch numerous elegant and compact designs for daggers, alongside larger swords and knives, as well as kitchenware and farming tools. She produced nearly a dozen designs during this interval, while iron ore continuously arrived in the city from the mines. At noon, Xiao Yujia returned to the basement to collect the bowls, bringing fresh food with her. As she walked, she found Yi to be somewhat noisy. However, with a month of confinement yet to elapse, she felt bound to adhere to her promise. To break it would invite ridicule. To quiet Yi, Xiao Yujia pulled him from his cell and locked him next to Teng Shuo, hoping to temper Ye's spirited demeanor with Teng Shuo's imposing presence. To her surprise, Ye promptly fainted. Without lingering, she exited the basement and retrieved her blueprints, cradling the glutinous rice dumpling as she left her room. Mindful of the need to avoid catching a chill after childbirth, and thus donned a cotton cloak. Divine Lady, what brings you here? Should you not be resting? Axian, upon seeing Xiao Yujia approach, expressed her surprise, for the Divine Lady was indeed more delicate than the others and had recently given birth, warranting a period of rest. I am well. There is no need for concern. I have come to discuss matters regarding weaponry. Upon hearing the word weapon, Axian appeared puzzled. What is a weapon? Xiao Yujia explained simply, weapons are akin to your claws and the abilities you wield. They serve as means of self-defense. However, mere words could never compare to the reality witnessed through one's own eyes. But, Divine Lady, we possess such formidable powers. Why do we need weapons for defense? A query arose from the surrounding orcs. She merely shook her head in response. They could not foresee the potential threats that might surpass their current strength. To substantiate her point, Xiao Yujia entrusted the glutinous rice dumpling to Axian, gathering several females capable of controlling fire elements to surround a stone basin filled with the iron ore collected that day. Lacking time to craft molds, she decided to forge a longsword on the spot. After discussing amongst themselves, they began to manipulate the flames, gradually melting the iron ore. The onlooking orcs observed intently, fearful of making a mistake. As the temperature of the flames escalated, the iron ore in the basin melted before their eyes, transforming into molten red iron. What is this? The stones have turned into red water. How is this possible? The orcs marveled at the miraculous transformation. Without molds, Xiao Yujia could only temporarily shape the wood element to create a rudimentary tool mold. Enlisting a few orcs, they used large wooden spoons to ladle the glowing molten iron into the mold and awaited its cooling. What is your name? She inquired of one of the orcs nearby. In response to the Divine Lady, my name is Fu Yi, he replied shyly, his face flushed. Fu Yi, this is for you. I shall now teach you how to forge a longsword. Once cooled, she handed him a hammer. As Fu Yi accepted the hammer, he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the consequences of failure at the hands of the Divine Lady. However, he misjudged her character. Xiao Yujia was not one to punish unjustly. Yes, Divine Lady, I will do my utmost, Fu Yi declared earnestly, for as an orc, he was endowed with considerable strength. With each strike of Fu Yi's hammer, the sound of forging resonated powerfully through the air. Xiao Yujia summoned another female adept with fire elements to assist in reheating the fully cooled blade. After a productive afternoon of collaboration, the first longsword on the Orc continent was finally forged. With a splash of water, the newly crafted blade gleamed brightly before the crowd. Divine Lady, may I try it? One orc stepped forward. Certainly, as the freshly forged sword lacked a handle. Xiao Yujia temporarily wrapped it with vines before handing it over to the orc. Elated, yet apprehensive, the orc looked around for something to test the sword on. At that moment, another orc adept in wood manipulation hastened the growth of a small sapling, which soon transformed into a towering tree. The orc wielding a long blade, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly tested the weapon. With a mere flick of the long knife, the newly sprouted towering tree was effortlessly severed. This left all the orcs in a state of astonishment. They had not anticipated such formidable power in a weapon, capable of cleaving a tree that two individuals could embrace with ease. In this context, it is worth noting that Teng Shuo plays the role of the secondary male lead. Although he will share emotional moments with the female protagonist, they will not become a couple. In Chapter 67, titled The Full Moon Feast of the Glutinous Rice Dumpling, the orcs exclaimed in unison, "This is truly remarkable. Indeed, it resembled the claws we possess in our beastly forms. With such a weapon at our disposal, even without transforming, we could vanquish any attacking orcs." Absolutely correct. As the fervent voices of the orcs filled the air, Xiao Yujia could not help but concur. Indeed, regardless of the turmoil outside, I desire this realm to remain unassailed. She neither considered herself a virtuous being nor a villain. She held no obligation to concern herself with the lives of the orcs beyond her domain. Rescuing others depended on fate. Would she be expected to forge bonds where none existed? At that moment, the clan leader, Shicho, returned from a hunting expedition and was drawn to the joyous and spirited laughter emanating from the pottery-making area. His curiosity piqued. He approached and spotted Fu Yi standing on the periphery. Fu Yi, what are you all engaged in? He inquired. Clan leader, the divine maiden Yujia is teaching us to forge weapons, and this weapon is astonishing. It can effortlessly sever a tree that 2 orcs could embrace. Fu Yi recounted the events with growing excitement. Is it truly that formidable? Shicho expressed skepticism, for most orcs believe their claws to be the sharpest, unmatched by any weapon. Indeed, clan leader, look, the tree that was just severed is right over there. Fu Yi pointed to the colossal tree, now reduced to a second-use state, as the orcs who manipulated the wood element continuously encouraged its growth. Many orcs were astonished, yet others yearned for a chance to experience the weapon themselves. Is this truly made from that weapon you mentioned? Shicho gazed at the tree trunk, now bearing a smooth cut, his eyes filled with wonder, contrasting sharply with the jagged edges produced by the orc's claws in their beastly form. It was hard to fathom the existence of such an impressive weapon. Yes, clan leader, would you like to give it a try? Fu Yi offered his long blade to Shicho. Enchanted by the spectacle, Shicho accepted the weapon and swung it forcefully against the severed trunk. To his astonishment, he felt as though he had exerted little effort, yet the fallen trunk was once again cleaved into 2 segments. Shicho was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that such a continent would harbor weapons as sharp as the claws of the orcs. Noticing Qiao Yujia's presence and her evident excitement, he approached her and asked, Yujia, did you create this long knife? Yes, she nodded in affirmation. In truth, she had no desire for such recognition. The wisdom and wealth she wielded stemmed from the accumulation of her ancestors over millennia. She feared that claiming it as her own would invite disbelief, so she chose to state it plainly, hoping her ancestors would pardon her for this misrepresentation. Upon learning that Qiao Yujia was the creator, Shicho eagerly inquired, how many of these weapons can be made? With the assistance of orcs or females capable of wielding divine fire, producing several dozen in a single day would be feasible, Qiao Yujia began, but then hesitated. If such speed continued, would there be a risk of the information leaking before the tribe's strength solidified? Throughout history, weapons had always been state secrets, not meant for citizens to carry freely. Of course, there were exceptions, such as young ladies adorned in elegant attire, who might opt for concealed swords as decorative pins, serving both as embellishment and a means of self-defense, remaining undetected, or if discovered, merely claiming it as a prop for photographs. I understand. I will ensure the tribe remains vigilant. Rest assured, no one will disclose this information. Anyone who does will be expelled from the tribe, Shicho declared with conviction, emphasizing the weapon's significance. With the clan leader's assurance, the orcs committed to safeguarding the weapon's secrecy. Qiao Yujia resolved to share her weapon-forging knowledge with the tribe. With Shicho's promise in hand, she felt unencumbered, ready to select a few reliable orcs from the pottery-making group to commence the crafting of weapons. Observing Qiao Yujia's determined disposition, Shicho refrained from further commentary and led the hunting team to process their catch, distributing the bounty among the families, while the remainder would be preserved in the tribe's storage. The following morning, after breakfast, Qiao Yujia took advantage of Lin Yi and the others heading out, accompanying the hunting team to deliver meals to Teng Shuo in the basement. Following Teng Shuo's threats from the previous day, Yin had grown considerably quieter. Yet her animosity toward Qiao Yujia had only intensified, fueling her desire to eliminate the detestable female. After delivering breakfast, Qiao Yujia turned and exited the basement without a backward glance. Returning to her quarters, she picked up the peacefully slumbering glutinous rice dumpling and made her way to the city lord's residence, entrusting the care of the dumpling to Aunt Fu Xiang, for she had pressing matters regarding weapon crafting to attend to. In the square, Qiao Yujia gathered the 20 or so orcs she had selected the previous day and led them to a more secluded area within the city. At the foot of the mountain beneath the goddess hall, surrounded by dense forest, this location provided excellent concealment and natural protection. Initially, Qiao Yujia directed the orcs to thinly fell trees and construct a temporary wooden shelter as a workspace for weapon crafting. During this period, she urged the orcs responsible for pottery to expedite the production of ceramic bricks, prioritizing the establishment of the weapon crafting area before embarking on further constructions. Orcs involved in brickmaking and pottery would be segregated to avoid confusion in the future, ensuring each group could focus on their respective tasks. It was preferable to delineate their roles in the coming days rather than risking chaos later. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed. Now, in the second week of early summer, the morning breeze retained a slight chill. During this period, the city had seen significant expansion, with numerous residences constructed on either side of the city, creating orderly courtyards that appeared both harmonious and well-structured. Centered around the show Shandian, the bustling streets and shops have been meticulously marked by Qiao Yujia. So far, there are salt shops selling refined salt, fabric stores weaving fine textiles, exquisite and elegant clothing boutiques, and the largest tavern in the city where single orcs can enjoy their daily meals. In anticipation of future currency usage, Qiao Yujia has also taken the initiative to establish a bank, allowing orcs to exchange their hunted game or animal hides for currency. The exchange rates, however, are still under planning by Qiao Yujia. All these enterprises fall under her stewardship. The remaining vacant spaces can be allocated to the clansfolk within the city, providing opportunities for them to engage in small businesses to support their families. Aside from these developments, after a month had passed, Yu was released from the dungeon by Qiao Yujia. However, she was not foolish enough to neglect feeding Yu beforehand, administering a larger dose of Guxiang pills. As for Tang Shuo, he remains imprisoned in the dungeon. Although escaping would be effortless for him, he chooses not to, and the past month has been unusually quiet. With the month complete, the most significant event is the celebration of Nuomi Tuan's first month. At this moment, joyous laughter fills the pavilion outside the Shenedian. Mother S. Nuomi Tuan has turned 1 month old, and she is filled with joy. Qiao Yujia gently caresses Nuomi Tuan's cheek, and the little one, feeling her mother's touch, gazes up with gem-like red eyes, sparkling with innocence, while occasionally emitting a few melodious giggles. Aunt Fuxiang, observing Qiao Yujia's delighted expression, couldn't he help but inquire, "Yujia, I see you're celebrating Nuomi Tuan's first month. Is this a significant event in your culture?" "Ah, it is indeed important." Qiao Yujia pondered for a moment before replying, "Aunt Fuxiang, in our culture, when a young cub reaches 1 month of age, we hold a full-month banquet. At this banquet, besides inviting friends and family for a feast, we also conduct a lottery for the newly minted cub." "What is this lottery?" Upon hearing a new term from Qiao Yujia, the clansfolk have developed a habit of asking when they do not understand. While Fuxiang was familiar with the concept of a full-month banquet, akin to a bonfire feast, the idea of a lottery was entirely new to her, and her curiosity was piqued. The lottery involves placing numerous small items before the 1-month-old cub. The item the cub selects symbolizes the path they may take in the future. For instance, if the cub picks a fruit, it may indicate a future fondness for food. If they choose a piece of clothing, it might suggest an emphasis on demeanor and appearance. Although this event serves merely as entertainment for the children and does not dictate their future paths, some outcomes do occasionally prove to be prophetic. Thus, Qiao Yujia briefly explained and provided a few examples to Aunt Fuxiang. "Now I understand." After this succinct explanation, Fuxiang grasped the concept of a lottery. "Let us begin preparations for the full-month banquet for little Nuomi Tuan right away. Tonight, we shall commence. What do you think, Yujia?" To the clansfolk, Nuomi Tuan symbolizes the offspring of the goddess they revere. Aunt Fuxiang felt that the banquet for her could not be trivialized. Although starting preparations tonight seemed rushed, it was essential to honor the clansfolk's acknowledgement of the goddess's assistance to the tribe. "Indeed, I share your sentiments. I will rely on your assistance, Aunt Fuxiang." Qiao Yujia replied with a smile, appreciating Fuxiang's gentle and amiable nature, which reflect her patience towards her own children. In truth, Qiao Yujia felt a pang of envy towards Baidi. Although this continent abides by the law of the jungle, where orc males undergo training from their fathers as they mature, having a mother to offer solace after such training is indeed a blessing. However, she pondered, if she were to bear a son, would Lin Yi also take the child out for training at such a tender age? The thought of her child, still so young, being dragged into rigorous training made Qiao Yujia shake her head internally, wishing to dispel the image of her child enduring such hardships. For her, it was too painful to witness her child undergo arduous training. No, she must prevent such occurrences. Training is essential, but it cannot be relentless. How could a young child endure such demands? As Qiao Yujia contemplated this, unbeknownst to her, she would indeed take action in the near future, successfully transforming Lin Yi into a pampered young husband. "Yujia, what troubles you? I have called your name many times, yet you remain lost in thought." Aunt Fuxiang observed Qiao Yujia, who seemed to drift away mentally. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating what small items to prepare for our little Nuomi Tuan's lottery. Upon being called, Qiao Yujia swiftly returned to reality, hastily fabricating an excuse. Since that is the case, let us hurry and prepare to avoid any last-minute chaos tonight. Absolutely. As Fuxiang prepared to leave, Qiao Yujia promptly lifted little Nuomi Tuan and escorted Fuxiang from the Shinadian. Shichio, what do you think? Upon returning to the Lord's residence, Fuxiang quickly summoned the great shaman and priest Shi from the Shoshandian, and they collectively discussed the full-month banquet for little Nuomi Tuan. After Fuxiang finished speaking, she turned to Shichio. I believe it is appropriate. Yujia has contributed so much to the tribe, since there is such a banquet in the realm of the Shoshan. We must not let little Nuomi Tuan miss out. Shichio pondered for a moment before agreeing directly. I believe it is necessary. I have no objections. The great shaman and priest Shi also concurred that the full-month banquet for little Nuomi Tuan should proceed that evening. Chapter 68. The Raid of the Wandering Orcs After Deliberation. Shichio and his companions unanimously agreed to host a full-month banquet for Qiao Yujia and Nuomi Tuan. Without delay, Shichio immediately instructed the orcs to sound the horn in the square before the Shou Shindian. The deep and resonant sound of the horn echoed throughout the entire city. This horn is only sounded in times of great importance. Could something have gone awry? Are wandering orcs attacking us? It seems unlikely. This is the resting place of the Shoshan, and they cannot even enter, let alone attack us. True, and we possess the abilities granted by the Shoshan. If those wandering orcs dare to come, we will eliminate them entirely. Regardless, since the horn has been sounded, it signifies something of great importance. We should hurry and investigate. Indeed, the clansfolk within the city, upon hearing the horn, speculated on various possibilities, such as whether wandering orcs were attacking or if other tribes were launching an assault. However, regardless of the cause, the truth could only be revealed at the square, so everyone hastened to the city center, gathering at the square before the Shoshandian. As the horn continued to sound, clansfolk from all corners of the city gradually arrived at the square until no one else came, at which point the horn-blowing orc ceased the sound. As the clansmen arrived before the altar, their curiosity was piqued upon seeing even the esteemed Shicho, the clan leader, standing at the altar of the beast god statue. They wondered if something truly significant had transpired. Otherwise, why would the leader be present? Observing the chaotic murmurs from the crowd, Shicho merely furrowed his brow, unperturbed, for the clansmen had not committed any acts warranting ire. If he were to become exasperated by their daily antics, he would surely be exhausted by the end of each day. Raising his hand to signal for silence, the clansman promptly hushed at his gesture. It was evident that Shicho managed his people with commendable authority. Once the din subsided, Shicho solemnly addressed the assembly, expressing his belief that they were all eager to understand the reason behind the sounding of the horn, summoning everyone to the altar. Indeed, clan leader, is there an impending attack from another tribe? Some inquired. If they dare approach, we shall ensure they return to their lands empty-handed. Echoed the fervent voices of the crowd, rallying in support of their leader. Silence, Shicho commanded, his countenance serious yet pleased by their fervor. He raised his hand once more, and the assembly fell silent again. I understand your concerns for our tribe, which brings me joy. However, it is not an invasion we face, but rather a celebration. Today marks the first month since the birth of the young offspring of goddess Yujia, and according to the customs dictated by the beast god, we must hold a full moon feast to honor this occasion with family and friends. Thus, I, along with Priest Shi and the great shaman, had decided to host this feast. I hope all of you will join us in preparing for the celebration of our little goddess. As Shicho concluded his announcement, the clansmen erupted in excitement at the thought of honoring the offspring of goddess Yujia. Following further discussions, Shicho organized the second hunting team to gather provisions, while the female members of the gathering party sought wild vegetables and fruits around the city. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the tribe, a group of several thousand beastmen quietly approached the desolate plains. As night fell, the full moon feast for the little glutinous rice dumpling drew near. Despite the summer heat, it did not hinder the clansmen from preparing the necessary provisions for the celebration. That night, the city of the Hushao tribe was aglow with lights. Due to the large number of attendees, the banquet was set in the square before the beast god temple, where over 100 long wooden tables were laid out, each brimming with a variety of foods. Naturally, no table was devoid of meats, the favored fare of the beastmen, while vegetarian options were scarce, appealing primarily to the females. However, For Qiao Yujia, it was imperative that she did not indulge in an exclusive feast of meats, insisting that her partner and suitors partake in the vegetarian offerings as well, lest it seem unfair. Despite the tables overflowing with food, no clansman dared to begin eating. They awaited the arrival of the day's honored guest, our adorable little glutinous rice dumpling. Even Ling Yin, who usually resided in the spirit beast courtyard, stepped out to join the assembly. Before long, Qiao Yujia appeared, draped in a white cotton cloak, cradling the little glutinous rice dumpling. After exchanging pleasantries, she ascended the altar, placing the dumpling upon a white fur mat adorned with various small offerings such as flowers, wooden carvings provided by Shi, and assorted fruits, all brought forth by the clan's people. Additionally, she had prepared a delicately carved headpiece, flanked by twin dragons, embodying regal splendor, alongside spirit fruits symbolizing the elements of nature. Delighted by the abundance before her, the little dumpling babbled excitedly, crawling forward with eager hands and feet. The clansmen below held their breaths, anxious to see which items the little goddess would choose. Perhaps influenced by her mother's lineage, the little dumpling reached for the headpiece, but appeared unsatisfied, subsequently grasping a red spirit fruit as well. This was a display of her desire for both power and authority. Qiao Yujia observed with satisfaction as her daughter selected these two items, prepared to support her decision unconditionally, regardless of what she chose. What was happening with the little goddess? Why had she picked two items only to set them down again? It seemed she desired them all. The clansmen watched in anticipation as the little dumpling, unable to carry all her chosen treasures, ultimately opted to reclaim the headpiece and spirit fruit while bursting into tears. Qiao Yujia found it amusing that her daughter wept for not being able to hold them all, wondering why she could not simply wait until she grew older to manage them. With no choice but to comfort her distressed little dumpling, Qiao Yujia embraced her. Upon feeling her mother's presence, the little dumpling's cries ceased. Did the little goddess just select the headpiece and spirit fruit prepared by the goddess? Someone murmured. Indeed, I heard Aunt Fu Xiang mention that the headpiece symbolizes the unification of the Beastmen, while the spirit fruit represents power. Could it be that our little goddess is destined to become the most formidable female across the Beastman continent? The discussion amongst the clansmen intensified, speculating whether the little dumpling would indeed rise to dominance over the Beastman continent. Little did they know, their words would someday transform into reality, though perhaps that future lay far ahead. As the ritual concluded, the clansmen offered their blessings, though their words were simple, wishing for health and beauty. Following the blessings, the statue of the beast god radiated dazzling multicolored beams of light, illuminating the entire city. Moments latte. These beams coalesced into luminous streams that flowed into the little dumpling's body, likely the most precious blessing she could receive. After all was said and done, the clansmen began to take their places at the banquet tables to enjoy the meal blessed by the beast god. It was presumed that the little dumpling's full moon feast would conclude joyously. However, just as the clansmen began to eat, the patrolling beastmen outside the city suddenly sounded a distressing horn. What could this mean? The sound of the horn indicated an emergency. Could it signify an impending threat? Hark! The urgent sound of the horn reverberates, causing the tribespeople to exhibit signs of disarray, momentarily forgetting their ability to manipulate the forces of nature. Fear not. Sing Kiskivik. Take 100 orc warriors to the city gate and ascertain the situation. Amidst the chaos, Shi Qiu, the chieftain of the tribe, despite his own curiosity about the happenings outside the city, recognizes that panic is not an option at this critical moment. He promptly commands Xing Ku to proceed. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Xing Ku swiftly leads 100 orc warriors towards the city gate. Remaining composed in the face of adversity is the hallmark of a true leader. Qiao Yujia observes Chieftain Shi Qiu's methodical arrangements with growing admiration. However, her approval is overshadowed by her determination to uncover the identity of those who dare disrupt her daughter's full moon banquet. Without hesitation, Qiao Yujia conjures a protective sphere of water around the more than 100 tables laden with delicacies. She then entrusts her precious little rice dumpling to Lin Yi before darting into the air. Though initially startled as she ascended, Qiao Yujia quickly steadied her nerves. Jia. Lin Yi had just taken the little rice dumpling from Qiao Yujia's hands when she soared into the sky, leaving no time to grasp her garment as she vanished from sight. Lin Yi, caught in a quandary, felt uncertain about what actions to take. Descending from the altar, He entrusted the little rice dumpling to Mei, a meticulous member of the Meichao tribe, ensuring the rice dumpling's safety before pursuing Qiao Yujia. Observing Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi, two formidable figures rushing forth, Shi Qiu, in a moment of urgency, called out to all tribespeople, "Join me in confronting the orcs attacking our tribe." Immediately, the tribespeople's spirits ignited with fervor. While the orcs had been practicing their elemental control in the nearby woods, a burning desire for release resided within them, making this confrontation timely. Leading a substantial number of tribespeople into battle, only a fraction remained behind to protect the little rice dumpling and the elder orcs and females. Atop the city gate, Qiao Yujia surveyed the throng of orcs below, some transformed into colossal beasts, others half-beast serpent orcs, alongside several agile orc races. The tension was palpable as the enemy approached. "Xingke, who are these orcs?" After a brief moment, Qiao Yujia turned to inquire. "Goddess, these are the wandering orcs." Xingke, having just arrived at the city gate, quickly discerned the nature of the orcs below, sensing their feelings of abandonment. "Baofeng, this city is remarkable. If we seize it and present it to the chief, he will surely be delighted. Furthermore, have you noticed that beautiful female atop the city wall? Presenting her alongside the city would surely bring him even greater joy." Baofeng, enthralled by the imposing city walls, yearned to conquer it as a gift for their leader, unaware that the chief was currently imprisoned by Qiao Yujia in the dungeon. "Perhaps," Baofeng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Among the wandering orcs, he was the only one who had glimpsed the chief's true visage, yet now the chief's whereabouts were unknown. Though elusive, he would not typically vanish for extended periods. Baofeng refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing it might incite a rebellion among the other wandering orcs. "Xinkiskiviko. Command the orcs who manipulate earth elements to summon spikes from the ground beneath the wandering orcs," Qiao Yujia declared, her resolve firm. These intruders had disrupted her daughter's full moon banquet, and she would not let them go unpunished. It was time to rid the land of their menace. "Yes." Xingku, upon receiving Qiao Yujia's command, promptly organized a team of a dozen or so earth-manipulating orc warriors. Before long, formidable spikes erupted from the ground beneath the wandering orcs, causing a cacophony of screams as they were caught off guard. "What is happening? What are these things sprouting from the ground?" Baofeng exclaimed, bewildered as chaos ensued among their ranks. Just as he grappled with the situation, Qiao Yujia began orchestrating a new wave of attack, with long vines erupting from the earth, surging toward the wandering orcs, spilling blood in their wake. "Baofeng, think of a solution." As the vines surged forth, the orcs scrambled to evade them while attempting to converge on Baofeng's position. Baofeng's situation was equally dire. Witnessing Baofeng's timely intervention against the encroaching vines, "This city is formidable. We must devise a plan to rally the remaining orc warriors." Baofeng Muset, recognizing that they faced an unknown threat, with no clear strategy against the vines and spikes. Their only option was to gather the surviving, wandering orc warriors to confront the imminent danger. With a resounding roar, the remaining orc warriors swiftly assembled. To their surprise, the ragtag group of wandering orcs displayed remarkable discipline, indicating that Tang Shua's training had yielded results. Qiao Yujia, observing the swift organization of the orc warriors, felt a sense of astonishment. However, she dismissed any notion of their prowess. After all, wandering orcs were akin to rats scurrying across the street. And now was the time to eradicate them for the safety of the orc continent. "Jijia, stay back. I will handle this." Just as Qiao Yujia prepared to leap from the city wall, Lin Yi intervened, believing that her purity should remain untarnished by battle, as orcs would surely bring her what she desired. Sighing, Lin Yi did not allow her a moment to respond and transformed into beast form, leaping from the wall to engage in combat with the wandering orcs. "Tribespeople, we must protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. Protect our homeland." At that moment, Shichio arrived with a throng of tribespeople. The warriors surged from the city, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the wandering orcs, while the females ascended the stairs to the city wall to initiate their own assault. In a whirlwind of chaos beneath the city wall, spikes and vines intertwined, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. The females controlling fire elements unleashed fireballs, mercilessly claiming the lives of the wandering orcs, akin to a relentless harbinger of death. The fervor of battle ignited a fiery passion in Qiao Yujia, who was determined not to be outdone. However, at a critical juncture, an urgent voice cried out from behind. "Goddess, trouble has arisen." Yi has injured Mei and taken the little goddess. What? The news struck Xiao Yujia like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily incredulous and unable to comprehend the words of the orc before her. Goddess, it was not long after you departed that Yi appeared, wounded Mei, and abducted the little goddess. As Xiao Yujia's expression reflected disbelief, the orc hastily recounted the events. He too was bewildered by how Yi, that female, could possibly have injured Mei. Could it be that she employed some unknown means? Goddess? Without hesitation, Xiao Yujia pivoted and leapt from the city wall, racing toward the square, determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. She is not an orc and cannot rely on scent to discern the whereabouts of her child as an orc would. She must first attend to Mei and then have Mei guide her to find Xiao Nuomi Tuan. Mei, the goddess has arrived. Upon reaching the altar in the square, Xiao Yujia was struck by a wave of emotion upon seeing the blood-soaked ground and the near-lifeless form of Mei. She felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. The surrounding orcs parted to make way for Xiao Yujia as she approached. Mei, please wake up. She stepped forward and lifted Mei's body away from the pool of blood. Mei opened her eyes, seeing only a blurred figure. She felt that her life was slipping away, yet meeting the goddess made her feel content with her existence. Goddess, I feel. As tears streamed from Mei's eyes, Xiao Yujia felt a deep ache in her heart. This was the first time she had witnessed a strong orc warrior weep since arriving in this Orcish realm. In that moment, something within her solidified. She yearned for a land free of conflict, a serene sanctuary for them. But could such a dream truly be realized? There's still breath. Xiao Yujia placed her fingers beneath Mei's nose and detected a faint breath, indicating there was still hope. She retrieved a life-saving elixir from her bag, placing one into Mei's mouth, and without hesitation, she cut her own wrist, positioning it above Mei's lips. The blood oozed from her wound, dripping into Mei's mouth, who had lost all vitality. What is that scent? The orcs surrounding them caught a whiff of a sweet aroma, turning to see Xiao Yujia sacrificing herself to save Mei. Their surprise evident. Xiao Yujia had previously discovered that her blood could revive others, although such miracles depended on the whims of the Lord of Hell. Resurrection was a gamble. And even if her blood possessed such powers, if the Lord of Hell deemed it unworthy, the revived would be mere shells without souls. After a while, as the elixir took effect, Mei's wounds ceased bleeding and the internal injuries began to heal, observing Mei's pallid face gradually returning to a healthy hue. The surrounding orcs were left astounded, and some began to entertain inappropriate thoughts. Enough, Jia. Lin Yi, who should have been fighting outside the city, had gone on a rampage after discovering that his child had been taken by Yi, leaving many stray orcs dead or injured. After finishing his rampage, Lin Yi hurried to find Xiao Yujia. He found her cradling Mei's near-cold body, having cut her wrist to feed Mei her blood in hopes of reviving her. However, seeing Xiao Yujia on the verge of fainting, Lin Yi could only urge her to stop feeding Mei her blood. Mei has had enough. She just needs time to recover. Yet, Mei remained unresponsive. Xiao Yujia's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke. She could not comprehend why, despite feeding so much blood, Mei showed no signs of awakening. Previously, when treating small animals, just a drop had sufficed. Why was it different now? Was her blood ineffective? In truth, it was not that her blood had lost its potency. Rather, Mei required time to recuperate, and with such significant blood loss, it could take 1 or 2 days for her to awaken. She needs rest. Jia, you are exhausted. Let me take you back to rest. Lin Ye's heart ached for her, not out of jealousy for her caring for Mei or for her affections lying elsewhere, but because she had given so much for the tribe, striving for a peaceful and harmonious home, and now, in the wake of the sudden attack by the strays, she fought valiantly. After all she had sacrificed for the tribe, someone had dared to take their child. If he found Yi, he would ensure she suffered greatly, tossing her into the forest to be devoured by beasts. All right, you all take me to the guest room of the Beast God Temple to rest and clean her up. Yes. Hearing Lin Ye's command, Xiao Yujia felt her own fatigue and could only consent to return home to rest. Before leaving, she instructed the surrounding orcs regarding Mei's situation. Meanwhile, Yi, having forcibly snatched Xiao Nuomi Tuan from Mei's grasp, had fled into the depths of a nearby forest. Little one, do not blame me. Your mother took what belongs to me. I want her to taste the bitterness of losing a loved one. Xiao Nuomi Tuan, bewildered by Ye's harsh words, babbled incomprehensibly. After intimidating the little one, Yi set her down in a hollow and turned away without a glance back. In truth, at that moment, her heart softened. She refrained from inflicting further harm on Xiao Nuomi Tuan, leaving her to fend for herself. Little one, I want to hurt you, but your survival now depends on your luck. A few steps away, Yi heard the growls of beasts behind her, causing her to feel a momentary panic. Nevertheless, she controlled her vines to cautiously navigate forward, hoping to avoid the forest's predators. From what she had learned from her admirers in May's tribe, the beasts surrounding the city were exceptionally fierce, and consuming them could enhance one's physical prowess. However, she thought, if the beasts were so fearsome, then let that detestable female cub meet her demise at their jaws. How malicious for that female to have taken the goddess's offspring to the forest of death. As he scouted ahead, the growls of beasts echoed from behind, and a white figure emerged to her left, adorned with a red gem-like crystal on its forehead. Indeed, this was Ling Yin, the spirit beast tasked with assisting Xiao Yujia in her grand endeavors. Since he had snatched Xiao Nuomi Tuan from Mei, Ling Yin had been following her closely. Initially, Ling Yin had thought that with so many ferocious beasts in the forest of death, there was no need to concern herself with Yi. She would surely perish. However, upon discovering that Yi intended to feed Xiao Nuomi Tuan to the beasts, Ling Yan's resolve hardened. Yet, Xiao Nuomi Tuan was the priority. Ling Yin had to quickly instruct her fellow tribesmen before dashing toward the direction of the little one. As Xiao Nuomi Tuan realized she had been separated from her mother and abandoned in the dark forest, she could not help but burst into tears. By the time Ling Yin arrived, the little one's cries were hoarse. Little goddess, I am here, do not be afraid. Upon reaching the hollow, Ling Yin approached Xiao Nuomi Tuan cautiously, hoping to drive away any nearby beasts. Using her tongue, she gently licked away the tears streaming down the little one's face, feeling a heart-wrenching pain at her sorrowful cries. Ya, ya. Suddenly sensing a warm touch, Xiao Nuomi Tuan ceased her crying, adopting a fierce expression, as if she wished to punish the one who had taken her away from her mother. Little goddess, do not fear. I will take you away from here. Ling Yin, while soothing the emotions of the little Nuomi Tuan, gently grasped the fabric of her clothing and swiftly dashed forward. At this moment, Ling Yin dared not place the little Nuomi Tuan upon her back. The thought of the child's curiosity causing her to lose her grip and tumble down during such a rapid run was too daunting. In the haste of their departure, she had not brought a bamboo basket, thus the little Nuomi Tuan would have to endure a bit of discomfort. After all, they were not far from the city. Zuchong, you have returned? One of the vigilant clan members, upon spotting Ling Yin and witnessing the rescue of the little deity, hurried over to greet her. Where's that foolish female, Yi? Ling Yin merely nodded to the clan member before inquiring about Ye's whereabouts. She is ahead, engaged in a skirmish with several clan members who were obstructing her. Upon hearing the mention of the reckless female, the clan member glanced toward a moonlit area ahead. At that moment, Yi had been assigned to intercept the clan members and found herself surrounded by a dozen white lions. Despite her predicament, she did not yield easily. She was aware of the origins of these white lions. They were spirit beasts residing on the Beast God Mountain, dispatched by the Beast God to aid Xiao Yujia. Knowing she was no match for this group of white lions, she exerted every ounce of strength to escape the forest. Yet, the white lions seemed to have latched onto her, closely following her every move. Should she dare to budge, one of the lions would feign an attack, causing her to suffer minor wounds. Although the injuries were not severe, her body was already marked by numerous small scratches, and her clothing was torn by the claws of the lions. Chapter 70. The Choice Cough. Truly deserving of their reputation as spirit beasts living upon the Beast God Mountain. Am I destined to perish here? No, absolutely not. Exhausted and toyed with by the white lions, Yi could not accept the thought of meeting her end here. It was inconceivable for her to resign herself to death in this terrifying forest. Summoning all her strength, she directed the vines in her grasp toward the group of white lions before her. As she managed to break free from their encirclement, she believed herself to be triumphant, unaware that Ling Yin had merely commanded the lions to cease their pursuit. Otherwise, would Yi truly think she could escape the clutches of the white lions? Zuchong, are we simply allowing that female to escape? Shortly after Ye's departure, Hua questioned Ling Yin, who was still carrying the little Nuomi Tuan. Yi had taken the little deity without hesitation, and Hua was unwilling to let her go unchallenged. Who would bear the wrath of the deity otherwise? Ling Yin, however, merely shook her head and replied, You have injured her so severely. I do not believe she can survive to leave this place. Ling Yin had witnessed the scene of Hua and the others tormenting Yi. She held no faith that Yi, in her weakened state, could emerge from the forest of death. Moreover, The little Nwomi Tuan had observed the earlier fight and remained silent, as if to avoid alerting Yi, while quietly cheering in her heart. Let's depart swiftly. Following her words, Ling Yin hurriedly led the little Nwomi Tuan away. The others, including Hua, exchanged glances, realizing there was little more to be said, and hastily followed in Ling Yan's footsteps. On the other side, Yi was fleeing in the opposite direction of Ling Yan and her group. As she drew closer to the edge of the forest, frantically escaping while glancing back to see if the white lions were pursuing her. She thought she might soon leave this dreadful place. But unexpectedly, she tripped over a protruding tree root, falling heavily onto the ground. Hiss! Her already battered body was further injured by the impact with the earth, blood spilling forth. It hurts. No, I must hold on. She could not return to the city. The piercing pain jolted her from the brink of unconsciousness, igniting her will to survive. No, I cannot die like this. There are still things I wish to attain. I cannot perish in this terrifying forest. Yet ultimately, the exhaustion of her body proved insurmountable. How pitiful. Before losing consciousness, Yi's half-closed eyes fleetingly glimpsed a figure blending into the darkness. Why refer to it as a figure rather than a male? Because as the being approached, she detected a scent akin to that of Qiao Yujia, pure, yet subtly different, tainted with an air of malevolence. She could not discern the words spoken by this figure, only feeling her head grow heavy, as if she were sinking into the ocean, gasping for breath. The following morning, Qiao Yujia awoke groggily from her slumber. She reached out to touch the space beside her, but felt no soft presence, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Her beloved little Nwomi Tuan was barely a month old. How could someone have taken her away? She should never have repeatedly indulged the offenders. It was this very thought that shaped her future approach toward her subjects. Kind and gentle after unifying the Beastman continent, yet unyielding toward her personal guards. Enforcing a principle of zero tolerance for any wrongdoing. Jia, you are awake. Lin Yi, who had searched throughout the night, was bleary-eyed but could not quell his concern for Qiao Yujia and hurried back. Upon entering the room, he found her sitting at the edge of the bed, gently stroking the spot between them where the little Nwomi Tuan would sleep. Qiao Yujia had not prepared a cradle for her. She intended to wait until the little Nwomi Tuan turned 10 before considering more children, allowing the little one to occupy the middle space, ensuring Lin Yi would remain settled. Have you found Nwomi Tuan? Seeing Lin Yi return, Qiao Yujia eagerly inquired about the little one. To her dismay, Lin Yi simply shook his head. He had searched every corner of the forest surrounding the city and the entire expanse of the Wuhuang Plain, covering all directions, but had found no trace of the pale, small figure. He too felt profound sorrow. After all, that was his child. Yet, witnessing Qiao Yujia's despair intensified his own heartache, threatening to overflow. What? You didn't he find her? Upon seeing Lin Yi shake his head, Qiao Yujia realized he had been unsuccessful. Even after spending considerable time in the area, he could hardly be expected to possess a thorough understanding of the terrain. It was understandable that he could not find her. Yet this was her first child. It was her fault. She should have been there with Nwomi Tuan. She should not have let this happen. The more she pondered, the more her emotions spiraled into chaos. And without a moment's hesitation, she burst from the room. In that instant, she had completely shed the demeanor of a noble lady and the image of a revered deity among the beastmen. Her hair flowed, untamed, and her crimson garments billowed as she dashed out, disappearing from sight. Lin Yi could not stop her as he hurried after her. He found no trace of her presence outside, and at that moment, he felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, having rested overnight in a cave at the forest's edge with the clan members and the little Nwomi Tuan, they hastened toward the city with all their might. As they neared the city gates, a keen-eyed beastman warrior on guard exclaimed, "The spirit beasts have returned. The spirit beasts have returned." The news spread rapidly among the other beastmen, quickly traversing the entire city. After the previous day's joint effort to repel the attacking rogue beastmen, the news of the little deity being taken by Yi had left them sleepless through the night. Once again, it is heard that Ling Yin de Run has ventured forth with dozens of spirit beasts, and everyone is anxiously awaiting news of his return. Now, the guards at the city gate have announced that the spirit beasts and their master have returned, prompting everyone to step outside their homes to await their arrival. The townsfolk remain oblivious to the means by which he managed to injure a beastman warrior, and they do not blame Mei, for it was not his fault. Yet in this moment, Mei's heart is heavy with guilt. If not for his momentary lapse, the little goddess would not have been taken by Yi. Ultimately, it is due to his own actions that the little goddess was led away. If only he could have been a bit stronger, Perhaps this misfortune could have been averted. However, what May does not understand is that in any world, there are no what-ifs, nor is there a remedy called regret. Some mistakes, once made, cannot be undone, and an apology does not guarantee forgiveness. Open the city gate. As Ling Yin and the beast draw closer, one of the Beastman warriors responsible for guarding the city calls out. The heavy wooden doors are slammed down with a resounding thud by the warriors on either side. The deep, resonant sound does not startle the little rice dumpling held in Ling Yan's mouth. Rather, it amuses her. The little rice dumpling seems to sense that she is soon to return home and emits a joyful giggle. Look, is that not the little goddess? Hearing the bright, innocent laughter, the warriors atop the city wall immediately spot the chubby little figure in Ling Yan's grasp, but hesitate to confirm. One Beastman replies, yes, indeed, it is the little goddess. Gazing at the shimmering serpent tail glinting in the sunlight, they realize that apart from Xiao Yujia, it could only be that little rice dumpling. Who else could it be? Quickly, inform the goddess and the clan leader. Someone exclaims, and immediately, a Beastman rushes down the stairs towards the Beast God Temple, the Lord's residence, and the two goddess temples. Before long, Shi Jiasai, the great shaman, the clan leader Shi Qiu, Aunt Fu Xiang, and Yu Sheng hurriedly arrive. The Beastman sent to deliver the message did not find Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia, so he relayed the news of the little rice dumplings' return to the guards. Upon receiving this news, the guards promptly split into two groups. One continued the search for Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi within and around the goddess temple, while the other proceeded to the city gate to welcome back the little goddess. Meanwhile, Lin Yi is frantically searching for Xiao Yujia, who is currently in the dungeon. Relentlessly striking Teng Shuo with a long whip, he remains silent, understanding that she is in great distress. After all, it is merely whipping, something he has experienced before. He can endure it. Why are you silent? Why do you not cry out in pain? The lashes that struck Teng Shuo suddenly cease. Xiao Yujia steps before him, lifting her envious face, demanding to know why he does not speak when in pain. Does he not realize how unbearable it is to stifle such feelings? Because you are unhappy. Those simple words pierce through Xiao Yujia's tender heart. It is all right, continue to strike. I am fine, I'm used to it. Observing Teng Shuo's demeanor, she momentarily loses interest. Just as she turns to leave, an idea strikes her, and she retrieves a golden half mask and a simple yet elegant golden collar from her bag. The latter, rather than being a true collar, is merely an ornament, albeit with a special significance. This you may choose for yourself. With this solitary statement, Xiao Yujia departs the dungeon. These two items were stumbled upon by Xiao Yujia earlier, and she had inquired with her mother regarding their purpose. Although she does not entirely believe in such puppet-controlling devices, she felt compelled to present them before Teng Shuo. Upon seeing the two items laid before him, Teng Shuo is all too familiar with them. They are instruments used to restrain servants, controlled solely by their masters. A servant's freedom hinges on their master's mood. If the master is displeased, they may not even permit the servant to step outside. Yet now, upon seeing these items, Teng Shuo is overcome with tears, unsure of what to say. However, he senses that something within Xiao Yujia is changing. This transformation may take months or even years to reveal itself. No one can know. Alongside these items, there is also a vial of healing elixir, representing a choice between life and death, between staying and leaving. Jia Jia, you are out? Lin Yi exclaims, startled to encounter Xiao Yujia just as she exits the basement. The scent of blood lingers. What has Jia Jia done? The heavy scent of blood accompanies her, and Lin Yi is certain it does not belong to Xiao Yujia, whose blood he knows all too well, sweet and devoid of any metallic odor. While it is common for beastmen like them to consume the blood of wild beasts, it was only prior to Xiao Yujia's arrival that it did not matter. However, since Lin Yi and the other warriors tasted it, they have become addicted to the flavor, which haunts their thoughts incessantly. Someone just came and said the little rice dumpling has been found. She is at the Beast God Temple. Seeing Xiao Yujia's state, Lin Yi feels no anger, but simply relays the news from the guards regarding the little rice dumpling. What? The little rice dumpling has been found. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia's heart leaps with joy, and she dashes toward the Beast God Temple. Fearing she might encounter trouble in her haste, Lin Yi quickly follows her. As Xiao Yujia enters the grand hall of the Beast God Temple, she hears the familiar sounds of the little rice dumpling. Tears well up in her eyes, spilling uncontrollably. Little rice dumpling. She tentatively calls out her name, and the little rice dumpling responds with a cheerful "Iya." Seeing her mother, the little rice dumpling beams with joy, and her tears flow freely. Little rice dumpling. Do not cry, do not cry. Xiao Yujia rushes forward, embracing her and offering comfort. Yeah, bad. What? The unexpected word from the little rice dumpling startled Xiao Yujia. Her little rice dumpling can speak now, but she seems somewhat upset. What are you saying? Little rice dumpling? Did someone bully you? Yeah, bad. The little rice dumpling nods vigorously. Yeah, bad. This time, the little rice dumpling accurately utters Ye's name, leaving the surrounding great shaman and others in shock. The little rice dumpling is still so young, yet she can speak, and she appears quite angry. It seems he has tormented the little rice dumpling. Otherwise, she would not be so upset. Indeed, it must be so. Yi at this moment may be blissfully unaware that he has been condemned by the great shaman and others. Chapter 71. Discovery of the gold mine, Little Rice Dumpling. Tell mother what Yi did when he took you away? Xiao Yujia cradles the little rice dumpling, gently reassuring her while inquiring about the events of the previous night when he suddenly carried her off. Nianji Yi Bao Yao Yu Jiao. Mother, Yi carried away. Dropped. The little rice dumpling, having just learned to speak, stumbles over her words, articulating them in phrases of no more than 3 characters. Though her speech is somewhat unclear, Xiao Yujia is able to comprehend the essence of what her little rice dumpling conveys. Surely, this exemplifies the profound communication between a mother and her child. She had not anticipated that Yi was persistently seeking an opportunity to embrace her, even to the extent of disregarding the child's life solely to inflict sorrow upon Xiao Yujia. Reflecting on this, she realized that her compassion had been overly generous. Jejia, what did the little Nwomi Tuan say? Lin Yi inquired, intrigued by Xiao Yujia's astonished expression, eager to know what the small glutinous rice ball had just communicated. Indeed, Yujia, do share with Aunt Fuxiang. Yes, divine maiden, please enlighten us. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, Aunt Fuxiang and the great shaman began to pose their inquiries in succession. For aside from Xiao Yujia, none of those present had comprehended the words of the little Nwomi Tuan. Observing the anxious expressions on the faces of her elders and close friends, Xiao Yujia had no choice but to softly reveal that the Nwomi Tuan had mentioned how Yi had taken her away and abandoned her deep within the forest, intending for the Nwomi Tuan to fend for herself. Her tone carried a hint of indignation, and, in that moment, Xiao Yujia wished fervently to confront Yi and compel her to regret her existence. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, the great shaman was incensed. Bang! The staff in his hand could not help but strike the ground with force. The nearby shaman she remained silent, but each resounding thud resonated deeply within him. He was taken aback to discover that his granddaughter had committed such an act, casting the divine maiden's offspring into the wilderness to fend for themselves. What a transgression! The great shaman glanced at Shaman Shi, choosing not to speak. Ye's actions bore no direct relation to Shaman Shi, and he felt no inclination to blame him, considering his advanced age and the limited capacity to oversee his granddaughter. Yujia, we shall find a means to address this matter. Focus on resting and caring for the Nwomi Tuan. At that moment, Chief Shichio spoke up to comfort Xiao Yujia, encouraging her to prioritize the care of the little Nwomi Tuan, while he would devise a solution regarding Yi. The transformation brought by Yujia to the tribe was evident to all its members. They must not allow this incident to bring any distress to Yujia. Chief Shichio reflected on this, feeling immense gratitude for all that Xiao Yujia had bestowed upon them, enough to warrant a lifetime of repayment. Thank you, Chief Shichio. Xiao Yujia expressed with a deep bow while cradling the little Nwomi Tuan, before departing from the Beast God Temple. Since Chief Shichio was willing to assist her in resolving this issue, she saw no reason not to accept his help. Chief Shichio possessed the knowledge and resources, while Xiao Yujia operated in the shadows. Should Chief Shichio's efforts falter, she could continue her discreet investigation into Ye's whereabouts. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain, away from the Wuhuang Plains, stood a palace that exuded an eerily strange atmosphere. Yi awoke in a chamber adorned with purple drapes. Where's this place? She gazed around, puzzled. Despite the daylight outside, the room felt dim. Fortunately, as a native female of the Beastman continent, she could discern her surroundings, albeit with difficulty. Ouch! That hurts! Yi attempted to rise from her position, but inadvertently strained her wound, twisting her delicate face in agony. From the outside, the palace atop the mountain was surrounded by formidable peaks, presenting a daunting visage. At the foot of the mountain lay an expansive plain, distinct from the highlands, encircled by wide rivers. Within this plain resided a tribe, known as Qianfu, home to beastmen and females of the Baihu clan, along with some males from other tribes who accompanied their female leaders. The Fox tribe, known for their striking beauty, had long been regarded as a subordinate tribe by others on the continent. Many esteemed beastmen took pride in having a female from the Tianfu tribe as a mate, believing that such a union would yield equally beautiful offspring, despite their lack of physical strength. However, unbeknownst to the other tribes, the leader of the Tianfu tribe had beseeched the Beastman residing in the mountain to aid them in their quest for dominance over the entirety of the Beastman continent, offering loyalty and 2 attractive females each year. The Beastman atop the mountain, swayed by the beauty of the Tianfu females, consented. Yet, rather than aiding them in their conquest, he transformed them into his henchmen and slaves. The females sent to the mountain rarely survived beyond a month, with the fortunate ones lasting a year, only to vanish mysteriously the following year. As for their fates, no one knew. The leader of the Tianfu tribe, Hu Juan, showed little concern if members inquired. He would simply claim they had been devoured by beasts in the forest. Upon hearing such tales, the tribe members dared not question the leader, for the forest beasts were indeed ferocious and frequently assaulted neighboring tribes. Each year, the casualties silenced any doubts among the tribe. They could only lament the misfortunes of those females. If only they had been present to rescue them, but without sighting them, there was little they could do. Be careful, Judge. As Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi stepped into the Divine Maiden Hall, they beheld a man clad in a dark green dress, half of his face concealed by a mask. Sensing danger emanating from the man, Lin Yi stepped forward, shielding Qiao Yujia and the little Nuomi Tuan behind her. Observing the figure of Tang Shuo, Qiao Yujia gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder, signaling her to ease her tension. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be below? Noticing that Qiao Yujia's demeanor had relaxed, Lin Yi lowered her guard, but remained steadfast in her protective stance. Watching Lin Yi, Qiao Yujia refrained from commenting, instead shifting her gaze to Tang Shuo. He had been imprisoned in the dungeon, and while she had contemplated that the chains might not have truly restrained him, his appearance raised questions about his intentions. If you are unhappy, I shall seek vengeance for you. The fervor in Qiao Yujia's gaze made Tang Shuo tremble involuntarily. The weight of his physical and emotional torment compelled him to voice her current predicament. No need. You should return quickly. Qiao Yujia firmly declined Tang Shuo's offer. It was not a matter of desire, but rather the principle that her affairs should not be tainted by others, not even with a mere touch. Her command struck a chord within Tang Shuo, causing the golden collar around his neck to sting painfully, compelling him to retreat behind the statue of the Divine Maiden, ultimately vanishing from sight. The summer night breeze was cool, and after a night of rest, Qiao Yujia felt rejuvenated. After enjoying the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lin Yi and feeding the little Nuomi Tuan, she set out. Following the events of the previous day, Qiao Yujia dared not leave the little Nuomi Tuan unattended, even in the company of others. Therefore, to facilitate bringing the little Nuomi Tuan along, she had crafted a bamboo basket, suitably lined with soft long-eared beast fur. Placing the little Nuomi Tuan within and covering her with a delicately woven cotton blanket to prevent her from catching a chill. Jia, where are we going today? Upon catching sight of Qiao Yujia approaching, Yusheng joyfully made her way towards her, inquiring about their destination for the day's gathering. However, her gaze was captivated by the slumbering little Nuomi Tuan nestled within the bamboo basket. How could such a small Nuomi Tuan be so adorable? Qiao Yujia, noticing the delight in Yusheng's eyes, could only smile in response. Today we shall visit the site where you discovered the iron mine. If it is indeed a natural mining area, there should be more than just iron or present. She articulated their destination, the northern mountain range where Yusheng had previously unearthed the iron ore. If that mountain range were a natural mining site, it would likely yield various types of ores. Of course, this remained a speculation on Qiao Yujia's part, and they would need to investigate further. Let's set off, Yusheng proclaimed, taking the lead and climbing onto the cart while waiting for Qiao Yujia to catch up. Jia, I shall accompany you today. Lin Yi had initially planned to join Bai Di and the others on a hunting expedition, but concerned for the safety of Qiao Yujia and the little Nuomi Tuan, he wished to protect them both. Yet, Qiao Yujia shook her head, declining his offer. It's all right. Ling Yin is with me. You should go hunting. Otherwise, our entire Shun Nvidian will have no food. Indeed, Qiao Yujia was not misleading Lin Yi. The Shun Nvidian, being populous, included not only her and Lin Yi, but also 3 suitors, 100 guards, and 50 female attendants. The storeroom of the Shun Nvidian was nearly depleted, and in order to stave off hunger for herself and her children, as well as for the others, Xiao Yujia had dispatched all but 10 of the 100 guards to hunt nearby, with even 40 of the female attendants sent out, leaving only 10 to handle cleaning and cooking. All right, but do be careful, Lin Yi said, and they exchanged a few more words of caution before Xiao Yujia mounted Ling Yin's back, joining the gathering team as they headed towards the northern mountain range. Ya, Nianqi, Mama. Halfway through their journey, the little Nwomi Tuan in the bamboo basket suddenly awoke, rubbing its sleepy eyes and immediately yearning for its mother. Nwomi Tuan, Mama is here. Are you hungry? Observing the still drowsy little Nwomi Tuan, Xiao Yujia's expression softened, extending her hand into the tiny, slightly open palm of the little one. Soft, white, and fragrant, it felt as if she were cradling a bundle of cotton. Hungry. Eat. The adorable voice nearly melted Xiao Yujia's heart once more. Unable to nurse the little Nwomi Tuan in the open, she had prepared goat's milk from the tribe's raised sheep beforehand, feeding it to the little one with a small wooden spoon. As the Nwomi Tuan savored the milk, it smacked its lips as if indulging in the finest delicacies. Jia, we have arrived. After nearly a morning's trek, the gathering team finally reached the northern mountain range. Upon arrival, the clan members adeptly navigated to the open mining site, commencing the collection and excavation of iron ore. Once Yu Sheng disembarked from the cart, she joined the females in gathering the scattered iron ore, each piece precious and not to be squandered. Their future depended on these natural resources. Xiao Yujia, on the other hand, directed Ling Yin to take her and the little Nwomi Tuan for a stroll around the vicinity, hoping to uncover other types of ores, such as gold or silver. These two ores could be fashioned into jewelry for the females or used as currency for trade. They traversed nearly halfway through the northern mountain range without encountering anything noteworthy. At that moment, Ling Yin suddenly spoke. Goddess, is that the gold mine you mentioned? Ling Yin raised a front paw, pointing to a protruding golden stone beneath them. Ling Yin, I want to go down. Xiao Yujia patted Ling Yin's back, signaling her desire to disembark. Ling Yin obediently lowered her body, allowing Xiao Yujia to descend effortlessly. Once her feet touched the ground, Xiao Yujia entrusted the little Nwomi Tuan to Ling Yin and crouched down to examine the little stone that Ling Yin had pointed out. Picking up a smaller piece, she scrutinized it closely. The surrounding gold indeed appeared to be gold, or, though it was mixed with a considerable amount of impurities. It seemed that in order to obtain gold suitable for currency, they would need to find a method to purify it. Otherwise, it could not serve as a medium of exchange. Having discovered gold ore here, Xiao Yujia could not let the opportunity slip away. She retrieved a new bamboo basket and filled it with all the accessible gold ore from the ground. Chapter 72. The Birth of Trade Currency. What is this? While collecting smaller pieces of gold ore, Xiao Yujia noticed something shimmering in front of her, seemingly beckoning her to proceed. Jia, just as she contemplated moving closer to investigate, she heard Yu Sheng's voice behind her. Jia, how did you wander so far? Yu Sheng reached Xiao Yujia and turned to glance back at the gathering team, now a mere speck in the distance. Curiosity piqued, Yu Sheng wondered how Xiao Yujia had ventured so far. If I hadn't gone far, how could I have discovered these? Xiao Yujia smiled, presenting the overflowing bamboo basket to Yu Sheng. This is gold ore. Yu Sheng exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the contents of Xiao Yujia's basket. Her mouth curled upward in an unmistakable smile, excitement bubbling forth. Yu Sheng understood that gold had numerous applications, beyond serving as jewelry material. It could also be fashioned into tableware and the highest form of currency. In antiquity, gold tableware was something only royalty could possess, and gazing at the abundant gold ore around her, Yu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of newfound wealth. Yes, this can be crafted into trade currency, Xiao Yujia nodded. However, her thoughts diverged from Yu Sheng's. She did not require tableware, furniture, or jewelry at the moment, for her bag was already filled with such items. If Yu Sheng desired some, she could share, as there was more than enough to go around. Xiao Yujia's foremost concern was resolving the issue of trade currency. In the heat of summer, food was difficult to preserve. If a bank were established, the orcs could leave the meat from their hunts, aside from what they would consume that day, and sell the remainder to the bank in exchange for trade currency. The meat acquired from the bank could be divided, with a portion given to those managing the bank while the rest stored in the city's granary for future needs. This arrangement would also apply to the 3 temples and the Lord's residence. Of course, in the initial stages, to facilitate the ongoing transactions among the clansmen. Appropriate wages would be distributed to those working in various industries. Jia, it's getting late. We should hurry back, Yu Sheng urged. All right, she nodded in agreement. As the sun began to set, Yusheng had also gathered a full basket of gold, or at the spot where Qiao Yujia had been collecting. With their baskets overflowing, they returned to the gathering point together. Meanwhile, the little Nuomi Tuan lay in the bamboo basket, carried by Ling Yin, following closely behind Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. After they departed, the object that had attracted Qiao Yujia's attention flickered twice more before vanishing from sight. Little female, are you awake? As you passed by the room, she heard sounds emanating from within. Thinking the small female resting inside had awakened, she entered with a bowl of meat soup. Who are you? Upon hearing the footsteps, he turned towards the brightest spot of light. Squinting, she vaguely discerned a slender figure, draped in a flowing purple gauze dress that swayed with the wind, resembling a celestial fairy descending to earth. Yet, regardless of her beauty, one must remain vigilant of the surrounding environment. Little female, do not be afraid. I am Huyu, sent by the Lord to attend to you. Huyu approached and placed a bowl of meat soup on a table not far from the bed, assuring Yi of her benign intentions as she was tasked with her care by the Lord. Did you save me? Yi looked at the female before her in confusion, noting that her attire resembled that of Qiao Yujia and her companions, made from materials unseen in the Beastman continent. Could it be that this female had also come from that place? However, the voice she had heard before losing consciousness was distinctly masculine. Why was a female standing here now? Just as he was lost in thought, Huyu remarked, Little female, it was not I who saved you, but the Lord. Observing Ye's inscrutable gaze, Huyu could not help but think that perhaps this little female was not quite right in the head. It was the Lord who saved her. Why was she looking at me like that? I have no interest in females. Only someone like the Lord is worthy of me. Who is the Lord you speak of? Yi disregarded Huyu's musings, her curiosity piqued by the mention of the Lord. If her assumptions were correct, this Lord must be the one who saved her. At that moment, Huyu abruptly stated, The Lord has gone out. If you're well, please eat and rest. With a glance at Yi, her tone carried a note of warning before she stormed out of the room. Jia, you're back. How'd it go? Was there any trouble? Qiao Yujia and her companions had just returned when Lin Yi approached, concerned, and bombarded them with questions. I'm fine, she replied with a smile, shaking her head. Today I discovered something wonderful. Let us visit the Lord's residence. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, accepting the bamboo basket filled with small sticky rice balls from Ling Yan. And together they walked hand in hand towards the Lord's abode. Oh dear, Yusheng, who had just descended, gazed enviously at their departing figures. Why did Lin Yi get to pick up Jia on her way home, while her own partner was nowhere to be seen? Sheng, you're back? Come here. I picked a lot of berries you like. Just as Yusheng pondered why Bai Di had not come to fetch her, he suddenly dashed over her, scooping her up and running, eliciting envy from the other bonded females nearby. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Lord's residence, Qiao Yujia immediately used fire to smelt and purify the gold or in front of the chieftain of the Shiqiu tribe, eliminating all impurities. She then crafted a thumb-sized golden sphere and a gold ingot, producing approximately 10 of each. She intended to use a currency that was not overly complicated, making it easier for the beastmen of the continent to remember. Little Yujia, what are these? The chieftain of the Shiqiu tribe asked, intrigued by the gold nuggets and ingots in Qiao Yujia's hands. These are called gold nuggets and gold ingots, which are used for trade, holding one of each. She briefly explained their purpose, confident that the chieftain would understand. So you mean these can replace animal skins for trade between beastmen from different tribes or clans? Upon hearing this, the chieftain instantly grasped her meaning, his tone growing increasingly jubilant. If these could indeed replace animal skins for trade, tribespeople could save their animal skins for winter. Although they now had cotton and other materials for the season, having additional supplies would always provide more hope. Indeed, Qiao Yujia nodded in agreement, impressed by the chieftain's quick comprehension. Then, little Yujia, please explain the uses of these in detail. The thought of saving numerous animal skins for winter filled the chieftain with extraordinary excitement. Hearing his request, Qiao Yujia elaborated on the uses and exchange rates of the gold nuggets and ingots. 1 gold ingot equated to 100 gold nuggets, which in turn was equal to 1,000 silver nuggets, while 1 gold nugget was worth 100 silver nuggets. She provided several examples of their potential value, such as a gold nugget being sufficient to forge a long knife or sword, and a gold ingot allowing one to customize a personal weapon. Although silver mines had yet to be discovered, she felt it prudent to mention these details in advance. After discussing for some time, the chieftain of the Shiqiu tribe gained a comprehensive understanding of the new trading currency. As time drew near, Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi returned to the goddess temple atop the mountain, where they dined and washed before retiring for the night. The following morning, the chieftain dispatched dozens of Beastman warriors to accompany Xiao Yujia in transporting the gold or back. Over the next 2 days, she led these warriors to retrieve gold or from the northern mountains. Once they deemed the task complete, they selected several trustworthy beastmen and females from the tribe, all capable of manipulating fire elements. After teaching them how to smelt gold nuggets and ingots, she left them to it. Fortuitously, they also discovered a silver mine in the northern mountains, thus preparing 3 different denominations of currency. During this period, she also selected several astute beastmen to manage the currency exchange within the city. The smelted gold nuggets and ingots would initially be distributed to the 3 temples and the Lord's residence, enabling them to provide currency for the tribespeople working there. In the 3 temples and the Lord's residence, those responsible for cleaning and serving would receive 100 gold nuggets monthly, while the guards would receive 150. Other establishments, such as blacksmiths and cloth shops, would have their monthly wages arranged by their respective managers. As for the Ling Yin and others residing in the Spirit Beast Academy, they would have attendants responsible for cleaning their courtyards and providing baths, with their monthly wages being distributed on a rotational basis among the 3 temples. 3 days later, at the small market in the west street of the city, Hongyu, how much are these fruits? Xian gazed longingly at the vibrant fruits displayed at Hongyu's stall, her mouth watering. Having just received 50 gold nuggets and 100 silver nuggets from the cloth shop, and with food supplies running low at home, she decided it was time to purchase some. 2 silver nuggets for a bowl of red berries. Hongyu promptly replied. So cheap. I'll take 2 bowls. Xian exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, Hongyu cheerfully filled 2 bowls and placed them into Xian's bamboo basket. 2 silver nuggets for a bowl of red berries? Why don't you go steal them? That's so expensive. Just as Hongyu finished filling Xian's order, an irritating voice pierced through. Meilon, don't speak nonsense. What I'm selling is already the cheapest. If you go to other vendors, you'll find them even pricier. Hongyu, feeling indignant, retorted, but before she could finish her words, she heard someone shouting Hong Jianghua. Hong Jianghua, a bowl of silver bean, before she could complete her sentence. The females surrounding her stall rushed over to the opposite stall, leaving only Xian behind. Hongyu, are you all right? They're being too much. I will go tell Goddess Yujia. Xian, glancing at the aggrieved expression on Hongyu's face, felt a twinge of sadness and was about to seek out Xiao Yujia to mediate. Yet before she could take a step, she was suddenly pulled back by Hongyu. Never mind, it's not worth bothering Jiajia. She has been very busy lately, and arguing with these females isn't worth the trouble. Hongyu shook her head, discouraging Xian from seeking out Xiao Yujia, not wanting to add to her burdens. All right then, but if you ever come to sell, I will definitely come every day to buy. Since Hongyu had said so, Xian had no further objections, only assuring her that she would come daily if she sold. Hongyu thanked Xian, and after that, Xian departed. In the Tianhu city, at the Lord's mansion, the priest walked slowly into the hall and saluted the Lord. Why is the priest here? Is there something amiss? The Lord, lost in thought, raised his head upon hearing the voice and was quite surprised to see the priest. Shouldn't you be at the priest's temple? What brings you here? The priest replied calmly. I have come to speak to the Lord about a matter. What matter? The Lord found the priest's arrival increasingly puzzling. This time, I wish to personally apologize to the 2 goddesses and hope the Lord can grant me permission to leave the city. The priest had been feeling uneasy ever since his daughter had harmed one of the goddesses and believed he should apologize in person. However, he worried about what would happen to Tianhu city if he left. The old priest was advanced in age, and the younger priests were not capable of managing such matters. You may go, no need to inform me. I will arrange for the rituals in the city. Upon hearing this, the Lord recalled the incident where Fei Yu had offended the 2 goddesses over trivial matters and felt it necessary to offer an apology. Otherwise, the priest might remain unsettled. Thus, he readily agreed. In the Beastman continent, the priest held authority surpassing that of a tribal chief or city lord, and such matters did not require the Lord's approval. Moreover, for a tribe or a city, the priest's ability to communicate with the beast god and guide them towards a promising future was invaluable. As for shamans, their significance could not be overstated, as they were crucial for the survival of the tribe, with knowledge of medicinal herbs that could ensure the lives of half the tribe. Both priests and shamans were among the most respected individuals within a tribe or city, even above the tribal chief and city lord. However, for priest Fei Sun, without the city lord, she would not be who she was today. Before temporarily departing, she felt it necessary to inform the city lord to ease his worries. Priest Fei Sun, I hope you can earn the forgiveness of the 2 goddesses. The city lord, Tian Xiao, watched the departing figure of Priest Fei's son, feeling an unusual sense of loneliness. He surmised that if she did not obtain the forgiveness of the two goddesses, she would likely never forgive herself, especially since her own child had offended them. If the situation were mishandled, it could spell disaster for all of Tianhu City. After receiving the city lord's permission, Priest Fei soon returned to the priest's temple to gather her necessary belongings. The following morning, she set off for the Wuhuang Plains with 3 or 4 priest apprentices, bringing along Fei Yu. There was no other reason but to ensure that Fei Yu also sought the forgiveness of the two goddesses, which she deemed essential for her own peace of mind. On the mountaintop, within the goddess temple on the Wuhuang Plains, there was little to occupy the day. Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng had entrusted all their responsibilities to the tribesfolk residing within the city. As life within the city gradually settled into a routine, the hunting teams of Beastmen no longer needed to venture out daily. They had all been integrated into the teams safeguarding the city. Each day, they took turns guarding the city, while those not on duty would gather in small groups to hunt. The spoils from their hunts were divided for the day's meals, and any surplus would be exchanged for silver at the money exchange, thereby supplementing their income. Yia, Nianqin, Mommy, the little glutinous rice ball, seated in a bamboo basket and supported by Xiao Yujia, picked up a small twig and began to scrawl clumsily on the ground. Jia, look, what is the little glutinous rice ball writing? Yu Sheng, who had been eating nearby, suddenly became curious upon seeing the 2 crooked characters and hurriedly called over the dazed Xiao Yujia. What happened? Startled from her thoughts, Xiao Yujia was momentarily disoriented, having been lost in contemplation. She noticed that the wind today seemed especially boisterous. Jia, look, Yu Sheng pointed at the ground, where the little glutinous rice ball was waving the twig excitedly. Following Yu Sheng's gesture, Xiao Yujia lowered her gaze and saw the jumbled characters formed by the little one's hand. Among them, the initial 2 characters were somewhat clearer. As she leaned in closer for a better look, she thought they resembled the character for Qin, but were not entirely legible. Little glutinous rice ball. Did you write these characters? Though she couldn't discern them, the creator of these characters surely knew their meaning. And it was time for the bond between mother and child to shine through. Yia, the little glutinous rice ball, noticing her mother's attention, eagerly nodded vigorously. You're wonderful. Glutinous rice ball. Xiao Yujia gave the little one a thumbs up. Yia, receiving her mother's encouragement, the little glutinous rice ball appeared a bit elated, displaying a proud demeanor. Can the glutinous rice ball tell mother what those 2 characters mean? The sight of the small child looking so proud made Xiao Yujia chuckle. Nevertheless, she gently inquired about the meaning behind the characters. Nianqin, Mommy. Looking at the 2 crooked characters she had drawn with the twig, the little glutinous rice ball wished for praise from her mother, repeating the words until she finally articulated them clearly. Glutinous rice ball, what did you say? Hearing the last 2 words, Xiao Yujia was taken aback. Jia, just now, did the little glutinous rice ball say Mommy? Yu Sheng, who had been nearby, was equally astonished upon hearing the words, unable to articulate his surprise. This little one is barely over a month old. How could she speak so clearly? Moreover, her first clear words were directed at her mother. This is simply astonishing. It seemed that in the little glutinous rice ball's heart, her mother held a weightier place than her father. Indeed, Xiao Yujia, still in a daze from the little one's words, was uncertain. The child is so small. How could she suddenly speak? Is this a talent of the little glutinous rice ball? But isn't this talent a bit too sudden? Mommy. Noticing that both Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were lost in thought, the little glutinous rice ball called out in mild displeasure. Nomi Tuan, did you just call me mother? This time, Xiao Yujia clearly heard it, yet she still found it hard to believe. Oh, how delightful. Little Nomi Tuan, upon seeing her mother's astonished expression, nodded vigorously once more. How wonderful. Our little Nuomi Tuan has learned to call me mother. This is truly splendid. Observing the little one nodding, Xiao Yujia was overwhelmed with joy. Her little Nuomi Tuan could now speak, and she suddenly felt that this gift had come at the perfect moment. Indeed, perhaps it is also time to teach the tribe about written language. Given the current season, there was no need to store food, and many tribe members had free time. She could begin with those closest to her. She would first teach Lin Yi and Chief Shiqiao, and then select a group of the more intelligent tribe members to learn and subsequently teach the rest of the tribe. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yujia glanced at her little Nuomi Tuan and suddenly had an epiphany. She rose from her seat while holding the little one. Jia, what is wrong? Yuxing, still immersed in the surprise of little Nuomi Tuan's speech, was startled. Sheng, I know what I want to teach the tribe. What is it? Xiao Yujia's sudden enthusiasm caught Yuxing off guard. leaving her bewildered as she gazed at the radiant Xiao Yujia. To teach the tribe to recognize characters. Xiao Yujia proclaimed with fervor, her entire being illuminated as if bathed in a radiant white light. Recognize characters? Before Yuxing could process this, Xiao Yujia had already placed little Nuami Tuan back in the basket, and, seizing the basket, pulled Yuxing along as they hurried down the mountain. At the city lord's mansion, Yujia, Sheng, what brings you here? Upon arriving at the mansion, Fu Xiang, who was coming out from the living room to head to the vegetable garden, saw the breathless Yuxing being dragged by Xiao Yujia. She was immediately curious about their unexpected visit. Aunt Fu Xiang, is Chief Shiqiu here? Fu Xiang observed Xiao Yujia, who appeared calm and composed despite their shared frailness, and wondered why Yuxing was panting heavily while Xiao Yujia was unfazed. Yujia, Chief Shiqiu is not in the city lord's mansion. He has gone to the Beast God Temple. I understand. Thank you, Aunt Fu Xiang. Oh my, thank you. After learning of Chief Shiqiu's whereabouts from Fu Xiang and expressing her gratitude, they dashed toward the Beast God Temple, with little Nomituan also murmuring a thank you to Fu Xiang, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Did little Nomituan just say thank you to me? It seems so. Oh my, little Nomituan can talk. I must quickly share this wonderful news with the tribe. Although little Nomituan's thank you was not loud, the local inhabitants of Beastman continent, both male and female, possessed equally sharp hearing. When Fu Xiang heard the little one say thank you, she paused in surprise but quickly regained her composure. Suddenly, it dawned on her that since Xiao Yujia was a divine maiden, little Nuamituan must also possess some extraordinary traits, which was not surprising. Fu Xiang thought this exhilarating news should not be kept to herself, but shared with the tribe. Thus, she abandoned her vegetable picking and hurriedly ran out to spread the news to the tribe members still within the city. At the Beast God Temple, after yet another bout of vigorous exercise, Yuxing was utterly exhausted and plopped down outside the temple's grand entrance. Sheng, are you all right? Xiao Yujia turned to look at the panting Yuxing. She knew she had perhaps overdone it, but it also served as a test. Yuxing, like her, bore scales, yet she seemed unchanged. While she had already given birth, if this was a sign of impending motherhood, why had Yuxing not changed at all? Hearing Xiao Yujia's gentle voice, Yuxing caught her breath and shook her head. Jia, I'm fine. You should go speak with Chief Shiqiu. Don't let me hold you back. She truly felt fine, but the exertion had been a bit much, and she needed a moment to rest. She didn't want to impede Xiao Yujia from discussing important matters with Chief Shiqiu. All right then, take a moment to rest. Since Yuxing had said so, Xiao Yujia felt there was no need to insist further. After all, she realized she had pushed Yuxing too hard. Observing Yuxing's fatigued state, Xiao Yujia allowed her to rest there and proceeded into the grand hall of the Beast God Temple. Great Shaman, Chief Shiqiu. Xiao Yujia entered slowly, just in time to see the Great Shaman and Chief Shiqiu conversing in the lower hall. Yujia, you've arrived. Come, take a seat. The Great Shaman, upon noticing Xiao Yujia approaching, promptly had someone bring her a chair. After placing little Noami Tuan on the chair, Xiao Yujia, with a hint of excitement, declared, Great Shaman, Chief Shiqiu, I'm here to share some wonderful news. What wonderful news, Yujia? Chief Shiqiu inquired with keen interest, while the Great Shaman also appeared intrigued. In Xiao Yujia's eyes, they appeared this way, but in truth, both the Great Shaman and Chief Shiqiu believed that anything conceived by the Divine Maiden was of great value. What? Recognizing characters? Xiao Yujia expressed her desire to teach the tribe to read and write. To her surprise, the Great Shaman and Chief Shiqiu were utterly astonished. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Yujia pondered. In reality, she had not erred. The news was simply too shocking for them. According to their traditions, at the dawn of the Beastman continent, the Beast God had indeed taught a select few Beastmen how to write. However, after those Beastmen formed their respective tribes and eventually passed away, the writing taught by the Beast God had vanished, never to be seen again. Yujia, you truly wish to teach us to read? The Great Shaman, still reeling from the shock of Xiao Yujia's proposal, asked uncertainly. Of course. Only when everyone can read will we be able to communicate better. What we say can also be recorded in writing. This is a precious legacy to pass down to our descendants. Indeed, for Xiao Yujia, this was the most invaluable treasure, more precious than gold or jewels. Written language could preserve much more than mere knowledge. It could document events and be compiled for future generations to study and admire. Surely, in the world before, our ancestors thought the same, and they succeeded. People today have indeed gleaned much from the records left by their forebears. Yet, some fail to utilize this knowledge, which is truly disheartening for our ancestors. Then let us make arrangements. It would be unwise to teach too many at once. I believe the young ones will be just right. What do you think, Yujia? Chief Shichio concurred with Xiao Yujia's thoughts, recognizing the wisdom in her words. If the tribe members within the city could all read and write, it would indeed facilitate many future endeavors. However, the adult orc males and females are mostly preoccupied. Thus, the significant responsibility must fall upon the young cubs within the city. Chapter 74. Rice, I share the same sentiment. The chief of the Shichio tribe and I have arrived at a mutual understanding. Xiao Yujia smiled lightly. The chief of the Shichio tribe was correct. The adult orcs and females are quite busy, and there are not many who can spare time for learning. It is better to place our hopes upon the young cubs within the city. They are currently in the optimal stage for learning and can better retain the knowledge they acquire. However, the extent of their learning ultimately relies on the cubs themselves. Since Yujia also finds this approach commendable, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With both having reached a consensus, the chief of the Shichio tribe stood up to organize matters. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to Xiao Yujia and said, "But, Yujia, do take care of your health." "Thank you for your concern, Chief," she replied with a slight smile, grateful for his attentiveness. In the city, she kept a mental note of who cared and who feigned concern. One day, she would cleanse the city of all dissidents. With that, Xiao Yujia stated her resolve. And the chief of the Shichio tribe simply nodded before continuing his way out of the beast god temple. Since our discussion has concluded, I shall not intrude any longer. Great shaman, please rest well. All right, I understand. Yujia, you should also take care to rest. Understood. Thank you for your concern, great shaman. As the chief of the Shichio tribe exited the beast god temple, Xiao Yujia reminded the great shaman to take care of himself before leaving the temple as well. Jujia, how did it go? Have matters been settled? Upon seeing Xiao Yujia emerge from the beast god temple, Yu Sheng hurriedly approached to inquire about the outcome of the discussion. The chief of the Shichio tribe has agreed. He will make arrangements regarding this matter. We must quickly return and prepare the teaching materials. Observing Yu Sheng's eager expression, Xiao Yujia shared the exhilarating news and urged Yu Sheng to hasten back to prepare the educational resources. Agreed. Hearing this, Yu Sheng felt elated, realizing this would facilitate communication through written language. However, upon reflection, she seemed to sense a flaw in the plan and posed her question, "But Jujia, there aren't any teaching materials available here. Where will we find them?" Yu Sheng expressed her confusion regarding the lack of resources available for their needs. Could it be that we must go in the nude? You're being foolish. Use what is here. Xiao Yujia gently tapped Yu Sheng's forehead, pointing to her own head, making her intention clear. All the knowledge they needed was stored within their minds. Should they forget it and return it to the teacher, there would be little they could do. If this were the case, Yu Sheng would have to start learning alongside the young cubs in the city. I understand. Xiao Yujia's words instantly enlightened Yu Sheng. The knowledge they had previously acquired was retained in their minds, and they could certainly teach the young cubs how to read and write based on that. It's good that you understand. Let us hurry back. Noting Yu Sheng's newfound clarity, Xiao Yujia urged her to return quickly, as they had much to accomplish in the time ahead. All right, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng exchanged smiles, walking side by side under the blazing sun. After walking a short distance, they overheard some gossip among the tribespeople. Hey, have you heard? That female from the Meichao tribe named Mylan fell into the water last night and got completely soaked. Huh, is that true? Of course it is. I saw it with my own eyes. A few females not far away were discussing the incident involving Mylan from the Meichao tribe. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Yujia, who had intended to continue walking, abruptly halted. Regardless of anything else, this tribe could be considered an ally under her command. Recently, due to the matter of the little sticky rice ball, she had paid little attention to the Meichao tribe. Since she had overheard this, she decided to pause and listen. Jujia, why did you stop? Yu Sheng, noticing Xiao Yujia's sudden halt, looked on in confusion. Sure, let us wait a moment. Seeing Yu Sheng's puzzled expression, Xiao Yujia placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet for a moment longer. The sudden silence allowed Yu Sheng to catch the gossip floating around them. Various tales were being shared. Ladies, I have wonderful news for you all. Fu Xiang, having shared her story with a few familiar females nearby, rushed over to share that she had heard the little sticky rice ball speak today. Fu Xiang, what is it that has you so jubilant? Just as Fu Xiang finished speaking, one of the females approached her. This female was Luo Ru, the chief's mate from the Meichao tribe, known for her grace and beauty, making her a fitting partner for the chief. Shortly after the Meichao tribe joined, Fu Xiang and Luo Ru became acquainted, as they found common ground, and their relationship remained amicable to this day. I tell you, just now, when Yuja went to the City Lord Mansion to find the chief of the Shichiyo tribe, I distinctly heard the little sticky rice ball say thank you. Fu Xiang recounted the incident with such passion that the surrounding females were left speechless in astonishment. Is that true? Could you have misheard? The little sticky rice ball is so young. Upon hearing Fu Xiang's words, Luo Ru expressed her disbelief, considering how small the sticky rice ball was. It seemed improbable for it to articulate such a phrase. How could I possibly deceive you? Fu Xiang, sensing Luo Ru's skepticism, grew anxious. Jia, that sounds like Aunt Fu Xiang's voice. Hearing a familiar tone from the small gathering ahead, Xiao Yujia perked up. It was indeed Aunt Fu Xiang's voice. Yes, I heard it too. As soon as Xiao Yujia caught wind of the discussion surrounding the little sticky rice ball, she had already paid attention to the speaker. She had not anticipated that while leaving the City Lord's mansion, Aunt Fu Xiang would overhear the little sticky rice ball say thank you and spread the news. She wondered whether this would bode well or ill for the little sticky rice ball in the future. Sheng, let us go. We have much to accomplish starting tomorrow. Having listened enough, Xiao Yujia pulled Yu Sheng towards the goddess temple. As they reached the bridge, they parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. In the Tianfu tribe, atop the mountain peaks, Yi had spent a night resting there. Upon waking early this morning, he had already begun surveying the surroundings of the palace. The sun had already set, and having familiarized himself with the area, he felt confident that, despite being surrounded by mountains, using his ability to control the flora and fauna, escaping from this place should not prove difficult. You're awake? It seems you rested well. As he approached the edge of a grove, a gentle voice like flowing water reached his ears. Who are you? Startled by the unexpected voice, Yi instinctively grew cautious. Lifting his gaze to see a man clad in an elegant black robe, draped with a sheer black veil, his stunning visage exuding an air of mystery. Jiu Xiaocheng. May I ask how to address you, my lady? Jiu Xiaocheng observed Yi from a short distance, noting her decent figure and average beauty, yet not unattractive, which sparked a fleeting sense of self-deprecation within him. I am called Yi. Upon hearing Jiu Xiaocheng introduce himself, Yi reciprocated politely by sharing her own name. Simultaneously, the figure of the man before her overlapped with that of the one who had rescued her. Yeah? What a lovely name, Jiu Xiaocheng remarked with a slight smile, observing the blossoming joy on Ye's face. My lord, so you are here, came the voice of Hu Yu from behind, still savoring the sound of Ye's name. My lord, before reaching Jiu Xiaocheng's side, Hu Yu feigned to stumble, gracefully collapsing into his embrace, her voice dripping with sweetness. Yi, please rest well, I shan't disturb you. As Hu Yu approached, Jiu Xiaocheng wrapped an arm around her slender waist, advising Yi to take care before leading Hu Yu away in the opposite direction. With that appearance, you dare to vie for my lord's affection. As Hu Yu passed by Yi, she shot her a fierce glare, warning Yi to be cautious. It was clear that Hu Yu recognized her own allure and resented anyone attempting to steal her lord's favor. Ye? Perjiving Hu Yu's malevolent gaze. Felt a singular thought arise. Hu Yu exuded a sense of danger. Yet, she was at a loss, believing she had done nothing to provoke her ire. Unbeknownst to Yi, her mere presence had already instilled a sense of crisis within Hu Yu. The evening breeze, kissed by moonlight, brought a refreshing reprieve to the sweltering summer night, marking the passage of yet another day. Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng had prepared a few simple lessons the night before. After finishing breakfast, they set off from the goddess palace. The initiative to teach the clan members literacy had been a last-minute decision, hence the classroom was still under construction. Today, they chose the altar square in front of the beast god temple as their teaching venue. Greetings, esteemed goddesses. Upon reaching the altar square, the two heard the collective cheerful greetings from the young cubs within the city. Greetings, Xiao Yujia replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging the young ones. They organized everyone to sit on benches, while the still uncast Beastman cubs settled on the ground. After counting the number of seated cubs, they noted that both the Hushao tribe and the Mei Miao tribe were represented, totaling 10 Beastman cubs and 4 female cubs, 14 in all. This starkly highlighted the concerning gender imbalance on the Beastman continent. For their first lesson, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng opted for simplicity, beginning with the basics of the numbers 1 through 3. Xiao Yujia did not wish to overwhelm the young cubs with excessive learning, so they focused on teaching the numbers 1 to 10 repeatedly. Those cubs struggling to keep pace received extra attention from both her and Yu Sheng, for overburdening them could lead to the opposite effect, much like in her previous world. From morning until the late afternoon, The square resonated with the cubs' clear, melodious reading. Passers-by, if unhurried, would pause to join in their learning. The parents of these diligent cubs felt immense pride witnessing their children's earnest study. For having the two goddesses as teachers was their greatest fortune. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Remember to diligently recall what you've learned today, Xiao Yujia instructed. The cubs responded eagerly, and after assigning their homework, she sent them off to their respective homes. After tidying up the altar square, the two headed home. Jia, you're back. Upon her return, Xiao Yujia was enveloped in a warm embrace from Lin Yi. What's wrong? You seem a bit down, she observed, sensing his unusual mood despite his cheerful greeting. Did you teach those little ones to read today? Lin Yi inquired, revealing his discontent. While returning from a hunt with the guard team, he had heard the cubs' enthusiastic reading from the square, and honestly, he felt a twinge of jealousy that his partner hadn't taught him first. Come now, don't be upset. I'll teach you after dinner. What are you? A little spoiled, darling? Xiao Yujia reassured him, gently patting his back. What's a little spoiled, darling? Lin Yi asked, confused by her term. As she comforted him, Xiao Yujia spotted Teng Shuo in the background and quickly led Lin Yi aside, explaining the term while guiding him toward the kitchen. On her way out, she discreetly tossed Teng Shuo a small porcelain vial, having noticed his pallid complexion. All right, sit here and wait. I'll prepare dinner today. She firmly placed Lin Yi onto a nearby chair, handing him a basket filled with glutinous rice dumplings before turning to the stove. What's this? Rice. Chapter 75. Delicious staple food. Xiao Yujia gasped at the sight of the bamboo basket brimming with rice. She carefully examined a cluster of rice ears, their golden grains revealing small, plump white kernels within. Leaning in for a closer sniff, she detected a distinct aroma wafting from them. Indeed, this is rice, the fragrant variety, she exclaimed. But I wonder how it tastes? She approached Lin Yi, placing the basket before him with palpable excitement. Where did you find this rice? Rice? This? Lin Yi, now familiar with a new term from Xiao Yujia, was somewhat perplexed but understood what she meant by her gestures. However, on the Beastman continent, this golden treasure was referred to as Li Li Gua. Yes. Xiao Yujia nodded vigorously. This is called Li Li Gua. Is rice the term from the beast goddess world? Lin Yi, though unsure why she referred to it as rice, found it acceptable if that was how it was named in the realm of the beast god. With this thought, he dismissed the distinction between Li Li Gua and rice. Xiao Yujia felt a moment of awkwardness at Lin Yi's mention of the beast goddess terminology, but nodded nonetheless. After all, while she did not deny the beast god's existence, she felt no personal acquaintance with him, leading her to harbor a hint of skepticism at Lin Yi's sudden mention. Lin Yi, sensing the tension, did not dwell on the matter, but instead informed Xiao Yujia of the location where the Li Li Gua was found. This Li Li Gua was discovered by the Beastmen in the southern woods during their hunt with the guard team. The southern woods? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Wasn't that where a vast array of spiritual fruits had been found? Why had no one noticed it before? It seemed everyone had been too captivated by the allure of the spiritual fruits. Recalling that during the discovery of the spiritual fruits, they had been hesitant to pick them due to uncertainty about their edibility, it was the arrival of a passing bird that had provided clarity to their doubts. It seems as though everything has been preordained by fate. Lin Yi nodded and remarked that in the southern woods, by a small river, there grows an abundance of such grains. This was discovered yesterday when he led a hunting party of beastmen through the southern forest. While everyone knew that these grains could not be consumed, birds and beasts feasted upon them with delight. Thus, Lin Yi collected a full basket for Xiao Yujia, as their inability to consume them did not imply that she lacked knowledge of how to eat them. There were many. Wouldn't that mean they could be savored for some time? Even if they couldn't last long, it would still allow the beastmen and females within the city to indulge in something new. Observing the joy on Xiao Yujia's face, Lin Yi couldn't help but inquire. Jia, do you know how to eat the grains? Of course. Xiao Yujia replied excitedly upon hearing Lin Yi's question. As a child of the 21st century from Huaxia, how could she not know how to consume rice? However, Lin Yi's inquiry piqued her curiosity. Could it be that the inhabitants of the Beastman continent were unaware of how to eat rice? Although she had an inkling, she couldn't resist asking Lin Yi, do you all not know how to consume the grains? She initially intended to mention rice, but recalling that it had a different name here, she opted for Li Li Gua, thinking it more fitting for this world. Lin Yi responded with an continuing to explain that many beastmen and females who consumed these grains would subsequently visit the beast god. Ever since incidents occurred involving beastmen and females consuming the grains, no one dared to harvest them anymore. although birds and avian beastmen relish them. In the Beastman continent, despite the fondness of birds and avian beastmen for these grains, other beast tribes refrain from attempting to consume them after the aforementioned incidents. The consequences range from internal injuries to potentially fatal outcomes. Thus, the grains are classified by the beastmen as inedible. Lin Yi, when you consume them, do you not remove the grain husks? With Lin Yi's silence, Qiao Yujia confirmed that the beastmen of this continent indeed did not remove the husks, resulting in throat injuries when swallowed. Even if consumed, forcing them down would harm the internal organs. The medical knowledge on the Beastman continent was not advanced, and their faith in the beast god was profound. Thus, even with internal injuries, no remedy was available, and survival depended entirely on the will of the beast god. Yet, even deities do not interfere with worldly affairs. Surviving by fortune was a blessing from the beast god, while lacking such luck meant meeting the beast god. I know how to eat the grains, but this basket is insufficient. Tomorrow, you must take me and the gathering team to see that place. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Qiao Yujia felt a twinge of impatience. This once robust man seemed to have transformed since she gave birth to the little glutinous rice dumpling, almost resembling a fragile porcelain doll. All right, with her words, Lin Yi finally showed a hint of spirit, managing to force a smile. At that moment, the well-rested little dumpling also stirred awake in agreement. Simultaneously, in the dungeon, Teng Shuo, whose complexion had previously appeared pale, had consumed the elixir given by Qiao Yujia and now looked significantly better. Yeah. Teng Shuo gazed longingly towards the dungeon door, his eyes filled with tenderness, although his delicate features seemed somewhat incongruous. As the morning breeze felt trivial compared to the scorching summer sun, after breakfast, Qiao Yujia, alongside Lin Yi, led the gathering team of females once more into the southern woods. Their previous expeditions had focused on collecting spiritual fruits, but this time, their aim was to allow their kin within the city to experience the allure of staple food. Furthermore, with staple food, the beastman's consumption of meat would decrease, allowing wildlife in the forest a chance to recuperate. Overhunting disrupts the ecological balance of nature. Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi traversed approximately a morning's journey, which was closer than their previous trek from a cave. Goddess, are we here to collect spiritual fruits? Inquired a female from the gathering team, recalling this familiar spot. However, upon reflection, there was something amiss. Wasn't there still a significant amount of spiritual fruit in the city's granary? No, Qiao Yujia shook her head. Her purpose today was not to harvest the spiritual fruits that grew here, but to follow the small river downstream to where the rice grew. What is that? The female seemed perplexed, questioning if there was anything else besides the spiritual fruits. You will know when we arrive, Qiao Yujia replied, choosing not to disclose the details, yet, and instead directed Lin Yi to lead the way. If she revealed too soon that the grains were edible, no one would believe her. It was better to take everyone there first to harvest the grains. Look, isn't that the grains? Before they even reached the rice fields, an observant female spotted the patches of rice flourishing by the riverbank. It really seems to be. Some females from the gathering team appeared uncertain. It is indeed the grains, but they are inedible. What is the goddess bringing us here for? Questioned another, suggesting that Qiao Yujia intended to lead them into danger. Upon hearing such comments, Xian emerged from behind, vehemently retorting, how could the goddess harm us? Meilon, do not speak recklessly. If not, then why would the goddess bring us to harvest the grains? Meilon countered without fear. Yes, consuming those grains could lead one to meet the beast god. With some females around agreeing, Meilon's expression grew even more smug. Meilon, do not speak nonsense. If you do not trust the goddess, you can return right now. After some females supported Meilon's vile words, Xian stormed off towards Qiao Yujia. Exactly. If you don't trust the goddess, you should leave now. As Xian departed, a large number of females echoed her sentiment, believing that Meilon merely sought to oppose the goddess. Such a female was one that others wished to reprimand. She should not be allowed to remain in the city, but should be driven out instead. Wow, what vast expanse! Upon reaching the site, Qiao Yujia was exhilarated to see the nearly endless rice fields before her. This meant not only could the beastmen and females in the city enjoy a fresh delicacy, but also that they could save some seeds to plant in the coming spring, yielding a greater harvest in autumn. However, to ensure that there would be enough surplus to eat daily, they would need to work diligently. Qiao Yujia had anticipated finding grain crops in the Beastman continent, which is why she had instructed the beastmen at the blacksmith shop to prepare the necessary sickles. While beastmen could use their half-beast claws, frequent transformation could affect the female stamina, so these sickles were specifically crafted for them. After distributing the sickles to ensure that each female was equipped, Xiao Yujia organized everyone to commence harvesting the rice. As dusk approached, the gathering team of females, along with a few beastmen, had filled all the carts they had brought. Thankfully, one cart was left for the females to ride in, or else it would have been uncertain how they would return. The goddesses returned, quickly, to the city gates, as the orc's voice echoed loudly atop the city walls. The heavy gates were pushed open by 2 or 3 orc warriors, allowing the gathering team of orcs and females to march in with great enthusiasm. Since the freshly harvested rice could not be consumed immediately, Xiao Yujia took the design blueprint of the threshing machine and visited the carpenter's workshop to find sure. Nearly a week was spent constructing the threshing machine. During this time, Xiao Yujia was preoccupied with the females spreading the rice out to dry in the plaza, leaving the task of teaching the young cubs to read solely to Yusheng. After another week, the threshing machine was used to remove the husks from over 100 pounds of harvested rice. With the arrival of new food today, the orcs and females within the city gathered once again in the plaza to prepare their meal. As night fell, the delightful aromas of roasted meat and radish soup blended with the rich fragrance of rice filled the air. How delicious! It was simply exquisite. Finally tasting the long-awaited rice, both Xiao Yujia and Yusheng exclaimed in unison. The orcs were somewhat taken aback by the suddenly plump grains before them. However, encouraged by Xiao Yujia and Yusheng's lead, some brave orcs began to fill their bowls with fragrant rice and savor it alongside roasted meat. Delicious, truly delectable. As one orc's praise echoed, more and more orcs and females were tempted to try. How delightful! Who knew the grains could taste so good? It had been such a waste before. Indeed, with each exclamation of delight, those who hesitated were emboldened to taste as well. Without exception, the remarks were all variations of how delicious it was and how they had wasted it in the past. Dinner passed amidst these joyful praises. Gu Jiafeng, I thank you for your hospitality and care. My wounds have nearly healed, so I shall not overstay my welcome. Observing that her injuries had almost mended, Yi wished to bid farewell to Jiu Shaochen. After all, they were not very familiar, and it felt inappropriate to linger after staying for so long. She intended to say her goodbyes and return home. However, this time, Yi was not going back to confess, but rather to find a way to bind Mei and escape together to a place where neither orcs nor females would discover them. In time, Mei would surely forget about that detestable female, Xiao Yujia, and they could have many offspring together, spending their remaining days in a secluded place away from orcs and females. Since the young lady is determined to leave, I shall not insist. I only hope she remains safe on her journey. Understanding that Yi was resolute in her decision to return, Zhou Shaochen did not plan to keep her any longer. If he were to hold on to Yi, how could he accompany her into that grand city? Only by successfully entering that city could he bring back the 2 renowned goddesses of this world. Thus, the elixir could also be successfully concocted. Chapter 76, Arriva al Encounter. A surge of emotion? Exhausted. Mother, shall we not return? After nearly a month of travel, Fei Xuan and her companions, guided by the previously encountered apprentice priest, were only an afternoon's journey from Wuhuang Plain. At that moment, Fei Yue suddenly voiced her desire to turn back and leaned into her partner's embrace, her eyes pleading with Fei Xuan. The thud of her staff striking the ground resonated in the hearts of all the apprentice priests, who could clearly sense Fei Xuan's anger, and it was quite severe. Observing Fei Yue's delicate posture nestled against her partner, Fei Xuan could not help but scold. No. Mother, I truly cannot go on. Fei Yue whined, elongating her final syllable in a bid to charm her mother into returning. To her surprise, Fei Xuan merely huffed in response and continued walking forward. Upon sensing her mother's fury, Fei Yue trembled in her partner's embrace, realizing that her simple wish to return had provoked such ire from her mother. Previously, her mother had always been indulgent, providing her with the best. However, ever since their return from that small tribe, Fei Xuan had confined her to their room, allowing her to see no one but the apprentice priests who brought food daily. Now, compelled to journey to a desolate place, she was forced to walk such a long distance without her partner carrying her. If you do not wish to continue, then stay here and feed the beasts. After a stretch of walking, Fei Xuan, noticing that Fei Yue had fallen behind, abruptly halted, casting a harsh remark over her shoulder before continuing to follow the apprentice priest forward. As soon as those words left her lips, Fei Yue glanced around, sensing the surrounding forest had become particularly perilous. Mother, wait for me. The more she thought about the danger, the more urgent it became. She quickly broke free from her partner's embrace and hurried after Fei Xuan. Her partner, Shun Ming, observed her urgency but said nothing, silently trailing behind. He knew she harbored a deep fear of beasts. Even though she could transform, she only wielded her power over other females. What could he do about the partner he had chosen? Of course, he would prioritize her feelings. Little did he know that soon his perspective would shift due to a single remark from Qiao Yujia. Mother dear, Nianji, Nianji, because the young cubs had demonstrated commendable progress in their studies. Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng decided to grant the little ones a 2-day respite. With a day free of responsibilities, she resolved to teach the little glutinous rice dumpling some simple words, starting with learning to call out names. Each word was taught with great care. Yet the young dumpling remained too small, resulting in somewhat unclear pronunciation despite earnest effort. One was teaching diligently, while the other was learning earnestly, so much so that Lin Yi approached from behind without being noticed. Jejia, this is the fruit I picked for you. Lin Yi placed the freshly washed red berries on the stone table in the pavilion. Ah, thank you. Upon seeing the red berries arranged on the table, Qiao Yujia paused her interaction with the little dumpling, turning her gaze to Lin Yi with a slight smile of gratitude. Lin Yi acknowledged her with a hum and sat beside her. Glutinous rice dumpling, this is your father. As Lin Yi settled beside her, Qiao Yujia gently patted his shoulder, guiding the little dumpling to acknowledge him. Didi, hearing her mother's voice, the little dumpling responded cheerfully. However, the way it called out father brought immense joy to Qiao Yujia. Glutinous rice dumpling, its father, not Didi. Observing the playful demeanor of the little dumpling, Qiao Yujia feigned anger as she corrected its pronunciation. Mother is scolding me. The little dumpling fell silent, on the verge of tears. All right, it's fine. The glutinous rice dumpling is still small. Lin Yi, witnessing the little one's expression, felt a pang of sympathy and intended to dissuade Qiao Yujia, suggesting they let it be since the cub was still young and it was normal not to speak clearly. Just as he finished speaking, the little dumpling suddenly chimed in with a clear, albeit not entirely standard, voice, interrupting Qiao Yujia's thoughts of reprimanding Lin Yi. Didi, yeah. The little one grew increasingly animated, its face glowing with excitement. Once again, Qiao Yujia was utterly enchanted by the adorable glutinous rice dumpling. All right, I will let you off this time, but you must study hard next time. Qiao Yujia smiled, thinking to herself that the child was still young and there was no need to push so hard. Little did she know that when her son was born, Lin Yi would not appear as a kind father. Yeah. The little glutinous rice dumpling, seeing her mother happy, also broke into a smile. Her crescent-shaped brows and eyes were as beautiful as the crescent moon in the sky. At last, they arrived outside the city gate, utterly exhausted. As they approached the city gate, Fiue suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into her partner's embrace, yearning for a moment of respite. Fei Xuan gazed at the towering city walls, contemplating that they must be the handiwork of the 2 divine maidens, her respect for these legendary figures swelling within her heart. Originally, they were following the directions of a priest apprentice to the caves where the Huxiao tribe had once lived. However, upon arrival, they discovered that aside from a row of bamboo houses, there was not a single orc in sight. It was one of the priest apprentices who spotted wild vegetables growing outside the former tribe's territory, suggesting that the 2 divine maidens might still be in the Wuhuang Plain. As the current priest of Tianhu City, Fei Xuan promptly sought guidance from the beast god regarding the current residence of the 2 divine maidens. Following the beast god's directions, they arrived beneath the city walls. Just as Fiue, who had been languishing in her partner's arms, suddenly spotted something, she dashed out of her partner's embrace. Hey! Ming attempted to stop her, but could only watch as she sprinted forward. Tianyao, I finally found you. Do you know how much I've missed you this past month? However, before she could finish her sentence, Tianyao, who had just returned after completing the tasks assigned by Qiao Yujia, saw Fei Yue and hastily ran into the city without looking back. Seeing Tianyao flee at the sight of her, Fei Yue furiously stamped her feet on the ground, creating small craters on the surface. Ayu, are you alright? Ming observed her nearly worn-out beast hide and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her from continuing her frustrated stomping. Fei Yue, seeing Ming approach, softened and melted into his arms, her tone dripping with sweetness. Ming, if you can help me catch Tianyao and bring him back to Tianhu City, I will bear your offspring. What do you say? Ming, enchanted by her tenderness, dazedly agreed to Fei Yue's request. As he turned to enter the city, he was suddenly halted by an orc atop the city wall. Halt! Which tribe do you belong to? Since Fei Yue was a female of the Tianhu tribe, Shi Ming, completely entranced, transformed into his beast form without a second thought. A 7-meter-long giant serpent loomed before the gathered orcs. The orcs atop the wall were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the serpent. For although not every serpent orc was a natural drifter, their combat prowess surpassed that of orcs from any other race. One of the orcs quickly regained composure and shouted, "Go summon Lord Lin Yi." At this command, an orc dashed down the wall, racing towards the temple of the divine maidens atop the mountain. "Lord Lin Yi, divine maidens. Trouble is at hand. A serpent orc has come." Before long, the orc reached the pavilion outside the temple and reported the events to Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia. Upon hearing the orc's report, Lin Yi remained silent, shifting his gaze to Xiao Yujia. "Let's go take a look. I also wish to stretch my legs." She smiled gently and nodded at Lin Yi. Although she claimed to want to go out for a stroll, her true desire was to see serpent orcs on the Beastman continent, aside from Lin Yi. "All right." Lin Yi nodded, scooping up the mother and daughter, and, after partially transforming, raced down the mountain. Just as the orc was still in a daze, he realized that Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi had vanished from sight. "It's not my fault for being slow. It's all Lord Lin Yi's fault for being too fast," the orc thought, gritting his teeth to follow hastily. "Lord Lin Yi, Divine Moiden." The orcs atop the wall greeted Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia as they approached. They merely nodded in acknowledgement to the gathered orc warriors, then shifted their attention to the serpent orc outside the city gate. "Lin Yi, go test the waters, but be cautious," Xiao Yujia instructed, descending from Lin Yi's grasp while cradling the little glutinous rice dumpling. Lin Yi acknowledged her request and transformed into a massive serpent several dozen meters long, positioning himself before the beast-transformed Shi Ming. "Divine Maiden, here are the mushrooms you requested." Just then, Tianyao appeared seemingly out of nowhere, offering the bamboo basket in his hands to Xiao Yujia. "Ah, thank you." Xiao Yujia accepted the basket from Tianyao, examining its contents. She discovered it was filled with edible mushrooms, devoid of any brightly colored poisonous varieties. It seemed that not every orc tribe on the Beastman continent avoided wild mushrooms. Some tribes situated far from the 4 major cities, having never encountered them, remained unaware that the wild delicacies from the forest were indeed edible. However, through this encounter with Tianyao, it became clear that the orcs from the cities beyond the Wuhuang Plain, although they still consumed raw food, at least knew to cook it over fire for simple preparation. "Divine Moiden," Tianyao called out to the silent Xiao Yujia, seemingly unsure of himself. "What is it?" Xiao Yujia looked at the somewhat flustered Tianyao, wondering if she was seeing things. Why did Tianyao seem so bashful today? "That is our current priest of Tianhu City, Fei Xuan, and the mother of Fei Yue." Tianyao pointed towards a young female, surrounded by a few priest apprentices, dressed in coarse white linen and draped in a white cloak. "Fei Xuan, the current priest of Tianhu City, Fei Yue's mother?" Xiao Yujia followed Tianyao's finger and indeed spotted the young female at the center of the gathering. She possessed an enchanting appearance, with features reminiscent of Fei Yue. "Is that one of the divine maidens?" Just as Xiao Yujia glanced over, Fei Xuan noticed her. Upon raising her gaze to the figure atop the city wall, Fei Xuan immediately sensed that the female standing there was extraordinary. Perhaps she was indeed one of the legendary divine maidens. However, Fei Xuan did not linger on Xiao Yujia for long, redirecting her attention to Tianyao beside her. When she observed the gem-like red scales on Tianyao's forehead, her expression turned to one of shock. That was the oath of the guardian, shaped by the one being protected. She had always thought it was merely a legend, never expecting to see it manifested on Tianyao. That cunning female, in the blink of an eye, "My brother Tianyao has been snatched away again." Observing from the wall, Fei Yue caught sight of Xiao Yujia and shot her a fierce glare, wishing she could bore a hole through her with her eyes. What does that glare mean? Is she not worried about ruining her eyes by staring at me like that? Or is this what they call a rivalry, where the sight of a love rival stirs deep emotions? As soon as Xiao Yujia's gaze shifted away from Fei Xuan, she felt the malevolent glare emanating from Fei Yue. She couldn't help but wonder if her current demeanor would lead to any misfortune. Moreover, if the person she cherished did not reciprocate her feelings, should she not let go? If there is no affection, why should one insist? A fruit that is forcibly picked is seldom sweet. After casting a disdainful glance at Fei Yue, Xiao Yujia redirected her attention to Tianyao, who stood nearby. Indeed, he was a beauty that could bring ruin to a nation. Despite her attempts to suppress her feelings, it was undeniable that she felt a flutter in her heart. Yet, her affections were already claimed by another. A heart can only accommodate one. and there was no room for anyone else. Chapter 77. Finding the wheat in her previous life. Xiao Yuja had been quite the flirt, surrounded by a throng of admirers, with Yu Xing ever at her side. There were always boys emerging from the shadows, encircling her, while Yu Xing often felt like a mere light bulb in her presence. Due to her allure, she became the target of jealousy among her female peers, who, realizing they could not contend with her, vented their frustrations on Yu Xing instead. However, this only resulted in their own humiliation, as Xiao Yuja secretly toyed with them, leaving them empty-handed. Ultimately, those girls reported her to the principal, yet Xiao Yuja faced no consequences. Instead, the girls were fined 500 yuan each as punishment. The reason for the principal's leniency towards Xiao Yuja remained a mystery. With the battle concluded, Shi Ming fell to Lin Yi, the impact stirring a cloud of dust. Coughing violently, Shi Ming spat blood while his gaze remained fixed on Fei Yue, who was still observing Tian Yao atop the city wall. Despite his lack of attention towards her, Fei Yue was convinced that she was Tian Yao's perfect match. Why then did the young lord choose to be the protector of that goddess? Did he not realize that such a choice would confine his freedom? Unbeknownst to Fei Yue, Tian Yao, as Xiao Yuja's guardian, enjoyed a freedom unrestrained, roaming wherever he pleased. Albeit constrained by Xiao Yuja's approval from leaving the borders of the Wuhuang Plains, a situation vastly different from Teng Shua's. For Teng Shua, appearances held little power to bind him. Nonetheless, both Tian Yao and Teng Shua shared the commonality of willingly remaining by Xiao Yuja's side, one overtly and the other covertly. For Tian Yao, as long as he could distance himself from Fei Yue, he cared little for such matters. Teng Shua, on the other hand, was merely seeking to reclaim the past. Be it a millennium or 10,000 years, he would wait. Lin Yi, it is getting late, we should return. After some aimless bickering, Xiao Yuja hastily called Lin Yi back. Hissing, Lin Yi noticed the unwelcoming gaze of Fei Yue directed at his companion. After a few threats, he transformed into a smaller beast form and climbed the city wall. Excuse me, is the priestess Fei Xuan of Tianhu City below? Xiao Yuja inquired as she approached the wall. Yes, I am the priestess Fei Xuan of Tianhu City. Fei Xuan replied upon hearing her question. As Fei Xuan finished speaking, Fei Yue's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yuja, her desire to eliminate the detestable female before her intensifying. The priestess Fei Xuan had traveled a great distance to visit the city. Unfazed by Fei Yue's intentions, Xiao Yuja extended a warm invitation to the priestess. With a smile, Fei Xuan accepted the invitation without hesitation, expressing her gratitude to the goddess. After a brief conversation, Xiao Yuja instructed the orc warriors guarding the city gate to open it, allowing priestess Fei Xuan and her fellow acolytes to enter. Orc Divine Hall Great Shaman, Priest Shi. This is the priestess Fei Xuan of Tianhu City. Xiao Yuja introduced the great shaman and priest Shi to Fei Xuan. After a mutual nod of acknowledgement, she explained why she referred to it as a tribe rather than a city, noting that the current population did not meet the threshold of a city. In this world, a city was akin to a metropolis in her previous life, where populations exceeded hundreds of thousands. Yet, the combined inhabitants of the Huishao tribe and the Meimen tribe were fewer than 1,000. Welcome, priestess Fei Xuan, to our tribe. You and your companions shall reside in the Orc Divine Hall for the next few days. The great shaman stepped forward to lead Fei Xuan and her acolytes into the hall. Thank you. Fei Xuan expressed her gratitude without hesitation, recognizing the strength of any tribe capable of establishing a city. As she surveyed the Orc Divine Hall, Fei Xuan noted its imposing grandeur, far surpassing that of Tianhu City, befitting the stature of the orc god. While the great shaman guided Fei Xuan through the hall, explaining its surroundings, he led her and the acolytes to the rooms that had been prepared in advance. Upon entering, he had instructed the attendants to prepare the accommodations, ensuring cleanliness for their stay. After settling Fei Xuan and her companions, Xiao Yuja promptly headed to the Lord's mansion to inform Chief Shichio of the developments. That evening, in light of the Tianhu City emissary's visit, a bonfire banquet was organized within the tribe city. Although the food served to Fei Xuan and her acolytes was far more refined than what the tribe's females enjoyed, they still ended up with grease-smeared faces. The game served at the feast was hunted from nearby forests, as the creatures captured from the tribe's vicinity were deemed unworthy for their guests. Throughout the bonfire festivities, Fei Yue's gaze remained fixated on Tian Yao. Despite her attention, never glanced her way before leaving early. The following morning, Fei Xuan and her companions were received by the great shaman and priest Shi. After breakfast, they were taken on a tour of the tribe. Meanwhile, After teaching the younglings of the two tribes their morning lessons, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng set out with the gathering team to forage. Today, Xiao Yujia aimed to explore the southern woods, hoping to discover rice and other grains. The journey from the city to the southern woods took the entire morning, yet thankfully, they encountered no dangers and arrived safely. Jia, we've searched this area thoroughly and found no grains aside from rice. Shall we seek elsewhere? Yu Sheng suggested after the gathering team had scoured the rice fields without success. Very well, Xiao Yujia agreed, surveying her surroundings and confirming the absence of other grains. Just as they were about to depart, someone exclaimed, "This resembles rice." Upon hearing a sound, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng turned in unison to see a female member of the gathering team holding a cluster of grains resembling rice ears. The female who had just spoken was named Xiao, one of Xiao Yujia's attendants. Xiao, may I have a look at what you are holding? Xiao Yujia approached Xiao, her gaze fixed on the grain-like crop in Xiao's hand, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Of course. Xiao handed the grain to Xiao Yujia. As Xiao Yujia examined the item closely, her eyes widened in realization. Goodness, this is wheat, isn't it? Divina Moiden. What is this? Is it also edible? Xiao looked at Xiao Yujia with a hint of confusion, wondering if it truly was consumable. Indeed, this is also edible. It is called wheat, and like rice, it is a food that provides a strong sense of satiety. Xiao Yujia exclaimed excitedly. Although Xiao had merely speculated, she was pleasantly surprised to find her guess correct. Really? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia mention the strong satiety of wheat, Xiao felt a surge of excitement. After all, in the Beastman continent, food was never in excess. Being able to eat to one's fill was of utmost importance. For Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, rice and wheat were not merely staples to satiate hunger. The culinary possibilities offered by rice and wheat were abundant, including noodles, rice vermicelli, buns, and more. As Xiao Yujia contemplated these delights, her mouth watered, and she inadvertently let out a droplet of clear, unidentifiable liquid. The other females from the gathering team, witnessing Xiao Yujia's reaction, wondered if the divine maiden had thought of something delicious, hence her joy. Xiao, where did you find this wheat? Coming back to her senses, Xiao Yujia eagerly inquired about the location of the wheat. Divine maiden, I found it by the pool on the other side of the spirit fruit. Xiao revealed the discovery site. In truth, Xiao had stumbled upon the wheat inadvertently while searching for food, as the females had all ventured out separately. Additionally, the females were no longer fearful of wild beasts. If any appeared, they could easily drive them away using their abilities. For the females, it was hardly a concern. Thus, Xiao boldly ventured further and unexpectedly found wheat that resembled rice. Xiao, could you lead us there? The prospect of such plentiful food was too enticing for Xiao Yujia to resist, prompting her to urgently ask about the wheat's location. Of course, Xiao nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of this discovery for the entire tribe. With this thought in mind, Xiao guided Xiao Yujia and the others through the spirit fruit orchard until they reached a flourishing patch of wheat by a pool. Xiao Yujia immediately instructed the group to harvest all the wheat by the pool and load it onto their cart. As evening approached, Xiao Yujia and the gathering team returned to the tribal city. Just as they stepped into the city, they were greeted by an irksome commotion. I've already traded you bee skins. Why won't you give me this fruit? Today marked a small market day within the city, where many beastmen and females set up stalls to earn a little extra. Fei Yue had been arguing with Han Yu for quite some time, with no resolution in sight. I've told you, I don't want beast skins. I want coins. Besides, our tribe is not lacking in beast skins. Fei Yue had been causing a scene for far too long, and Han Yu was nearing her breaking point. You must be joking. How could a small tribe like yours, with fewer than 1,000 members, not be in need of beast skins? Don't think you can deceive me. Hand over the fruit. Seeing Han Yu's frustration brought amusement to Fei Yue. The sight of this annoying female from a lesser tribe being upset delighted her immensely. Slap. Xiao Yujia, unable to bear the scene any longer, approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Fei Yue. She had never encountered such an arrogant and overbearing woman. You again, you despicable female. Fei Yue cradled her reddened face with both hands and turned to see her most despised adversary, Xiao Yujia, who began to yell. What's wrong with that? Should I just stand idly by while my tribesmen are bullied? Xiao Yujia fired off a series of questions, leaving the once articulate Fei Yue feeling like a pitiful, scolded squirrel. Is it wrong for me to trade beast skins with this little female for fruit? Seeing Xiao Yujia's superiority, she quickly shifted the topic, thinking, if I cannot deal with Xiao Yujia, then I shall incite the tribe to drive her away. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yujia's reputation had already been firmly established in the hearts of the tribesmen. She and Yu Sheng were regarded as their deities, forever unforgettable. I apologize. You and Priestess Feishuan have come from afar. I should elaborate on everything concerning the city, including the matter of coins. Upon hearing Fei Yue's words, Xiao Yujia merely smiled, finding them particularly ludicrous. The tribespeople here indeed recognized only coins, as their convenience had fostered a long-standing habit. Then why didn't you inform us of these matters yesterday? When Xiao Yujia mentioned these topics, they were entirely unfamiliar to Fei Yue. The coins Xiao Yujia referred to were beyond her comprehension. You are not a female of our tribe. Why should I inform you? How absurd. Indeed, Xiao Yujia was correct. Fei Yue was not a member of their tribe. Why should she share information with her? No. You must give me this fruit today. It is rightfully mine. Fei Yue, realizing she could not gain any advantage from Xiao Yujia, shifted her gaze to the seemingly easy target. Hanyu, I said I wouldn't give it to you. What uses money for buying fruit? Hanyu showed no fear of Fei Yue's threats, boldly retorting. Didn't I just trade bee skins with you? Why won't you give it to me? Surely, Fei Yue had never seen such a large quantity of bee skins. In her eyes, exchanging with these small tribes was merely a matter of bee skins. This time, she was likely envious of Honyu's abundance of bee skins. Indeed, just like that, I am not lacking in your paltry bee skins. My home has a whole warehouse full. Honyu found Fei Yue's remarks particularly irksome. What did she mean by never having seen so many bee skins? Her family's warehouse was nearly overflowing. In truth, Hanyu was entirely correct. Her family's bee skins were indeed piling up. Shinka went hunting whenever he had the chance, always returning with a significant haul of skins, leading to an overflowing warehouse at Honyu's home. You are talking nonsense. Fei Yue, not comprehending Honyu's words, accused her of fabricating lies. She could not believe that an ordinary female from a small tribe could possess an entire warehouse of bee skins. It was clearly absurd. Who is spreading nonsense? If you won't buy it, then move aside. You are obstructing my sale of fruit. The accusation of lying enraged Hanyu. Without hesitation, she pushed Fei Yue aside. If she was obstructing her business, then she should not expect mercy. Thud! Fei Yue was shoved to the ground by Hanyu. The sound of her body hitting the ground resonating throughout the crowd. It truly hurt. This was the collective sentiment of nearly everyone present. Standing nearby, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were equally astonished, not to mention the group of De Wu observing from distance. Priest, are you not going to assist? Fei Yue appears to be in considerable pain, remarked the priest apprentice beside the priestess Feishuan. To be honest, she felt a sense of joy witnessing Fei Yue's suffering. After all, Fei Yue often bullied her, and it was about time she faced some consequences. The priest, hearing the apprentice's words, merely shook her head. In truth, Feishuan felt a pang of sympathy, for Fei Yue was her own offspring. However, her excessive pampering of Fei Yue since childhood had resulted in her becoming insufferably arrogant. It was only right for others to provide her with a lesson. De Wu, standing off to the side, agreed with the priestess's reasoning. Such a female indeed required some discipline. Contemplating this, De Wu's gaze involuntarily shifted to She Priest. When She Priest caught De Wu's inscrutable look, a chill ran down her spine. Reflecting on it now, she realized that her own excessive affection for Yi had led to such behavior. But where could Yi possibly be now? In the southern region of the Beastman continent, the Ishi tribe lay nestled within a rainforest, a subordinate tribe of Tengi City. At that moment, She Priest's granddaughter, who she constantly worried about, found herself encircled by a group of males from the Ishi tribe. Which tribe does this female belong to? She is extraordinarily beautiful, exclaimed one. Indeed, I have never encountered such a stunning female. Since he was far more alluring than the females of the tribe, she became the object of fascination for all the males, making it difficult for her to move freely. What is the matter with these males? Why are they surrounding me? How am I supposed to return home? No, I must get back. Faced with this throng of young males, Yi was not inclined to be entangled with them, as it would only delay her return. In a moment of desperation, she summoned vines that forcefully shoved the surrounding males aside, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had caught the attention of certain males. At the same time, the chief of the Ishi tribe observed Ye's impressive display and could not help but exclaim, "This little female is truly remarkable. I wonder which tribe she hails from. Chief, I believe this little female can control vines. She must be the fabled goddess," remarked a priest standing beside the chief. He reasoned that no other female could possess such extraordinary abilities apart from the legendary goddess. The chief found merit in the priest's words and concurred. No female within the tribe could manipulate vines, making this unknown female's talent all the more extraordinary. If she truly was the fabled goddess, they must ensure she remained with them. With this thought in mind, the chief whispered something to the priest, who soon approached Yi. On the Wuhuang plain, the previous incident had settled down, and Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were reluctant to waste any further time on it. After resolving the matter, they turned their attention to other tasks. The wheat harvested today still awaited processing. The duo arrived at the altar square, already piled high with the freshly gathered wheat. Each led a group of individuals to spread the wheat out to dry before the sun set. As for why Xiao Yujia had not confronted Fei Yue earlier, she simply felt that a woman like Fei Yue posed no real threat, and it was unnecessary to concern herself with her, relishing the peace instead. Handling numerous such matters daily would surely be exhausting. 2 days later, the wheat had dried sufficiently, and Xiao Yujia, accompanied by several females, began to thresh and grind it into flour. "Goddess, what is this?" asked Axin, cautiously pinching a small amount of flour and discovering its smooth, fine texture, which piqued her curiosity. "This is called flour, made from the wheat we just ground," Xiao Yujia explained patiently. For her, transforming wheat into flour was merely the first step. Numerous culinary delights could be crafted from it, potentially overwhelming the tribe's members with choices. The abundance of flour promised an array of delicious foods. As Xiao Yujia gazed at nearly 50 barrels of flour, her heart swelled with joy, for these provisions were vital. Just as she was about to teach the females about new recipes, a familiar, melodic voice interrupted her. Turning around, she spotted her petite daughter, the little glutinous rice ball, reaching out for a hug from Lin Ye's embrace. "Do you want your mother to hold you, little rice ball?" she asked softly, bending down to meet the child's gaze. The little one nodded vigorously, adorably. How could Xiao Yujia resist such cuteness? Of course, she scooped her up. "All right, dear, you're already sleepy. After dinner, I will come back to teach you how to read." In no time, the little rice ball had dozed off, her adorable mouth moving as if dreaming sweetly. Xiao Yujia entrusted the sleeping child to Lin Yi, placing a gentle kiss near his lips. Lin Yi replied affirmatively and carried the little rice ball away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia returned to instructing the females in preparing new dishes. Despite the sweltering summer heat, nothing could diminish their enthusiasm for learning new culinary skills. Once all the females had gathered at the altar square, Xiao Yujia found herself surrounded by a crowd. "All right, everyone, please don't crowd here. Those arriving behind can't see. Move to the designated area," she called out, realizing the space around her was becoming too cramped. If she didn't get away from the heat of the fire, she might suffocate from the lack of air. "Goddess, what does standing in the empty space mean?" Inquiring about the unfamiliar term, a small female spoke up. She did not mean to interrupt, but having heard an intriguing phrase from Xiao Yujia, she felt compelled to ask. "It means you each stand properly. The females at the back should position themselves between the two females in front. That's what standing in the empty space means." Xiao Yujia was always generous with her explanations and promptly clarified the term for the young female in front of her. "Oh, I understand now." The young female quickly grasped the concept and, eager to demonstrate, rallied her friends to replicate the action for Xiao Yujia. The goddess gave them a thumbs up, and the praise sent the small females into a delighted state. Did everyone see clearly? Just like those little females did moments ago. Xiao Yujia used their demonstration as a teaching template. Understood. The surrounding females responded in unison. The earlier demonstration by the small females had been clear and straightforward. Upon realizing the situation, the surrounding females began to disperse swiftly, taking their places in the air. Once Xiao Yujia observed that everyone had formed an orderly queue, she initiated the culinary lesson for the evening. As this was merely a teaching demonstration, the quantity of flour before her was minimal, sufficient only for herself and Lin Yi. At the outset, the females standing nearby were intensely focused, anxious about making mistakes during their own attempts later. Witnessing Xiao Yujia's fluid and practiced movements, it was evident that she had repeated this process numerous times, which accounted for her remarkable proficiency. Xiao Yujia first measured an appropriate amount of flour into a wooden basin, gradually adding water and blending until it could be kneaded into a dough. Next, she placed the kneaded dough onto a countertop, lacking the traditional cloth made from hemp. She utilized a small piece of cotton fabric to cover the dough, allowing it to rise until it doubled in size. Once sufficient time had passed, she removed the covered dough, rolled it into a log, and with a knife, divided it into portions roughly the size of her palm. As she was preparing steam buns, she did not require any filling, rendering the process simpler. After portioning the dough evenly, Zhao Yujia retrieved a pre-prepared steamer and placed it into a pot of boiling water, arranging the dough pieces neatly within before covering it, patiently awaiting the magic of time. Just as she completed her tasks and was about to speak, the standing females, without needing further instruction, proceeded to the nearby wooden table to embark on a series of actions, measuring flour, kneading, allowing the dough to rise, and dividing it. Miraculously, none made a single error. It appeared that the indigenous people of the Beastman continent were not lacking in intelligence, but rather had simply not been guided. Before long, a sweet aroma wafted through the square, enticing the taste buds of the Beastmen. Ya, Yinchi, Mama, the little glutinous rice dumpling, having awakened from slumber, was brought by Lin Yi for a stroll, only to be irresistibly drawn in by the scent of freshly steamed buns. Upon spotting her mother, her joy intensified as she waved her tiny hands excitedly. Mama's little glutinous rice dumpling has arrived. Upon hearing the voice of the little dumpling, Zhao Yujia turned to see the delightful duo of mother and child. Mama, guess if the little dumpling wants to eat this? Zhao Yujia waved a small bun before the child, playfully teasing her. Ya, you see, want to eat. The little dumpling, captivated by the bun in her mother's hand, grew exceedingly animated, as if imploring, Mama, I want to eat. Quickly, give me the bun. Glutinous rice dumpling, come. Ah? Let Mama see if you have grown any little teeth. Witnessing the happiness of her child, Zhao Yujia could not help but chuckle. After all, it was merely a bun, yet it held significant importance here. Gently, Zhao Yujia coaxed her little dumpling to open her mouth. A few days prior, during nursing, Zhao Yujia had felt discomfort in her nipple, and there were little bite marks afterward, indicating that her little dumpling was beginning to grow teeth. But could it be too early? Was it due to the nature of this world? Little dumpling, following her mother's guidance, opened her mouth, revealing several tiny milk teeth on her upper gums, astonishing Zhao Yujia. It seemed she truly had begun to grow teeth. Yet, how early was this? The little dumpling was only a month old. Chapter 79. The burning of the divine maiden temple. Could it be that the little dumpling's early teething was a consequence of being born in this world? Zhao Yujia pondered. And if that were the case, it would indeed make sense. With this thought, she did not dwell further and tentatively offered a small piece to her little dumpling. Watching her daughter consume the bun handed to her, Zhao Yujia felt her hidden youthful heart swell with joy. Surely, all beautiful things are profoundly healing. For Zhao Yujia, the most heartwarming sight at that moment was her adorable daughter, the glutinous rice dumpling. The following morning, everyone reminisced about the large buns they had consumed the previous day, each about the size of their palms, with some beastmen devouring 4 or 5, paired delightfully with meticulously roasted meat, leaving them all with full bellies. Within the divine maiden temple, Zhao Yujia gazed contentedly at the stunning figure beside her. She reached out to touch Lin Ye's face, marveling at its smoothness. How fortunate she was to encounter such beauty. As she gazed at Lin Yi lying nearby, thoughts of the previous night's activities flooded back, causing her cheeks to bloom with a rosy flush. What was she thinking? Lost in contemplation, Zhao Yujia suddenly realized something felt amiss and vigorously shook her head, striving to dispel the frivolous thoughts cluttering her mind. The priority should be on how to construct a beautiful home, not to indulge in idle fantasies. Such thinking was utterly unproductive. However, that exquisite face was often coveted by some mindless females on the Beastman continent. Perhaps it was better if she simply belonged to her. The more Zhao Yujia admired Lin Ye's beauty, the more she felt a sense of danger. Such a beautiful person was coveted by many. If only she could belong to her forever. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yujia impulsively acted upon it. In a swift motion, she turned and gently placed her hands on Lin Ye's neck. How delicate and smooth this neck was. Was it truly befitting a man? It incited a twinge of jealousy within her. For a moment, Zhao Yujia even wondered if Lin Yi might be a woman disguised as a man. Yet, no matter how she pondered, that could not be the case. While Lin Yi remained asleep, Zhao Yujia gazed intently at her, perhaps yielding to her own desires. When suddenly her grip tightened, Lin Yi jolted awake. Fortunately, the little glutinous rice dumpling was not in the room. Otherwise, it could have left an indelible mark of darkness for a lifetime. Since the little dumpling began articulating simple phrases, Zhao Yujia had arranged for a female caretaker to look after her in the city. So during this time, the little dumpling was always with a nanny, ensuring she wouldn't be in the room to notice. Cough, cough. Jia. Startled awake, Lin Yi found himself meeting Zhao Yujia's blood-red eyes. recognizing her as his partner. Lin Yi could never harm Zhao Yujia. Moreover, he was unwilling to do so, enduring the risk of suffocation as he repeatedly called her name, hoping to awaken her from her daze. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Tang Shuo quietly gazed towards the basement direction, sensing a more familiar aura emanating from that way. He unconsciously murmured, "She has returned." Though memories of their past torment flooded back, his expression as he looked towards the basement grew increasingly joyful. Since his memories had returned, he had believed that it would take at least a few years for her to recover. It seemed that in this world, rich in spiritual energy, within 3 to 4 months at most a year, she would fully regain her strength. The possessive and exceptionally powerful Tang Shuo's lips curled into a faint smile, gradually transforming into an increasingly unhealthy expression. In the room, Lin Yi gazed intently at Xiao Yujia before him, perplexed by her transformation. What had transpired? Just yesterday, everything had been perfectly fine, and now she sought to bring him to his demise at dawn. Xiao Yujia's blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yi, as anticipated, reflecting the very expression she desired, which prompted her to exclaim in satisfaction, "So beautiful." Her voice was laden with irresistible allure. "Jia Jia, I am Lin Yi. Please awaken." Lin Yi continued to call her name, his eyes locked on her crimson orbs, yet there was no sign of her returning to consciousness. Perhaps this was her true state, devoid of any possibility of awakening. Before long, Lin Yi observed that the hair cascading behind Xiao Yujia began to transform, slowly turning white from the tips, tinged with a hint of red. As Xiao Yujia underwent this metamorphosis, the grip of her hands tightened, and this sudden change left Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. "Lin Yi, are you all right?" As the transformation of her hair reached completion, Xiao Yujia suddenly snapped back to reality. Upon realizing she was gripping Lin Yi's neck, panic washed over her, and she quickly released her hold. Gazing at the darkened hue of Lin Yi's neck, which bore the marks of her grip, Xiao Yujia felt a pang of regret. After all, he was her other half, the biological father of Nuomi Tuan. How could she have nearly taken Lin Yi's life? "Lin Yi, are you foolish? Why didn't you evade?" She stared at him, anger and confusion mingling in her expression, questioning why he hadn't tried to escape when she had harmed him. Was he truly that naive? "Because it is you. Even if Jia Jia were to kill me, I would harbor no resentment." Lin Yi's gaze was filled with sincerity. Indeed, it was because of her that he bore no grievances. "You are such a fool." Xiao Yujia's eyes welled with tears at his words, chastising Lin Yi for being so foolish. How could someone be so passive while being throttled? Meanwhile, Priest Feishuan, accompanied by 3 apprentice priests and Fei Yue, had arrived at the foot of the mountain. A glance at the towering peak revealed that the goddess hall above was not as simple as it appeared. Being esteemed guests from Tianhu City, the guard beasts did not hinder their passage, merely allowing them to proceed. Feishuan led Fei Yue and the 3 apprentices up the seemingly endless staircase. "I'm dying here. Mother, can we go back?" Halfway up the stairs, Fei Yue's complaints echoed behind her. She could feel the blood pooling in her soles. What madness possessed the goddess to construct her hall atop such a perilous mountain? Was it not dangerous enough already? Nonsense. You, do not forget why we are here. Hearing this, Priest Feishuan raised her staff as if to strike Fei Yue, but halted, choosing instead to educate her verbally, reminding her of their purpose. When Priest Feishuan had released Fei Yue and brought her to the desolate plains of Wuhuang, it was to apologize to Xiao Yujia and seek her forgiveness. Otherwise, Feishuan's conscience would be troubled. Yet, having indulged her daughter since childhood, Feishuan found herself regretting ever having given birth. Was there still a way to return her to the beast god? Alas, it appeared that with Fei Yue having grown so much, returning her was no longer an option. "Away, Qing, support Fei Yue. We must meet the goddess today." Seeing Fei Yue collapse to the ground, Feishuan had no choice but to ask 2 apprentices to assist her, hoping they could see Xiao Yujia before sunset. Upon receiving Feishuan's command, Awei and Qing responded in unison and hoisted Fei Yue to her feet, hastily following Priest Feishuan. "You all wait outside for a moment. The goddess will be here shortly," said the guard beasts as they approached. After nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the grand entrance of the goddess hall atop the peak. Before they could enter, the guard beasts stationed at the door halted them, recognizing their intent to meet Xiao Yujia, and instructed them to wait outside while sending word to her. "The goddess, Priest Feishuan, has arrived." Just as Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi descended from the upper floors, they were informed of Feishuan's arrival. However, the guard beast was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yujia's white hair, but thought nothing of it. "I understand. Let her come to the main hall." Sensing the purpose of Fei Xuan's visit, Xiao Yujia instructed the guard to bring her in while she awaited in the main hall. After the order was given, the guard acknowledged and departed, while Xiao Yujia took Lin Ye's hand and made her way to the hall, where she seated herself upon the throne beneath the statue of the goddess. Though she earnestly tried to have Lin Yi sit beside her, he adamantly resisted, ultimately kneeling beside her instead. Xiao Yujia, unaware of Lin Ye's turbulent thoughts, sensed that something was amiss about him today. Since he chose to kneel, she refrained from pressing him, for a reluctant fruit is never sweet. Before long, the guard led Priest Fei Xuan and her party into the grand hall. They bowed deeply to Xiao Yujia before exiting. Observing the solemn and dignified figure seated atop the throne, Priest Fei Xuan felt a tremor of reverence, her body bending involuntarily as she bowed deeply before her. I wonder why Priest Fei Xuan has come so early to seek me, Xiao Yujia mused, looking down at the assembled figures kneeling before her. It was uncertain whether Xiao Yujia intentionally crafted a particular image in their eyes. As she spoke, her hand playfully lifted Lin Ye's chin, gazing at him with an expression of satisfaction, admiring the appealing figure before her. Simultaneously, beneath the dungeon, Tung Shua sensed Xiao Yujia's unusual aura and transformed into a small, winged dark green serpent, swiftly climbing up to her wrist. Where did this little serpent come from? Winged and dark green, Xiao Yujia pondered, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the serpent, as she had never adopted one of such a hue. Jair, it is I. Sensing her confusion, Tung Shua used a telepathic spell to reveal his true form to her. Tung Shua. The moment she grasped the truth, Xiao Yujia was taken aback. After all, the Beastman continent lacked fabric of such exquisite craftsmanship, making it evident that Tung Shua had traversed realms, but she was now realizing that he was not human. With wings and a dark green hue, Xiao Yujia could only think of one possibility: the ancient Tung Shi, one of the 4 mythical beasts under Nua's command. Although referred to as a mythical beast, it bore resemblance to divine creatures, for the Tung Shi could, to an extent, cultivate into a dragon. Yet, who would have thought she would encounter an ancient Tung Shi here on the Beastman continent, imprisoned in her dungeon? The path ahead seemed to take on an enigmatic quality. Xiao Yujia cast a glance at Tung Shua, then lowered her gaze to Lin Yi, seemingly weighing whom she should favor. Children make choices, but adults desire both. After careful deliberation, she decided to indulge both of them, gently caressing Lin Ye's neck. In an instant, unbeknownst to her, she infused something into his being, and he transformed back into his beast form, reduced to the size of a small corn snake, with a slight protrusion on his back and delicate white horns beginning to sprout from his head. At first glance, he bore resemblance to Tung Shua's true form. Goddess. Fei Sun had come today to bring her young one to apologize. The priestess Fei Sun observed Xiao Yujia's series of actions below, utterly astonished. The ability to transform her partner into a little cub and execute such a feat with ease was something only the goddess could accomplish. Consequently, Xiao Yujia's standing in Fei Sun's heart elevated further. Apologize? I wonder what your little one has done wrong. Xiao Yujia remarked absent-mindedly, while delicately handling the 2 small snakes, one white and one dark green. Fei Yu had caused an incident when she accompanied the young lord of Tian Yao to this place, and she hoped the goddess could forgive her. Oh, that matter? I did not take it to heart. I have already forgiven her. It was better not to mention the incident, for it ignited Xiao Yujia's anger, although she could not display it, lest she appear petty. After receiving Xiao Yujia's forgiveness, Fei Sun expressed her heartfelt gratitude and insisted that Fei Yu bow her head and admit her fault. Fei Yu, unwilling to lose her mother, had no choice but to verbally apologize while inwardly cursing Xiao Yujia as a deceiver of beastly hearts. That night, while Fei Sun was absent, Fei Yu stealthily approached the goddess's palace, brandishing a torch and setting ablaze the storeroom filled with firewood. Chapter 80. Punishing the criminals this evening, the city seemed unusually tranquil. However, the storeroom of the goddess's palace was ruthlessly ignited, creating a cacophony amidst the flames, as the wind seemed to be summoned, fanning the fire outward. Oof! Vile female! You covet Tian Yao, brother. Today, I shall see you perish in this sea of flames. Fei Yu sat atop a large tree not far from the goddess's palace, her expression impassive as she gazed at the palace engulfed in fire, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Her heart brimmed with joy, feeling as though she had finally rid herself of the thorn in her eye, ensuring it would be buried within the inferno. No one would vie for her cherished Tian Ji anymore. Little did she know, even without rivals, The one she yearned for would never feel a fraction of affection for her. Fire! Fire! A vigilant servant who had stayed up late spotted the flames and cried out, drawing the attention of the patrolling guards. Among the hastily arriving guards, someone shouted for the Beastmen capable of controlling water. As the command echoed, individuals swiftly sought out those with the gift of water manipulation. Since Qiao Yujia's palace was built atop a mountain, she had bestowed her servants with wood attributes, which proved ineffective against the roaring flames. Quickly extinguished the fire. Before long, the summoned Beastmen arrived, a dozen warriors skilled in water manipulation. Upon seeing the goddess's palace ravaged by flames, they immediately began to gather water from their palms, launching cool streams toward the inferno. TSK. As Fei Yu watched her fire being extinguished, she quickly fled the scene, unaware that she was already being watched. You dare to burn the goddess's palace and still wish to escape? How infuriating! What force is this? As Fei Yu fled, she pondered the nature of the power at play. These were merely beastmen from a small tribe. Why could they summon water to quench the flames like the beast god himself? Was this tribe favored by the beast god? If not, how could these ordinary warriors wield such power? One might question Fei Yu's intellect. Having committed the act of arson against the goddess's palace, she still chose to flee toward the city gates. Finally, she reached the gates. Just as she felt relieved to leave, a melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. Where do you think you're going? It's you. Step aside. Fei Yu, caught off guard by the voice while running, abruptly halted. Under the moonlight, she recognized the face blocking her escape. Yu Sheng, the friend of the female who had enticed her brother Tian Yao. Initially, she hoped to dismiss Yu Sheng, but Yu Sheng showed no intention of leaving, resolutely standing at the city gate with her ice-blue sword drawn. TSK. How infuriating. This female is in cahoots with that detestable one. Seeing that Yu Sheng had no intention of vacating, Fei Yu turned to flee in another direction. But before she could take a few steps, a fireball shot toward her. I'm afraid this path is blocked in the darkness. As the moonlight gracefully descended, Teng Shua's voice rang out, laced with provocation as he concluded his statement. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, it was too late for Fei Yu to consider escape. After all, both of them could be considered loyal to Qiao Yujia, one a dear friend and the other, arguably, a pet. Moreover, due to Fei Yu's beast transformation and hasty retreat, the commotion had awakened the beastmen and females resting within the city. Now, the chief of the Shiqiu tribe was rallying the warriors toward the city. Gradually, Fei Yu found herself encircled by all the beastmen warriors and powerful female manipulators within the city, led by Yu Sheng, Tang Sha, and the chief of the Shiqiu tribe. Simultaneously, Yi's circumstances were far from favorable. Regarded as the legendary goddess by the leader and priestess of the winged serpent tribe, the tribe prepared a secluded cave for her, adorned with layers of soft, tanned animal hides atop a stone bed. The cave's storeroom brimmed with the season's freshest fruits, all arranged to entertain the goddess. To ensure the presence of the legendary goddess, the chieftain, Yi Feng, personally arranged for the most exquisite beastmen warriors from the tribe to serve Yi. Observing Yi se vari de manor. Yi Feng softened his tone. Goddess, these three warriors are of unparalleled beauty in our winged serpent tribe. To serve you, they have maintained their physiques over the past month. Aside from their daily training, to ensure your pleasure, I do not require them. Please send them away. Yi repeated, feeling uncomfortable in the presence of the bashful winged serpent warriors. In her heart, she preferred gentle beastmen like Mei, rather than those flaunting their allure before her. It was not that she disliked them, but rather that her heart did not flutter as it did for Mei. Goddess, please do not send us away. We will serve you well. Before Yi stood 3 orc youths who, upon hearing her command to leave, immediately fell to their knees, fervently pleading with her to allow them to stay. These young orcs had only recently reached adulthood, and upon deciding to participate in the selection for the Divine Maiden's attendance, they had resolved to serve her diligently. The thought of being expelled by the Divine Maiden would deeply sadden their parents. Observing the tear-filled eyes of the orcs before her, Ye's heart softened, and she found herself uttering, "Very well, you may remain." "Thank you, Divine Maiden." The moment Yi changed her mind, the 3 orcs rejoiced, bowing in gratitude before promptly taking up their duties, flanking Yi on either side in service. Meanwhile, the 4th orc knelt before Yi, submitting to her whims. "What should I do now? I have accepted them, yet I find myself quite fond of Mei as well." Ye's hand caressed the lips of the orc before her, but her thoughts were consumed by the image of Mei, rendering her utterly helpless in this moment. "Divine Maiden, Since you have chosen to keep these three, what of me? Yifeng observed Ye's decision to retain the selected orcs, wondering if this might signify an opportunity for himself. Yi regarded the handsome Yifeng before her and nodded in acknowledgement. This delighted Yifeng, yet he remained oblivious to the regret that would soon follow his current choices. Simultaneously, due to the vigorous assault by Tang Shuo and Yu Sheng, augmented by an unknown force, Fei Yu quickly fell, ensnared by several orcs who bound her tightly with vines, dragging her towards the divine maiden's temple atop the mountain. Yu. Just then, the priestess Fei Sun returned to the beast god temple and spotted Fei Yu being dragged away, her heart gripped with alarm. She hurried to follow the procession. At that moment, within the divine maiden's hall, Qiao Yu Jia sat upon her throne, poised with the shrunken form of Teng Shuo in one hand, awaiting Fei Yu's arrival. Jar, that is not to be touched, she remarked as she lowered Teng Shuo's hand, inadvertently causing him to flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, his true form still bore scales. Thus, aside from feeling a sudden weakness, Qiao Yu Jia remained unaware of any unusual reaction from him. Upon receiving Tang Shuo's mental message, she had no intention of halting. Continuing to caress the area near Tang Shuo's waist, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she relished his current state. Jiar, please don't. Lin Yi, standing nearby, felt his face heat up at Qiao Yu Jia's actions, fully aware of the sensations involved, having experienced them himself. Kneel. As Qiao Yu Jia's companions began to blush, the orcs escorting Fei Yu forcefully threw her to the ground with a resounding thud. Fei Yu lay sprawled, utterly disheveled. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise from her injuries. Fei Yu's heart sank upon seeing her long-admired Tian Yao, dressed in gossamer fabric, kneeling beside Qiao Yu Jia. Her initial thought was that Tian Yao had offered himself to Qiao Yu Jia. Unbeknownst to her, it was not only Tian Yao. All those beside Qiao Yu Jia, including her partner Lin Yi and admirers, wore similar translucent attire. Qiao Yu Jia claimed it was too hot and bothersome, though her true desire lay in their forms. A partner could be promised to Lin Yi for eternity, yet that did not prevent her from appreciating handsome men. Fei Yu, why did you set fire to my divine maiden's hall? Qiao Yu Jia's question was almost forced from between her clenched teeth. She could not comprehend why Fei Yu would do such a thing, especially when it was her painstakingly crafted design and the result of Lin Yi and the others' labor. Why? Fei Yu retorted, the answer is simple. I wish for your demise. Ideally, I want you all to vanish. If not for you, Tian Yao would not have left. At Qiao Yu Jia's inquiry, Fei Yu felt a chuckle rising within her. Her intent had always been singular, to see Qiao Yu Jia perish. Yet she had failed, and now Qiao Yu Jia thrived, with the orc she adored at her side, striving to win her favor. All of Fei Yu's genuine feelings have been squandered on him throughout the years. Tian Yao? How endearing, Fei Yu remarked, but Qiao Yu Jia found it laughable. How could someone who had never cared for her continue to linger in such infatuation? I see. You are enamored with this visage, are you not? Suddenly, Qiao Yu Jia raised a hand, directing it towards Tian Yao's chin, deliberately turning his face away to show Fei Yu whether her beloved would deign a glance at her. The outcome was predictable. Tian Yao offered no acknowledgement, his gaze fixed solely upon Qiao Yu Jia. He was her guardian, devoted to her alone, pledging never to betray her. The others felt similarly. Ever since aligning with Qiao Yu Jia, they had learned of her fastidiousness regarding cleanliness. After completing their tasks, they habitually washed themselves, ensuring they remained pristine. They shared a common aspiration. Even if they could not become the divine maiden's partners, being near her was a boon. Who knew when the divine maiden might whimsically bestow her favor upon them? Yet, deep down, they understood their roles as mere blue-faced companions, playthings to be admired and toyed with. Even so, this was preferable to being mere objects of amusement in other tribes or cities. For the sake of that captivating face, how could she dare to burn my divine maiden's hall? Such an offense is utterly unforgivable. Since you have confessed, do not blame me for my lack of restraint. With that, Qiao Yu Jia unsheathed the long whip at her waist, having refrained from using it for quite some time. Just as she prepared to strike Fei Yu, Priestess Fei Sun intervened, pleading with Qiao Yu Jia, Divine Maiden, please spare Fei Yu. She did not mean it. Indeed, it was intentional. This remark left Priestess Fei Sun momentarily speechless. She knew that her daughter had long held affections for Tian Yao, yet the young lord had never acknowledged her. It was not that her daughter lacked merit. Rather, the seed of love had failed to take root in Tian Yao's heart, as if he were destined to serve the divine maiden alone. Remove Priestess Fei Sun. At Qiao Yu Jia's command, Two orc warriors stepped forward, pulling Priestess Fei Sun aside. With no one obstructing her, Xiao Yujia felt no hesitation. The surrounding orcs and females parted to create a vacuum around Fei Yu, allowing Xiao Yujia to exact her punishment. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of the whip echoed throughout the Divine Maiden's Hall. Chapter 81. The Intruding Giant Bear Clan. Crack! Crack! She must not make a sound. Under the relentless lashes, Fei Yu resolutely held her silence. Even though a cry might have prompted Xiao Yujia to cease the punishment, yet her pride would not permit her to do so. Has it truly been so long that she remained silent? What a proud woman! However, this does not mean that I will cease my actions. Xiao Yujia gazed at the still kneeling Fei Yue below the stage and could not help but regard her as a proud woman. Yet, this pride would not deter her from wielding the long whip with even greater ferocity. Crack! Crack! With several more lashes. The surrounding beastmen felt that Xiao Yujia was being excessively harsh, considering that Fei Yue was merely a female. Conversely, the females believed that Fei Yue deserved such punishment. The priestess Fei Xuan, who had been taken aside, was already on the verge of tears. Despite Fei Yue's transgressions, she was still her own offspring. Perhaps she too should adopt a harsher stance. Fei Yue had indeed gone too far. After such a long time, she had not even uttered a sound. Fei Yue, you truly are a tough one. After enduring the beating for so long, even the martial arts-trained Xiao Yujia began to falter, for she was still a woman. Her palms were already worn, with drops of red mingled with a hint of exuded spiritual energy. The fragrance wafting through the goddess hall might hold little allure for the ordinary beastmen and females. Yet for Lin Yi and his companions, it was irresistibly potent. However, with so many clansfolk present in the goddess hall, they could only endure. Xiao Yujia, still in a fit of rage, had no intention of stopping. She longed to hear Fei Yue's pleas for mercy. You wish for me to bow to you? Only upon your death. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Fei Yue could not help but laugh. To demand that she bow to someone she detested, claiming it would only happen if Xiao Yujia were to perish. Otherwise, she would never lower her head to anyone. Moreover, as the offspring of a priestess, she was born more noble than ordinary females, having been spoiled by priestess Fei Xuan from a young age. Her lifelong pride would prevent her from bowing to any beastman or female. I am curious to see just how tough your bones truly are. This statement incensed Xiao Yujia. Raising the long whip once more, she swung it high, exerting all her strength to strike Fei Yue with a force that was truly unforgiving. This time, the impact was severe, causing Fei Yue to cry out in anguish before ultimately collapsing within the goddess hall. Observing Fei Yue, who was now on the brink of death, Xiao Yujia lost interest, wrapping the whip around her waist once more and taking Lin Ye's hand to ascend the stairs. As Tian Yao and the others watched Xiao Yujia leave, they too dispersed. Without the goddess present, there was little reason to linger. The punishment from the goddess had concluded, alleviating everyone's concerns, and the clan's folk were urged to return. As Xiao Yujia ascended the stairs, clan leader Shi Qiu hurriedly emerged to perform his final duties, persuading the surrounding clan's folk to disperse, and informing Shi that he would bring a few individuals tomorrow to assist in the reconstruction of the goddess hall, which had been burned. By midnight, the clan's folk within the goddess hall gradually departed, leaving only the unconscious Fei Yue on the ground. May you please awaken? Fei Xuan approached, attempting to lift Fei Yue, but her own strength was insufficient, and no matter how she tried, she could not raise her. Frankly speaking, regardless of the circumstances, Fei Yue was still a piece of her own flesh. Witnessing her offspring being so brutally whipped caused her heart to ache. This incident served as a warning for Priestess Fei Xuan. She could no longer indulge Fei Yue in such a manner, or else Fei Yue might face even more calamities in the future. She did not wish for Fei Yue to commit such a grievous error again. Priestess Fei Xuan, allow me to assist you. Just as Priestess Fei Xuan was at a loss, Xiao Sheng suddenly approached and effortlessly lifted Fei Yue. Xiao Sheng, thank you. Priestess Fei Xuan expressed her gratitude, and with the aid of one of the priest apprentices, she exited the goddess hall alongside Xiao Sheng. Priestess Fei Xuan, once Fei Yue has healed, you should return. Fei Yue will only cause trouble here. If the protection of the goddess is compromised due to her actions, I believe the city lord would not be pleased. After escorting Priestess Fei Xuan and her companions back to the Beast God Hall, Xiao Sheng offered a few words of advice before entering the hall. Upon hearing these words, Priestess Fei Xuan fell silent. In truth, Xiao Sheng's remarks were not without merit. Although Tianhu City was under the protection of Tingyi City, they could not forever rely on the blessings of the main city. If Tianhu City were to lose the protection of the two goddess lords in a few years, the life tree at the heart of the city would forever wither. At that time, there would be no more births of new offspring. I understand. Once Fei Yue's injuries have improved, I will take her away in a few days. I hope Xiao Sheng that you can persuade the young city lord to speak favorably of Tianhu City before the goddess. Before Xiao Sheng departed, Priestess Fei Yuan offered a few simple reminders. Though she said little, her words were laden with suggestions for the future development of Tianhu City. Once the interests of Tianhu City were involved, she had no choice but to accept. In her heart, Priestess Fei Yuan silently vowed to keep a stern watch over Fei Yue upon their return to the city. She could not continue to indulge Fei Yue in this manner, lest the future be even more terrifying than today. Understood. I will convey your message. It is quite late. Priestess Fei Yuan, you should rest early. In response to Priestess Fei Yuan's request, Xiao Sheng acquiesced, as he too had grown up as a Beastman warrior in Tianhu City. He could not bear to witness his homeland fall into silence after the life tree had completely withered. After exchanging a few final words, Xiao Sheng departed the Beast God Hall. In truth, during his time in Tianhu City, he had quietly observed the life tree. While ordinary Beastman warriors might not perceive its condition, those who have been blessed by the life tree could feel an inexhaustible power and discern its daily state. Of course, this power could not compare to the control over all things that the spirit fruits bestowed. The following day, when Xiao Yuzhe awoke from her slumber, she felt utterly drained, her entire body limp. Goddess, did you triumph? Jia, you are finally awake. Noticing Xiao Yuzhe opening her eyes, Lin Yi and the others spoke in unison. In fact, the previous night, Tian Yao and the others had intended to return to their chambers to rest, but their concern for Xiao Yuzhe led them to her room before dawn, wishing to watch over her sudden weakness. As for Teng Shuo, he had clung to Xiao Yuzhe's wrist since the previous night without letting go. Thus, the five of them remained in the room, vigilantly guarding the sleeping Xiao Yuzhe until dawn. Now, each bore the marks of sleeplessness beneath their eyes. Xiao Yuzhe let out a sound, glancing at their tired faces, and inquired, "Did you all not rest well last night?" Observing Lin Yi and the others with their panda eyes, Xiao Yuzhe's first thought was that they had not slept well. A brief rest was sufficient. Lin Yi refrained from disclosing that he had been awake all night, not wishing to worry Xiao Yuzhe. After speaking, Lin Yi turned his gaze to Xiao Yuzhe's hair, which had returned to its black hue, though the tips still bore a hint of white, and her crimson pupils remained unchanged. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her beauty, which was as stunning as ever, now appearing even more enchanting against the backdrop of her blood-red eyes. Indeed, with Lin Ye's affirmation, when Xiao Yuzhe looked towards Tian Yao and the others, they all nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains. "Goddess, your palm is injured. We have bandaged it for you. Can you?" Just as the atmosphere around them became warm and congenial, Mei suddenly spoke up, stating that they had bandaged Xiao Yuzhe's injured hand, but hesitated to continue. "Mei, do you desire this?" Xiao Yuzhe, noticing Mei's eagerness for recognition, instantly understood what he sought. She retrieved a small porcelain vial from the drawer of the bedside table, opening it to release a fragrance that could enthrall all present beastmen. Mei gazed at the small porcelain vial in Xiao Yuzhe's hand, her eyes brimming with yearning. It was not just Mei who felt this way. The other beastmen, including Lin Yi, were equally mesmerized by the vial that Xiao Yuzhe held. "There are 4 more here. You may take them and share," Xiao Yuzhe said with a hint of exasperation as she looked at Lin Yi and the others. After pouring out 1 pill from the vial, she handed the remainder to Lin Yi. She struggled to lift her hands, delivering the single pill she had poured out to Teng Shuo's lips. Hiss upon catching the sweet aroma, Teng Shuo instantly awakened from his stupor, gently biting down on the elixir that Xiao Yuzhe offered, his tongue curling around it as he drew it into his mouth. The familiar taste spread across his palate, causing his entire face to flush with warmth. Meanwhile, on the western side of the city wall, a group of colossal brown bears approached. "Chief, what is that? Could be a giant beast that preys on beastmen." One beastman, standing beneath the city wall, inquired of the tribal leader, his gaze filled with confusion. He could not discern what lay before him, but sensed its immense size, seemingly extending beyond the horizon. Could it be the legendary beast that delights in devouring beastmen? "I do not know. Let us investigate." "Perhaps it is not the beast that feasts on our kind," replied the chief of the brown bear tribe, shaking his head in uncertainty as he observed the towering creature before him. They could only cautiously approach. If it was not the feared beast, they could proceed to seek the source of the radiant multicolored light. Due to this event, the members of the brown bear tribe began a mass migration. During this transition, many of the weaker females had already met with the beast god, and the older beastmen, unable to bear the burden, followed suit. Those who remained were primarily young beast warrior males and females. Thud thud. Chief, this thing is hard. What could it be? One brave beast warrior, emboldened by the chief's remarks, approached the city wall and gently tapped it with his paw, discovering its solidness. Hard indeed. The chief of the brown bear tribe, upon hearing this, also approached to test it and confirm the hardness. Striking it with force, he found his paw aching while the wall bore no marks. Xin Kiskiviko. Did you hear anything? Suddenly, Xiao Sheng, lounging atop the city gate, became alert. Indeed, he had joined a rotation responsible for guarding the city, as his family had chosen to remain close to the Divine Lady, leaving him with no choice but to find tasks within the city. Today, he and Xing were responsible for guarding the gate, while other beastmen had ventured out in small groups to hunt. Is there any sound, or did you mishear? Noticing Xiao Sheng's serious demeanor, Xing listened intently, but found nothing, concluding that Xiao Sheng must have erred. Boom! With a resounding crash. All the beastmen tasked with guarding the gate and patrolling were momentarily stunned. Quick, you, take 10 beast warriors to guard the gate. I and Xiao Sheng will lead the remaining warriors to investigate. Yes. As all the beastmen stood in shock, Xing urgently issued orders, directing Yu to hold the gate, while he and Xiao Sheng took the rest to explore the source of the loud noise. Chief, why is this thing so hard? We've struck it heavily, yet there isn't a scratch, asked one of the brown bear tribe's warriors, observing the towering creature before them, his paw nearly swollen from the impact. Yet the beast showed no signs of damage. If Qiao Yujia were present, she would likely chuckle at the absurdity. When she had instructed the beastmen to construct the wall for defense against raids from other tribes, she had ensured it was widened by 2 meters, filled with fire-forged materials. How could it be so easily damaged? If it were, it would imply that the wall's defense was inadequate. I do not know. This is my first encounter with such a thing. The chief of the brown bear tribe shook his head, his understanding surpassed. Which tribe do you belong to? Just as the members of the brown bear tribe prepared to strike again, Xing Ku and his group finally arrived. Xing Ku glanced at the enormous brown bears beneath the wall, instantly recognizing them as beastmen, not mere beasts. After all, aside from their larger forms, they were accompanied by females and cubs. Chief, there seem to be beastmen above. A warrior from the giant bear tribe called out to the chief, who was still nursing his paw, upon hearing voices from atop the colossal beast. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the other members of the giant bear tribe continued to pound on the heavy city wall. Stop. If you do not cease, do not blame us for being unkind. Xing Ku commanded, raising his hand to signal the nearby warriors to ready their bows for a potential attack. Upon receiving the order, the warriors swiftly harnessed their abilities to form bows suitable for their strengths, poised to shoot at the beastmen of the giant bear tribe upon Xing Ku's command. Zhongli, did you say there are beastmen up there? The chief of the giant bear tribe paused his actions, questioning Zhong Li's assertion with skepticism. How could there be beastmen on such a hard surface? I assure you, Chief, I'm not deceiving you. Look, Zhong Li, sensing the chief's doubt, urged him to observe, pointing at the beast above where beastmen stood, each wielding weapons. Upon hearing Zhong Li's words, the chief lifted his gaze and met Xing Ku's eyes. Xin Kiskiviko. Noticing that the beastmen below were finally aware of his presence, posed the question again. Which tribe do you belong to? I am Zhu Qian, the chief of the giant bear tribe. May I inquire which tribe these beastmen hail from? Realizing that there were indeed beastmen atop the colossal creature, Zhong Li's claims were validated. Seizing the opportunity for dialogue, Zhu Qian hastily asked about their location and the reason for the presence of such a giant beast. This is the realm where the beast god resides, known as Wu Huang Ping Yuan. We're the beastmen of the Hushao tribe, Xing Ke replied. His designation of the location as the dwelling of the beast god was meant to dissuade any ill intentions among the giant bear tribe members, lest they suffer the consequences of their misdeeds. The beast god, Wu Huang Ping Yuan, is this the place mentioned by the priest? The resting place of the beast god. According to the priest, the multicolored light emanates from the center of Wu Huang Ping Yuan. If this is indeed the Wu Huang Ping Yuan spoken of by the priest, could it lead us to the radiant light? Zhu Qian pondered, glancing back at Xing Ke atop the wall, seeking confirmation that this was indeed the sacred domain of the beast god. Xingke nodded affirmatively, opting not to elaborate further. Instead, directing the Beastmen to inform the 3 divine halls and the city lord's mansion. Follow me. I shall escort you into the city. After casting a glance at the chieftain of the Juxiong tribe and the tribal members behind him, Xingke, after much deliberation, resolved to lead them into the city. They had traveled so far, it would be unkind to make them endure the night outside. Thank you, the chieftain Juqian expressed promptly upon hearing Xingke's decision. The tribe then followed the orc warriors into the city. After expressing their gratitude to Xingke, Juqian called out to his fellow tribesmen to accompany Xingke into the city. It was certainly better than camping outside, especially since the females and young ones in the tribe would find it uncomfortable, not to mention the unknown dangers lurking within the forest. As soon as Juqian's words fell, the anxious hearts of the tribe members were finally set at ease, particularly the females and young ones who had been on the move for so long and were relieved to find a place to rest. Shortly thereafter, the orcs and females of the Juxiong tribe, guided by Xingke, made their way towards the city gate. A grand procession of over 500 individuals thus entered through the city gates. Fortunately, the main gate was sufficiently tall, having been constructed with the orc's stature in mind at the behest of Qiao Yujia, allowing for easy ingress and egress in their beast forms. However, once inside, they would need to revert to their human forms to avoid disrupting the daily lives of the city's inhabitants. Welcome, everyone, to the Huxiao tribe, Juqian announced as he led his tribe into the city, where Shicho, the chieftain, along with the grand shaman, Shijaisai, Yusheng, and Xiao Yujia, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the orcs and females enter, Chieftain Shicho extended a warm welcome. Although life within the city was relatively stable, there remained a shortage of hands in certain areas, and the arrival of the Juxiong tribe could potentially alleviate this issue. Are you the chieftain of this tribe? Xingke inquired, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of so many orcs coming to welcome him. He transformed back into his human form and approached Chieftain Shicho to confirm his identity. Indeed, I am Chieftain Shicho of the Huxiao tribe. Allow me to introduce you to our grand shaman, Shijaisai, and 2 of our divine maidens, Shicho replied, nodding to acknowledge his position, introducing the important figures beside him. Humbled to meet you. I am Juqian, the chieftain of the Juxiong tribe. We were compelled to leave our home in the western continent's forest due to a sudden onslaught of beastly chaos. The priests in our tribe spoke of a radiant land known as the Wuhuang Plain, so we sought our fortune here. Juqian explained the circumstances that led them to this place. He had only caught the first half of Shicho's statement and inadvertently overlooked the mention of divine maidens. Beastly chaos. The chieftains exchanged concerned glances upon hearing this alarming news. They had previously experienced such turmoil in their own tribe during the winter months when food was scarce. The implications of this disturbance in the western continent's forests were dire. Had those tribes suffered similarly? Would they have journeyed here? Chieftain Juqian, I see your tribe is quite numerous. Let us discuss this matter at the Beast God Temple. Your people may rest in the altar square while I arrange accommodations for them, Shicho suggested, realizing that this issue required careful deliberation. He would invite Chieftain Juqian to join him at the temple while his tribe could rest momentarily. That sounds reasonable. Thank you, Chieftain Shicho, Juqian agreed, recognizing the wisdom in Shicho's words. Upon arriving at the Beast God Temple, Juqian noticed that beneath the statue of the Beast God sat not Shicho, but 2 youthful maidens. Though curious, he refrained from asking further questions. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia appeared to be idly playing with a small serpent. Jiar, you mustn't. Teng Shuo squirmed in Xiao Yujia's grasp, feeling embarrassed in such a position and hoping she would cease. However, Xiao Yujia seemed to relish Teng Shuo's predicament, showing no intention of stopping. Yusheng was engaged in playful interaction with Bai Di, who had transformed into a small cub. Bai Di, having just returned from a hunt, found himself reluctantly turned into a fluffy creature for his partner's amusement. Being a divine maiden, there was little he could do but indulge. The 2 maidens merely served as a dignified backdrop to the proceedings, for Chieftain Shicho possessed a deeper understanding of the situation. I wonder, Chieftain Juqian, are you the only tribe displaced by the beastly chaos in the western continent's forests? Shicho inquired, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. There are over 50 tribes in the western continent's forests, both large and small. The beastly chaos began after winter's end and has yet to cease. We are uncertain where those rampaging beasts have migrated. Many smaller tribes have been completely obliterated, leaving no survivors as they became prey. A few larger tribes have managed to endure, but they too have suffered significant losses. Juqian explained, providing insights into the plight facing many tribes. We are not the only ones seeking the center of the continent that emits a radiant glow. Others may arrive here soon. Grateful for this information, Shicho acknowledged, "Thank you, Chieftain Juqian, for sharing these details. The sun is now high in the sky. Let us gather for lunch together." After expressing gratitude and sharing the circumstances in the western continent's forests, Shicho arranged for food, having instructed Fu Xiang to prepare a meal for the older females in the square. "Oh, I feel quite embarrassed," Juqian remarked, puzzled as to why they would dine at midday when they had already eaten in the morning. Nevertheless, he appreciated Shicho's invitation for him and his people to partake in a meal. "What matter is it? It is a perfect opportunity for you to experience our local cuisine," Shicho exclaimed, eager for Chieftain Juqian to sample the dishes prepared by the city's females. Perhaps if the Juqiang tribe found the food to their liking, they might choose to stay, thus addressing the labor shortage within the city. "Indeed, ha ha ha. It seems we orcs of the same generation bond quite swiftly," Chieftain Juqian mused, noticing the camaraderie that had developed in such a short time. "This stew seems a tad bland. We ought to add more salt." The females of the Juqiang tribe had been quite hungry, and thus they prepared a light porridge with minced meat, aiming for a delicate flavor. As Juqian and Chieftain Shicho exited the Beast God Temple and approached the altar square, they were greeted by a bustling scene where Fu Xiang was actively assisting and guiding the females in preparing lunch. Observing the female members of the Juqiang tribe, each appearing gaunt and emaciated, it is evident that they have not had a proper meal during the arduous journey of recent days. Fu Xiang could only instruct the females responsible for cooking to prepare an additional pot of minced meat porridge, offering something light to warm their bellies. Fortunately, there was still an ample supply of rice in the city's granary from the previous harvest, and aside from the portion reserved by Qiao Yujia for seeds. Fu Xiang retrieved nearly half of the remaining rice to prepare meals for everyone. Time to eat. With Fu Xiang's call, the orcs and females from the Huxiao and Meimao tribes hurried to the designated area where bowls and chopsticks were arranged, each taking a pair before lining up for their portions. They eagerly joined the queue for their preferred dishes. The Juqiang tribes, orcs and females watched in astonishment, their eyes widening and mouths agape. After the tribe leader Juqian arranged for his people and those from the two tribes to collect their meals, he joined the line alongside the leader of the Shicho tribe. As the enticing aromas of the dishes wafted from the wooden basin, he could hardly contain his salivation. He had never seen food prepared in such a manner before. "Yujia, what would you like?" "Aunt Fu Xiang, please give me a bowl of rice and braised meat," Qiao Yujia exclaimed, nearly forgetting her divine demeanor as she gazed at the simmering meat. "Is this the world of gluttonous carnivores? All right, if that is not enough, come back for more." "Thank you, Aunt Fu Xiang." Qiao Yujia happily carried her bowl brimming with braised meat and rice. As for Ting Shua's share, to be honest, she hadn't given it much thought, knowing he wouldn't starve even if he chose not to eat. In truth, the meals prepared by the females within the city were quite delectable. Yet the tribe members often felt something was amiss compared to the dishes crafted by Qiao Yujia and her companions. No matter how they cooked, the flavors never seemed quite right. However, the meals prepared by the two goddesses were a rarity, and they couldn't help but envy Lin Ye and the others for enjoying such divine cuisine daily. If Lin Ye and her companions were aware, they would undoubtedly exclaim that it was a grand misunderstanding. Although Qiao Yujia had a penchant for gourmet food, it did not imply that she would prepare it every day. She only indulged occasionally, while the majority of the time, Lin Ye took on the culinary duties. The meals for the guards and warriors of the Divine Hall were prepared by the female attendants within the hall. Chapter 83. A New Beginning. This is delicious. Leader Shicho, what kind of meat is this? As the members of the Juqiang tribe were unaccustomed to using chopsticks, Fu Xiang and her companions provided wooden spoons for them. Juqian, the leader of the Juqiang tribe, scooped a spoonful of braised meat from his wooden bowl and took a bite. He discovered the meat was tender and succulent, melting in his mouth while exuding an extraordinary aroma that enhanced the flavor of the beast meat. It was Juqian's first experience with meat prepared in such a manner, prompting him to inquire of Leader Shicho. "Leader Juqian, this is the meat of the Qingyo beast." Upon hearing Juqian's question, Shicho readily shared the information. After sampling the braised meat, Shicho could identify it easily, having heard from Qiao Yujia that the best braised meat was made from Qingyo beast. Thus, since her last statement, every grand feast had featured braised dishes made from Qingyo meat. While the females occasionally experimented with other wild meats for braising, they never quite achieved the same delectable results as with Qingyo meat. Despite following the same preparation methods, the flavors were vastly different. Over time, the females abandoned the use of any meat other than that of the Qingyo beast for braising. How can this be possible? Juqian found it hard to believe what Shicho had asserted. All orcs living on the Orc continent knew that while Qingyo meat was delicious, this particular preparation was unlike any they had tasted before. Leader Juqian, I assure you, this truly is Qingyo meat. Seeing Juqian's skepticism, Shicho hastened to clarify, even bringing Juqian to Fuxiang for verification. Fuxiang, please confirm for Leader Juqian that today's braised dish is indeed made from Qingyo meat. This statement startled Fuxiang. Noticing Shicho's urgency, quickly assured Juqian, Leader Juqian, this braised meat is indeed made from Qingyo meat. Is it truly Qingyo meat? Although Fuxiang's confident affirmation was reassuring, Juqian remained skeptical, prompting him to seek further confirmation. It is indeed Qingyo meat, Leader Juqian. Look over there at the remaining bones. Though Juqian pressed for confirmation, Fuxiang remained patient, pointing to the large bamboo basket filled with bones, which had been discarded during the preparation of the Qingyo beast. These are indeed Qingyo bones. Juqian approached the basket, inspecting the bones closely and confirming their origin. What do you think? Did I deceive you? Shicho seized the opportunity to reaffirm his honesty. I was mistaken. You did not deceive me. However, how did you manage to prepare such delectable meat from the Qingyo? Realizing Shicho had indeed spoken truthfully, Juqian quickly apologized and inquired about the method for achieving such delightful results with Qingyo meat. Let's discuss this while we eat. Very well. The method for preparing gourmet dishes is not easily conveyed in a brief exchange, so Shicho led Juqian to a nearby seat, where they could enjoy their meal while conversing. Thus, lunch concluded amidst laughter and chatter. After the meal, Fuxiang guided the members of the Juqiang tribe to vacant homes, while the single orcs and females were accommodated together in a spacious courtyard with the existing residents. In truth, Xiao Yujia was not opposed to them having their own small houses. Rather, she prioritized the development of land that could enhance the city before constructing suitable living quarters for the single orcs and females. The vacant homes in the residential area were intended for purchase by tribe members using their hard-earned currency. Only through the fruits of their own labor would they come to appreciate their possessions. Divine Hall, 2nd floor, 2nd room from the left IU. Please recover soon. Once you are well, Mother will take you away, and you shall never return. You must understand that the young lord does not harbor feelings for you. Why must you cling to such delusions? Is this not a greater source of suffering? The priestess Hickson gently wiped the body of the unconscious Feiyue with a damp towel made of cotton. The sight of her once vibrant child now in such a fragile state caused her heart to ache deeply. It was evident that engaging in conflict with Xiao Yujia was futile, yet she could not fathom whether it was stubbornness or sheer folly. Gazing at the feeble Feiyue, the priestess had at times contemplated returning her to the beast deity. But she quickly reminded herself that despite Feiyue's flaws, she was still a part of her flesh and blood, and could not allow her to stray from the right path. Priestess Hickson, please eat a little. After all, Miss Feiyue is capable of transforming into her beast form, and perhaps she will awaken by tomorrow. As the priestess Feiyue fixed her gaze upon her troublesome offspring, a priest apprentice entered, carrying a bowl of minced meat porridge prepared in the kitchen of the beast god temple. Observing the most gifted priest of Tianhu City laboring for her child, a wave of sympathy washed over the apprentice. She hoped to persuade Feiyue to consume a morsel of food. Otherwise, what would happen when Feiyue awoke if Feiyue had already collapsed? Very well, I shall eat a little. You have not eaten yet, have you? You should go and eat. There is no need to stay here with me, Feiyue remarked, contemplating the dire consequence of being incapacitated when her child finally regained consciousness. With that thought lingering, she accepted the bowl of porridge from the apprentice and took small bites. Suddenly reminded that the apprentice had likely not eaten either, Feiyue urged her to partake in some food as well, insisting that she need not remain by her side. Then please take care of yourself, Priestess Feiyue. Understood. You may leave, the apprentice replied, casting a concerned glance at Feiyue's almost emaciated figure. However, since Feiyue had spoken, she felt there was little more to say and exited the room. Feiyue began her journey as a priest apprentice and has since dedicated herself to the betterment of Tianhu City. Yet, she found herself burdened with a child who only seemed to bring her trouble, leading to her current state. 2 days later, as Feiyue's injuries began to heal, Feiyue resolved to return to Tianhu City with her. Upon departure, the chieftain Shiqiu, the high shaman, priest Shi, Xiao Yujia, and Yusheng all gathered at the city gates to bid them farewell. Priestess Feiyue, please exercise caution on your journey back. I have already heard from Tian Yao regarding the protection of Tianhu City and I shall give it due consideration. Previously, Qiao Sheng had intended to go directly to the city, where accommodations had been prepared for the orc warriors responsible for its defense. However, recalling Fei Xuan's words, he instead sought out Qiao Yujia in the goddess hall, where he found Tian Yao in her quarters on the second floor and relayed the matter to him. The following morning, Tian Yao bravely approached Qiao Yujia to discuss the protection of Tianhu City. She neither agreed nor declined, but merely stated that she would think it over. After all, she was not well acquainted with this city. Qiao Yujia contemplated visiting the 4 major cities and various tribes across the Orc continent once stability was achieved in this city. Thank you, goddess. We of Tianhu City shall forever remain the most loyal followers of both goddesses and the beast god. Although Qiao Yujia only mentioned her consideration, it nonetheless brought great joy to Fei Xuan. After all, she did not reject the notion of protecting Tianhu City. While still uncertain, Fei Xuan represented the people of Tianhu City, expressing their loyalty to Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. Priestess Fei Xuan, you are too kind. It is getting late. Please be cautious on your journey. Before any promise of protection for Tianhu City was made, she had already expressed her heartfelt loyalty. However, Qiao Yujia said nothing further, merely gazing at the rising sun, which had transformed the previously pale sky into a bright expanse. If Fei Xuan and her companions did not depart soon, they might struggle to find a resting cave before sunset. Thank you for your concern, goddess. We shall not linger. Fei Xuan glanced at the sky, realizing it was indeed getting late, and bowed deeply to Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng before leading her 3 or 4 apprentices out of the city gates. Fei Yue was cradled by her partner, Shi Ming, in a half-beast form as they made their way. After bidding farewell to Fei Xuan and her party, the orcs and females within the city did not remain idle. They set about their tasks. Fu Xiang guided the females of the giant bear tribe as they familiarized themselves with various areas of the city. Naturally, they did not enter critical locations such as the weapons factory. They only observed from a distance. After all, these sites were the last bastions of survival for the orcs and females in the city. As for the orc warriors of the giant bear tribe, after Zhu Qian decided to stay, they were dispersed to join the city guard and patrol teams, and relations among the 3 tribes were relatively amicable. Following a hearty meal the previous day, the already robust warriors of the giant bear tribe felt invigorated. Finding a place that could accommodate an entire tribe was not easy. Thus, they resolved to safeguard this hard-won peace. With the addition of the giant bear tribe, the city was further strengthened. In the following days, several smaller vegetarian orc tribes gradually arrived, prompting Qiao Yujia to enlist their assistance in tending to the fields planted outside the city. This could perhaps mark a new chapter for this city. Now, at the highest pavilion of the goddess hall, Qiao Yujia gazed upon the bustling streets within the city. Once a sparse commercial district, it had become increasingly vibrant with the influx of new tribes, leading her to believe this could signify a new beginning for the city. Although the city had been established for less than a year, it was time to bestow upon it a name, Isha Tribe, for the goddess hall. At this moment, Yi was thoroughly enjoying herself, relishing a return to the days when females were not required to work, surrounded by willing orc servants. Goddess, it seems you are in good spirits today. May I summon Yifeng to attend to you? The chieftain of the Isha tribe, Yifeng, entered the goddess hall and spotted Yi, who was indulging in leisure. Surrounding her were the tribe's most handsome orc warriors. Seeing her in high spirits, Yifeng sought to take this opportunity to serve her, sending the 2 warriors beside her away. I wonder what Yifeng has in mind to serve me. With her companions gone, Yi raised her head to examine Yifeng. He was indeed quite impressive, yet she noticed his hands were empty, lacking even food, leading her to question what he intended to offer. Goddess, Yifeng shall always be your most devoted follower. I hope for a chance to prove myself. Yifeng knelt before Yi, gazing at her with admiration. For him, securing his position was paramount, yet he wondered if the moon would grace the night. His sudden rise to fame had been a mystery. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Yi regarded the handsome man before her as the chieftain of the Isha tribe. If she could win his unwavering devotion, she could acquire a measure of control over the tribe. She mused that gaining influence over the Isha tribe would enable her to return to that city and conquer it. Perhaps, in doing so, Mei would notice, for only a strong female like herself could bear the healthiest offspring with him. Goddess, shall we proceed to the stone bed? Yifeng, unaware of Ye's thoughts, suddenly scooped her up, hoping to fulfill her desires. However, just as he was about to carry her to the stone bed, Yi interjected, Yifeng, may I request something of you? What is it? Please do not hesitate, Yifeng replied, eager to fulfill her wishes. To him, Yi was the embodiment of his dreams, perfectly matching his imagination. He would gladly do anything for her, without needing to consult his own desires. I need you to. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yi grew bolder and leaned closer to his ear, whispering something unknown. Upon hearing the words of the young deity, Yifeng's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. What did you say? Bang! Yifeng could hardly believe the statements just uttered by Yi, leaving him somewhat astonished. In a moment of distraction, the leaf he held slipped from his embrace and fell to the ground with a painful thud. Hiss! Yifeng, how dare you drop me? Yi exclaimed, clutching her sore rear and glaring at Yifeng with fury. To be honest, she had not anticipated that besides the detestable female who had harmed her, this would be the first male to dare to drop her. Clearly, one should never extend kindness to males. A slight gesture of goodwill leads them to lose all sense of direction. Goddess, are you all right? Just as Yifeng was lost in contemplation over Ye's previous remarks, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He quickly bent down to assist Yi, who had fallen, yet he exhibited no intention of apologizing. He merely found her earlier statements utterly absurd and began to interrogate the goddess. Why do you suddenly want me to lead hundreds of our tribe's formidable orc warriors to the Wuhuang Plains? Do you understand that it is a forbidden zone for all orcs? Moreover, it is the domain of the beast god. Yifeng could not comprehend why Yi would instruct him to take the tribe's most powerful warriors to the Wuhuang Plains, a place infamous for its prohibition against orcs entering without the beast god's consent. Legends say that those who dare to trespass without permission are met with severe punishment, and it is uncertain who could return alive from such a venture. How could the goddess entertain such a terrifying notion? And what of the beast god? I have never seen him. Yi scoffed, dismissing the notion. There are only two despicable females claiming to be legendary goddesses. What's wrong with attacking that fortress they deem so impregnable? Atop the mountain, in the goddess hall, after months of gathering, Xiao Yujia finally amassed the necessary ingredients for several potions. Oh, of course, there were also the exquisite pearls generously provided by Yusheng. It seemed that Yusheng's spirits had been high lately, as the quality of the pearls was exceptional. Holding a top-quality white pearl in her hand, Xiao Yujia gazed at it with satisfaction, admiring its brilliance, which surpassed even the finest pearls from her previous world. It gleamed brightly, its body plump and surrounded by a delicate blue luminescence, unmistakably the king among gems. In the courtyard of the goddess hall, the pavilion exuded an extraordinary tranquility, as even the breeze seemed to slow its pace, as if in understanding. Seated within the pavilion, Xiao Yujia had an array of tools for grinding herbs laid out before her. The potion-making techniques she had encountered in the books were quite challenging and required spiritual energy. It seemed that the simplest ones were the Huanyan Dan and the Lingqi Dan, yet both necessitated spiritual energy for their concoction. Previously, she might have found this daunting, especially since the original world lacked such elements. However, after careful consideration, Xiao Yujia chose the relatively straightforward Huanyan Dan and Lingqi Dan, which required fewer herbs, though the materials for the Lingqi Dan were somewhat precious. The most crucial ingredient for the Huanyan Dan was the pearl formed from the tears of a Jiaran. Fortunately, she possessed an abundance of those. Thus, she decided to begin with the Huanyan Dan. Once completed, she would gift one to the Grand Shaman. Without hesitation, Xiao Yujia set to work, placing 2 or 3 pearls into the stone mortar, patiently grinding them into a fine powder for later use. She then ground the gardenia clove, lotus seed flesh, and goji berries in a powder. After completing these steps, only the final action remained, combining it with the spiritual spring water abundant around the goddess hall, and refining it with pure fire. Alas, after toiling for most of the day, she had only produced 3 pills. She wondered how effective they would be. Finally, at the zenith of the sun, Xiao Yujia had successfully crafted the Huanyan Dan for the first time, but sighed in disappointment. Looking at the fruits of her labor, she had not anticipated achieving only 3 pills. It seemed that potion-making was not a task to be accomplished in a day. Producing this many already indicated her considerable talent. Perhaps others could not even manage this feat. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yujia felt a profound sense of balance within her. Yet, she remained uncertain about their efficacy. Should she find someone to test them? The only option was to seek out someone for a trial. But now, with everyone preoccupied, whom should she ask? As she pondered, she stepped out of the goddess hall. What has happened to the goddess? Why does she appear so distracted? Who knows? Could it be she has something on her mind? It can't be. As she exited the goddess hall, her absent-minded demeanor caught the attention of 2 female attendants returning from fetching water. who speculated that Xiao Yujia must be troubled, for how else could she appear so preoccupied? Little did they know, she was merely vexed over whom to enlist for testing the Huanyan Dan's effects. However, the orcs and females in the city were all busy with their respective tasks, leaving only herself, Yu Sheng, and the grand shaman and priestess of the Beast God Temple potentially unoccupied. Beast God Temple, how did I end up here? Xiao Yujia wandered from the goddess hall towards the city gate, circling the square before stopping before a resplendent golden door. Upon looking up, she realized it was the Beast God Temple. She was unaware that she had meandered here in a daze, feeling as though she had taken a roundabout route. Since she had arrived, should she not enter? Xiao Yujia murmured to herself at the entrance of the Beast God Temple, to the point where the grand shaman approached her. And she remained oblivious. Yujia, what are you pondering so intently? The grand shaman observed Xiao Yujia's dazed expression, curious about what could occupy her thoughts to such a degree. It's nothing. Startled by the voice calling her name, Xiao Yujia snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head to indicate she was not contemplating anything significant. All right, Grand Shaman, I have something wonderful to share with you. Let us talk inside. She recalled she had something to discuss and tugged the Grand Shaman into the Beast God Temple. Slow down, child. What do you have to show this old woman that has you so eager? The Grand Shaman, being rather elderly, found the sudden urgency a bit taxing. Yet upon seeing Xiao Yujia's joyful demeanor, she refrained from voicing any complaints. Instead, she inquired as to what the young girl wished to present. Surely, there is no one around? After settling the Grand Shaman into a chair near the entrance, Xiao Yujia glanced around to ensure their privacy. Once assured of their solitude, she retrieved a small white porcelain jar from her bag. Opening it revealed 3 plump, white Huanyan Dan freshly concocted. Grand Shaman, this is the Huanyan Dan I successfully crafted today. Consuming it will restore you to the state and appearance of your early adulthood. She handed one of the pills to the Grand Shaman, asserting that it would rejuvenate her to her youthful form. Yujia, does this Huanyan Dan truly possess such miraculous properties? The Grand Shaman felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Xiao Yujia's claim that it could revert her to a youthful state. After all, having lived for so long, she has developed a profound affection for this tribe. If she could live a few more years, she could contribute even more to the tribe. Although she is the goddess of this city, she cannot show excessive trust, as she has never seen such pills before. Of course, have I ever deceived you, Great Shaman? Noticing the Great Shaman's skepticism, Xiao Yujia quickly nodded emphatically. When have I ever misled the tribe's people? Everything has been sincere. However, this rejuvenating elixir was concocted by Xiao Yujia based on ancient texts from her family's library in the previous world. According to the text, the elixir indeed possesses remarkable effects on restoring one's appearance. While the required herbs are few, they must all be over 100 years old, combined with top-tier pearls and infused with the essence of a rich mountain spring, and then refined with pure fire. Great Shaman, you must try it. Xiao Yujia was eager to see what the Great Shaman looked like in her youth, gently urging her to consume the elixir immediately. Just by observing her current aura, any discerning eye could tell that the Great Shaman must have been a beauty in her younger days. Seeing how happy you are, little Yujia, I suppose I shall give it a try. The Great Shaman glanced at Xiao Yujia's expectant face and, curious about whether she could return to her youthful self, decided to take the rejuvenating elixir. What is this? Not long after, the Great Shaman's skin began to exude a dark liquid, reminiscent of the appearance after consuming a spirit fruit. Could this be the toxins generated within her body? But hadn't the tribe's people already expelled all toxins after consuming the spirit fruit? Xiao Yujia, observing the dark liquid seeping from the Great Shaman's body, felt puzzled. If this was indeed the expulsion of toxins, hadn't it all been eliminated during the earlier consumption of the spirit fruit? Why was the Great Shaman now expelling again after taking the elixir? Great Shaman, please wait here. It is already working. I will have someone prepare hot water for your bath. As the dark liquid continued to seep out, Xiao Yujia rushed out of the Beast God Temple without finishing her sentence. After instructing the attendants within the temple, she hurried towards the Lord's mansion. She suddenly remembered that today she was supposed to discuss the name of the city with the leader of the Shiqiu tribe. Bang! In her haste, she collided with Tang Shuo, who was taken aback by the impact. Jiar, are you all right? What is you in such a rush? Recently, Xiao Yujia's strength had been growing alarmingly, and when she collided with him, Tang Shuo felt as though his chest might burst, though he dared not show it. His expression filled with concern for her well-being. I'm fine, what are you doing here? After regaining her balance, Qiao Yujia quickly stepped away from Teng Shua's embrace, fearing the gossip of the tribespeople. However, it turned out she was overly concerned. Even if passing tribespeople saw them, they acted as if they hadn't tea. For the tribespeople, the relationship between the revered goddess Yujia and her soul companion, along with her pets, was beyond their judgment. After all, none understood the true nature of the bond between the goddess and them. To speak carelessly would only invite disaster. Teng Shua hesitated, feeling the pressure directed at him from Qiao Yujia, and could sense her sudden displeasure. Although he had been allowed to move freely around the city due to Qiao Yujia's intervention, every night after dinner, she still confined him in the dungeon beneath the mansion. Not for any other reason, but because she found his face, one that could incite both admiration and ire, far too alluring for others. Even if he was not her partner, she found the attention he garnered quite bothersome. With such thoughts, Qiao Yujia felt even more vexed. She grabbed Teng Shua by the collar, pulling him down slightly, and whispered into his ear, "If you dare remove your mask while outside, just wait and see how I deal with you when we return." Adjusting his slightly askew mask, Qiao Yujia's icy demeanor sent a shiver through Teng Shua's body. She was a woman of her word, a veritable little tyrant. Mastering the lives of both people and pets, she did so with remarkable ease. Understand, for Teng Shua, although this feeling was terrifying, it was an inescapable shackle. No matter where he was, should he be found, all pets would return, and even if he lost his memories, the burdens of his body were indelible. "Since you're here, accompany me." Qiao Yujia gazed at Teng Shua, lost in thought for a moment before extending her hand towards him. Since he was already out, and Lin Yi and the others had been sent out to hunt for food, it was perfect for Teng Shua to accompany her. Seeing Qiao Yujia's outstretched hand, Teng Shua understood her intentions. After a moment of hesitation, he transformed back into his true form without a word, shrinking down to coil around her wrist, willingly submitting to her whims. To be honest, Qiao Yujia felt as though something was missing from her hand. It felt oddly incomplete. Now that her pet was in her grasp, she felt much more at ease. After all, one could not always keep their partner in hand, could they? This delightful role could only fall to Teng Shua, as the tactile sensations were quite similar. Chapter 85. The city is named Tianyu Jiar. Jiar, you cannot go there. As Qiao Yujia walked, she absent-mindedly caressed Teng Shua's body, ignoring the voice resonating in her mind. All she thought about was the sensation of Teng Shua in her hands, far superior to the snakes she had raised in her previous world. After all, her previous pets were large serpents, and to handle them, she would have to purchase small, manageable snakes like corn snakes from Pet Shop. "Hey, do you know who that female and the suddenly vanished male were?" "I don't know." They had only just passed by when a few newly arrived females stopped to discuss the matter. However, they were relatively new to the city, and even if they wanted to inquire, they were completely unaware. "You must be new arrivals. You are from the Jixiong tribe and other newly arrived tribes, right?" "Yes. Yes. Sister, do you know who that female dressed in red and the suddenly vanished male were?" At that moment, a female from the Hushao tribe happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, instantly recognizing them as the new arrivals. In response to one female's question, she glanced in the direction Qiao Yujia had departed and proudly declared, "The female dressed in red is one of the goddesses of our city. As for the suddenly vanished male, if I am not mistaken, he is the pet of our goddess, Lord Teng Sha." She paused slightly at the end of her sentence, leaving her thoughts unspoken. A pet? The newly arrived females understood that those who were kept as pets were usually sentient beasts, not beastmen. While they did not comprehend why one of the goddesses would keep a beastman as a pet, they knew it was not their place to intervene, so they refrained from further discussion. At the city lord's mansion, "Little Yujia, what brings you here? Have you had lunch yet?" While Fu Xiang was tidying up the courtyard with a few attendants, she lifted her head and spotted Qiao Yujia entering through the door. She quickly went forward to greet her, inquiring if she had lunch. To be honest, Fu Xiang greatly admired Qiao Yujia's personality. Had it not been for her own cub being infatuated with Yusheng, Fu Xiang might have wished for Bai Di to consider Qiao Yujia as a second partner. Unfortunately, she had declined. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Fu Xiang, but I have already eaten." In reality, Qiao Yujia had not had lunch, as she had descended from the goddess palace right after refining the rejuvenation pill. Nevertheless, she felt it necessary to express gratitude for Fu Xiang's kindness and avoid seeming impolite. "I am here to see clan leader Shichou. Is he present?" Indeed, Qiao Yujia had come to discuss matters with clan leader Shichou. But when she opened her divine senses earlier, She did not perceive his presence within the city lord's mansion. Clan leader Shi Cho is out hunting with a few old friends. He will return shortly. Before Fu Xiang could finish her sentence, she caught sight of clan leader Shi Cho entering, dragging several Qingyo beasts and a rare white tiger. Yu Jia, see, he has returned. Noticing Xiao Yu Jia in a daze, Fu Xiang promptly patted her shoulder to inform her of clan leader Shi Chao's arrival. Look at the mess you've blood all over the ground. I just finished cleaning up with a few females. Although Fu Xiang was pleased to see the bounty of prey clan leader Shi Cho brought, she was irked to see the blood staining the courtyard she had just tidied. Fu Xiang, I apologize, I won't let it happen again. Observing Fu Xiang's furious expression, clan leader Shi Cho hastily apologized, promising not to repeat his mistake, lest Fu Xiang refuse to sleep with him that night. Aunt Fu Xiang and clan leader Shi Cho have such a good relationship. In my previous world, there were no couples as affectionate as them. Xiao Yujiao watched Fu Xiang and clan leader Shi Cho, sensing their deep affection and pure bond. Yet she couldn't help but feel sympathy for the girls in her former world. They joyfully married the boys they loved, believing they would find happiness, only to discover that marriage was akin to hell. All right, Yu Jia seems to have something to discuss with you. As she saw clan leader Shi Cho prepare to embrace her, Fu Xiang quickly stepped aside, directing her gaze towards Xiao Yu Jia. Ahem, Yu Jia, didn't you talk to me? Upon entering, clan leader Shi Cho had not noticed Xiao Yu Jia's presence, but after Fu Xiang's prompt, he finally acknowledged her. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and he coughed lightly to ease the tension. Actually, it's nothing important. You may carry on with your tasks, clan leader Shi Cho. Understanding that clan leader Shi Cho had matters to attend to, Xiao Yu Jia merely smiled, hoping he would complete his affairs before addressing her, as her concerns were not of great significance. It's all right. I have nothing pressing, Yu Jia. Let's converse in the main hall. Hearing Xiao Yu Jia's statement, clan leader Shi Cho shook his head, insisting he had no urgent matters, even considering that what he needed to discuss might not merit immediate attention. It was paramount to prioritize the issues raised by the two goddesses, as they had contributed significantly to the tribe's well-being, ensuring that they lived comfortably. That sounds fine. With clan leader Shi Chao's assurance, Xiao Yu Jia felt there was little else to add. She followed him into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Clan leader Shi Cho, we now reside within a city, and given the multitude of tribes here, we cannot continue to call it the Hu Shao tribe. With so many residents, it is impractical for you to manage alone. Upon entering the main hall, Xiao Yu Jia directly addressed the current state of affairs. Since the city had absorbed the Beastmen and females from the Zhuxiong tribe, other tribes had also joined, resulting in a total population exceeding 15,000. Moreover, with so many tribes, the city lord's mansion had only one leader. A city cannot have two leaders. Yet allowing too much authority to the chiefs of other tribes could lead to rebellion, as they were not bound by contracts like the members of the Mi'Mao tribe. However, denying other tribal leaders some governance over the city could also incite minor rebellions among the many inhabitants. So what do you propose, Yu Jia? Surely you must have a better solution? After a moment of silence, clan leader Shi Cho acknowledged the challenges of managing such a large population alone, but felt at a loss for solutions. He turned to Xiao Yu Jia, believing she had devised a more effective strategy. Clan leader Shi Cho, here is what I suggest. Recognizing that the population issue troubled clan leader Shi Cho, Xiao Yu Jia shared her thoughts, proposing to summon several tribal leaders for a joint discussion the following day. To this, clan leader Shi Cho agreed. Once they had deliberated and finalized their plan, noting the time was getting late, Xiao Yu Jia bid farewell to clan leader Shi Cho and Fu Xiang before leaving the city lord's mansion. On the summit of the mountain at the goddess palace, Jia Jia, you're back. Look, I brought you a long-eared beast. Goddess, I gathered these mushrooms for you. Goddess, this is for you. As soon as Xiao Yu Jia returned to the goddess palace, she was met with a fervent onslaught from Lin Yi and the others, each presenting her with offerings. She wanted to express that her storage was already overflowing, but seeing their earnestness, she could not refuse and accepted everything graciously. Let us place these in storage. All right, head back. I'll bring you some food shortly. Watching Lin Yi and the others hurriedly dash into her small storage room, where she kept herbs, Xiao Yu Jia pointed at Teng Shua's serpent head, instructing him to wait in the basement for her to bring him food later. Teng Shua hissed a couple of times, seemingly understanding her unspoken words, but he could do nothing but comply, lest the situation worsen. As night fell, after soothing Lin Yi to sleep, Xiao Yu Jia descended to the basement. After a while, having completed her tasks, she emerged composed, leaving Teng Shua exhausted on the newly arranged bed in the basement. The following day, Clan leader Shi Cho summoned the leaders of various tribes within the city to gather in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Clan leader Shi Cho, did you call us here for something specific? As silence fell, and no one knew who they were waiting for, the chief of the Zhu Xiong tribe, Zhu Qian, broke the stillness with his query. Let us wait a moment. One more person is en route. Everyone, feel free to take a short break. In response to Zhu Qian's inquiry, clan leader Shi Cho did not provide a direct answer, but advised them to be patient, as they awaited the arrival of another individual. I sincerely apologize for the delay, as this morning, the little Nwomi Tuan shed tears for a while. Just when the tribal leaders assumed no one would arrive, Xiao Yuja suddenly burst in, her face aglow with a radiant smile, exuding an extraordinary charm. She was supposed to have arrived at the Lord's meeting hall earlier in the day, but for some unknown reason, the little Nwomi Tuan began to cry, compelling Xiao Yuja to soothe her to sleep before racing over, which also served as a form of exercise. Little did she know that by the time she arrived, all the tribal leaders had already been waiting for quite some time. Never mind. What matters is that you have arrived. Is the little Nwomi Tuan all right? Upon hearing that the little Nwomi Tuan had been crying, tribe leader Shi Chio expressed genuine concern, for she was the future goddess. She is fine. Thank you for your concern, tribe leader Shi Chio. Xiao Yuja shook her head in response, assuring that the little Nwomi Tuan was indeed all right. It was merely an inexplicable moment of tears, and thankfully, she had managed to lull her back to sleep, or else the attendants in the goddess hall would have suffered. Who is this? How did a young female come here? Is it unclear? Indeed, how did a young female manage to enter? This is a gathering of tribal leaders. The other tribal leaders, unfamiliar with Xiao Yujia, found it quite absurd that a young female had intruded into the meeting hall designated for serious discussions. This is a place for tribal leaders to deliberate. How can a young female enter at will? However, such remarks were particularly offensive to tribe leader Shi Chio and the leader of the Meishi tribe. For the Huxiao tribe, Xiao Yujia was revered as a goddess, second only to the beast god, while for the Meishi tribe, she wielded the power of life and death over their entire clan. Let the frivolities cease. Now we shall discuss the naming of the city and the arrangements for the tribal leaders. As Xiao Yujia ascended to the main seat, the remaining tribal leaders, aside from those from Huxiao, Meishi, and Zhuxiong tribes, were taken aback. Nevertheless, Xiao Yujia paid no heed to their astonished expressions. She released her aura, silencing the hall, and commenced the day's agenda. After deliberation, she named the city Tianyu Cheng, signifying the will of the heavens. In this world, the beast god is the supreme deity, and as this barren plain serves as his dwelling, the name was most fitting. The tribal leaders were assigned to the city's administrative body, with them jointly managing Tianyu Cheng. All matters, large and small, will be discussed by the Elder Council, ultimately requiring approval from the three halls before issuing commands. Naturally, some tribal leaders entering the Elder Council harbored their own agendas. But how could Xiao Yujia permit them to have their way? She merely hoped they would fulfill their duties. Otherwise, they should not blame her for being unyielding. Chapter 86. Another year of the trade fair after the previous discussions. I wonder if any leaders have objections? As the discussions reached conclusion, to appease certain individuals, Xiao Yujia raised an eyebrow, her provocation unmistakable. Hiss, as she awaited responses from the tribal leaders. She casually offered a spirit pill she had concocted the previous night to Tang Shua, after being exhausted by Xiao Yujia's relentless teasing. He ought to have recuperated in the basement, where the ambient energy emitted by the Temple's pearl would be beneficial to him. Yet, feeling guilty, Xiao Yujia, after soothing the little Nwomi Tuan, made a trip to the basement to bring Tang Shua out. Compared to the pearl's energy, her presence seemed to offer him greater comfort. For some reason, whenever Xiao Yujia saw Tang Shua, a wave of guilt washed over her. Despite his previous actions of binding her with red mist, she found it hard to harbor any resentment. This how delightful. I never imagined I could concoct spirit pills in this world. After Tang Shua consumed the spirit pill, a warm current surged through him, erasing the fatigue from the previous night. So joyful. Tang Shua, what are you truly thinking? Xiao Yujia observed the recovering Tang Shua, his tail flicking with what seemed to be happiness, yet she could not decipher his thoughts. Is this the temperament of a high-level practitioner? It eludes perception. Though she thought this way, he belonged to her now. Even if he had been bullied the previous day, he seemed to take pleasure in it. What is in the goddess's hand? A pet beast? But what kind is it? A snake or something else? If it is a snake, it appears to be different somehow. Following Xiao Yujia's remarks, the other tribal leaders were engrossed in discussion, Yet only the Meishi tribe leader, you noticed the small serpent, or rather, now it should be called a jiao, that Xiao Yujia was toying with. You had seen numerous pets raised by Beastmen and had encountered snake tribes, yet he had never seen a serpent adorned with horns. Although the horns were not very pronounced, it was not difficult for a Beastman like him to discern. At the same time, you noticed that Xiao Yujia's expression was not one of happiness. Rather, it bore a hint of sorrow. I have no objections to what the goddess discussed with us just now. Listening to the ongoing discussions among the tribal leaders, you voiced his agreement with Xiao Yujia's arrangements. The positions assigned to the Meishi tribe's Beastmen were of scouts within the city, a fitting role for their smaller physiques, so, as the leader of the Meishi tribe, how could he express dissatisfaction? I too have no objections. We are in agreement. With US initial affirmation, the others followed suit, recognizing the reasonableness of Xiao Yujia's assignments. Of course, with agreement comes dissent. What should we do? Should we? However, she is merely a pampered young female. Even if the arrangements are reasonable, do you truly wish to heed her commands? That is true. Yet this young female is strikingly beautiful, far surpassing the daughters of the 4 primary cities. As most tribal leaders expressed their approval of Xiao Yujia's arrangements, the 3 seated at the end showed reluctance to concur. One of them even fixated on Xiao Yujia herself, noting that the majority of tribal leaders had accepted her arrangements. She intended to conclude the discussions. However, amidst the affirmations, she detected a note of dissent. A pair of delicate, red eyes slowly lifted to gaze at the 3 at the end. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? The trio, who had been whispering and laughing, suddenly shuddered at an inexplicable chill. Since there are no objections, today's discussion will conclude here. Everyone may return. With only 3 dissenters, Xiao Yujia was unperturbed by the prospect of rebellion. Should they dare, it would provide her with just cause to act swiftly. As the goddess had spoken, the tribal leaders had no choice but to depart the Lord's meeting hall in small groups. Yujia, are you leaving too? Why not stay for a meal? As the tribal leaders finished their exits, Xiao Yujia prepared to take her leave when tribe leader Shi Qiu hastily called out, hoping to keep her for lunch at the Lord's estate. No, thank you, Chief Shi Qiu, for your kind offer. I shall return home for my meal. Faced with Chief Shi Qiu's goodwill, Xiao Yujia could only decline. It was not that she was wary of him, but rather that Lin, you must have prepared lunch for her by now. If she were to eat here and then return home, she would have no appetite left for the meal her husband had lovingly prepared. In light of this, be careful on your way, Yujia. Chief Shi Qiu discerned her thoughts immediately. She was indeed reserving her appetite for the lunch made by her partner. Understanding this, he refrained from insisting and simply watched her leave the Lord's mansion. Upon returning to the Shun Dian, after finishing her lunch, Xiao Yujia intended to take a nap for the afternoon. However, even before she could lie down, she felt her waist tightly embraced from behind. Jia, you have been ignoring me lately. You seem very busy. It turned out Lin Yi had washed the dishes they used and rushed to find Xiao Yujia. To be honest, she had indeed been quite preoccupied these past few days, leaving her with little time to spend with Lin Yi, even entrusting the care of their little glutinous rice dumpling to the nanny. It's all right, as long as Jia still remembers me. For Lin Yi, he felt fortunate to be the partner of the goddess and to have a lovely child. What more could he wish for? He understood that even with her soul partner, Xiao Yujia would still admire those orc warriors who met her aesthetic standards. He was not angered by this, as long as she held him dear in her heart. What a fool. Listening to his somewhat helpless tone, Xiao Yujia thought he was easily satisfied. She could only shake her head in exasperation. It was truly foolish of him not to advocate for himself. Ultimately, she had no choice but to release Ting Shuo from her grasp, allowing him to return to the basement alone. She then unwrapped Lin Yi's arms around her waist and led him towards the bed. With a swift motion, she turned and pinned Lin Yi beneath her. However, he seemed to have taken quite a tumble, his voice muffled. The two had barely settled on the bed when Teng Shuo, who had initially been hopeful, turned to see Xiao Yujia, his eyes shimmering with a red glow, and realized her intentions. Yet now, he felt he could only return alone, hoping she would recover swiftly. As Teng Shuo lingered at the door, he cast one last glance back before wearily dragging his trembling body away. Inside the room, with Lin Yi beneath her, Xiao Yujia felt no sleepiness. Her thoughts were consumed by Lin Yi's graceful form as she began to explore him. One couldn't help but admire the serpent Beastman. Despite being a man, his waist was more supple than that of a woman. Jia, hearing Lin Yi's slightly trembling voice, she found herself wishing to proceed, yet remained silent. Although she was wide awake, fatigue still tugged at her. She longed for sleep. But now, with Linny occupying her space, she hesitated. However, gazing at the beauty in her embrace, she found it hard to part, deciding the best course of action was to hold him and drift off to sleep. She raised her right hand and gently placed it on Lin Ye's forehead. Judgea before long, Lin Yi felt himself shifting into a smaller form, his serpent head flushing red. Lin Yi, I am quite tired. We can discuss matters later tonight. Her delicate hands lifted the now juvenile Lin Yi from the bed, and instinctively, his tail coiled around her wrist. With no one occupying space beside her, Xiao Yujia tucked herself under a light blanket and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Appearing genuinely exhausted, was it truly exhaustion from being busy? If Tang Shuo were present, he would assert that it was not mere fatigue, but rather a state of spiritual energy depletion. Hiss, Jia, you must be utterly worn out. Lin Yi gazed at Xiao Yujia's slightly pale face, feeling an overwhelming sense of concern. However, the seal she had placed upon him rendered him unable to break free, despite numerous attempts. Unlike Tang Shuo, who could effortlessly revert to his true form even after being transformed by Xiao Yujia, Lin Yi did not dare entertain such thoughts in her presence. In the end, he could only remain quietly on her hand, hoping his coolness would help dissipate her warmth. 2 months later, autumn had arrived, and the winds outside had grown somewhat boisterous. Goddess, the city lord requests your presence. I understand. Initially intending to sit idly upon her throne, contemplating the upcoming city planning, Xiao Yujia was interrupted by a female attendant who rushed in to convey the city lord summons. Reluctantly, she stood up, thinking it prudent to see what was so urgent. After all, she wouldn't want to miss anything important. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the attendant to return to her duties, then leisurely rose from her seat, taking flight with a graceful leap. Moments later, she descended elegantly before the city lord's mansion, having noticed 2 pairs of eyes not far from the entrance. Mon, did you see that little female? The orc named Mon appeared anxious, having stood there for quite some time. I saw her. Where? The little female descended from the sky and entered the city lord's mansion. Mon was still reeling from the sight of Xiao Yujia's descent. He could hardly believe that such a young female could soar through the air like the beast god. Are you joking? How could she possibly fly? Hearing Mon's description, the orc beside him was incredulous. She is not the beast god. How could she fly? Hunt. I am not lying. Look, she is coming out. Just as Mon finished speaking, the orc named Hunt saw Xiao Yujia emerging from the mansion. With a flick of her hand and a tap of her toes, she lifted off the ground. This spectacle left Mon and Hunt utterly astonished, especially Hunt. He had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate young female could fly in the air without needing wings like the flying orcs. Is this a joke? See, I told you I wasn't lying. And let me tell you, after observing this city for the past 2 months, the orcs and females residing here can all wield some mysterious power. Some can command the trees of the forest, others can control the waters of the mountains and seas. Some can manipulate the very ground beneath our feet, and some can conjure divine fire out of thin air. As they watched Xiao Yujia disappear into the distance, Mon shared all he had witnessed over the past 2 months with Hunt. This is impossible. Hunt still found it hard to believe Mon's claims. How could there be orcs who can control divine fire? That is a feat only the beast god can accomplish. Could it be that the orcs in this city were protected by the beast god? As Hunt pondered this, he could never have guessed that the abilities held by these orcs had no connection to the beast god whatsoever. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia, having returned to the Shun Nvdn, felt a sense of helplessness. Earlier in the Lord's residence, Shichio, the Lord of Shichio City, informed her that with the arrival of autumn, the annual tribal trading fair would soon follow. Furthermore, the members of the Baishur tribe had sent a message stating that this year's trading event was advanced, leaving only 15 days to prepare the goods for trade. Within this limited time frame, it was necessary to manufacture sufficient items for exchange. Naturally, tools such as knives would not be included in Xiao Yujia's list of tradable goods. Alas, the time for the trading fair had arrived once more. Chapter 87. Departure for the trading fair. It seemed that preparations for the items needed for the fair must commence today. As Xiao Yujia walked, she pondered what goods should be prepared for the trading event. Suddenly, a soft, glutinous voice interrupted her thoughts. Our little glutinous rice dumpling has awakened. The voice of the little dumpling brought Xiao Yujia back from a reverie. Upon seeing the plump, soft, and white figure of the little dumpling, her heart felt as though it would melt. Mama, Tuan is hungry. The little dumpling articulated its desires with clarity. All right, let us go eat. At that moment, Xiao Yujia remembered that the little dumpling had slept through the morning and must indeed be hungry. She took the little dumpling from the caretaker and made her way to the dining hall within the Shennu Dian. Jia Jia, you're back. Come and eat. As Xiao Yujia entered the dining hall, Lin Yi approached and took the little dumpling from her arms. Today's meal looks quite fragrant. Just as she handed the little dumpling to Lin Yi, the delightful aroma of the food wafted from the table, indicating that his culinary skills had improved. Jia Jia, you have worked hard these past few days. It is my duty to prepare delicious meals for you. You are making me so happy with your compliments. Lin Yi beamed with joy at Xiao Yujia's praise. He had sensed her fatigue over the past few days, though she had not spoken of it. Fortunately, those around her shared a bond with her, allowing them to understand her struggles. Each day was filled with busyness, and while evenings provided a chance to rest, it seemed she was always occupied with other matters. Xiao Yujia thought to herself that he truly was a fool. Does love genuinely blind one's judgment? The day seemed to pass unusually quickly, and night soon fell. The cool evening breeze swept through the quietness of the night, and a flash of red appeared in the pavilion of the back courtyard of the Shennu Dian. It seemed all the medicinal herbs were prepared. You indeed have some use. She gazed at the array of precious herbs displayed on the pavilion table, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. These rare herbs had been gathered by Tang Shuo, as instructed by Xiao Yujia before nightfall. She intended to concoct some healing and hemostatic elixirs before the trading fair, which would prove useful. However, using such precious herbs for minor injuries would be wasteful. Thus, she also requested Tang Shuo to procure some ordinary herbs to avoid drawing too much attention. As long as it is what Jia Er desires, I will find it for you. For Tang Shuo, Xiao Yujia was the most significant person in his life. He would fetch her the stars from the heavens if she wished for them. Flattery will get you nowhere. Just do not disappoint me. Xiao Yujia took Tang Shuo's words as jest. She did not require him to go to such lengths. As long as he did not let her down when she needed him, that would suffice. Understood. Listening to her calm tone, Tang Shuo fell silent for a moment before nodding. He did not wish to incur her displeasure. Though he had always been her pet, he at least enjoyed some freedom. Even if she could be quite fierce at times, her gentleness had the power to heal both body and soul. If you understand, keep watch and ensure no one approaches. Yes, it was getting late. The night was deepening, and she must begin concocting the elixirs. To avoid disturbances, she could only rely on Tang Shuo to observe the surroundings, trusting that with his cultivation, this would be a minor task. However, his tone had seemed slightly disheartened as soon as his words faded. A delicate smile graced Xiao Yujia's lips, after which she paid him no further mind. After a while, a blinding white light flashed across the dark night sky before gradually fading away. With the dawn of a new day, the tribesmen within the city began their busy routines anew. Although the city's large warehouse contained many goods ready for trade, Xiao Yujia still aimed to select only the finest items. This time, her primary target for promotion consisted of the orc females from the larger tribes. This would provide an opportunity to establish connections with other orc traders and open up the trading market of Tianyu City. Throughout the day, Xiao Yujia visited the fabric store, ceramic workshop, and weapon shop, selecting exquisite items to serve as trading goods for the upcoming fair. Naturally, the weapons chosen were small knives, primarily aimed at the orc females of other tribes. Surely, the females from other tribes only employed stone knives when assisting with hunting, right? Once they encountered the sharpness of these small knives, they would undoubtedly fall in love with them. 15 days later, the team responsible for attending the tribal trading fair gathered at the city gate. Those with partners bid their farewells, while those without said their goodbyes to friends, and parents offered a few words of advice to their children. Little glutinous rice dumpling, listen to your aunties while I am away. Mother will return as soon as possible. To be honest, Xiao Yujia felt a pang of reluctance. To her, the little dumpling was still too young. After imparting her words of encouragement, she kissed the little dumpling's forehead. I will wait for you, Mama. I know, my dear. Ultimately, only Tang Shuo and Mei remained behind, while Xiao Yujia took everyone else with her. In the morning, the trading team prepared to set off, marching forth from the city gates. After crossing the forest boundary, they paused to rest in the cave of the original Hushao tribe. After an afternoon's work, the orcs and accompanying females tidied the cave in preparation for dinner. Jia Jia, the cave is all set. Let us eat dinner and retire early. Lin Yi emerged from one of the caves and quickly embraced Xiao Yujia, bringing her inside. The outside air was cool, and after a long day, she deserved a good rest. All right, you two, do not overexert yourself. Xiao Yujia smiled gently and nodded in agreement. She had indeed been somewhat fatigued and needed to rest well, as they would need to set off early for the trading fair the next day. As night fell, the orcs and females still enjoying dinner in the open space began to disperse, except for those responsible for guarding the goods and patrolling. The bonfire flickered low to minimize attracting wild beasts. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the trading team hastily prepared to depart. Halt! As they passed through a patch of grass nearly waist-high, Xiao Yujia suddenly sensed something and called for the team to stop. Why did we suddenly halt? I do not know. Did something happen? The abrupt stop left the females seated in the cart feeling uneasy, uncertain if something had occurred ahead. Jia, hush. Linye, alongside Xiao Yujia, who had transformed into a half-beast, was clearing the path ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Yujia halted, seemingly sensing an imminent danger, and cast a glance in that direction. Before Lin Yi could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Yujia swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. Ever since she acquired the ability to shift into her beast form, her senses had sharpened considerably. She could detect even the faintest rustle in the surroundings. Moreover, she could utilize her spiritual awareness to probe for potential threats nearby. Moments ago, she had indeed sensed danger lurking in the underbrush, prompting her decision to halt the team. She wished to shield everyone in the group from harm, as they were all cherished by their parents. With the low growls of wild beasts emanating from the thicket, the orc warriors within the trading party became vigilant, fearing that a ferocious creature might suddenly spring forth from the bushes. If that were to happen, would not their precious cargo be rendered futile? The carts were laden with top-tier goods meticulously selected by the goddess herself. Among these were several iron weapons intended for trade with the lord of Tianhu City and various large tribes, only about 5 or 6 in number. An excess might lead to chaos. Thus, every endeavor required careful guidance. The hidden prying eyes in the thicket drew nearer. Suddenly, several magnificent tigers, noticing that Xiao Yujia and her companions had not advanced, launched their attack. Xingku, take 10 warriors to guard the cargo. The remaining orc warriors and females, rally with me for battle. Today we feast. With Xiao Yujia's command, the orcs began to organize themselves. Xingku, leading 10 orc warriors, positioned themselves around the carts, prepared to slay any solitary beasts that dared approach. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi charged forward with the remaining orcs and females, engaging in fierce combat with dozens of tigers. This was perhaps our most exhilarating battle yet, with blood staining the ground beneath them. Over with Xingku. A few opportunistic beasts approached the area surrounding the cargo-laden carts, believing that overpowering a mere handful of orcs would be effortless. However, before they could close the distance, they were unexpectedly pierced by vines emerging from the ground, meeting their demise instantly. As the battle concluded on Xingku's front, Xiao Yujia and her group also ceased their fight. Each warrior was drenched in crimson, resembling fearsome demons risen from the depths of hell. Clearly, they needed to find a place to cleanse themselves. Observing the sanguine stench clinging to her skin, Xiao Yujia furrowed her brow, realizing that if she did not wash soon, she would be overwhelmed by discomfort. In Chapter 88, encountering the stray orcs, Xiao Yujia, grimacing at her bloodied state, yearned for a source of water to wash away the increasingly potent odor of blood. Jia, are you all right? Lin Yi, noticing her increasingly serious expression, rushed to her side. Concerned about her condition, he anxiously inquired if she had sustained any injuries, his heart tightening with worry. I'm Yufine. Let us clean this up quickly. Consider it a feast for our kin. She shook her head, reassured him that she bore no significant wounds. With daylight still on their side, Xiao Yujia instructed Lin Yi to oversee the swift disposal of the tiger carcasses. Although they had ample provisions for the journey, the tigers could serve as a supplementary meal for their companions. Then we need to find a place with water to wash. I smell dreadful. She glanced at her own blood-soaked attire, then at Lin Yi, her tone playful. I understand. I will certainly find a source of water for you. Lin Yi's voice carried a reassuring warmth as he scooped Xiao Yujia in his arms, regardless of her lengthy tail's weight. He was aware of her fondness for cleanliness and was determined to locate a place for them to cleanse themselves together. He initially intended to continue on their way, but after pausing to issue a few commands, he resumed forward, holding Xiao Yujia closely. Yes. As soon as he spoke, the orc warriors behind them began to efficiently handle the magnificent tiger corpses, arranging them neatly on the now-cleared carts before hastening to catch up with Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia. Although Lin Yi had carried Xiao Yujia considerable distance, he maintained a steady pace to ensure the others could keep up, mindful of the valuable cargo they carried. If anything fell behind, it would be lost to the wilderness, and chasing it down would be no small task. Did you hear something? As the procession moved steadily, one orc warrior at the rear abruptly halted. I hear nothing. Perhaps you misheard? We must hurry, otherwise we'll fall behind. An orc warrior in front, upon hearing the call, stopped to listen intently, but discerned no suspicious sounds. He insisted that the rear warrior must have been mistaken and urged him to catch up to avoid lagging behind. Could it be that I truly misheard? The halted warrior scratched the back of his head in contemplation, straining his ears to detect any unusual sounds. Finding none, he wondered if he had indeed been mistaken. After pondering fruitlessly, he decided to dismiss the thought and quickly rejoin the group. Unbeknownst to them, hidden in the nearby thicket, a pair of eyes watched their every move. That had been a close call. They had nearly been discovered. Moreover, the weapons they bore appeared quite formidable. What could they be? The concealed figure in the brush continued to observe the retreating group, their curiosity piqued by the combat prowess displayed earlier. Why could they contend with the tigers without transforming into their beast forms? I must inform the elders at once. After a brief moment of contemplation, the figure gradually faded into the thicket, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Yi carried Xiao Yujia into a secluded valley, where they discovered a cave with a steaming hot spring at its depths. Everyone, take a moment to rest and wash off the blood. Xiao Yujia instructed as she descended from Lin Ye's embrace, turning to issue commands for her companions to cleanse themselves, the odor of blood too overwhelming to bear. Yes. Upon receiving her orders, the orc warriors sought out a nearby stream, opting to wash there, leaving the hot spring in the cave for the females. Despite the strength of the females, their constitutions were comparatively weaker, making them more susceptible to illness from cold water. All right, let us wash up. Okay. Upon entering, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi were immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth, which permeated their bodies, alleviating their fatigue and instilling a sense of relaxation. The hot spring before them was vast, even grander than the one hidden behind the mountain in the Wuhuan Plains. If the latter could be likened to a lake infused with spiritual essence, this one was a concentrated elixir. Furthermore, a natural divider formed by the mountain cascaded down the center, creating the appearance of two separate springs. Lin Yi, let's wash over. The females can utilize the other side, Xiao Yujia suggested, glancing at her surroundings and deciding to head toward the left spring with Lin Yi, leaving the other side for the females. Very well, Lin Yi nodded in agreement, finding Xiao Yujia's arrangement quite sensible. A gentle smile graced Xiao Yujia's lips as she motioned for Lin Yi to proceed first. Ashin, you all should wash on the other side. There is still ample time to clean up before preparing lunch. After exchanging a few words with Ashin and her companions, she followed Lin Yi. Yes, how wonderful. Let's hurry over, one of the females exclaimed, recalling how the two goddesses had spoken of the unparalleled comfort of soaking in hot springs. Is that truly the case? Of course. Would I deceive you? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hasten. As Xiao Yujia finished her statement, the females behind her erupted with excitement. They had long desired to experience the benefits of the hot springs, having heard about them from Xiao Yujia and Yusheng, but there had been no opportunities until now. With this chance finally at hand, they rushed to retrieve their change of clothing from the cart, eagerly making their way toward the other spring. What is happening with the females? The recently returned Beastmen noticed the females' urgency and were puzzled by the commotion. Perhaps they are eager to enjoy the hot springs? One speculated. Indeed, but the water is quite hot. I wonder why they are so drawn to it? Another questioned. The hot springs described by Xiao Yujia and Yusheng were, to be frank, too warm for the Beastmen, who found it difficult to endure. Let's not concern ourselves with that. We must focus on preparing the food. Despite this statement resonating with many Beastmen, they recognized it was a matter for the females. And as long as they remained safe and content, there was little reason for further worry. The priority was to swiftly attend to the food preparation, lest time slip away. That is a valid point. This sentiment was echoed by all present, prompting them to expedite their meal preparations, allowing them to eat and continue their journey. Meanwhile, the Beastman who had been observing Xiao Yujia and the others made his way to a cave deep within the forest. Lord Hubao, Lord Baofeng, what is you so flustered? The sudden voice made Hubao's head throb as he tried to enjoy his meal. Enough. How the Beastmen I instructed to watch not emerged. Hubao grumbled, irritated by the commotion. However, Baofeng sensed that the loud shouting was indeed bothersome. Observing the agitated demeanor of the Beastman, Baofeng surmised that the Beastmen from the city must have come out. Yes. I heard they are heading to the White Lion tribe for this year's trading event, and are currently resting in a cave in the valley. The Beastman replied. In that case, Let us seize the opportunity while they are resting to eliminate them and rescue the chief. Hu Bao's expression turned fierce, eager to unleash his wrath upon Xiao Yujia and her companions. Agreed. Let us gather our forces and set forth. After contemplating Hu Bao's reasoning, Bao Feng concurred, realizing that a surprise attack might indeed allow them to rescue the chief. Simultaneously, Xiao Yujia and her companions had finished their lunch and were preparing to continue their journey, aware that there remained a considerable distance to the White Lion tribe. Have all the goods been checked to ensure nothing is missing? Xiao Yujia inquired, surveying the well-rested team to confirm that no items have been lost along the way. Goddess, everything on the carts is intact, reported Xing Ke, who had come to inform her of the situation. The cargo on the 10 carts remained unchanged, aside from the food they had consumed over the past few days. Since all is in order, let us set off promptly. Xiao Yujia observed the parchment handed to her by Xing Ke, noting that the quantities listed matched exactly with their previous records. With the Beastmen now learning to read and write alongside the cubs, they had become capable of understanding simple counts and calculations. Moreover, as Xing had been nurtured by the Lord of Shicho, he was unlikely to deceive her. With all goods accounted for, there was no reason to delay. Arriving at the White Lion tribe sooner would bring more peace of mind. Xiao Yujia raised her hand, signaling everyone to prepare for departure. As the grand procession continued on their way, Hu Bao and his companions were relentlessly pursuing from behind. Goddess, there is a river ahead. With the surrounding greenery having diminished, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi no longer led the way, but moved to the center of the group. As they traversed the path, a Beastman suddenly called out, indicating that a river obstructed their route. If it had merely been a stream, they could have crossed with relative ease. However, the river before them was considerable, posing a challenge for passage. Even if the Beastmen and females could navigate it, the carts would remain problematic. Thus, the Beastman urgently relayed the news to Xiao Yujia. Upon observing the river, Xiao Yujia confirmed that it was indeed wider than others they had encountered before. However, during their previous journey with the Lord of Shicho, this river had not existed. Had it formed recently? Let some beastmen and females skilled in wood manipulation come forth to extend vines across to form a sturdy bridge, allowing the carts laden with goods to cross first. Without hesitation, Xiao Yujia made her decision. She directed several beastmen adept at wood manipulation to grow vines from their side, extending them across the river to create a strong bridge. The carts carrying the goods would cross first, followed by the carts with the females, and then the beastmen and females themselves. Upon Xiao Yujia's command, the beastmen and females began to work seamlessly, with those manipulating the vines constructing the bridge, while the remaining beastmen stood guard against potential threats from wild beasts and rival tribes. After all, the route to the White Lion tribe was a crucial passage for all tribes surrounding the Wuhuang Plains. Lord Hu Bao, Lord Bao Feng, look, they're over there. After an extended pursuit, Hu Bao and Bao Feng finally caught up with Xiao Yujia and her group. As the figures ahead became increasingly distinct, the Beastman assigned to watch them pointed toward the sight ahead. Indeed, it is that little female. Everyone, charge with me. Whoever captures the most beautiful little female shall claim her. With Hu Bao's declaration, the surrounding beastmen erupted with fervor. They had indeed encountered that beautiful little female, with skin as white as the clouds in the sky, and her appearance was strikingly lovely. Any beastman would be captivated by such a female, especially those wandering beastmen who had not touched a female for years. Since they had become wandering beastmen, no female had shown them any affection, and they had no desire for females to bear their young. It was far more satisfying to torment those proud females to death. As the thunderous shouts of Hu Ba and Bao Feng grew ever closer, someone suddenly cried out in alarm that wandering beastmen were approaching. Chapter 89. Your leader. I shall relish, godly maiden. Trouble is brewing. Wandering beastmen are charging towards us. Upon seeing the aggressive approach of the wandering beastmen, one of the beastmen quickly ran to inform Xiao Yujia. What? Truly relentless. Have they not learned from their previous lesson? While protecting several carts as they navigated the vine-woven bridge, Xiao Yujia was taken aback to hear that wandering beastmen were in pursuit. This tenacity was, to be honest, admirable, but was the last lesson insufficient? Were they seeking death? Xing Kiskiviko. I will leave 50 of our warriors with you to continue escorting the carts across the bridge. The rest shall accompany me to hunt the lives of those wandering beastmen. With the approaching threat of the wandering beastmen, Xiao Yujia immediately commanded Xing Ke to take 50 beast warriors to safeguard the carts while she led the remaining warriors, including Lin Yi, to hunt down the lives of the wandering beastmen. Her last remark was tinged with a morbid delight. If they value their lives so little, they should not blame her for being ungracious. Yes, while Xingku was eager to fight, he understood the importance of the cargo on the carts. Soon, as the group of wandering beastmen arrived, Xiao Yujia's side divided into two factions, one led by Xingku to escort the carts, and the other led by Xiao Yujia, the harbingers of death. Under Xiao Yujia's leadership, the beastmen and females surged forward like a mighty tide, overwhelming Hu Ba and Bao Feng's band of wandering beastmen. The reckless wandering beastmen charged toward Xiao Yujia and her companions, yet she remained unperturbed, merely lifting a finger to extinguish a considerable number of their lives. Xiao Yujia reveled in the thrill of harvesting lives, weaving effortlessly through the wandering beastmen, sweeping aside a multitude with her tail until all were felled, leaving only Hu Ba and Bao Feng standing. At that moment, Xiao Yujia suddenly halted. With a resounding thud, Hu Ba and Bao Feng fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths, forced to revert to their human forms. "Pray tell, how is it that you are so despicable, willingly inviting punishment?" she inquired, her grip tightening around their necks, her frosty expression laced with mockery. Upon hearing her tone, the beastmen felt a wave of discomfort, particularly Hu Ba, who retorted, "What of it? Since we became wandering beastmen, we have faced relentless pursuit from other tribes. Why should I share this with you? Release our leader." To be frank, Hu Ba's words touched a chord within Xiao Yujia. However, she had no intention of letting them go. They were akin to street rats, universally despised, and it was far preferable to grant them a painful end. With a wicked smile, she mused, "Are you referring to Tang Shuo?" At the mention of that name, Bao Feng momentarily froze, seemingly perplexed by how she knew. The name of their leader was known only to him. Even Hu Ba was unaware, let alone the ordinary wandering beastmen. Observing Bao Feng's expression, Xiao Yujia was further convinced that the name Tang Shuo was a secret shared only by him. Regrettably, in Tianyu City, aside from my domesticated pets, there is no sign of your leader. When she uttered the word pets, she emphasized it deliberately, as if to hint at something to Bao Feng. Indeed, upon hearing that term, a flicker of shock crossed Bao Feng's face, as if he could not fathom that their godlike leader had been reduced to the status of a mere pet under the control of this little female. Naturally, Xiao Yujia had anticipated this reaction. It seemed Bao Feng's understanding was far more sophisticated than Hu Ba's. It was evident he knew well what domestication entailed. "It appears everything is as I surmised. You may rest easy. As for your leader, I shall relish him." With Xiao Yujia's words, both hands tightened, severing the necks of Hu Ba and Bao Feng. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that they would meet their demise at the hands of a mere little female, and in such a humiliating manner. How filthy, covered in blood. My head aches. Xiao Yujia glanced at the lifeless forms of Hu Ba and Bao Feng, then at her own blood-soaked attire, feeling an overwhelming sense of revulsion. The phrase "covered in blood" echoed relentlessly in her mind. Before long, Xiao Yujia felt a surge of blood rising within her. With a sudden burst, blood spewed from her mouth, and her body faltered, collapsing to the right. "Jia, godly maiden!" In that instant, panic swept through everyone present. Lin Yi swiftly rushed to her side, catching her as she began to fall, his eyes filled with concern. He was bewildered by her sudden decline. Moments ago, she had been thriving in the hunt, and now she was in such a state. "Jia, hold on. I will fetch herbs for you. Do not sleep. Do not leave me alone." As he witnessed Xiao Yujia's eyes gradually closing, Lin Yi grew frantic. In this world, he had no family, and since encountering Xiao Yujia, she had become the focal point of his existence. Now, as his world teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of meaninglessness in his own life. "Father," just as despair threatened to consume him, a soft, sweet voice echoed in his mind. Yes, he still had the adorable little Nwomi Tuanzi, the embodiment of their love. What would happen to her if he were to perish? He could not bear to imagine leaving her behind. Although she was destined to be the next godly maiden and would have caretakers in the city, she was still his child, and he felt a deep sense of responsibility for her well-being. Who could guarantee that no ill-intentioned individuals would seek to harm her? Lin Yi looked at the tears streaming down Xiao Yujia's face. The first time he had witnessed her cry, yet he felt his own eyes growing heavy, yearning for rest. Chapter 90. A sense of déjà vu. 3 days had passed since Xiao Yujia fell unconscious. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others had arrived at the Baishur tribe. selecting a spot near a small stream to set up a simple bamboo shelter for the annual trading event. Due to her unconsciousness, yet still possessing a faint life force, Lin Yi and the others had refrained from burying her, believing her to be merely asleep and would awaken in due time. During these days, Lin Yi remained vigilantly by her side, fearing what she might need upon waking. Jia Run and the others stood guard, never straying even a step away. Outside the bamboo shed, the clansmen tasked with guarding the merchandise displayed a noticeable air of despondency. Ah, do you know what has transpired with the Huxiao tribe? You do not? I do. I just overheard several of their clansmen mention that one of the divine maidens residing in their tribe suddenly coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Divine and Moiden, are you referring to those two? Besides the legendary duo, who else could it be? But ISNT, divine maiden, the messenger of the beast god? How could she also cough up blood and faint? Ah, you might not be aware, but even though they are divine maidens with some mysterious powers, they are still frail females. Now I understand. The orcs and females passing by their stall seemed to sense that something was amiss. They all kept their heads down, appearing quite unhappy. Excuse me, is this the stall of Tianyu City? Axin stood before the stall, her head bowed, lost in thought, just as she felt tears welling up. A gentle and soothing voice reached her ears. She looked up to find a remarkably gentle-looking female before her, clad in a pure white bee skin garment devoid of any stray hairs, reminiscent of the bee skin skirts from Tianyu City, likely exchanged at a previous trading event. Yes, may I ask who you are? Axine gazed at the exceptionally gentle female, almost at a loss for words, yet she politely inquired about her name. I am Ai Weiya, the saintess of the Baishur tribe. I have heard that your divine maiden has fallen unconscious. May I take a look? Perhaps I can assist you. Ai Weiya expressed her intentions to Axine. While in the cave, she had received instructions from the beast god, who indicated that Ai Weiya could help Xiao Yujia. She realized that assisting one of the divine maidens could forge a connection between the Baishur tribe and both maidens, representing a pivotal moment for the tribe's development. Thus, she accepted the task. Even without the beast god's directive, the rumors circulating at the trading venue compelled her to help. If true, it would be an opportunity for the Baishur tribe. If false, there would be no loss for herself or the tribe. Truly, can you really save the divine maiden? Upon hearing Ai Weiya could heal Xiao Yujia, Xin felt a rush of excitement, but remained composed, confirming once more whether Ai Weiya could indeed save Xiao Yujia. Of course, the divine maidens are the hope of the continent. Ai Weiya would never deceive you. Ai Weiya assured Xin with utmost sincerity. She could perceive the current state of your continent. While the four main cities responsible for its defense appeared peaceful on the surface, beneath the facade, turmoil had been brewing since previous city lords had departed to join the beast god. Moreover, in a corner of the continent, two forces were quietly rising. The arrival of the two divine maidens now represented the hope of salvation for this land. Then, Saintess, please follow me. Thank you. Xin observed sensing no deceit in her demeanor, and after careful consideration, decided to guide Ai Weiya into the innermost bamboo shed. Ai Weiya expressed her gratitude to Xin before following her inside. However, the orcs and females outside, upon hearing their conversation, were left astonished. Some orcs immediately dispersed to seek out their tribe's leaders, while others remained stunned, still processing the dialogue. Inside the bamboo shed, Lin Yi, this is the saintess of the Baishur tribe. She claims to have a way to heal the divine maiden. What? Upon hearing Xion's words, Lin Yi and the others seated beside Xiao Yujia were taken aback. Can you truly heal Jiajia? The prospect of hope brought Lin Yi immense joy as he immediately sought confirmation from Ai Weiya. Yes, I have a method, but I require everyone to step outside. I need a quiet environment. Ai Weiya nodded, asserting her ability to heal Xiao Yujia, but emphasized the necessity for a tranquil setting. Hoping Lin Yi and the others would vacate the bamboo shed to create a serene space. Very well, we hope the saintess will do her utmost. Naturally, sensing no ill intent from Ai Weiya, Lin Yi promptly ushered Jia Run and the others outside, leaving the bamboo shed for her and Xiao Yujia. Once everyone had exited, Xian took a final glance before stepping out as well, erecting a water barrier outside to muffle the external noise, thus providing Ai Weiya and Xiao Yujia with a peaceful atmosphere. Ah, did you see that? The female just conjured an abundance of water out of thin air. Yes, I saw it. This power. Do you not find it reminiscent of the beast god? It is indeed similar, but that female cannot possibly be the beast god. I did not say she was the beast god. I merely meant that this tribe may not disregard the protection of the beast god. That is plausible. Inside the bamboo shed, that face seemed vaguely familiar. Under the sunlight, AI Wei discerned the delicate, slightly androgynous features encircled by males. Yet, she felt an uncanny sense of recognition. Regardless of familiarity, time was of the essence in her healing endeavor. She must swiftly gather the life force from nature. Without delay, AI Wei placed 6 blue crystals at the 6 cardinal points surrounding Qiao Yujia. Then she began to chant some incomprehensible, mystical incantations. Soon, the blue crystals positioned around Qiao Yujia triggered a chain reaction, and under the influence of the incantation, a blue hexagram formation appeared beneath her. The bamboo shed radiated with light, causing those outside to kneel in reverence, uttering that the beast god had manifested. Chapter 91. Conversations under the moon. The beast god has manifested. The beast god has manifested. The beast god has manifested. The dazzling blue light emanating from the hexagram formation AI Weiya employed to heal Qiao Yujia was so brilliant and warm that it led the orcs and females outside to unanimously believe that the beast god had indeed appeared, causing them to fall to their knees. Mo priest, do you see that radiant light? Could it truly be the manifestation of the beast god? A young orc standing outside the Bai Shur tribe gazed at the throng kneeling in the trading area and then at the brilliant light, turning to an elderly female beside him. Tribe leader, that is likely not the manifestation of the beast god. Given the color of the light, it should be the energy AI Weiya is using to heal. Mo priest, observing the brilliant blue light not far away, immediately recognized that it was not the beast god as manifestation, but rather the light emitted by AI Weiya during her healing. Oh, so that is the case. Upon hearing Mo priest's explanation, the Bai Shur tribe leader quickly understood. However, he had not anticipated that the light AI Wei emitted while healing injured orcs and females would be blue. As the tribe's orcs usually sustained minor injuries from battles, they were treated by the tribe shaman. Only in cases of severe injury would AI Wei intervene. So he had never witnessed AI Wei healing an orc. After approximately a quarter of an hour, AI Wei emerged from the bamboo shed. Saintus, how is our divine maiden? As soon as AI Wei stepped out of the bamboo shed, an Exine hurriedly approached to inquire about Qiao Yujia's condition. To her, Qiao Yujia was nothing short of a lifesaver. Without her, she would not be who she was today. If the divine maiden were to depart to meet the beast god, she would follow suit to serve her. Holy maiden, how is Jiajia? As soon as Ashin inquired, Linya rushed over, his anxiety palpable, mirrored by the concern of Jurin and the others behind him. The divine maiden is fine. She should awaken by this evening. Ivia replied, observing the worry etched on their faces. She had thoroughly purged the afflictions plaguing Qiao Yujia's body, and under normal circumstances, she would awaken by dusk. Is that truly so? Thank you so much, holy maiden, Ashin exclaimed, her joy almost overwhelming. It is nothing. Ivia smiled in response to Ashin's gratitude, deeming it merely her duty. However, before she could finish her sentence, a rush of wind swept past her. Upon focusing her gaze, she noticed Linya and the others had vanished. Could you assist me with a small favor, dear one? Ivia turned her attention to Ashin, requesting her help. What is it, holy maiden? Just consider it a token of gratitude for saving our divine maiden. It is but a small task, Ashin thought to herself. There is no need for you to thank me on behalf of your divine maiden. She should repay her own debts of gratitude. Ivia gently shook her head. As Ashin approached, Ivia leaned close and whispered something in her ear before stepping outside the confines of Tianyu City Estal. Understood. I will certainly convey your message to the divine maiden, Ashin promised, but when she lifted her head, Ivia had already vanished, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such an abrupt disappearance of a living person who had just been standing beside her. Huh, where did she suddenly go? She was just here. Ashin touched the back of her head, finding the situation bewildering, and decided to dismiss it from her thoughts. Has the beast god departed? She pondered, observing the blue light gradually fade, while the orcs and females who had been kneeling began to rise. Lifting their heads, they realized the once dazzling light had disappeared, leading them to believe the beast god had indeed departed. With the blue radiance dissipating, the trading venue buzzed with activity once more. Meanwhile, the orcs and females of Tianyu City, having learned from Ashin that Qiao Yujia was safe and merely needed rest before awakening by evening, spontaneously ventured into the surrounding woods to gather food and hunt, hoping to prepare sustenance for her recovery. Hey, did you hear that? What? The people from the Tiger Roar tribe just said they're going hunting. I heard that, but isn't that quite normal? It is. But why are the females from their tribe going hunting too? The surrounding orcs found it peculiar when they heard the orcs from Tianyu City mention hunting. Yet some argued it was a common practice. For some, the notion of orcs hunting was nothing unusual, but why were even the females participating? This was the point of confusion for those passing by. By evening, Xiao Yuji awoke right on schedule. Where am I? I remember I was reaping the lives of the wandering orcs. Slowly, as she opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. The last thing she recalled was leading the orcs to the trading fair while being pursued by wandering orcs, where she had acted as a harbinger of death. But the subsequent events eluded her memory. Judgia, you're finally awake. Are you hungry? We've prepared food for you. Linya entered the bamboo shelter. Spotting Xiao Yuja blinking her eyes, and his heart soared with relief, realizing she was all right. He felt a weight lift from his chest, and, noting that Xiao Yuja had not eaten since her fainting, promptly inquired if she needed something to eat. I'm a bit hungry. I would appreciate your help, Linya. Upon hearing this, Linya felt a pang of urgency. He had just prepared some meat porridge for her. Just wait a moment. I'll fetch a bowl of porridge for you. He swiftly dashed out of the bamboo shelter. Divine Maiden, it's Ashin. Is there something you need? As soon as Linya left, Ashin entered, her heart lightened upon seeing Xiao Yuja looking well. Xiao Yuja glanced up, puzzled as to why Ashin had come. Divine Maiden. Ashin has something to discuss with you. Speak freely. After a moment of contemplation, Ashin decided to share Ivu's message, informing Xiao Yuja that Ivu wished to meet her under the moonlight in the bamboo forest south of the White Lion tribe that evening. Chapter 92. The barking of dogs today marked the fourth day of the trading fair. Rising early from the bamboo shelter, Xiao Yuja reflected on her conversation with Ivu in the bamboo forest the previous night. So you are the holy maiden of the White Lion tribe? Ivu had said. Indeed, I am. I did not expect the divine maiden of Tianyu City to be so gentle and charming. Under the moonlight, you appear even more enigmatic. You flatter me. Holy maiden, Xiao Yuja responded, bemused by the sweetness of Ivu's words. I speak only the truth. The divine maiden is simply being modest. If one does not exhibit a touch of modesty, over time, they may become rather off-putting. Ashin had mentioned that Ivu sought her out for a purpose. I have been fortunate to spend some time in the world where the divine maiden resides. It is a beautiful place despite its conflicts. It is certainly happier than the Orc continent. What do you mean you have spent time in my world? Could she also be a traveler? It is getting late. We shall discuss this matter in detail in a few days. Ivu's mention of revisiting their conversation left Xiao Yuja wondering when that would be. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. Since it is a rare trading fair, I should go out and see how our goods are faring. Good morning, divine maiden. As Xiao Yuja stepped outside, many tribespeople greeted her. Noticing those already having breakfast and manning the stalls, she couldn't help but feel she had risen too late. Good morning, everyone. Though she thought they were up too early, she greeted them all. Judgia, you're awake. Come have some porridge. Linya, stirring the meat porridge, called out to Xiao Yuja as she emerged from the bamboo shelter. Hoping she would eat more today after having so little yesterday, he was determined to fill her up. Hearing her name called, Xiao Yuja walked over with light steps. Ashin, has anyone come to buy our goods these past few days? After Xiao Yuja accepted the meat porridge served by Lin Yi, she carried it over to the stall to inquire with a Xin about the sales situation of the items over the past few days. Goddess, our stall has garnered significant attention from various tribes recently, particularly for the ceramics we brought. We have sold over a dozen sets of ceramic items, trading for more than 1,000 high-quality beast skins and over 50 medium-quality ones. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuja wished to know about the recent sales, Xin handed her the organized sheepskin scroll she had prepared, allowing Xiao Yuja to review the accounts while Xin reported on the trading situation. Indeed, it's organized very clearly. Keep up the great work. After finishing her bowl of meat porridge, Xiao Yuja glanced at the sheepskin scroll Xin had handed her and noted that the writing on the wall was clear and well organized, with pages that were neat and tidy. Thank you for the compliment, goddess, but this is merely my duty, Xin replied modestly. However, deep down, she felt immense joy at receiving praise from Xiao Yuja. She believed that such commendation was akin to a blessing from the goddess herself. Much like the adage that hearing a wise word is worth a decade of study. This is lovely. Luo, Egu, may I trade for one? Just as Xiao Yuja finished examining the sheepskin scroll, she was greeted by a somewhat familiar voice, one that could easily send shivers down one's spine with its playful tone. "Let me take a look," Zhao Luo said, picking up a small golden hairpin that caught her eye. It was shaped like an inverted crescent moon, adorned with a small red gemstone, and featured a delicate tassel crafted by the female members of the Tianyu City Gathering team, using designs provided by Qiao Yujia, who had guided the females in creating it through their mastery of gold element abilities. However, this hairpin was not a simple back-clasping design. It had been transformed into a small comb or hook for easier use. "What's the price for this?" Zhao Luo inquired of the orc manning the stall. Perhaps due to the Peacock clan's innate love for beauty, both males and females alike enjoyed adorning themselves and sought to embellish their appearances with anything visually appealing they encountered. Fortunately, Jiarun, who followed Qiao Yujia, had toned down his colorful feather decorations, opting instead for more subdued light-colored headbands or simple tassel hairpins, which had become a standard among suitors. "Here, it's 2 medium bee skins for 1 hairpin." Jiarun found the task of manning the stall dreadfully boring. Yet he answered the orc's inquiry without lifting his head. "You are Jiarun." The orc recognized him by his voice. "Brother, what brings you here?" Initially resigned to a monotonous day, Jiarun's spirits lifted upon hearing the familiar voice, and he looked up to find it was indeed his brother. "I thought you would come to this year's trading fair, so I dropped by. Coincidentally, you also has an eye for this trinket." Zhao Luo expressed her fondness for her brother. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that her brother seemed to have grown even more handsome. "Runeko, I didn't expect you to attend this year's trading fair as well." Yu is so delighted. Yu beamed at the sight of Jiarun, eager to strike up a conversation. But before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Qiao Yujia. Who would have thought that after all this time, you still harbor feelings for Jiarun? Truly infatuated. Upon seeing Qiao Yujia approach, Jiarun had already hidden behind her, revealing only his face to his brother, unwilling to acknowledge you. You. Recalling the incident during the previous trading fair when Qiao Yujia had bullied her, felt a surge of indignation, yet her words were caught in her throat. "What do you mean by you? If you're not buying anything, then leave. This is a small business, and I cannot cater to your highness." Observing Yu's frustrated demeanor, Qiao Yujia once again rendered her speechless. Were it not for the presence of others, she would have struck her with a whip by now. Why should she allow her to bark like a dog here? Why not? I will purchase everything from this stall. In a fit of frustration, Yu decided she would clear out the entire stall. Hearing this, Xen nearly fainted from shock. "You are buying everything here, and you won't back out?" Qiao Yujia, seeing Yu's furious expression, sought confirmation, wary of any sudden change of heart. She was not concerned for Yu. Rather, she welcomed the prospect of someone purchasing these trinkets. Since Yu appeared so eager, Qiao Yujia would gladly oblige her. "I won't back out," Yu declared firmly, angered by Qiao Yujia's taunting demeanor. How could she possibly back out? She was eager to flaunt her wealth in front of Qiao Yujia. The resolute statement from Yu left Xin once again astounded. She could hardly believe that this petite female was so determined to acquire all these trinkets. Although these seemingly trivial items appeared diminutive, they could fetch a silver coin each in Tianyu City, and those made with exquisite craftsmanship could be sold for a gold coin apiece. Even someone like Xin, who worked in a fabric shop and earned a decent wage, had to scrimp and save to afford just one. The fact that this young female wished to buy out the entire stall was simply unbelievable to Xin, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Xin, why are you dazed? Hurry and pack all these trinkets for our most beautiful female." Observing that you showed no intention of backing down, Qiao Yujia urged the still stunned Xin to quickly wrap up all the jewelry at the stall before you change your mind. All right. Xin, still in disbelief over Yu's intent to purchase everything, finally responded. To be honest, Xin had never encountered such an extravagant female willing to buy all the jewelry. Although she thought this, Xin dutifully set about packing the items. You're being too reckless. Buying so many trinkets. Isn't this a burden for the tribe? Standing beside you, Zhao Luo gazed at the array of jewelry, estimating there to be over 100 pieces. When he heard Yu's declaration to buy, he felt a surge of anger, and now, seeing her determination only fueled his frustration. The beast skins brought to the tribe were meant for trading food supplies, and now he was exchanging them for items that could not be used during winter. It seemed they would lose many of their kin this winter. Faced with her tribe leader's reprimand, Yu chose silence. To her, they were merely beautiful trinkets. How many beast skins could this exchange possibly consume? Zhao Luo, exasperated by her silence, felt as if he might explode with anger. How had he never realized that you was such a wasteful female? Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia observed the exchange between the two with great interest. Goddess, everything is packed. Excluding the items already traded, we have 50 simple pieces and 60 exquisite ones remaining, totaling 100 medium beast skins and 60 high-quality ones. In no time, XIN had packed all 110 pieces of jewelry into designated wooden boxes, noted the required quantity of beast skins on a sheepskin scroll, and handed it to Xiao Yujia, informing both you and Jia Luo of the details. Have you heard? Everything is ready for you. When will the beast skins be delivered? Xiao Yujia gazed at you with a provocative glint in her eyes. The accumulated beast skins represented a considerable sum for the denizens of the Beastman continent, akin to a fortune. Even the largest tribes would find it difficult to amass such a quantity. She was eager to see how you would navigate this predicament. What? When you heard the staggering amount, she was genuinely taken aback. She had merely thought these trinkets were for decorative purposes. Yet they required such an extravagant number of beast skins for trade. Instinctively, she cast a glance at her tribe's chieftain, Jelua, who, as expected, wore an expression of utter dismay on his previously fair face. A shiver ran down Yu's spine. Despite her usual bravado within the tribe, her greatest fear was Jelua. Xiao Yujia also discerned that Yu was not truly heartless. Otherwise, she would have acted decisively by now. This little female, this is far too much. We only need 2, she declared, noting Yu's shrinking demeanor. Truth be told, Jelua had no intention of forgiving her, but he did indeed fancy those ornaments. He only wanted 2, so he hoped Xiao Yujia would reclaim the excess. Very well, choose freely. Xiao Yujia, seeing no reason to press further, acquiesced to Jalua's request, allowing him to select what he desired. Thank you. Jalua expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yujia. Meanwhile, Yu, feeling neglected, stomped her foot in frustration before storming off. Jalua paid her no mind, assuming she would soon return to her stall in the tribe. He ultimately selected a crescent-shaped hairpin and a feathered hairpin adorned with tassels, spending 4 medium beast skins from his private stash. Afterward, Zhou requested to speak with his brother, Jiaruan. Xiao Yujia agreed, considering the brothers had not seen each other for quite some time. Divine Lady, is it all right for Lord Jiaruan to accompany him? Xin inquired. Observing Jiaruan trailing behind Jalua, what could possibly go wrong? They are brothers. Besides, you have enough on your plate with all these beastmen trading, Xiao Yujia replied, not providing a definitive answer to Xin, merely reflecting on the brothers' long-awaited reunion. With so many beastmen and females present to engage in trade, how could she possibly be overwhelmed? Oh, my apologies, Divine Lady. Xin, sensing Xiao Yujia's rising irritation, hastily apologized. There's no need for that. It's not a grave mistake. Just help out. Xiao Yujia shook her head, dismissing Xin's apology, for it was a minor error that could easily be rectified. Understood. Xin replied, falling silent thereafter. Excuse me, how do you conduct transactions for these items? Not long after Jalua and Jiaruan departed, a somewhat older beastman approached Xiao Yujia. In human years, he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. His white hair bore a resemblance to Tian Yao, raising questions about possible kinship. He stood before a stall laden with ceramics, admiring a delicate wine cup in his hand, seemingly captivated by it. This beastman, the cup you hold is par a set, priced at 50 premium beast skins. Xiao Yujia, eyeing the cup, selected a matching wine jug and 4 cups from the array of ceramics, providing the beastman with an accurate price. Moreover, should you purchase this set, I shall gift you a jar of 100 flowers brew to sample. Noticing the beastman's hesitation, Xiao Yujia swiftly extended another enticing offer. She was determined to secure this transaction, having recognized that he was not an ordinary beastman of a common tribe. His attire of numerous beast skins suggested he hailed from a more affluent city, making the offer of a jar of brew inconsequential. I have yet to hear of this 100 flowers brew. May I enter to discuss further? The beastman did not respond definitively regarding the purchase, but sought a conversation inside the bamboo hut. Of course, please come in. After a moment of silent appraisal, Xiao Yujia acquiesced to his request and turned to instruct Xin and the other beastmen to continue with their trades. Inside the bamboo hut, with an abundance of food available, Tian Yao, who had been weaving floral garlands, looked up just in time to spot a familiar figure and exclaimed, Father, Father. Upon hearing Tian Yao's words, Xiao Yujia was taken aback as she watched the beastman enter the hut alongside Tian Yao. Comparing their features, she noted a striking resemblance, though she perceived the man to be rather youthful. If judged by the standards of this world, Tian Yao must have recently come of age. This realization left Xiao Yujia feeling as though she had somehow harmed the delicate flower of her homeland, observing how he had become so idle as to be weaving garlands. Tian Xiao watched his offspring, silently observing as he engaged in the floral craft. He longed for a change, uncertain if the beast god would approve. Things had been fine in the city, yet since accompanying the divine lady, Tian Yao had adopted a demeanor akin to that of a female. "Father, what brings you here?" Tian Yao, noticing his father's dark expression, quickly set aside his garland and feigned nonchalance, inquiring about his father's unexpected visit. "I have come to discuss matters with the divine lady." Since Tian Yao seemed content, Tian Xiao refrained from further comment, especially with the divine lady present. He could only assert his intent to converse with Xiao Yujia. "Ahem, Tian Yao, please fetch a jar of 100 flowers brew." Aware of the awkwardness between the father and son, Xiao Yujia interjected to alleviate the tension, sending Tian Yao to retrieve the brew from the makeshift storage. "I'll be right back. Divine lady, please wait." Tian Yao hurriedly dashed out of the bamboo hut towards the temporary warehouse. "Please have a seat. Shortly, you may sample the 100 flowers brew I personally crafted before deciding on the ceramic wine set." Once Tian Yao exited, Xiao Yujia invited Tian Xiao to sit for a moment, suggesting they taste the brew before making a decision regarding the ceramic wares. To savor the brew crafted by the divine lady is indeed a privilege, given that the divine lady, who ranked just below the beast god, had extended an invitation. Tian Xiao saw no reason to refuse and chose a nearby seat. "You jest. Given Tian Yao is your offspring, you must be the lord of Tianhu City?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia merely shook her head, feeling that Tian Xiao had somewhat elevated her status. The 100 flowers brew was merely an ancestral craft. This season's abundance of blooming flowers had prompted her to gather a variety of blossoms suitable for brewing. From the dialogue between Tian Yao and the Beastman, it appeared their father-son bond was quite strong. "The divine lady is indeed astute. You have quickly discerned my identity. I am indeed Tian Xiao, the lord of Tianhu City. Has my child, Tian Yao, caused you any trouble?" To Xiao Yujia, Tian Xiao's identity was immediately discernible, and he couldn't help but admire her. She truly embodied the legendary goddess. Given that his identity had been uncovered, Tian Xiao decided to be forthright and revealed his name to Xiao Yujia, inquiring about the situation concerning Tian Yao in this vicinity. Upon hearing the question from the city lord, Xiao Yujia simply shook her head, indicating that Tian Yao was quite the serene and handsome figure in Tianyu City. Aside from venturing out for hunts and completing tasks she assigned, he mostly remained within the goddess hall, in his own quarters, leaving no one aware of his activities therein. As the two engaged in pleasant conversation, Tian Yao entered the bamboo pavilion, cradling a jar of 100 flower brew, which was nearly as large as his head, and placed it on the table before them. "Thank you. I need to discuss some matters with your father. You may step outside for a while," Xiao Yujia said, hastily sending Tian Yao away now that the brew had arrived. It wasn't that she feared Tian Yao would eavesdrop. Rather, she thought his presence might cause some discomfort. "Understood," Tian Yao replied, exiting the bamboo pavilion. "Lord City Master, please sample this 100 flower brew and see if it suits your palate." With Tian Yao gone, Xiao Yujia uncorked the jar, retrieved a set of drinking vessels, and poured some of the brew into Tian Xiao's cup, gesturing for him to taste it. Observing the brew in his cup, Tian Xiao lifted it to his nose, inhaling the fragrant aroma that was refreshingly floral yet well-balanced, devoid of overwhelming sweetness. Taking a modest sip, he found the cool, slightly sweet brew gliding smoothly down his throat, warming his abdomen as it settled, a delight indeed, especially in the winter months. "How does the 100 flower brew taste?" Xiao Yujia also took a sip, finding it quite pleasant, although she noted that it could benefit from more time to enhance the floral notes. "It's quite delightful. I wonder how much of this 100 flower brew your ladyship has on hand?" Tian Xiao inquired eagerly, clearly interested in purchasing some, sensing a potential market opening. While the initial market for the brew seemed promising, Xiao Yujia felt somewhat conflicted, noticing how much Tian Xiao appeared to enjoy it. Although the brew was exquisite, its production was exceedingly challenging. Unlike the ordinary wines marketed under the guise of 100 flower brew, the authentic variant demanded meticulous selection of the most fragrant flowers, ensuring a delicate balance in aroma. Another reason for the brew's difficulty in production was the requirement for high-quality rice. The rice grown on the Beastman continent met this criterion perfectly. However, due to the necessity of seed preservation, Xiao Yujia had produced only a limited quantity. Even the citizens of Tianyu City could not be guaranteed access to it. The brew made was primarily allocated to the 3 halls and the city lord's mansion, with just 2 jars set aside for a tavern. Even as a goddess, she indulged only sparingly, wary of overindulgence. Is the goddess facing a dilemma? Tian Xiao observed her unusual demeanor, immediately recognizing her predicament. Yet his fondness for the brew was genuine, if it posed a burden to her. He would not mind temporarily relinquishing the matter. Not all. I still have 1 jar left. If Lord City Master does not mind, you may take it home to sample, Xiao Yujia clarified, revealing that she had brought only 2 jars to the trading event. After allocating 1 to Tian Xiao, only 1 remained. Originally, she planned to keep it for herself, harboring a bit of a selfish desire to intoxicate Lin Yi and his companions. But it seemed she would have to make a concession today. The goddess's generosity is appreciated. I certainly do not mind. No sooner had the words left his lips than a loud thud echoed from the table as Qin Xiao's upper body slumped forward, his face flushed and clearly inebriated. Sighing at the sight of the suddenly incapacitated city lord, Xiao Yuzhou lamented that while the 100-flower brew was delectable, its potency could overwhelm even the most seasoned drinkers, especially for those unaccustomed to alcohol. Observing him slumbering soundly, she could only call out, Tian Yao, for the towering Beastman. Xiao Yuzhou lacked the strength to lift an adult Beastman who had succumbed to drunkenness. It was best left to familial ties. Did you call for me, goddess? Tian Yao entered the pavilion promptly, having remained just outside, vigilant in case Xiao Yuzhou required assistance. Upon seeing his father collapsed, he immediately grasped that his father was intoxicated. It brought back memories of his own first experience with the 100-flower brew, where he too had succumbed after just 1 cup, leaving him oblivious to who had changed his clothes afterward. Tian Yao, please help your father to bed and prepare a bowl of ginger soup to sober him up. As Tian Yao stepped inside, Xiao Yuzhou leaned in to whisper her request, directing him to assist the city lord and make ginger soup for him. Understood, Tian Yao replied, moving to lift his father and carrying him out of the bamboo pavilion. Just as Xiao Yuzhou was about to exit and resume her activities, a familiar figure rushed toward her from a distance. Goddess. As the figure approached, becoming clearer, Xiao Yuzhou recognized it as Jialuo, the brother of Jiaruan, who appeared breathless from running, evidently having come from quite a distance. Aren't you Jiaruan's brother, Jialuo? What brings you here in such haste? Noticing his urgent demeanor, Xiao Yuzhou felt a sense of urgency herself. After all, he was the one who had entrusted his only brother to her care. If he required assistance, she felt compelled to help, provided it was within reason. Goddess, I implore you to save you. Upon hearing her inquiry, Jialuo fell to his knees, humbly beseeching her. Please rise. What has transpired? Jialuo's kneeling was difficult for Xiao Yuzhou to accept. Initially, she could overlook it as the enthusiasm of a clansman, but as time passed, the higher they were revered, the harder the fall. She hurried to assist Jialuo to his feet, questioning what had happened, for she needed to understand before deciding how to respond. Goddess, please save you. Upon my return to the tribal encampment, I heard from the clansmen that you was taken by a male clad in black beast skin. Jialuo recounted the events to Xiao Yuzhou. Today, after conversing with his younger brother Jiaran, when he returned to the trading grounds of the tribe, a clan member approached him, stating that you had been abducted by a male clad in an unknown beast hide. Furthermore, several clan members had sustained injuries. Jialuo followed the scent of you in the direction indicated by the clan member, yet he found no trace of her. Consequently, he had no choice but to retrace his steps, pondering that perhaps the goddess might possess the means to rescue you. Thus, he hurried from a considerable distance, hoping for the goddess's benevolence to save you, fearing that if he delayed any longer, her life might be in peril. A black beast hide? What sort of wild creature could it belong to? This description hardly seemed characteristic of the natives of this continent. Upon hearing Zhao Luo's account and the appearance and attire of the abductor, Xiao Yuzhou felt that it did not resemble the indigenous inhabitants of the Beastman continent. Could it be yet another traveler from another realm? This was the first thought that emerged in Xiao Yuzhou's mind, as such a description of someone adorned in unknown beast hides could only pertain to a figure of elegance, like a silk-clad individual. I instructed Zhao Luo, lead me to the location where Yu's scent abruptly vanished. Very well. As she, the goddess, had spoken, Zhao Luo could utter no more and could only quietly await Xiao Yuzhou's arrangements for Xin concerning today's events. It was not that she intended to delay. Rather, you had no significant connection to her. Were it not for the chief's reputation, Xiao Yuzhou would not have taken it upon herself to act. Chapter 96. The vulgar individual. As the wind howled past, a solitary figure hurried across the prairie, cradling a delicate and fair form in his arms. Not far above, a blue peacock soared through the sky, its colorful tail feathers reminiscent of the beautiful hues of dawn. Following this celestial display was a woman, ethereal in appearance. Clad in red, yet exuding an aura of purity akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. This was perplexing. Hadn't Jia Luo stated that he was missing in this vicinity? Upon their arrival, a faint sense of danger had been detected. Yet now, not a single figure was in sight. From her lofty vantage point, Xiao Yujia surveyed the ground. She had sensed a threat upon entering this area with Jia Luo. But now, there was naught but emptiness. How curious. Could it be that she was experiencing an illusion? Unbeknownst to her, the figure had concealed itself within a cave in the forest. With a dull thud, he was unceremoniously tossed to the ground by the unfamiliar man, who regarded her with a hint of disdain. TSK. This female of the bird clan is less attractive than those of the fox clan. However, the woman who had pursued him earlier was indeed a rare beauty. After casting a dismissive glance at you, he ceased to pay her any further mind, confident that she would remain unconscious for a while. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards you, his thoughts drifted back to Xiao Yujia, whose beauty seemed unparalleled, leading him to wonder if she might be one of the legendary goddesses of this continent. If so, perhaps his mood might not be so foul after all. As he pondered, a look of desire for Xiao Yujia spread across his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia remained focused on searching for suspicious figures, unaware that yet another man had joined the ranks of those coveting her beauty. Goddess, there's a cave at the base of that mountain. Shall we descend to rest for a while? After flying for so long without sighting a single suspicious beastman, perhaps the one who had abducted you had already left the desolate plains. Though it was somewhat disappointing, the goddess had accompanied him for quite some time, and even if he could forego rest, it was essential for her as a female. Very well, Xiao Yujia surveyed her surroundings, finding no discernible threats, and thus agreed to take a respite in the nearby cave. What a peculiar atmosphere. A sense of oppression lingered in the air. As they approached the cave, Jia Luo felt a burden he could scarcely bear. Although there was no one present, an immense pressure weighed heavily upon him. Xiao Yujia was similarly affected, sensing a stifling presence that made her feel as though her throat were being constricted. Goddess, observing Xiao Yujia's discomfort, Jia Luo urged her to enter the cave and rest. He glanced around the cave, detecting no odors. It seemed to be an unclaimed dwelling. I am fine. Let us rest for a moment before continuing our search. Xiao Yujia understood Jia Luo's unspoken concerns, but knew that they could not afford to alert any potential threats. They needed to take a brief respite before determining the whereabouts of any suspicious individuals. Exchanging a knowing glance, they silently entered the cave to rest. Though they were ostensibly resting, Jia Luo remained uneasy, feeling as if unseen eyes were fixated upon them. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia settled down to meditate. Fearing that she might become even more uncomfortable, she sensed that she was not a match for that individual. As day gradually gave way to dusk, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful glow upon the sky. However, not far from the cave, where Xiao Yujia and Jia Luo rested, a pair of fervent eyes fixated on her, brimming with desire. What a stunning beauty! She must be captured. This would greatly advance my plans. It was fortunate that I followed that petite female here. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of this land's abundant spiritual energy. It is nothing short of a sanctuary for cultivation. He thought to himself, if he could cultivate here, his power would ascend to new heights, and the day of his transformation would be imminent. Overwhelmed with excitement, he approached the cave where Xiao Yujia and Jia Luo were situated. Sensing an unfamiliar presence nearby, Xiao Yujia suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly exited the cave. The abrupt departure startled Jia Luo. As a beastman, his senses were highly attuned, and the pressure he felt was now beyond his capacity to endure. Yet he was unwilling to retreat. Yu's whereabouts remained unknown. As Xiao Yujia burst forth, she sought the source of that oppressive presence, conjuring a long sword from the fire element to prepare for any potential confrontation. Oh no! I've been discovered. If I do not flee now, when will I? The figure hidden beneath a tree was taken aback to see Xiao Yujia charging towards him with fierce intent. A woman capable of exuding such murderous intent could be deemed formidable among her kind. To avoid detection, he hastily retreated, hoping to bait Xiao Yujia into pursuing him. How dare you treat me like a fool? Once I capture you, you shall wish you had never been born. Upon reaching a flat expanse, Xiao Yujia suddenly halted, Sensing the adversary's intent to toy with her, she raised her sword, unleashing a flurry of indiscriminate attacks, igniting the surrounding area in flames. TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman is truly ruthless. She's incinerated the forest. Where can I hide now? Observing the inferno, he realized that if he did not act swiftly, he would surely be roasted alive. Thus, he summoned a bolt of lightning. The sky darkened, and soon thereafter, thunder rumbled, followed by a torrential downpour. It began to rain. Xiao Yuja gazed at the sudden downpour, realizing that she had become quite drenched, resembling a drenched chicken. Caught you. Truly a rare beauty, he remarked, as he emerged from the shadows, abruptly encircling Xiao Yuja in his embrace, gripping her chin with a somewhat frivolous tone. What a vulgar man. Being suddenly restrained, and with her chin elevated, Xiao Yuja could vaguely discern the features of his face through the rain, but his words reeked of frivolity, rendering him utterly uncouth. Chapter 97. Exchange vulgar? Upon hearing this term, he felt a twinge of disagreement. How could this be considered vulgar? He was clearly a refined gentleman of grace. He raised Xiao Yujia's chin once more, ensuring she could see him clearly and defend himself, for he was anything but coarse. How could this be deemed vulgar? I am undoubtedly a gentleman of elegance. With her chin lifted again, Xiao Yujia's head was pressed closely against the unknown man's chin. Moments ago, she could still glimpse the surroundings through the rain, but now she was mercilessly drenched, and after struggling against the grip of this stranger, her lips had lost their color, and her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, almost sickly. Vulgarity is indeed vulgar. What kind of gentleman lays hands upon a woman? Despite the discomfort of the rain cascading down her face, Xiao Yujia endeavored to open her eyes wide, glaring fiercely at the man before her. Is he truly incapable of understanding? She could not discern his appearance clearly, but she was certain he was a vulgar man, and there would be no room for rebuttal. What do you mean by laying hands upon me? I am merely enchanted by your beauty. He adamantly denied the accusation, asserting that it was purely admiration. Furthermore, how could I not wish to be close to a beauty that is rarely seen? A woman who speaks such venomous words is surely unappealing to any man. If you would be so kind as to accompany me, I shall release her. Observing Xiao Yujia's fierce expression, he found her anger to be particularly captivating. Yet, he understood that such fierceness would likely deter any man. While he openly invited Xiao Yujia to accompany him, his grip around her waist showed no signs of loosening, and he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, breathing softly. How delightful. If we are not mistaken, you must be the one who captured the female of the K tribe. Correct? Release her at once. Upon hearing the stranger's intent to take her away, Xiao Yujia felt a wave of revulsion, especially with his breath tickling her ear. Aside from the man she desired, any other man who dared to touch her without consent filled her with disgust. Although captured, she had not forgotten her purpose for being there. She needed to seize the opportunity to persuade this stranger to release her friend. That will not suffice. If you wish for me to release her, you must accompany me. What do you say? He found it quite amusing that Xiao Yujia was attempting to negotiate with him. The man had no intention of letting you go. Instead, he countered her proposition, hoping to trade her for the average-looking female of the K tribe. If she truly was the legendary goddess of this land, surely she would act with compassion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia chose to remain silent, refusing to respond to the stranger. The thought of sacrificing her life for you was utterly unthinkable. She was not so benevolent. Agreeing to save Jia Lu was already a significant act of mercy on her part. Her life was precious. During this silence, Xiao Yujia inadvertently pricked her finger with her nails, blood dripping onto the ground, quickly washed away by the rain. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. The stranger had yet to finish his sentence when a resounding bang interrupted him. A fireball, fierce in its momentum, struck the ground before him, effectively halting his words. The goddess. This action also caught Xiao Yujia's attention, as she turned to see a figure in blue approaching in the distance. Jiarun, why are they here? As the figures drew closer, Xiao Yujia recognized them as Jiarun and his companions. Due to the heavy rain, Jiarun was unable to fly and had to ride on Tian Yao's back. Originally, Lin Yu was supposed to arrive with great speed, but he had refused to allow anyone but Xiao Yujia to ride with him, resulting in the necessity to use Tian Yao instead. It seems someone has come to find you. We must part ways for now. Remember my name, Jiu Xiaochun. As for the female of the K tribe, she is within one of the nearby caves. Jiu Xiaochun leaned in close to Xiao Yujia, introducing himself in a flirtatious manner while revealing the location of you, although he did not provide specifics. As Lin Yi and the others approached, they unleashed their elemental powers, creating a powerful impact that compelled Jiu Xiaochun to release Qiao Yujia and vanish from sight, while the dark clouds above gradually dissipated. The sky cleared. Qiao Yujia gazed at the gradually brightening sky, feeling somewhat incredulous. Was this the ability of high-level cultivators? Jia, get out of the way. Lin Yi exclaimed it. Panic rising within him as various elemental spheres surged toward Qiao Yujia. He urgently warned her to evade. Not only Lin Yi, but the other accompanying beastmen were equally astonished by the unfolding situation. However, Qiao Yujia remained unfazed, observing the elemental spheres with composure. She gathered 5 elemental spheres of her own and hurled them toward the oncoming attack, resulting in a collision that surprisingly neutralized both sides' assaults. Is this truly possible? Her actions astonished Lin Yi and the others, who had not anticipated that such a fierce attack could be countered in this manner. Why didn't Qiao Yujia merely wave her hand, like the high-level cultivators, to neutralize the attacks? The reason was clear. She had not yet reached that level. Let us not forget, she was still merely a martial practitioner. Changing her path of cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Jia, are you all right? As the threat drew near, Lin Yi transformed back into his human form and enveloped Qiao Yujia in a warm embrace. Honestly, he was nearly terrified, fearing that they might never see her again. I am fine, but why are you here? She shook her head to indicate her well-being. Qiao Yujia could see the worry etched on Lin Yi's face, but aside from the lingering oppressive aura of the unknown man, she felt no other ill effects. However, she was puzzled as to why Lin Yi and the others had suddenly come. Chapter 98. The invitation from Saint Ivy. We sensed the scent of your blood and happened to see the leader of the K tribe approaching, who informed us that you were in danger, so we rushed over. Lin Yi answered without hesitation. Indeed, it was when Qiao Yujia had accidentally pricked her finger that the rain washed away the blood, gradually spreading the scent of her blood. At that moment, Lin Yi and his companions, who were closest to her, caught the tantalizing aroma, causing their own blood to stir in response to the sweet scent that was now imprinted within them. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Qiao Yujia felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Was it possible that the blood bond she shared with Lin Yi and the others granted them the ability to sense danger and locate her? Though it may seem hard to believe, it has also endowed me with a vital skill for survival. If Lin Yi and his companions can sense their peril by perceiving the boiling point of their blood, might I not also possess this ability? With this thought, Qiao Yujia's gaze flitted between Lin Yi and his group, as if she were scrutinizing something. Each orc present here is her partner, suitor, and protector, having partaken of her blood. With such an idea in mind, Qiao Yujia suddenly felt the urge to experiment with this notion one day. Lin Yi, Jiarun, and Tian Yao, observing Qiao Yujia deep in thought with an inscrutable smile occasionally gracing her lips, could not help but shudder involuntarily. All right, Jia Luo, let us search separately. Yet is in a cave in one of the nearby forests. Qiao Yujia, perceiving the disheveled state of Lin Yi and his companions, quickly directed her gaze towards Jia Luo, informing him of Yi's vague location. Given the circumstances, parting ways to search seemed the only viable option. Thank you for the guidance, goddess. Upon receiving Qiao Yujia's message, Jia Luo expressed his gratitude, cast a glance at his younger brother, and then promptly chose a direction to pursue Yi's whereabouts. Why does Jia Run appear somewhat peculiar? Never mind, this is his chosen path. However, when did he acquire the ability to manipulate divine fire? It seems I should find a moment to visit the tribe where my brother resides. With just a fleeting glance, Jia Luo discerned something amiss with Jia Run. Yet, as an elder brother, he could not interfere excessively in his life. He would simply need to visit Jia Run's tribe at a later time. Shortly after Jia Luo departed, Qiao Yujia and the others began to act independently, agreeing to reconvene at the forest's edge regardless of whether they found Yi. Qiao Yujia deemed this course of action sufficiently benevolent. She and you were not particularly close, and since he was not one of her followers, there seemed little reason to expend unnecessary effort. Bang! Bang! The once tranquil sky erupted with 2 thunderous booms, prompting all orcs in pursuit of Yi to glance skyward. In the heavens, 2 brilliant blossoms bloomed. These were signal flares crafted by Qiao Yujia to teach the orcs how to control fire elements. Although she lacked the requisite materials, orcs capable of wielding fire could condense flames in their hands and launch them into the sky, achieving the same effect. If this is possible, why bother with elements that can alter nature? Jia, it seems someone has found her. Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi, paired together, exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion and transformed into their beast forms, setting off towards the signal's origin. To avoid raising suspicion among the other orcs, Lin Yi accompanied her in his half-beast form as they advanced toward the signal's location. Simultaneously, orcs from various directions continued their march towards the source of the signal. Although Jia Luo remained uncertain about the situation, he too proceeded towards the recently launched signal. Goddess, we have found her. The little female is in the cave just ahead. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi were the first to arrive at the Signal S launch site. Upon arrival, an orc reported that S location had been uncovered. The orc before Xiao Yujia pointed toward a nearby cave. What? Found her. Coincidentally at that moment, Jia Luo also arrived and overheard the exchange between the orc and Xiao Yujia, hastening towards the cave. Indeed, you lay unconscious on the ground. Yeah, please awaken. Seeing Ya in her unconscious state, Jia Luo rushed over to lift her, attempting to rouse her from her slumber, but to no avail. Since we have located her, let's return. Perhaps she will awaken by tomorrow. Observing Jia Luo's actions, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but question their relationship. If they were partners, Yi's exposed skin bore no markings of a mate bond, suggesting they were siblings instead. Yet, did Jia Luo not have only Jia Run as a brother? Thank you for your kind words, goddess. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's remark, Jia Luo expressed his gratitude. Such words were a blessing among the orcs, and with Yi still in her unconscious state, they could only leave for now. Jia Luo cradled Yi from the cold ground, exiting the cave and unfurling his wings. This was the half-beast form of all flying orcs. With Jia Luo leading the way, Xiao Yujia and her companions began to make their way towards the trading venue. They arrived at the trading site only as the sun dipped below the horizon. Goddess, you have finally returned. Here is the parchment from Saint Ai Weiya for you. Upon returning to the encampment within the trading area, Xiao Yujia spotted Xin approaching with a piece of parchment in hand. She accepted it and examined its contents, noting that it indicated a meeting at the Baishur tribe after the trading event concluded the following day, where she would be informed of the matters she wished to know. This was an invitation signed by Ai Weiya. However, the script was not in simplified characters, but rather in the formal style of calligraphy. It seemed that her claim of having lived on Earth for some time did not pertain to the modern era, but rather to a different dynasty. Whether or not Xiao Yujia's assumptions held true could only be confirmed the following day. After all, tomorrow marked the final day of the trading event, with most tribes having depleted their goods and some beginning to pack up to depart, while others chose to remain for further negotiations with the Baishur tribe before leaving. I understand. You may return to your duties. Excellent. Very well. After perusing the parchment for a while, Xiao Yujia dismissed Xin to continue her own tasks. For remaining there waiting for her to finish would undoubtedly be tedious. Chapter 99. A Monumental Secret by Shur Tribe. Early in the morning, orcs and females from various tribes were already busy packing, preparing to depart the next day. Xiao Yujia had accepted Ai Weiya's invitation and arrived at the Baishur tribe. Why are there so many orcs from other tribes in the Baishur tribe today? Upon entering, Xiao Yujia immediately noticed an unusually high number of orcs from other tribes. Goddess, you have arrived. Please follow me. After taking a few steps forward, she encountered a white figure, which she soon recognized as Ai Weiya. Xiao Yujia nodded in acknowledgement. Was the goddess observing? Ai Weiya led Xiao Yujia onward, and the latter took in the surroundings, with Ai Weiya noting her inquisitive expression. Those must be orcs from other tribes. Why are they present in your tribe on the last day of the trading event? Xiao Yujia had previously glanced at the Baishur tribe. Aside from their own orcs and females, it was rare for orcs from other tribes to enter. Today, however, the Baishur tribe appeared particularly lively. Perhaps you are unaware, goddess, but on the last day of each trading event, a chieftain from one of the tribes visits to discuss matters with our tribe's leader. Sensing Xiao Yujia's ignorance regarding this custom, Ai Weiya explained the significance of the last day of trading without divulging specifics about the discussions. I see. Since Ai Weiya chose not to elaborate, Xiao Yujia refrained from pressing further. She understood that every tribe harbors its own secrets. As the sounds of the tribe faded into the distance, Xiao Yujia noticed they had strayed far from the center of the village. After walking a while longer, Ai Weiya finally halted in front of a small wooden house. Lady Shinin V, this is my humble wooden cottage where I typically reside. Please step inside and rest for a while. Taking a few steps forward, Ai Weiya opened the door to the cottage, inviting Xiao Yujia to enter and relax before discussing the matters they had previously agreed upon. Grateful for the kind invitation, Xiao Yujia graciously accepted. However, upon entering the wooden abode, she was taken aback by its serene and elegant decor, which seemed rather incongruous for a dwelling constructed by the inhabitants of this Beastman continent. I appreciate tranquility, and my humble abode is rather simple. I hope Lady Shenenvi does not find it lacking. After ushering Xiao Yujia inside, AI Wei proceeded to the adjacent storage room to retrieve a jar of her sun-dried tea leaves. Moments latte. She poured the brewed tea into the cup before Xiao Yujia. Observing her modest dwelling, AI Wei felt it was mismatched with Xiao Yujia's esteemed status, anticipating a hint of disdain. To her astonishment, Xiao Yujia's subsequent words left an indelible impression on AI Wei. The cottage of the saintess is far from simple. To me, it is a tranquil and elegant sanctuary that refreshes the spirit and nurtures the soul. Xiao Yujia spoke truthfully. Upon her arrival, she had already noticed that, besides the common herbs in the garden, there were also rare plants and many other medicinal herbs that even she could not name, appearing far from ordinary. Moreover, the furnishings and decor of the cottage exuded elegance, with a table adorned with a vase of clivia, adding a touch of leisure. Except for the bedroom on the right, which was inconvenient to inspect, the left storage area, while serving its purpose, remained tidy, suggesting that AI Wei was indeed a woman who valued cleanliness. Despite being born in the Beastman world, she embodied an essence of refined grace, refreshing the spirit, nurturing the soul. Truly, she is the Lady Shun Envy. To receive such praise from her is a fulfillment of my life's aspirations. Hearing such words from Xiao Yujia felt more enlightening than a decade of study, and AI Wei's admiration for her deepened. If one could perceive faith values above their heads, Xiao Yujia would undoubtedly witness AI Wei's unwavering devotion. I wonder what the saintess wishes to discuss with me? Gazing at the fragrant tea before her, Xiao Yujia lifted the cup, blowing gently across the surface before taking a sip and remarking, delightful. The purpose of inviting Lady Shenenvi today is to share a secret about the Beastman continent that the Beastmen themselves are unaware of. Returning to the main topic, AI Wei did not beat around the bush and promptly revealed a significant piece of information. This secret was known only to her. Even the Beastmen, with their ancestral heritage, remained oblivious. Oh, a secret unknown to the Beastmen? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia felt a surge of curiosity. After all, this could be a secret even Lin Yi was unaware of. It pertains to the travelers from another world. Travelers, it seems this continent is graced by more than one such individual. Noticing Xiao Yujia's intrigue, AI Wei elaborated. It turns out that during the initial establishment of the Beastman continent, aside from the revered beast god and the Beastman's legacy, after the construction of the 4 main cities, the deities of this land would transport a traveler from Earth every century, each hailing from different dynasties, possibly even from eras before the formation of human kingdoms, and they would be randomly sent to various tribes. These travelers were referred to as the beast god, as emissaries. Upon their arrival, they indeed contributed significantly to the development of the continent and aided many tribes. However, among these travelers were those with ambitious aspirations, seeking to unify the Beastman continent and claim the title of its sole ruler, unbound by any laws. Yet, their ultimate fates were not favorable. After all, humans do not live for long. The ancestors of humanity made countless sacrifices to attain the current era of peace. There were also female travelers who fell in love with the Beastmen, crossing the boundaries of race to bear exceptional offspring. Nevertheless, this realm is a manifestation of nature in its own right. Xiao Yujia did not wish to transform this pristine land into a battlefield. If unavoidable conflict arose, she would lead the charge. If her sacrifices could foster their betterment, it would be worth it. After recounting these tales, AI Wei informed Xiao Yujia that it had been less than a century since the last traveler arrived, and she and Yu Sheng's presence might be an exception, perhaps destined to save this land. AI Wei also cautioned Xiao Yujia to be wary of other travelers. Despite the short lifespan of humans, many live beyond a century. Chapter 100, Punishment. Suddenly learning so much and discovering the purpose of her and Yu Sheng's arrival in this world. Is it truly impossible to avert war? Why does the desire for unification invariably lead to conflict? Oh, beast god, even if we are your chosen goddesses, I am not devoid of ambition, perhaps greater than those travelers before us. As Xiao Yujia pondered AI Wei's revelations while walking, she felt that while it was fortunate for Yu Sheng to be sent here, her own arrival was a mistake. although she could indeed bring monumental change to this continent. Her ambitions were equally vast. In her previous life, she was a person drawn to violence, yet unexpectedly cherished nature. She did not wish to tarnish this pristine land. But if the current situation proved unchangeable, she might indeed contend for supremacy. Jia, you have finally returned. While lost in thought, Xiao Yujia heard her name called and looked up to find she had arrived at the trading post in the city. Engrossed in her conversation with AI Weiya, the sun had set, painting the clouds with hues of crimson. However, upon seeing Lin Yi clad in a breezy dress outside the bamboo shelter, an involuntary surge of blood rushed through her veins. Jia, everything is ready. We can depart for the city tomorrow. As Lin Yi began to say more, in an instant, a flash of red caught his eye, and he was swiftly pulled into the bamboo shelter. Bang! Oomph! With a sharp sound, Xiao Yujia wasted no time in tossing Lin Yi onto the bed, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. How outrageous! To be dressed like this in public? Who does he intend to entice? Seeing Lin Yi standing outside the bamboo shelter in such attire, Xiao Yujia immediately thought of the numerous females from other tribes still present at the trading venue on this last day of the event. Lin Yi was presumably attempting to allure someone other than herself. Lin Yi, unaware of her thoughts, recognized from the icy glare in her eyes that he was about to endure a session of torment. Despite the cooling weather, he wore so little, and he would have to pay the price for igniting her ire. Today, I shall punish you properly. Lady Shun, please bestow your favor upon us today. Just as Xiao Yujia was about to enact her intentions on Lin Yi, the voices of Jiao Run and Tian Yao suddenly interrupted her plans. Turning to look, she saw the two kneeling beside her, both adorned in similarly scant attire. A barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Yujia's lips, but it quickly vanished. The sight of the two only fueled her anger further. The garments are all of the same design, differing only in color, each crafted by Xiao Yujia. They were worn while serving her in the Shun Envy Dian, yet one must ponder the significance of donning such attire in public at this moment. Due to Xiao Yujia's fatigue over the past few days, Jiao Run intended to attend to her, allowing her some respite. However, upon witnessing the chill in her gaze, he hesitated. Meanwhile, Tian Yao remained impassive, unwavering in his role as the protector of the goddess, willing to endure any torment for her sake without uttering a word of protest. If you all wish to play, I shall indulge you. In that fleeting moment, as Xiao Yujia gazed into the eyes of Jiao Run and Tian Yao, her own eyes transformed into a crimson hue. Suddenly, countless vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring the two and lifting them into the air. Even Jiao Run, a seasoned flying beastman, could not suppress a startled scream. Tian Yao, on the other hand, contemplated whether the goddess had truly reached such a level of control over the vines. Goddess, are you all right? Do you require my assistance? Just as Xiao Yujia was about to wield the vines to punish them, a voice from outside the bamboo shelter interrupted. Xen, alarmed by the earlier scream, wondered whether Xiao Yujia had encountered trouble and needed aid. I am fine, Xen. Please prepare dinner. We shall eat later. Do not concern yourself with us. To prevent Xen from intruding and disrupting her plans, Xiao Yujia had no choice but to send her away. As a servant, Xen could only comply with her master's command. Even though her curiosity about the situation inside was piqued, she had to obey and prepare the evening meal. Once certain that Xen had truly departed, Xiao Yujia used the vines to seal the entrance of the bamboo shelter. After all, this space was meant for her and Lin Yi, and it was unlikely any clan members would venture in, but it was prudent to take extra precautions. With no interruptions, they could fully enjoy the night ahead, which promised to be long. The moment Xiao Yujia uttered this, Jiao Run shivered. She then bound Lin Yi, who had been thrown onto the bed with the same vines, and suspended him alongside Jiao Run in midair. Thankfully, the bamboo shelter had been constructed at a sufficient height. Otherwise, their heads would have struck the ceiling. Jia, what are you planning to do? Lin Yi inquired, finding himself positioned in an embarrassingly compromising manner. His feet were tightly bound by the vines, rendering escape impossible, while his hands were suspended above his head. In this predicament, he could only submit to Xiao Yujia's whims. The night is lengthy. I shall entertain you. It would be wise to behave, or you shall face dire consequences. She playfully tapped the vines against Lin Yi's cheek, and even before she had done anything substantial, his face flushed crimson. Goddess, I was wrong. Please release me. Upon hearing of impending punishment, Jiao Run quickly confessed his faults, despite having no clear understanding of what he had done wrong. Yet, Xiao Yujia paid no heed to his unreasonable outbursts and proceeded with her intentions. Her once jet-black hair gradually transformed into a silvery hue, a sight that astonished both Jia Run and Tian Yao. She merely maneuvered the vines to dance across their forms. Yet, even such simple gestures stirred a tempest of emotions within them. To make matters worse, the vines on Lin Ye's body obstructed his mouth, preventing any cries from escaping. If you do not wish for the clan to discover your inadequacies, you may express yourselves. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Jia Run's instinct to scream was abruptly quelled. How could a male be deemed inadequate? As a male, he could not accept such a label. Infuriated by Xiao Yujia's assertion, he internally roared, determined to prove her wrong. Thus, he clamped his mouth shut, regardless of the torment Xiao Yujia inflicted upon him. Oh, holding back? Quite impressive. Maintain that resolve. Observing the three before her, especially Jia Run's expression of wanting to scream, yet refraining, Xiao Yujia felt a surge of amusement, but suppressed it. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. She offered a token of encouragement, knowing that without it, the three would surely succumb to their impulses. Jia Run thought, the goddess praised me. No matter how arduous the punishment, I must endure. Tian Yao mused, the goddess is remarkable. I have endured for so long. Today, I may finally find some relief. Lin Yi pleaded, Jia, please stop. That is unacceptable. Xiao Yujia's previous words were akin to praise for the trio, even if insincere, and they felt elated. After all, not every clan member received the goddess's accolades within the city. However, their thoughts diverged significantly. This so-called punishment continued until the sun dipped below the horizon, showing no signs of abating. Yet, due to Xiao Yujia sealing the entrance of the bamboo shelter, curious female clan members outside began to speculate about what Xiao Yujia was doing inside. Despite her approachable demeanor, the clan members hesitated to intrude upon her domain. What could have compelled the goddess to seal the door? I do not know. There is a scent of union wafting from within. One bold female member, sensing the unmistakable aroma of intimacy between partners, voiced her observation. The sweet yet slightly embarrassing scent prompted others to comprehend the implication, and they collectively emitted sounds of understanding. However, if it were merely a union, it would only involve Lin Yi. Why were Jia Run and the others also absent? As this realization dawned on some, others quickly caught on, pondering the inconsistency of the statement. They directed curious glances toward the one who had spoken. Clearly, she was new and unaware of the underlying dynamics. What is it? Did I say something incorrect? The female member, met with incredulous stares, felt as though she had made a blunder, yet internally, she had already deemed Xiao Yujia her greatest rival. She could not fathom why Xiao Yujia, despite having a partner, would also claim Jia Run and the others. Inside the bamboo shelter, Xiao Yujia, having overheard the ruckus, felt exasperated. In a fit of annoyance, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, startling the females outside, who promptly knelt in supplication, pleading for the goddess's forgiveness. What are you doing? Dinner is ready. Hurry and partake. Hearing the commotion from the bamboo shelter, Xian approached, witnessing the scene unfold, and hurriedly ushered them away. Upon hearing her words, all the female members quickly fled the area, eager to escape the impending trouble. Xian cast a glance back at the bamboo shelter before departing, her thoughts unknown. The following day, Xiao Yujia and her companions packed their belongings and set off back to the city at dawn. Avia, accompanied by the entirety of the Baishur tribe, bid farewell to the departing group. As soon as she took a few steps, Xiao Yujia turned her head, silently mouthing a thank you to her and extended an invitation to Ivia and the orcs and females of the Baishur tribe to attend the Grand Market in Tianyu City during the last month of spring next year. Upon hearing that she and her fellow tribesmen had been invited by the Divine Lady, Ivia felt an immense joy swell within her heart. This was a decision that Xiao Yujia had made previously. Each year, in addition to the usual small markets, a grand market would be held in the last month of spring. This arrangement would allow the tribespeople to exchange surplus food from their winter reserves with others from different tribes, and it also provided an opportunity to clear out food that could not be consumed. Hiss, Jia, there are people following us. Just as Xiao Yujia and her companions reached the edge of the forest, the creature hanging around her neck, Lin Yi, suddenly informed her that someone was trailing behind. The reason Lin Yi was draped around Xiao Yujia's neck was due to a punishment from the previous night, where the three of them had exhausted their energy and could only appear in their juvenile forms for the time being. In addition to Lin Yi on her neck, Jia Run and Tian Yao were cradled in Xiao Yujia's arms, seated together in a cart. The other tribespeople were accustomed to the sight, and Lin Yi dared not express anger, fearing that Xiao Yujia might abandon him. If they mean no harm, Let them follow. We need not concern ourselves with them. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Qiao Yujia paid no heed, assuming they must have followed from the trading post. If they posed no threat, she had no intention of interfering with their presence. As long as no conflict arose, she felt it best to allow them to accompany her. This understood. I will heed your words, Jia. With Qiao Yujia's assurance, Lin Yi ceased further commentary. The first principle of a male was to avoid angering his partner. Jia, you smell delightful. Sensing the fragrance emanating from Qiao Yujia, Lin Yi could not resist nuzzling against her, while she gently caressed the head of the snake. This brought him immense comfort. As they proceeded, the sun descended in the west, with the orcs from the other tribes trailing behind them, showcasing their determination. When Qiao Yujia's group halted before a cave, the orcs from the tribes also came to a stop. After resting for the night, they would continue their journey the next morning after breakfast. To accommodate the trailing group, Qiao Yujia deliberately slowed her pace, knowing that this year's trading event had been scheduled earlier, allowing ample time for their return to the city. However, the other orc tribes, fearing detection, moved cautiously, unaware that they had already been noticed by Qiao Yujia's group. Chapter 102. The initial entrance into Tianyu City. Qiao Yujia and her companions continued forward, with the other tribes following closely behind. During their journey, should they encounter wild beasts, Qiao Yujia instructed her companions to utilize elemental control in their hunting, while also honing their mastery over the elements. While hunting, she intentionally allowed some beasts to escape to the rear for the tribes, not out of a desire to display her elemental prowess, but rather out of kindness, recognizing that those who had followed them thus far were undoubtedly individuals of great perseverance. Assisting them would prevent their journey from leaving them emaciated before even reaching the city. The group continued this way until the evening of the sixth day, arriving at the original cave of the Hushao tribe. It appeared they had some unexpected guests. Regrettably, it seemed that the cave had been claimed by wild beasts. Qiao Yujia's keen eyes fixed intently on the cave before her. Her body had been transformed by this continent, enhancing her senses significantly. It was not difficult for her to discern what resided within the cave. As her words fell, the surrounding orcs grew vigilant, having also caught the scent of the beasts. Roar. Indeed, the wild beasts resting within the cave detected the unwelcome presence of the orcs. With a furious roar, 4 or 5 bear beasts emerged from the cave, rushing toward Qiao Yujia and her companions upon seeing a group of seemingly feeble orcs, particularly the females. The lead bear, without hesitation, charged forward, driven by the thought that since they were all females, the orc females could bear young for the beasts. Capturing one would be a gain, at worst. They could treat the orc female well after she bore young, feeding her well and raising her plump and healthy. Such a delightful fantasy met with a harsh reality. Before the lead bear could even reach the orc female, it found itself pierced through the heart by a vine controlled by one of the orcs, collapsing to the ground with a piteous cry. The sight was indeed tragic. Roar. The remaining bears, witnessing their companion's demise, emitted a deafening roar that could shatter eardrums. Attack! At Qiao Yujia's command, the orcs in front launched their most ferocious assault. It was not until the anguished cries ceased that the orcs halted their onslaught, confirming that the bears had breathed their last. Simultaneously, the other orc tribes, resting in a nearby cave, heard the thunderous commotion. Chieftain, it seems there are sounds of bears coming from that direction. Should we go assist? An orc warrior from the leopard tribe suggested, believing they ought to offer help. However, the chieftain coldly rejected the notion. Do you truly think you can aid them, or merely deliver yourself as a meal to the bears? The leopard tribe chieftain did not provide a direct answer, but instead posed a rhetorical question. The warrior, taken aback by the chieftain's response, found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity in the chieftain's reasoning. Although they were fierce beasts, taking down a creature like a bear would require dozens of orc warriors, while those from the Hushao tribe possessed an extraordinary ability that left the warrior in awe. For those endowed with such abilities, hunting a few bears must be a trivial task. The Divine Lady has sealed the cave entrance. Indeed, one could only wonder what the Divine Lady was doing inside. That evening, after the tribespeople of Tianyu City finished their dinner, several females, while digesting their meals, noticed that the cave where Qiao Yujia rested had been sealed off once more. They speculated about what she might be doing inside. Ahem, what are you all doing here? Hurry and go rest. Just then, Exen, passing by, saw a group of females gathered around the cave where Qiao Yujia was resting. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were new additions to the tribe over the past few months. Assuming they were new arrivals, The Divine Lady had likely invited them to join in the trading event to help them integrate into the collective. However, Xian was taken aback to find them eavesdropping, discussing the Divine Lady's affairs. Although irritated, Xian shooed the females away to prevent the Divine Lady from becoming angered again. Isn't that just a pet of that female? What's there to be so arrogant about? As the group realized they had been discovered, they hastily fled. One female even muttered under her breath that Xian was merely a pet beside Xiao Yujia, and there was no cause for arrogance. Although spoken softly, Xian heard every word. Truthfully, such remarks were quite hurtful. She felt an urge to reprimand the insolent females but restrained herself, understanding that their numbers had dwindled, and it would serve no benefit to herself. After a night of rest, Xiao Yujia appeared particularly radiant after breakfast the next morning. The previous night, Lin Yi and the others had been thoroughly exhausted from Xiao Yujia's relentless teasing, sprawled across her with no strength left. Divine Lady, we have arrived. At that moment, after nearly an entire midday's journey, Xiao Yujia and her companions finally beheld the boundaries of the Wuhuan Plain. One of the female warriors could not help but exclaim, "We have finally returned. It feels incredibly familiar." As Xiao Yujia gazed upon this familiar terrain, the sensation of having been away for so long washed over her, and now, seeing it again, filled her with warmth. The Divine Lady has returned. The Divine Lady has returned. Above the city gate, the orc guards, upon spotting the approaching party, recognized it was Xiao Yujia and quickly relayed the news. The word spread throughout the city, filling it with the joyful sounds of their return. As the city gates swung open, the trading caravan marched triumphantly into Tianyu City. Suddenly, Xiao Yujia recalled something and turned to the guards at the gate, instructing them to allow the orcs from the other tribes following behind to enter as well. Understood. Today it was Xiao Gu who was on duty at the gate. Having seen Xiao Yujia, he no longer harbored any inappropriate thoughts. Since the Divine Lady had given her orders, he would comply without hesitation. After addressing the matters at the gate, Xiao Yujia continued to lead her kin, bringing the goods to the altar square. Thanks to the voices of her people, the Grand Shaman and others had already gathered to await their return. Meanwhile, the city gate. The orcs from other tribes were being held outside by Xiao Gu as per Xiao Yujia's instructions, but he did not make a fuss about it. "It's nearly done. Let them in," he said, observing that he had fulfilled the Divine Lady's orders. Yes. As the gates opened, the orcs began to enter Tianyu City one after another. Chapter 103, A Different City. Wow. Were all these? Upon stepping into Tianyu City, all the orcs from the other tribes were left in awe. They gazed at the towering structures, realizing that even the buildings in the four main cities did not reach such heights. Are these houses? But why are they so tall? And so beautiful? One orc began to deduce that these magnificent edifices were indeed residences, though distinctly different from those in the four main cities. Orcs who had the fortune of visiting the four main cities knew that their buildings were constructed of stone, while the structures in the city were made of both stone and wood, far more aesthetically pleasing than those in the four main cities. If Xiao Yujia were present, she would certainly proclaim, "How could they not be beautiful? These are traditional buildings that have been passed down for 5,000 years, embodying the hard work of our ancestors." Xiao Yujia had chosen not to opt for ostentatious architecture, but instead favored the serene and elegant style of Yinshui Jiangnan, rendering the entire city a paradise within the beastly world. Welcome to Tianyu City. Upon reaching the altar square, Xiao Yujia informed Lord Shicho about the orcs from other tribes following behind. Upon receiving the news, he gathered a contingent of warrior orcs to await their arrival. Lord Shicho waited for about a quarter of an hour, initially doubting that anyone would come, thinking perhaps the Divine Lady was playing a jest. To his surprise, the orcs from other tribes truly arrived. "Aren't you Shicho, the chieftain of the Hushao tribe? Is this your city?" The chieftain of the leopard tribe looked at the orc before him, increasingly recognizing him as his old acquaintance, Shicho. However, upon observing the beauty of the city, he found it hard to believe that this was indeed Shicho's domain. "Well, sort of Chieftain Shicho, it has been a long time. Allow me to show you around this city." When asked if this was his city, Shicho felt a bit embarrassed. Although he was the nominal lord of the city, the ultimate decision-making power resided with the three halls. In truth, Xiao Yujia's decision was to better manage the city and to quell any nefarious thoughts among some orcs. Shicho understood this and did not oppose the arrangement. "That is fine, but what about our goods? It would be wonderful to tour this city with you, as it has indeed been ages since we last met. However, what should we do with the items we've traded for? We can't just leave them here, can we? I will have you place these goods in the altar square. There are warrior orcs guarding it, so nothing will go amiss." Shicho glanced at the numerous items behind him, recognizing that it was indeed inappropriate to leave them unattended. While the city was generally safe, it was wise to prevent any ill intentions. Thus, he proposed to Chieftain Leopard Shi that the items be secured in the altar square, where vigilant warrior orcs would ensure their safety. Very well, then I thank you, Chieftain Shicho. Having seen the numerous warrior orcs stationed at the altar square, Shicho agreed to his suggestion. He turned to arrange for his kin to wait there while he conversed with the lord of the city, bringing along the other tribe leaders, as they were all familiar friends. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia had also organized the goods returned from the trading event, with food and hide stored in the city's main warehouse. Other minor trinkets were distributed among the orcs who had participated in the trading event, as they were merely inconsequential items favored by the females. Thank you, Divine Lady. The females, delighted with their small treasures, were overjoyed, having never expected that their assistance at the trading event would yield such rewards from the Divine Lady. All right, you may all return now. Your parents and partners at home must be worried about you. Observing the grateful and fervent gazes directed at her, Xiao Yujia hurriedly sent the females on their way, knowing their families must be anxious after their prolonged absence. Thank you, Divine Lady. We shall take our leave. After expressing their gratitude once more, the females set off together towards their homes. I'm exhausted. I should rest. Watching the females disappear into the distance, Xiao Yujia could hardly contain her smile. Reflecting on her own fatigue from the past few days, she quickly made her way towards the divine hall atop the peak. The following day, Lord Shicho invited the chieftains from other tribes who had arrived in the city to the Lord's mansion for discussions regarding their integration into Tianyu City. Esteemed chieftains, how did you fare sleeping in the city last night? As Lord Shicho awaited at the entrance of the mansion, he eagerly inquired about the accommodations of the chieftains. Due to the influx of orcs from various tribes, many had come as entire families, prompting Xiao Yujia to suggest they be housed in the Yingsong courtyard, which was spacious enough to accommodate all orcs and females. I slept splendidly. It was the most comfortable sleep I've ever had. Chieftain Leopard, she could not help but praise the lodging from the previous night. It was indeed the most restful slumber he had ever experienced, making the journey worthwhile. That's wonderful. Let us proceed inside. The reception room is prepared with tea and snacks, and the Divine Lady has been waiting for you. Seeing his old friends sleeping well put Lord Shicho at ease. He promptly ushered them into the reception room, informing them that the Divine Lady had been awaiting their arrival for some time. The chieftains present were astonished to hear that the Divine Lady was already waiting for them. Is it possible that the Lord of Shicho City is referring to the legendary two goddesses? Hastening their steps, the crowd, having heard tales since childhood, was eager to glimpse what these mythical beings truly looked like. Welcome to Tianyu City. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, a melodious feminine voice filled the reception hall, enveloping everyone in a refreshing warmth that dispelled all fatigue. Is this the goddess? Yet, why is there only one? As they beheld the singular female seated at the head of the room, some began to feel uneasy. Was it not said that there were two goddesses? Why was only one present? Chapter 104, Establishing a Village. Indeed, the legend spoke of two goddesses, yet only one was visible. This prompted questions from the assembled beastmen, as the elder generation had always recounted tales of two goddesses arriving in the Beastman continent. Was it possible their memories had failed them? If there were two, where was the other? Please, esteemed chieftains, I understand your confusion regarding why only one goddess is present. Listening to the concerns of the chieftains, the Lord of Shicho City grasped the source of their bewilderment. Indeed, Lord Shicho, what the other goddess? Surely you are not deceiving us by presenting a mere pretty female as a goddess? Upon hearing this, save for Bao Shi, the chieftain of the leopard clan, the others felt as if they had been duped by a close friend. Some even speculated that this so-called goddess was merely a well-chosen, beautiful female brought forth by the Lord of Shicho. No, how could I deceive you? We have been friends for so many years. This is one of the goddesses, named Xiao Yujia, while the other, pregnant with offspring, is resting at the water's edge in the temple. Seeing the tension rising among his old friends, the Lord of Shicho quickly clarified that the one present was indeed a goddess, while the other was unable to attend due to her condition. With this explanation, the other chieftains understood, and the most delighted was Xiao Yujia, who had not anticipated that within just a few days of her departure, Yu Sheng had already conceived. Since everyone is aware now, let us proceed. Noticing the chieftains had calmed down, the Lord of Shicho finally relaxed. This was indeed a close call. Despite possessing powers akin to the beast god, managing a crowd could be daunting, especially when dealing with longtime friends. The attendants in the Lord's mansion had arranged various delicacies, and he hastily invited the chieftains to take their seats. Lord Shichio, what is this delightful treat? After settling down, Baoshi could not resist sampling one of the exquisite pastries on the table, discovering it to be quite delectable, though he was curious about its ingredients. This is called a biscuit, made from flour derived from ground wheat. Upon hearing Baoshi inquire about the biscuits, the Lord of Shichio glanced at the one he was consuming and provided a brief explanation. Wheat? Flour? What are those? Hearing this, Baoshi began to grasp the concept, but remained puzzled by the unfamiliar terms. Having never encountered wheat or flour, he pondered whether such delicious food was indeed edible. After considering this, he decided not to press further. We can discuss this later. Let us first address your accommodations. Upon hearing Baoshi's suggestion, the Lord of Shichio felt somewhat embarrassed. Unsure of how to explain, he could only set this matter aside for the moment, as the priority was ensuring the clans settled in Tianyu City comfortably. Very well. Lord Shichio, please proceed. The Lord's acknowledgement confirmed that the well-being of the clans was indeed paramount. Truth be told, Baoshi could hardly contain his eagerness. The room he had shared with his partner the previous night was nothing short of splendid. It was not only warm, but also incredibly comfortable, far superior to residing in a cave. Currently, the available accommodations within the city were nearly full. The chieftains and their clans would have to temporarily reside in Ingsong Courtyard. During this period, they would need to organize their Beastman warriors alongside the city's warriors to scout a location outside the city for establishing a village. This plan had been agreed upon by the three palaces the previous night. It was not that Xiao Yuzhou was unwilling to allow the clans to stay within the city, but rather that the available housing had been mostly allocated, with some being part of scenic areas that required gold ingots for purchase. Since the clans were new to Tianyu City and had no means of earning wages as of yet, the three palaces collectively decided to permit the chieftains to select a suitable plot of land outside the city, where they could plant crops and establish their villages, named after their respective clans, with assistance from Tianyu City. However, due to the sheer number of clans, it would be impossible to begin construction simultaneously. They would have to proceed one clan at a time. The basic process was already in place, pending the chieftains' agreement. This is the general outline. Do any of the chieftains have further matters to discuss? As soon as the Lord of Shichio finished speaking, Xiao Yuzhou interjected. Regarding this matter, the three palaces had deliberated extensively, ensuring there were no ulterior motives, especially since they were not familiar with the chieftains. This approach was deemed the best possible solution. Although it was merely a village, it offered relative safety, and with diligence, a carefree life was not out of reach. Lord Shichio, Lady Goddess, may we deliberate further? Hearing the mention of residing outside the city, the chieftains felt somewhat conflicted, as their numbers were substantial, and constructing housing was indeed a considerable undertaking. Observing this, Baoshi spoke up, suggesting they should confer before making a decision. This was a reasonable proposal. After exchanging glances, Shichio and Xiao Yuzhou nodded in agreement. Earlier, as they approached, I noticed there was indeed ample open space outside the city. Perhaps the decision made by Lord Shichio and Lady Goddess is a prudent one. However, with the combined numbers of our clans, the required space for construction is significant, and it is uncertain when we might complete the building process. Did not Lord Shichio and Lady Goddess mention assistance would be provided from the city? This arrangement seems promising, yet if we were to select an open area outside, our 10 clans combined will need a considerable amount of space. Perhaps this plan is viable. Chapter 105, The Cycle of Life. Goddess, we have a proposal we wish to discuss with you. After the chieftains reached a consensus on the course of action, they felt it necessary to consult, considering it was indeed another's domain. Please, esteemed chieftains, feel free to express your thoughts. Xiao Yuzhou, unaware of the sentiments of the chieftains present, recognized that their willingness to voice concerns indicated potential dissatisfaction with the outcome. Thus, it seemed prudent to consider their suggestions. Upon hearing the goddess's invitation, the chieftains exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and decided to voice their agreed-upon concerns. Goddess, the combined population of our several tribes is substantial. If we were to establish numerous villages, it would require an excessive amount of land. Before entering the city, we observe the cultivation of food outside its walls. Therefore, we propose that the tribes unite to form a single village, allowing us to learn agricultural methods from you, Goddess. The speaker, an orc and chief of the Bainiao tribe, Bai Fei, articulated this proposal, which received the consensus of several other tribal leaders. Very well. We shall send people from the city to assist in the construction of Baisho village. The collective number of orcs and females from the tribes is indeed considerable, and his suggestion may hold merit. After hearing the deliberations of the tribal leaders, Xiao Yujia pondered for a moment before agreeing to their proposal. She would also dispatch orcs from the city to aid in the construction of homes. The combined population of the tribes is not insignificant, not accounting for those who have lost their lives along the way due to various incidents. Establishing numerous villages outside the city would indeed occupy a vast area. However, consolidating the tribes into a single village would not only maximize land use, but also allocate the remaining space for the new village's agricultural endeavors. Once the crops mature, aside from reserving a year's worth for their households, the surplus could be sold in the city, providing a means to earn money. Thank you, goddess, for accepting our proposal. If there is nothing further, we shall return, as our people await our response. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Chief Bai Fei understood that they had received a definitive response. With that, he set off to inform the waiting tribespeople in the courtyard. For now, there was nothing more to discuss. They would return to relay this news to their kin, and by tomorrow morning, they could organize the orcs to gather at the city gates in preparation for the construction of homes. After confirming there were no further matters concerning the tribal leaders, Xiao Yujia waved them off. After all, as he mentioned, the tribespeople likely awaited their leaders' replies. Thank you, goddess. With repeated expressions of gratitude, the tribal leaders gradually dispersed, eager to inform their tribes of the day's developments. From now on, their people could live in a safer environment. Generation after generation, the cycle of life continues. The following day, after a morning meal, two groups convened at the city gate. Sure, do you know how to construct this type of dwelling within the city? I shall not accompany you. Additionally, I will send you 100 orcs skilled in manipulating wood elements. Their assistance will certainly ease your task. Xiao Yujia briefed Sure on certain matters at the city gate. She did not intend to join them, as she had heard from a lord of Shiqiu that Yu Sheng was with child, and she wished to visit. Today, she could only allow Sure and the orcs from several tribes to find suitable land for the village's construction. She also dispatched 100 orcs adept in wood manipulation to facilitate the task of gathering materials from higher elevations. Thank you, goddess. We shall set off now. Having understood Xiao Yujia's instructions clearly, Sure led the orcs and members of other tribes onward to search for appropriate land for the village. In truth, Sure was already somewhat aware of the situation from the previous day, yet the specifics eluded him. Today, it became evident that yet another orc tribe had joined Tianyu City. Although they were establishing a village outside, they would still be considered citizens of Tianyu City as long as they remained within its borders. After watching Sure and the others depart, Xiao Yujia turned towards the goddess temple by the water, curious about Yu Sheng's condition. Yu Sheng had exhibited ancestral traits a few days later than she, yet had only recently become pregnant. Xiao Yujia had scarcely taken a few steps when a small, dark green snake appeared before her, its wings flapping rapidly behind it, startling her momentarily. Tung Shuo, how did he get out? Upon closer inspection, she recognized him, as he and Lin Yi were quite distinguishable despite being of the same kin. She reached out to grasp Tung Shuo, and as she secured his form, his tail instinctively coiled around her, and his transparent green wings vanished without a trace. Ah, you fill the void. It is indeed comfortable in Jia's embrace. During Xiao Yujia's absence, Tung Shuo had appeared almost spiritless, lacking vitality. Now that she had returned, it seemed that the emptiness within him had been filled. He looked quite content, observing Tung Shuo swiftly fall asleep in her hands. Xiao Yujia felt a subtle smile tug at her lips. With no one obstructing her path, she quickened her pace. At the Hailan Temple, a Sheng. Are you hungry? I shall go hunt for you. I am indeed a bit hungry. Baidi, please hurry back. All right. Just as Xiao Yujia approached the Hailan Temple where Yu Sheng resided, she overheard her conversing with Baidi. With Baidi temporarily away, Xiao Yujia proceeded toward the shoreline. A Sheng, I have returned. As she neared the water's edge, Xiao Yujia halted, taking in Yu Sheng's current appearance. The positions of her ears had transformed into fish fins of a pink-blue gradient, and her legs had morphed into a matching tail. Yu Sheng now resembled a legendary mermaid, almost indistinguishable from a myth. To prevent her from sinking unexpectedly, Ling had been vigilantly guarding her side. Chapter 106. Yi has returned, Jia. You have returned. When did you come back? Hearing her name called, Yu Sheng turned to see her dear friend, her heart swelling with joy as she eagerly inquired about Xiao Yujia's return. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Yujia replied. Yesterday afternoon? Why did no one inform me? Upon learning that Xiao Yujia had returned the previous day without anyone notifying her, Yusheng felt somewhat disheartened. Given her current state, due to her pregnancy, she was unable to venture ashore and could only remain in the water, lest she be scorched by the sun. The discomfort was truly unbearable. Isn't it more important for you to rest now that you are pregnant? Upon hearing Yusheng's sudden lament, Xiao Yujia hurried to offer consolation. Although she felt apologetic for not informing her upon her return, given Yusheng's current appearance, it was clear that more rest was advisable. When Xiao Yujia had heard the Lord of Shiqiu mention this matter the day before, she had felt a twinge of worry. But it seemed that Yusheng was well, alleviating her guilt. After all, why would they have climbed a mountain in the first place? Sometimes, Xiao Yujia wondered if they had not climbed that mountain, would they have fallen off the cliff? Would they have crossed into this land? Would all these events have transpired? Yet, at times she felt fortunate. Had they not fallen, they would never have encountered their beloved. What a contradiction it was. Nevertheless, if given the chance to return, that would indeed be splendid. Indeed, I must rest well to ensure the safe arrival of my baby. The moment Yusheng mentioned the child growing within her, she seemed to be filled with renewed energy. This is her first child. To be honest, even now, she finds it hard to believe that a small life is currently developing within her womb. The air is filled with the essence of new life. Teng Shuo, who had been fast asleep, suddenly awoke as Xiao Yujia approached Yusheng, catching a whiff of the new life. A snake, without fail. Upon seeing Teng Shuo's true form, Yusheng screamed in fright, swiftly retreating a meter away from Xiao Yujia. Upon hearing Yusheng scream, Xiao Yujia immediately flung Teng Shuo away. With a loud thud, Teng Shuo landed on the ground a short distance away. Are you all right, Sheng? She did not cast a glance at Teng Shuo, but fixed her gaze solely on Yusheng. Now that she was pregnant, if Teng Shuo frightened her to the point of miscarriage, it would be her fault. I'm fine, just a bit scared of these slippery creatures, Yusheng replied, regaining her composure and shaking her head to assure Xiao Yujia that she was all right, though a bit apprehensive about the slimy beings. It's all right. I've thrown him far away. I see it's getting late. You should rest well, Sheng. I'll come to see you again next time. All right, Jia, you must come. Xiao Yujia and Yusheng's conversation was cut short around noon by Teng Shuo's sudden awakening. Thus, she had no choice but to turn and leave, allowing Yusheng to rest properly for a few days before visiting again. As Xiao Yujia exited the waterside courtyard of Hailan Dian, Teng Shuo hurriedly followed her, catching up just as she was about to step out the door, flapping his wings and landing in her hands. Today, you actually scared Sheng. When we get back, I'll have a good talk with you. Within the Beast God Temple, a hurried figure rushed through the grand entrance. Shi Ji, Yi has returned. Inside the temple, Shi Ji, who was engaged in conversation with the Beast God, immediately stood up upon hearing the news of Ye's return. What did you say? Yi has returned. Where is she now? She approached the Beastman who had delivered the message, her face etched with concern as she inquired about Ye's whereabouts. Outside the city gate. She is seriously injured and unable to move, so I came to inform you first, the Beastman explained, noting Shi Ji's anxiety. Quick, take me there. Upon hearing that Yi was injured, Shi Ji's heart sank. Despite her many past mistakes, she could not ignore that Yi was her only granddaughter. If anything were to happen to her, how would she explain it to Ye's parents, who were by the Beast God's side? Feeling her age weighing heavily upon her, Shi Ji had no choice but to let the Beastman take her to Yi. Without further words, the Beastman transformed into his beast form, swiftly leading Shi Ji toward the city gate. Although Xiao Yujia had not explicitly forbidden running in beast form within the city, the size of beasts would be considerably smaller than their original forms. Outside the city gate, the arrival of Yi had drawn a crowd, and people were speculating about the identity of the injured female. Who is this female? How did she sustain such severe injuries? I don't know, but judging by the broken vines around her, she must be from our Tianyu city. But when did she go outside the city? It seems she must have ventured into the Wuhuang plain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so gravely hurt. I think she deserves it. Venturing out to the Wuhuang plain alone is akin to courting death. Many of the gathered females looked at Yi, battered and bruised, and deemed her fate deserved. Isn't it better to live safely here, improve one's strength, and when strong enough, venture wherever one wishes? Why go out at this moment? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Why did she suddenly return? As Xiao Yujia passed by the Beast God Temple, she overheard someone mention Ye's return and hastened to the city gate ahead of Shi Ji. From atop the city wall, she spotted Yi surrounded by the crowd. Just seeing her sudden return, especially in such a wounded state, led Xiao Yujia to suspect that it was not as simple as it seemed. Thinking to herself that a troublemaker like Yi could not be allowed to remain, she reflected on her earlier leniency in not sending someone to hunt her down. Now that she had returned, it was imperative that she not show any mercy this time. With this thought, Xiao Yujia's grip tightened, causing Tang Shuo to struggle in her hands. He could sense his own breath growing weaker, fearing he might perish if she did not release him. Ya, ya. A faint voice echoed in her mind, startling Xiao Yujia into loosening her grip on Tang Shuo, then descending expressionlessly from the city wall. Meanwhile, Shi Jisi had returned to the Beast God Temple with the injured Yi. Chapter 107. Sanctity? Bang. Upon returning to the Goddess Temple from the city gate, Xiao Yujia navigated around the rear mountains before casting Tang Shuo aside. Subsequently, an explosive energy surged within her, gathering spiritual energy between her hands, which she unleashed upon a mountain peak. With a resounding crash, the collapsing rocks fell indiscriminately. One could only wonder which unfortunate beast might be struck by such debris. Hiss! This is spiritual energy. I can't believe Jia Air has achieved this in less than a year since arriving in this realm. Tang Shuo, discarded momentarily, felt no pain. His heart swelled with joy at witnessing Xiao Yujia wield spiritual energy so powerfully. As he had remarked, both Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng had only been in this land for less than a year. While Yu Sheng was a given, Xiao Yujia seemed to have adapted more to this world than before. Her senses heightened and her body better attuned, even achieving mastery over spiritual energy. In Tang Shuo's eyes, it seemed she was nearing the time of awakening. Jia Air, you finally mastered spiritual energy. Overjoyed, Tang Shuo once again entwined himself around Xiao Yujia's wrist. To him, being by her side was the safest time, a precious moment to cherish. Is this spiritual energy? Hearing Tang Shuo's words, she glanced at him but remained silent. This was beyond her expectations. Previously, she had only read about spiritual energy in ancient texts at home, never realizing the experience of using it would be so different. She gazed at the mountain peak she had just flattened, realizing the terrifying nature of such power. It was no wonder that in her previous world, relevant authorities had concealed the existence of cultivators from the public. Had her beast-taming abilities not been well protected by her mother, she too might have become a tool for the nation to conquer the world. After all, such abilities could command countless beasts, making it easy to seize several cities in ancient times. Lady Goddess, are you all right? Is there an enemy attack? Just as she was lost in thought, a squad of guards rushed toward her. Seeing the flattened mountain peak, the captain inquired anxiously whether she was in danger. I'm fine. You all carry on with your duties. No one is allowed to enter this place without my permission from now on. In response to the guard's concern, she merely shook her head, indicating she was unscathed, and promptly dismissed them to continue their tasks, declaring that from henceforth, no one was allowed to enter the back mountain of the goddess temple without her command. Understood. The orc guards, though perplexed by the decree of the divine maiden, accepted her command without question, believing that she must have her reasons. The divine maiden had already bestowed numerous blessings upon their tribe, even aiding in the construction of their city, which they considered a source of great happiness. Yeah. In the hearts of these orcs, you embody the essence of a sacred deity. Are you not afraid of inciting their suspicion? After the orc guards departed, Tang Shuo could no longer contain his thoughts. To him, Xiao Yujia represented the sanctity that these orcs and females revered, and he was baffled by her sudden order to seal off the rear mountain of the divine maiden's temple. Was she not concerned about the doubts this might raise among them? Sacred? At Tang Shuo's remark, she couldn't help but scoff. I'm not as pure as they perceive me to be. Moreover, the term seems somewhat inappropriate when applied to the daughters of Huaxia. In her view, she did not embody the sanctity that the orcs and females of this land attributed to her. Furthermore, the word sacred seemed better suited to Western deities than to herself. After all, were those gods truly as holy as their followers believed? For Xiao Yujia, the term felt excessively pristine, and she found it ill-fitting. Her hands were already stained with the blood of many, albeit those deserving of their fate. Yet, surely such deeds could not be condoned by the heavenly order. Tang Shuo lifted his gaze to Xiao Yujia, pondering her thoughts. However, upon hearing her mention Huaxia, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Sheiji, you must not bring Yi here. Should the divine maiden discover this, it will not be a trifling matter. Do not forget what Yi has done. As the grand shaman passed by Sheiji's chamber, he caught sight of Sheiji using her life force to heal Ye's wounds, prompting him to offer a word of caution. Although the grand shaman was unaware of how Yi had returned, it was evident that she would not survive much longer in her current condition. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yujia was already aware of Ye's return. I understand, but Yi is still my granddaughter. She deserves healing. I cannot bear to see her suffer. After a moment of silence, Sheiji reflected on the gravity of Ye's past actions, which would ultimately lead to divine retribution. Yet, as her only granddaughter, it pained him to see her in such a state. Even if punishment was inevitable, she should at least be free of her injuries. Sighing, the Grand Shaman chose not to press further and simply left the room. At the Divine Maiden's temple, as Xiao Yujia continued to master the manipulation of spiritual energy on the rear mountain, she was suddenly interrupted by the cry of an eagle from the sky. She turned and sealed the passage to the rear mountain with vines. Upon reaching the courtyard, an Eagle Clan orc, who had transformed from his avian form, approached her. Divine Maiden, I was patrolling the borders of the Wuhuang Plain as commanded and discovered a suspicious group of orcs. This eagle orc, named Lei, was the offspring of Eagle Clan leader Ming, who had recently joined the Tianyu city alongside other tribes. Due to their adeptness at aerial flight and hunting, Xiao Yujia had tasked the eagle orcs with daily patrols along the borders to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from entering the Wuhuang Plain. I understand. You may return to your duties. Upon hearing Lei's report, Xiao Yujia fell into contemplation. The current method of receiving updates felt cumbersome. While she could utilize parchment for writing, it required proper storage and could not be bound into a volume. It seemed that her plan for the 4 treasures of the study needed to be expedited. The 4 treasures of the study consisted of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. While ink and inkstone could be procured gradually, brushes and paper were of immediate importance. The best brushes were made from wolf hair, so it seemed necessary to send the orcs to hunt a few wolves. Xiao Yujia mused that although all these elements were important, producing brushes and paper took precedence over ink and inkstones. As for brushes, there was no shortage of trees around, and the required wolf hair could be acquired from hunts. However, the most pressing concern was paper, which was made from a specific type of hemp that she had yet to locate. Suddenly inspired, she turned to Teng Shua, raising him to eye level. Teng Shua, having been in this land for centuries, you must know where to find hemp suitable for paper production. Observing Teng Shua's demeanor, she inferred that he had been in this realm for several hundred years, making him an ideal person to consult. Yeah. It is true that I have been here for a few centuries, but I can only provide a general location for the hemp used in paper making. Hearing Xiao Yujia seek his assistance brought a smile to Teng Shua's face, though he regretted his limited knowledge of the precise location. Perhaps the geographical differences between this land and his previous world played a role. A general location will suffice. If you find it, I shall reward you further. This should not be difficult for you, correct? Sensing Teng Shua's willingness to assist, Xiao Yujia retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bag, pouring its contents into Teng Shua's mouth, indicating that if he could locate the hemp, he would receive the remaining elixir along with the vial. I shall go at once. Teng Shua hastily swallowed the elixir and felt the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him. Having consumed her offering, he promptly took flight, transforming into his true form once beyond the Divine Maiden's temple, his emerald wings propelling him into the air. With time still on her side, Xiao Yujia decided not to linger and instead exited the Divine Maiden's temple to organize the orcs for a wolf hunt in the forest. That night, as all fell into slumber within the Beast God Temple, Yi, who had been gravely injured, inexplicably found her wounds miraculously healed. Grandfather, I am eternally grateful. Upon awakening and surveying her surroundings, Yi casually expressed her gratitude to Sheiji for bringing her in before stepping out of the room. During the shift change of the city guards, she stealthily slipped out of the city. At the gathering place of the Isha clan, it seemed that Yi had successfully entered the city. Just as she prepared to meet Yi Feng, she was abruptly confronted by Jiu Xiaocheng, who blocked her path. Observing her hurried demeanor, he immediately deduced that she had successfully infiltrated Tianyu City. This is none of your concern. I have matters to attend to. We can discuss this another day. Upon seeing Jiu Xiaocheng, Yi displayed no fondness for him. She was preoccupied and attempted to bypass him. TSK, were it not for your fleeting beauty, I would have ended you long ago. I saved your life, and now you act aloof? Watching Ye's retreating figure, Jiu Xiaocheng felt he had made a grave mistake in rescuing her. Had it not been for her appearance, he would have been the first to use her for alchemical purposes. With no affection returned, he resigned himself to find a quiet spot to rest. Early in the morning, Xiao Yujia, accompanied by her companions, transported the meticulously prepared wolf hair to Shi Yi's residence. "Goddess, we need so much wolf hair for." She questioned it, observing the orcs carrying the wolf hair into his courtyard, perplexed by the goddess's unusual request. "I am teaching you how to craft a wolf hair brush for writing." Indeed, she intended to create a wolf hair calligraphy brush. As for her choice not to use pencils or other writing instruments, it was merely a matter of personal preference. For Xiao Yujia, this method better suited her desire to cultivate her own calligraphy style. Wolf hairbrush? What is that? Hearing this unfamiliar term from the goddess, Shi instinctively inquired further, having just learned that she intended to use this wolf hairbrush for writing. Of course, it is meant for writing. "Gulme, let me teach you how to make one." "All right." Xiao Yujia found it challenging to provide a more thorough explanation, believing that simply stating its purpose as a writing instrument sufficed. As she guided Shi and a few others in crafting the wolf hairbrushes, a group of unfamiliar orcs stealthily surrounded the area not far from the city. "Goddess, is this what you meant by wolf hairbrush?" Shi examined the slender wooden stick he had just crafted, with one end firmly affixed with wolf hair using vine glue, while the other end was attached to a thin string for hanging on a brush holder. The wolf hair at the thicker end felt soft, leading Shi to doubt whether this brush could truly be used for writing. "Yes, I will teach you how to use it shortly." Xiao Yujia nodded, understanding Shi's concerns about the brush's softness. They spent a while longer in the woodworking shop, and since they had not yet made ink sticks, Xiao Yujia temporarily used charcoal as ink and a stone as an inkstone to test the newly crafted wolf hair brush. The results seemed promising, as the brush produced satisfactory writing. Xiao Yujia and Shi remained in the woodworking shop until evening before finally leaving. After a brief conversation, Xiao Yujia returned to the goddess hall. Upon her return, Lin Yi had prepared dinner, and the four of them sat at the dining table awaiting her arrival. After a simple meal with Lin Yi and the others, Xiao Yujia refreshed herself and prepared for rest. However, as she approached her bed and lifted the covers to sleep, she discovered Lin Yi lying there in his thin garments, just as she was about to act inappropriately towards Lin Yi. A piercing eagle cry echoed from above the goddess hall. Glancing at Lin Yi, she covered him with a blanket and draped a white cotton cloak over him before exiting the room. Chapter 109. The hunting game. As Xiao Yujia walked out of the goddess hall, she suddenly paused not far from the entrance. The eagle messenger, Lei, descended towards her, transforming into human form upon landing. "What's the rush?" Xiao Yujia asked abruptly, her tone tinged with irritation. Goddess. There's a group of unfamiliar orcs surrounding the area not far from the city. Lei, sensing her agitation, hurriedly relayed the information, fearing that if he angered her further, he might bear the brunt of her wrath. Moreover, he suspected she had just been about to engage with Lin Yi. Lei would never admit to having disrupted Xiao Yujia's intimate moment with Lin Yi. "What? Surrounded? Why have I felt nothing here? Is the barrier malfunctioning?" Xiao Yujia was nearly infuriated upon hearing that a group of strange orcs had encircled the vicinity of the city. Her anger stemmed not from Lei's timing, but from the fact that intruders had breached her doorstep without her awareness. While she berated herself internally, Lei stood nearby, too afraid to make a sound, fearing that even a slight movement might cost him dearly. "Let us confront these unwelcome guests." Suddenly regaining her composure, Xiao Yujia noticed Lei's startled expression and, after leaving a hasty remark, vanished into thin air. Where did the goddess go? Lei, momentarily taken aback, looked up to see Xiao Yujia had already soared far away, prompting him to transform back into his beast form to pursue her. Meanwhile, he had given instructions to Yifeng and the others before swiftly returning to the Beast God Hall under the cover of night and branches. "Didn't I just see you leave? When did he return? Was I mistaken?" Perhaps due to age and shallow sleep, Priest Shi awoke shortly after Yi exited, vaguely recalling that Ye's bed had been empty. But now, it appeared that he was indeed resting there. Had Priest Shi truly been mistaken? The sudden movement of Priest Shi startled Yi, but thankfully, she had returned safely. Otherwise, suspicions would have arisen. At the same time, Xiao Yujia arrived at the city wall and engaged in a fierce chase with a group of unfamiliar orcs. She issued orders forbidding harm to the orcs, but insisted they could not escape her control nor leave the desolate plains. This also provided the newly arrived orcs in the city an opportunity to hone their elemental manipulation skills. "Chieftain, does the goddess truly intend for us to assault this city? It feels as though we are the prey." One orc from the Ishi tribe, overwhelmed by the intensity of the pursuit, could no longer contain his frustration and sought confirmation from his chieftain about the goddess's intentions. Faced with the sudden emergence of vines and spikes from the ground, along with fireballs and water spheres raining down from above, he felt a surge of fear. If the goddess commands us to attack this city, there must be a reason. Instead of complaining to me, focus on escaping, Ifeng retorted, alarmed by the ever-increasing number of vines and spikes emerging from the earth. Feeling he had no time to spare for complaints. Did he want to be here? If not for the goddess, who could elevate the tribe's prospects, and his newly formed bond with her, he would never have taken such a risk in this forbidden land. As their conversation quickened, the ground was soon overwhelmed with vines and spikes, making evasion increasingly difficult. Xiao Yujia, meanwhile, pursued the group while observing their leader. With nearly 500 members, this contingent could not have appeared out of thin air. There must be a leader among them. In this deadly game of cat and mouse, there would inevitably be a victor and a vanquished. True to the adage of capturing the leader to defeat the group, Xiao Yujia soon led her team, diving down towards Ifeng, and without hesitation, ensnared him with her whip. Suddenly lifted off the ground, Ifeng was taken aback. Turning his head, he found himself at the mercy of a strikingly beautiful female, only to wonder why such a small female in this city possessed such formidable prowess. Everyone halt. If you wish to avoid your chieftain's misfortune, cease your movements. Xiao Yujia remained oblivious to Ifeng's thoughts, not even sparing him a glance. Suddenly, she soared high into the air, shaking the bound Ifeng, and commanded his kin to cease their actions immediately, lest their leader suffer dire consequences. The realization struck them. Their leader had been captured. How could this be? Look, the one who has captured our leader appears to be a female. Indeed, she is a female, but how can she fly in the sky? As Xiao Yujia's words echoed, the onslaught and pursuit of the Beastmen came to an abrupt halt. The members of the Ishi tribe, who were desperately trying to escape, were taken aback to witness their leader ensnared by a seemingly youthful female soaring above them. Find them all. Observing the effect of her intimidation, Xiao Yujia swiftly ordered the Beastmen within the city to restrain all intruders. At her command, numerous vines surged from the ground, ensnaring every member of the Ishi tribe, forcing them to revert to their human forms. They were then dragged by the Beastmen of Tianyu City and imprisoned in the dungeons beneath the altar square. Once all were secured in the dungeons, Ifeng was unceremoniously tossed aside by Xing Ku, tightly bound by Xiao Yujia's long whip. My lady, how shall we deal with him? Yifeng, the leader of these intruders, could not be dealt with carelessly by Xing Ku and the others, who could only seek Xiao Yujia's counsel. Chapter 110. Labor. The Beastmen confined in the dungeon would receive 3 meals a day, sufficient by the standard of ordinary tribesmen, Xiao Yujia decreed. However, she suddenly recalled something and added, but it will not be without cost. They must disclose who sent them here before they can go out to hunt for food. Providing them with 3 meals a day at the standard of ordinary tribesmen was already generous. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and they would have to repay it eventually. Yes, Xing Ku shall fulfill the lady's instructions. He replied. As for this one, I shall take him personally for interrogation. After addressing the matter at hand, Xiao Yujia seized Ifeng and made her way toward the goddess palace. As Ifeng was dragged along, he felt a sense of despondency wash over him. He had not anticipated that this city would be so formidable, nor that he would be captured by a young female. If word of this spread, how would he face the leaders of other tribes, let alone his cousin in Tangyi City? Upon reaching the goddess palace, the guards on duty greeted Xiao Yujia as she returned. However, upon noticing the Beastman she was dragging, they wondered who he was and why he was being treated in such a manner by the goddess. Oh, it's nothing, just a mischievous pet. You may continue with your duties, she said with a smile, hastily entering the palace. A pet? Since when did the goddess acquire a Beastman as a pet? The guards were puzzled, unable to comprehend the goddess's reasoning, and could only shake their heads in confusion. In the basement, the sound of crisp footsteps resonated, waking Teng Shuo from his slumber. He gazed toward the dungeon's entrance, lost in thought. Jia, have you come see me? As the figure drew closer, he recognized Xiao Yujia and, disregarding his outer garment, leaped towards her in his thin dress. However, just a step away, he suddenly halted and knelt with a thud. Ifeng was unceremoniously thrown beside Teng Shuo. He is now in your care. Be sure to extract who orchestrated the attack on the city, by any means necessary, as long as he remains alive. Xiao Yujia instructed Teng Shuo, ensuring he understood the gravity of the task. As she turned to leave, she suddenly remembered something and bent down before Teng Shuo. Oh, by the way, have you found the item I asked you to look for? I have. Look, Is this the plant you were searching for? Upon hearing her inquiry about the hemp used for papermaking, Tang Shi eagerly presented a portion of branches he had gathered. Upon examining the branches, Xiao Yujia realized they were not the ordinary rami used for paper, but rather eucalyptus, the finest material for papermaking. Her heart soared with joy. Well done. You shall have this entire bottle. Remember to take me to see that grove of eucalyptus trees in a few days. While her delight was evident, she did not forget to reward Tang Shaw, handing him the small porcelain bottle containing the remaining elixirs she had previously given him. Yes, certainly, Tang Shaw exclaimed, his heart brimming with happiness as he accepted the bottle. Even after she exited the basement, he remained flushed with joy. Goddess? Could that little female be another goddess? Throughout the conversation, Yifeng, tightly bound, had been forced to remain silent, realizing his life was now in the hands of this young female. Once Xiao Yujia's figure disappeared from view, Tang Shuo rose, his demeanor turning ominously fierce. He seized Yifeng and dragged him deeper into the dungeon, locking him within a cell. He removed Xiao Yujia's whip from Yifeng's person, coldly remarking, merely a beastman, not even worthy of being a demon. Tarnishing Yia's whip. 2 days later, in the Death Forest. Quickly, after 2 days of feeding, the members of the Ishi tribe had grown strong and robust. However, since none would reveal who had sent them to attack Tianyu City, Xiao Yujia ordered Xing Ku to lead 50 beast warriors to escort them into the Death Forest for hunting. She would not believe their claims of having no instigation. To deceive her would require a complete rebirth. My lady, this is the Death Forest. Are you truly allowing them to hunt here? Ling Yin questioned, unable to hide his concern as he saw Xing Ku ushering the unfamiliar beastmen into the ominous forest. He was skeptical of Xiao Yujia's decision, knowing that even members of the spirit beast tribe would not venture here, for once inside, none would emerge alive. Fear not, Ling Yin. Xing Ku and the others will ensure that the Ishi tribe remains safe. They will guard the perimeter, she reassured him with a pat, insisting that the beastmen of the Ishi tribe would not come harm. That's not true. While she had arranged for Xing Ku to guard the surroundings, the beasts within were ferocious. Even if they did not perish, they would surely sustain injuries, serving as a lesson. Moreover, she was curious to taste the meat of these ferocious beasts. She had no expectations that the Ishi tribe would successfully hunt anything, as she had dispatched another team to the opposite side of the Death Forest to hunt ferocious beasts. In the Beast God Hall, what is happening? Why does everything still appear intact? Yi, who had been feigning illness in bed, slowly opened his eyes, expecting the place to have been destroyed yesterday, only to find everything in perfect condition. Unbeknownst to her, Yi suddenly struck the bed with a fist, producing a dull thud. Yi, are you awake? Do you feel unwell? Inquiring about her well-being was Shi Jaisai, who had approached with a bowl of minced meat porridge. Upon hearing the noise from the room, she immediately understood that Yi had regained consciousness. After placing the porridge down, she quickly asked about Ye's health. I am fine. Chapter 111. Infiltrating the Goddess Hall. It must be that detestable female. Only she possesses the power to control the entire city. After uttering this softly, Yi turned away, choosing to ignore Shi Jaisai henceforth. In her heart, Shi Jaisai was no longer her grandfather. Furthermore, given the current tranquility, Yi deduced that Yifeng and the others had undoubtedly failed. For in this Tianyu city, no one else but Xiao Yujia could wield such influence. It was certain that she had orchestrated her partners, suitors, and guardians, and done so clandestinely, unbeknownst to anyone. Observing Yi turning her back, Shi Jaisai remained silent, refraining from even advising her to exercise caution within the city to avoid detection by the goddess, perhaps resigning herself to the belief that this was her fate. Shi Jaisai felt she had done what she could, at least having acted in ways that left no room for regret. In the Death Forest, Li, should we take this opportunity to escape? Exclaimed an orc from the Ishi tribe, who was being used as a laborer by Xiao Yujia and her companions. Suddenly, one of them could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. Although they were accustomed to hunting, this place felt eerily ominous, as if something might leap out at any moment. No, the chieftain is still in their hands. Li immediately refuted Miao's suggestion. He could hardly believe that the chieftain was currently held captive by these orcs, and Miao would even think of abandoning him to flee. This was absolutely unacceptable. All right, I was just joking. Don't be angry, Li. Miao, seeing Li's furrowed brow and dark expression, nearly frightened to death, hastily clarified that he meant no offense. Though he spoke lightly, he secretly bore a grudge against Li. Suddenly, as Li and Miao conversed, a massive, striped tiger charged towards them. Miao, be careful. Li was the first to spot the ferocious beast, and before Meow could ponder how to deal with Li later, he was yanked aside by Li. Just as Li thought his life was about to end, there was a loud crash. The once mighty tiger now lay weak, its body pierced by vines. "Hey, focus on the hunt, Ishi tribe orcs." Hearing the voice, Li looked up to see an orc resting on a tree branch. Due to the earlier rescue, the vines he had manipulated were still swirling around them. Thank you for saving us." Still somewhat dazed, Li could only express his gratitude. Are those vines under his control? How is that possible? These questions lingered in Li's mind, as this situation exceeded his comprehension. The orc, having received thanks, paid him no further heed, choosing instead to rest on the branch, seizing the rare opportunity to relax instead of hunt. Outside the forest, Xiao Yujia, who had been waiting, felt drowsy. Since the previous night, it was as if her very essence had been drained, leaving her feeble. "Goddess, you seem unwell. Shall I escort you back?" Ling Yin, sensing her condition, noted her pallor and requested to take her back to the goddess hall. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Ling Yin. After this exchange, Xiao Yujia indeed felt her body was somewhat unwell and consented to Ling Yan's proposal. However, she felt it was somewhat burdensome for Ling Yan, who typically busied himself caring for her partner's offspring, to carry her back now that they had ventured out. "It's no trouble." Upon hearing this, Ling Yan replied calmly. For their spirit beast tribe, once a directive from the beast god was received, they would unconditionally support even the most reprehensible of envoys, barring any actions that would cause great harm to the Orc continent. Before long, Ling Yin had carried Xiao Yujia back to Tianyu City. As they passed the Orc Hall, the eyes from the third floor bored down on Xiao Yujia with malicious intensity, as if they could pierce her flesh. "Xiao Yujia, just wait. I will ensure you find no place to rest in peace." That night, Yi indeed acted on this thought, evading Shi Jiasai's gaze, and stealthily infiltrated the goddess hall atop the mountain. At the entrance of the goddess hall, Yi discovered, to her astonishment, that the usually heavily guarded hall was devoid of any sentries. Contemplating this, she deemed it a blessing from the beast god. Even the beast god could not tolerate the vile deeds of Xiao Yujia. Regardless of the circumstances, having entered so easily, there was no way she would retreat. Unbeknownst to her, however, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on her as she advanced through the trees surrounding the goddess hall. With no guards nearby and everyone else fast asleep, Yi effortlessly entered the main chamber of the goddess hall. "At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long." The moment Yi opened the door, she was met with Xiao Yujia's icy voice from not far ahead. The surrounding pearls illuminated, transforming the once dark hall into a radiant space. Yi Feng, still caught in the elation of her successful entry. Yi looked up to see Yi Feng bound and bruised at the foot of the throne, his neck encircled by a collar, the chain tightly grasped by Xiao Yujia. "Release Yi Feng, you vile female." Scanning her surroundings and finding no sign of Lin Yi and the others, Yi resolved to take decisive action, directing her vines toward Xiao Yujia. In truth, prior to Ye's arrival at the goddess hall, Xiao Yujia had already confined Lin Yi and the others to their rooms, believing this matter to be a personal grudge that should not involve others. Cough, cough. However, before the vines could reach Xiao Yujia, they were repelled by a beam of white light from a distance, causing Yi to be caught off guard as the recoiling vines pierced her left shoulder blade. In an instant, not only was her shoulder bleeding profusely, but blood surged within her, and she coughed up crimson blood. "You cannot even save yourself, yet you dare to think of rescuing him?" Observing, pierced by her own vines, Xiao Yujia's tone was devoid of any sympathy. She merely believed that this woman, unable to save herself, deserved to suffer for her futile attempts to save others. Chapter 112. Irredeemable Sin. Seeing Ye's face reminded Xiao Yujia of the moment when the little rice dumpling was abandoned in the death forest, utterly helpless and vulnerable. In a fit of anger, she inadvertently yanked the chain in her grasp, awakening the previously unconscious Yi Feng with a faint groan. In that moment, Yi witnessed her newly bonded partner being claimed by another female. As Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, he found Yi lying on the ground, utterly defenseless. As the sound of the whip echoed, Xiao Yujia was genuinely enraged this time. The whip she struck towards Yi unexpectedly caused the ground to fracture deeply. "Bang! Bang! Goddess! Quickly dodge!" Yi, still managing to catch her breath, heard the urgent voice of Yi Feng, who, despite his already battered body, could no longer contain his anxiety and urged Yi to evade. Alas! However, the warning seemed to have come too late. Xiao Yujia's whip had already landed upon Yi. Accompanied by a chilling scream, as her already bloodied body was mercilessly torn apart once more. "Goddess, you must flee." Seeing Yi covered in wounds, Yifeng cried out again, this time in a hoarse shout. Yet, witnessing Yi's plight, he felt utterly powerless, for the first time overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Unsure of why he could not transform into his beast form despite the rage surging within him. The truth was, Xiao Yujia, possessing the ability to tame 100 beasts, had long sealed Yifeng's capacity to shift into his beast form, a seal that would not be lifted until she had exhausted her rage, lest Yifeng disrupt her plans. Before you remind her to dodge, perhaps you should tend to your own situation. She had thought Yifeng was still unconscious, but unexpectedly, her careless actions had roused him. Observing his repeated warnings to Yi, she seized Yifeng and brought him to her eye level, warning him coldly not to meddle further, or he would be the next target. "You called her a goddess just now, did you not? I regret to inform you that she is a fraud." Upon hearing Yifeng's reference to Yi, Xiao Yujia found it peculiar. The term goddess seemed ill-suited for Yi, and she felt compelled to inform Yifeng that Yi's status as a goddess was a mere pretense. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's pupils trembled, as if he had uttered a grave mistake. When he learned that Yi was a false goddess, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could hardly believe he had unwittingly chosen to bond with a counterfeit goddess. Was there still time to regret this? Just as Xiao Yujia was conversing with Yifeng, Yi took advantage of her momentary distraction to stealthily crawl towards the hall's entrance. Bang! Just as Yi was about to reach the grand doors, Xiao Yujia manipulated the vines to pull her back, and with a resounding crash, she landed once more on the ground, creating a deep pit beneath her. Xiao Yujia frowned at the cracks and pit in the ground, feeling as though she had squandered her resources. It seemed she would need to spend some time repairing the floor. "Vile female, if you have the ability, then kill me." At this moment, Yi, utterly exhausted, uttered her most cutting words, clearly indicating that if Xiao Yujia did not kill her today, Yi would ensure that Xiao Yujia would pay 100-fold in the future. After all, she had no family left in this land, and her only relative had likely already consumed the drug-laced porridge she had prepared. With no lingering attachments, except for Mei, she was resolved. Hearing this, Xiao Yujia's interest was piqued. She instantly appeared before Yi. "You think I would say I would grant you that?" "No, I would never say such a thing." Initially, Xiao Yujia believed Yi was merely a spoiled girl who had acted recklessly and had provoked her. Thus, she had spared her several times for the sake of the priestess. However, when she had cast the little glutinous rice ball into the perilous death forest, that notion shattered in Xiao Yujia's mind. Now, in her eyes, Yi was utterly irredeemable. She would not allow her to die so easily. "You are afraid, aren't you? Afraid that your goddess status will be stripped by the clansmen in the city." Seeing Xiao Yujia's hesitant demeanor, Yi believed she was terrified, fearful that her actions would be revealed to the clansmen, who would reject the false goddess they had come to believe in. Indeed, it must be so, Yi thought to herself, but in the next moment, she regretted having said it. Xiao Yujia furrowed her brows, suddenly grasping Ye's neck and lifting her off the ground, applying enough pressure that Yi appeared on the verge of asphyxiation. In that fleeting moment, Yi felt as though she was about to meet the beast god, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yujia released her grip. With a snap of her fingers, Tung Shuo suddenly appeared. "Jiar, you called for me." Tung Shuo, who had just materialized, wore an expression of uncontainable joy, his pupils reflecting Xiao Yujia's image. This was the first time she had summoned him in such a manner on this continent. "Tung Shuo, I remember you do not have a partner yet. Shall I reward you with her?" Xiao Yujia did not intend to sever her ties with Tung Shuo. Rather, each time she saw him, she felt a pang of guilt, as though she had wronged him in some way. Her heart was heavy. "No, I do not want her as my partner. I have always loved you, Jiar." As expected, the moment Xiao Yujia spoke, he immediately protested. Tung Shuo had never imagined she would offer him a woman from this world. His heart had always been filled with her alone. There had never been anyone else. "Very well, I shall leave her to you. Ensure that she suffers every day, preferably a fate worse than death. That will be your reward." Observing Tung Shuo's doe-eyed expression, Xiao Yujia turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. After contemplation, she decided to leave Yi in Tung Shuo's care, hoping he would make her life unbearable. While she produced a vial of elixir for him, determined that Yi would not find death so easily, she held a grudge. She would not allow Yi to have an easy existence in the days to come. "Understood, Jiar, you can rest assured. I will make certain she does not have it easy." Accepting the vial from her hand, Tung Shuo seized Yi and vanished from the spot. Chapter 113. The priestess is in trouble. The vengeance for the little glutinous rice ball had been repaid. Yet why did it feel as though something within me was in turmoil? Staring at the now empty hall, with the cracks and pits left behind. It was evident that Xiao Yuja had avenged the little glutinous rice ball, paying back for the time he had abandoned it in the death forest. However, her heart remained restless, as if something within her was spiraling out of control. Forget it, dawn is approaching. I shall rest for now and invite Shiyu to bring people tomorrow to assist in repairing the hall. She stood quietly for a long while, attempting various methods to quell the turmoil within her, but ultimately decided to rest. As for the damage she had inflicted upon the hall's flooring, she would have to ask Shiyu to come with his team to help with repairs tomorrow. However, it was evident that this would be a significant undertaking and would likely take at least 8 to 10 days to complete. Outside the room, as Xiao Yuja opened the door, all the sealed rooms were simultaneously unlocked, with Lin Yi being the first to rush out. Jia, are you alright? Lin Yi, bursting forth, enveloped Xiao Yuja in a tight embrace, having been frantic with worry while confined in the room, unable to leave. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Let's head in and rest. She smiled, shaking her head and patting Lin Ye's back reassuringly, indicating that she was well, merely fatigued and in need of rest. All right, let's go in and rest. For reasons unknown, Lin Yi felt a sense of reassurance from her gentle pat on his back. Despite being just a young female who had only recently come of age, he sensed a maternal warmth emanating from her. Nodding drowsily, Lin Yi took Xiao Yuja's hand, and together they walked into the room. Wonderful. The goddess is safe. As Jiaoruan, Mei, and Tianyao rushed out in succession, they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Yuja unharmed. They had heard the commotion below, yet were unable to leave their room, with even the window securely locked by Xiao Yuja. All they knew was that the sounds of battle were intense, and Xiao Yuja appeared to be quite enraged, seemingly prepared to confront the killer beneath the leaves. Since Xiao Yuja had been resting yesterday, nearly at dawn, the sun was just beginning to rise over the mountaintop while she remained peacefully asleep in bed. Lin Yi rose quietly, glanced at her, and chose not to disturb her further as he exited the room, preparing breakfast for Xiao Yuja after washing up. Where has she gone? Not long after Lin Yi left the room, Xiao Yuja stirred awake, half opening her eyes and feeling around the space beside her, only to find it empty and devoid of any chill. Struggling against her drowsiness, she rose from the bed, donned a light outer garment, tidied her appearance with a casual hairstyle and minimal makeup before stepping out of the room. The grand hall was empty. Perhaps he was in the small kitchen? Descending the stairs, Xiao Yuja searched the hall but found no trace of Lin Yi. If he wasn't in any of these places, then he must be in the small kitchen. While beside Lin Yi yesterday, Xiao Yuja sensed a tumultuous energy within her suddenly calm, leading her to believe he possessed something that could soothe her. Thus, upon waking, she sought his presence to confirm her suspicions. However, just as she was about to enter the small kitchen, she heard an urgent shout. Shijai-sai is in trouble. Pausing in her tracks, Xiao Yuja dashed toward the grand hall. What has happened? Speak slowly. Upon reaching the hall, she spotted an orc rushing in, drenched in sweat, evidently having hurried from the beast god temple, struggling to catch his breath. Observing his urgency, Xiao Yuja urged him to take his time and not to falter mid-sentence. Goddess, after eating a bit of meat porridge this morning, Shijai-sai fell ill. No matter how we call, he won't awaken. After regaining his composure, the orc shared the news in one breath. Upon hearing the report, Xiao Yuja wasted no time and swiftly exited the goddess hall, leaving the orc in a state of surprise as he realized she was already gone. As she sprinted, Xiao Yuja recalled the orc's words and formed a bold hypothesis. If he could not be roused, he might not merely be ill, for if he were sick, he would respond to those calling out to him. Yet there was no reaction at all. Perhaps his life was in grave danger. However, this was merely her conjecture. The truth would reveal itself only upon investigation. At the Beast God Temple, on the 3rd floor, Xiao Yuja charged into Shijai-sai's room, which was conveniently the first room at the staircase's turn. Inside, the great shaman was attempting to treat Shijai-sai, yet nothing seemed to rouse him from his slumber. Moreover, the great shaman, a mere healer, lacked the ability to wield life force, a power exclusively granted to the priests by the beast god. Even controlling wood elements proved ineffective for healing. Great shaman, is there any hope for Shijai-sai's recovery? Observed Shichio, the city lord, his anxiety palpable as he gazed at the motionless Shijai-sai. The only priest in the city, Shijai-sai had not trained a successor. If he did not awaken, Tianyu City would lose its sole priest. The great shaman shook her head in silence. Is there truly no way? as the great shaman's gesture spoke volumes. The others understood its implications. Yet, Shi Qiu refused to surrender hope, urging the great shaman to think of another solution. Faced with his plea, the great shaman could only shake her head in resignation. All possible remedies had been exhausted, yet none bore fruit. Outside the room, Xiao Yujia observed the heavy atmosphere within and felt a pang of compassion, uncertain whether her pills could indeed aid Shijai. Aware that he was the only priest in Tianyu City, she feared the sorrow that his loss would bring to his kin. Great shaman, Shi Qiu, allow me to give a try. Just as despair enveloped the room, Xiao Yujia boldly entered, asserting her capability and requesting the opportunity to assist. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting as they granted her permission. After all, Xiao Yujia was a goddess, endowed with extraordinary powers that might indeed save Shijai-Sai's life. Chapter 114. Blood seals the throat in Shijai-Sai's room. Xiao Yujia approached the bed where he lay, her keen eyes assessing his pallid complexion and purplish lips, gently parting his tightly shut eyelids to reveal lifeless pupils, devoid of any vitality. Yujia, what do you see? Can Shijai-Sai be saved? Shi Qiu inquired, concern lacing his voice as he observed her furrowed brow. While her arrival instilled hope, she remained a delicate female. Even if she held a solution, reviving Shijai-Sai's life was unlikely to be straightforward. Given the circumstances, Xiao Yujia had limited options. She could only administer an antidote pill, hoping to sustain his life. Shijai-Sai is not merely ill, he is poisoned. I have given him an antidote, yet it can only sustain him for the time being. Her words were the most conservative assessment she could offer. Although Shi Qiu recognized the slim chance of survival, it was still a glimmer of hope. The other kin present wore expressions of deep sorrow, feeling a twinge of distress. Xiao Yujia contemplated that this might indeed be their last chance. Perhaps there is another person who can save Shijai-Sai. What do you mean? Shi Qiu and the great shaman echoed, eagerness igniting in their voices. It is my mother. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yujia revealed. In her eyes, her mother had the power to dispel all poisons. However, she hesitated because her mother could not possibly traverse to this continent, leaving Shijai-Sai at risk of eternal farewell from his kin. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, the great shaman and Shi Qiu fell silent. They understood she was not of the Beastman continent, but her origins remained a mystery. They merely knew she and Yusheng were not females of this world. Their arrival had been mere happenstance, and how could Xiao Yujia's mother breach the barriers of time and space to arrive in this realm? I am sorry. This is the best I can offer. My mother can dispel all toxins, but Xiao Yujia struggled to continue as the weight of her words hung heavily in the air. Though it was the best solution, it could not provide immediate relief, and she had only grasped the rudiments of her mother's abilities, unable to resolve the current crisis promptly. Yujia, you need not apologize. You have done your utmost. Perhaps it is simply Shijai-Sai's fate. Witnessing Xiao Yujia's sudden display of remorse, the great shaman felt a surge of compassion, offering comfort that she had given her all. Perhaps it was Shijai-Sai's destined end. Alas, it appears that there is truly no way out. Everyone should disperse. Although Xiao Yujia's method is commendable, it is excessively difficult to implement. It seems that this is indeed the fate of Shijai-Sai, and Lord Shi Qiu has also lost all hope. Thus he can only send all the clansmen in the room out. Wait, what kind of porridge did Shijai-Sai consume today? Just as the clansmen were leaving the room one after another, Xiao Yujia suddenly remembered that the orc who reported to the goddess hall had mentioned that Shijai-Sai had eaten a bowl of minced meat porridge, which was why she could not be awakened no matter how much they called her. She immediately inquired of a nearby female about which bowl Shijai-Sai had eaten today. Goddess, the minced meat porridge that Shijai-Sai had today was left over from yesterday's cooking by Yuan, and the bowl is still sitting on the table. Upon hearing this, the female realized she might have stumbled upon a clue. So she shared what she knew about the minced meat porridge that Shijai-Sai had eaten and who had prepared it. She had seen Yi cooking it yesterday, and had assumed it was merely a simple breakfast for Shijai-Sai. Who would have thought that something unfortunate would occur after Shijai-Sai consumed it? It is a deadly poison. After listening to the female's words, Xiao Yujia walked over to the table she had indicated and picked up the bowl, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. The moment she did, she realized the gravity of the situation. This poison, known as GiantSweet, is exceedingly lethal. Consuming it is tantamount to a death sentence, although she was unaware of where Yi had procured it or whether Yi was familiar with it. The fact that he had managed to find it suggested that there might be a hidden abundance of GiantSweet Ho plants across this continent. While GiantSweet Ho is indeed a potent toxin, it is said that there exists a plant capable of counteracting its effects, known as Hongbei Zhugan Chao. However, this is merely hearsay. No one has undertaken a thorough investigation. Thus, it remains uncertain whether this herb can indeed neutralize the toxicity of GiantSweet Ho. Yujia, dear, what do you think? Is there something amiss with this porridge? Lord Shiqiu, observing Xiao Yujia's furrowed brow and troubled expression, could not help but inquire. Lord Shiqiu, this bowl of minced meat porridge has been poisoned with a substance known as GiantSweet Ho, which is exceedingly toxic. While it is known that there are herbs that can counteract this poison, no one has attempted to try them. So we do not know if they will be effective against the toxin of GiantSweet Ho. Knowing that the poison was deadly, Xiao Yujia felt rather helpless and could only convey this information to the clan leader. What? Poisoned? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's revelation, Lord Shiqiu found it hard to believe. If the female's account was accurate and ye had indeed prepared the porridge, then you must be the one who poisoned it. But why would she wish to harm her own grandfather? This matter truly perplexed him. Meanwhile, not far from the city gates, Lord, this is the place. Just ahead lies the city where the goddess resides. A priest apprentice pointed towards the city in the distance. Tian Xiao gazed at the city without uttering a word. But he could not suppress his admiration. The city walls were significantly taller than those of Tianhu's city, and they appeared quite sturdy as well. There was a moat outside the city gates, leaving one to ponder what might lie within its depths. Lord, shall we enter now? The priest apprentice, noticing Tian Zhao's starry-eyed expression, realized he was eager to go inside. However, the next word from Tian Xiao left the apprentice astounded. No need. Let us find a cave nearby to rest for the night and enter the city tomorrow, Tian Xiao replied. After such a long journey, it was indeed exhausting. Although he too wished to enter the city at once and have Xiao Yujia arrange a comfortable place for him to rest. He could see the busy orcs and females coming and going at the city gates and felt it would be inconsiderate to disturb them. Chapter 115, The Pursuit of Love. The matters at the Beast God Temple were settled, and before leaving the room, Xiao Yujia cast a glance back. She said nothing further and exited without looking back. Although Jisai's life was spared for now, the detoxifying pill would only last for a day. If they could not find an herb to counteract the poison of GiantSweet Ho tomorrow, they could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Upon exiting the Beast God Temple, Xiao Yujia did not retrace her steps back to the Goddess Hall, but instead headed towards the city gates. Meanwhile, inside the Goddess Hall, Jia, Lin Yi carried a bowl of warm, minced meat porridge to give to Xiao Yujia, who was still sound asleep in a room. But he was unaware that she had already left. Upon opening the door and finding the bed empty, he placed the bowl on the bedside table and hurried out to search for Xiao Yujia. He scoured every corner of the Goddess Hall, but could not find her, making Lin Yi extremely anxious, fearing that Xiao Yujia had left him. At that moment, Xiao Yujia had already exited the city, heading straight towards the perilous death forest. She thought to herself that if such a place was fraught with danger, it likely coexisted with opportunities, since no orc dared to hunt there. The herbs must have ample room to flourish, thus enhancing their potency. In the death forest, Goddess, what brings you here? Are you checking on the hunting situation? Upon arriving at the death forest, Xiao Yujia coincidentally encountered Xingku, who was leading the winged serpent tribe orcs in a hunt. Seeing her in a hurry, Xingku promptly approached to inquire if she was there to assess the hunting conditions. I have come to gather some herbs. Do not mind me. Continue with your tasks. Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head and insisting that she was merely there for herbs and urging them to proceed with their work. Understood. Since the goddess had spoken, Xingku did not press further and turned back to oversee the winged serpent tribe's orcs. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia ventured deeper into the death forest. As she walked, she observed that while the surrounding herbs thrived, they were all rather ordinary varieties, compelling her to proceed further in hopes of discovering the rare herbs she sought. Inside the Goddess Hall, Lin Yi, what troubles you? You have searched the Goddess Hall all morning. It had been an entire morning since Lin Yi had failed to locate Xiao Yujia, and he was growing increasingly anxious. Jiarun and the others had been searching all morning as well. Observing Lin Yi's distress, Jiarun finally asked what was causing him such concern. Jia is missing. The mere utterance of Jia is missing startled Jiarun and the others, prompting them to immediately search the Goddess Hall inside and out. When the four of them had thoroughly scoured the Goddess Hall without finding her, an orc casually walked by and mentioned, "Today, An orc from the Beast God Temple reported that she, GiantSweet, suddenly fell ill and could not be awakened, so the goddess went to check on her. As soon as the orc finished speaking, Lin Yi took the lead and dashed out, followed by a series of swift shadows. By the time the orc realized what had happened, the four had already vanished. Where did they go? They were just here. At the entrance of the Beast God Temple, Lin Yi and the others inquired the guards about Xiao Yujia's whereabouts. Upon learning that she had already left and was heading towards the city gates, they dashed away in a flurry once more. The goddess is headed towards the Death Forest. What? After gathering information along the way, Lin Yi and the others had initially dismissed the earlier news, considering it trivial. However, upon hearing this revelation, their expressions shifted to one of shock. It was unimaginable. Was it a place for orcs? How perilous! At this moment, they had completely forgotten about their ability to manipulate one of the natural forces. What had be done? Ling Yin had mentioned that it was a place of no return. Even if Xing could lead the Beastmen of the Yishi tribe for a hunt, they would merely remain on the periphery. Once everyone had stabilized, Mei suddenly spoke up. He had previously heard Ling Yin mention that the Death Forest was indeed a place from which one could not return, if the goddess truly entered. Would the chances of her returning alive not be exceedingly low? Mei could scarcely imagine the sight of Xiao Yujia emerging, covered in wounds. Indeed, it was said that the Wu Huang Plains were forbidden grounds for all beastmen, yet it appeared to be no different from the outside world. The designation of forbidden ground likely had connections to the Death Forest. Upon hearing Mei's words, Jia Run recalled the tales told by the elder beastmen in the tribe during his childhood. In the eyes of other beastmen, the Wu Huang Plains had always been a forbidden area, deemed perilous, yet no one expected that it was not unlike the outside world, merely richer in resources. The most dangerous place, however, was undoubtedly the Death Forest, a veritable sanctuary for all spiritual beasts. Once one entered, there was no escape. The primary reason was that the beasts within the Death Forest were far larger than those in other forests, accompanied by numerous perilous plants, enough to claim the lives of a beastman dozens of times over. Listening to Jia Run and the others, Lin Yi felt an unsettling turmoil within, a premonition that something would befall Xiao Yujia. Thus, as soon as Jia Run finished speaking, he dashed towards the direction of the Death Forest. Where is Lin Yi? Just as Jia Run spoke, he realized that Lin Yi had already vanished. He dashed towards the Death Forest the moment you finished speaking, Mei remarked suddenly. Then let us hasten as well. Do you wish for Lin Yi to be the first to find the goddess? Upon hearing Mei's words, this was unacceptable, and Jia Run immediately set off towards the Death Forest. He could not bear the thought of Lin Yi being the first to locate Xiao Yujia. Although Lin Yi was Xiao Yujia's sole companion, they still had a chance as long as they remained by her side. Mei and Tian Yao exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. The Death Forest, the goddess? I believe I saw her venture deeper into the forest, Xing Ke replied. He felt somewhat perplexed today, wondering why everyone seemed intent on moving towards the depths of the Death Forest, perhaps seeking medicinal herbs as well. As Lin Yi had barely left, Jia Run and the others pursued him, with Xing Ke's account mirroring what he had told Lin Yi, both asserting that Xiao Yujia had headed towards the Death Forest. Upon hearing this, Jia Run and the others quickened their pace. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia had already ventured deep into the Death Forest, discovering numerous rare herbs, and was now retracing her steps. Chapter 116. The Nine-Tailed Red Fox, how splendid! I cannot believe I have found so many rare herbs here, she exclaimed, including the rare red-backed bamboo grass, which could neutralize the deadly blood-enchanting poison. Yet, whether it could truly counteract that potent toxin remained to be seen. It was a matter worth attempting, for if all else failed, she would have to leave it to fate. Just as Xiao Yujia was jubilantly making her way back, a nine-tailed red fox unexpectedly appeared before her, blocking her path. Its brilliant crimson fur gleamed, with nine tails swaying gracefully behind it. Everything had been fine on her way in. How could a nine-tailed red fox materialize now? Moreover, this fox was colossal. As Xiao Yujia observed the magnificent creature before her, her vigilance heightened. It was simply too large, standing nearly 5 meters tall. It was a mere trifle compared to the enormity of the nine-tailed red fox. Human, hand over the 1,000-year Lingji in your possession, the fox commanded, its gaze dismissive of the motionless Xiao Yujia, speaking with an air of authority that demanded she relinquish the Lingji from her basket. 1,000-year Lingji? I can scarcely believe this nine-tailed red fox has set its sights on my recently acquired treasure, Xiao Yujia declared defiantly. She had painstakingly procured the Lingji and would not yield it easily, especially not to a wild beast. It was only then that she realized something was amiss. Wait, This creature can talk. In this land, aside from spiritual beasts, wild animals were not endowed with speech. Yet this creature's manner of speaking seemed to transcend the typical identities of beasts. A thought flickered in her mind. If it were neither, then it could only be a fairy. Coupled with the nine-tailed red fox referring to her as human, it was undoubtedly a fairy. After all, in this realm, apart from the city, Lord of Shi-Cho and his ilk, no one else knew her true identity alongside Yushang. Human, do not refuse my hospitality. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's refusal to part with the Lingji, the nine-tailed red fox could no longer restrain itself and lunged to claim her life. This fairy intends to kill me. Anyone who does not flee is a fool. Realizing the danger, Xiao Yujia instinctively leapt aside, narrowly evading a fatal strike. That hurts. Although she had avoided a critical blow, the claws of the nine-tailed red fox had nonetheless grazed her ankle, leaving 3 ghastly marks that bled profusely. Meanwhile, after reuniting with Lin Yi, Jia Run and the others detected a sweet aroma wafting from the depths of the forest. Exchanging glances, they pressed onward toward the source of the scent. Is that the blood of that human? How could it be so sweet? The nine-tailed red fox gazed at the blood staining its claws, feeling as though it were under a spell, irresistibly drawn to the vivid crimson fluid. Unconsciously, as if entranced, the fox brought the paw stained with Xiao Yujia's blood closer to its mouth, licking it. In that moment, its entire body quivered with ecstasy. What was happening to this nine-tailed red fox? No matter. Now is not the time to linger. Having regained her footing, Xiao Yujia glanced back and noticed the fox standing frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, she hastily resumed her escape along the original path. With her ankle bleeding and the proximity to Tianyu City, she believed Lin Yi and the others would soon arrive, aided by the wind. With this thought, Xiao Yujia quickened her pace. Unfortunately, with her injured ankle, she could not find a suitable place to tend to her wound, and her speed gradually diminished. Barely having taken a few steps, she was overtaken by the pursuing nine-tailed red fox, which pounced on her with its immense weight. The sudden pressure left Xiao Yujia feeling overwhelmed, as she had always been the one in command. Today marked the most humiliating moment of her life. With a swift motion, the fox extended its long tongue and licked her face, leaving her utterly distraught. It's saliva. So much saliva. Yet, before she could fully process the absurdity of being licked by a towering nine-tailed red fox, she witnessed the creature gradually shrink in size until it transformed into a strikingly handsome young man clad in crimson, seemingly merging with Xiao Yujia. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing crimson orbs that seemed irresistibly captivating, reminiscent of blood-red rubies. Handsome man. Surely, my eyes have not deceived me. Xiao Yujia gazed at the striking visage of the man before her, unable to suppress a gulp, as this was the closest she had ever been to such beauty. This face was simply enchanting, with brows arched and eyes that exuded a fox's allure. Clad in an exquisite crimson attire, he was both dazzling and refined. Master, take your servant with you. The voice was soft and soothing, stirring something deep within her heart. Wait, master. Xiao Yujia, who had been admiring the handsome man, was suddenly taken aback by his address. After a moment of intense scrutiny, she noticed the remnants of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Braving Donji. She reached out to wipe away the bloodstain. In that fleeting moment, she understood. Since her first pet in her previous world, she had tasted her own blood, a flavor she knew all too well. This creature must have licked the blood left on his claws, resulting in an automatic contract. With this realization, she felt a surge of relief and hastily pushed the man away. What is your name? Xiao Yujia inquired, her gaze averted, her tone casual. Master, I have no name. Please bestow one upon me. He spoke with feigned grievance, yet his thoughts were elsewhere, realizing that the blood of this woman could allow him to assume his true form, and that she must possess even greater treasures. Once he successfully overcame the tribulation, a mere contract would be easily undone. He mused, unaware that once a contract was formed, it could never be broken, not even after ascending to divine status. Barely had this thought crossed his mind when the contract suddenly activated within him, inflicting upon him a pain akin to being engulfed in hellfire. No name? Given your vibrant red appearance, I shall call you Chiyu. And let me kindly remind you, do not entertain any malicious thoughts towards me. Xiao Yujia, oblivious to his inner turmoil, merely assigned him a name based on his features, advising him to refrain from contemplating harm, for it would only bring him misfortune. Thank you, master, for the name. Why didn't he say so earlier? Chapter 117. A desperate situation. Why didn't he say so sooner? Had he done so, he would not have faced punishment. Qiyu squatted on the ground, a look of grievance on his face, silently blaming Xiao Yujia for not warning him earlier about her aversion to harmful intentions, which would have spared him the recent torment. It was utterly unbearable, more distressing than being forced to eat loathsome food or being stabbed with a sharp blade. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia had taken the opportunity to tend to her wounds, aware that any delay would lead to infection. Just as she prepared to leave, she noticed Qiyu had not followed. Turning back, she saw him crouched on the ground, a picture of dejection. She shook her head, choosing to remain silent, merely smiling as she passed by. After a few steps, she realized he still lagged behind, prompting her to call out, "If you don't hurry, I shall leave you here. You want to perish anyway, just like Ting Shuo. Both of you are ancient creatures." Though they were not of the same world, their ability to assume human form indicated a certain level of cultivation, making the challenge of resisting hunger a trivial matter for them. "Do not abandon me." Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Qiyu was reminded of some unpleasant memories, quickly rising to follow her. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Xiao Yujia did not slow her pace, as she found it difficult to move quickly in her current state. How painful! Why did I not realize I was so delicate before? Is it because this place favors women? Bang! Ouch! After walking only a few steps, she stumbled, aggravating her already injured ankle. "Master, are you all right? Allow me to help you up." Qiyu, who had been trailing behind, rushed forward to assist her upon witnessing her fall. "I am fine. This should be better." Responding to Qiyu's sudden concern, she shook her head, indicating her well-being. However, once stabilized with his help, she felt her legs begin to sprout scales, swiftly transforming into a serpentine tail. She thought this form might alleviate some pain. Aren't beast folk females unable to shift forms? How can a master transform? Witnessing Xiao Yujia as half-beast transformation, Qiyu was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten his earlier reference to her humanity. Indeed, this was a significant relief. It seemed she could only return in this state before reaching the city. As she glided with her elongated tail, she discovered it was far less painful than walking on her feet, likely due to the protective scales. What is he daydreaming about? After gliding a short distance, she noticed Qiyu had not followed and assumed he was lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, he was still astonished by her sudden transformation. Seeing Qiyu still motionless, Xiao Yujia wrapped her tail around his waist, lifting him off the ground. The sudden elevation startled him, and his startled cry was somewhat suggestive. How could he produce such a sound that led to misunderstandings? When we return, I shall certainly discard him. Listening to Qiyu's utterances, Xiao Yujia felt exasperated, a myriad of black lines adorning her forehead. That sound truly invited misinterpretation. It was undeniable he resembled a fox. No wonder King Zhou favored Daji. If given another chance, she too would relish being an unworthy monarch. Jia, divine maiden, Xiao Yujia, with Qiyu in tow, traversed through the depths of the death forest, realizing they had barely covered half the distance. Just as she was about to give up when she heard the voices of Lin Yi and the others. The sound invigorated her spirit, prompting her to quicken her pace. It truly was Lin Yi and the others. As the distance to the source of the voices diminished, she became increasingly convinced that they had indeed followed her blood scent. Lin Yi, calling out his name, she sprinted forward, completely disregarding Qiyu, who was now quite uncomfortable due to her rapid pace. Moreover, he found himself in a rather precarious position, face down, back up, feeling dizzy, almost on the verge of fainting. "Jia, at last I found you. I was so worried." Upon spotting Xiao Yujia, Lin Yi rushed over and embraced her, expressing the depth of his longing over the past half-day. In that moment, when he could not find her in the Divine Maiden's hall, Lin Yi felt as though he might shatter from despair, fearing she had truly left him. "I too." "Divine Maiden, why did you suddenly disappear?" Jia Run inquired anxiously. "Divine Maiden, could you please inform us when you step out? We were quite worried about you." The concern in Cushing's eyes was evident, tears brimming in her gaze. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the others echoed his sentiments, save for Tian Yao, who remained silent, believing that Xiao Yujia's safety was the best outcome. All right, I am fine. I have found the herbs needed to heal Shi Jaisai. Let us return quickly." Listening to the concern expressed by Lin Yi and the others, she felt a deep sense of gratitude, yet she shook her head and insisted that she was fine. Having already found the herbs capable of counteracting the lethal blood-clogging poison that had afflicted Shi Jaisai, they needed to hurry back to the city while there was still time to avoid any delays. After confirming that Xiao Yujia was indeed unharmed, The four of them transformed into their beast forms and quickened their pace. Halfway through their journey, Jiao Run noticed that a male was coiled around the tail of Qiao Yujia. Curiosity piqued. He inquired about the identity of this male. "Oh, that's my newly acquired pet, Qi Yu, but he is not an orc," Qiao Yujia replied, glancing back at Jiao Run. Upon hearing Jiao Run's sudden question, she clarified that Qi Yu was indeed her pet and reminded him that he was not an orc. Not an orc? Could he possibly be a wild beast? Jiao Run asked, perplexed by the notion. Not exactly a wild beast. He is a refined creature akin to what we would call a fairy in our world. Qiao Yujia explained succinctly. The idea of a beast attaining a higher form through cultivation, as she described, resonated with the concept of fairies in her previous world. However, the term fairy bore negative connotations in her original realm, where such beings were often viewed unfavorably. Little did they know that fairies, like humans, could embody both goodness and malevolence. Fairy? A wild beast transformed? Upon hearing Qiao Yujia's brief explanation, Jiao Run fell silent, lost in contemplation regarding the implications of such creatures. He found it difficult to fathom that a wild beast could undergo the transformation into a male orc through the cultivation she spoke of. Upon their return to the Beast God Temple, Qiao Yujia and her companions hastily cleaned the red-backed bamboo grass and brewed it into a medicinal soup, administering it to Shi Jiasai. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no response. Her trembling hand reached out to examine Shi Jiasai's eyes, which had grown vacant. And when she placed her fingers near the nose, she felt no breath. It was evident that when she had departed, Shi Jiasai had still exhibited faint signs of life. Yet now there was no sensation at all. Had hope already slipped away? As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose, Shi Jiasai remained motionless in bed. Jia, you have done your utmost. The night is drawing near. Let us return, Lin Yi said, observing Qiao Yujia, who hung her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. He embraced her, offering comfort, acknowledging that despite the unfortunate circumstances, they had done what they could, which was better than inaction. Have I arrived too late? Am I shedding tears? As Shi Jiasai's only granddaughter, it seemed unlikely she would weep at all. Enveloped in Lin Ye's arms, she remained silent for a long time, only to realize that tears she had not shed in ages streamed down her face. Reflecting on the fact that as Shi Jiasai's sole granddaughter, you would likely never shed a tear for her, she found it poignant that, as an outsider, she wept genuinely. What had changed within her? After spending time in this land and enjoying a few days of peace, it appeared she had nearly forgotten that she once reveled in bloodshed, losing sight of the fact that this continent thrived on the survival of the fittest. As she felt the dampness of her clothing from the tears, Lin Yi held her tightly, striving to provide a sense of security. Yet, even such comfort could not warm her heart, which had grown numb. In that moment, Qiao Yujia vowed never again to play the role of a virtuous person in public. Kindness invited cruelty, and with her only family member so brutally slain, what was the value of compassion? Master seems quite sorrowful. Who is the elderly male lying in bed? Observing the scene, Jiao Run and the others refrained from intruding, opting to wait outside the room, while only Qi Yu remained behind. With his captivating eyes, he surveyed the unfolding events. Having inadvertently tasted Qiao Yujia's blood, he sensed her profound distress. His gaze shifted to Shi Jiasai, attempting to discern the connection between them. Yet the disparity in their essences yielded no conclusions. How painful! This strange, yet familiar memory. Perhaps overwhelmed by compassion, Qiao Yujia was suddenly flooded with fragmented memories that felt both foreign and familiar. In that fleeting moment, she weakened. But fortunately, Lin Yi was there to catch her, lifting her toward the entrance of the Beast God Temple. The next morning, upon waking, Qiao Yujia appeared transformed. Her demeanor icy. After completing her usual tasks, she exited the goddess temple. However, as she walked, the female onlookers sensed a chill in the air, reminiscent of winter's frost. Do you feel that today, Goddess Yujia seems somewhat distant? Indeed, she feels as cold as winter as snow. Yes, I nearly went back to my room to fetch a thicker garment. After leaving the goddess temple, Qiao Yujia made her way to the Beast God Temple. Once all matters were settled, she led a group of orcs to place Shi Jiasai's remains into a wooden coffin lined with soft cotton, and after completing this solemn task, she instructed them to carry the coffin toward the prearranged cemetery. Goddess, what is this? As Qiao Yujia's group exited the city gates, they encountered the lord of Tianhu City and his entourage. Tian Shao observed her cold expression, which lacked the calmness she had previously exhibited, prompting him to inquire. Lord Tian Xiao, if you have matters to discuss, let us convene tomorrow. Let Tian Yao accompany you for a tour of the city. I have other pressing matters. Xiao Yujia replied after a thoughtful pause, her tone devoid of inflection. She could not remain, leaving Tian Yao to accompany Lord Tian Xiao while she continued toward the cemetery. Kai, what has happened to the goddess? She seems quite different from when we met at the trading conference, Tian Xiao remarked, watching as Xiao Yujia distanced herself, his gaze shifting to his son. Yesterday, the city's only priestess was poisoned and perished. Although the goddess found the antidote, it was too late. Despite administering the concoction, she could not save her. Since then, this morning she has been like a different person. Tian Yao recounted the previous day as events to his father. To be honest, Xiao Yujia's icy demeanor was unprecedented since Tian Yao had known her. He never imagined that the loss of mere priestess could affect the divine being so deeply. I understand. Lord Tian Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed a pity for the city as only priestess to depart in such a manner. Allow me to show you around the city, Tian Yao offered, eager to share the sights with his father. Very well. Initially, he had sought out Xiao Yujia, but given her current circumstances, he could not intrude further. With a nod, he agreed to follow Tian Yao through the grand city gates. This cemetery had been designated by Xiao Yujia during the planning of the city, situated in a spacious valley to the west. Observing the expansive grounds, Xiao Yujia realized that Shi Jiasai would be the first to reside here. She, accompanied by the orcs, cleared a space in the center of the valley and dug a deep pit. The decision against cremation stemmed from a desire for Shi Jiasai to find true peace in the earth. After the burial, she prayed with the orcs, adhering to the customs of the orc continent, beseeching the beast deity to guide Shi Jiasai in her next life to be reborn in a peaceful place, free from the torment of the orc continent's lengthy existence. Once all the arrangements were concluded, Xiao Yujia ordered the accompanying items for Shi Jiasai to be burned, offering silver as a pathway, hoping it would facilitate her passage in the underworld. Yujia, now that Shi Jiasai has met the beast deity, what will we do with the city lacking a priest? With Shi Jiasai safely buried and a tombstone erected, there was a temporary sense of relief. Yet the sudden absence of a priest in the city was undoubtedly a significant matter. Shi Jiasai had not taken on an apprentice, which posed a real challenge. Do not fret, Lord Qiqiao. On my way out of the city, I spotted Lord Tian Xiao from Tianhu City. They have trained numerous excellent priest apprentices and should be able to send one to fill the vacancy in our city. Xiao Yujia had already considered this predicament. Since Shi Jiasai had not chosen a young female within the city for priestly training, they would have to source candidates from other cities. After completing a series of tasks in the cemetery, Xiao Yujia took precautions to prevent local wildlife from consuming Shi Jiasai's remains. She enlisted the help of orcs skilled in manipulating wood elements to encircle the valley with vines, leaving only the sky exposed, while sealing off all other directions tight. In Tianyu City, Father, this is the clothing shop where all styles of garments in the city originate. As Tian Yao strolled through nearly half of Tianyu City with his father, Lord Tian Xiao, and with noon approaching, he continued to introduce every shop they passed, finally pausing at a clothing store by a pond. Let us take a look inside. After returning from the trade fair, your mother expressed a fondness for the clothes from Tianyu City. I should buy a few to bring back for her. Upon entering the clothing shop, Lord Tian Xiao recalled the garments he had traded with Xiao Yujia at the fair, which he had gifted to his partner, Yao. She had greatly appreciated the gift and inquired about its origin. He had shared the details of the trade, and she had expressed a desire for more pieces to wear. Thus, Lord Tian Xiao's visit to the Wuhuang Plain was not solely for discussions with Xiao Yujia regarding ceramics. He also intended to exchange garments for Yao. Wait, father. We should first go to the bank to exchange the furs for silver. Tian Yao attempted to intervene, but by the time he realized, his father had already stepped into the clothing shop. Initially, he had planned to take his father to the bank to convert the furs into silver before entering. But now it seemed inevitable that they would have to use his silver. Reluctantly, Tian Yao followed his father into the shop. Inside, he found Lord Tian Xiao selecting garments with a shopkeeper, confronted by a plethora of colors and styles that dazzled the eye. These several pieces are quite nice. Please wrap them up for me, Lord Tian Xiao remarked, struggling to choose among the beautiful dresses. He decided, with the shopkeeper's recommendations, to select a complete set of each favorite design for his partner to choose from later. All right, that will be 10 dresses in total, at 1 silver ingot each, totaling 10 silver ingots. Once the shopkeeper confirmed Lord Tian Xiao's selection, he had the clothing packed into a special wooden box, calculating the price for him. Silver ingots? Just as Lord Tian Xiao pondered the meaning of silver ingots, Tian Yao, overhearing the price, was taken aback. 10 silver ingots. As the guardian of the goddess, he earned merely 1 gold ingot, equivalent to 1,000 silver ingots, each month, which was less than what Jia Run and the others received. The thought that his father would spend 10 silver ingots on dresses was astonishing. Even though the goddess discreetly provided her attendants with allowances, she would never indulge so extravagantly. Here are 10 silver ingots. Please have addresses delivered to the first room on the 3rd floor of Qinghe Courtyard in Ingsong Garden. Understood. After confirming, Tian Yao pulled his father aside to a small path beside the shop, immediately expressing his discontent. Father, you spent far too much. My sincerest apologies. But what exactly are silver ingots? Lord Tian Xiao, noticing his son's displeasure, quickly offered an apology, genuinely curious about the silver ingots. This is a silver ingot, a currency used for trading with other orcs. It is more convenient than furs. Hence, all transactions in Tianyu City are conducted using these to exchange for food and goods. Tian Yao explained briefly. Ah, I see. Do not be upset, my child. I shall convert all the furs I brought into silver for you. How does that sound? After Tian Yao's explanation, Lord Tian Xiao grasped the situation and hastily offered to exchange the furs for silver to appease his son. Hearing this, Tian Yao's frown eased somewhat. Lord Tian Xiao, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. If you do not mind, may we join you for lunch at the Lake Pavilion restaurant in our city? Just as the two were having a minor disagreement, Xiao Yujia had returned to the city and, following the imprint's guidance, located the pair. With noon approaching, she thought to invite Lord Tian Xiao to dine at the only restaurant in the city. Certainly, I have matters to discuss with the goddess. Lord Tian Xiao, originally intending to meet with Xiao Yujia for business, seized the opportunity and readily accepted her invitation. As their objectives aligned, Xiao Yujia led Lord Tian Xiao toward the Lake Pavilion restaurant. Goddess, Tian Yao whispered, stealthily retreating behind Xiao Yujia and tugging at her garment while softly calling her name. Perhaps due to a chill emanating from her today, he was particularly cautious, speaking so quietly it was almost inaudible. What is it? Xiao Yujia inquired. My father spent half of my monthly allowance. As he addressed Xiao Yujia, Tian Yao's voice dwindled, fearing she might scold him for his father's extravagance. Do not fuss. After a moment of silence, she retrieved 10 silver ingots from her purse and handed them to him. Thank you, goddess. Xiao Yujia's sudden generosity alleviated his financial concerns, filling him with joy. After concluding their discussion, Xiao Yujia returned with Tian Yao to the goddess palace. As the two individuals did not traverse the path with great speed, by the time they returned to the Shinadian, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow upon the road. Jiaer, you have arrived, Ting Shuo remarked, gazing at the approaching Xiao Yujia. He had intended to draw near, but before he could make contact, an inexplicable sensation seized him, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. This aura, has she awakened? Why does the pressure feel even more intense than before? Noticing Teng Shua's unusual demeanor, Xiao Yujia stepped closer, leaned down, and gently patted his shoulder twice. Whispering in his ear, one must not leave behind any potential threats. Chapter 120. Another year of winter, he was acutely aware. So close. Jiaer was within mere inches. Teng Shua observed Xiao Yujia, who stood so near, his voice trembling as he spoke, his face flushing crimson like an apple. How does it feel to wait for someone? Xiao Yujia uttered this phrase by Teng Shua's ear before turning away without a backward glance, heading towards the exit. The words left Teng Shua frozen in place. She has truly returned. The Xiao Yujia he had longed for has indeed come back. Yet, she appeared somewhat unstable. Nevertheless, this brought him immense joy. As he watched her figure recede, he listened intently to the sound of the basement door closing. Rising from the ground and regaining his composure, Teng Shua turned to rest in the cell where Yi lay. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Yi, who had been resting, suddenly awakened, becoming alert as she observed Teng Shua's advancing figure. After being abandoned by Xiao Yujia and subjected to Teng Shua's torment throughout the night, she now appeared somewhat frail. You have obstructed Jiaer's path. With that, Teng Shua seized Yi by the neck, and with a swift motion, her breath ceased. There was no hesitation in his actions. With her return, he would reclaim his former life, returning to the role of one who silently cleared all obstacles for her, a fate that had been preordained since his birth. 2 days later, Xiao Yujia bid farewell to the Lord of Tianxiao at the city gates. After 2 days of exploration within Tianyu City, Tianxiao had garnered numerous insights, such as methods for managing territories and trade levels. These revelations were sufficient to enable him to return to Tianhu City and thoughtfully plan its layout and management strategies. Lord Tianxiao, I notice you acquired quite a number of items in the city. I shall gift you this cart to ease your journey home. Xiao Yuzhi generously offered them a cart, allowing for a more comfortable return trip, as there were plenty of carts in the city, and this one was not missed. Thank you, Shenu. He had previously witnessed the utility of such a cart. He had not anticipated that a mere wooden platform could accommodate so many items. Now that the Shenu had graciously offered it, Tianxiao naturally accepted, for those who refused such generosity would be foolish. It is nothing. I also have a request for your assistance, Lord Tianxiao. Upon hearing Tianxiao's gratitude, she merely shook her head lightly, considering the cart inconsequential in the grand scheme. While she pondered her request for his help, Shenu, please speak freely. I shall assist in any way I can. Tianxiao readily agreed upon learning that Xiao Yuzhi sought his aid, assuring her that he would not hesitate to lend his support. I hope that upon your return to Tianhu City, you may select a few exemplary priest apprentices to come here, for I will personally impart knowledge to them that they have yet to learn. With Tianxiao's assurance, Xiao Yuzhi directly articulated her desire for him to choose outstanding apprentices from Tianhu City and expressed her intention to teach them. To be frank, Xiao Yuzhi was not well versed in sacrificial rites. Her teachings would be limited to written knowledge and sacrificial dances. Communicating with beast deities was beyond her capabilities. Nevertheless, this proposition stirred the interest of a priest apprentice standing beside Tianxiao, as the opportunity to learn from the Shenu was a rare one. Such an enticing offer. I believe there will be outstanding priest apprentices eager to come forth from Tianhu City. Without hesitation, Tianxiao accepted the conditions on behalf of all the priest apprentices in Tianhu City, for the prospect of learning directly from the Shenu was undeniably appealing. The hour is late. We shall not prolong our farewell. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Tianxiao and his companions realized they must depart promptly to avoid losing their chance to find shelter in the caves. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuzhi and the others, Tianxiao set forth with his accompanying orc team towards the borders of the Wuhuang Plains. Snow, it seems winter is not far off. After this winter, the little glutinous rice dumpling will turn 1 year old. After parting with Lord Tianxiao, Xiao Yuzhi lifted her gaze to the sky, noticing scattered snowflakes beginning to fall. Indeed, winter was approaching, and the most joyous aspect was that the little dumpling would soon celebrate its first birthday. With the distant figures now out of sight, Xiao Yuzhi turned to return to the Shinadian to concoct potions. However, before she could take a few steps, Tang Shuo entwined himself around her wrist, accompanied by another small white snake. Jiaer, the basement is so cold. Please don't make me sleep in there. At the moment Tang Shuo coiled around Xiao Yuzhi's wrist, he felt dizzy but was still keen to secure a way out. Didn't I provide you with a bed? Is it not sufficient for you? Xiao Yuzhi regarded the dark green snake on her left wrist with some skepticism, questioning whether snakes, being cold-blooded, could truly be cold. Moreover, had she not prepared a soft bed for him in the basement? It lacks your scent. Unfazed by Xiao Yuzhi's inquiry, Tang Shuo expressed his feelings candidly, regardless of Lin Yi's presence. He yearned to share the same bed with her once more, even if only in the form of a young snake. Suit yourself. After some contemplation, Xiao Yuzhi chose not to refuse, leaving the decision to Tang Shuo. Yet, at that moment, her eyes suddenly flickered red, though it was merely for an instant. Hiss! Lin Yu was displeased, as he did not wish for an extra light bulb to join him and his partner in their bed. Hiss! Defeated foe, let us see if you dare to fight. Tang Shuo, unwilling to back down, immediately challenged him to a duel. Both of you, cease this at once. Otherwise, I shall confine you to the small dark room and leave you to your own devices. As the two snakes seemed poised to engage in combat, Xiao Yuzhi quickly placed them at eye level, threatening to imprison them, which rendered them silent and provided her with some peace. Chapter 121. An invitation to travel. Initially intending to return to the Shinadian, Xiao Yuzhi suddenly recalled something and turned around, making her way towards the Hailan Dian where Yu Sheng resided. Along the way, Lin Yi and Tang Shuo remained silent, glaring at each other, both unwilling to concede. Upon reaching the grand entrance of Hailan Dian, Xiao Yuzhi halted abruptly, considering for a moment before placing the two small snakes, one green and one white, into the pouch tied to her waist, and then she pushed the door open to enter. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of the lake water connecting to the ocean beneath the white stone bridge. Although this lake is connected to the ocean, It possesses a certain mystique. The seawater flowing in appears to have undergone a filtration process, transforming into palatable freshwater before meandering toward the city streams. Crossing the stone bridge, one can catch a glimpse of Yu Sheng frolicking by the shore with Bai Di. Xiao Yujia gazes at this heartwarming scene, unsure of what to say. Yet, time is relentless, and she wishes for Yu Sheng's well-being. She is determined to safeguard her friend's innocence through her own transformation. Regaining her composure, Yu Sheng's previously indifferent expression brightened with a radiant smile as she called out to Yu Jia. Jia, you finally made it. But with your busy schedule, what brings you here today? As someone who, due to her pregnancy, could only play at home, Yu Sheng felt genuinely delighted to have company. However, she found it puzzling that Xiao Yujia, usually so occupied, had suddenly carved out time to visit her. Bai Di, noticing Xiao Yujia's arrival, discreetly withdrew to grant them some privacy. Well, I just happened to finish up and thought I'd drop by, Xiao Yujia replied, hearing Yu Sheng's inquiry. Is that so? Yu Sheng felt a tinge of skepticism at her words, as they had grown up together as close confidants, aware of unspoken truths. Since Xiao Yujia chose not to elaborate, Yu Sheng refrained from probing further. I heard about Shi Jisi upon hearing Yu Sheng's sudden remark. Xiao Yujia fell silent. Ultimately, it was her own inadequacies that weighed heavily on her heart. She had once wished to possess the strength of Tang Sha. Although she could not achieve greatness overnight, fate had still favored her. She could now freely wield spiritual energy, which brought her considerable joy. Jia, I remember you can swim. Would you come down and play with me? Observing the air around Xiao Yujia grow increasingly melancholic, Yu Sheng hastily shifted the topic. All right, Xiao Yujia replied, grateful for the diversion. Before plunging into the water, she removed her clothing, leaving only a sheer veil draped over her form. With a splash, her silhouette vanished from the shore. As the two swam away, two small serpentine heads peeked out from the pile of clothes left behind, ready to engage in a playful rivalry. Hiss, that's Jia's clothing. You should move away. Hiss, a fledgling like you should be the one to leave. Hiss, old wretch. Hiss, brat. As Lin Yi and Tang Shuo squabbled, they suddenly began to tussle, only to halt with a rip. Both turned to see Xiao Yujia's darkened expression. His Jair, it was him, Tang Shuo exclaimed, quickly tilting his head and feigning innocence as he pointed his tail at Lin Yi. Hiss, Jia, it was him, Lin Yi retorted fiercely, equally indignant, and pointed back at Tang Shuo. Jia, what's wrong? They were enjoying their swim when suddenly Xiao Yujia departed, soon followed by Yu Sheng. It's nothing. Sheng, I'll head back now, Xiao Yujia said, shaking her head, though her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi and Tang Sha. After bidding farewell to Yu Sheng, she donned a cloak, gathered the torn clothing, and soared away from the Azure Palace. Yu Sheng watched her ascend, bewildered, until she noticed the remnants of clothing on the ground, which brought understanding. In the Divine Maiden Palace, upon returning to her room, Xiao Yujia tossed Lin Yi and Tang Shuo onto the bed, dried herself with fire, and changed into a new dress. When she emerged from behind the screen, Lin Yi and Tang Shuo's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Yujia typically favored red garments, so this simple, serene dress was a refreshing sight. You two explain yourselves. Dressed. Xiao Yujia sat on the bed, pinching them slightly in irritation. Moreover, her aura had turned icy, akin to winter's snowfall. Jia, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Punish me. Seeing her demeanor, both immediately confessed. In such a scenario, refusing to admit fault would be foolish. As you wish, there's a pile of herbs over there. You have 3 seconds to revert to your human forms and prepare the medicine. Acknowledging their sincere apologies, she pointed at the herbs spread across the floor, granting them a brief window to transform, lest she change her mind. Go now, they chorused, hastily leaping from the bed to shift back into their human forms, rushing to the heap of herbs to grind them into powder. Night fell. Lin Yi, after this winter, once the little glutinous rice dumpling turns one. Shall we explore every corner of the Beastman continent? Snuggled in each other's embrace, Xiao Yujia reflected on her year in this world. The city's affairs had stabilized, and it was time to venture forth, to explore and broaden her horizons. Yet, her greatest concern remained the little dumpling. Although they planned to set off after its first birthday, she felt the urge to bring the little one along for early education and exposure. Of course, Jia. I will accompany you wherever you go. With her partner's request, he could hardly refuse. Moreover, during their time in the city, Lin Yi sensed Xiao Yujia's fatigue. A journey would do her good, and he vowed to protect her, ensuring they could return home if she grew weary. Chapter 122. Farewell, 3 months later. For some unknown reason, this winter felt exceptionally brief. What should have been 6 months of cold was condensed into 3, and now the snow began to dissipate gradually. In the Divine Maiden Palace, Qiao Yujia stood outside, snowflakes lightly landing in her palms before melting away. The scattered snowfall seemed to herald the end of winter, making way for the arrival of spring. Jia Jia, it's cold outside. Let us go in, Lin Yi urged, noticing her thin attire, and draped a cloak over her shoulders. Though the chill was not severe for them as beastmen, he recognized that, despite her formidable skills, she was still female, and frailty was a common trait among women. No, we must first inform City, Lord Shicho, and the others, as the little glutinous rice dumpling's birthday approaches. Qiao Yujia replied, brushing off Lin Ye's concerns, as time was of the essence. Tightening her cloak, she stepped out of the Divine Maiden Palace. Jia Jia, seeing her brave the wind and snow, Lin Yi hastened to follow. At the City Lord's residence, Yujia, do you truly wish to see the entirety of the Beastman continent? Fu Xiang asked incredulously upon hearing Qiao Yujia's intentions. The comforts of their current life were undeniable. Everyone worked diligently for their livelihood. However, the treacherous world beyond the barren plains posed significant dangers, and venturing out seemed perilous. Aunt Fu Xiang, worry not. Lin Yi and the others will accompany me. Fu Shang harbored concerns that she had contemplated, yet she was reassured by the presence of Lin Yi and the others. As they conversed, Qiao Yujia turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. Observing Qiao Yujia's unwavering determination, Fu Xiang felt at a loss for words. Since Yujia has made her decision, we ought to respect it. Perhaps when she returns, she will surprise us. Shicho wholeheartedly supported this decision, as he too yearned for the opportunity to explore every corner of the Beastman continent, broadening his horizons. Since you have resolved this, I shall respect your choice. But do take care of yourself along the journey. With everyone in agreement, Fu Xiang saw no reason to object. She understood that Qiao Yujia had endured a taxing year in the city, and perhaps a change of scenery would do her good. Yet she urged her to prioritize her health. All right, I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Aunt Fu Xiang. Oh, by the way, in 5 days, it will be the first birthday of our little glutinous rice ball. I hope Aunt Fu Xiang can assist in the preparations. Qiao Yujia cherished her relationship with Fu Xiang and expressed her gratitude before notifying them about the birthday celebration. Subsequently, she and Lin Yi exited the City Lord's mansion. At Hylon Palace, Jia, what prompted your sudden decision to travel the Beastman continent? Does that mean we won't see each other for quite some time? Upon hearing Qiao Yujia's intentions, Yu Sheng felt a pang of regret. The prospect of being separated from her dear friend for an extended period was disheartening. Unfortunately, Yu Sheng was still unable to reach the shore. Otherwise, she too would have wanted to join. So, during my absence, I entrust you with some matters in the city. I believe you can handle it. Sheng. Although Qiao Yujia felt it was a pity, there was no alternative. She had to rely on Yu Sheng to manage certain affairs while she was away. You can rest assured, I will take care of everything in the city. Just be cautious while you're out there. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Sheng. After a brief conversation, they informed Yu Sheng about the birthday celebration before exiting Hylon Palace. Upon reaching the Beast God Temple, they relayed the same information to the Great Shaman. Despite her worries, the Great Shaman ultimately acquiesced. A week later, the joyous first birthday celebration of the little glutinous rice ball concluded. Qiao Yujia, filled with happiness, packed her belongings alongside Lin Yi, preparing the clothes they would need for their journey. At the city gate, upon their arrival, the news of her impending travels had already spread, and many had gathered to bid her farewell. Yujia, you must take good care of yourself out there. Fu Xiang urged with concern. Jia, be sure to look after yourself. I will miss you dearly. Yu Sheng, cradled in by Dee's arms, felt a wave of sadness wash over her at the thought of the long separation. Thank you all for your concern. I promise to take care of myself while I am away. Today, the entire clan had come to see her off, and witnessing the immense crowd deeply touched Qiao Yujia. Xing Ku, the beastman from the Yi tribe, I shall take with me. The punishment is sufficient, and I will return them to the Yi tribe on my way. Qiao Yujia glanced back at Yifeng, whose wounds had completely healed. In her eyes, they had committed no wrongdoing, and the necessary punishments had been served. Her first destination was Tianhu City, so she would conveniently return Yifeng and the others. Be cautious on the road, Divine Maiden, otherwise, Hongyu will feel sorrow. Xing Ku, though not eloquent, spoke the truth. Hongyu regarded Qiao Yujia as a sister, and if anything were to happen, it would surely cause her great distress. I understand. Please convey my gratitude to Hongyu. Of course. Time is of the essence. Farewell, everyone. I shall return promptly. After bidding farewell to all the clan's folk, Xiao Yujia set off with Lin Yi and the Beastmen from the Yishi tribe towards Tianhu City to find a suitable cave for temporary shelter. They transformed into their beast forms for the journey, except for Jia Run and the others. Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi traveled in their half-beast forms to conceal Xiao Yujia's lineage. This particular clan did not exist on the Beastman continent. It was possible that a new clan would emerge in the near future, owing to Xiao Yujia's presence. Carrying minimal supplies, aside from a couple of changes of clothing, they had only some jerky for sustenance on the journey. Fresh meat could be hunted along the way, which posed no issue. The little glutinous rice ball was peacefully slumbering in its basket. Jia, it's getting late. It seems we must make do with this place for the night. It's fine. Having a temporary resting spot is already quite fortunate. Chapter 123. Progressing southward, Xiao Yujia surveyed the cave before her. This was the cave of the former Hu Shao tribe, now seemingly a vital passage to Tianyu City. Taking advantage of the sunlight still shining, she quickly decided to send her companions out to hunt for dinner while bringing them along. She glanced towards the west and noted that the sun hadn't yet set. Turning to Lin Yi, she instructed him to take Jia Run and the others to hunt for their evening meal, also gesturing for Yifeng and the others to join. It is kind enough to return them. We cannot allow them to go without a meal. All right, Jia, wait for my return. How could Lin Yi refuse his partner's request? After a brief moment of affection, he departed with most of the group to hunt for dinner. As soon as Lin Yi and the others left, Xiao Yujia was about to sit down to rest when she suddenly heard the playful cries of a little fox from behind. Turning, she found it was Qiyu. She swiftly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and tossed him away, reminding him, "You too. Otherwise, you won't get any food." With a thud, Qiyu landed gracefully before hastily scurrying away. Though aware he didn't require food, Xiao Yujia insisted he partake in the hunt. After all, eating occasionally wouldn't harm him. Once Qiyu departed, the surroundings fell silent. Xiao Yujia rolled up her sleeves and began gathering some dry branches that had fallen naturally to prepare the materials needed for dinner. For convenience, she opted for a smaller iron pot rather than a large one, as her aim was merely to enhance their meal. No need for extravagance while traveling. Before long, Qiyu returned, dragging along several wild chickens, and upon closer inspection, there were even a couple of long-eared beasts. Well done. But did you happen to see Lin Yi and the others? Xiao Yujia inquired as she accepted the vine he had brought back. Although she didn't need to ask, she could tell from Qiyu's pristine fur that he hadn't crossed paths with Lin Yi and the others. He must have taken a separate route for his hunt. No, Qiyu's immediate head shake confirmed her suspicion. He had not encountered them. Seeing Qiyu's earnest demeanor, Xiao Yujia nodded, choosing not to pry into his hunting route. As a reward for your successful hunt, you may have this. Observing the bounty that Qiyu had brought back, she calculated that combined with the rice brought by the clan's folk, they would have enough to fill their stomachs. However, considering his enthusiastic pursuit of the hunt, Xiao Yujia could not treat him with indifference. Thus, she placed the last qi gathering pill in a ceramic bowl before him and returned to her own tasks. What is this? A delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Qiyu sniffed the crystalline pill in the bowl, detecting a captivating aroma. Yet, he had never encountered such a small pill before and hesitated for long, while before finally succumbing to curiosity and tentatively rolling the pill onto his tongue. No sooner had the pill entered his stomach than he felt a soothing current surge within him, coursing through every inch of his skin. Jia, we are back. Not long after Qiyu had absorbed the essence of the pill, Lin Yi returned with the orc hunters. It is good that you have returned. Please prepare the game, and we can begin cooking. Xiao Yujia observed Lin Yi and the others, relieved to see no injuries on them. In contrast, a few orcs from the Yishi tribe bore minor wounds, but this did not concern them, nor did they seek her assistance. Yet, seeing the plethora of game they had brought back filled her with joy, as it meant they would not need to hunt for several days. However, the issue of storage arose. It would be impractical to use water to shield the meat from sunlight. Such a large target would only invite unforeseen dangers. All right, Lin Yi acknowledged, leading the orcs to a nearby stream of the Yuan Hu Shao tribe to process their catch. Once they had prepared the game for dinner, they began to divide the remaining portions for simple curing with the salt and spices they had brought, followed by roasting to dry it for future provisions. As time was of the essence, Xiao Yujia refrained from cooking elaborate dishes, instead preparing a pot of bone soup and rice, while the others grilled their meat on stone slabs. A bowl of translucent rice, paired with fragrant roasted meat and a serving of bone soup, brought immense satisfaction. The following morning, after a light meal of meat porridge, Xiao Yujia and her companions packed their belongings and set off, needing to find a temporary resting place along their route. Goddess, which direction shall we take now? As they reached the edge of the forest surrounding the Wuhuang plain, Jialuan suddenly descended, gazing at the vast plain, uncertain of the way forward. He sought Xiao Yujia's guidance. We shall head south towards Tianhucheng, and along the way, we will return Yifeng and the others to their tribal territory. Xiao Yujia pointed southward. If her intuition was correct, the directions on the Orc continent were determined with the Wuhuang plain at the center, using the rising and setting sun to ascertain the cardinal points. Xiao Yujia desired to visit Tianhucheng for the sake of broadening her horizons, and returning Yifeng to his tribe was merely a secondary objective. After all, the necessary punishments had been meted out, and upon reaching the Yi tribe's territory, they would part ways, each free of debt. Jialuan nodded in agreement. But Xiao Yujia's latter words puzzled him, prompting him to inquire, Goddess, if they attacked us without reason, why must we return them? He found it perplexing that the orcs from the far-off Yi tribe, who had launched a surprise attack on Tianhucheng without justification, should now be escorted back. Jialuan, therein lies your misunderstanding. After hearing Jialuan's thoughts, Xiao Yujia feigned irritation. Goddess, where's my fault? Jialuan was bewildered by her accusation, as he believed he had spoken nothing but the truth. Although Yifeng and his kin did attack Tianhucheng without cause, do we not playfully outwit them that very night? Moreover, their tribe resides in the south, and Tianhucheng has only recently been established. How could news travel so swiftly? Clearly, someone incited their actions. Xiao Yujia elaborated, recalling previous events. Furthermore, before Yifeng's assault on the city, Yi had returned, and a few nights later, the orcs attacked Tianhucheng. This sequence of events indicated that Yi had been the instigator. To successfully manipulate the leader of the Yi tribe, Yifeng, he had even compromised his own safety. So it is. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's explanation, Jialuan immediately grasped the situation. However, their conversation was not well received by Yifeng and the others trailing behind. Yet, their words held a ring of truth, and Yifeng could only lament his past decisions. What could he say now? Preserving his life was already a considerable fortune. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yujia turned her head to glance back, and when she returned her gaze, a fleeting, subtle smile graced her lips. In that instant, Yifeng sensed her glance, but was uncertain if it was directed at him. Moreover, something within Yifeng began to stir, suggesting that the effects of the qi gathering pill were indeed taking hold. Xiao Yujia instinctively touched the mark on her left palm, its radiant white glimmer reflecting her satisfaction, as if everything lay within her grasp. She was not one to remain complacent. Her initial aspirations had not wavered. To achieve genuine tranquility, a battle was essential. With her clenched left hand, it felt as though she had seized the world itself. Was this not her desire? This was merely the commencement of her grand design. Jia, what are you pondering? You seem so elated. The sudden joy radiating from her seemed to resonate with Lin Yi, who, upon witnessing her bright smile, wondered if she had encountered some delightful occurrence. Oh, it is nothing. I am simply enjoying a change of scenery, which brings me joy. To his surprise, she merely shook her head, claiming it was nothing more than the pleasure derived from being outdoors. Initially, Lin Yi appeared skeptical, yet he simply nodded in agreement. Watching his earnest demeanor, Xiao Yujia could not help but stifle a laugh. Had it not been for her current disposition, she would have burst into laughter. However, until the Orc continent was unified, Xiao Yujia had to maintain her composure, allowing herself to smile occasionally in the presence of familiar faces. As they journeyed through the plains, Xiao Yujia and her companions pressed onward toward the south, consuming their dried meat along the way. Fortunate that their travels remained relatively safe. For days later, Goddess, there are orcs from other tribes over there. Day after day passed, and on the fifth day, Jialuan could not contain his excitement upon spotting a figure in the distance. He hastened back to share this news with Xiao Yujia. However, he was drenched in sweat, carrying with him a faint odor of dust. Jialuan, where have you been? You reek of sweat and dirt. Though the scent was faint, Xiao Yujia's keen senses, sharpened after her transformation, picked up on it. Ahead, about 100 meters away, there's a forest, but the trees appear nearly withered. As I approached, I witnessed several orcs from different tribes fighting over the only water source. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's inquiry, Jialuan recounted the scene he had witnessed from a distance of 100 meters, leaving no detail unmentioned. What did you say? fighting over the water source? Upon hearing the news articulated by Jia Run, Xiao Yujia was taken aback. If what Jia Run stated was indeed accurate, several tribes of beastmen were competing for scarce water sources alongside trees that were perilously close to withering. The scene they described indicated that numerous beastmen from various tribes were involved, though they appeared gaunt and emaciated. Noticing her astonishment, Jia Run, albeit puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement and recounted the situation he had observed regarding the beastmen from those tribes. Upon hearing Jia Run's account, an alarming thought struck Xiao Yujia drought. Yet, upon reflection, that did not seem plausible. After all, the southern regions typically enjoyed ample rainfall, often characterized by bountiful harvests. As someone who had grown up in the south, she found the climate to be exceptionally pleasant, mild and temperate throughout the seasons, with only the summer months occasionally proving uncomfortably hot. Divine Lady, should we assist them? Jia Run inquired, observing Xiao Yujia's furrowed brow, uncertain of her contemplations. Yet at that moment, he felt a surge of compassion and asked if they ought to lend a helping hand. Let's not rush. We should first ascertain the situation. Xiao Yujia replied with calm assurance. It was not that she lacked compassion, but rather that one must first comprehend the circumstances at hand. Understanding the antecedents and consequences was essential to determining an appropriate course of action. Very well. Since the Divine Lady has formulated a plan, I shall not argue. Jia Run conceded, leading the way. By midday, they finally arrived at the forest Jia Run had mentioned. The sight before them was indeed stark. The trees stood bare, their leaves entirely stripped away. Despite it being winter, the scenery conveyed a sense of desolation. In the distance, raucous voices could be heard. This water source was discovered by us first. Therefore, we should have the majority. I stand by my assertion. One of the beastmen, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, but now skeletal, glared at another beastman, his voice dripping with indignation. This water source was clearly located by our tribe first. Why should we yield it to them? Is this not a farcical situation? Moreover, this is the only water source in the forest. If we cannot return with water, our kin may perish from thirst today. You are mistaken. This water source was indeed discovered by our tribe first. We deserve to take more. The opposing beastman, incensed by the accusation, retorted vehemently. Enough. Perhaps we should consult the priest? Observing the escalating argument, an elder from another tribe interjected, suggesting they seek the priest's judgment if they could not reach a consensus on how much water each tribe deserved. His gaze shifted toward the frail priest standing behind them. Xiao Yujia and her companions observed the unfolding drama from a distance, intrigued by how the priest would respond. This water source is the only one in the forest. It would be best to divide it equally, the priest quavered, offering his counsel. However, a moment later, dissent arose. Priest Liu, we respect you and bear no ill will. But we all know you can no longer communicate with the beast deity. Thus, your words lack authority. Upon hearing this, the priest's eyes dimmed, the weight of realization dawning upon him. He pondered the inexplicable circumstances that had led to his inability to connect with the beast deity. Perhaps age was catching up with him. Divine Lady, they seem to be in quite a heated dispute. Should we not intervene? Jia Run asked, observing the scene ahead, feeling a pang of sympathy for the beastmen and lamenting that they had not encountered the legendary Divine Lady. Had the Hushao tribe's beastmen not met the they too might be in a similar plight. Their argument was fervent. If they were to intervene now, they would undoubtedly ignite the powder keg of conflict. Let us refrain from intervening, Xiao Yujia responded, shaking her head. Given the fervor of their dispute, our involvement could potentially escalate tensions further. What then are we to do? Are we to stand idly by? Jia Run confessed his uncertainty at their predicament. We lack knowledge of the underlying issues and thus cannot provide assistance, Xiao Yujia replied. However, it seems we have found a temporary resting place for the night. Jia Run struggled to comprehend her previous statement. Are you suggesting we seek refuge with one of the tribes for the night and offer them some food in return? Lin Yi, having grasped her meaning, interjected, albeit with some hesitation. Yes, exactly. That's brilliant. Xiao Yujia readily praised Lin Yi, pleasantly surprised by his insight. While her demeanor had shifted somewhat since recent events, moments of levity were not unwelcome. That's all thanks to Jia's guidance, Lin Yi said, blushing slightly at the compliment, his shyness endearing. I had the same thought. Next time, I shall be the first to voice it. Jia Run, meanwhile, was flapping his wings in exasperation, feeling as though he had been eclipsed by Lin Yi's quick wit. Is there truly a need for guidance? Everyone is quite intelligent. They merely lack direction, Xiao Yujia asserted. In her view, Lin Yi and the others were not lacking in intellect. They simply required guidance. Humans were not inherently knowledgeable. They were fortunate to have parents imparting foundational knowledge from birth, and later, teachers providing professional instruction in schools. While the Beastmen also received guidance from their parents upon birth, it was primarily in practical skills for daily living. They had yet to encounter the finer nuances of knowledge, hence the arrival of the transgressors. Perhaps the beast deity had orchestrated these events as a form of enlightenment for them. Is that truly the case? Linyi asked, skepticism in his eyes. Indeed, it is as genuine as the pearls themselves. Xiao Yujia reassured him, her sincerity evident. With a resolve to act on her thoughts, Xiao Yujia and her companions made their way toward the gathering of beastmen. Excuse me, esteemed elder. We are passing through and would like to request lodging for the night in your tribe. She approached an elder beastman, casually patting his shoulder, seeking to explain their situation. Certainly, this young female is quite lovely, even more so than those in our tribe, and, judging by her appearance, she must belong to a city. The elderly orc, who had been tapped on the shoulder, was utterly astonished upon catching sight of Xiao Yujia. He stammered, struggling to articulate his words. In his long life, he had never encountered such a strikingly beautiful female. She surpassed even the females of his own tribe. Thank you very much, esteemed elder. Might you guide us to your tribe? Understanding the eager gaze of the elderly orc, Xiao Yujia maintained her warm and cheerful demeanor as she expressed her gratitude. Hoping he would escort them to his tribe. Follow me then. You may share this water source with your tribes. Our Bailu tribe shall forego it. The elderly orc noticed the cart behind Xiao Yujia, laden with various items, and thus agreed to lead them back to his tribe, also informing the other 3 tribes that the Bailu tribe would not be claiming this water source, allowing them to divide it among themselves. Subsequently, the elderly orc guided Xiao Yujia and her companions towards the Bailu tribe. Dear guests, I must apologize for your discomfort. You will have to rest temporarily in this cave. Regrettably, we have little to offer in terms of hospitality. Upon their arrival at the Bailu tribe, the chieftain, Lu Jiang, personally welcomed them and led Xiao Yujia's group to a cave for their temporary respite. Unfortunately, the current circumstances meant that the Bailu tribe had scant provisions to entertain their guests. Thank you for your kindness, chieftain. We have brought some food, although not much. If you would not mind, we would like to offer this food as a token of our gratitude for our stay. This was a plan Xiao Yujia had formulated beforehand. Now she merely needed to ascertain whether Chieftain Lu Jiang would accept her proposal. Token of gratitude? The unfamiliar term left Lu Jiang visibly perplexed. Sensing his confusion, Xiao Yujia succinctly explained that their food would serve as compensation for their one-night stay. With this clarification, Chieftain Lu Jiang grasped the concept, likening it to the trade of animal hides among the other tribes. From him, Xiao Yujia learned more about the region. This area was known as the Luoyu mountain range, and the forest beneath it was referred to as the Luoyu forest. Once a vibrant locale, it had inexplicably begun to wither over the past year. The flora and fauna were dying, and the rivers had dried up overnight. The water source they had previously contested was the only one remaining in the forest. As a result of this sudden drought, the creatures of the forest had either perished or fled, leading to a dire scarcity of food. Gradually, the orc tribes in this area became emaciated, with many females succumbing to starvation. As night fell, Lin Yi and the others began preparing dinner. The food intended as their token of gratitude had already been given to Chieftain Lu Jiang, bringing joy to the entire Bailu tribe, who would finally have a hearty meal. I'm hungry. Mother, I'm hungry. At that moment, the little glutinous rice dumpling, who had been asleep throughout their journey, finally awoke. Though barely over a year old, she could stand, leaning against a bamboo basket taller than half her body, her large, watery eyes fixed on Xiao Yujia as she expressed her hunger. Do not fret, little dumpling. Dinner will be ready shortly. Have a bit of fruit puree to tide you over. Xiao Yujia reassured her, continuing to prepare a special meal for the little one. In the meantime, she could only let the dumpling have some fruit puree to fill her stomach. The puree was something Xiao Yujia had prepared specifically for her little companion, having brought a couple of jars from the Divine Maiden's Hall to mix with rice porridge. As she tended to the simmering porridge, she took a spoonful to feed the little dumpling, who devoured it with delight. Jia, you eat first. I will feed the little dumpling. Before long, Lin Yi and the others had finished cooking dinner, and they began to eat. At that moment, Lin Yi approached with a bowl of fragrant rice topped with crispy roasted meat. Thank you. Xiao Yujia accepted the bowl and chopsticks from Lin Yi, expressing her gratitude. No need for thanks. Lin Yi's ears turned crimson at her words. I'm hungry. Father, I'm hungry. The The little dumpling could no longer contain herself, watching her mother savor her meal, and protested towards the still flushed Lin Yi. Hearing her little one's complaint, he quickly served some cooked rice porridge, adding a bit of fruit puree and mixing it well before feeding it to the frowning little dumpling. Their dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. The following morning, having finished breakfast, Xiao Yujia and her companions prepared to pack their belongings and set off for their next destination. Suddenly, they heard Chieftain Lu Jiang's voice calling for them to pause. "Chieftain Lu Jiang, is there something you need?" Just as they were about to depart, Xiao Yujia halted upon hearing his voice. "O revered goddess, we beseech you to bring rain and save the Luo Yu mountain range." As he spoke, Chieftain Lu Jiang knelt before Xiao Yujia, invoking the title of goddess, which stunned all the members of the Bailu tribe. Although many were puzzled, some recalled the legend and began to kneel before Xiao Yujia, pleading for her to intercede with the beast god to bestow rain upon the Luo Yu mountain range. "We implore you, goddess, send down the sweet rain and rescue the Luo Yu mountain range. We beseech you, goddess, send down the sweet rain and rescue the Luo Yu mountain range." The heartfelt pleas deeply moved Xiao Yujia to request assistance for the entire Luo Yu mountain range, rather than for personal or tribal gain, was a rare spirit in the brutal world of the Orc continent, where most sought only their own benefit, indifferent to the suffering of others. "Jujia, why not lend your aid to them and the entire Luo Yu mountain range?" "Indeed, goddess, there are likely many places on the Orc continent that require assistance, and we cannot merely pass by. Goddess, please help the Luo Yu mountain range." Observing Xiao Yujia's hesitation, Lin Yi and the others believed she was reluctant to help and began to implore the Orc tribes for assistance, hoping she would bring forth rain to save the Luo Yu mountain range. "Chieftain Lu Jiang, please take your people back to the cave." After uttering this, Xiao Yujia turned and, transforming her lower body into a serpent's tail, led Lin Yi and the others out of the Bailu tribe. "Why is the goddess leaving? Have we truly offended the beast god so much so that even the goddess will not assist the Luo Yu mountain range?" As Xiao Yujia and her companions exited the tribe, the orcs began to panic, convinced that the orc tribes in the Luo Yu mountain range had angered the beast god, leading to the goddess's refusal to help. However, the reality was quite different. After walking a distance from the Bailu tribe, Xiao Yujia and her companions suddenly opened their bamboo paper umbrellas. She handed the small, glutinous rice balls from her basket to Lin Yi, then raised her left hand, palm facing the sky. With a resounding boom, countless dark clouds gathered overhead. In no time, lightning converged and blossomed like flowers in the sky, while wild winds surged and dust swirled. Boom, boom. Then, several loud rumbles echoed through the sky. Everyone quickly returned to the cave. Everyone hurried back to the cave. Hearing the thunderous noise from above, the chief of the Lujiang tribe bellowed for his people to retreat to the cave to avoid getting drenched and falling ill. With the current supply of herbs stored in the Great Witch's Cave, there would be no way to treat so many ailing tribesmen. It's raining. It's raining. The Rainfall Mountains are saved. It's raining. It's raining. With the first rain after a long drought, the members of the Bailu tribe rejoiced, some even moved to tears. They had not seen rain for a long time, and now, thanks to the legendary goddess's trial passing through the Rainfall Mountains, all tribes within were saved. In the following years, the Rainfall Mountains enjoyed favorable weather, and the beasts that had fled returned to their habitats, bringing a scene of prosperity to all tribes within the mountains. Of course, these events were to unfold in the coming years. For now, the Rainfall Mountains, nourished by the rain, would gradually begin to recuperate. Xiao Yujia, who maintained the protective barrier, turned a glance back at the Bailu tribe, listening to their joyful laughter. She felt a warm energy enveloping her, nurturing every inch of her skin. It was comforting, yet it could not compel Xiao Yujia and her companions to halt their journey. They pressed on toward the south, welcoming the rain. Chapter 127. Taming the Behemoth. It took Xiao Yujia and her party nearly a week to traverse the Rainfall Mountains. Looking back now, the flora and trees, rejuvenated by the rain, showed signs of budding. Before departing, it was unclear how Xiao Yujia managed this. Aside from the first day's rain, which fell in the afternoon, subsequent showers occurred at night, which proved quite convenient. Each day, the rains were accompanied by the sounds of life flourishing. "Goddess, ahead lies the Huansha forest. Beyond that, we will reach Tianhu City, where the Isha tribe resides at the heart of the forest." As they approached familiar territory, Tian Yao stepped forward, pointing to the nearby woods. "Tian Yao, how can the Isha tribe be near your Tianhu City? Aren't they associated with Tingyi City?" Upon hearing Tian Yao's words, Xiao Yujia felt a surge of joy. Yet the latter part sparked her curiosity. Crossing through this forest meant entering Tianhu City's territory, and having previously learned of the Isha tribe's connection to Tangyi City, a branch of it, she wondered why they established their tribe within Tianhu City's domain instead of at the foot of Tangyi City. It is because Tianhu City is also under the protection of Tangyi City. To show goodwill, my father allowed the Isha people to establish their tribe in Huansha Forest. Typically, there are no conflicts, so Tianhu City does not interfere with the affairs of surrounding tribes. Tian Yao said nonchalantly, since he could remember. The Beastmen of the Isha tribe had settled in Huansha Forest, and because the smaller tribes around Tianhu City posed no threat to the city, his father, the city lord, chose not to concern himself with their matters. Everyone was seeking refuge, and as long as they coexisted peacefully, that sufficed. I see, then it's perfect to escort them back. With this realization, Xiao Yujia understood that since it was on their way, they might as well take the opportunity to return the Yifeng and Isha tribe members. Goddess Wei, Tian Yao called out as Xiao Yujia was about to step into Huansha Forest, hastily stopping her. What is it? Xiao Yujia felt puzzled by his sudden interruption. Was there something in the forest? As she pondered this, she noticed Tian Yao's expression was somewhat off, although his demeanor remained cool. She could sense his underlying fear and trembling through their bond. There are behemoths within. Despite the many tribes residing here, they periodically suffer attacks from these colossal beasts. And even Tianhu City is not exempt. When Tian Yao spoke these words, she could feel his helplessness, an inability to protect his people, and a lamentation of his own inadequacy. Seeing Tian Yao's expression, Xiao Yujia felt a pang of sorrow. Whether it was due to their bond or simply empathy, she was unsure. Though she had not experienced the loss of loved ones in her previous world, she had faced the anguish of her beloved pet being captured and consumed. Upon discovering this, her first instinct was to seek vengeance, although she refrained from taking matters in her own hands, knowing it could lead to dire consequences. No worries, I adore raising pets. Let's take a look. With her words, the group continued onward. As for the behemoths, she truly did not regard them as a threat. Besides, she had long harbored the desire to form a beast-taming legion, and the behemoths in Huansha Forest would be her first targets. If any tribesmen wished to join, she could teach them the beast-taming techniques recorded in the ancient tomes. At the center of Huansha Forest, Isha tribe, it seemed a significant event had occurred here. It was utter chaos. After walking for several hours, the sun had begun its descent. Upon arriving at the Isha tribe, they witnessed toppled trees and a disordered square, where only a few beastmen warriors stood guard. Seeing this scene, Yifeng dashed forward without a second thought. He could hardly believe that after just a few months away, the tribe had fallen into such disarray. The chief has returned. The chief is back. Quickly, informed the priest and the great witch. One of the beastmen warriors on guard recognized the approaching figure as their chief, Yifeng, and hurriedly instructed his fellow warriors to notify the priest and the great witch of Yifeng's return. As Yifeng drew closer, the onlookers realized indeed that their chief had returned and hastily made their way into the tribe. Archer, what has happened in the tribe? How could it have come to this? Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, Yifeng wasted no time and went straight to the point. When he left, the tribe was thriving, yet just a few months later, it had descended into chaos. Chief, after you departed, with the onset of winter, the behemoths in the forest, lacking food, began to attack the surrounding tribes. Many of our beastmen warriors have been devoured by these beasts, including females and young ones. As Archer spoke, his mood grew increasingly somber, for the fate of his most cherished female was sealed within the jaws of a behemoth. I see. I understand now. Yifeng, having learned the circumstances from Archer, lowered his head in despair. The behemoths in the forest were far too powerful. Even if all the strongest warriors from the surrounding tribes joined forces, they might barely pose a threat to these colossal beasts. He felt anger, yet he was powerless. Yifeng, why do you bow your head? As Xiao Yujia approached with Lin Yi and the others, she happened to catch sight of Yifeng's dejected posture, sensing a flicker of white light pulsing from her palm. Who is it? Upon the sight of Xiao Yujia and her companions approaching, Aker instantly became vigilant, almost transforming into his beast form to attack them. Tribe leader, it is good that you have returned. Shortly thereafter, he rushed to inform the priest and other clan members, who also approached with a wary demeanor upon seeing Xiao Yujia and her group. As Yifeng observed that some of his kin appeared unharmed, he felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with a feeling of inadequacy for having been so easily deceived, resulting in a punishment of 3 months. Goddess, the hour grows late. Might you consider resting in our tribe for the evening and continuing your journey tomorrow? He then turned his gaze to Xiao Yujia, inviting her to stay for the night, noting that the sun was near its descent and the outside world was perilous. Thank you. In return, I shall assist you in subduing the giant beasts. Chapter 128. The Beastman what? This female claims she can help us tame the giant beasts. Is that truly the case? Surely she cannot be telling the truth. I concur, and look at her. She is undeniably beautiful, resembling a delicate flower nurtured in some grand city. Can such a slight figure truly contend with a giant beast? It seems farcical. However, she does seem to be a Fanzu warrior. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's earlier words, the orcs of the Isha tribe were skeptical. The notion that a delicate female could confront a ferocious giant beast was laughable to them. Yet, some astute orcs noted that Xiao Yujia's lower half bore the form of a serpent, immediately deducing her status as a Fanzu warrior. Every word spoken by the orc moments ago reached Xiao Yujia's ears. She shook her head, acknowledging that while she was indeed a Fanzu, she was not a warrior. Indeed, and did the tribe leader not refer to her as a goddess? It seems he truly did. Could she be the legendary goddess? Quite possibly. Cough. Everyone hurry and go hunt for today as food. Hearing the commotion among the tribe members, Yifeng swiftly called upon them to gather provisions for dinner, lest they face hunger. Upon seeing their leader issue commands, the orcs of the Isha tribe dispersed energetically. With the tribe leader's return, preparations for tonight's feast commenced, likely culminating in a bonfire celebration. Tribe leader, who is this? The priest, observing Xiao Yujia, sensed an unusual aura about her that inspired reverence. Priest, Grand Shaman. This is one of the goddesses residing in Tianyu City, Goddess Yujia. The one we encountered before was but a counterfeit. Yifeng introduced Xiao Yujia to the tribe's priest and Grand Shaman, asserting her authenticity while expressing guilt for their earlier treatment of her and her companions as mere prey, which had resulted in several warriors sustaining serious injuries, still receiving treatment in Tianyu City's medical facility, unable to return with them. Goddess, this is our priest, Chun, and Grand Shaman, Luo. After regaining his composure, Yifeng redirected his attention to Xiao Yujia, making the introductions. Priest Chun, Grand Shaman, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have no grand gifts, but please accept these modest health elixirs. Xiao Yujia stepped forward to greet the priest and Grand Shaman, presenting them with ordinary health potions, contained within exquisitely crafted wooden boxes. Thank you for your generous gift, Goddess. The priest and Grand Shaman accepted the wooden box with trembling hands. This was indeed a blessing from a goddess, and they handled it with utmost care. It is merely a small pill. There is no need for such formality. Seeing their cautious demeanor, she waved her hand dismissively, for she could procure as many of those as she desired, with numerous such boxes stacked away in a hidden compartment in her cellar. Goddess, allow me to escort you inside for rest. Just as Yifeng contemplated leading Xiao Yujia and her companions into a clean cave for respite, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Boom! 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 With each tremor of the ground beneath, the trees seemed on the verge of toppling. Jia! As the earth shook with increasing intensity, Lin Yi and the others encircled Xiao Yujia protectively, but she was not one to willingly accept protection. With the roar growing ever closer, Xiao Yujia finally beheld the giant beast they had spoken of. It bore a single horn, resembling both a tiger and a leopard, with a thunderous and 5 tails trailing behind it. It appeared to be a creature from the mythical realm of Shanghai. Is this not the mythical Beastman from Shanghai? Legends say it feasts upon tigers and leopards, and people of ancient times used its likeness for warding off evil. Never have I heard it preying on other creatures. The sight of the immense beast left Xiao Yujia utterly astonished. This was a creature described in ancient tales. Yet how could such an archaic beast exist on the continent inhabited by the orcs? It was utterly unfathomable. It is a giant beast. Everyone run. The giant beast is upon us. The giant beast is here. As the colossal creature advanced, the remaining orcs and females of the Isha tribe began to scatter in all directions, hoping to evade this calamity. Observing the panicking crowd, Xiao Yujia entrusted the sleeping little glutinous rice dumpling in her basket to Priest Chun's care and, without hesitation, prepared to confront the beast. This was an ancient creature. If she could tame even one, it would possess the power to dominate the entire orc continent. Then, who would dare to keep an eye on Tianyu City? Jia, Goddess, quickly, in a fleeting moment, as Lin Yi and the others watched the blur of her figure vanish, They realized Xiao Yujia had already engaged the giant beast. Quickly, protect the goddess. At Lin Yi's command, Jerwin and the others surged forward to assault the beast. They needed to unite against a common foe, regardless of their usual squabbles. Tribe leader, hurry and summon aid. Witnessing the fierce battle unfold, the priest grew anxious and urged Yifeng to fetch reinforcements. Priest, do not worry. Calling for assistance now would only complicate matters. The goddess may even need to divide her focus to protect them. Yifeng shook his head, unconvinced that his tribe's warriors could surpass Xiao Yujia and her companions. He had witnessed their miraculous abilities, conjuring divine flames, vines, water, orbs, earthen walls, armor, and weapons. With such powers, they were already capable of ruling the entire Orc continent. If the tribe's warriors intervened amidst the chaos, they would only risk being devoured by the giant beast, or worse, cause the goddess to divert her attention to save them, potentially endangering her. Is everything truly all right? The priest, observing the scene, found it hard to believe that such a petite female could emerge unscathed from the onslaught of the giant beast and harbored some trepidation. However, before the priest could await Yifeng's response, he turned and beheld an astonishing sight. Countless vines erupted from the ground, thick branches coiling around the giant beast, as Xiao Yujia had commanded their capture alive. Thus, Lin Yi and his companions refrained from delivering lethal blows, rather than subduing the beast. It appeared they were merely seeking an excuse to play. As the vines ascended, fiery serpents and chilling water vines encircled the giant beast, effectively trapping it in place. Chapter 129, Initial Scale Tribe Leader. What in the world is this? The priest gazed in astonishment at the fierce battle unfolding before him. Along with the sudden appearance of vines, divine fire, water serpents, and golden shields, this was beyond his imagination. The legend spoke of two divine maidens, endowed with profound knowledge, capable of transforming the entire Orc continent. Yet, the tales did not reveal that these maidens possessed powers as extraordinary as those of the revered beast god. Priest. This ability was granted by the beast god. It is not limited to the two maidens. Nearly every member of Tianyu City, whether orc or female, can summon such divine flames seemingly out of thin air. Yifeng elaborated in response to the priest's inquiry. Why did Yifeng attribute this power solely to the beast god? Because that was the information he had gathered from the denizens of Tianyu City. Although he was astonished, he understood that this was a gift from the beast god, and he could not dare to usurp it. Besides, he was in no position to do so, as his very life was in the hands of others. Clearly, he had no room to consider such matters. What? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the priest was struck with even greater astonishment. He thought to himself, this is a city under the protection of the beast god. Apart from this explanation, the priest believed there were no other possibilities. Suddenly, the small glutinous rice dumpling, having awoken from a deep slumber, rubbed its eyes and shook off its drowsiness, just in time to witness the fierce battle between Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi. However, in the dumpling's eyes, its father paled in comparison to its mother. Even its father deferred to its mother. Thus the little dumpling, beginning to comprehend the world, placed its mother at the pinnacle of its admiration. Is this the female offspring of a divine maiden? A reverse blood warrior? Upon hearing the sound of the dumpling awakening, the priest glanced down at the bamboo basket he held, discovering therein a female child. She was remarkably beautiful, emanating a pure scent devoid of the characteristic odors typical of orcs and females on the Orc continent, allowing him to immediately deduce her lineage as Xiao Yujia's offspring. Yet, when the priest beheld the serpent tail adorning the lower half of the dumpling, he was even more astounded. He had not anticipated that this female child, barely a week old, would be a reverse blood warrior. This truly surpassed his understanding. However, considering she was the offspring of a divine maiden, this revelation seemed to make sense. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yi and his companions engaged the ferocious Zhen, Xiao Yujia bit into her right middle finger, allowing her fresh blood to flow into Zhen's mouth. Next, they awaited the binding of their contract. With a resounding crash, Zhen suddenly felt a powerful energy surge within her. Her blood, aided by the spiritual essence, reached Zhen's heart, and in that fleeting moment, a white serpent tail was imprinted upon her. As Zhen collapsed, Lin Yi and the others swiftly dispersed, ensuring Xiao Yujia was kept close. What would happen if he lost his only companion? Jia, are you alright? Once they reached a safe distance, Lin Yi anxiously inquired about her well-being, his expression rife with concern. I am fine, Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head. Touched by Lin Ye's care, she then turned her gaze back to Zhen, who was still grappling with the contract mark. Zhen seemed oblivious to her condition, merely desiring to resist this newfound power, yet suffering greatly as a result. To alleviate her pain, Zhen rolled desperately on the ground, causing trees to topple around her, thereby clearing a vast area in front of the Isha tribe. Yifeng frowned as he observed the newly created clearing. The serpent tribe had always favored wooded areas. Even Tingyi City was situated within a forested locale. The sudden emergence of such a large clearing before the tribe's entrance posed a significant danger for the serpent orcs, as the absence of cover made them vulnerable to attacks from other tribes. Even if the orc tribes within the Huansha forest maintained harmony, there would inevitably be friction, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Yet, this was the result of a colossal beast's actions, and he had no means to rectify it. At least the trees had not been uprooted entirely, and he could only await several years for nature to reclaim its territory. Ouch! It hurts so much. I surrender. I surrender. Human, please make this stop. Zhen cried, her anguished voice revealing her unbearable suffering. This was undoubtedly her most humiliating defeat, vanquished by a seemingly frail human, and she remained clueless as to the nature of her predicament. Is that Zhen's voice? Surely, this must be a jest. Xiao Yujia was startled to hear Zhen's sudden voice. However, upon glancing around, she noticed that Lin Yi and the others did not react, indicating that she alone could hear it. Yet, she found it peculiar. Was it not said that only Bai Zhe could speak among the otherworldly creatures of Shanghai? Why could Jin also articulate words? Could it be that her arrival in the Orc continent had caused a mutation? As she pondered this, she considered the possibility that perhaps such abilities already existed among the Orc continent's inhabitants. Jia, what are you thinking about? Lin Yi, who had been protecting Xiao Yujia, turned to see her furrowed brow and assumed she was deep in thought. Nothing, she replied, shaking her head, indicating she was not preoccupied with anything. However, her sudden silence suggested there were unspoken thoughts lingering. Yet, she resolutely denied it, leaving Lin Yi with no choice but to continue shielding her. Subsequently, Xiao Yujia directed her attention back to Zhen, communicating through her thoughts. I cannot stop this. You must rely on yourself. Just refrain from resisting this power or contemplating harming me, and it will cease. Indeed, it was as she said. Zhen complied with Xiao Yujia's instructions, and before long, the pain subsided. Suddenly, with a thud, she collapsed heavily as if a great weight had been lifted from her. Exhausted, Zhen's form began to shrink. Recognizing their success, Xiao Yujia rushed forward to cradle the diminishing Zhen, fearing that delay might lead to unforeseen consequences. Thud, thud, thud. Just as she lifted Zhen from the ground, an earth-shattering sound erupted ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jia, the divine maiden. As the unknown approached, Lin Yi and the others were filled with dread, fearing that Xiao Yujia might be overwhelmed by the sudden arrival. Roar! To their astonishment, with a childlike roar, a horde of Zhen surged forward, only to come to an abrupt halt as the dust settled, revealing their forms. Not wanting to look was one thing, but the sight of so many Zhen was a shocking revelation. This sight startled everyone, yet Xiao Yujia beamed with joy, with approximately 10 of them. Even one could dominate the Orc continent. With 10, they could conquer it outright. With this in mind, it seemed they were one step closer to establishing a formidable beast army. Chapter 130. Arrival at Tianu City. What is happening here? My goodness, so many colossal beasts. What is going on? Just as the situation began to stabilize, the orcs of the Isha tribe returned from their hunt, witnessing this spectacular scene. The newly returned orcs were utterly astonished. They had no idea what had transpired in the tribe. They had only stepped out for a brief moment and returned to find so many colossal beasts at their doorstep. Moreover, the trees in front of the tribe had been flattened, creating a vast clearing. One by one, they set down their prey and sought out the informed orcs present to inquire about the situation. Upon inquiring about the entire situation, the orcs found themselves utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They had never anticipated that such a seemingly delicate female could possess such formidable powers. In an instant, their perception of Xiao Yujia underwent a significant transformation. As the matter drew to a close, Xiao Yujia meticulously fed each of the monstrous creatures her blood, each one, without exception, writhing in agony akin to the first, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and reverting to a juvenile state. Having completed this task, the nightfall approached. For dinner, Xiao Yujia and her companions dined alongside the orcs of the winged serpent tribe, and thus did not prepare rice. Even the little glutinous rice dumplings were consumed in a broth made from crushed meat. During this process, Xiao Yujia imparted to the orcs the art of kindling fire and the method of roasting meat. This day proved to be the most gratifying for the orcs of the winged serpent tribe, who had never imagined that roasted meat could be enjoyed in such a manner. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Yifeng accompanied all the tribe's orcs to see them off at the entrance. "Divine Lady, might we exchange some of these hunted creatures for a bit of fine salt?" Yifeng inquired earnestly. Their tribe typically consumed salt, albeit coarse salt delivered from Tingy City, which, while sufficient to keep the females healthy, lacked the exquisite flavor of the fine salt produced in Tianyu City. In truth, Yifeng would have been even more elated had he been able to learn the method of refining coarse salt into fine salt, yet that seemed rather improbable. "Certainly, I happen to have a jar of fine salt," Xiao Yujia replied, agreeing to Yifeng's trade. She handed him one of the jars of fine salt, approximately the size of her own head, which was placed on the cart, and then instructed Lin Yi and the others to load the hunted creatures onto the cart. "Do not disappoint me with this," she added, simultaneously presenting him with a fiery red fruit, her voice dropping to a whisper, ensuring only she and Yifeng could hear. Yifeng trembled slightly at her words, unsure of their meaning, yet he felt an irresistible urge to consume the fruit in his hand. By the time he regained his composure, Xiao Yujia and her companions had already departed, followed by a cadre of juvenile beasts. "Nianci Zhizhuan," exclaimed the little glutinous rice dumpling, particularly spirited today, her large, watery eyes fixated on the 10 monstrous beings accompanying her on the cart, as well as Qi Wei. She pointed excitedly at the smaller creatures ahead, repeatedly asking if she could play, her gaze toward Xiao Yujia, filled with longing. Xiao Yujia nodded, her heart unwilling to resist the adorable plea of her child. "Thank you, Mama." The little dumpling beamed with joy upon receiving her mother's approval, reaching out to touch one of Chiyue's tails with one hand while gently grasping the tail of one of the monstrous beings with the other. She attempted to seize more, only to find her small hands insufficient, glancing away momentarily in what seemed to be frustration. Meanwhile, Chiyue, whose tail was being tugged, expressed a desire to keep her tail away from anyone but Xiao Yujia, yet knowing the little one was Xiao Yujia's offspring, she refrained from retaliating. Observing her child's delight, Xiao Yujia felt a sudden pang of longing to join in the play, lamenting having left Teng Shuo to guard the Divine Lady's temple in Tianyu City. "Jia," Lin Yi called, seemingly attuned to her thoughts, as he lifted her onto the cart. Startled by the sudden movement, Xiao Yujia blinked in surprise, unsure of Lin Yi's intent. Perched on the cart, her elongated tail gave her an incongruous appearance. With no other option, she retracted her tail, transforming it into legs. As Lin Yi gazed at her fair legs, reminiscent of winter's pristine snow, he swallowed hard but said nothing, instead shifting into his beast form and climbing along her delicate limbs to her wrist. Delighted by the sudden appearance of a pet snake in her hand, Xiao Yujia felt a warmth in her heart. Though Lin Yi's body was cool to the touch, it seemed to share a similar temperature to her own after transformation, making them equally matched. Observing this scene from midair, Jia Run felt a pang of envy, often wondering why he had not encountered the Divine Lady first. If he had, perhaps he would now occupy the position of her partner. As they journeyed on in this peculiar atmosphere, they exited the illusory forest. After traversing for nearly 5 or 6 hours, they stepped beyond the forest's edge, revealing a vast expanse of rolling valleys. "Divine Lady, we have arrived. Ahead lies Tianyu City," Tian Yao announced, his heart brimming with joy upon seeing the familiar fields and the bustling tribespeople in the orchards outside the city. "Have we arrived?" In response to Tian Yao's voice, Xiao Yujia looked up, taking in the sight of Tianyu City before her. Its architectural style differed from that of Tianyu City, and its defenses appeared rather rudimentary. However, the location was quite appealing, with streams meandering around it, and aside from the illusory forest, gentle hills adorned with a myriad of wildflowers and vibrant hues flourished in abundance. Xiao Yujia was particularly pleased to observe that the orcs outside Tianyu City had taken to cultivating fruit trees, indicating they had acquired some agricultural techniques. "Divine Lady, may we stay in Tianyu City for a few days?" Tian Yao implored, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yujia. Having been away from home for many days, he longed to spend more time with his mother upon his return. "We shall enter the city. I primarily wish to assess the scale of Tianyu City and see if I can uncover anything of interest. We will remain here for a few days," Xiao Yujia replied, Her initial intention to explore Tianhu City stemming from the vague accounts of the priest apprentices, which had left her curious to witness its splendor firsthand. Upon hearing her words, Tian Yao's spirits lifted, as this meant he could accompany his mother for a longer period. Chapter 131. The Entanglement of Fei Yue. It hurts so much. Xiao Yujia couldn't help but cry out internally. She rose to don her garments, glancing back at the stone bed behind her, layered with soft furs. Although it appeared comfortable, she felt unsettled sleeping on it, and upon waking, her back ached, likely a consequence of having grown accustomed to plush blankets and soft beds, rendering the stone bed rather uncomfortable. The previous day, after successfully entering Tianhu City, the city lord, Tian Xiao, personally arranged for a room to be prepared for their stay. Why? One room instead of several. In Tian Xiao's view, while Xiao Yujia required only Lin Yi as her partner, she was surrounded by numerous male friends, making little difference whether they shared one room or many. To avoid unnecessary complications, he deemed it more straightforward for all to reside together. Of course, he harbored ulterior motives, wishing for his offspring to grow closer to the divine lady, even dispatching orcs to eavesdrop. However, Xiao Yujia soon detected their presence and swiftly dealt with the situation. Tian Zhao's delight in this arrangement was not shared by Xiao Yujia, who felt overwhelmed. In her efforts to cater to her partner Lin Yi, she also sought to appease Jia Run and his companions. Although it was meant to be a soothing gesture, Xiao Yujia did not engage directly. Instead, she manipulated the vines to act on her behalf. This was not her first experience, as she often employed this method during her time in the Shenodian. Of course, she had her own subtle intentions, for while she eased the trio's discomfort from a distance, she quietly transformed their bodies with her powers. Since they all sought to have children with her, she decided she would bear them herself. Thankfully, Xiao Yujia had inherited her ancestors' abilities. Otherwise, if it were another girl, the four of them would have already turned crimson with embarrassment. I heard that Tian Yao brought the Shenu to our Tianhu city. Just as Xiao Yujia finished perfecting her appearance, the door swung open unexpectedly, revealing a young, elegantly dressed female who entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene within, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Yao glanced at her own child, draped in sheer garments, lying on a nearby bed, and noticed the other three were similarly attired. After taking in her child, she cast a glance at Lin Yi, sprawled on the central bed, and immediately deduced that this was Xiao Yujia's partner. After all, the scent was unmistakable, and this room had been specially prepared by the city lord of Tianxiong. It was spacious, featuring a large central bed flanked by three smaller ones. "Who are you?" Xiao Yujia asked, staring blankly at the intruding female. The newcomer possessed a delicate, enchanting countenance, with gently arched brows, peach blossom eyes, and soft, rosy lips, all of which exuded an allure that beckoned suitors. "Oh my, you must be the revered Shenu. I am Yao, mother of Tian Yao and the sole partner of the city lord of Tianxiong." Upon hearing the soft, melodious voice, Yao quickly shifted her gaze from her child and introduced herself to Xiao Yujia. However, her words left Xiao Yujia somewhat astonished, as she had not anticipated encountering a love like that of the city lord of Tianxiong, which thrived in this land of multiple husbands. "City lord's wife, you truly radiate brilliance. I am Xiao Yujia. You may call me Yujia." She smiled gently, not seeking to ingratiate herself with Yao. For Xiao Yujia, this was merely basic etiquette. Even in the presence of an enemy, sharing names was common courtesy. How embarrassing. "Come, let me show you around Tianhu City." After their brief introduction, Yao eagerly took Xiao Yujia's hand and led her out, inviting her to explore the city together. Xiao Yujia found it difficult to decline and allowed herself to be drawn outside by Yao. "Jia." Just as she stepped out, Lin Yi suddenly awoke, as if from a nightmare, feeling only the lingering warmth beside her. Believing Xiao Yujia had truly departed, she felt a pang of sadness. Little did she know, Xiao Yujia had already formed bonds here and would not leave so easily. Even in the cycle of reincarnation, she would arrange everything to ensure their peaceful passage through the years ahead. "Lin Yi, you need not worry. I detected my mother's scent," which indicates she must have taken the Shenu out. At that moment, Tian Yao, who had also awakened, caught a faint trace of his mother's aroma in the room, suggesting her arrival was recent. He reassured Lin Yi, though he knew his mother's penchant for exploration meant she would not return until after sunset. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's anxious heart instantly found relief. Yet, soon after, concern arose within her. Breakfast had yet to be served, and they had left in such haste. What was the cuisine like in Tianhu City? Would Jia find it to her liking? Such questions swirled in Lin Ye's mind. Meanwhile, Yao led Xiao Yujia through much of Tianhu City. Thankfully, despite the population, the area was not as vast as Tianyu City. Otherwise, Xiao Yujia would have long since tired. She truly admired the stamina of the beastkin and females living on this continent. Yujia, you must try this. The roasted meat here is exquisite. Yao paused at a food stall, casually handing Xiao Yujia a skewer of grilled meat. Taking a generous bite, Xiao Yujia relished the flavors. In her eyes, such spirited women were quite refreshing. Accepting the skewer from Yao, she found the piece too large to handle. Tentatively, she took a bite, only to discover it was undercooked, still displaying a significant portion of raw meat. Nonetheless, establishing a small market in Tianhu City was no small feat. Tian Yao. Why are you ignoring me? I rushed over as soon as I heard you returned, and I even wore a new outfit for you. Don't turn away from me. Just as Xiao Yujia was about to take a second bite of the grilled meat, an infuriating voice reached her ears. Turning towards the source, she spotted two familiar figures not far off, one clad in a red and white gradient dress and the other in coarse linen. Easily identifiable as Tian Yao and the unrepentant Fei Yu. Fei Yu, I've told you I do not like you. Please stop clinging to me, Tian Yao declared, refusing to even glance at the persistent female. Despite countless entreaties, she seemed to treat his words as mere whispers carried away by the wind. Chapter 132. No mercy should be shown. Tian Yao, don't hide from me. I haven't seen you in ages. Please pay attention to me. Fei Yu's gaze fixated on Tian Yao, her heart racing at the sight of him, unable to restrain herself from attempting to reach out. Slap. Who is it? Before her fingers could graze Tian Yao, a sudden sting forced her to retract her hand. Fei Yu scanned her surroundings, trying to identify the source of the blow. Just as she searched, Tian Yao was unexpectedly whisked away by an unseen force, inciting her fury as she stomped her feet in frustration. What just happened? It was none other than Xiao Yujia controlling the vines to pull Tian Yao back. Observing his sullen demeanor, she inquired about the earlier incident. Meanwhile, witnessing her child's flushed cheeks, understood that he had been stirred emotionally, causing her to involuntarily smile. However, she recalled her partner's words, that the Shinu required only one partner. Although her child would not have that opportunity, being close to the Shinu was still a blessing. Shinu, I just stepped outside and immediately encountered Fei Yu. Even after all this time, she still clings to me as if my previous refusals meant nothing, Tian Yao lamented, his expression one of helplessness, which tugged at Xiao Yujia's heartstrings. He had merely wanted to find something to eat when he found himself cornered by Fei Yu at the door. To avoid her, he had dashed away to the market, only to find her relentlessly pursuing him, intent on making physical contact. I will avenge you, but what will you offer in return? She spoke calmly, her demeanor unruffled, although her heart held no genuine expectation of recompense. Whatever the Shinu desires, Tian Yao shall provide, he declared with fervor. Yet Xiao Yujia merely requested that he procure some fruit for her, cautioning that overindulgence in grilled meat could lead to illness. After all, who knew whether any parasites had been eliminated? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's request, Tian Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a more thrilling task, but now he was merely tasked with fetching fruit. Nevertheless, he complied, eager to avoid another encounter with the vexing Fei Yu. You detestable female. You've once again enticed my Tian Yao away. Spotting the familiar figure that had fled, Fei Yu chased after with renewed vigor, only to confront the loathed Xiao Yujia. Pointing at her, she began to hurl accusations, her fierce gaze leaving Yao utterly astonished. She had always believed that Fei Yu was an exceptional female, the only female rebel warrior in Tianhu City, adored by all. However, today Yao witnessed a different side of her, and in an instant, the fondness accumulated over the years vanished. What does it mean that I seduced Tian Yao? If he wishes to follow me, should I drive him away? Xiao Yujia argued with a sarcastic demeanor. She could never bring herself to dismiss such a handsome man. Moreover, forcibly breaking their bond would lead to mutual destruction, leaving Tian Yao as a lost beastman, perpetually feeling incomplete no matter where he went. Xiao Yujia would not allow a remorseless woman to harm a delicate flower. Indeed, a delicate flower, because previously at the goddess hall, during her training from afar, Jerwin and the other sentiments resembled the male figures in a matriarchal world as depicted in novels. But only in front of Xiao Yujia. Before others, they remained powerful warriors. It is you. If it weren't for you, Tian Yao Gij would not be ignoring me. Hearing Xiao Yujia's words, Fei Yu felt a surge of rage, nearly provoking her to strike. I know what you're thinking. Don't even think about it. I won't fight you. Defeated one. After saying this, Qiao Yujia turned to leave. Fei Yue's eyes turned red with fury, and she felt an impulse to chase after Qiao Yujia, but Yao restrained her. Fei Yue, what do you intend to do? Yujia is the goddess of the entire Beastman continent. Yao emphasized Qiao Yujia's divine status while observing Fei Yue, who was on the brink of fury. However, this only served to incite Fei Yue further, prompting her to bypass Yao and pursue Qiao Yujia directly. Qiao Yujia, I will ensure your demise here. With a furious shout, Fei Yue transformed into her beast form mid-run, leaping toward Qiao Yujia. The beastmen selling food at the small market were taken aback, fearing that Fei Yue was once again bullying a female to seize a beastman. All the beastmen thought the same, as this was her usual conduct. Just as Fei Yue lunged to strike Qiao Yujia, claws poised to mar her face, Qiao Yujia sensed the wind rushing past her ears, swiftly evading Fei Yue's attack and soaring into the air. This maneuver left the surrounding beastmen in astonishment. Seeing her prey escape, Fei Yue seethed with anger, manipulating her 9 tails to elongate, attempting to ensnare Qiao Yujia and suffocate her. Yet, Qiao Yujia offered no respite, her whip descending from above with a resounding crack. Fei Yue screamed in agony, glancing back to find one of her tails severed, a pain akin to heartache. Oh, how ruthless! The surrounding beastmen, witnessing Fei Yue's loss, felt a mix of fear towards Qiao Yujia and delight at Fei Yue's chastisement. After all, the numerous transgressions committed by Fei Yue over the years warranted her being sacrificed to the beast god multiple times. With a sharp whistle, Qi Yue appeared before Fei Yue in human form. Hurry and act. You shall receive your reward upon return. Qiao Yujia, feeling a twinge of compassion, summoned Qi Yue for assistance. Time and again, her limits had been tested, and there was no room for leniency. At Qiao Yujia's command, Qi Yue transformed back into her original form, a nearly 5-meter-tall, 9-tailed red fox standing before Fei Yue. What is happening? The 9-tailed fox before her was not a beast man. But why? As an overwhelming pressure descended, Fei Yue struggled to breathe, stunned by the sight of Qi Yue. She sensed no beast-man scent emanating from Qi Yue, only that of a wild beast. Yet how could this 9-tailed fox assume human form? This enigma baffled her. Before she could process it, Fei Yue was swiftly dispatched by Qi Yue, her neck bitten through in a single strike. Chapter 133. Difficulties. The stench of blood is foul. No wonder it is repulsive. Qi Yue shook her head, flinging Fei Yue's lifeless body aside, suddenly aware of an odd taste in her mouth. Unable to bear it, she expelled the blood that had inadvertently entered her mouth. The unforgettable odor was revolting, a stark contrast to the scent of Qiao Yujia's blood. Reflecting on the vile taste lingering in her mouth, she instinctively transformed into a small cub, whining at Qiao Yujia's feet. Master, I am soiled. The stench is unbearable. Observing Qi Yue's pitiful demeanor, Qiao Yujia remained silent, merely watching. Meanwhile, the residents of Tianhu City were left in shock at Fei Yue's sudden demise. They never imagined that the once spoiled and domineering Fei Yue would be slain by a figure whose nature was indistinguishable between beast and beastman. The revelation was profoundly startling, and in the years to come, they would reflect on Fei Yue's fate as just. However, unbeknownst to all the beastmen and females, a hidden beastman had witnessed the entire scene, vanishing into the darkness thereafter. Fei Yue, killed by Qi Yue's single blow, had reverted to her human form. Nearby, Yao, still in shock, snapped back to reality and rushed to check Fei Yue's breath. She is dead. Discovering that Fei Yue's breath had ceased and her body was growing cold, she approached Qiao Yujia with a worried expression. Gently, she cautioned, Yujia, you may face the elder's ire for this action. Yujia's conduct genuinely concerned Yao. Although Fei Yue had been somewhat spoiled and arrogant, she was the only rebel warrior in the city, and the 4 elders held her in high regard. Indeed, if not for the rarity of rebellion occurring among females, the elders would not have favored Fei Yue so. Yet now, Qiao Yujia had allowed someone to kill her, complicating matters significantly. Observing Yao's anxious demeanor, Qiao Yujia understood her thoughts but maintained a cold demeanor, unyielding. During her time in Tianyu City, Fei Yue had repeatedly challenged my limits. Sparing her time and again had already been in consideration of the face of the priestess, Fei Xuan. Today marked her 3rd attempt to kill me. 3 strikes, and you are out. With those words, Qiao Yujia strode away. Yao watched her retreating figure, contemplating that regardless of the circumstances, she was a legendary goddess, and the 4 elders would not act foolishly. With this thought, her previously anxious heart eased slightly, and she called upon several individuals to retrieve Fei Yue's remains, planning to bury her in a few days. Meanwhile, within the Elder Hall, the 4 elders of Tianhu City were enraged upon hearing the report from a Beastman. What did you say? Fei Yue was killed by a delicate and beautiful little female. The elder Tianxi, seated on the second stone bench, was filled with fury upon hearing this. Fei Yue was his personally trained huntress, the only female warrior, and as the sole rebel warrior in the city, he had taken special care of her. Now, upon hearing of her demise, he felt all his efforts over the years had been for naught. "Ollie, do you know where that female resides?" Elder Tianxi inquired. "After much effort, I have successfully nurtured an exceptional female, yet my heart brims with an irrepressible hatred, compelling me to seek vengeance upon the little female who took the life of Fei Yue, ensuring she meets her demise without a chance of return." Elders of Tianxi, it appears that this little female is a friend of the city lord, having only arrived in the city yesterday and temporarily residing within the beast god temple. A beastman named Ollie, upon witnessing Tianxi's fury, knew that he was on the verge of an explosion. Fortunately, Fei Yue's death bore no relation to him, so he hastily revealed Qiao Yujia's temporary lodging to him. In Tianhu City, at the beast god temple, "Jia, you have returned," Lin Yi greeted, holding a bowl of minced meat porridge as Qiao Yujia stepped into the room. Noticing Lin Ye's approach, she merely acknowledged him with a sound, her mood evidently sour. "Jia, you left early and haven't eaten anything. I used the small kitchen of the beast god temple to prepare this for you. Please have a little." He had intended to surprise her with the food he prepared, but now, seeing her displeasure, her delicate features were shrouded in coldness. He pondered what could have transpired to disturb her so greatly. Qiao Yujia accepted the bowl filled to the brim with porridge and pulled Lin Yi into the room with her. "Goddess, the fruits you requested, I have brought them," Tian Yao announced as he entered, carrying a basket of peculiar fruits. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qiao Yujia inquired, "What kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange." The fruits were small, about the size of half a palm, pale pink, and each bore a unique, almost bizarre shape. "Goddess, we do not know what to call this fruit either. Since each fruit appears so distinct, we simply refer to it as Sui Xinghua." Tian Yao explained attentively upon noticing her intrigue. "Sui Xinghua? How fitting, growing in such whimsical forms." Just as Qiao Yujia was about to taste the fruit, a loud crash resonated from outside the door, prompting all 3 to look over. For burly middle-aged beastmen stood at the entrance, blocking half the light from entering. "Elders, what brings you here?" After adjusting to the blinding light, Tian Yao recognized the 4 beastmen and instinctively stepped forward to shield Qiao Yujia. Although he was uncertain about their intentions, their demeanor suggested malevolence. "Young city lord, we are here to find that little female. Step aside, or do not blame us for our rudeness." Tianxi, leading the group, spoke sternly. While he could afford to spare Tian Yao for the city lord's sake, he had no intention of letting Qiao Yujia go unscathed. After all the effort invested in cultivating a rare warrior, it was unfathomable that this seemingly immature female had slain her, regardless of whether she was truly responsible. He needed a scapegoat for Fei Yue's demise. "What do you mean by this, Elder Tianxi?" Tian Yao inquired, realizing the elder's intent. Upon returning earlier, he had overheard tribesmen discussing Fei Yue's death. Besides her suitors, Tianxi was known to be one of her closest allies. It was evident that Tianxi sought vengeance for Fei Yue, who had been nurtured as a rare warrior over many years, only to be slain by an outsider. "What do you mean? Young city lord, do not pretend to be ignorant. The female behind you killed Fei Yue, the only rare warrior in our city, and we have come to demand her life." Tianxi's anger flared as he recalled what Ollie had shared moments before. "Indeed, young city lord, this matter does not concern you. Step aside. We intend to take this little female to sacrifice to the beast god." With Tianxi's command, the other 3 elders echoed his sentiments, insisting on seizing Qiao Yujia for the sacrificial rites. Faced with the 4 elders, Tian Yao felt a surge of indignation and contemplated confronting them. They were, after all, the elders of Tianhu City, who should exemplify moral integrity and guide the tribesmen in discerning right from wrong. It was infuriating that they would heed the words of other beastmen and target a young female. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Qiao Yujia unexpectedly halted him. "I killed Fei Yue, but if you are here for that reason, I shall not entertain you." Before she finished speaking, she lashed out, and with a resounding crack, the 4 elders were hurled from the 3rd floor. The scene below was nothing short of catastrophic. "Elder Tianxi, are you all right? How did you suddenly fall from the 3rd floor?" The busy priest apprentices below rushed to assist the fallen elders, inquiring about the unfolding events. Quickly, bring people up and seize everyone in the second room on the third floor. The first to regain composure, Tianqi ordered a nearby apprentice to summon guards to apprehend those in the specified room. He was furious. Never had anyone been thrown from such heights since the establishment of Tianhu City. He vowed that Xiao Yujia and her companions would not escape unscathed. Though the apprentice was bewildered by Tianqi's orders, she dutifully set off to summon the guards. However, upon reflection, she realized that the second room on the third floor housed one of the legendary goddesses. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she abruptly changed her course and hurried to inform Priest Shuhuan and Priest Yi. Tianqi, did you see what that little female used to strike us? Tianyao, now steady on his feet, turned to Tianqi, questioning what weapon had been wielded by Xiao Yujia to overpower them. If they could seize whatever it was, they might gain leverage in their pursuit of the city lordess position. As Tianyao entertained this notion, the prospect seemed increasingly plausible, delight illuminating his countenance. I did not see clearly, but it appeared to resemble a vine-like object, Tianqi replied, shaking his head. Unable to discern the exact nature of the weapon, but certain it bore some resemblance to vines. Indeed, you are correct. However, with such treacherous elders in Tianhu City, it poses a tremendous threat. After expelling the 4 elders from her room, Xiao Yujia finished the porridge Lin Yi had prepared and stepped outside, overhearing their scheming. It was abundantly clear that they harbored ulterior motives, and she absolutely would not allow such treachery to unfold within her sanctuary. With that, she deftly manipulated the vines, commanding them to grow rapidly from the ground. In no time, a dense mass of vines appeared before the 4 elders. What is this? Vines? How have they possibly materialized from thin air? The 4 were bewildered by the sudden emergence of such foliage. However, it appeared as though they were heading straight towards them, just at the critical moment. It seemed that the vines manipulated by Xiao Yujia were about to execute the 4 members of Tianqi on the spot. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Old priest, please show mercy towards the divine maiden. Old priest, why are you interceding for them? They intend to kill me without distinction. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yujia turned to see old priest being supported by 2 acolytes, with the mother of Fei Yue, priest Fei Xuan, following closely behind. While the old priest's plea for mercy was one matter, the indiscriminate intent of Tianqi to kill her was another. Based on her previous disposition, Xiao Yujia would certainly have shown no mercy and would not have allowed them to linger for so long. Divine Maiden, I have heard of Fei Yue's situation. She brought upon herself. However, the elders of Tianqi acted in a moment of impulse. I implore you to spare them. As the old priest observed the vines under Xiao Yujia's command suddenly halt, he hoped for an opportunity for her to forgive the 4 from Tianqi. Yet, the next words from Xiao Yujia rendered the old priest speechless. Since the old priest has pleaded for them, I shall refrain from harming them. Upon hearing this, the old priest's anxious heart eased slightly. But before he could hear more from her, Xiao Yujia continued, let the beast god punish them. If they can survive the divine retribution, I shall forgive their offense against me. As soon as these words fell, the 4 from Tianqi were left dumbfounded, while the old priest found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute Xiao Yujia's decision to allow divine punishment upon the 4. Before long, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a fierce wind began to blow. However, Xiao Yujia found it peculiar that she had not yet acted. Yet the sky had suddenly darkened. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for she could seize this opportunity to cleanse Tianhu City of its filth. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yujia, every move she made was under the watchful eye of the beast god. Although her methods were sometimes excessively radical, she had not committed indiscriminate slaughter, thus her actions were tolerated. This time, however, the beast god sought to assist her, resulting in the sudden darkening of the sky. Chapter 135. The glutinous rice balls can depart. With a flourish of Xiao Yujia's right hand, thunder rumbled across the sky. This is divine retribution. Who has angered the beast god in the city? I do not know, but I see that the divine punishments are all heading towards the beast temple. Each clap of thunder struck the hearts of those in Tianhu City, yet no one understood what was happening. They only knew that the beast god was enraged, and someone must have provoked him. However, some keen-eyed individuals noticed that the sounds of thunder were directed toward the beast temple. It can be said that in any world, there exists a group of onlookers driven by curiosity. Consequently, many beast folk in Tianhu City moved towards the beast temple, eager to understand the sudden appearance of divine retribution. At the Beast Temple of Tianhu City, the elders of Tianxi gazed at the thunderous sky in disbelief. How could a mere young female control divine punishment? They thought, unaware that Xiao Yujia was already of age, albeit still younger in comparison to the natives of the Beastman continent. As for why she could command divine punishment, it was due to the assistance of the beast god and her manipulation of fire elements, which had evolved into lightning through her cultivation of spiritual energy. As long as you can endure 10 strikes of divine punishment and survive, I shall forgive you. Though Xiao Yujia spoke these words, her actions were anything but lenient. Listening to the thunderous claps, she knew that numerous bolts of lightning had already gathered in the sky. With a sudden motion, she lowered her right hand, pointing to the ground before the elders of Tianxi, and with a resounding boom, a massive crater appeared. This terrified the elders of Tianxi, who began to curse Xiao Yujia, accusing her of not only killing Feiyue, but also attempting to eliminate them, the elders of Tianhu City. Just as Feiyue had said, she is an emissary of the demon god. Hearing this, Xiao Yujia remained unfazed, saying nothing, but relentlessly directed the lightning towards the elders of Tianxi. In her eyes, whether demon or god, they were all ultimately human. Right and wrong depended upon the heart. As the lightning surged towards them, the elders Tianxi, Tianliao, Tianfu, and Tianfei widened their eyes in shock, swiftly transforming into their beast forms to escape this perilous place. However, Xiao Yujia would not allow them to evade so easily. They were harboring ill intentions and must be swiftly dealt with. Jia. As the 4 elders of Tianxi hastily fled the Beast Temple, Xiao Yujia immediately pursued them. She moved with such grace that Lin Yi could not even grasp at her clothes. The speed was simply too swift for him. He could not comprehend when Xiao Yujia had become so fast. She had been less than a third of his speed when they first met. Just shortly after Xiao Yujia departed, Lin Yi, unable to rest easy leaving her alone, hastily followed in her footsteps. Jiarwen, what shall we do? Lin Yi has already rushed out. Should we follow? Just then, Jiarwen and the others emerged from their room. Mei glanced at Lin Yi, who was chasing after Xiao Yujia, yearning to pursue as well, but her speed could not match his. Thus she was more suited to lurking in the shadows. Follow. Of course we must follow. Hearing Mei's inquiry, Jiarwen replied with irritation. How infuriating. Lin Yi actually took the lead to pursue the divine maiden. It is unacceptable for him to gain the upper hand. Without a second thought, Jiarwen dashed out. However, just as he transformed into his beast form and raced out, he felt something within him pulsating, brimming with vitality. It left him slightly drenched in sweat, yet he could not afford a halt. I am the guardian of the divine maiden. I must always follow her. Tianyao stated resolutely. Having intended to finish that statement and pursue, Tianyao suddenly had a thought and turned to Mei, saying, Mei, you are not suited for long-distance running. It is better for you to stay here and prepare some food for the divine maiden. Perhaps when she returns, she will be hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyao transformed into his beast form and continued his chase. Tianyao is correct. When the divine maiden returns, she will surely be hungry. I shall go prepare lunch for her. After hearing Tianyao's words, Mei found them reasonable and cheerfully made her way to the small kitchen of the Beast Temple to prepare lunch for Xiao Yujia. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia relentlessly pursued the 4 elders of Tianxi out of Tianhu City. Along the way, she garnered numerous astonished gazes from the beast folk and females of Tianhu City. Some beast folk were perplexed as to how a mere underage female, without wings like the flying beast folk, could soar through the air. Meanwhile, several females looked upon Xiao Yujia with envy, wondering why, despite being the same gender, she could be so formidable while they could only hide behind the protection of the beast folk. They too wished to safeguard their partners and offspring. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck the back of Elder Tianxi, eliciting a painful scream that made it evident just how excruciating the experience was for him. Tianxi, get up. Upon seeing Elder Tianxi suddenly collapse, Tianfu rushed over and noticed a horrifying wound on his back, which was still bleeding. Observing the two who had already fled, Tianfu felt that they had displayed no camaraderie whatsoever, failing to come to his aid in his time of need. Despite this, he and Tianxi were ultimately friends, and he could only gently bite the neck of Elder Tianxi, tossing him on his back and continuing to run forward, or else he would perish here. Want to escape? You all shall descend into hell. Xiao Yujia observed the 4 individuals dividing into 3 paths. Her previously icy visage suddenly furrowed into a frown, rendering her delicate features even colder. Once more, she commanded the lightning to indiscriminately strike at the 4. as she watched the four nearing the forest. She knew that if they entered, it would not be so easy to deal with them. After all, resorting to violence within the forest could bring about calamity. Therefore, she had to ensure the four perished right here. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 bolts of lightning striking down, the four of Tianchi met their demise mere steps away from the forest, leaving behind 3 large craters. 1 week later, since the incident had transpired, Tianhu City had returned to its usual bustle. Mother! While preparing to pack her belongings, Xiao Yuja suddenly heard a voice behind her. Turning around, she saw the little glutinous rice dumpling stumbling towards her. The glutinous rice dumpling could walk. This was the most delightful surprise for her at that moment. How could it possibly walk at such a young age, barely a year old? It must be said that children with Beastman genes here are indeed stronger than ordinary human children. Chapter 136. The Mysterious Realm That Appeared Out of Thin Air. Glutinous rice dumpling, oh my! Mother's glutinous rice dumpling can walk, how wonderful! Witnessing the little dumpling's clumsy steps, Xiao Yuja was reminded of her mother's words about her own stumbling journey into her mother's embrace. At that moment, Xiao Yuja was filled with immense joy as she walked over and gently scooped up the little dumpling, showering it with her praises. Thank you, mother, you're amazing. The soft, sticky voice of the little dumpling reached her ears, revealing its happiness. It had been a long time since the little dumpling had cuddled with her mother like this. Judgia, why are you suddenly so happy? Is something going on? Just then, Lin Yi, who had finished packing, walked in and saw Xiao Yuja and the little dumpling, both wearing expressions of joy, prompting his curiosity. Lin Yi, the glutinous rice dumpling can walk, she exclaimed, placing the little dumpling back on the ground and pulling Lin Yi a few steps away. In recent days, the little dumpling's serpent tail had retracted, leaving behind some scattered scales on its body. Mother, father, the little dumpling, just placed on the ground, wobbled its small steps towards Xiao Yuja and Lin Yi, its outstretched arms indicating its desire for a hug. Our little glutinous rice dumpling is simply adorable, Xiao Yuja thought to herself, beaming with joy as the little dumpling approached her, calling out sweetly for its father. Honestly, Lin Yi felt elated as well. After all, a female child in this land was exceedingly precious, and he wished for the little dumpling to grow joyfully. However, when it came to cuteness, Lin Yi still believed Xiao Yuja surpassed all. Goddess, we can set off now. Just as they were reveling in the little dumpling's newfound ability to walk, Tian Yao suddenly entered, announcing that everything was packed and ready for departure. Understood, you all can head out first. Lin Yi and I will follow shortly, Xiao Yuja acknowledged, nodding and indicating for them to proceed. Tian Yao responded affirmatively before exiting the room. She then picked up the basket meant for carrying the little dumpling and gently said, Glutinous rice dumpling, come up, it's time for us to leave. All right, mother. The basket was placed before the little dumpling, which nodded vigorously, stepping inside and sitting obediently. All right, let us go. Lin Yi took the little dumpling from Xiao Yujia's hands, and the 3 of them exited the room. At the gates of Tianhu City, Yujia, are you really leaving? It feels hard to part. Throughout the week, the clan's folk had learned of the goddess's arrival, resulting in many coming to bid farewell. Yao watched as Xiao Yujia prepared to depart, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Their time together had imparted much wisdom to her, and thanks to Xiao Yujia's presence, she had learned many words different from the beast language. What is there to be reluctant about? We had a day. We shall meet again. As Xiao Yujia spoke, she settled into the cart, and the group set off towards the south. She wondered if this Beastman continent was round like Earth. If they continued in one direction, would they be able to return to their original place? 2 days later, after setting off from Tianhu City and traveling south for 2 days, Xiao Yujia's group found the journey less tedious with the little dumpling's clumsy walking. Lin Yi and the others took turns watching over the little dumpling, each becoming captivated by her charms, almost wishing for a kiss from her. Let us all pause here for a moment, observing the new sprouts emerging before her. Xiao Yujia realized that spring had arrived, ushering in a new cycle for all plants. Choosing a relatively dry patch of ground, she instructed Lin Yi and the others to stop for a brief rest and to have some lunch. After finding a suitable spot, they temporarily rested beside a large tree, but remained vigilant, for this unfamiliar woodland could harbor unknown dangers. Jarwin and Mei, you two go hunt some small game for us. We need something to fill our stomachs. Chiwe, go find a nearby cave. If you cannot find one, we may have to spend the night outside. Yes, this servant will go find it. The appointed individuals immediately set off on their tasks. Once they departed, Xiao Yuja did not remain idle, but gathered some naturally fallen twigs nearby, planning to start a fire for roasting some meat to satisfy their hunger. However, since the little dumpling required supplementary food, she took out a small pot to prepare lunch for her. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Tian Yao stood guard around the area, remaining alert for any unforeseen events. For reasons unknown, after lunch that day, everyone appeared exceedingly fatigued, quickly succumbing to sleep. Only Xiao Yuja leaned against a nearby tree, her body glistening with sweat, unsure of the cause. Where's this place? In her dreams, Xiao Yuja wandered towards a brightly lit area, but no matter how far she walked, there was no end in sight, and it felt as though she had entered a boundaryless realm. The surrounding darkness only heightened her sense of fear. Linye, glutinous rigid dumpling. Jiarwen, Tianyao, where have you all gone? She repeatedly called out their names. Yet no one responded, leaving her puzzled about their whereabouts. Had they vanished, or had she suddenly disappeared? If that were true, Lin Yi and the glutinous rice dumpling would surely be heartbroken, wouldn't they? These thoughts flooded her mind, and she feared the possibility of her sudden disappearance. If that were the case, what would they do? Regardless, she resolved to find a way out of this place first. Xiao Yuja thought to herself, determined to press on. Ultimately, the essence of existence prevails above all, as long as one remains upon this continent, even in the face of sudden disappearance. Preserving one's life to reunite with loved ones is paramount, is it not? This thought invigorated Xiao Yuja, prompting her to forge ahead as she noticed the distant glimmer of light growing ever larger, akin to nearing an exit, which filled her with immense joy. Chapter 137. The beast god, alas, how weary I am. Why have I yet to reach the end? Following the increasingly close radiance, Xiao Yuja believed she was on the verge of reaching the light, but after what felt like an eternity of walking, she found herself still adrift in darkness. Was she ensnared in an interminable abyss? That light was her sole salvation. Within this dreamscape, Xiao Yuja continued her pursuit of the elusive glow, while in reality, Lin Yi and the others were becoming increasingly anxious. Jejia, please awaken. Do not leave me, Lin Yi implored, observing the lifeless form of Xiao Yuja. He feared she might never awaken again, his voice growing softer with desperation, feeling as though even his quiet pleas consumed all his strength. He worried she might slip away from him forever. Divine Maiden, will you not charm us? At the sound of their anxious cries, the slumbering little rice dumpling, Xiao Nuomi, stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes. As her vision cleared, she beheld her mother motionless against a great tree. She glanced at her father and Jiarwen, each with tear-streaked faces, while even Qiyue and the fierce beasts lay quietly at her feet, an unusual stillness enveloping them. Mother, awaken. Father, do not weep. Xiao Nuomi stumbled from her bamboo basket towards Xiao Yuja, shaking her arm and calling out, yet her small strength proved insufficient to rouse her mother from slumber. Realizing her efforts were in vain, she turned her attention to Lin Yi, patting his hand and murmuring, Father, do not cry. Master, why do you not awaken? Qiyue gazed at the unmoving Xiao Yuja, feeling sorrowful, yet sensing warmth emanating from her body, indicating she had not departed, but rather was temporarily ensnared in sleep. Despite this, Qiyue felt a profound sadness. Her stillness evoked fears of lifelessness, leaving a sense of disorientation. In the realm of dreams, Xiao Yuja had finally emerged from the dark expanse, and now rested upon an endless expanse of grass. Her breath came in heaves, a testament to the arduous journey she had just undertaken. Finally, I have emerged. After a brief respite, when she lifted her gaze, she discovered a vast, open landscape before her. The gentle breeze, lush green grass, and blooming flowers painted a vibrant tableau of spring. Yet, was this vision truly real? Exhausted, she murmured to herself, I must find water, lest I succumb to dehydration. She tidied her disheveled garments and chose a direction to pursue. Unsure of what lay ahead, she contemplated the potential dangers or unforeseen events that might arise. These uncertainties were beyond her foresight, and she could only seek the traces of water while remaining vigilant against lurking threats. The sound of water? After wandering for what felt like an hour, she faintly discerned the sound of flowing water in the distance, yet hesitated to believe it, fearing it might be an illusion. Indeed, it was the sound of water. Joy surged within her as she confirmed her senses were not deceiving her. The water was real. After expending considerable effort to escape the darkness, she finally had a place to pause and rejuvenate. As she approached the source of the sound, she discovered a hidden paradise. The previously pristine grassland was now adorned with verdant hills and babbling brooks, towering pavilions reaching for the sky, and a gentle breeze that seemed to whisk away her fatigue, resembling a scene from a celestial painting. There, her gaze fell upon a figure reminiscent of an ethereal being, seated by the lake in a pavilion, sipping delicately. Xiao Yujia found herself captivated by the sight. A man clad in flowing azure robes, with long hair cascading freely, droplets of water glistening at the tips, suggesting he had recently emerged from the water. "Have you arrived? Come, sit with me," his soft, melodious voice beckoned, and Xiao Yujia felt herself enraptured, momentarily entranced by his presence. His tone suggested familiarity, yet she could not ascertain his identity. Without further contemplation, she approached the lakeside pavilion. As she drew nearer, she observed his features, a pair of elegantly arched eyebrows, an absence of the typical masculine ruggedness, yet exuding a gentle charm, a nose that appeared sculpted, and lips that curved into a subtle smile, as if he were perpetually amused without effort. "Who are you?" Xiao Yujia inquired, her heart fluttering yet maintaining the decorum required. "First, join me for a drink," he replied, pouring another cup and sliding it towards her. Upon receiving the cup, a rich floral fragrance wafted to her nose, momentarily stunning her. This scent was all too familiar, a harmonious blend of floral notes mingling with the fragrance of fine wine. It was none other than by Huajiang. She took a seat on a stone bench, savoring a sip from the cup. "Having tasted this wine, may I know your name?" she asked, her expression calm. "I must apologize. I had intended to summon you only upon your coming of age. Yet it appears you have adapted well to the ways of this continent," he responded, neglecting to reveal his name, but instead offering apologies. "Are you the beast god?" Although he had not disclosed his identity, Xiao Yujia inferred the truth from his words. How dull. You guessed so swiftly." The man sighed, feeling a sense of disappointment. He had endeavored to maintain an air of mystery, only for a young woman to unravel it so easily. Xiao Yujia pondered his sentiment, realizing that she and Yu Sheng had inadvertently arrived at the Beastman continent, and had it not been for a certain incident, they would have come only upon reaching maturity. "Alas, it is ultimately my oversight. Consider this a token of my regret." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and the scene before Xiao Yujia began to fade, dissolving into a haze of white. Chapter 138. The crippled beast raw Li with a sudden jolt. Xiao Yujia opened her eyes, finding herself back in her original location. "Jia, you have finally awakened. We were so worried." Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Lin Yi's anxious heart finally eased, and he embraced her tightly, his face etched with concern. "Indeed, divine maiden, you suddenly lost your vitality, leaving us terrified." As Lin Yi finished speaking, Mei recounted the events that had transpired. To be frank, it nearly frightened him to death. After a brief rest, they awoke only to find Xiao Yujia motionless beside a grand tree, devoid of any sign of vitality, leading them to almost believe she had departed from this world. Fortunately, Qiyu reassured them that Xiao Yujia was merely in a temporary slumber and would awaken shortly. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have had no choice but to lead them back and enter her. With a gentle pat on Lin Yi's back, Xiao Yujia sought to alleviate his worry. "I'm fine. The sun is setting soon. Qiyu, have you located a cave for us to rest in?" After parting ways with Lin Yi for the time being, she redirected her gaze to Qiyu by her feet, recalling her prior instructions to find a temporary shelter. As dusk approached, with the sun on the verge of sinking below the horizon, if a cave had not been discovered, they would have to manipulate the vines to weave a makeshift refuge. "I have found it, mistress. Allow me to guide you there," Qiyu affirmed with a nod. The earlier incident had alarmed him greatly, and now witnessing Xiao Yujia awake brought him immense joy. He promptly turned and dashed ahead, having already located a cave for their evening repose. After walking a short distance and pausing to listen, he noticed Xiao Yujia and the others had caught up and continued onward. The following day, Xiao Yujia awoke feeling rejuvenated, only to discover a delicately carved bracelet adorned with intricate patterns beside her. The bracelet, silver in hue, depicted a white serpent coiled around it, interspersed with unfamiliar flowers. A memory flashed through her mind, recalling a man she had encountered in another realm, along with his words. If she was not mistaken, this bracelet was a gift from him, the beast god, as an expression of apology. Simultaneously, in the Hylon Hall of Tianyu City, Yu Sheng received a similar token of apology from the beast god. "Who placed this here?" Yet, Yu Sheng harbored some suspicion regarding the bracelet left in her room. "Jia, breakfast is ready. Hurry and eat something. We must set off shortly," Lin Yi announced, bringing a steaming bowl of meat porridge. Upon seeing Xiao Yujia awake, he placed the bowl beside her, encouraging her to eat before they resumed their journey. Although he relished their travels across the continent, he greatly missed their home in Tianyu City, pondering how it had changed in their absence. "Have you fed the little glutinous rice ball?" Xiao Yujia inquired after taking a sip of the hot porridge, nodding in approval at Lin Yi's culinary skills, which seemed to have improved. She suddenly realized she had not seen the little glutinous rice ball upon awakening, and asked Lin Yi if it had eaten breakfast. "The little rice ball has already eaten. You should hurry and eat as well," Lin Yi replied, knowing her concern stemmed from wanting to ensure the little one had a proper meal. In truth, the little rice ball had been very well behaved throughout their journey, mostly sleeping in the basket, which reassured Xiao Yujia and her companions. Having such an obedient and non-intrusive child filled Xiao Yujia with delight. "All right," she acquiesced, quickly finishing the modest portion of porridge in her bowl. "Quickly, throw him out. He is a disabled beast, unable to grow. He cannot hunt for the tribe and only wastes food." The voices from a distance reached Xiao Yujia's ears as she approached a nearby tribe, sounding quite intense. Uncertain of the commotion, she turned to Tian Yao beside her for clarification. After all, he was familiar with the tribes beyond the Wuhuang Plains. "Divine Maiden, that is the Huansayang tribe," Tian Yao informed her. "The Huansayang tribe?" Xiao Yujia mused, having only seen pure white sheep before. This was her first encounter with the concept of Huansayang. Perhaps it was a novel species in the Beastman continent? Tian Yao nodded, continuing, "The Huansayang tribe consists of herbivorous beastmen. Their beast forms resemble those of ordinary sheep tribes, yet they produce colorful wool, which is highly sought after by the females for clothing, ensuring they have no worries regarding sustenance. However, there was a troubling issue. Each year, a disabled beast would be born. Such individuals, unable to hunt to enhance the tribe's food supply, would be expelled from the tribe upon attaining human form, left to fend for themselves." Tian Yao carefully explained the circumstances surrounding the Huansayang tribe to Xiao Yujia, his sympathy evident for those disabled beasts cast out upon their transformation. They merely lacked the ability to fully change forms and harbored no physical ailments, yet they were condemned to survive alone. How could such young ones manage? Is that so? Xiao Yujia grasped the situation, yet she found it perplexing that those capable of transformation were still ostracized. "Quickly, that disabled beast has stolen food from the tribe. Capture him," a burly female shouted, pointing at a small beastman who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old and had already fled. "How dare he steal from the tribe? Capture that disabled beast. Help me. I did not steal anything." The fleeing young beastman, upon seeing Xiao Yujia and her companions, took a chance and ran towards them. Unfortunately, his frail form stumbled over a stone and fell at her feet. Xiao Yujia regarded the small beastman silently, casting a glance at Lin Yi and the others, who quickly understood her intent. "Please get up. Can you tell me your name?" She approached and helped him to his feet, inquiring gently. "My name is Ruali." Chapter 139. Will you not invite us in? Ruali gazed at Xiao Yujia with tear-filled eyes, no longer concerned about the nature of the beastmen, only hoping to evade the tribe's pursuit. Seeing the teardrops in his eyes stirred Xiao Yujia's compassion, prompting her to gently wipe away his tears and softly say, "You are a beastman. How can you cry? As a beastman, you must aspire to greatness and stand tall." "Greatness? Stand tall?" Ruali blinked his large, watery eyes, puzzled by the meanings behind her words. Yet, he could sense the concern and determination reflected in Xiao Yujia's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, her words would soon alter the course of his life. Meanwhile, the little beastman Ruali ceased his weeping, while the pursuing beastmen from the Huansayang tribe met with Lin Yi and his companions, who swiftly dealt with them. Please, beastmen warriors, do not strike," one of the remaining standing beastmen pleaded, witnessing their tribe members being subdued on the ground, the pain evident on their faces. Due to the constraints of the internal contract, the commands of all individuals, except for Xiao Yujia, could be heard but not acted upon. Several beastmen pleaded for mercy, expressing their ignorance of what displeased the others. Observing that Lin Yi and his companions showed no signs of stopping, the beastmen continued to beg, their heads repeatedly bowing to the ground. "Enough," Xiao Yujia finally commanded, halting Lin Yi and the others only after their heads had bled. Lin Yi and his companions exchanged glances but complied with the cessation. "Thank you, esteemed beastmen, for your mercy, and thank you, little female." Upon seeing that Lin Yi and his companions had paused, The beastmen hurriedly expressed their gratitude and shifted their gaze to Xiao Yujia, recognizing her as the one with authority among them. Although on the Beastman continent, all tribes and communities followed the orders of their mates or the females within their tribes. Even the tribe leaders and city lords obeyed their females, sometimes granting them a status even higher than that of the Beastmen themselves. Furthermore, it was evident that Xiao Yujia held a significant position among these Beastmen, making it more pragmatic to plead for mercy from her than from Lin Yi and his companions. Xiao Yujia observed the Beastmen before her and inquired whether they hailed from the Huan Kaiyang tribe. She had heard Tian Yao mention that the Huan Kaiyang tribe, known for crafting colorful woolen garments, was well-fed and often hunted small game to supplement their diet, suggesting they were healthier than those from other tribes. However, she was puzzled as to why the Beastman before her appeared so emaciated. Indeed, little female, we are the Huan Kaiyang tribe. The Beastmen eagerly nodded, confirming their identity upon hearing her question. Could you lead us to your tribe? We wish to exchange some items with you. Upon seeing the Beastman nod, Xiao Yujia expressed her desire to trade and hoped they would escort her to the Huan Kaiyang tribe. Certainly, follow me. The Beastman promptly agreed, assisting each of his kin to their feet and leading Xiao Yujia and her companions toward the direction of their tribe. As they approached the entrance of the Huan Kaiyang tribe, a shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. What's going on? Did I not say that this crippled beast stole from our tribe? Why is he back here? A robust female emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at the small beastman Ruo Ali, unleashing a torrent of scorn while completely disregarding Xiao Yujia and her companions, fixated solely on Ruo Ali, whom she accused of thievery. Upon seeing the imposing female, Ruo Ali instinctively hid behind Xiao Yujia, clutching her garment tightly. Fear radiated from him, and he trembled at the sight of her, recalling that he had merely passed by the tribe's food storage when she had wrongly accused him of theft. Sensing Ruo Ali's distress, Xiao Yujia gently took his frail hand and turned her attention to the beastman who had guided them, questioning, Are we not here to trade? Will you not invite us inside? My apologies, please come in. All items for trade are inside. The beastman quickly responded, realizing their purpose for visiting. He cheerfully ushered them in. Hey, I told you that this crippled beast stole food from our tribe. And who are you to enter our territory? The robust female, feeling ignored as the beastman welcomed Xiao Yujia and her companions, grew frantic and continued to insist on Ruo Li's supposed theft. Yet, she failed to notice that the beastmen who had previously chased Ruo Li were now nursing their injuries, keeping their distance from Xiao Yujia and her group, leaving a palpable void in their wake. Did you not hear? It is forbidden for you to enter. The female rushed toward Xiao Yujia, seizing her wrist and warning her vehemently against proceeding. Caught off guard by the sudden grip, Xiao Yujia halted, turning her gaze toward the female, her eyes emanating a chilling glare. The intensity of her gaze startled the female. It felt as frigid as winter itself. She had never encountered a female in the tribe with such a frostbitten look, but the sensation was unmistakable in Xiao Yujia. Startled, the female quickly released her grip. No sooner had the female let go than Lin Yi stepped forward, taking Xiao Yujia's hand with utmost care, his face etched with concern as he asked, Jia, does it hurt? His heart ached for her. In his eyes, regardless of Xiao Yujia's formidable nature, she remained the delicate young female in need of protection. Chapter 140. Captured. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Upon hearing Lin Yi's concern, Xiao Yujia reassured him, despite any pain she might have felt. Mother is fine. At that moment, the little glutinous rice ball, having just awakened from a nap, chimed in agreement. That's good, Lin Yi replied, his heart aching at her attempt to ease his worries, yet he felt it inappropriate to press further. The small beastman Ruo Li, trembling as he held Xiao Yujia's hand, glanced up at the little rice ball upon hearing its voice. Curiosity piqued. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Ruo Li's face flushed crimson, his ears drooping lower than usual, as if stimulated by some unseen force. Mother giggled. The small rice ball with its big, sparkling eyes shifted its attention from Ruo Li to the prospect of being picked up, extending its chubby hands, clearly indicating a desire for a hug. The beastman who had led Xiao Yujia and her group explained, all items for trade are laid out in this square. Feel free to browse. Upon reaching the center of the tribe, he informed her that everything displayed in the square was available for exchange. Thank you. We'll take a look, she replied. Ruo Li, please take care of the rice ball. After expressing her gratitude, she handed Ruo Li the basket containing the little rice ball, instructing Mei to accompany them while she and Lin Yi went to explore what items they might wish to trade. Giggle. The little rice ball waved its tiny hands after Qiao Yujia departed, then opened its arms, clearly signaling that it wanted Ruo Li to hold it. Sitting in the basket all day had been tiring. Ruo Li, unsure of the rice ball's intentions, stood to the side until Mei chimed in. The rice ball wants you to hold her. Hug. Hearing Mei's explanation, Ruo Li felt a moment of elation, yet was uncertain how to proceed. Throughout his life in the tribe, he had been a marginalized young beastman, possessing the unique ability to shift to human form before reaching maturity, a feat that should have been celebrated. However, he was the only one unable to fully transform, leading others to regard him with disdain, believing he would bring calamity upon them, convinced that the beast deity had forsaken him, which fueled their desire to expel him from the tribe for fear of incurring the deity's wrath. Mei observed that he remained motionless, while the little rice dumpling pouted her lips, displaying an expression of great annoyance, as if her small mouth had ascended to the heavens. Witnessing the little dumpling's displeasure, Mei hurriedly stepped forward, placing the basket from Ruo Li's hands onto the ground, and gently lifted the little rice dumpling from the basket, placing her into Ruo Li's embrace. With utmost care, she instructed Ruo Li on how to hold the young cub. How soft it was! Ruo Li was astonished, as if he had discovered a new realm within himself. He had never interacted with young females of his age within the tribe, and he was taken aback to find that they were so soft to the touch. It seemed that if he relaxed his grip for even a moment, she might slip from his hold. The little rice dumpling, cradled in his arms, was overjoyed and promptly planted a kiss on Ruo Li's face, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. However, this action startled Ruo Li, nearly causing the little dumpling to tumble from his grasp. Fortunately, Mei, quick on her feet, caught her just in time. Otherwise, disaster would have ensued. Ah, I'm so sorry, Ruo Li exclaimed, realizing that his grip on the little rice dumpling had almost loosened. In a flurry of concern, he apologized. It's all right, just be more careful next time. Mei reassured him, understanding that mistakes were inevitable on the first attempt. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia had strolled around the Huansai Yang tribe square and noted that aside from the woolen dresses, the most abundant items were various vegetables, particularly cabbages, likely due to their mastery of cultivation techniques. After perusing the stalls, Qiao Yujia managed to trade for several vegetables for her meals over the past few days. The weather was still relatively cool, alleviating her concerns about spoilage. She also exchanged some woolen fabric to craft a dress for the little rice dumpling, perfectly timed for the warming weather. Suddenly, an urgent voice pierced through her thoughts. Oh no, the rice dumpling has been captured by Beastmen. As Qiao Yujia was happily selecting colors for the fabric, Ruo Li's anxious exclamation startled her. The words "the rice dumpling has been taken by Beastmen" echoed ominously in her mind. Refusing to dissipate, Lin Yi and others who were accompanying her immediately shifted their focus to Qiao Yujia, sensing the chilling aura that enveloped her. A presence so formidable it could freeze an adult beastman in place. Ruo Li, tell me how the rice dumpling was taken. However, within moments, Qiao Yujia regained her composure, the icy energy surrounding her dissipating as she crouched down to gaze at Ruo Li, fervently hoping for an explanation of the situation. Observing her distressed expression, Ruo Li felt a twinge of fear, but mustered his courage to recount the entire event. It turned out that the beastmen who had abducted the little rice dumpling were the companions of a robust female named Yang Xia, who had initially intended to capture Ruo Li. However, upon being thwarted by Mei, she mistakenly seized the rice dumpling instead. Reflecting on the young cub's bond with Ruo Li, Yang Xia decided to keep her, thinking it advantageous. She anticipated that Ruo Li would come to rescue the rice dumpling, intending to capture both and sell them to the larger tribe for substantial provisions. Such meticulous planning was marred by the harsh reality of the situation. I understand now. Thank you, Ruo Li, for informing me about who took the rice dumpling. I will leave Tian Yao to protect you while I search for the rice dumpling. With Ruo Li's revelation, Qiao Yujia felt her heart near to bursting. Yet she entrusted Tian Yao to remain with him while she and Lin Yi set off to find the little rice dumpling. Since it was an abduction, there would surely be subtle traces left behind. As the chapter unfolds, Qiao Yujia diligently tracked the little rice dumpling's trail, but found herself at a loss. Unlike Lin Yi and others who could rely on scent to track other beastmen, her human nature limited her abilities despite her awakened bloodline power. In this perilous world, she fervently hoped that the little rice dumpling would not inherit her human traits, but instead embody the true essence of a descendant of Niuhua. Meanwhile, the little rice dumpling found herself in the clutches of Yang Xia and several beastmen, who had taken her deep into the forest. All right, Yang Che, Behave and Tea pursued us. Let us rest for a moment. Yang Xia, glancing back, realized they had distanced themselves from the tribe and promptly instructed the others to halt, acknowledging the need for a break after their long run. Fine, Yang Che replied, having confirmed there were no beastmen in pursuit, agreeing to rest at the spot. Mother, bad beastmen, let me go. Just as the group was settling down, the little rice dumpling's voice erupted, struggling in the arms of one of the beastmen, her scales glistening ominously, hinting an impending explosion of fury. Don't cry, little cub. We'll return you shortly. The beastman, on the verge of losing his patience, attempted to soothe her. However, the little rice dumpling was far from naive, persistently repeating her distress. Shut up. In stark contrast to the beastman's patience, Yang Xia, agitated by the incessant noise, approached the little rice dumpling and delivered a sharp slap across her tender face. The sound echoed loudly. The other beastmen were momentarily stunned by Yang Xia's sudden action, and once they recovered, one chastised her. What are you doing? She is just a young female cub, and you dare to hit her? Look at her face, it's all red. Wow. The little rice dumpling, feeling the sting of her cheek, wasted no time in wailing. Faced with her partner's unexpected reprimand, Yang Xia retorted defiantly, she is just a young female cub. What is the big deal? A slap, 1T killer. Besides, she is so small and delicate. She might not last long anyway. She found it incomprehensible that her partner, whom she didn't hold in high regard, would scold her for striking a cub born to another beastman. Throughout their exchange, the little rice dumpling's cries echoed relentlessly, causing birds in the forest to flee from the trees. On the other side, that's the voice of the rice dumpling. As Xiao Yujia and her companions reached the forest's edge, they were met with the resounding wails of the little rice dumpling, accompanied by the sight of birds hastily departing from the branches. Quickly, Linyi, we must hurry to rescue the rice dumpling. She sounds so heartbroken. Hearing her daughter's cries, Xiao Yujia's anxiety surged. She could feel the sorrow embedded in the little rice dumpling's cries. It was said that once a powerful individual had someone precious to them, they became vulnerable to attack. Undoubtedly, the little rice dumpling had become Xiao Yujia's Achilles heel. Linyi, witnessing Xiao Yujia's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and nodded in agreement. The group pressed onward towards the direction from which the birds had fled. However, Yang Xia was not oblivious. Realizing the commotion caused by the rice dumpling's cries, she urged her companions to relocate. Move quickly. Don't let them catch up to us. Yang Xia urged, her resolve unwavering. The small female companion, a creature adept at hunting in the forest, was a formidable presence, while we, as herbivorous beastmen, were fortunate merely to survive in their company. At that moment, an orc, running alongside the one carrying Yang Xia, could not help but chide. Initially, their speed as herbivorous beastmen was already sluggish, and now, burdened with a wailing female cub, they were akin to a perilous beacon revealing their location. Yet, Yang Xia absurdly expected them to hasten their pace. Exhaustion would only escalate their danger. Indeed, it was not long before Xiao Yujia and her companions caught up with Yang Xia's party. Fearing for her daughter, Xiao Yujia wasted no time and hurled a fireball towards them. With a resounding explosion, the surrounding trees ignited in flames. Why has it suddenly caught fire? Hurry, run faster. I do not wish to perish here. Seeing the flames leap up, Yang Xia panicked, urging her companions to flee. She desired to live a few more years and find additional partners, not to meet her demise in the blaze. As Yang Xia exhibited her intent to escape, Xiao Yujia snorted coldly and utilized the forest characteristics to manipulate the vines growing beneath the ground. Without hesitation, she surged forward and bound Yang Xia. Let me go. If you do not release me, there is nothing you can trade for in our tribe. Startled by the sudden departure from her partner's back, Yang Xia screamed. Threatening her captor, simultaneously, Mei executed a swift maneuver, snatching the small, glutinous rice ball from the orc who had been cradling her. Where's the female cub? Was she not just here? The orc blinked, unable to fathom the sudden disappearance of the delicate female cub that had just been in his arms. Was he hallucinating, or had he never really captured her? Goddess, the glutinous rice ball has been rescued. Mei, having successfully returned with the rice ball, swiftly returned to Xiao Yujia's side, cradling the small cub. Upon seeing her mother, the little rice ball immediately began to complain, "Bad beast, hit me," as soon as the words left her mouth. Xiao Yujia inspected the cub's body and noticed a distinct red handprint on her fair face. Her blood pressure surged instantly, and she manipulated the vines to pull Yang Xia over, delivering a sharp slap to her face, precisely where the rice ball had been struck. Why did Xiao Yujia know it was Yang Xia who had struck? The answer was simple. Male beastmen on the continent do not strike females. Thus, the only one capable of such an act was Yang Xia herself. Chapter 142. A journey together with each successive slap. Yang Xia's left cheek swelled grotesquely. Goddess, my hand hurts. Please stop. Mei, watching Xiao Yujia relentlessly slap Yang Xia, felt a pang of sympathy and hurried over to persuade her to cease. Your hands are so delicate. What if you injure her? Indeed, Jia, please do not strike her anymore. It pains me to see that. This female belongs to the Huantasaiyang tribe. Let their leader handle her, Lin Yi remarked, observing Xiao Yujia's reddened hand. He felt an overwhelming concern. Yang Xia had dared to capture their cub and strike her, crossing a line that could only result in dire consequences. However, since Yang Xia was not a member of Tianyu City, Lin Yi could only advise Xiao Yujia to turn her over to the leader of the Huantasaiyang tribe for punishment. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Yujia abruptly halted her actions, seemingly lost in thought. Eventually, she appeared to agree with Lin Ye's reasoning. After all, this woman was not a citizen of Tianyu City, and acting rashly would indeed be inappropriate. Subsequently, Xiao Yujia bound everyone and led them to Qi Yu, bending down to hand over the vines while stating, "They are now in your care. If they escape, you will be held accountable. Keep a close watch, and you shall be rewarded." Qi Yu, having only heard the latter part about the reward, joyfully nodded and, taking the vines from Xiao Yujia, dashed off with Yang Xia and the others toward the Huantasaiyang tribe. As they made their way, Yang Xia's screams echoed behind them. Does a rice ball hurt? With the troublesome matters resolved, Xiao Yujia shifted her focus to the small rice ball, feeling a pang of sorrow at the sight of the handprint on her delicate face. She longed to gently caress her cheek, but hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently cause her pain. "Mother, it hurts." Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, the little rice ball's eyes filled with tears, and she expressed her discomfort, appearing quite sorrowful. "It does not hurt, dear. When we return, I will apply medicine." Xiao Yujia reassured her. Yes, yes. Upon their return to the tribe, Yang Xia and her companions drew the attention of the surrounding tribespeople. "Is that not Yang Xia? What happened?" "I do not know. I just saw her and her companions carrying a fair-skinned female cub out. It seems they have been dealt with by the cub's parents." "Fair-skinned cub? Could it be those who arrived in the tribe today?" "It must be them, among them. That female is so fair, and surely that fair cub belongs to her." The onlooking tribespeople of the Huansai tribe observed as Yang Xia was dragged toward the leader's stone house, yet none moved to intervene despite her cries. After a while, Xiao Yujia and her group also arrived from the forest, informing the leader of the Huansai tribe, Yang Zhe, about the incident. Upon learning this, leader Yang Zhe immediately imposed a month's food deprivation on Yang Xia and relegated her to the outermost part of the tribe. Upon hearing of such punishment, Yang Xia hurriedly apologized to Xiao Yujia, pleading for forgiveness, claiming she had acted out of a momentary lapse in judgment. She did not wish to live on the outskirts of the tribe, a place designated for punishing wrongdoers. A mere food deprivation seemed manageable, with her partners by her side. She could still find sustenance. However, being cast to the far reaches of the tribe meant losing everything, and she might even perish there. Leader Yang Zhe, however, showed no concern for her feelings and promptly ordered the orcs to drag her away. The strongest orcs in the tribe were commanded to have their partnership marks removed by the shaman. Such formidable warriors should not be squandered on Yang Xia. With their strength, they would certainly attract more female companions. Since the leader has dealt with the matter competently, I shall take my leave. We have completed our transactions with your tribe, Xiao Yujia declared. Given that leader Yang Zhe had handled the situation appropriately, she had nothing further to say. The items she required were already procured, and she intended to depart shortly. Before leaving, Xiao Yujia seemed to ponder something, halting her steps and turning to leader Yang Zhe. "If it is agreeable, I would like to adopt this child, Ru Li." Leader Yang Zhe considered for a moment and replied, "Very well, that would be a great favor." After Ru Li was born, her parents departed shortly thereafter. Your willingness to adopt her is indeed a blessing. Without hesitation, leader Yang Zhe granted her request, because he understood that Ruo Li was not merely the disabled beast that he and his kin perceived, but rather a being whose parents had departed shortly after birth to meet the beast god. As the chieftain of a tribe, he felt a pang of sorrow. However, the fact that the goddess was willing to adopt Ruo Li was indeed a blessing for him. It held the potential to transform his present circumstances. Upon learning that he had been rescued and adopted by a female, Ruo Li was filled with joy, for he would finally have a mother and father. akin to the other younglings who enjoyed the companionship of their parents. Half an hour later, Xiao Yujia and her companions packed their belongings and departed from the Huankai tribe. Ruo Li and the little glutinous rice dumpling were placed together on a cart. He was unaware of their destination, but he was elated at the prospect of having a mother and father, along with such an adorable little sister. In the evening, Xiao Yujia and her companions took a temporary rest in a cave at the edge of the forest. This was Ruo Li's first experience of such delectable food, far superior to what he had consumed in his former tribe. As night fell, Xiao Yujia entrusted the little glutinous rice dumpling to Ruo Li, instructing him to watch over the dumpling while they rested in the cave, securing their surroundings with vines to create an enclosed space, leaving only an exit. Meanwhile, she continued to assist the other four in alleviating their fatigue, not rushing to engage Lin Yi. After all, they had the little dumpling now, and she had no intention of bearing children before reaching adulthood. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Yujia and her companions set off early once more. Along the journey, if they encountered herbs or rare medicinal materials, Xiao Yujia would temporarily halt to gather them, intending to present them to the great shaman upon concluding their travels. It would serve as a collection from their journey. Chapter 143. Tung Yi City. A week later, after traversing a mountain range, Xiao Yujia and her party beheld a vast expanse of wilderness before them, where the sprouts of meatballs had gradually turned a vibrant green. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. To her surprise, there was a city ahead. She gazed at the prominent structure. Having journeyed from the Huan Kaiyang tribe, where there were scarcely any tribes in the vicinity, yet here stood a city amidst the expansive wilderness. She pondered whether there might be any dangers lurking. Although Xiao Yujia did not shy away from peril or extremes, in fact, she often relished the thrill. There were two young ones in their traveling party. Ruo Li, though older, was still a herbivorous beastman, and a combat team would be too taxing for him. She glanced back at the little glutinous rice dumpling on the cart, then shifted her gaze to the young beastman Ruo Li, her expression becoming contemplative, as if a thought had suddenly struck her. Was it not true that herbivorous beastmen had their own strengths? If combat proved impossible, perhaps altering their species was not out of the question. Though herbivorous beastmen lacked the ferocity of carnivorous ones, Xiao Yujia suddenly recalled a book she had seen in her home library on how to change one's species. If Ruo Li truly could not fight, she would not mind assisting him in that transformation, enduring the pain of the process for the sake of a new life. She was uncertain about the character and abilities of the little dumpling as it grew. She had to cultivate a team specifically tailored for the dumpling. Ruo Li would undoubtedly be the first and finest choice. Watching Ruo Li joyfully playing with the little dumpling, a sense of warmth and affection blossomed within her. Perhaps this decision would benefit them both. Goddess, ahead lies Tung Yi City. Shall we venture into trade? Tian Yao approached her, inquiring. To be honest, he held a deep-seated disdain for the beastmen of Tung Yi City. Despite his father's efforts to secure protection from them, he could not bring himself to appreciate them. The reason was simple. Although Tung Yi City was formidable, ranking among the 4 major cities, its inhabitants secretly raided other tribes for females, while the city lord turned a blind eye. Were it not for the dwindling supplies on their cart, having traversed plains and hills with little game to be found, he would not have wished for Xiao Yujia to accompany them into the perilous trade. Let's go take a look. Xiao Yujia was oblivious to Tian Yao's thoughts. However, she had heard that Tung Yi City was one of the 4 major cities, and she was eager to discover what made it worthy of such a title among the beastmen of the continent. If it was merely one of the original 4 cities, then with the emergence of Tianyu City, shouldn't the current landscape be altered? As she contemplated this, she felt as though there was something guiding her and Yu Sheng since the inception of Tianyu City. Their arrival seemed to be more than just a simple assistance to the tribes on the Beastman continent. Surely, like in a game, there must be a mastermind behind the currents that shaped the 4 major cities, hidden within one of them. Though this was but a conjecture of Xiao Yujia, the series of events seemed to support it. She turned to the cart, bending down to align her height with Ruo Li's, her expression serious as she spoke. Ruo Li, we are about to enter the city ahead. There may be dangers, so you must protect your sister. Understood. I will definitely protect my sister. Ruo Li responded earnestly, addressing her as mother. He nodded vigorously. He was uncertain about what awaited them in the city, but he sensed that danger was afoot. Otherwise, his mother would not have appeared so grave. Seeing Ruo Li's sudden seriousness filled Xiao Yujia with satisfaction. She reached out to pat his head as a reward. Although it was her first time being a mother to another Beastman, if this sacrifice bore fruit in the future, it would be worth it. Mother patted my head. Ruoli felt warmth spread across his face as he watched Xiao Yujia, suddenly realizing he was beginning to accept this unexpected maternal figure. All right, let us set forth. After a brief rest and a modest meal, Xiao Yujia commanded her companions, and they moved forward towards Tung-Yi City in an orderly procession. As they entered Tung-Yi City, many beastmen at the gate fixated on Xiao Yujia's skin, as white as winter snow. They had never encountered a female with such fair skin. Even the Fox tribe's females paled in comparison. Each one stared at her in awe, nearly wide-eyed with astonishment, barely suppressing their drool. Hey, did you see that little female who just entered the city? Yes. Her skin is astonishingly white, and she carries such a clean scent. I wonder which tribe she belongs to. What a beautiful little female. Perhaps we should remember to include me. The beastmen atop the city wall were planning their schemes. Believing their plot was foolproof, unaware that Xiao Yujia had overheard their entire conversation as she entered the city. Goddess, how can the beastmen of this city so brazenly conspire to capture you? This is outrageous. The discussions from the wall were not lost on Lin Yi and the others, who heard everything clearly yet chose to remain discreet. However, May could no longer contain herself and began to quietly voice her discontent. None of us have encountered the goddess before. How dare they plot to capture her tonight? This is utterly despicable. Hush, listen to May's complaints. Xiao Yujia placed her finger over her lips, signaling him to be silent. May, we haven't heard anything, she whispered. She did not wish for the words May had just uttered to reach the ears of the orcs, who were watching them with keen interest. If that were to happen, it would surely ruin their fun. May was puzzled by Xiao Yujia's caution, but upon witnessing her suddenly mischievous expression, he comprehended her intentions. Since Xiao Yujia had devised a plan, he felt it unnecessary to voice any further concerns. Chapter 144. The Appeal to the City Lord Xiangyue Tavern. To his surprise, Tung-Yi City boasted an establishment of this sort, indicating that the orcs within were faring quite well. However, he wondered about the quality of the cuisine. Xiao Yujia, accompanied by Lin Yi and others, meandered through Tung-Yi City, which was indeed expansive. Having traversed less than half, the little glutinous rice dumpling announced its hunger, prompting them to seek a tavern for a brief respite. She had not anticipated the existence of a tavern in Tung-Yi City, suggesting that the orcs here were living rather comfortably. Despite observing that the orcs appeared somewhat frail, it seemed they were better off than those in other tribes. Upon entering Xiangyue Tavern, they were greeted by an orc who approached with a respectful demeanor, inquiring whether the guests wished to stay or dine. As they entered, the tavern owner noticed their attire, which differed from that of the other three main cities. Although he was unsure of its origin, he recognized the garments were crafted from exquisite fabric and speculated on which city this little female hailed from. If he could trade a few pieces with their city and resell them to other orcs, it would be a lucrative opportunity. Little did he know that the clothing worn by Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi was not made by the people of Tianyu City, but rather meticulously sewn by Xiao Yujia herself, with fabric that was entirely distinct from the cotton garments used by the locals. As for the materials required for such clothing, Xiao Yujia had not discovered them around Tianyu City. Hence, she hoped to find suitable materials during this journey. We shall dine and prepare 2 bowls of minced meat porridge for the 2 little ones. As for our meal, it must consist of 4 dishes and a soup, with meat being the most essential. Xiao Yujia stated calmly. She sensed no ill intentions from the orc, aside from a hint of greed, which led her to request 2 bowls of minced meat porridge. The little glutinous rice dumpling had begun teething and was ready for simple solid foods. The reason Xiao Yujia also wanted Ruoli and the dumpling to share the porridge was simple. Ruoli's health was still somewhat fragile, and it was best for her to consume something light to warm her stomach. Very well, esteemed guests, please come in and take a seat. Your meals will be ready shortly, the orc said, his delight evident upon hearing Xiao Yujia's order for such a variety of dishes. He personally wiped down the tables and chairs, welcoming them to sit. Thank you, Xiao Yujia replied with a nod. That is the least I can do. Please wait a moment, the tavern owner said, then hurried to the kitchen to expedite the preparations. After their meal, Xiao Yujia and her companions traded for some food and vegetables within Tung-Yi City, then promptly departed without lingering. Jia, why are we leaving so suddenly? I wonder if we will find a cave to rest in? Lin Yi queried as they ventured a distance from Tung-Yi City. He could not fathom why Xiao Yujia chose to leave so abruptly. They had scarcely taken a break during their journey, often sleeping in caves woven from vines. After encountering a place to rest, Lin Yi was reluctant to see her tire herself further. I had Chi survey the surrounding environment. There are woods and caves nearby for resting. Xiao Yujia reassured him. That's good, Lin Yi replied, relieved to know they would find a place to recuperate. Upon reaching the cave identified by Chi Yu, Xiao Yujia and her group had a light meal and then rested, leaving no one to guard outside. It seemed they were waiting for something to take the bait. SSS, indeed. Shortly after, a chilling hissing sound emanated from the branches outside the cave. Anyone could tell it belonged to a slippery-skinned creature, and it was quite fearsome. Is that little female truly resting in this cave? One orc asked. Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Another responded. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and capture the little female. Hey, wait for me. A loud crash echoed as one of the orcs rushed in, only to be swiftly thrown back by Lin Yi. The sound of him hitting the ground was painful to hear. Tung Yu, are you all right? Another orc exclaimed, witnessing the one named Tung Yu being unexpectedly tossed out. Tung Di, go inform a city lord that there's a very beautiful little female in the forest. Her skin's so fair, it seems to glisten. Tung Yu urged, as he was helped up by Tung Di. Why? Tung Di was perplexed by Tung Yu's directive. No time for questions. Hurry, Tung Yu snapped, irritated at his cousin's lack of urgency. Fine, I'll go. Just wait here, I'll bring help. With that, Tung Di dashed away without a trace. Jia, should I go after them? Lin Yi asked as one orc fled, preparing to pursue, but Xiao Yujia suddenly blocked his path. Do not chase. Let us observe what they intend to do. Glutinous rice dumpling, your brother will protect you. Do not be afraid. Ruoli gently embraced the dumpling, reassuringly patting its tiny hand, instilling a sense of security. Brother is great. Though the dumpling felt comforted by Ruoli's presence, it recognized Ruoli was merely a herbivorous orc, and the notion of protection was uncertain. Nonetheless, the dumpling recalled its mother's words about not undermining its brother's confidence, so it acquiesced to letting Ruoli guard it. As long as it behaved, both mother and father would protect them. Awoo, awoo. Hearing Ruoli's words, several Zhen orcs approached, their adorable forms surrounding the little dumpling, creating a protective circle. It seemed that should any threat arise, they would become fiercely protective. Chapter 145, The Peculiar Vines, Tunyi City. City Lord's Mansion in the dark of night. An orc was racing towards the heart of the City Lord's Mansion. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this orc had been part of the group that attempted to ambush Xiao Yujia and her companions. Indeed, it was Tung Di. At this moment, he was running with all his might, hoping to secure the City Lord's promise before dawn to save his cousin, Tung Yu. Who goes there? Halt! Before reaching his destination, Tung Di was unexpectedly spotted by the patrolling guards within the Lord's residence. Although orcs possess excellent eyesight, the swiftness of a running orc can occasionally obscure their vision, leading the patrolling guards to instinctively mistake Tung Di for an enemy orc from another city. Tung Zhou, it is I. Tung Di stopped abruptly. Tung Di could only pause, and, once he recognized the orc before him, hurriedly explained his presence. Otherwise, he risked being misidentified as an adversary from another city. Tung Di, shouldn't you be stationed at the city wall? Why are you here? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Tung Di, yet Ting Zhou found himself perplexed. Wasn't Tung Di supposed to be guarding the city wall? Why had he suddenly appeared here? A series of questions flooded Tung Zhou's mind. I need to see the Lord. Tung Yu has been injured by hostile orcs in the forest. He gazed at Ting Zhou, contemplating that since they were both clansmen from the same city, there was no harm in sharing his predicament, thus revealing the situation regarding Tung Yu in the forest. However, he could not resist embellishing the tale, portraying Xiao Yujia and her companions as enemy orcs. I apologize, little female, but your partner harmed Tung Yu. If I don't present it this way, the Lord will not send help for Tung Yu. I'm only doing this for my brother. Regarding the matter of misrepresenting Xiao Yujia and her group as enemy orcs, Tung Di could only feel a silent apology within, as his sole desire was to save his brother. Unbeknownst to him, this very statement would lead to his downfall. What? Enemy orcs? Then you should go. The Lord is inside. Upon hearing of the enemy orcs, Ting Zhou promptly informed Tung Di of the Lord's location. Although he wished to assist Tung Di in rescuing Tung Yu, his duties as a patrolling guard held him back. All right, thank you, Ting Zhou. After expressing his gratitude, Tung Di proceeded towards the central chamber. After Tung Di left, Tung Zhou cast a glance in his direction, silently mouthing a word of no need for thanks. In the surrounding forest of Tung Yi City, Tung Di, are you certain the enemy orcs are truly in this forest? Lord Tung Gu coldly regarded Tung Di, sensing no deceit in his words, yet they were undeniably suspicious within the confines of the room. After all, even amidst the hostilities between the four major cities, one would not recklessly encroach upon another's territory. Yet, Tung Di claimed that Tung Yu had been gravely injured by enemy orcs in the forest. This revelation inevitably aroused Tung Ji's suspicions toward Tung Di. Lord, the enemy orcs are indeed in this forest. Tung Di, perceiving the chill in Tung Ji's tone, felt a tremor within, yet summoned his courage to affirm the presence of enemy orcs in the forest. However, his subsequent hesitations only heightened Tung Ji's doubts. Nonetheless, the presence of enemy orcs near his city posed the greatest threat. Tung Di was merely a clansman from his city, and despite his suspicions, he could not impose true punishment. Thus, he temporarily restrained his authority, coldly inquiring, "Where did you encounter them?" "They are in the cave ahead, Lord. Please follow me." Sensing the Lord's restraint, Tung Di could not help but swallow hard as he timidly revealed the location of Xiao Yujia and her companion's cave, leading the way for Tung Ge. Meanwhile, after Tung Di's departure, Xiao Yujia and her companions found themselves unable to sleep, opting instead to prepare food, leaving only the two young ones asleep. After all, they were still children filled with drowsiness. Jia, orcs are approaching. The group, initially enjoying their meal, suddenly sensed the approaching orcs nearby. This scent was one that Lin Yi recognized all too well. It was the distinctive odor of their Serpent Clan orcs, cold and foreboding. Of course, the intensity of coldness varied with each orc's temperament. However, Lin Yi felt an equally chilling presence among the approaching orcs. I even hoped they wouldn't come. Xiao Yujia glanced at Lin Yi and the others, noting their heightened vigilance. Yet she remained unfazed, even wishing they would come. Before she could finish her thought, she turned her gaze toward Tung Yu, who had been tied up and discarded by Xiao Yujia and her companions. What a terrifying gaze from this little female. As Tung Yu regained consciousness, he locked eyes with Xiao Yujia, and in that moment, he felt a chilling presence surpassing even that of Tung Ge, the lord of Tung Yi City, sending a shiver through his body, filled with dread. So fragrant. As Tung Ji's team approached the cave where Xiao Yujia and her companions resided, they were met with the enticing aroma wafting from within. Tung Di, are you certain those enemy orcs are in this cave? The delicious scent emanating from the cave made Tung Ji's mouth water. Although he had eaten cooked meat within Tung Yi City, he had never encountered such an enticing aroma. Moreover, the orcs behind him were already entranced by the scent. Yes, the enemy orcs are indeed resting inside that cave. Tung Di nodded, having risked his life to save Tung Yu as he caught a whiff of Tung Yu's blood. Seeing Tung Di's affirmation, Tung Ge instructed the orcs behind him to investigate the nearby cave. Upon receiving the Lord's directive, the orcs dispersed toward Xiao Yujia's cave. Bang! 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 With a series of loud crashes, the orcs sent by Tung Ge were all expelled from the cave. What is this? Vines! Tung Ge stared in astonishment at the flailing vines nearby, seemingly devoid of life, yet commonplace in the forest, now astonishingly tossing out his dispatched orc warriors. Even the orcs found this unbelievable. Tung Di, did you not claim the cave was filled with enemy orcs? Why are there these strange vines? Tung Ji's expression turned icy as he regarded Tung Di. He had previously pondered that Tung Di might genuinely have discovered enemy orcs, only to encounter animated vines instead. Furthermore, they had lost 3 esteemed warriors from Tung Yi City. Chapter 146. Seeking forgiveness from the goddess observing Tung Ji's demeanor, Tung Di felt an overwhelming urge to flee. It seemed impossible. He couldn't fathom why this was happening. Just moments before he left, a group of orcs and a female were resting in the cave. How had it transformed into chaotic, flailing vines? Tung Ge, discerning Tung Di's silence, surmised he was equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Thus, he dispatched 3 more orc warriors for investigation. Bang! 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 Without exception, the 3 orc warriors were hurled out once more, meeting their end without a single cry. Tung Ge, witnessing the scene from a distance, was furious, eager to uncover the source of these animated vines. Yet, he feared approaching lest he meet the same fate, leaving the clansmen of Tung Yi City in peril. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xiao Yujia remained unperturbed, leisurely savoring the skewers in her hands. She understood that the orcs in the grass nearby would inevitably come, for the slain orcs were their kin. Should they approach, it would signify their deep regard for their brethren, while their absence would render the killings insignificant. Xiao Yujia had meticulously devised her entire strategy and now exuded an air of calm confidence. However, Lin Yi, who stood behind him, observed the throng of Jia Run and others surrounding his partner, and a pang of sourness welled up within him. Yet, he knew he could not interfere, as they were the suitors and guardians of his beloved, fulfilling their roles. To obstruct them would only breed resentment. As long as Xiao Yujia held a place for him in her heart, that was sufficient. With this thought, the sourness dissipated, replaced by a sweetness as Xiao Yujia turned and smiled at him. In stark contrast to Lin Ye's sentiments, Jia Run's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to have Xiao Yujia bear him peacock offspring. Lately, he felt a surge of new life energy coursing through him, though he could not comprehend its significance. He sensed it was not a harbinger of good fortune. Mei, despite being another suitor for Xiao Yujia's affection, regarded her merely as an older sister and relished her gentle touch. Tian Yao, much like Lin Yi, exuded a chilling demeanor, resembling an icy nine-tailed fox. As long as he could serve as a guardian by Xiao Yujia's side, he did not yearn for her caresses or favor. As Xiao Yujia called out numbers, 1, 2, 3, a massive dark green tongue, she emerged from the nearby thicket. It measured an impressive 8 or 9 meters, significantly shorter than Lin Yi's beast form, but emanating a chilling aura. As the roars of beasts echoed from a cave, Xiao Yujia's companions transformed into their beast forms, signaling the imminent clash. Seeing her comrades shifting into their beastly shapes, Xiao Yujia refused to be outdone and transformed into her half-beast form. This time, however, her raven black hair and eyes gradually shifted to silvery white and crimson. Lin Yi and the others had grown accustomed to this transformation, yet Teng Ge was taken aback, never expecting this petite female to be a warrior of ancestral power. Legend spoke of those with ancestral abilities as fearsome beings capable of wielding the strength of their forebears, with potency varying according to their race and rank. Xiao Yujia remained silent, instead raising her hand and bringing it down. In that instant, the beastmen behind her surged toward Teng Ge. Lin Yi confronted Teng Ge first, as both were serpent-type beastmen of the esteemed Teng Shi lineage, their powers nearly equal. However, in terms of physical stature, Teng Ge was at a disadvantage, especially with the two small bulges forming behind Lin Yi, hinting at a burgeoning potential. As Lin Yi took the lead, Jia Run dove from the sky, his sharp beak aiming for the rear of Teng Ge. However, his attack fell slightly short. 4 peacock beastmen were not particularly adept at hunting and lacked the speed of eagle-type beastmen, seemingly beautiful yet lacking in practical prowess. Mei darted around Teng Ge, attempting to divert his attention to facilitate an opening for Tian Yao and Qi Yu's assault. Nevertheless, for Qi Yu, this was merely child's play, yet, respecting his master's gaze, he collaborated with the other beastmen to confront the verdant Teng Shi. As for Xiao Yujia, she intended to remain as a mere backdrop, occasionally providing energy to Lin Yi and the others. However, maintaining the state required enduring the agony of bloodlust. For only in this state could she offer a more potent energy boost. Seizing the distraction of the ongoing battle, Teng Di stealthily entered the cave and discovered Teng Yu lying discarded. Teng Yu, I will free you, but you must remain silent, he whispered, attempting to untie the vines binding his brother. No matter how he struggled, the vines would not yield. He considered transforming his claws to sever them, but feared harming Teng Yu, ultimately abandoning that thought. Teng Di, it's futile. Those vines are controlled by that pretty little female and cannot be cut, Teng Yu remarked, observing his brother's desperate attempts to free him, suddenly questioning if he had been too harsh on him in the past. Meanwhile, a resounding crash echoed as Lin Yi and the others brought Teng Ge crashing to the ground. In that moment, illuminated by the moonlight, Teng Ge caught sight of Xiao Yujia's visage, and his mind was flooded with a collision of thoughts, merging the legendary figure with the female before him. As Teng Ge weakened, Lin Yi and his companions intended to deliver a final blow, but before they could act, Teng Ge transformed into his human form and knelt before Xiao Yujia. What is happening? Xiao Yujia was genuinely startled by this unexpected display of submission. Was he begging for mercy due to his inability to prevail? Teng Ge and his kin have offended the goddess. We implore your forgiveness. The moment those words left Teng Ji's lips, Xiao Yujia comprehended that her true identity had been unveiled. Yet even so, the tumultuous power within her could no longer be restrained, and she could only allow it to unleash freely. Sensing the intensifying chill surrounding them, Lin Yi and the others swiftly parted, clearing a path. Without hesitation, Xiao Yujia charged toward Teng Ge, circling behind him. one hand gripping his waist and the other tightening around his neck, her crimson eyes fixated on one singular desire: blood. Chapter 147. Mother, S letter, ah. The moment her fangs sank into Tonggu's neck, his voice echoed through the forest, startling the birds from their perches. Tonggu, in shock, gazed at the stars partially obscured by the leaves above, unable to fathom that he was being bitten by a mere adolescent goddess. He could distinctly feel his blood flowing toward the gaping wound, and with each audible swallow, he became acutely aware of the loss of life within him. The excruciating pain was beyond what most could endure, prompting Lin Yi and the others to avert their eyes, unwilling to witness the distress. After all, they had endured similar experiences, and even now, the ache in their necks lingered. Others may not have understood, but Lin Yi, as Qiao Yujia's partner, recognized that her bloodline was unlike any other in the Beastman continent. Although her beast form resembled that of serpent-type beastmen, he knew she was not one of them. Yet, he pondered whether her need to consume blood stemmed from another awakened lineage within her, in addition to the blood of Nuwa. A quarter of an hour later, Qiao Yujia, satiated, licked the remnants of blood from her lips, her grip on Tonggu loosening before she suddenly collapsed backward. Jia. At the instant she hit the ground, Lin Yi rushed to catch her in his arms. Tonggu, still reeling from the experience of having his blood drawn, sat frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a goddess could possess the beast form of a beastman. This revelation left him questioning. Why did the goddess appear akin to the legendary demon god? Lin Yi carried Qiao Yujia for a stretch before abruptly halting. He turned to Tonggu, who was seated on the ground, and beckoned him to enter. Without further elaboration, Lin Yi invited Tonggu into the cave where they were temporarily resting. Once Tonggu was assured that Lin Yi and his companions posed no threat, he stepped inside. Upon entering the cave, Tonggu noticed Tong Di laboriously attempting to untangle Tongyu from the vines. Observing Tong Di's struggle, Tonggu could only shake his head in dismay. The vines controlled by the goddess could not be easily unraveled. City Lord, upon sensing someone beside him, Tong Di looked up to find it was Tonggu, and he felt a sinking sensation. Was it possible that even the city lord had been captured? However, Tonggu appeared unharmed, save for 2 distinct bite marks on his neck. This warrior, could you assist in freeing Tongyu from the vines? Tong Di's plea struck a chord with Tonggu. Nowadays, few orcs were willing to help one another as the 2 brothers did. Thus, it was imperative to speak well of them. Those are the goddess's vines. We cannot untie them. We can only wait for her to awaken to assist him, Lin Yi said. He was not mistaken. Only the one who controlled the vines could release them, and even those close to the controller might not succeed. I understand. Thank you for the information. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Tonggu felt he had nothing more to say. He turned to comfort Tongyu and Tong Di, assuring them to endure a little longer, as perhaps the goddess would awaken by the next day to assist Tongyu. With the city lord advocating for them, what more could Tong Di say? He could only wait patiently for the small female whom the city lord referred to as the goddess to awaken and help free Tongyu from the vines. The following morning, Qiao Yujia woke as promised. Her silver-white hair had reverted to its original black, and her crimson eyes transformed back to clear black jewels. Where is everyone? Struggling to rise, she found that her body felt even stronger, and the blood surging within her had calmed. Yet, Lin Yi and the others were nowhere to be seen, save for 2 small cubs playing nearby. Since she was already awake, she decided to wash her face, casually tied her hair, and stepped out of the cave. Inglay, what brings you here? Upon exiting, Qiao Yujia spotted Lin Yi conversing with an orc. As she approached, she recognized the orc's face. Wasn't he this Inglay? However, why was he not patrolling the borders of Tianyu City, but here instead? Goddess, this is a letter from Lord Ling Yin meant for you. Upon seeing Qiao Yujia emerge from the cave, Inglay handed her a letter. A letter? Is this from Ling Yin? Qiao Yujia took the envelope from Inglay, unable to believe it was meant for her, and confirmed once more. Yes, Lord Ling Yin said it was a message from the beast god. Noting Qiao Yujia's skepticism, Inglay nodded emphatically, affirming his truthfulness, and explained that it was the beast god who had requested Ling Yin to relay the message. I see. Would you care to stay for breakfast? Although uncertain of the letter's contents, Qiao Yujia nodded, inviting Inglay to join her for breakfast. Unexpectedly, he declined, claiming he had been glared at by Lin Yi, and promptly fled. Why did Inglay leave? Am I that frightening? Watching him flee, Qiao Yujia felt puzzled, wondering if she appeared terrifying. Jia, you are not frightening. You are the most beautiful female on the Orc continent. Lin Yi, noticing her bewilderment, quickly showered her with compliments. How could his female be anything but beautiful? You flatter me. Xiao Yujia laughed at Lin Yi's words. When did his praise become so sweet? As she glanced at the seal on the envelope, the blossoming crimson rose made her heart tremble. This symbol was one she would never forget. It was the emblem passed down through her family for thousands of years, said to be chosen because her ancestors adored roses, thus designating the brightest red rose as their family crest. Chapter 148. The Origin of Bloodline Power. Jia, what is wrong? Is something amiss? Lin Yi, noticing her pale expression, quickly inquired if there was trouble. I'm fine. Let us have breakfast before we depart. Xiao Yujia simply shook her head, indicating she was all right. All right. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and returned to the entrance of the cave to prepare breakfast. At Teng Ji's request, Xiao Yujia helped free Teng Yu from the vines, and Tengu stubbornly insisted on staying to share breakfast with the two brothers. He later invited Xiao Yujia to accompany them to Teng Yi City for a brief respite, to which she consented. After breakfast, Xiao Yujia and her companions set off toward Teng Yi City once more. During their journey, Xiao Yujia opened the envelope Ying Lei had brought her. As she unfolded the letter, she found it neatly handwritten in small characters. Jia, my beloved daughter, by the time you read this letter, I have already embarked on the journey to find your father. How have you been lately? A few days ago, I sensed the surge of your bloodline power. I had planned to let you enjoy a few more years of peace before revealing this, but unforeseen circumstances have brought you to the Orc continent earlier than expected. Upon reading this, Xiao Yujia could hardly believe her mother knew her whereabouts, prompting deep reflection as she continued reading. I know that upon reaching this point, you may find it perplexing, but the time to understand will come. One day, you will know all the truths. I wrote this letter out of concern for you, hoping the beast god could assist in delivering it. Remember what I am about to say, no matter what, and even if you forget, treat it as me joking with my daughter. As she finished the page, Xiao Yujia grew curious about what her mother wished to convey and set aside the first page. In truth, our family has existed for more than a millennium, tracing back to ancient times on Earth. However, those times are long past, and the books about our family are stored in the library. I wonder if you have had the chance to read them? From the unusual movements of your body, you may have already gleaned some understanding. But what I wish to tell you is that you possess not only the bloodline of the Nuwa clan, but also that of the Yi clan. Although your Nuwa bloodline is not entirely pure, it can temporarily suppress the Yi bloodline within you. Yi clan? Is it the same Yi clan I am thinking of? Xiao Yujia pondered. The clan known for its blood-drinking tendencies, active during the night, had supposedly vanished due to human greed, yet her mother had encountered them. Jia, if the awakening of your Nuwa bloodline has triggered the emergence of the Yi bloodline, do not resist. Simply adapt, for it will bring you benefits. As for why I restricted certain matters on Earth, it was merely to prevent anyone from discovering your Yi bloodline and bringing danger upon my precious daughter. Now, Jia has arrived at the Orc continent. Although opportunities and dangers coexist, the absence of the treachery found among humans makes it a preferable situation compared to life on Earth. Take good care of yourself, and when we meet your father, I will bring him to see you, my precious daughter. It all makes sense now. No wonder I feel such impulses every night. After reading the letter that mother managed to send, Xiao Yujia realized that, apart from the bloodline of Nuwa, she also possessed the bloodline of the Yi tribe, a race that vanished for a millennium due to human greed. Xiao Yujia never anticipated that she could become a member of that tribe. She carefully stored all the letters back into their envelope, vowing to keep them safe and not lose them. Jia, what's the matter? What do the letters say? Lin Yi asked, noticing Xiao Yujia staring at the letter for an extended period, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Fearing the contents might distress her, he couldn't help but inquire. I'm fine, Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head to dismiss any concern. After ensuring that Teng Gu and the others would not turn around, she shared with Lin Yi the information written in the envelope. After all, he was someone she would accompany for life, so there was no harm in sharing. Yi tribe? This is the first time I've heard of this race, Lin Yi responded, as such a tribe did not exist on the Orc continent. However, he believed that with Xiao Yujia's arrival, these two tribes would surely emerge on the Orc continent. Seeing Lin Yi's perplexed expression, Xiao Yujia elaborated on the Yi tribe and its hierarchical structure. At the top were the pure blood Yi, who were essentially the rulers of the tribe and extremely rare. Next were those with half-pure blood lineage, mostly belonging to the noble bloodlines of the Yi tribe. Following that were the common Yi, akin to the ordinary citizens under ancient kings. And finally, there were the half-Yi born from unions with humans. who were generally ostracized by pure blood unless born into noble or royal families. Otherwise, they were condemned to eternal exile. Nonetheless, many ventured forth, including Xiao Yujia's brave father. After hearing this, Lin Yi began to understand why she felt so distressed each night. As their conversation continued, they re-entered Tung Yi City. At the Beast God Temple, the priest Tung Lan greeted the Divine Lady. Xiao Yujia and her companions were led by Tung Gu into the Beast God Temple, where a priest and several apprentices welcomed them. She observed that, compared to the Beast God Temple in Tianyu City, the one in Tung Yi City was notably simpler and more rustic. "You may rise," Xiao Yujia said, quickly stepping forward to assist the elderly priest who was nearing his 60s. "Thank you, Divine Lady. May I request one favor from you?" The priest, once helped to his feet, expressed his gratitude, but then made a request. "What is it?" "Please, go ahead," Xiao Yujia replied, sensing that the elderly priest did not harbor ill intentions. "I hope that the Divine Lady can stay in Tung Yi City for a day and bless your followers within the city." With the birth rate of young ones dwindling, Tung Lan felt compelled to make this request for the survival of Tung Yi City. While her own blessings could not enhance the tribe's chances of producing offspring, the legendary Divine Lady could. Just one day would suffice. "I do not wish to ask for too much." "Very well, I shall comply," Xiao Yujia contemplated, reasoning that she needed to observe the situation here and perhaps identify any unusual aspects. Thus, she agreed to the request of priest Tung Lan, considering it merely a dance performance. However, she recalled that the prayer dance required 2 participants, and with Yusheng unable to attend due to her pregnancy, Xiao Yujia resolved to adapt the dance accordingly. "Thank you, Divine Lady, for your grace. On behalf of the entire Tung Yi City, I express our gratitude." Tung Lan exclaimed in delight upon receiving her consent. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his gratitude, Xiao Yujia waved her hands, insisting it was no trouble. "Please rise, Priest Tung Lan." She stepped forward to help him up, feeling overwhelmed by such formalities. The inhabitants of the Orc continent were generally older than her, and given the Chinese tradition of respecting elders, she felt the weight of such honor could be burdensome. "Divine Lady, this is my duty as a priest. Since you have agreed, I shall make arrangements for the blessings to commence tomorrow night. Does that sound acceptable to you?" After standing, Tung Lan discussed the arrangements for the blessing ceremony with Xiao Yujia, awaiting her nod of approval. "That works for me, Priest Tung Lan. You may organize it as you see fit," Xiao Yujia replied with a smile. She was not adept at planning such events, so it was better to let someone knowledgeable handle it, thus saving much time and effort. "Excellent," Tung Lan responded with joy. Now that the Divine Lady had given her approval, he only needed to relay the arrangements for the ceremony to the others. After finalizing the plans for the evening, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi proceeded to the room prepared for them by Tung Gu within the Beast God Temple. Upon opening the door, Xiao Yujia was taken aback. Beyond the stone table beside the entrance lay an enormous stone bed, ample enough to accommodate 10 individuals. "Perhaps I should ask Lord Tengu for a different room," she considered, but before she could take a step, Lin Yi and the others stopped her. "Jia, this will do. I don't mind at all. My mother always said that as a male orc, one must be magnanimous and generous. Gai Run, the Divine Lady, does not mind, and this arrangement will better protect her. Mei Shun, I have no objections either. This way, we can safeguard the Divine Lady." Xiao Yujia watched as Lin Yi and the others chirped around her like little birds, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, especially with Qi Yu clinging to her leg. Perhaps they were right. Being together might ensure greater safety. However, who could tell if Tung Gu might present one persona in public and another in private? All right. You all go and tidy up. I'm quite tired and need some rest," Xiao Yujia declared, eventually nodding in agreement and urging them to prepare their belongings. Upon seeing her consent, they hurriedly began to pack, knowing her habit of taking a midday nap and recognizing her evident fatigue. As they hastened their preparations, the little glutinous rice, dumpling, and ruo li were assigned to an adjacent room, attended by dedicated apprentice priests. The following evening, after dinner, the orcs and females of Tung Yi City heard the news that the Divine Lady had arrived to bestow blessings upon all the tribes, and the word spread throughout the city. Early on, they made their way to the altar to secure prime positions. "Hey, have you all heard about the Divine Lady's blessings? Of course, this is a rare opportunity. I heard she is the legendary Divine Lady." "Indeed, I've heard that too. Receiving a blessing from the Divine Lady is an extraordinary chance." Under the altar, the orcs and their females of Tung Yi City chattered excitedly about today's blessing priest. Each orc and female rejoiced at the prospect of receiving the legendary goddess's blessing. Such an opportunity was unattainable for other cities. Hush! The priest Tunglan has arrived. It is best to remain silent. Indeed, as priest Tunglan ascended the altar, the tribe below fell into an instant hush, quietly awaiting the goddess's blessing. Observing the now tranquil crowd, priest Tunglan adjusted her demeanor. I believe everyone is aware of this evening's happenings. Our Tungi city is fortunate to encounter the goddess on her travels. May the goddess bless her subjects, and I hope each one receives her divine favor. Without further ado, let us invite the goddess to bestow her blessings. As priest Tunglan concluded her speech, Xiao Yujia, who had been waiting below, gracefully ascended the altar. Clad in her resplendent red attire, she exuded an air of solemnity and elegance, inspiring envy among the orcs and females below, particularly with her fair complexion that made the orcs yearn. Xiao Yujia wasted no time. She needed rest for the journey ahead to other lands. Without further preamble, she began to dance. As she moved, glimmers of light emanated from her, initially sparse but gradually intensifying, eventually scattering and swiftly entering the bodies of all present orcs and females. Unlike Yu Sheng's gentle aura, she embodied the vitality of life, the force of authority, and the might of war. Accompanied by the rhythmic beats resonating in her mind, she raised her hands and leaped, alternating between joy and solemnity. Each dance step radiating a profound life force. The blessing ceremony lasted nearly an hour, and as Xiao Yujia halted her movements, the orcs and females below began to transform into their beast forms. This, Tunglan gazed at her kin below, astonished. She had not anticipated that a mere blessing from the goddess could induce transformation in all but those possessing the ancestral bloodline. Even she felt the stirrings of transformation within herself. City Lord, there are orcs from Fuhai City approaching from the west. Below the altar, Tung, just completed with his transformation, heard the guards report the news. What did you say? Those arrogant, hostile orcs are coming. Tungu felt a surge of anger upon hearing this news. Surely the orcs of Fuhai City had learned of the goddess's presence here and sought to seize her. Chapter 150. Welcoming the goddess outside Tingi City. City Lord, Priest, the red lights visible from a distance are emanating from Tungi City. The orc who ventured to investigate rushed back to report his findings to Fuhai City's Lord Fu Qing and the priest. After hearing the orc's account, Fu Qing looked up, still able to see the red lights, sensing the rich life force within. What, I wonder, is happening in Tingi City at this moment? Priest, what do you think? He could only turn to the priest beside him for guidance. This situation likely indicates the goddess's arrival. The priest remained silent, casually mentioning the legendary goddess. The goddess? If it is indeed the legendary goddess, we must bring her back. With this thought, Fu Qing immediately ordered an assault on the city, justifying his actions as a means to welcome the goddess, though in truth, it was an act of abduction. Yet Xiao Yujia was no fool. She would not stand idly by while they attempted to seize her. She belonged to no one but herself. The blessing ceremony had concluded. Tungzhu, organize the orc warriors on the city walls to prepare for battle. I shall join you shortly. Tunggu, observing the recently concluded blessing ceremony, instructed Tungzhu to rally the warriors on the walls while he remained to witness his kin's growth. This process represented both an opportunity and a path to maturity for his people. Upon receiving the command, Tungzhu wasted no time and sprinted towards the walls. Ever since receiving the goddess's blessing, he felt an overwhelming power within him that yearned for release. He would test this newfound strength against the enemy orcs. Jia, hurry! There are orcs approaching. Just as Xiao Yujia descended from the altar, Lin Yi alerted her to the incoming threat. Regardless, they were resting in this place, and she could not afford any mishaps. I understand. We shall observe the situation without intervening. Although after today's blessing ceremony, Tungi City could be considered a sanctuary under her protection, she could not act recklessly. After all, no one knew what might transpire. Lin Yi found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Tunggu, despite his desire to witness the transformation of his kin, knew he could no longer delay. He ascended the altar, briefed Priest Tunglan on the situation outside, and led a squad of orc warriors towards the city gates. Upon learning of the circumstances, Tunglan ordered the guards of the Beast God Temple to secure the area around the altar square, awaiting those who had yet to complete their transformations. Outside the city, with Tung Ji's arrival, war was imminent. Fu Qing seized upon the pretext of Tung Gu holding the goddess captive to launch an attack on Tingi City. The transformed orcs, resembling large lizard-like subdragon warriors, charged fervently towards Tingy City. Those who had not developed wings attacked the city gates from the ground, while the winged subdragon warriors soared into the sky, unleashing flames upon the structures near the city walls, reducing them to ashes. Fortunately, all adult orcs, females, and even the juvenile offspring had gathered at the central altar square, thus avoiding the catastrophe. Those foul serpents must be incinerated. Such a great fire. Indeed, this is the fate of those who oppose us from Fuhai City. Exactly. They are merely a bunch of foul serpents. Not only is their bloodline inferior to ours, but the male orcs also resemble females. In the air, the subdragon orcs, while setting fires, disparaged the bloodline of the Tingy City orcs. If Qiao Yujia could hear them, she would surely retort, what do a bunch of subdragons know of bloodlines? Not to mention that subdragons are not true dragons. The bloodline of Tangsha is far superior. Your words pique my interest, shall we? Ah, splendid. Let's go capture a few Tangsha orcs for some amusement. A group of subdragon orcs, upon hearing one of their kin comment that Tangsha orcs were as beautiful, if not more so, than females, suddenly found themselves intrigued and set off to seek out the Tangsha orcs. Jia, we must flee. Orcs are approaching. On the altar square, Lin Yi was the first to sense the incoming subdragon orcs and hurriedly urged Qiao Yujia to leave. She was the cornerstone of Tianyu City, revered as a goddess across the entire Orc continent, and she could not afford to be caught in any peril. No, how could I leave at this moment? Qiao Yujia gazed at the blazing houses nearby, fireballs raining down from the sky. A surge of indignation erupted from within her. After all this time, she and Yusheng had embraced their identities as goddesses. Having accepted this role, she could not stand by and watch her faithful subjects suffer. The beast god could not interfere with the laws of time, so she would become the enforcer of justice herself. Qiao Yujia struggled to break free from Lin Ye's embrace and leapt into the air. Behold, the Tangsha clan's beastmen truly possess beauty surpassing that of the females. Indeed, hey, Tangsha clan's beastmen, come along with us willingly. We shall ensure your utmost comfort. Groups of the Yalong clan's beastmen casually seized the freshly beast-transformed Tangsha clan members, soaring high without granting them a moment's respite. Upon witnessing the delicate beauty of the Tangsha clan's beastmen, each developed a nefarious intent, for their alluring features were more captivating than that of the females. Release us, you ruffians. We are devotees of the Divine Lady. The Divine Lady will not spare you. The Yalong beastmen erupted into laughter at the Tangsha clan's outcry. They had encountered foolishness before, but this level of naivety was unprecedented. Who does not know that the Divine Lady is merely a legend? How could she possibly exist? Bang, bang, bang. As fireballs rained down, the Yalong beastmen, engrossed in their laughter, were incinerated by flames. Who are you? The leading Yalong beastman, upon witnessing his comrades consumed by the divine fire, realized they were utterly lost. Looking ahead, he saw no one. Abandon the captives and rush forward. With no other option, they discarded the seized Tangsha clan members and charged towards the source of the voice. The Tangsha clan members, falling from the sky, spread their wings and immediately flew towards Qiao Yujia. When Lin Yi and Juren arrived, they beheld a throng of youthful Tangsha beastmen encircling Qiao Yujia. Chapter 151, The Illusory Rabbit Tribe. Look, it is actually a female. Does Tingy City lack beastman warriors to send a female out? I agree. Those Tangsha clan beastmen we saw earlier were each more beautiful than the females. A group of Yalong beastmen flew close to Qiao Yujia, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing her visage. Upon realizing she was a female, the Yalong beastmen could not help but mock her. They believed the downfall of Tingy City was imminent, for they had dispatched a female, indicating a lack of warriors. After all, the Tangsha clan's beastmen were each more lovely than the females. They could not possibly be formidable. However, they failed to notice that Qiao Yujia was hovering in midair. Little female, come back with us. You will surely find life in Fuhai City more enjoyable than in Tingy City. Yes, little female, come with us. Faced with the raucous and unremarkable beastmen before her, Qiao Yujia did not spare them a glance, let alone engage in conversation. Instead, she turned her gaze to the surrounding Tangsha clan members and calmly said, "You must return quickly. If you delay, your kin will be entirely captured." Her words were not unfounded. When Qiao Yujia had approached, she had witnessed the Yalong beastmen capturing the Tangsha clan members, deliberately targeting the more attractive warriors, while the females were regarded with disdain. Thank you for saving us, Divine Lady. After expressing their gratitude, the Tangsha Beastmen flew orderly towards the sacrificial platform square. Little female, why are you silent? Were you moved by our earlier words? After watching the Tangsha warriors depart, Xiao Yujia had no intention of acknowledging the impure-blooded Yalong. She turned and walked away. However, the Yalong Beastmen, witnessing her indifference, became infuriated and unleashed torrents of scorching fireballs toward her. Jia Divine Lady, Lin Yi and the others, observing from the ground, called out in unison, disregarding their own safety. Lin Yi and Zhuan soared into the air, aiming to shield Xiao Yujia from the onslaught of flames, while the others manipulated elements to attack from the ground. Sensing the searing heat behind her, Xiao Yujia turned, extending her arms to embrace Lin Yi and Zhuan, narrowly evading the fiery barrage. Ascending to the clouds, she released them upon reaching a safe zone. With determination, Xiao Yujia charged towards the provocateurs among the Yalong Beastmen. During this confrontation, she transformed into her beast form, her silver-scaled tail and hair gleaming, her crimson attire luminous against the night. With a fierce lash of her tail, she sent the taunting Yalong Beastmen plummeting from the sky, their collective shrieks piercing the air, ringing alarm bells for the Yalong Beastmen still seizing Tangsha warriors below. This little female is formidable. This thought suddenly surfaced in the minds of every Yalong Beastman. They had never encountered such a ferocious female. Even the females of Fuhai City paled in comparison. Bang! The impact of multiple Yalong Beastmen crashing to the earth created a massive crater, leaving those within in disarray. Xiao Yujia remained oblivious to their thoughts. All she knew was that her kin had nearly been scorched by the relentless flames. Such a beautiful face would be a tragedy to mar with burns. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Run!" The Yalong Beastmen, still dazed from the earlier events, snapped back to reality and began to scatter in panic. Yet, how could Xiao Yujia allow them to escape so easily? Without hesitation, she commenced her merciless assault on the Yalong Beastmen. By midnight, observing the dwindling numbers of his kin, Fu Qing began issuing retreat orders. The remaining Yalong Beastmen within Tingy's city, upon hearing the command, fled in disarray. The priest accompanying Fu Qing glanced back at Xiao Yujia. Lost in thought, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This fleeting smile might have gone unnoticed by other beastmen, but it did not escape Xiao Yujia's keen eyes. After returning a smile, she turned and re-entered Tingy's city. That night, the blazing flames enveloping Tingy's city were quenched by a gentle rain. After spending considerable time in the city, Xiao Yujia and her companions awoke early the next day, had breakfast, and prepared to depart. Divine Lady, continue south along this path, and you'll find the illusory rabbit tribe. If you are uncertain where to rest temporarily, you may consider visiting there. Upon reaching the city gate, they encountered Tung Gu and the priest, who were bidding farewell to the entire Tingyi clan. To ensure they found a resting place before nightfall, Priest Tinglan had provided them with directions. Thank you. Upon hearing Priest Tonglan's words, she expressed her gratitude. Initially, Xiao Yujia intended to find a dry cave to rest temporarily, but upon receiving such information from Priest Tinglan, she gladly accepted. Divine Lady, please wait a moment. Just as Xiao Yujia and her companions were about to set off, Tung Gu's voice suddenly called from behind. He was relieved that Xiao Yujia had not gone far. Otherwise, he would have struggled to catch up. Tung Gu, do you require something? Xiao Yujia halted, turning to face him with a cold gaze, conveying an air of impending doom should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Divine Lady, I sincerely apologize for last night's incident that caused you distress. This is my compensation for you. Faced with Xiao Yujia's frigid demeanor, Tung Gu felt a twinge of fear. His neck still throbbed painfully, and he feared that without a valid reason, he might not survive this encounter. Slap, slap, as the sound of palms clapping reverberated. 3 orc warriors of the Tangsha tribe emerged from behind the lord of Tinga City. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize these 3 warriors as the same individuals abducted by the group of Yalong tribe warriors the previous night. The moment they laid eyes on Xiao Yujia, they immediately knelt down with a thud. My lady goddess, we implore you to accept us. Yet, she replied, but I already have a partner. Gazing at the 3 orc warriors before her, Xiao Yujia felt a surge of emotion. However, she was already committed to Lin Yi, and the 3 of them were merely an external addition. Having them around was certainly a pleasant sight. Chapter 152. To Xiao Xiao, my lady goddess, please accept them. Having them as attendants would be beneficial. Observing Xiao Yujia's hesitation, Tunga hurriedly spoke in their favor, noting their pitiable circumstances. If they could serve by your side, even as mere attendants, it would be preferable to their solitary existence here. They lost their parents in childhood and were raised by the clan and the beast god temple. We do not seek your affection, merely the opportunity for them to be near you as attendants. Listening to Tunga's words, followed by the high priestess Tunglan's plea, which even included their tragic backstory, Xiao Yujia felt somewhat exasperated. Yet, Tunglan was merely speaking the truth. These three warriors indeed lost their parents young and were nurtured by the community and the temple. Since the prophecy of the goddess's arrival on the Orc continent in recent years, they had not only undergone regular combat training and hunting skills, but had also placed emphasis on skincare, resulting in their appearances being more striking than other male orcs. Despite their formidable strength, they were physically delicate. As Lin Yi observed Xiao Yujia's reluctance to set off, he leaned close to her ear and gently urged, Jia, it's getting late. We should depart, lest we be forced to rest outside. All right, let us move. You three, keep up, or you'll be left behind. Upon hearing Lin Ye's command, Xiao Yujia glanced at the sun's position, realizing time was indeed of the essence. She decided to hasten their departure and called for the three still kneeling behind her. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Tunga saw the three still lost in thought and quickly snapped them back to reality, urging them to follow. Upon hearing this, the three promptly shifted into their half-beast forms to keep pace with Xiao Yujia, not wishing to be abandoned by the goddess. Such a fate would render them unable to face the inhabitants of Tangyi City again. As they journeyed, Xiao Yujia and her party paused, finding no rare herbs worth their attention until they finally settled in a shaded area to rest when the sun was at its zenith. Once rejuvenated, Xiao Yujia retrieved 3 wooden elemental fruits from her bamboo basket and tossed them to the trio. They caught the fruits skillfully, but were puzzled by her intentions. Was this a test for them? These are for you. Eat quickly, as we must continue our journey soon. Oh, by the way, what are your names? Observing the three, clad in a fabric of unknown material that was sheer and merely a light outer layer, they maintained their half-beast forms. Goddess, I am Tingfeng. Goddess, I am Tingxing. Goddess, I am Tingyue. The three were elated to share their names with Xiao Yujia upon her inquiry. I see. Eat up, she replied, nodding at their names, which indeed had a poetic resonance. Wind, clear, moonlight, though one was missing. Seeing Xiao Yujia's smiling face, they found themselves momentarily entranced. Previously, they had heard from some clansfolk that although the goddess was revered, she was said to be less attractive than the females of the Orc continent. However, their present sight contradicted that notion. What is wrong? Noticing the intense gazes directed at her, Xiao Yujia turned to find the three staring, leaving her slightly bewildered. Nothing. They chorused in unison. They then simultaneously bit into the fruits, experiencing a reaction akin to that of the Tiger Howl tribe's members. Their bones began to disassemble and reshape, expelling the black toxins from within, gradually transforming into dark, mud-like figures. 2 hours later, after Xiao Yujia awaited their cleansing and donning of new garments, they resumed their journey. Phantom Mountain Range Huan 2 tribe today. A distinguished guest shall arrive at our tribe. An earnest, young female cub declared, perched on a tree stump beneath a large tree. Is what you say true? Many tribe members expressed skepticism at the proclamation of the cub named Xiao Xiao. After all, children often speak whimsically, perhaps merely jesting. What I say is indeed true. Seeing the tribe members' disbelief, Xiao Xiao grew somewhat agitated. As curiosity piqued among the gathered tribe members, the high priestess approached to investigate, discovering that the speaker was none other than the young female cub named Tu Xiao Xiao. The tribe had heard rumors of her ability to foresee events, often aiding them in evading disasters, though her prophecies were not infallible. Suppressing her curiosity, the high priestess inquired, if what you say is true, tell me, which esteemed guest is visiting our tribe? Although she found it hard to believe that a mere cub could foresee such matters, she did not wish to hurt the cub's feelings. It is the goddess, and she is already near our tribe. Without hesitation, Tu Xiao Xiao declared, disregarding the uncertainty of her foresight. Upon hearing this, the tribe members grew restless, particularly the high priestess, who nearly offered thanks to the beast god. Regardless of the truth, the news of the goddess's imminent arrival warranted investigation. Yet, the tribe waited at the entrance until evening, and when hope waned, someone suddenly shouted that someone was coming. The members of Huan 2 tribe turned to see a group of orcs approaching. Quick, prepare food. The excited tribe leader, Tu Quan, swiftly instructed the females and some orcs to ready a feast to welcome the goddess into their midst. As Qiao Yujia and her party drew closer, the tribe members noted the predominance of Tangsha tribe orcs among them. "Excuse me, are you the orcs of Huan Tu tribe?" As Qiao Yujia's voice resonated, the orcs and females of the Huan Tu tribe nodded in unison, affirming their identity. Chapter 153. Prophetic Insight. The members of Huan Tu tribe scrutinized the attire of Qiao Yujia and her companions, noting the stark contrast between their elegant garments and the coarse hemp clothing worn by themselves. The attire appeared remarkably comfortable. "I am the priestess of Huan Tu tribe. May I ask where this young female hails from?" The priestess approached, captivated by the enchanting garments adorning Qiao Yujia and her companions. "We hail from the grand city of Tianyu, situated in the heart of the vast plains of the mainland. As the sun begins its descent, may we find respite here for the night." Qiao Yujia beamed sweetly, captivating the young orcs of the Huan Tu tribe, nearly ensnaring their very souls. "Of course, esteemed guests from afar, please enter." The priest graciously acquiesced to Qiao Yujia's request for a temporary respite. Although the priest was unaware if these individuals were indeed the distinguished guests mentioned in the tales of Tu Xiao Xiao, it was prudent to extend hospitality. In the event they were, the arrival of the goddess would not be missed, and if they were not, it would still entail no loss, merely an evening's rest. "Thank you." Qiao Yujia expressed her gratitude to the priest of the Huan Tu tribe, and under his guidance, she led Lin Yi and the others into the tribe. Along the way, Qiao Yujia observed the surroundings. Upon entering, they were greeted by expansive fields of cultivation, albeit with only a few varieties of vegetables and fruits. Towering trees, robust and seemingly reaching for the heavens, dotted the landscape, leading to neatly aligned wooden houses and cobblestone pathways adorned with blooming daisies of various hues, suggesting human cultivation. The ambience exuded a pastoral charm, evoking a sense of comfort. As they traversed the path guided by the priest, cheerful footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was Tu Xiao Xiao dashing towards them, and with a sudden halt, she collided into Qiao Yujia's embrace. Instinctively, Qiao Yujia caught the weight of the spirited child. Upon raising her head, Tu Xiao Xiao's face radiated a warm smile, evoking a feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Goddess, you have finally arrived," she exclaimed, startling the priest and the others into astonishment. They had not anticipated that this young female was indeed the goddess referenced by Tu Xiao Xiao. However, the tribe members found it peculiar that the legends spoke of two goddesses, yet only one stood before them. Where then was the other? "Little one, what is your name?" Qiao Yujia inquired, squatting down to meet the child's gaze. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an increasing fondness for this little female, as if she were witnessing her own childhood reflected in her. Hearing her name questioned, Tu Xiao Xiao wriggled free from Qiao Yujia's embrace, steadied herself, and performed a respectful curtsy. "Goddess, I am called Tu Xiao Xiao." "Ah, she possesses the innate grace of a dancer. How delightful. Could you guide us to a place where we may rest?" Qiao Yujia gently tousled her fluffy hair, speaking in a warm tone. "Yes, goddess, please follow me." Tu Xiao Xiao's heart soared with joy at the prospect of leading the goddess to a resting place, and she bounded ahead with spirited leaps. "Goddess, you." The priest, having overheard Qiao Yujia's words, initially thought she was jesting. Yet, upon witnessing Tu Xiao Xiao's animated frolic, concern began to swell within him. Although Tu Xiao Xiao had surmised the goddess's return, she remained but an immature young female. Would she inadvertently lead the goddess astray? The priest's mind conjured up troubling scenarios. If Tu Xiao Xiao were privy to such thoughts, she would surely retort, "Priest Granny, I am but a juvenile, harboring no ill intentions." Noticing the priest's worried eyes, Qiao Yujia understood his concerns, but merely shook her head, assuring, "It is fine." They followed Tu Xiao Xiao to a quaint wooden house, surrounded by babbling brooks, the layout exuding an air of elegance. Upon reaching the entrance, Tu Xiao Xiao paused, turned to Qiao Yujia, and sweetly declared, "Goddess, this is the wooden house we have constructed for you in the Huan Tu tribe, always awaiting your arrival." She stepped back, curtsying to invite Qiao Yujia to enter and rest. "Thank you, little one." Qiao Yujia smiled gently at Tu Xiao Xiao, expressing her gratitude before preparing to lead Lin Yi and the others into the wooden abode. However, as she brushed past Tu Xiao Xiao, she suddenly felt her garment snagged by something. Turning around, she found Tu Xiao Xiao clutching her hem, seemingly eager to convey something. "Goddess, please stop them." or the Beastman continent will face destruction. Also, your companion will trip over a stone soon. Without granting Xiao Yujia a moment to inquire further, Xiao bounced away. Stop. Destruction? Who were they referring to? Xiao Yujia found herself incredulous regarding Zhao's sudden declarations, yet she was left bewildered, uncertain of the identity of them mentioned. Just then, a loud crash resounded from behind her. Turning, she discovered Lin Yi had fallen, and she rushed to assist him. Lin Yi, are you all right? Upon hearing her concern, he merely shook his head and replied, I'm fine. But Xiao Yujia felt anything but calm. Observing the scrapes on his knees filled her with anguish, tears brimming in her eyes. How could you be fine? You're bleeding. The injuries were numerous, and her heart ached at the sight. Since Lin Yi had joined her, especially after the arrival of their little one, his temperament had become increasingly volatile, as though he were constantly on edge. Wait, a sudden realization struck Xiao Yujia. How could it be mere coincidence that such an incident occurred immediately after Zhao's departure? Could it be that she possessed the gift of foresight? The thought unsettled her. Chapter 154. An unexpected turn of events. If Xiao indeed had the ability to foresee the future, then her earlier warning to stop them must pertain to those time travelers, whose lifespans exceeded that of the Beastmen, and who could bring about destruction through their actions. This cannot be allowed. Jejia, what troubles you? Lin Yi observed her pensive demeanor, frowning and appearing troubled, as if she bore a heavy secret. I am well. Let us enter so I can tend to your wounds. Ah, but where are Jia Run and the others? The sound of Lin Yi's voice snapped her back to reality, prompting a slight smile to assure him of her well-being as she prepared to lead him into the wooden house to tend to his injuries. However, a sense of unease crept over her. Where had Jia Run and the others, who had been chattering excitedly, suddenly vanished? They likely spotted something intriguing and wandered off to trade, Lin Yi speculated. Indeed, they had been lively while following Xiao Yujia. But upon encountering the little market of the Huan Tu tribe, they had been drawn to exchange curiosities with the newly arrived Tongxi tribe orcs. Never mind them. I'll tend to your wounds first. With Lin Yi's reassurances, Xiao Yujia decided to put aside her concerns for Jia Run and the others, knowing they were safe and would return when they grew weary of their adventures. Rather than squander time fretting over playful companions, she prioritized caring for Lin Yi's injuries. With that determination, she scooped him up and carried him inside, despite their height difference, causing Lin Yi to blush deeply. As night fell, the Huan Tu tribe stood in stark contrast to other orc tribes, while the latter gathered around campfires to enjoy their evening meals. The Huan Tu tribe was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any orc warriors patrolling the gates. Birar. It was bitterly cold. Xiao Yujia, having not troubled Lin Yi and the others today, retired early. Now, needing to relieve herself, she intended to find a convenient spot within the tribe. However, as she stepped outside her room, a chilling gust of wind swept over her, causing her to shiver and retreat to don her cloak. Venturing out once more, she could faintly discern the path ahead in the moonlight. Oddly, the silence felt unsettling. Yet, after walking a short distance, she sensed something amiss. The Huan Tu tribe was unnaturally quiet. Not only were there no warriors guarding the gates, but the usual chorus of nighttime life was conspicuously absent. Was it possible that the orcs of the Huan Tu tribe were not afraid of other tribes or wandering orcs raiding for food and females? As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor secrets. After navigating through twists and turns, she stumbled upon a small building, its wooden door marked with the characters for relief room. The script was not in standard writing, but was inscribed in the beast language. Fortunately, during her time in Tianyu City, she had learned a fair bit of this unique script from the Grand Shaman and Priest Sha. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. What a relief. At last, she found it. But why was this convenient place so far from where she had been resting? Tianyu City was certainly more accommodating. Unable to hold it any longer, Xiao Yujia hurried inside. The distance to this relief room was indeed considerable, and in comparison, she found herself missing Tianyu City. I wonder how the citizens are faring? How is Ashing's health? Is the baby well? Merely seeking relief, her mind was suddenly flooded with questions, adding to her worries. Little did she know that as she entered the relief room, a small white figure had followed her from behind. Ouch, that hurt. When Xiao Yujia emerged after her business, she inadvertently bumped into someone, and from the sound, it seemed to be a little girl. Panic surged through her. It was already difficult for humans to see in the dark, and with only the dim moonlight to guide her, encountering a small girl only heightened her anxiety. Females were precious in the orc continent. What if he had harmed her? Are you okay? After helping the girl up, Xiao Yujia squinted in the moonlight and recognized her as the little one who had collided with her earlier that day. Divine Lady, it is perilous at night in our tribe. One can easily lose their way. Do not wander alone at night. The girl's voice was urgent and filled with a hint of foreboding. Time is limited. I hope the Divine Lady can save the Orc continent. With that, the little girl gradually faded into the darkness, leaving Xiao Yujia bewildered. She understood the girl's plea for her to save the Orc continent. But the earlier warning about the dangers of the Huan to tribe at night perplexed her. What did it mean that the tribe was dangerous at night? Without further contemplation, she turned to retrace her steps. What is happening? Why does it feel as though I cannot find my way out? Is it possible I am caught in a phantom wall? Before long, she realized something was off. Despite retracing her steps, she found herself going in circles. Could it be that she truly was trapped in a phantom wall? Suddenly, a snow-white rabbit appeared before her, hopping merrily ahead. After a short distance, it paused, seemingly beckoning her to follow. Without hesitation, she trailed behind the fluffy creature, and before long, she stood before the door of her resting cabin, the rabbit vanishing as mysteriously as it had appeared. What on earth just happened? Staring at the now-vanished white rabbit, Xiao Yujia was left with a head full of questions. Regardless, she was back, for otherwise, she would have been wandering all night. Upon waking the next day, she found the Huan tribe bustling with activity, as if no one cared about the absence of night patrols. Seeing this, Xiao Yujia recalled her disorienting experience from the previous night. Could it be that the Huan tribe's indifference to potential attacks stemmed from the fact that if anyone moved at night, they would be caught in a loop and unable to escape? The warning from the little girl about not wandering alone at night seemed to imply the need for companionship. Serving as a guide, enlightenment dawned upon her. Just as she was piecing together the events of the previous evening, Lei appeared before her. What is the matter? So early in the morning, you have me questioning whether you require no breakfast. He handed her a sealed envelope. I hope you can return to Tianyu City soon. Upon opening the envelope, Xiao Yujia's expression turned serious. Jia, what is wrong? A sudden change of plans. What sudden change? Linya was taken aback, confused by her words. What could have possibly altered their course? Before he could ponder further, Xiao Yujia instructed, pack your belongings. We must return to Tianyu City. Understood. Though Linya was bewildered, he sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing something significant must have occurred to prompt Xiao Yujia's sudden decision to return. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, he swiftly returned to his room, alerting Jiaruan and the others to prepare for departure. The previously languid Jiaruan, upon hearing of possible upheaval in Tianyu City, shed his lethargy and moved with remarkable speed, while others were still gathering their belongings. He had already finished packing his own and had even organized the food and supplies for everyone. Wow. The efficiency of his actions drew admiration from the newly arrived Tangsha tribe orcs, their voices echoing in awe. Among the orcs of the continent, the Tangsha tribe was known for their swiftness, yet Jiaruan's urgency had propelled him even faster. They couldn't help but wonder how he compared to the cheetah tribe in speed. As they contemplated this, they acknowledged the cheetah tribe's reputation for speed on the orc continent. Even stimulated speed would inevitably slow down after the excitement wore off. Jia, where's Ruali? Just as Xiao Yujia was about to lead the group onward, Linya realized Ruali was missing from their ranks, prompting him to rush to Xiao Yujia with urgency. Though he hesitated to admit it, Ruali was now Xiao Yujia's child, and he wished to be a competent father. Naturally, he would be anxious about the sudden disappearance of his child. What? Xiao Yujia was taken aback. Ruali was usually well-behaved and unlikely to vanish without a trace. In a fit of concern, she commanded everyone to disperse throughout the Huan tribe to search for her, instructing that regardless of their findings, they should regroup at the entrance by noon. Upon receiving the command, Jia Run and his companions, including Lin Yi, commenced their search for Ruali within the confines of the Huan tribe over the course of several hours. At the entrance of the Huan tribe, as all were preoccupied with the quest for Ruali's whereabouts, Xiao Yujia summoned several beastmen from the tribe to assist in hauling a cart to the entrance. Mother, brother, as the sun approached its zenith, little Nwomi Tuanzi tugged anxiously at her mother's garment, her worry palpable as she awaited Lin Yi's return. Nwomi, do not fret, your brother will be fine. Perhaps he is merely engaged in a game of hide and seek with us, Xiao Yujia gently reassured, stroking the child's head. Though she too was concerned, she felt it imperative to maintain composure in front of her child, striving to be a commendable role model. Hide and seek? What is that? The unfamiliar term puzzled little Nwomi Tuanzi, who raised her hand to her head in confusion. How do you play this hide and seek? When we return home, will you play with me and brother? Xiao Yujia refrained from providing a definitive answer, merely promising that once they returned to Tianyu City, she would engage in the game with her and Ruo Li. Unbeknownst to her, upon returning to Tianyu City, she would become preoccupied with other matters and overlook this promise. Good. Upon hearing of a new game to play, little Nwomi Tuanzi nodded earnestly. Time swiftly passed, and as the sun reached its peak, those searching for Ruo Li gradually reconvened at the Huan Tu tribe. Did you find her? As Jia Run and the others returned without the small figure, Xiao Yujia's inquiry met with their dejected shakes of the head. They had scoured the entirety of the Huan Tu tribe, yet Ruo Li remained elusive. I see, Xiao Yujia pondered, feeling regret over not leaving a mark on him at that time, which might have prevented this predicament. Where's Lin Yi? Just as she was ready to set off, she realized Lin Yi had yet to return, and Jia Run's group confirmed they had not seen him either. Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps Lin Yi's absence sparked a flicker of hope within her, prompting her to decide to linger a while longer, believing he might soon return with Ruo Li. As the sun began its descent from the zenith, Xiao Yujia finally caught sight of a figure approaching from the direction of the Huan Tu tribe, one large and one small. Jia, I'm back. Lin Yi halted just 2 steps away, gently placing Ruo Li down from his arms. The sight of Xiao Yujia, drenched in sweat from the sun's heat, filled him with concern and self-reproach for not returning sooner to shield her from the scorching rays. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Ruo Li, Xiao Yujia could no longer contain her tears, embracing Lin Yi as they streamed down her face, sobbing, "You're back." Hearing her cries, Lin Yi softly patted her back. The warmth of his palm against her back brought a sense of solace. Once their emotions settled, the group set off from the Huan Tu tribe's entrance, retracing their path back to Tianyu City. This time, aside from resting briefly at night, they chose to press on without pausing for midday respite. Xiao Yujia yearned to return to Tianyu City, her cherished sanctuary that she had painstakingly built, determined to protect it from any harm or encroachment. A week later, what should have taken 2 weeks was condensed into just one due to Xiao Yujia's determination. During this period, to accurately track Ruo Li's movements and minimize danger, Xiao Yujia discreetly fed him a drop of her blood while he slept. The goddess has returned, quickly informed the city lord and the great shaman. As they neared Tianyu City, the guards atop the city walls spotted them and urgently called for someone to relay the news to city lord Shi Qiu and the great shaman. I have returned to Tianyu City. Xiao Yujia gazed upon the familiar landscape, feeling as though she were a wayward child returning home, filled with an overwhelming sense of belonging. Chapter 156. Preparation of plans though she had intended to continue her journey. A letter delivered by Ying Lei prompted her to alter her course. The letter contained little more than the stark warning that Tianyu City is in peril. Yet it resonated within her like a hammer, striking her heart, shattering her defenses, as if an unknown foe sought to seize her most treasured possession. This sensation imbued Xiao Yujia with an acute awareness of danger, more palpable than the contents of the letter itself. Once she had composed herself, Xiao Yujia led Lin Yi and the others into the city, where they soon encountered city lord Shi Qiu and the great shaman, who had been awaiting their arrival. The Beastmen from the Tangxi tribe, trailing behind, along with Ruo Li, sat wide-eyed in astonishment at the towering city walls and the immense gates that required 6 Beastmen warriors to move. Everything within the city was a novel experience for them. Yujia, you have finally returned. Shi Qiu could not contain his eagerness as he approached Xiao Yujia. His impatience stemmed from the fact that Tianyu City found itself in a state of extreme peril, more so than when they had first arrived. Let us discuss this in the council hall. As Shi Qiu drew near, Xiao Yujia promptly suggested they convene in the council hall to deliberate on the pressing matters at hand, as the atmosphere around them was fraught with danger, almost suffocating. Indeed, I was overly excited. Let us proceed to the council hall. Shi Qiu chuckled awkwardly, realizing his earlier abruptness was due to his overwhelming joy at Xiao Yujia's return, almost forgetting the lurking dangers that plagued Tianyu City both day and night. Before heading to the council hall, Xiao Yujia turned to Lin Yi, instructing him, I leave Tung Feng and the others in your care. Please arrange accommodations for them in the goddess hall, and Ruo Li can stay in the room next to Nwomi Tuan. Understood. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, then led Tung Feng and the others toward the goddess hall, while Xiao Yujia accompanied city lord Shi Qiu and the great shaman to the council hall situated near the beast god temple. Shortly after their departure, the tribe's people who spotted Xiao Yujia could not contain their joy. Wonderful! The goddess has finally returned. Indeed, the dangers we sensed over the past few days seem to have diminished in comparison. Exactly. Now that the goddess is back, The real threats are likely those Beastmen who have invaded the Wuhuang Plains. Several females conversed merrily on the streets, discussing Qiao Yujia's return, as if the latent dangers were no longer formidable. In a subtle manner, Qiao Yujia had seemingly become the spiritual pillar of the people of Tianyu City. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the jubilant chatter of the females, an individual among the crowd, a Beastman, subtly departed Tianyu City, appearing nonchalant. In the council hall, now that the goddess has returned, let us share our strategies and organize our thoughts. Shiqiu observed the eager tribal leaders, confident they had prepared their strategic plans. He urged them to present their strategies to Qiao Yujia. Upon hearing Shiqiu's request, the previously eager tribal leaders exchanged uncertain glances, falling silent. Witnessing their hesitation, Shiqiu felt a wave of frustration, realizing that entrusting nearly half of Tianyu City's authority to them had been a grave mistake. During critical moments, none had proven useful. Yet Qiao Yujia held a different perspective. She understood the concerns that weighed heavily on the tribal leaders. It is merely a fear that the strategic plan I have organized may not be satisfactory. After a lengthy silence, Qiao Yujia decided to speak up, stating that since no one else wished to voice their thoughts, they might as well heed her advice. Very well. We are all ears for the esteemed ladies' council. Upon hearing that Qiao Yujia was about to present her opinions, the leaders of various tribes eagerly concurred. Frankly speaking, they felt their own strategic plans were unlikely to meet the lady standards. With that in mind, I shall refrain from further hesitation. Jiar, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Just as Qiao Yujia was about to elaborate on her counter-strategy, Teng Shuo, who had not been seen for a long time, unexpectedly climbed on her wrist. In order to continue, Qiao Yujia swiftly grasped Teng Shuo's body and began to play with him in her hand, preventing any potential disruptions. The Eagle tribe, known for their prowess in aerial maneuvers, had their leader maintain vigilance in the skies, while a segment of the beast warriors concealed themselves in the shadows for future actions. The Miao Cat tribe specialized in stealth, with their leader leading a contingent of beast warriors to remain hidden and report any disturbances to her. The Mighty Bear tribe, renowned for their immense strength, had their leader ensure the surrounding safety. Ultimately, I will require your assistance with many tasks, and I will instruct the weapon shop to craft defensive armor for each Mighty Bear warrior. The Vegetarian tribe, though less powerful, need not confront hostile beasts directly. Instead, focus on safeguarding themselves while gathering intelligence within the city. Any hint of disturbance must be reported to me immediately, within and outside Tianyu City, as well as the guards on the walls. I hope that the leader of the Shiqiu tribe will increase the number of sentinels in the shadows. Understood. Upon Qiao Yujia's conclusion, all the tribal leaders present in the hall promptly agreed. With such clear directives from the esteemed lady, there was no reason to decline. It was far better than submitting their chaotic strategic plans. Since everyone had no objections, let us disperse and ensure everything is arranged before the hostile beasts launch their assault. Observing that the tribal leaders had no issues with their suggestions, Qiao Yujia urged them to promptly make arrangements, ideally eliminating the troublesome beasts before the hostile ones attacked Tianyu City. We shall proceed immediately, and we will not disappoint the esteemed lady. Hearing Qiao Yujia's words, the tribal leaders hurriedly set out to organize matters, for this was a rare opportunity. If everything was arranged properly, they might even receive an evolved spirit fruit to elevate their elemental levels. Once the tribal leaders exited the council hall one after another, Qiao Yujia also stepped out, heading towards the Divine Lady Palace. She wondered how much the palace had changed during her absence. Upon entering the Divine Lady Palace, she was greeted by the exuberant cries of Qiyu. Master, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, these beast females would have stripped my fur. As soon as Qiao Yujia crossed the threshold, she saw Qiyu running towards her, his tail pointing accusingly at a group of females pursuing him. Ahem. You all may resume your tasks. Yes. Observing Qiyu's distressed demeanor, Qiao Yujia felt compelled to disperse the females behind him. Though reluctantly, the females eventually scattered to attend to their own affairs. Hiss, where did this wild fox come from? How dare it compete with me? For Jiar. Teng Shuo, who had been enjoying Qiao Yujia's affection, caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent and looked down to discover a wild fox that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Immediately, he assumed a threatening posture. Squeak. This theSnake seems rather formidable. While the females departed, Qiyu felt pleased. However, upon sensing a threat, he looked up only to find Qiao Yujia holding a dark green-tongued snake, glaring fiercely at him. Terrified, he cowered behind Qiao Yujia, trembling. All right, let's return quickly. I am fatigued. As the flames of conflict seemed poised to ignite, Xiao Yuja hastily led Tung Shua into the Divine Lady Palace. As night fell, the wind howled, and shadowy figures flitted through the woods, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the forest. How did it go? Did you capture anyone? Indeed, we did. I must say, the females in this city are quite striking. Indeed, one masked beast casually seized a female, scrutinizing her closely, and confirmed that she indeed possessed superior beauty compared to those of other tribes. With such beauty, our lord will surely appreciate her. We should hasten our departure. Agreed. After a brief discussion, several beasts resolved to take the females back promptly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Within Tianyu City, an urgent scream pierced the air from the Lu Garden, where the females resided. Help! Someone! What has occurred? Something must be wrong. Let's hurry. The patrolling guards, upon hearing the scream from Lu Garden, rushed inside. Come quickly. Upon entering Lu Garden, the guards discovered a female leaning against the wall, covered in blood. One of the beasts rushed over to examine her, finding that her forehead had been injured, likely from a fall, and her body bore numerous wounds, suggesting she had been involved in a struggle. The arriving beasts could hardly believe their eyes. How could anyone harm a female, especially one in such a dire condition, weakly propped against the wall, seemingly on the verge of losing her life? Quick! A female has been injured. Someone summon the Lord and the 3 halls. Given the gravity of the situation, the beast tending to the female immediately dispatched several others to inform the Lord and the 3 halls. However, everyone was aware that the lady of the Hailan Hall was with child, so no one would disturb Yusheng. Ultimately, only 3 beasts rushed out of Lu Garden to notify the Lord's mansion, the Divine Lady Palace, and the Beast God Palace. At the Lord's mansion, what did you say? A female has sustained severe injuries. Upon hearing the report, Shi Cho was taken aback. We just bolstered the city's defenses. How could any beasts infiltrate? What are you waiting for? Quickly summoned the apprentice healers to assist. Just as Fu Xiang, who had been sound asleep, heard the news, she too was shocked. However, seeing her partner still in a daze, she promptly struck him and urged Shi Cho to call the apprentice healers without delay. Otherwise, it would be too late. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuja and the Great Witch, having received the news, set out from the Divine Lady Palace and the Beast God Palace. As the 3 entered Lu Garden, someone suddenly shouted, "The Divine Lady has arrived." The surrounding crowd quickly parted, creating a clear path around them. Upon reaching the gravely injured female, Shi Chao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such severe harm inflicted upon a female. Xiao Yuja approached, meticulously assessing the female's injuries. She noted the head wound that had caused her to lose consciousness, along with minor fractures in her hands and legs and excessive blood loss, resulting in weak vital signs. However, it appeared that the blood had been treated by the beasts who discovered her. Yuja, how is she? Observing Xiao Yuja's serious demeanor, the Great Witch approached urgently to inquire about the female's condition. Alas, Xiao Yuja sighed and shook her head. Witnessing her expression, all the beasts and females present held their breath. The esteemed lady's demeanor suggested that the female might not survive. Even she was shaking her head. She has lost too much blood, her life force is fragile, and there are minor fractures in her limbs. Xiao Yuja meticulously analyzed the condition of the female before the great shaman and the assembled orcs and females. Initially, she intended to discuss vital signs, but she considered that although the orcs and females in Tianyu City had learned some Chinese characters, certain concepts were better expressed with local terminology. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's words, the orcs and females present, including the great shaman and Lord Shicho, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable female harbored fractured bones within her body. Is there any hope for this little one? To be honest, upon hearing Xiao Yujia, the great shaman felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain whether the little one could survive. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to inquire about the possibility of treatment. She could be saved, but it will require an abundance of precious herbs. I can temporarily sustain her life, Xiao Yujia cautiously stated, fearing that if the treatment failed, it would bring sorrow to everyone. As long as there is hope, the relief was palpable among them, even without further elaboration. Everyone should return and rest. Everything will be all right. Seeing that Xiao Yujia had devised a treatment plan, Lord Shicho began to disperse the surrounding tribesfolk to rest, reminding them that it was still night and they would risk dozing off during work the next day. Observing that progress had been made, they gradually departed, though each step was accompanied by a glance back at the unfortunate female leaning against the wall. How pitiful, after carefully tending to the unconscious female's wounds. It was already deep into the night when Xiao Yujia emerged, utterly fatigued, longing to return home for a wash and rest to ensure she would be well prepared for the following day. However, in the ensuing days, reports of missing females continued to surface within Tianyu City. Chapter 158. Plunged into panic deep within the forest of death, my lord. What is the purpose of capturing so many females? Hu Yu, soft and delicate, leaned against Jiu Shaochun, eyeing the neatly arranged females on the ground with envy. They're to be used for concocting longevity elixirs, allowing you to remain by my side forever. Jiu Shaochun gently reassured Hu Yu, squeezing her waist to comfort her, eliciting a faint whimper from her. Yet, contrary to his spoken words, Jiu Shaochun's thoughts were far from those sentiments. Ever since encountering Xiao Yujia, he had been unable to forget her, wishing desperately for her to belong to him eternally. If she agreed, he would spare this continent. If not, he would obliterate it, severing her ties and attachments. My lord, you are so wicked. Hearing Jiu Shaochun's declaration stirred Hu Yu's heart further, for she understood that he could live for a long time, while her own lifespan was limited to 500 years. If that were the case, she could remain by Jiu Shaochun's side indefinitely. Take these females away, and be quieter when you capture them in the future. Yes, Jiu Shaochun waved his hand, instructing the orcs present to escort the females away, reminding them to keep their movements discreet. In Tianyu City, with the arrival of 3 priest apprentices personally selected by Xiao Yujia from Tianyu City, intensive teaching commenced. To expedite their learning, Xiao Yujia provided the apprentices with what element spiritual fruits, ideal for priests who could sense the life force, alongside imparting knowledge and methods for controlling elements. Tribe from the outskirts of the Wuhuang Plains arrived in Tianyu City, facilitating a bustling trade fair. At the Sacrificial Square's marketplace, the other tribes, orcs and females, visiting Tianyu City for the first time, were captivated by its exquisite architecture. However, the most alluring aspect for the orcs was the long-preserving food. Gallo, I want that dress. Will you buy it for me? At a stall selling garments, Yu tugged at Gallo, sweetly pleading for his assistance in acquiring the dress she had set her sights on. Truth be told, Gallo felt somewhat helpless watching Yu behave this way, as their purpose for visiting was to procure food and warm clothing. Although the dress you desired was lovely, it was only suitable for seasons outside of winter and utterly useless in the cold. Divine lady, how does this look on me? Is it beautiful? Nearby, at another stall selling dresses, Jarwin posed in a sheer garment while seeking Xiao Yujia's opinion. As for the sheer dress, it had come into existence during the days leading up to winter when the tribe folk of Tianyu City discovered a multitude of winter silkworms in the southern forest. Following Xiao Yujia's suggestion, they began breeding them en masse, now able to supply the entire city for trade. Watching Jarwin strike a pose, Xiao Yujia found it somewhat unsettling, but managed to utter a compliment. That single remark, however, ignited jealousy in Lin Yi, who quickly pulled Xiao Yujia aside, nonchalantly picking up an even thinner garment than Jarwin's. Jia, what do you think of this one? Is it pretty? So beautiful, she exclaimed, gazing at Lin Yi, whose sheer attire evoked a sudden, inexplicable sensation in Xiao Yujia, causing her to feel an unfamiliar liquid trail down her mouth. What? I am actually drooling over my own partner. This was indeed a tremendous temptation. Observing her entranced expression, Lin Yi casually adjusted his clothing, pulling down the collar slightly. Meanwhile, Jarwin was nearly infuriated. How could the divine lady have said he looked great, only to be overshadowed by someone else? He was a proud member of the Peacock clan, destined for beauty. It's all your fault. You turned Jarwin into this. From a distance, Yu, hearing the commotion, turned to see Jun posing again and, without hesitation, lashed out at Xiao Yujia, blaming her for Jarwin's transformation into such a state. Previously, Jarwin had been a vibrant and beautiful orc, yet now he was seeking the approval of an outsider. Let us go. It's just clothing. I'll get you new ones when we return. However, Xiao Yujia showed no intention of acknowledging her, simply paying for the garments and leading the two of them towards the divine lady's palace. As the trade fair concluded, the night in Tianyu City remained lively, illuminated by flickering lights. Groups of females, having completed their tasks for the day, began to enjoy themselves at the marketplace, some indulging in snacks, while others shopped for dresses with friends. In the shadows of the marketplace, why are there so many people today? How can we capture females? Who cares? Just grab a couple and leave quickly. The Lord is waiting. All right. Concealed in a dim alley, a group of orcs conspired before stealthily moving toward the marketplace. Regardless of whether they were from Tianyu City, each orc snatched a female and ran. "Ah, Gallo, help me!" Suddenly seized by an orc, you screamed toward Gallo, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers. Realizing that Yu's cries had attracted more orcs, they hurriedly covered her mouth and forcibly took her away. Gallo attempted to pursue, but the orcs had vanished into the night. "What is happening? I don't know. It seems like a Xing, who was sleeping next to me, has also disappeared." "All right, a Xing was just here. How could she suddenly be gone? Could it be that the recent disappearances of females in the city are the doing of those orcs? It's possible. We should report this to the Lord's residence in the third hall." Yes, the females present were utterly terrified, with only a few audacious ones sprinting towards the city lord's mansion in the third hall, hoping to apprehend those individuals before they could escape the city. Otherwise, panic could ensue as they brazenly captured someone before the public eye. Fortunately, Xiao Yujia and her companions had not yet returned to the Shunnu Dian. They were merely halfway when they heard reports from the females and promptly sealed off the trading market venue. Xing Ku enhanced the patrols both inside and outside the city, ensuring that the beastly criminals are apprehended before dawn. Yes, Inglay increase the aerial patrols and conduct a thorough search of every corner of the Wuhuang Pingyuan, including the forbidden areas. Report any disturbances immediately. Yes, on the night that Yu and her group of young females were captured, Xiao Yujia had organized various teams. Besides bolstering the guards within and outside the city, the entire Wuhuang Pingyuan became tense. Even Ling Yin took his clan to inspect every corner of the Wuhuang Pingyuan, leaving no dark recess unchecked. Both the Wuhuang Pingyuan and Tianyu City were enveloped in an atmosphere of unease, with the clanspeople inside the city and other tribal females attending the trading market engulfed in fear. However, not far from Tianyu City in the forest, a few beastmen were hurrying back with Yu and her companions. They were being pursued. What should they do? As the beastmen were on their way, one inadvertently spotted the patrolling warriors of Tianyu City and, thinking they had been discovered, the entire group fell into a state of disarray. "Let me go. I am the most beautiful female of the K clan. Our clan leader will not let you off." One beastman, hearing his companion's words, calmly replied that they had not been discovered and urged them to return quickly. The group of beastmen ignored the noisy Yu and continued deeper into the forest without looking back. Above Tianyu City, "Goddess, you should return to rest," Inglay said to Xiao Yujia, who had been patrolling in the skies with them for quite some time, urging her to go back to the Shunnu Dian. However, she simply shook her head and replied, "I am fine." How could she rest before the matter was resolved? This was a place she had built herself, and besides, there were other tribal females captured in the city. She could not afford to rest at this moment. After all, these were the clansmen she had invited, and she had to provide an explanation to the other tribes. Hearing Xiao Yujia's response, Inglay opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, likely understanding her determination. She would not rest until the perpetrators behind the female's abduction were found. In the depths of the Death Forest, you finally returned. No beastmen discovered your whereabouts? No. Hurry and come in. The Lord has been waiting for you. All right. As the beastmen who had come to provide support appeared, the group holding Yu and her companions entered the depths of the Death Forest together. "You wicked beasts. Let me go. The K clan will not spare you," Yu shouted with all her might. Yet none of the beastmen paid her any heed, finding her incessant noise utterly bothersome. They were about to vanish from his continent and had no desire to listen to her cries. This place was surrounded by the invisible walls laid down by their lord. Escaping from here was akin to reaching for the heavens. "My lord, the Hu city group has returned. Let them in." Yes. As Jiu Xiaoqin's words fell, the beastman known as Hu Cheng entered, accompanied by those who had gone to capture the young females. You had not ceased her shouting since they had left Tianyu City. Bang! "Ah, you brutish beasts. The K clan will never forgive you." Thrown suddenly onto the ground, you felt a jolt of pain and couldn't help but curse. "Oh, you say your K clan will not spare me?" Jiu Xiaochun threatened her, gripping her neck. What a handsome beast! Upon seeing the striking face of the beastman before her, you couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. But as she sensed that she was nearing suffocation, her life force began to wane. Gradually, she felt her strength fade, her consciousness being violently stripped away, and she wished to scream, but found herself unable to produce a sound. Above Tianyu City, Judgia, you should eat something first. Ling Yin has already taken his clan to search. They will surely find the beastmen who captured those females. Moreover, there is also Tang Shua. Lin Yi, carrying a bowl of warm meat porridge from the Shennu Dian, attempted to persuade Xiao Yujia to take a moment to rest, as even Ling Yin, a spirit beast, had joined the search. Additionally, if that proved insufficient, there was always Tang Shua. As Lin Yi mentioned Tang Shua's name, a wave of self-reproach washed over him for not being able to assist his partner better. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder if he were just a bit stronger. Would he not need Jia to protect him? Would he not have to let his partner face every challenge head-on? If Xiao Yujia were aware of Lin Yi's thoughts, she would merely smile gently. Perhaps due to her frequent indulgence in female-led novels and comics, she believed that her partner need not be exceptionally powerful. She was capable enough to protect her partner and family, ensuring their lives were free from worry. Thank you, Lin Yi. You should go rest. Xiao Yujia accepted the bowl from Lin Yi, quickly finishing the porridge before handing it back to him and encouraging him to take a break. I will stay with Jia. I'll return shortly after placing the bowl back. With that, Lin Yi hurriedly dashed away. Before long, he reappeared before Xiao Yujia. Since you are ready, let's pursue the Beastmen who captured the females. Xiao Yujia took Lin Yi's hand and flew out of the confines of Tianyu City. In the darkness, her vision was somewhat impaired, which was also a reason for bringing Lin Yi along. The human body could never compare to that of a Beastman. Although Xiao Yujia had awakened her bloodline powers, aside from her martial arts training, she was incapable of keeping pace with the Beastmen. At the edge of the Death Forest, why does it feel more eerie than usual? She and Lin Yi had patrolled the entire Wu Huang, Pingyuan, and found nothing amiss. Yet as they passed the edge of the Death Forest, Xiao Yujia felt an unsettling atmosphere emanating from the woods stronger than ever before. Perhaps she was mistaken. But after a moment's thought, Xiao Yujia shook her head. This place was a forbidden area of the Wu Huang, Pingyuan, and clanspeople rarely ventured here for hunting. Convinced that the Beastmen who had captured the females had likely hidden within the Death Forest, she and Lin Yi continued their pursuit elsewhere. Thus, Xiao Yujia missed the true mastermind behind the abduction of the females. As they departed, the protective barrier deep within the Death Forest flickered, as if notifying Xiao Yujia that the true culprit was present. However, Xiao Yujia did not look back, pulling Lin Yi away from the Death Forest. Chapter 160. When the people leave, the tea grows cold 2 days later in Tianyu City. Since that day, the females within the city, whether partnered or not, return to their rooms every night after their daytime duties. Despite this, each day saw young females mysteriously disappearing, causing a growing sense of unease among the populace. As the spring season draws to a close, the trading market of Tianyu City also comes to an end. The tribes that have not lost their female members have departed from Tianyu City, embarking on their journey home. Except for a small number of tribes, all others have lost their young females, including the K tribe, to which the brothers Jarwin and Jalua belong. In order to provide comfort to these tribes that have lost their females, Xiao Yujia arranged accommodations for them until the Beastmen who abducted the females can be found. Brother, do not worry. The Divine Maiden will surely find and bring back those young females, Jarwin said, placing a reassuring hand on Jalua's shoulder. He had noticed that ever since he was captured by those unfamiliar Beastmen, his brother Jalua had been distracted and preoccupied. I am not worried. I trust the Divine Maiden. I just wonder how he was doing now. In the central part of the Death Forest, Lin Yi called out excitedly, Jia, come quickly. There is an invisible wall. An invisible wall. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice not far from her, Xiao Yujia rushed to his side. If she guessed correctly, the invisible wall Lin Yi referred to must be a protective barrier. Where? Xiao Yujia could not help but inquire. Look, Jia, it is right here. I cannot get through it all. It is different from the kind of invisible wall you have. Lin Yi tentatively reached out, and indeed, it was unlike Xiao Yujia's protective barrier. Her barrier allowed any beastman who held a sincere heart toward the beast god to enter, which had its drawbacks. Only those with a sincere heart toward the beast god could access the Wuhuang Plain. Of course, for powerful demon beasts like Tang Shua and others, this protective barrier was utterly ineffective, and they could easily enter. This barrier is more advanced than the one I set up. It may take some time to penetrate the depths of the Death Forest. Xiao Yujia mused as she examined the barrier wall, furrowing her brow. She realized this barrier was considerably more sophisticated than her own. Breaking it could require a significant amount of time and energy. However, thinking of the many females still captured within the city, Xiao Yujia knew she could not retreat in the face of difficulty. She must press onward or risk stagnation. Lin Yi stepped back a bit. I have a way to break through this wall, she declared. With this thought, Xiao Yujia took a few steps back and instructed Lin Yi to distance himself, assuring him she could breach the barrier. Okay, Lin Yi responded, stepping back 3 paces, thinking that even if he could not assist, he should not cause Jia any trouble. As Lin Yi moved aside, Xiao Yujia began to channel the latent spiritual energy within her body, manipulating vines to seek out the weak points of the barrier, while gradually using her radiating energy to break through the invisible wall. It must be said that Xiao Yujia's approach proved quite effective. After half a day's toil, she finally managed to breach the invisible wall. Lin Yi, let's hurry inside. We must not let those beastmen who captured the females escape. After breaking the barrier, Xiao Yujia promptly took Lin Yi's hand and ventured deeper into the forest of death. Lin Yi nodded, remembering to fire a signal flare, hoping their kin would arrive before they could capture the beastmen. With a resounding boom, flowers erupted in the sky, signaling the warriors of their tribe, who were patrolling and searching for the beastman's trail, arriving at Death Forest with remarkable speed. Jia, there are traces of beastmen having lived here, Lin Yi exclaimed as he approached a campfire, picking up a partially burned log and handing it to Xiao Yujia. Upon examining the log, Xiao Yujia noticed it still bore dampness, indicating it had only recently been extinguished with water to avoid detection, leaving a disordered scene. Could it be that they intentionally created this illusion for Xiao Yujia and her companions? Divine Maiden, so you are here. Just then, Shinku arrived with a portion of Beastman warriors, joining Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi. Since you're here, let's search this area together for any trace of the females and the unfamiliar beastmen. Yes, since they were all present, Xiao Yujia could not neglect to assign tasks to Shinku and the others. This area was likely where the beastmen had temporarily rested after abducting the females. Searching within this vicinity should yield some clues. After receiving the assignment from Xiao Yujia, Shinku swiftly dispersed the beastmen behind him to search for clues in the surroundings. However, unbeknownst to them, the beastmen who had captured the females had already relocated, likely beyond the Wuhuang Plain. Divine Maiden, we have not detected the scent of the females. They must have been moved, and the scent has grown faint, nearly undetectable. After 2 hours, Shinku and the beastmen gradually regrouped, all shaking their heads in disappointment. In the cave where the females were held, the scent had become exceedingly faint. Shinku speculated that the beastmen had moved all the females, as the scent carried by the wind was hardly discernible. Hearing Shinku's report, Xiao Yujia felt a pang of sorrow. After all, the females had gone missing within Tianyu City. Yet now, the beastmen could not even be tracked by their scent. Did that mean they were left with no options? Just as Xiao Yujia believed all hope was lost, her attention was suddenly drawn to a small object placed on a stone table. Approaching, she discovered it was a delicate white porcelain teacup, frigid to the touch, indicating it had been left there for some time. The intricate blue floral design revealed it was not an item native to the Beastman continent. Indeed, Xiao Yujia had never taught the Beastmen to use such techniques, suggesting it could only be the work of a traveler from another realm. It appeared that the abducted females were not merely victims of the unfamiliar Beastmen, but were being orchestrated by a traveler from the shadows. Jiu Xiaocheng. Xiao Yujia grasped the exquisite teacup tightly, suddenly recalling the man who had threatened her before. If she was not mistaken, he was likely the mastermind behind this scheme. But why would he instruct the Beastmen to abduct so many females? Chapter 161. The Continent as a Circle. Alternatively, what could he possibly want with so many females? Xiao Yujia continuously pondered the motives of Jiu Xiaocheng, delving into the ancient tomes stored in her mind. Yet, regardless of her recollections, she could find no references to needing so many females. Could it be? If the ancient texts in her home library contained no such records, she could not help but recall television dramas and novels she had previously seen that mentioned similar subjects. However, such matters were purely fictional. It was inconceivable that such forbidden arts existed in reality. Jia, what is wrong? Have you discovered any clues? Lin Yi observed her standing by the stone table for an extended period, motionless and lost in thought. Approaching, he noticed Xiao Yujia holding a small teacup. Its color is white as snow, clearly not an item that should belong to the Beastman continent. Although Tianyu City had many such cups, Lin Yi could still tell this particular teacup was not crafted there. The person has already left. We should return, Xiao Yujia said, clutching the teacup tightly, only to hear a sharp crack as blood began to flow from her hand. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of distress. He could not comprehend why Xiao Yujia would inflict such harm upon herself. As the moment arrived when Xiao Yujia opened her palm, the shattered porcelain pieces fell from her hand, producing a crisp sound upon striking the ground, while her palm continued to bleed from the remnants of the tiny shards. Jia, does it hurt? Lin Yi, feeling a pang of concern, gently took her injured hand and meticulously extracted the minute fragments of pottery. It was at that moment that Xiao Yujia's palm, now cleared of debris, began to heal at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. He could scarcely believe his own eyes and closed them momentarily to gather his thoughts, hoping he had merely imagined it. However, upon reopening them, he was astonished to find that her palm bore no scars, not even a trace of blood. This regenerative ability was more terrifying than that of their own beast kin. If discovered by other beastmen, wouldn't Jia be in grave danger? I'm fine, let us head back, she asserted, pulling her hand away from Lin Ye's grasp. With a smile, she took his hand and led him out of the death forest, where the lingering atmosphere could easily induce melancholy. Meanwhile, within the cave of the Hu Shao tribe, upon emerging from the desolate plains, Jiu Shao Chun, accompanied by Hu Yu and several beastmen, chose to rest for a spell. My lord, you or doesn't T want to stay here? Can we return to the tribe? As the twilight sky painted the horizon, Hu Yu's plaintive voice echoed within the cave. She gazed longingly at the damp interior, yearning for the palace atop the mountain, which offered soft bedding and a clean floor. Though this cave was relatively tidy, its excessive humidity rendered it far less comfortable than the previous cave of their Tianfu tribe. Little beauty will return tomorrow. Just bear with it a little longer. Jiu Shao Chun comforted her, drawing her into his embrace, despite her displeased expression, which he found somewhat unappealing. However, she remained his woman, and he consoled her gently. All right, I'll heed your words, my lord, she replied, her heart soothed by his reassurance, her delicate form leaning against him. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed by Xiao Yujia, who had awakened refreshed after a night's rest. After glancing into the room of Xiao and Womi Tuan, she proceeded to the adjacent room and observed that both were peacefully asleep, thus refraining from disturbing them. After hastily consuming breakfast in the kitchen, she exited the Shen pavilion. Upon opening the door to the city lord's mansion, Fu Xiang was surprised to see Xiao Yujia approach. What brings you here so early? She inquired, curiosity piqued. I came to see city lord Shichou. There are matters I wish to discuss with him, Xiao Yujia replied. Is it concerning those young females? Fu Xiang's words struck a chord, causing Xiao Yujia's heart to ache, yet she nodded in affirmation. She was uncertain when she might locate those captured females, but she felt compelled to search for them, even if her efforts proved fruitless, for it would signify she had tried her utmost. Go on in. P.S. in the living room, Fu Xiang directed. Despite the ongoing disappearances of the females, which saddened her deeply, she felt powerless to rescue those unfortunate souls. She could only place her hopes in the hands of Xiao Yujia and the young beastmen. Have those young ones still not been found? Xiao Yujia heard a sigh of despair as she approached the living room door, recognizing it as belonging to the Grand Shaman. City Lord Shi, Grand Shaman, she greeted. Xiao Yujia, you've arrived, they responded, allowing her to enter. She took a seat on a chair close by. Observing that neither Shichou nor the Grand Shaman seemed to have devised any plans to rescue the young females. Thus, she took the initiative to speak. City Lord Shi, Grand Shaman, I have a proposal, though it may require considerable time. No one can guarantee what condition we might find them in when they're located. What is your proposal? Please, share it with us. Shichou urged, his eagerness palpable. After all, this might be their only viable option, and he was more concerned with finding the individuals than the duration it might take. Indeed, please disclose your plan. Xiao Yujia, echoed the Grand Shaman, equally impatient at the prospect of a solution. We could dispatch a contingent of formidable beast warriors from Tianyu City to scour the entire Beastman continent. By systematically eliminating searched areas, we could converge on the location where these warriors gather, potentially uncovering the hideouts of the captors. After careful consideration, Xiao Yujia articulated her strategy. While it was not perfect, and would indeed take time, it represented their best chance to comprehensively eliminate the threat posed by those who had abducted the females. Upon hearing her proposal, the Grand Shaman voiced his approval, saying, I believe Xiao Yujia's plan is sound. While it may take some time, it could lead us to those who have taken the females. We are still unaware of what they endure in their current captivity. Chapter 162. The Great Pursuit City Lord Shi, Grand Shaman. If there are no objections, let us proceed with this plan. After deliberation, seeing no dissent from Shichou or the Grand Shaman, she felt assured that this was the course they would follow. They all hoped to swiftly locate the abducted females. We have no objections. Let us proceed as you suggest, Xiao Yujia, Shichou affirmed. This is indeed the best course of action if we are to find those taken. The Grand Shaman had no issues with the plan, but expressed concern for Xiao Yujia, who had only just returned and was now poised to venture out again. It felt as though there were beasts intent on targeting her in this endeavor. The Grand Shaman was genuinely worried that this mission might result in her injury or loss. "Do not worry, Grand Shaman. I shall be fine, with Lin Yi and the others by my side. It is Nwomi Tuan and Ruo Li whom I need you to care for," she reassured him, recognizing the concern etched on his face. As the goddess revered by the people of Tianyu City and the entire Beastman continent, she felt a profound responsibility to rescue her abducted subjects. Yet, she feared that embarking on this journey would prevent her from caring for the two children, who occupied her thoughts most heavily. She had considered seeking assistance from Yushang, but with her also being pregnant, Xiao Yujia found herself relying on the Grand Shaman and others to help look after her young ones. At this point, she no longer demanded much. All she wished for was their safety. "Rest assured, we will take good care of Nwomi Tuan and Ruo Li," the Grand Shaman promised, feeling a pang of sorrow at her request. However, without retrieving the females, the tribes of those suddenly abducted would not relent. Given that Xiao Yujia was determined to search for the captured females herself, they would ensure the well-being of her two little ones. Although one was not her biological child, all young ones, be they beast or female, were treated with kindness and care, especially female children, who received the utmost affection and were often cherished as princesses. Yet, Xiao Yujia preferred not to have them overly pampered, so the Grand Shaman and the others would not indulge them excessively. "Thank you all. I shall return as swiftly as possible once I apprehend those beastmen." Xiao Yujia remarked that although she was uncertain about her capabilities, she had at least established a forward-looking objective. The following morning, Shichio selected 50 formidable orc warriors with commendable qualifications from within and around Tianyu City. What was happening? Nobody knew. One orc urged the others to refrain from wild speculation, suggesting that there must be a significant reason for their gathering. Overhearing the surrounding chatter, which was more cacophonous than a flock of birds, one orc quickly intervened. Though he too was unaware of the situation, he reasoned that since the city lord had summoned them, there must be a rationale behind it. Indeed, they should remain quiet and listen attentively. At that moment, a warrior approached, spoke briefly, and departed. "I understand that many of you are perplexed," Shichio stated. "However, due to the sudden disappearance of several females within the city, we can rule out any involvement from that drug trafficker." Upon hearing this, the gathered orc warriors expressed their anger. These were the young females of the city, and although some belonged to other tribes, their desire to rescue them remained undeterred. "The purpose of gathering you all today is to inform you that the goddess possesses a means to rescue those abducted females." "What? Is this true, Lord?" The orcs present found it hard to believe. Sensing their skepticism, Shichio simply nodded and affirmed the truth of his statement. "Lord, please tell us what is to be done." As someone inquired, Shichio wasted no time in revealing everything Xiao Yujia had shared, informing them that the goddess would lead them at dawn to rescue the abducted females. Despite rising early, the orc warriors stood quietly at the foot of the goddess hall, all hoping to save the unfortunate females. They awaited Xiao Yujia's emergence, knowing that upon her command, they would spring into action like arrows loosed from a bow. "Goddess!" As Xiao Yujia stepped out, the 50 orcs erupted into cheers. "Let's depart." With a single command from Xiao Yujia, the orcs soared into the sky with the freedom of unrestrained kites. Upon crossing the boundary of the Wuhuang Plain, Xiao Yujia and the orcs began to disperse in search of the missing females, each hoping to find the young ones swiftly. "Jejia, which direction should we take?" Lin Yi inquired after the other orcs had set off. With the orcs scattered in 4 directions, it was just the 2 of them left, a rather daunting prospect. "We shall venture into the most perilous area." Xiao Yujia pointed to a mountain that appeared exceedingly treacherous. "Jejia, that's dangerous," Lin Yi remarked. Feeling an inexplicable chill emanating from the mountain, she indicated, "Fear not, for I have you." Although Lin Yi was unclear about Xiao Yujia's reasoning, her words filled him with joy. "Indeed, I will ensure your safety." Meanwhile, not far from the Tianfu tribe's peak, the chilling voice asked, "Is the fire ready?" The bound females, upon seeing the flames ahead, began to whimper silently, knowing that it only took a spark to extinguish their lives. "It is prepared, my lord." An orc replied, "Good. According to the order, toss these females into the flames." Jiao Xiaocheng began to issue commands. As his words fell, one by one, the orcs began to carry the bound females towards the seething flames. Witnessing the inferno, Yu's composure began to falter. Would she survive being cast into such a fire? "Help! Galagar, come save me." As an orc lifted her, Yu struggled desperately, hoping to escape. Chapter 163. The plea for help, please. I don't want to die yet. Gallagher, come save me. Despite her frantic attempts to plead, you found her mouth gagged with burlap, producing only muffled sounds. The image of Gallagher's exquisite face haunted her thoughts, sending her into despair. She had barely reached adulthood, still so young, and did not wish to perish in this alien place. Watching other young females of similar age being tossed into the flames intensified her struggle. No, I refuse to meet the beast god in this manner. I am a female of the peacock tribe, destined to soar in the skies. This little female is unbearable. The orc carrying her grew agitated by her frantic struggles, eager to dispose of her into the furnace. Suddenly, fine white feathers began to sprout from U.S. body, and a white diamond-shaped crystal appeared on her brow. What is happening? This little female seems to be glowing. As the radiant light enveloped her, the orc holding her was taken aback. For such phenomena had never occurred in their tribe before. Ah, my eyes. I can't see. The increasing brightness caused the orc to experience temporary blindness, prompting others to turn in confusion, unable to open their eyes against the blinding glow. As it stopped, realizing the orc's grip had loosened, you seized the moment to break free, her newfound strength allowing her to snap the vines binding her. In an instant, she transformed into a white peacock and soared out of the cave. The little female has vanished. When the light dissipated and the orcs regained their sight, the one who had been holding you discovered she was gone. Panic ensued. Losing a female would surely incur the Lord's wrath. Hurry and search for her. Jiu Xiaocheng, still adjusting to the sudden brightness, overheard the commotion about a missing female and promptly commanded the orcs to search. We are merely a step away from our elixir, and now one of 50 newly matured girls has escaped. Jia, shall we take a break? After 2 days of searching for the abducted females across the orc continent, Xiao Yuja had scarcely rested. Despite her unwavering determination, Lin Yi felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart as he observed her tireless efforts. He had urged her to rest, but she consistently deflected his concerns with various excuses. Unlike Lin Yi, she was driven to find the abducted young females swiftly, hoping to spend more time with her family. I am not weary. Let's expedite our search for the young females. Their families must be anxious. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yuja brushed aside his concerns, mistakenly believing he felt neglected due to her relentless pursuit. She stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips to his, hoping to ease his worries. Perhaps her intentions were, as she believed. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a rush of sweetness fill his heart. How delightful! Savoring the faint sweetness on his lips, he yearned to deepen the kiss, yet Xiao Yuja abruptly withdrew, taking his hand and continuing forward. She meticulously examined every suspicious area they encountered. At the same time, in the other 4 directions of Tianyu City, a group of over 10 orcs was continually investigating suspicious areas, including the 4 major cities. Tingy City's Lord pondered. Those orcs appear to be associated with the Divine Lady. Should we invite them over? An orc approached Tunga and inquired. Upon hearing the report, Tunga merely shook his head and replied, no need. After uttering those words, he turned and departed. What is troubling the Lord? The orc watched as Tunga returned to his chamber, his expression clouded with worry, leaving the orc puzzled. However, since the Lord had declined, they would respect his wishes. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, once inside his room, Tunga shut himself in, the rose mark on his neck spreading relentlessly. No one knew of his torment, which he believed to be a punishment from the Divine Lady. In Fuhai City, the Lord was informed, recently, over a dozen unfamiliar orcs have intruded into Fuhai City, and their attire appears far superior to ours. The orc gestured with a throat-slitting motion. Fucking contemplated the situation. These orcs were wandering throughout the city, seemingly in search of something. The local females gazed at them in awe, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. To prevent any of the local females from being abducted, he nodded in agreement to take action. I shall attend to it at once. With that command, the orcs swiftly departed. As anticipated, those orcs searching for the females were ambushed that very night by the Yalong orcs of Fuhai City. In Sifong City, a priest remarked, look at the attire of those orcs, it differs from ours. Which city could they possibly hail from? A white-clad orc, adorned with colorful strips of fabric, observed the uniform black-clad orcs in the city. The response from the nearby priest was simply, the divine guards act with authority, do not interfere. After that, he offered no further commentary. In the azure crystal city of the oceanic realm, the females exclaimed, ah, look at those orcs, they're so robust, and their garments are splendid. I wonder from which sea they emerged? Another chimed in, They're all clad in identical attire. They must be sentinels from some city. We should retreat swiftly to avoid trouble. As the females gazed at the muscular orcs, one voiced a caution, causing them to scatter in fear of inciting disaster. In a dense forest of the southern continent, Lin Yi urged, Judgia, perhaps you should rest. This forest appears quite perilous. Observing her venture deeper into the woods, he felt a pang of concern. She had not rested for 3 days and appeared markedly thinner. She was already slender, and now she seemed even frilier, as if an orc could easily crush her with a single hand. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. Judgia, noticing the increasingly narrow gaps between the trees, glanced up to see the sun overhead and nodded in agreement to pause. Hearing her consent, Lin Ye's heart blossomed with joy. Without hesitation, he transformed into a colossal serpent. Reducing his size by half and coiling around her to shield her from the scorching sun, she settled atop his serpentine form, preparing for a brief respite. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Just as Judgia was about to doze off, a distant cry for help echoed behind her. Lin Yi, did you hear someone calling for aid? Judgia asked uncertainly, as the cries fluctuated, unsure if her ears deceived her. Help! Lin Yi listened intently, falsely assuring her, I hear nothing. He tightened his coils around her, providing a semblance of security while still allowing her some space. He extended his serpent tongue, gently brushing her cheek, then rested his massive head before her. Lin Yi closed his eyes, unwilling for Judgia to hear the cries. She had gone 3 days without sleep in her search for the abducted females. It was imperative she remained undisturbed. Why has he fallen asleep? Could I have truly misheard? Judgia gazed at Lin Yi, whose eyelids were veiled, questioning whether she had merely encountered some supernatural phenomenon. Yet despite her doubts, she felt compelled to investigate, vigorously attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. Why is it so high? She soon realized that Lin Ye's form, even reduced, towered above her. Finally, when she reached the ground, she looked up at his towering presence, marveling at how elevated he appeared. After nearly half an hour, Judgia managed to dismount Lin Yi. The moment her feet touched the earth, a wave of relaxation washed over her. Although she had learned to fly since arriving in the Orc continent, it felt entirely different from soaring through the skies. Reflecting on Lin Ye's exhaustion from accompanying her, she created a vacuum-like ice chamber around him, ensuring he would remain undisturbed, the coolness aiding his rest. Help! Help! As she approached Lin Yi, the cry for help resonated once more, and it seemed to come from a female voice. Could it be one of the captured females had escaped? Contemplating this, Judgia glanced at Lin Yi before setting off towards the source of the plea, hoping to find the one in distress. Meanwhile, Yi was being pursued by several warriors from the Tianfu tribe. These orcs, determined to capture her, resorted to both aggressive chasing and charming tactics. However, Yi remained utterly unimpressed, her mind preoccupied solely with the handsome visage of Jialaw. If I cannot have my brother, then I shall pursue my older brother. It is of no consequence. Seize her. How dare she disregard our allure? One orc employing charm tactics, seeing Yu's utter disinterest, became infuriated. In the Orc continent, every tribe or city desired to possess a member of the Fox tribe, and it was an affront to his pride that this young female did not even glance at him, an embarrassment he could hardly bear. Capture her! Capture her! Help! Help! Is anyone there to rescue me? As unfamiliar orcs closed in on her, Yu was spurred into action, her pace quickening in fright. Someone truly is calling for help. Upon hearing the cries again, Judgia was now certain she had not misheard, although the source remained elusive. Perhaps I should climb a tree for a better view. With that thought, she sprang into action, leaping effortlessly onto a nearby tree. From her elevated position, Judgia finally discerned the scene below. A group of about a dozen orcs was pursuing a young female orc who had just reached maturity and possessed pure white wings that had yet to retract. She appeared to be a flying female orc, but from which tribe did she originate? Due to the dense spacing within the forest, she found herself unable to fully extend her wings for flight, instead opting to half open them in hopes of shielding herself. Hith, what do you think you're running off to, little female? Come back with us. Initially, everything seemed to be progressing positively, but at that moment, a Beastman suddenly blocked her path, while others closed in behind her. I will not return with you. You vile beasts. Our K tribe will never let you go. Through her cry, Qiao Yujia, who lay concealed among the trees, clearly heard the name of the little female's tribe. Kitraib? Isn't that the tribe where Jarwin was before? Did they lose a little female? As she pondered this, the little female's face began to seem increasingly familiar, as if she had encountered her before. Little female, you should come back with us. Given your beauty, I can plead with my lord to make you my mate. That way, you won't have to face death. Indeed, little female, you ought to agree quickly to spare yourself from suffering upon your return. Why endure it? Listening to the incessant chatter around her, you felt nothing but annoyance. These unfamiliar beastmen wished to make her their mate. It was nothing short of a fever dream. As she contemplated her situation, she sought an escape route. But the surrounding beastmen, drawn by her beauty, were already inching closer. If they could capture you, they could potentially plead with her on her behalf to Jiu Xiaoqing, ensuring her safety. Wasn't that a perfect way to keep her? Suddenly, a loud clap echoed as Qiao Yujia sprang into action, manipulating the vines to strike, piercing one of the beastmen. With a series of horrified screams, all the beastmen around you were dispatched, leaving only a pool of bloodied corpses. Unfazed by such carnage, Qiao Yujia swiftly ensnared you with the vines and dashed towards Lin Yi without a word. However, the sudden lift from the ground startled you, and her screams echoed throughout their journey. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having awakened and unable to find Qiao Yujia, was trapped in the ice cellar she had created, pacing anxiously within. Lin Yi, I'm back, Qiao Yujia exclaimed as she descended from the trees, landing directly in front of him. Jia, please let me out. Lin Yi was on the verge of tears upon seeing Qiao Yujia's sudden appearance, but his greater desire was to escape the ice cellar, leaving him struggling within its confines. Noticing his distress, Qiao Yujia gently tapped the translucent ice wall, soothingly assuring him, "Be good, the outside is too hot for you. It will be uncomfortable." Now, Lin Yi resembled a mermaid imprisoned in a water tank. Although Qiao Yujia's words soothed him, he understood she cared for him deeply. Despite the many suitors and protectors surrounding her, none could occupy the most significant place in her heart. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi felt akin to a vase displayed for admiration. Despite being an object of beauty for her to behold, he had no regrets. "Vile female, release me at once." As he gazed at Lin Yi, lost in thought, Yu's voice broke through, disrupting her reverie. "A vile female? I saved you, and you dare to insult me? Truly, good intentions are met with ingratitude." Qiao Yujia could hardly believe that after rescuing this little female, she received no words of gratitude, only scorn. With a decisive move, she pushed you against a nearby tree and bound her tightly with vines. "Let me go," you protested, struggling futilely against her restraints, the vines binding her far too securely. "Also, it's you." Qiao Yujia finally recognized the little female's face. It was the same one who had falsely accused her of stealing her Jurren brother during the trading event at the tribe. "Release me. The K tribe will not spare you," you shouted, not fully comprehending Qiao Yujia's words, continuing to threaten her. "What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in panic as Qiao Yujia brandished a dagger, silencing her incessant threats. With a steady approach, Qiao Yujia drew near, gently tapping Yu's left cheek with the blade, adding, "I am going hunting now. You had best behave, or there will be nothing for you to eat." With that, she turned to Lin Yi, her expression softening as she gazed at him. After leaving a kiss on the crystalline ice wall, she disappeared into the depths of the forest. With a sigh of relief, you finally felt a measure of ease. However, this tranquil atmosphere was short-lived, as she soon sensed a different, colder presence that was distinct from Qiao Yujia's chill. Turning her head, she saw Lin Yi watching her with an unusually frigid glare. You swallowed nervously, feeling as though she were amidst a wintry wasteland, colder than Lin Yi, who was encased in the icy cellar. Lin Yi, on the other hand, felt no concern for her plight, attributing all blame to you. Had it not been for her, perhaps Jia would have freed him by now. Shortly after, Qiao Yujia returned with 3 long-eared beasts, having thoroughly cleaned them. Unable to process the entrails in the wilderness, she buried them instead. Upon returning to their temporary resting spot, Qiao Yujia immediately kindled a fire and began roasting the long-eared beasts before approaching Lin Yi. As she touched the ice wall, it shattered instantly. "Jia, please do not confine me in the ice cellar again," Lin Yi exclaimed as he rushed out, embracing her tightly, his voice filled with a mix of pleading and grievance. Hearing his request, Qiao Yujia fell silent for a moment before instinctively replying, "No." She meant no harm. She simply felt it was unfair to subject Lin Yi to the heat of summer. It was better to restrict his freedom slightly than to allow him to suffer the agonies of heat. Upon hearing her response, Lin Yi remained silent, not knowing how to reply. Through their bond, he sensed her concern for him. Her actions were merely protective. If it were her, perhaps losing freedom wouldn't be so bad, as long as she had him. Now, well-fed, Xiao Yujia turned her attention back to you. Her curiosity piqued about how she managed to escape from those vicious beastmen. So you, how did you manage to flee? After finishing the last bite of long-eared beast meat, you paused, gathering her thoughts before recounting. That day, after several little females and I were taken from Tianyu City, the beastmen rested in a cave for a night before heading south into this dense forest. The little females captured alongside me were all barely adults. And those unfamiliar beastmen followed the orders of someone who resembled you, accompanied by a female from the fox tribe. After a long-winded explanation, she paused to take a sip of water. In a moment of respite, Xiao Yujia inquired about a person who bore a striking resemblance to her attire. Upon hearing you mention someone dressed similarly, Xiao Yujia surmised that it likely pertained to the fabric they wore. However, she pondered whether the individual you referenced was indeed Jiu Xiaocheng. You nodded thoughtfully and continued, recounting how those unfamiliar beastmen had led them into a cave with the intent of incinerating them. Inside the cave, there were 50 young females who had recently come of age. Before her escape, several of these young females had already departed to meet the beast god. At this point, you fell silent, her heart heavy with sorrow for those who had met their fate before the beast god. Had she not awakened the ancestral bloodline within her, she might have shared their grim destiny. What about your wings? Xiao Yujia asked. Hearing this, Xiao Yujia also felt a pang of sympathy for the young females. Yet the outcome was irrevocable. Their only option was to ascertain the cave's exact location from you, hoping to rescue the surviving young females. It was during her escape that the ancestral bloodline was ignited, but it was hindered by the dense forest, preventing her from soaring into the sky. Such a calm statement, yet it revealed her helplessness to Xiao Yujia. She had not rescued those young females because she could not ensure her own survival. If she could not guarantee her own life, she could not assure the lives of others. Escaping with one was better than none. The day is waning. Let us rest. We shall address matters come morning. Chapter 166. Infiltration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Yujia skillfully wove vines to create a makeshift shelter for rest. Although you found these abilities remarkable, she merely attributed them to the gifts of the beast god, for she considered herself a goddess, albeit reluctantly. At dawn, Xiao Yujia devised a means to communicate with the beastmen of Tianyu City, situated in 4 cardinal directions. Naturally, the closest were those in Tianhu City and Tengyi City. Upon receiving her message, raced toward the city outskirts, following the trail of her scent. Those farther away would require additional time. I have notified the beastmen in other directions. They will arrive shortly. Once they gather, we shall proceed to rescue those young females, Xiao Yujia stated, accepting a piece of roasted meat from Lin Yi and taking a bite. Her intentions were not born of callousness. She understood that one must prioritize their own safety to aid others effectively, lest all efforts be in vain. You remained silent, offering a faint acknowledgement. Perhaps the circumstances had altered something within her, or perhaps she had gleaned a deeper understanding. If Jialuo could witness her composed demeanor, it would undoubtedly bring him peace of mind. By noon, the nearest beastmen began to enter the forest in an orderly fashion. Initially, they feared they had taken a wrong turn, but upon spotting Xiao Yujia, they realized their path was true. After all, how could the goddess's guidance be mistaken? Goddess, have you summoned us for a purpose? Xing Ku, who had come with a group of beastmen, approached to inquire. He was the only beastman in this mission without a contract with Xiao Yujia, having relied on a finely crafted communication device she had gifted him prior to their departure. It required no charging or batteries, merely the power of elemental energy to operate. Let us wait a moment. The beastmen from other directions have yet to arrive. Everyone should rest and partake in some sustenance, Xiao Yujia replied, directing them to recuperate while anticipating the arrival of their companions, expected before evening. Despite the longer distances involved, many among them were capable of flight, making round trips feasible within a day. As Xiao Yujia spoke, Shinken noticed you nearby, but refrained from commenting. Instead, he led a majority of the beastmen to hunt within the forest, leaving 3 warriors to stand guard. As twilight descended, the remaining beastmen from the other 3 directions finally converged with Xiao Yujia and her group just in time for dinner. After satisfying their hunger and resting momentarily, Xiao Yujia, guided by you, advanced toward the cave where the unfamiliar beastmen resided. Yes, just ahead lies a tribe known as Qianfu. Within the cave beneath the mountain adjacent to their settlement, many young females are confined, you indicated as they paused amidst a thicket. Due to the proximity, Xiao Yujia surveyed the terrain surrounding Qianfu tribe, enveloped by dense forest. The moonlight illuminated the area, casting silvery reflections, while ample water sources bordered the tribe. The solitary mountain peak nearby, indicated by you, was a prominent earthen formation, unconnected to others, atop which sat a palace, albeit obscured in the night. Despite being a mid-sized tribe, the Tianfu had a considerable number of patrolling beastmen, their rounds extending beyond the immediate vicinity to include the mountain's expanse. It appeared that the inhabitants of the palace atop the mountain held significant importance to the Tianfu tribe. Judge, there seem to be quite a few patrols in this tribe. Can we infiltrate? Lin Yi observed the throng of patrolling beastmen, uncertain of their capacity to breach the defenses. Although the number of patrolling beastmen was less than those in Tianyu City, the current group was insufficient for a successful infiltration. It is not impossible to infiltrate. Xingke, take a few beastmen who can manipulate wood elements and use vines to deal with the patrolling beastmen. The rest will seize the opportunity to enter the cave and rescue those in need. Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head at Lin Ye's concerns. She believed that despite the increased number of patrols, infiltration was still feasible. They merely needed someone to divert the patrol's attention to enable their entry. Once Xiao Yujia outlined her plan, the assembled beastmen commenced their respective tasks. Xingke, accompanied by a dozen beastmen adept in wood manipulation, began orchestrating the vines to ensnare the patrolling fox beastmen. With soft murmurs echoing through the night, the patrolling fox beastmen were quietly taken away by the controlled vines. You, remain here. Xingke and his team will safeguard you. The rest, follow me into the cave. Xiao Yujia instructed you as the patrols were nearly neutralized. She led 20 beastmen warriors, including Lin Yi, stealthily toward the cave, carefully evading the watchful eyes of the patrols. During this process, although a few patrols spotted them, Xiao Yujia dealt with them swiftly and decisively. Help! Help! Just as they neared the cave you had pointed out, the cries of the young females reached their ears, mingled with heart-wrenching screams. These heartless beastmen, upon reaching the cave entrance, the warriors felt a surge of anger upon hearing the anguished cries of the females. They had never encountered such cruelty before. How could the weak be treated with such brutality? Of course, the exception being the goddess. In their hearts, Xiao Yujia is far from weak. Do not be deceived by her exterior, for the true nature within her is more ruthless than these unfamiliar beastmen. This ferocity only manifests when confronting hostile beastmen. Otherwise, in her everyday demeanor, she embodies a goddess, easy to approach. The familiar scent. She has arrived, sitting regally upon her throne, observing the weeping females below and listening to their melodious cries of despair. Zhu Xiaocheng felt no greater joy than in this moment. Moreover, he caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma. Chapter 167. The Lure of Desire. My lord, what troubles you? Foxu inquired, perplexed by Zhu Xiaocheng's sudden rise from his seat. Ignoring her, Zhu Xiaocheng strode directly toward the cave's entrance. My lord, where are you going? Allow me to accompany you. Seeing Zhu Xiaocheng's abrupt departure, Foxu grew anxious and hurriedly followed. Sensing her pursuit, Zhu Xiaocheng quickened his pace, for in his eyes, Foxu could not compare to even a single toe of Xiao Yujia. Her mesmerizing aura was worth 1,000. Outside the cave, quick, seize them. The ambush laid by Xiao Yujia and her companions was suddenly discovered by the patrolling beastmen of the Tianfu tribe. One warrior from the Tianfu tribe called for reinforcements, preparing to capture Xiao Yujia and her allies in one fell swoop. You all hurry inside to rescue them. Lin Yi and I will hold them off outside. Understood. With Xiao Yujia's command, the beastmen split into two groups. 30 entered the cave to rescue the captured females, while Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi led 10 warriors to confront the charging Tianfu beastmen outside. Ha! Their numbers have dwindled by half. Capture them. And such beautiful females. Seize her and present her to our lord. Surely, our lord will bless the Tianfu tribe. May our lord bless us. May our lord bless us. Observing the reduced numbers on Xiao Yujia's side, the Tianfu beastmen surged forward with fervor, invigorated by their newfound confidence. Additionally, some of them coveted Xiao Yujia's beauty, hoping to capture her as a gift for Zhu Xiaocheng in exchange for his protection. As shouts of "May our lord bless us" echoed, a significant portion of the Tianfu beastmen engaged Lin Yi and his 10 warriors, while a few stealthily advanced through the tall grass, cautious of detection by Xiao Yujia. However, such clumsy tactics could hardly escape her heightened sense of danger. With a crack, the whip struck the ground, propelling her into the air, stunning the Tianfu beastmen. For in their understanding, Only Jiu Xiaoqing could soar without wings like a flying beast. Now, this small female could also ascend into the sky without wings. Could it be? Some Tianfu beastmen were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they stared at the floating Qiao Yujia. Others speculated whether she, like Jiu Xiaoqing, hailed from the same realm. Yet, before they could articulate their thoughts, one beastman interrupted. Impossible. Have you forgotten? When our Lord first arrived in our tribe, he spoke of a place where beings exist that do not transform in a beast form, alongside those like us who do. Upon hearing this, the beastmen who had previously regarded Qiao Yujia with reverence quickly realized that she might indeed be the monster Jiu Xiaoqing had mentioned. As Jiu Xiaoqing had never revealed his true form before the Tianfu beastmen, they had categorized him among the powerful beings that do not change forms. But what now? That enchanting creature is out of reach in the sky. The Tianfu beastmen, encountering a true monster for the first time, were overwhelmed with excitement, eager to capture Qiao Yujia to offer to Jiu Xiaoqing and thus secure greater blessings for their tribe. Quickly, summon the ancestral beastmen. One beastman exclaimed, departing the group, hunting for Qiao Yujia and stealthily making his way toward the nearby tribe. However, how could Qiao Yujia allow him to return and alert others? With a crack of her whip, she ensnared the beastman's neck, showing no mercy. With a swift motion, he was sent to meet the beast god before he could even utter a sound. Lord Lin Yi. Meanwhile, due to Lin Ye's overwhelming strength, the encroaching Tianfu beastmen attacked from behind, inflicting a deep wound across his back. One beastman witnessing this swiftly avenged Lin Yi by slaying the assailant from the Tianfu tribe. Lin Yi. The cry of that beastman startled Qiao Yujia, who was aloft in the sky. As her whip fell, it struck down all beastmen that stood in her path, delivering fatal blows. Where do you think you're going, my beautiful little lady? Just as Qiao Yujia dashed toward Lin Yi, Jiu Xiaoqing suddenly appeared, blocking her way. Jiu Xiaoqing. With his entrance, Qiao Yujia frowned in discontent. Truth be told, she had no desire to see Jiu Xiaoqing. A man of such frivolity had surely touched every woman with even a hint of talent. Is it you who captured those newly matured females? Qiao Yujia lashed her whip against Jiu Xiaoqing's wrist, cutting straight to the chase without further ado. So what if I did? Jiu Xiaoqing retorted, unexpectedly seizing Qiao Yujia's whip and pulling her into his embrace. Let go of me, Jia. Just then, having just slain several Tianfu beastmen, Lin Yi turned to see Qiao Yujia being pulled into the arms of a strange beastman, and in a fit of rage, he charged at Jiu Xiaoqing. Bang! With a powerful strike, Jiu Xiaoqing sent Lin Yi crashing into a nearby tree, causing him to cough blood and lose consciousness. Lin Yi, release me. Upon witnessing Lin Yi being knocked unconscious, Qiao Yujia's inner fury reached its peak as she struggled against Jiu Xiaoqing's grip, desperate to check on Lin Yi's condition. Yet, Jiu Xiaoqing's strength was overwhelming, rendering her attempts futile. My lovely little lady, you and I are kindred spirits. What worth is that beastman who is less than human? With your pure bloodline of the demon ancestress, you could easily find an admirable demon male in the demon realm. If they knew, you might even ascend to the human realm. Jiu Xiaoqing spoke incessantly, one hand shamelessly caressing Qiao Yujia. Having resigned herself to the futility of her struggles, Qiao Yujia decided to take a more direct approach. Has my little beauty come to a realization? Following Jiu Xiaoqing's wandering hand, she boldly retaliated. Jiu Xiaoqing, believing she had relented, was elated until a crack echoed, and he fell to the ground, never to rise again. Such a fool, blinded by desire. Qiao Yujia remarked disdainfully as she gazed at the fallen Jiu Xiaoqing. Chapter 168. The beastmen of Fuhai City block the path, my lord. They have slain our lord. Avenge him. Avenge. Avenge. The beastmen of the Tianfu tribe, witnessing Jiu Xiaoqing's lifeless body, were filled with fury, their cries for vengeance swelling like a tide. Do not hold back. With Qiao Yujia's command, the previously restrained Tianyu City beastmen unleashed a brutal massacre without hesitation. Seizing this opportunity, she hurried into the cave to rescue those in need. As the harrowing cries echoed from outside the tribe, the orcs within the Tianfu tribe were stirred from their slumber. What is happening? The tribe leader, Hu Jun, who had been awakened, was engulfed in a profound rage. Beside him lay a strikingly beautiful female fox, her allure almost within reach, yet the sudden cacophony jolted her awake. He bellowed towards the doorway. Just then, an orc burst into the room, his eyes widening at the sight of the frustrated tribe leader, and he swallowed his words, but mustered the courage to exclaim, "Leader, it's terrible. The patrolling warriors outside have been slain by a group of unfamiliar orcs." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this alarming news, Hujun was filled with fury, slamming his palm onto the bamboo bed with a resounding thud, startling the female fox beside him, who gazed at him with wide, terrified eyes, shrinking into a corner of the bed. Seeing Hujun's reaction, not only was the fox female frightened, but even the orc before him flinched, his voice trembling as he continued. The patrolling warriors were fine, but suddenly a group of strange orcs attacked them. As the orc spoke, he furtively glanced at Hujun, each look revealing the deepening darkness of his expression. Quickly summoned the ancestral warriors for assistance. Hearing the orc's fragmented report, Hujun kicked him to hurry and call the ancestral warriors for help. Yes, yes. The orc obeyed and dashed out of Hujun's quarters as if a flood were chasing him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia arrived at the cave, only to be confronted by Hu Yu. "You killed the master." The moment Jiao Xiaoqing collapsed, the mark on Hu Yu vanished, and she could no longer sense the master's presence, realizing he had perished. Moreover, she caught the faint scent of Jiao Xiaoqing on Xiao Yujia, indicating they had come into contact before his demise. "I did kill him. So what? He was guilty of many crimes. Does he not deserve to die?" Xiao Yujia sensed danger from the female before her, but chose not to respond to her question. Is it not justified to eliminate someone who has committed such heinous acts? "You speak nonsense. The master would never commit any immoral acts. He was merely refining pills for me," Hu Yu retorted vehemently. She refused to believe that her revered master could do anything wrong, convinced he was only helping her with alchemy because he had promised to keep her by his side forever. Forever? Refining pills? What kind of elixir requires a female for its creation? What kind of pill necessitates so many lives to form a mere small pill? When Hu Yu uttered this, Xiao Yujia found it absurd and was curious about what kind of elixir could demand such a horrific price. They are not truly dead. They merely went to meet the beast god. Hu Yu could not accept Xiao Yujia's words, believing that the females were not dead, merely visiting the beast god, and would return in due time. Her father had once said that all tribe members would eventually meet the beast god and then return to the tribe to continue their lives. Thus, Hu Yu held steadfastly to her father's words. Enough. Xiao Yujia, no longer wishing to listen to Hu Yu's nonsensical ramblings, struck her aside with a whip, sending her crashing against the wall. Having been selected to serve Jiao Xiaoqing, Hu Yu had undergone rigorous training to become exceptionally delicate, and with Xiao Yujia's strike, she perished upon impact with the wall. Goddess. Shortly after entering, Xiao Yujia encountered a group of orcs who had been ordered to rescue the females. "We have saved all the females." Upon seeing the orcs approach, Xiao Yujia glanced behind them, realizing only 30 females had been rescued, indicating that the rest had been thrown into the furnace. She could only hope that the beast god would allow them to be reborn in a better era. "Let's depart." With a nod from the leading orc, Xiao Yujia led them out of the cave, needing to leave before dawn. "Please, esteemed warriors, spare our tribe. We were blind and offended the goddess as attended. We implore you to show mercy and spare our tribe." As Xiao Yujia and the orcs emerged, they saw orcs from the Tianfu tribe kneeling on the ground. A middle-aged elder, alongside their kin, pleaded with the unfamiliar orcs for mercy, hoping to save their tribe. After exiting, Xiao Yujia approached a tree and lifted Lin Yi, who had reverted to his beast form, bringing him down to a mini bamboo basket, covering him with a small blanket to shield him from the cold. As they passed the Tianfu tribe orcs, she remarked, "Let us move. Time is of the essence." Understood. At her command, the orcs paid no heed to the Tianfu tribe's pleas, turning to follow Xiao Yujia out of the dense forest. Due to the presence of over 30 females, their progress was slow. To expedite their journey, Xiao Yujia decided to assign 30 or so warriors to carry the females. Although this made their pace much swifter, it still took nearly an hour to exit the forest. The females were exhausted, and those carrying them treaded lightly to avoid waking them, driven by an inherent desire to protect. "Goddess, where shall we go now?" As they emerged from the forest, Xingku approached Xiao Yujia to inquire about their next destination. "We shall head to the nearest Tianhu city for a brief respite, then return to Tianhu city by noon tomorrow," Xiao Yujia replied. This was also due to Lin Yi needing recovery. After such severe injuries, he would require at least half a month to recuperate. City Lord, look, it's that beautiful little female. Chapter 169 concludes here. Upon hearing the orc's words, Fu Qing stepped forward and indeed recognized the female from Tangyi City, albeit only her silhouette. "Protect the goddess." when unfamiliar orcs suddenly obstructed their path. The orcs from Tianyu City showed no intention of engaging. At Xing Ku's command, they formed a protective circle around Xiao Yujia and the females. Xing Ku could not understand why these strange orcs had chosen to impede their progress, yet he sensed their greedy and possessive gazes towards Xiao Yujia, a primal instinct compelling him to safeguard her. The orcs from Fuhai City, observing the hostile posture of the opposing orcs, braced for a possible confrontation, ready to shift to their beast forms and attack at any sign of aggression from Xing Ku's group. Seeing the apparent hostility from the opposing orcs, Xiao Yujia transformed into her true form to facilitate a swift departure. Who are these orcs, and why do they block our path? She stepped forward, calmly addressing the unfamiliar group. Little female, back in Tianyu City, you caused us great suffering. You killed over a dozen of our orc warriors. Before Fu Qing could interject, one of the orcs from their ranks stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yujia. He has not forgotten, during the time in Tingyicheng, Xiao Yujia, a diminutive female, wreaked havoc like no other, surpassing even the foremost warrior of Fuhaicheng. She claimed the lives of numerous orc warriors from Fuhaicheng. Among the slain was his own brother, Tingyicheng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia pondered for a moment and immediately grasped the situation. It was a consequence of your own making. You pillaged and killed within the sanctuary I protect, yet you expect me to refrain from intervening? Regarding the assault on Tingyicheng, Xiao Yujia could only assert that these orcs had brought this upon themselves. She bore no blame. After all, having made a promise, she vowed to safeguard her kind. However, upon hearing Xiao Yujia's response, the orc was left speechless, his eyes brimming with animosity towards her. Just as he intended to confront Xiao Yujia, he was abruptly halted by Fucking, who respectfully addressed her, expressing his apologies for the actions of his subordinate orc warriors. Hoping for her forgiveness, Fucking stepped forward, bowing deeply to Xiao Yujia, seeking her understanding for the reckless behavior of his underlings. Observing Fucking's demeanor, Shinka took a step back with the other orcs, fortifying their defense around Xiao Yujia and the females, wary of Fucking's potential aggression. Fucking raised his gaze to Xiao Yujia, expecting her to be swayed by his earlier display. But to his surprise, she bluntly declared, "You are obstructing my path." Moreover, to Xiao Yujia, these unfamiliar orcs bore no semblance of kinship. Why not clear the way for the small female? City Lord, step aside. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's command, Fucking could only instruct his orc warriors to yield. However, the orc who had previously spoken against Xiao Yujia opposed this order, having expected Fucking to block her path out of respect for the fallen warriors of Fuhaicheng. Yet, Fucking's command grew even more resolute, leaving the orcs with no choice but to begrudgingly part ways. Let us proceed. With the unfamiliar orcs having cleared the way, Xiao Yujia wasted no time in leading Shinka and the others away, determined to reach Tianhucheng before dawn to recuperate. Simultaneously, within Tianhucheng, the remaining tribes grew restless due to the absence of their captured females for several days. A faction of orcs, accompanied by several tribesmen, began to stir trouble in the plaza of Tianhucheng. City Lord Shichio, you claim that the goddess took orc warriors to search for the captured females. Yet 2 days have passed without a sight of them. Are you deceiving us? Those females were likely taken by your own orcs. One orc stepped forward, accusing Shichio directly, asserting that no foreign orcs had come to abduct the females. Rather, it was the orcs of Tianhucheng who had taken those who had recently reached maturity. Indeed, City Lord Shichio, it has been 2 days, and we have yet to see those females. Were you lying to us? City Lord Shichio, you promised to find them quickly. Is that goddess even real? Perhaps she is merely a facade, a pretty little female plucked from your ranks to impersonate her. Exactly. She must be an illusion. As orcs began to voice their grievances, the initial speaker's remarks resonated, prompting others to echo his sentiments. Some even questioning the authenticity of the goddess Shichio spoke of, suspecting she was simply an attractive female chosen at random. Observing the shifting sentiments among the orcs, the first speaker wore a barely perceptible smirk, but it was fleeting. As the voices targeting Xiao Yujia grew louder, Shichio remained silent. But Hongyo could no longer contain herself and shouted at the orcs across from her, "Do not speak ill of the goddess." In Hongyo's heart, the goddess had contributed immensely to their city, providing sustenance and warmth, ensuring that winter did not claim more lives. She was the deity revered by all in Tianhucheng. Even if she were a mere illusion, she remained their faith. Furthermore, the goddess had personally led over 50 formidable orc warriors to search for the captured females, and the orcs displayed no gratitude, yet they dared to disparage her. Hongyo felt her temper rising. Just a false goddess, and you think we cannot speak? Unexpectedly, as soon as Hongyo finished speaking, another orc emerged, adamantly asserting that she was indeed a false goddess and questioning why they could not voice their opinions. Exactly. She's merely a fake. What harm is there in speaking our minds? The surrounding orcs joined in, echoing this sentiment. A closer inspection would reveal that those adamant in declaring the goddess a fraud were predominantly young and strong orc warriors, with few elder orcs in sight. Please, esteemed orc warriors present, do not be anxious. The day after tomorrow at the latest, you will surely see the captured females. Hongyo, still seething with indignation, was on the verge of clashing with the opposing orcs when Shichio stepped forward, placing himself between her and the orcs, entrusting her to Fuxiang, and then reassured the orcs that they would see the captured females by the day after tomorrow at the latest. This is unacceptable. We have waited too long. We must see those females today. Upon hearing this, the first orc speaker grew agitated, caring little for Shichio's assurances. They demanded to see the captured females today. He observed the fury on Hongyo's face with delight, plotting in his mind that if they failed to bring forth the captured females, it could incite the protective instincts of the orcs towards the females, leading to an assault on the city. Regardless of the outcome, it would ultimately benefit him, with the hope that Tianyucheng would emerge defeated. As the orc plotted, the young warriors behind him rallied in agreement, leaving Shichio and his group at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out, "If you do not wish to wait, then you may leave at once. Goddess Aisheng, how wonderful! Goddess Aisheng has arrived." Upon hearing the voice, both factions of orcs and females turned to look, with the orcs of Tianyucheng reacting first, their expressions lighting up with joy at the sight of Yusheng. In the eyes of all the tribes within Tianyucheng, Yusheng was as clever as Xiao Yujia, and though she could be a bit naive at times, she had never erred during crucial moments. The young orcs across the way blushed at the sight of the beautiful Yusheng, but upon noticing her pregnant belly and the powerful orc beside her, some weaker ones contemplated retreat. No matter how fond they were, their lives took precedence. The first orc speaker, emboldened by the absence of challengers, approached Yusheng directly, gazing at her with infatuation. "Little female, may I be your mate?" Upon seeing an unfamiliar orc approach Yusheng, Baidi instinctively moved to shield her behind him. Before he could take action, Yusheng swiftly struck with her palm, producing a crisp sound that was music to the ears. Instantly, a handprint emerged on the left cheek of the orc across from her, leaving both Shichio and the young orcs around them in shock. The most astonished were Shichio and Baidi. Baidi was the first to grasp her striking hand, gently blowing on it while expressing concern. "Yusheng, does your hand hurt?" Initially, one might have expected Yusheng to respond like Xiao Yujia, dismissing the pain. However, to everyone's surprise, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her lips pouted in a display of innocence as she lamented, "It hurts. Baidi, it hurts so much." His face was too hard. Her eyes glistened with tears that cascaded down like they were free-flowing. Hearing her cries, Baidi's heart ached as he looked at her reddened hand, and he blew on it a few more times. Yusheng felt a rush of warmth, her heart bubbling with a rosy hue. In truth, her hand bore no pain. Although her constitution was not as robust as Xiao Yujia's, she had trained in martial arts alongside her since childhood. While she may not have been able to defeat 100 foes, taking down a single man was well within her capabilities. It was merely a playful desire for Baidi's affection that motivated her actions. Since becoming pregnant, Baidi had treated her with utmost care, igniting her impulse to tease him. As she felt the sting on her left cheek, she thought, "You little female, do not be ungrateful. My interest in you is a blessing." Just as she was about to speak, a sudden punch from Baidi sent the orc flying, tracing a perfect arc before crashing into the ground nearby, creating a large crater with a deafening sound. Yusheng surveyed the crater created by Baidi with a hint of resignation, realizing that repairing the ground would require significant building materials. Fortunately, there was an excess stockpile, or they would have been at a loss. In the next moment, Baidi turned back, concern etched across his face, grasping Yusheng's hand to blow on it once more, hoping to alleviate her pain. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but after Baidi's tender ministrations, Yusheng found the pain lessening and withdrew her hand from his grasp. The soft touch vanished, leaving Baidi feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yusheng then shifted her gaze to the orcs across from her, calmly stating, "Everyone should head back to rest. It's quite late. If we linger any longer, dawn will arrive, and perhaps Yujia, the divine maiden, is already on her way back to Tianyu City." Instead of squabbling with the orcs here, it would be better to return quickly. Those with partners should attend to them, and those without should look after the little females they admire. And for the orcs who are fathers, shouldn't you be concerned about your young ones at home? Her tone was both serene and advisory, clearly conveying that rather than arguing with the orcs of Tianyu City, it would be more prudent to return to their companions or attend to their offspring. Is it appropriate for adults to engage in such squabbles? I believe this little female speaks wisely. We should all return. Following Yusheng's remarks, the majority of the orcs agreed, realizing it was more sensible to do what needed to be done rather than quarrel. As the orcs pondered her words, an elder orc emerged from the crowd, breaking the silence. Being an elder, his words commanded respect among the younger orcs, prompting them to disperse and attend to their respective tasks. The orc who had initially struggled to rise from the crater, witnessing the departure of those he had incited, glared at Yusheng and Bai Di with murderous intent, wishing fervently that this city belonged to him, along with those two fair-skinned, beautiful little females. The next day in Tianyu City, Xiao Yujia awoke early to find Lin Yi still curled up in the basket, undisturbed. Lin Yi, I am so sorry. I will surely wake you up. As she gazed at the peacefully slumbering Lin Yi, she leaned in and gently kissed his small serpent head. Divine Maiden, have you awakened? Just as she stood to leave Lin Yi, she heard Xing Ke's voice outside the door, indicating he had been awake for some time. Without further ado, Xiao Yujia responded affirmatively and instructed everyone to hasten their breakfast, as they would be departing for Tianyu City at noon. Although it was still morning, the orcs within the city were already up, and she urged Xing Ke to ensure they ate quickly. Upon receiving her command, Xing Ke wasted no time and hurried off, not daring to delay. As orcs, they could manage without a meal, but the priority lay with the little females who had been captured. Having spent considerable time in this world, Xiao Yujia understood that the orcs did not indulge in sleeping in. Even she, an early riser, felt humbled by their diligence. Whenever she awoke, the sounds of the bustling city greeted her. At noon, Xiao Yujia and her companions set forth from the gates of Tianyu City. As they traversed a great distance, the scenery around them blurred by in a rapid succession, akin to a fast-forwarded slideshow. Engrossed in their journey, Xiao Yujia and her group remained oblivious to the orcs from Fuhai City stealthily trailing them. Upon reaching the enchanting Huansha forest, one of the little females being carried by an orc suddenly called out to Xiao Yujia at the front of the line. Hey, the female up ahead. We've been walking for so long. Can we take a break? This young female, named Jade, hailed from a Yuhu tribe near the seaside. Her tone was not one of inquiry, but rather a commanding order. After all, the female at the front, despite appearing influential within Tianyu City, was merely there to rescue them. No matter her status, she was still just a female, not a ruler like those in the city. Jade believed there was nothing inappropriate in addressing her thus, considering she was the most beautiful female of the Yuhu tribe. Jade's sudden outburst did not elicit any inclination from Xiao Yujia to halt. She did not even spare a glance back. Continuing forward with the small basket containing the unconscious Lin Yi, Jade's frustration boiled over as she saw Xiao Yujia ignoring her, her face reddening in anger as she instinctively shouted, "Hey, the female up front. I said stop. Didn't you hear me? You're just a lowly female who can hunt with the orcs." Upon uttering these words, the orc carrying Jade trembled with fear, apprehensive that the divine maiden might take offense. "Roar!" He growled softly, urging her to refrain from speaking further, knowing that Xiao Yujia did not understand their language. However, if the divine maiden were to unleash her wrath, he would undoubtedly abandon Jade and flee. Silence. He thought his warning would deter Jade, but instead, it provoked her further. "Hey, the female up front, did you hear me?" Jade's insult echoed through the ranks, causing concern among every orc and female present. The orcs instinctively distanced themselves from Jade, while the other females felt discontent. After all, Xiao Yujia, despite being a female, had brought numerous orc warriors to rescue them. How could this little female speak so disrespectfully? The discussion among the females had not yet subsided when the group suddenly halted. It was then that a certain female named Feitsue emitted a cry of anguish. Turning around, one could see Xiao Yujia, her expression devoid of emotion, gripping Feitsue by the throat and yanking her down from the back of an orc. At this moment, all present fell into an uneasy silence. "What are you doing? Let me go." Feitsue struggled vehemently in Xiao Yujia's grasp, acutely aware of the life force ebbing from her body. Truth be told, she felt a pang of urgency. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yujia, who had been leading the way moments ago, would suddenly seize her by the neck. "Do you realize how much time you've wasted with your abrupt halt?" Xiao Yujia's gaze, fixed upon Fei Cui's incessantly chattering mouth, reflected her immense annoyance. Yet her demeanor remained remarkably calm. Noticing the presence of followers behind her, Xiao Yujia flung Fei Cui aside onto the back of an orc. Upon receiving her, the orc retreated, his earlier tension easing, relieved that the goddess had not dealt a fatal blow. With a resounding crash, Xiao Yujia summoned a massive vine ball in her hand and hurled it towards the thicket behind her. The resulting explosion sent trees crashing down, revealing the orcs of Fuhai City lurking behind the foliage. For the females present, these orcs were unfamiliar figures, despite their tribe's proximity to the 4 major cities. Not every female had the privilege of encountering these orcish beings. Moreover, in this land where females were scarce, the orcs of each tribe cherished their females too dearly to allow them to wander freely. However, Xiao Yujia and Yusheng were exceptions. In a sense, the two did not belong to any particular tribe or city, thus their excursions required no one's permission. Discovered. Capture that beautiful female. Upon realizing their cover was blown, the leading orc from Fuhai City ordered his companions to seize Xiao Yujia. Indeed, the singular goal of these orcs was to capture Xiao Yujia, and what would happen thereafter remained a mystery. As the orcs hiding in the thicket charged towards Xiao Yujia, those orcs under her command had already been vigilant of their movements. Now, with the enemy orcs launching an assault, the orcs of Shinka's team did not hesitate to respond. Except for those single orcs carrying young females, the remaining orcs surged towards the Fuhai City orcs. The others gently set the small females down from their backs, forming a tight circle around them to prevent the advancing Fuhai City orcs from circumventing the battle and launching surprise attacks. Captain, that small female over there is also quite lovely. Should we? The orcs from Fuhai City were not foolish. The leading orc, observing the situation, kept a close watch on the proceedings. One orc in the team, witnessing the fierce battle alongside Xiao Yujia, found her beauty and prowess captivating. Realizing he could not control such a remarkable female, he shifted his gaze to the protected females within the guard circle, noting they were indeed more pleasing to the eye than those in their own city, fair and delicate. He proposed to the orc they referred to as captain to bring those females back as well. The orc, named Fu Tian, was the biological brother of Fuhai City's lord, Fucking. Upon glancing in the direction indicated by the orc, he observed the petite figures of the females, fair and tender, and after some contemplation, he acquiesced to the proposal. Following Fu Tian's consent, the orc led a team to circumvent the ongoing battle, intending to seize the protected females unawares. Quickly return these small females to Tianyu City. We will hold them off. However, before they could approach the females, Shinka had already spotted the team from Fuhai City. A fireball soared through the air, separating the Fuhai City orcs from the females. Shinka called out to his kin, urging them to swiftly escort the females back to Tianyu City while he and the remaining orcs delayed the advance of the Fuhai City orcs. Upon hearing Shinka's command, the orcs wasted no time, swiftly coiling their tails around the nearby females and hoisting them onto their backs, dashing towards Tianyu City. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia and Fu Tian clashed, with the latter relying solely on his orcish instincts to fend off Xiao Yujia's attacks, sustaining numerous wounds in the process. Having trained in martial arts since childhood and perused numerous texts on medicinal herbs and acupoints, Xiao Yujia knew precisely where to strike for maximum lethality. With her agile skills augmented by elemental power, she showed no mercy in her onslaught against Fu Tian, who, after several exchanges, bore increasingly severe injuries. With a powerful whip strike, Xiao Yujia sent Fu Tian crashing into a nearby tree, which toppled under the impact, resulting in grave injuries for him. After coughing up blood, he succumbed on the spot. Goddess, the orcs dispatched from Fuhai City have all been dealt with. Moments later, Shinka and his team concluded their battle, igniting the bodies of the orcs from Fuhai City that had reverted to their beast forms, and approached Xiao Yujia to report the situation. Casting a glance at the battlefield strewn with ashes, Xiao Yujia urged, "Let us return to the city quickly, lest we encounter unforeseen changes." Understood. Upon their return to the city, the sun had already set, and they were greeted by the sight of females who had returned home, weeping joyfully as they reunited with their loved ones. The following day, after a night of rest, the tribes that had reclaimed their captured females began packing to depart Tianyu City. With the exception of a few tribes that had been annihilated, those females left without a home found refuge in Tianyu City, a decision made by Xiao Yujia that thrilled the young single orcs within the city. Fucking, the lord of Fuhai City, enraged by the death of his only biological brother at the hands of the previously encountered female, ordered an assault on Tianyu City, providing certain factions with the opportunity to strike. 3 months later, led by a priest, the mightiest orc warriors of Fuhai City besieged Tianyu City. However, they were unprepared for the fact that all tribesmen in Tianyu City could wield elemental powers, resulting in frequent repulsions of the Fuhai City orcs, who suffered heavy casualties. Observing the battlefield littered with fallen orcs, the priest, in a fit of rage, transformed into his true form, a phoenix engulfed in flames, spanning dozens of meters, casting a shadow over Tianyu City. The females within the city, witnessing the sudden darkening of the sky, were filled with trepidation. The priest, gazing down at the enchanting city reminiscent of a Jiangnan town, felt an insatiable desire to possess it, though reluctant to destroy the exquisite structures. He resolved to eradicate all forces that might rebel against him. As fireballs rained down from the priest and flames cascaded from his wings, Xiao Yujia, wishing to protect her kin within the city, unleashed her spiritual energy to create a barrier within the city's confines, shielding them from the priest's fiery assault. However, the spiritual energy within her was continuously depleting. Since she began cultivating her spiritual power, the ethereal essence derived from nature had formed an inseparable bond with her. The complete loss of this energy would signify the end of her existence, even though she possessed the immortal bloodline of the Yezu. The draining of her spiritual power was akin to a dagger thrust through her heart. Moreover, as a half-blood member of the Yezu, the total depletion of her energy would lead to her ultimate disappearance. At the moment when her strength waned and her spiritual energy was about to evaporate, Lin Ye, whose body had already recovered, suddenly emerged from an unknown source. Transforming into his beast form, with his magnificent wings unfurling, he soared into the sky, enduring the searing flames as he restrained the actions of the priest from Fuhai City. Jia quickly. Now is the time. Although Xiao Yujia felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Ye, she recognized the urgency in his words. To eliminate the priest of Fuhai City, they had to act swiftly. Otherwise, when a moment passed, their opportunity would vanish. She resolved to act without hesitation, summoning her beloved sword and rising into the air, accurately plunging the blade into the priest's heart. With a piercing cry reminiscent of a phoenix, the priest thrashed violently, breaking free from Lin Ye's grasp and charging toward Tianyu City, intent on bringing the entire city down with him. In a moment of dire peril, Lin Ye swiftly carried Xiao Yujia away from the battlefield. To him, the city and its fate paled in comparison to the importance of his companion. As for the little rice, dumpling, and ruoli, sheltered within the protective barrier of the goddess palace, there was no cause for concern regarding their safety. As the colossal figure loomed in the sky, the females within the city began to panic. Just as the priest was about to descend, an unseen force abruptly fragmented him into nothingness. Although the orcs and females in the city were bewildered by the events, they instinctively understood that Tianyu City had narrowly escaped this crisis. Not far above, a voice echoed, "My dear, shall we not take a moment to visit our precious daughter? Having just arrived, we ought to explore the scenic beauty of nature. Besides, with a good companion by Jejia's side, I believe she will find true happiness. We can always return at a later date." "Very well, I shall heed your words." 10 years later, after enduring a great battle, Tianyu City had restored itself over the course of a decade. The little rice dumpling had grown up safely and was now 10 years old. The clan members were astonished to discover that the orc Jeroen, despite their inability to bear offspring, had given birth to healthy cubs, 2 female and 2 little orcs. Although these offspring were born to Jeroen, the clan did not mock them. Instead, many male orcs who had partnered with them flocked to inquire about the miracle of new life, nearly wearing down the doors of the goddess palace with their daily visits. As Xiao Yujia's creation, Jeroen's cubs were adopted as her foster children, and at the age of 5, they were often seen joyfully racing through the city alongside the little rice dumpling. Outside the city, years had swiftly flown by. Xiao Yujia gazed at the fields that had been cleared and the small villages that had sprung up nearby, marveling at the transformation. During this decade, the Orc continent had entered a period of peace, with glimpses of interdimensional rifts appearing in some corners. A girl, appearing around 17 or 18 with a delicate visage, approached Xiao Yujia and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me where this place is? I am the dividing line." Hello everyone, I am the author Danin. Since the inception of this book until today, although the readership has not been vast, I am immensely grateful to all who have accompanied me on this journey of growth. This tale, Shaoxi Duchong Shifu Tai Yaorao, is now concluded. My new book, Chongxing Jidi Nu Yaofei, will officially launch on August 1st at 9 a.m. I kindly ask for your support.